Have you ever thought that you might not actually be a child from an ordinary family, but rather a super-rich second-generation heir? Su Yang had always believed himself to be a very ordinary person. When he was young, his father told him that his mother had died before he could remember, and his father also passed away in a car accident during his middle school years, leaving him all alone. It wasn't until just after his 22nd birthday that an incredibly wealthy woman found him and claimed to be his biological mother. At an outdoor cafe in the Magic City, Su Yang sat at a table under a sunshade. In front of him was a woman dressed in a black gown. These days, it's hard to guess the age of women who can afford good skincare and fashion. The woman before Su Yang was a perfect example. With her delicate features, slender waist cinched tightly by a black silk ribbon, she looked like a youthful, sophisticated woman in her early 30s. But judging from her figure, she seemed more like a mature woman in her 30s or even 40s. Yet this ageless woman claimed to be his mother. Su Yang was born into an ordinary family in a rural village south of the Yangtze River. He lost his mother at a young age and was raised solely by his father. However, during his middle school years, his father passed away in a severe highway accident, leaving him completely alone. He had always thought he was an orphan, but today he was found by such a mature woman who claimed to be his mother. Younger, apart from having some money, I have nothing else, but I truly am your biological mother. The woman in the black dress stared straight at Su Yang, her face flushed, unable to contain her excitement. Her name was Yang Yingyu, the head of the largest corporate group in Magic City, the Snow Mountain Group, with an output value exceeding hundreds of billions. Known as the Queen of Magic City in the business circles, she was a figure of great legend. Su Yang had already heard her introduce her identity, but he still found it somewhat hard to believe. My dad used to tell me that my mom died when I was very young. He lied to you. Yang Yingyu, losing control of her emotions, raised her delicate hand and slammed it on the table. However, upon seeing the surprise in Su Yang's eyes, she quickly regained her composed and gentle demeanor. Yang Yingyu's beautiful eyes held a faint sorrow as she softly recounted, 23 years ago, your father and I entered into a business marriage, and there was never any real affection between us. When you were just 1 year old, I had an argument with your father. In anger, he deliberately took my most beloved treasure you and left Magic City by plane, only for the flight to end in tragedy. Su Yang listened to Yang Yingyu's account and finally understood what had happened back then. It turned out that his father, after arguing with her, had taken him away in a fit of pique. To prevent her from tracking them, his father had placed their luggage on the plane but then switched transportation methods, leaving Magic City with Su Yang by car instead. Coincidentally, that plane actually crashed. Yang Yingyu found some relics in the wreckage of the plane that had not been melted by the explosion's high temperature, and thus had always believed that both of them had perished. All these years, she had been filled with guilt, thinking that if it hadn't been for her, her precious son wouldn't have been taken on that flight by his father. And just a few days ago, she received a timed letter that had been stored in a bank. This was a letter left by Su Yang's father in a bank safety deposit box before his death, set to be mailed out at a predetermined time. Only then did Yang Yingyu learn that Su Yang and his father hadn't died back then, but had instead lived in seclusion in a village south of the Yangtze River. Thus, Yang Yingyu finally found Su Yang, leading to the current situation. After listening silently, Su Yang sighed with a trace of confusion still in his eyes. Are you really my mother? He didn't fully believe what Yang Yingyu said, as it was merely her one-sided account. Moreover, after all these years, he had grown accustomed to living without a mother. After his father passed away in a car accident, he was even more used to living alone. This sudden appearance of a mom really caught him off guard. Of course it's true. You are my own flesh and blood. Yang Yingyu hurriedly said, her voice carrying a heavy tremor, a pair of phoenix eyes trembling, bringing up eyelashes trembling, obviously excited to the extreme. In order to be able to make her son believe her words, she also hurriedly pulled out a letter from her exquisite bag and handed it over. This is your father's letter. You can confirm it yourself. Su Yang took it and opened the letter. It was indeed Dad's handwriting on it, and it also came with a picture of the two of them together as father and son. Zhan Xinyue, hello, Ms. Yang Yingyu, the child's mother. By the time you read this letter, that's when I may have an accident and be gone. The letter is set at the time of our son Su Yang's 22nd birthday. Back then, I took Yang's son away in order to gamble with you, and happened to borrow that coincidental air crash to fake my death, and I've been gone for so many years. In fact, I've always had some guilt and regret, But when I learned through my channels that you've always only cared about Younger and didn't give a damn about my death, I was so angry that I had to make you suffer the pain of losing the one you love. I married you because I loved you with all my heart before I let the elders facilitate that union. And in your eyes there was never me. Therefore, I deliberately took Younger to live in seclusion in a village in Jiangnan. I know that this kind of revenge is shameless and selfish, not only hurting you, but also hurting Younger, making all of his life completely change because of my choice. If I really have an accident and am no longer here, this letter will be sent automatically. After you receive this letter, go to find Younger. I'm sorry for you, and even more sorry for Younger. At least after I left, I was able to reunite you mother and son, which is my repayment to you. Chapter 2, Can You Call Me Mom? After Su Yang read the letter, it was like he was directly frozen in place, making him almost forget even how to breathe. He didn't think that the father who was so good and loving to him would actually do such a thing. If Dad hadn't taken him away, he wouldn't have to live in that narrow bungalow and be subjected to all the educational resources of the town and county schools. Also do not have to live all kinds of envy of other people's lives, but also in order to buy a car, to buy a house, to fight alone, to make money, to marry a wife. All of this is because of his father's choice that year, and let his life completely changed into another form. Does Su Yang resent his father? To be honest, hate can't be said, but there are still some resentment. But then he remembered how good his father was to him all those years ago, working hard to feed him and provide him with food and drink for him to study. Sometimes in order to give him a better life and more pocket money, every night overtime until very late to go home. Or when Su Yang misbehaved and got into trouble, he didn't go too far to blame him and beat him, but only patiently reasoned with him. It can be said that the dad he did a traditional father's responsibility. So, Su Yang and the dad hate not up, just some of the resentment. Complaints about his good Magic City rich life not run to the rural hermitage to play hard labor. Complaints that he let himself from a young age has not felt the mother's love, but also be ridiculed by classmates is no mother's child. Complaints he let his own rich second-generation life turned into an ordinary family children. Every time you see others open luxury car beautiful, can only be envious of the part. In short, at this time, Su Yang's mood was very complicated, and it was hard to digest so many things for a while. Younger, do you believe Mom's words now? Yang Yingyu nervously looked at Su Yang and asked with a gentle expression. Su Yang took a deep breath and said in as calm a voice as possible, I believe what you said, but I still need some time to digest these things. He was facing this unseen biological mother at this moment. His heart was very mixed. The term mom was very foreign to him. He probably hadn't uttered the term much since he was a kid. Every time there was a school parent-teacher conference or something, it was also his dad who came to attend for him. For Su Yang, the term mom would even be a hurt. Younger. Can you call me mom? Yang Yingyu's pair of phoenix eyes stared at Su Yang, eagerly waiting for his response. Su Yang looked up at the black-skirted beautiful woman across the table, opened his mouth with difficulty, lowered his eyes and shook his head. I'm sorry. I can't call out. I've been told I'm a motherless child since I was a child. I've gotten used to not having this person. Su Yang said the words, the corner of his mouth tugged to reveal an ugly smile, continued. Since I was a child, I was afraid of my classmates and teachers asking about my mom. On the street, encountered other people's mothers lovingly holding their children's hands, in a gentle smile, but also can only be low, enviously hidden on the side of the road. The holiday that I am most afraid of every year is Mother's Day. I am afraid to see everyone there to send blessings to their mothers. While I don't even have a mother, even after growing up, originally thought I was mature enough to face the fact that I don't have a mom. And yet, I still can't help but tear up when I'm playing a game against a player because I'm being personally attacked for asking about my family. Yeah, I just don't have a mom. My mom died when I was very young. All the spammers don't realize how hurtful such words are to a player who really doesn't have a mom. As Yang Yingyu listened to her son, her eyes trembled more and more violently, and tears came out of her eyes all of a sudden. Younger, it's Mom who is sorry for you. Her son's words undoubtedly pierced her nerves. She was able to imagine her precious son and how he had come through all these years. As in the past, if someone brought up her son's matter, she would be drilled with pain. Seeing Yang Yingyu shedding tears, Su Yang's heart was also hard and shook his head. It's not really your fault. You can only blame the will of heaven. Younger, Mom will definitely make it up to you in the future, so that you can re-experience Mom's love for you. Yang Yingyu looked at her son tenderly and dotingly, and said with a choked sob, Forget it. I just want to calm down alone right now. Su Yang spoke and stood up. Yang, where are you going? Yang Yingyu reached out and wiped her tears, nervously and anxiously asked, and hurriedly stood up after her. Back to where I live. You don't need to follow me here. When I figure it out, I will contact you. Su Yang raised that business card that Yang Yingyu had given him earlier and raised it, turned around and left. Yang Yingyu stretched out her snow-white slender arm and froze in midair. In the end, she put it down and watched her son's back as he left in a state of dismay. Chapter 3. I Am Your Wife. An old neighborhood in the West Street of Magic City. This was the single apartment rented by Su Yang. Go up the stairs, 3rd floor. Pull out the key to open the door. Enter the house. Close the door. Su Yang threw himself heavily on the sofa and didn't move for a long time. If it was a normal day, he should have been hacking in the game with his old classmates, or going to see the new novels or playing secondary games to raise his wife. However, at this moment, he had absolutely no such interest. In this world, there could actually be such bizarre things. He was just an ordinary person who finished college with the compensation money from the car accident after his father was gone as well. Due to his withdrawn personality and inability to socialize, he usually stayed in the rented house after basically getting off work. Occasionally, I would play games with only 2 old classmates who still keep in touch with me, go out for a dinner date, jerk off and brag or something. Completely is very ordinary social animal ordinary life. And now, but suddenly learned that their own mother did not die. And still a rich mom worth more than 100 billion? This is a daydream like bizarre. As for the acceptance of this after 21 years of no contact with the real mother. This is not within the scope of Su Yang's thinking. Because Yang Yingyu is not at fault, can only blame the will of God. Su Yang troubles is how to get along with this rich mom. After all, rather than saying that Yang Yingyu is his own mother. In fact, for Su Yang, the 2 of them are not much different from strangers. The only ties that he possessed were the relationship between mother and son, and the fact that the same bloodline flowed in both of them. Therefore, when facing Yang Yingyu, Su Yang did not feel any kinship. Only after confirming that she was his own mother, the image of a mother that he had let himself fade away. However, it was uncontrollably and more deeply imprinted in his heart. Inexplicably let him produce some sense of closeness, and never before bloodline throbbing. In short, it is very complicated, let him momentarily do not know how to face. Su Yang's mind rambled for more than half an hour, feeling that his body was somewhat bloodless. Only then did he roll over from the sofa and climbed up. From his pocket, he touched a pack of cigarettes and lit it, and took a deep breath, and then looked at the wall quietly fuming. I don't know how long it took, but outside the lights were already on, and the night was falling. The ashtray in front of Su Yang was also filled with cigarette butts. Knock! Knock! Until outside the house suddenly rang a knock on the door. Only then did it bring Su Yang, who was scattering his thoughts, back to reality. How come it's dark? Su Yang's eyes fluttered as he glanced at the night-colored lanterns outside the balcony. His mind was fully awake. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking outside the house door continued. Su Yang shook his head, took the already empty cigarette case and threw it into the trash can. Getting up, he first turned on the lights in the house. Only then did he walk in the direction of the door. Who is it? I. A soft and nice voice came from outside the door. What me? Su Yang sounded a little strange. He also didn't have any female friends. Originally thought that it would be Yang Yingyu who would come to the door, but listening to the voice is relatively young. It's definitely not her. Anyway, let's open the door first. Hi, you are Su Yang. Standing at the door was a tall, pretty woman wearing a purple corseted dress, who was greeting him with a smile. You are. Su Yang looked at this fashionably dressed pretty woman suspiciously. She looked like she was probably in her 20s. Her face was delicate and soft. A head of chestnut-colored curly hair was draped behind her ears. Her waist was slim. Her snow-white legs were tight and slender, wearing flesh silk, and she was stepping on a pair of black strappy high heels. Su Yang was pretty sure that he didn't recognize her and had never seen her before. According to his social circle, it was also simply impossible for this kind of beautiful and outstanding temperament of a big, beautiful woman to appear. The pretty woman looked Su Yang up and down and giggled. I'm your wife. Wife. Su Yang directly froze. When did I have a wife? The pretty woman had already stepped on her high heels and lightly squeezed in from his side, and the fresh scent followed and drifted into Su Yang's nose. This is where you live? Su Yang was not paying attention, so the other party squeezed his shoulder and slipped in, and hurriedly turned back to look at her. Hey, hey, this big sister, why are you still trespassing? The pretty woman curiously surveyed the interior of the house and spat out her fragrant tongue at him. It's your mom who's worried about you and asked me to come over to take a look at you. My mom? Su Yang froze and instantly realized that she was talking about Yang Yingyu. Yeah. The pretty woman smiled and winked at him, and then proceeded to walk towards the living room. Su Yang looked at her slender back. A pair of slender and straight flesh silk long legs under the hem of her skirt was very moving. This big sister is also too familiar with herself. He could only close the door of the house first and hurriedly followed her in. Chapter 4. The beautiful assistant of the real mom. Big sister, who the hell are you? The pretty woman stood still in the living room, looked back at him, winked and smiled. Formally introduce yourself. My name is Jiang Yao, your mom's assistant. Assistant? Su Yang somewhat wondered about the relationship. Then why did you just say you're my wife? Jiang Yao poked her delicate and flawless face in front of him, her wide eyes almost sticking to Su Yang's face, teasingly smiling. Young master, you wouldn't really want me to be your wife? Su Yang looked at her charming smile. Instantly his heart jumped and he unconsciously took a step back. He was a social animal geek. When had he ever been in such close contact with such a great beauty? Like this? Don't you joke with me. Su Yang was too vain to look up at her. Still shy? Wasn't it just a moment ago that you had a big sister in every mouthful, and you were calling her quite cheerfully? Jiang Yao followed and took a step forward, continuing to probe her bright face, smilingly sticking in front of him, staring at his eyes somewhat unscrupulously. Su Yang sniffed the ethereal body fragrance wafting from the end of his nose, with an innocent face. I didn't know how to address you just now. Jiang Yao's mouth contained a smile. Then remember to call me Sister Yao Yao in the future. Remember? Got it. Su Yang was really unable to do anything about this kind of faceless girl. Only then did Jiang Yao stroke her fragrant sideburns, and contentedly walked to the sofa and sat down on a leather drum. Then with a look of a big sister, patting her choppy heart, she stated, Actually, I'm an orphan, for years older than you, and not long after you disappeared. Your mom took me in and raised me to adulthood. After I grew up and graduated, I worked as an assistant by your mom's side until now. So there's actually nothing wrong with you calling me Sister Yao Yao. Only then did Su Yang roughly understand the relationship between this woman and Yang Yingyu. Only he hadn't thought of how to get along with Yang Yingyu. This then popped up another Yao Yao sister. It was really a bit of a headache. Su Yang scratched his head and looked at the self-centered pretty woman and helplessly said, I told her that I want to calm down by myself. Can you go back first? What's the need to calm down about this? Aunt Yu is your own mother. How can there be a son who still doesn't socialize with his own mother? I think it's better for you to spend more time with Auntie Yu, so that you can speed up the understanding between both sides, and you can understand how much Auntie Yu loves you now. Jiang Yao said with a smile. It's easy for you to say. Su Yang secretly skimmed his lips and continued. You'd better go back first. I'll be fine at home. Young master, are you driving me away? Jiang Yao's eyes were watery, changing her austere and inviolable imperial lady posture into a small woman's aggrieved look. I've made a promise with Aunt Yu to give young master your relaxation. I'm a girl wearing a skirt. I still have to be kicked out by you in the middle of the night. Maybe I'll even be tailed by a drunkard, oing oing. Stop, stop, stop. Su Yang's head was two big heads as he listened, and he quickly stopped her from saying further. You can stay if you want to. That's more like it. Jiang Yao instantly raised her eyebrows and smiled. If the employees of the Snowy Mountain Group were to see that Dong Suk, who was always high and proud in front of everyone, would actually be wooing and pampering as well, they would definitely be shocked to drop countless jaws. I probably understand now why your Aunt Yu would let you come to me. Su Yang was also convinced. Why? Jiang Yao curiously blinked her beautiful eyes. Her flesh silk long legs hiked up, elegantly crossing her legs. Because your face skin is just too thick. Su Yang stared at her face and gave an evaluation in a very serious manner. Thanks for the compliment. Jiang Yao, however, laughed out, giggling and covering her red lips. Su Yang rolled his eyes and sat down on the sofa next to her. But yet, it was also because of Jiang Yao's self-consciousness that made him get along with her. It wasn't like with that unfamiliar in-law's mom that he would feel a bit uncomfortable. If that unfamiliar in-law mom of his own family was also whining like Jiang Yao. Su Yang winced. This image was better not to think about. How could there be a real mom wooing her own son? You're the only one living here? Jiang Yao saw the ashtray filled with cigarette butts sitting on the coffee table and looked at Su Yang and asked, "Aha." Su Yang nodded casually. Men just can't live. They can't clean even if it's so messy, and they still smoke so many cigarettes. Jiang Yao stretched out her small slender hand, picked up the ashtray and a piece of cloth on the side, wiped down the cigarette ash that floated on the coffee table, and then poured it into the trash can. Su Yang saw her start to clean up the house for himself. He quickly reached out to stop it in embarrassment. "I'll just do it myself. I'll clean it myself later." Just now he unconsciously smoked half a pack of cigarettes. The ashes did float around, and there were ashes falling on the coffee table and floor. Coupled with the fact that he usually arranges things and stuff, and also because he is very casual at home alone, so it looks like the coffee table is also a bit messy. Chapter 5. Big Beauty cleaning up her own house. What's the point of being polite with your sister? Jiang Yao pushed Su Yang's hand away and got up, bending down to clean up the things on the coffee table for him. Chestnut-colored curly hair fell down on her cheeks, covering half of her face, only revealing a white and greasy neck and neck. Her skin was very fair and delicate. It seems that when one looks at the eyes, one can feel that neck, the soft and elastic touch of the heart and soul. Su Yang was just touched by her small hand position is still crispy. Had to blearily look at this big beauty to clean up their own house. This kind of treatment or the first time in this life. Especially Jiang Yao is still wearing high heels, bending down, leather drums pouting back, the whole soft body curve convex and concave. Seeing Su Yang's heart fluttering, his eyes unconsciously glued to her body, until after Jiang Yao cleaned up the desktop, she turned around and realized that he was staring straight at the long, straight, meat silk legs under the hem of her skirt. At once funny and angry in Su Yang's head, lightly slapped, "Little wolf, see enough? You ate my sister's tofu right after we met. What's going to happen in the future?" Su Yang received a hit of hairy chestnut for no reason, and looked at her in embarrassment. "I'm just looking at where the ground is dirty. Little Thursday wolf is shy again? So cute." Jiang Yao crossed her waist and giggled. "Colorful heart without colorful guts. This can't be done." "Oh, you are the heir of Snow Mountain Group Na?" Su Yang was stared at by her soft eyes. His face became more unnatural. He quickly got up and said, "I'll go get the vacuum cleaner." Jiang Yao looked at Su Yang's defeated and slinking away. Her lips curled slightly, resisting the urge to continue teasing him. It seems that in the future, with the young master around, the days won't be so boring. After Su Yang cooperated with Jiang Yao to clean up the living room, Jiang Yao came out from the restroom after washing her hands and asked toward Su Yang, "Do you still have slippers at home? It's not very convenient for me to wear high heels. You still plan to change your shoes?" "Still not planning to go." Su Yang was a little helpless. But still, he walked to the small shoe cabinet at the door and fetched a pair of his own slippers. "I don't have slippers for girls here, so you can either wear mine or you can only continue to wear high heels. Just wear yours." Jiang Yao sat on the sofa and bent down to untie the black strappy high heel sandals on her feet. Su Yang put the slippers to Jiang Yao's feet and peeked at her changing shoes in passing. A pair of snow-white feet were very pretty. The hand could be held in a firm grip, and the arch curves were perfectly curved. The toes were naturally curved up, and the reddish nutmeg painted on the toenails could be seen through the ultra-thin flesh silk. Each grain was as crystal clear as a ruby, giving people an unusually delicate feeling. Jiang Yao had just put her dainty feet in the slippers that were on the larger side. When she looked up, she realized that Su Yang was glancing at her feet, and immediately giggled. "Little guy, how come you're just so serene? What ah?" Su Yang hastily retracted his gaze and innocently said, "I'm just looking to see if you're dressed appropriately or not. How come I'm so sere?" According to reason, he usually swiped all kinds of beauties on Douyin and was considered to have seen countless beauties. But when those Douyin beauties were compared to Jiang Yao, even with her beauty face on, they were not as good as Jiang Yao's, and her beauty was even more upside down. This made Su Yang, who hadn't come into contact with this level of beauty, couldn't help but secretly observe every part of her. Jiang Yao gave him a blank look with a smile on her lips. Her eyebrows were charming and charming. Her moist and thin lips opened and closed up and down and asked him, "Have you had dinner yet?" Haven't." Su Yang looked at the time and realized that it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. "I knew you definitely didn't eat." Jiang Yao took out her cell phone and looked at it. Su Yang was about to ask her if she wanted to eat some together and put down a noodle by herself. Just then he heard another knocking sound from the door. "This shouldn't be your Aunt Yu, right?" Su Yang instantly looked at Jiang Yao. somewhat skeptical if it was her who called over. Jiang Yao looked at his nervous appearance, cocked up her fragrant legs and gently kicked him, smiling delicately. What are you thinking about? This is me letting someone send you food up. I don't know when she ordered the dinner, but it was actually delivered so quickly. After saying her words, Jiang Yao stood up, stepping on her slippers that were on the large side, snapping to the door and opened it. Mr. Jiang, this is the dinner you wanted. Put it on the dining table. Su Yang looked curiously and saw a clear girl in a women's suit, carrying a basket of lunchboxes as she walked in. The clean-cut girl looked civilized and weak, so she shouldn't be a hotel attendant. After the pretty girl left, Su Yang curiously asked Jiang Yao, "Who was that girl just now?" Jiang Yao opened the lunchbox while looking up and asked him with a smile, "What? Do you have a crush on her? Want to let her warm your bed tonight? Don't joke." Su Yang cried and laughed. This Jiang Yao in the end thought of him as what kind of person Jiang Yao also stopped teasing him and said with a smile, "Her name is Shao Qing. She is my driver as well as bodyguard." Chapter 6, Prince of Magic City. Bodyguard. Su Yang was a bit surprised. That girl didn't look like she could fight anyhow. Jiang Yao naturally knew what he was thinking, and made a face at him and said, "Don't you look at Shao Qing. You believe it or not, 10 of you like this can't beat her? That powerful?" Su Yang really didn't quite believe it. "Why don't you let Shao Qing practice with you? She's waiting in the car downstairs." Jiang Yao blinked her soft eyes and encouraged him. "Let's forget about this. I usually don't hit women." Su Yang rolled his eyes, but then he remembered something. "You have a driver bodyguard waiting downstairs, and you told me before that you would be afraid of drunks following you? Have I? When did I say that?" Jiang Yao blinked her eyes and said adorably, "That calling monster before wasn't you?" Su Yang was completely speechless. "How could it be me?" Jiang Yao wrinkled her nose, quite a bit of a little woman's pampered naivety, and beckoned towards him. "Come over here, eat your dinner first." Su Yang didn't want to bother about that with her. He helped Jiang Yao open the lunchboxes one by one on the dining table. "What kind of dishes are these?" "Roasted Z-goose, assorted soup pan, soft fried tenderloin, oil-blasted belly jenner, 3 fresh shark's fin." Jiang Yao pointed to a box to report the names of the dishes. "I'm still not sure about your tastes, so I ordered some randomly. So let's make do and eat first." "Good guy. This is still making do?" Su Yang looked at these colorful and flavorful dishes, usually a dish he could eat a meal. "What's in this?" Jiang Yao looked at him with a pair of Danfeng eyes and continued with a smile. "If you go to Aunt Yu's hotel for dinner, the chef there can give you a whole 108 full-course banquet." Su Yang secretly smacked his lips, sat down and ate while curiously then asked Jiang Yao, "Can you tell me a little bit about your Auntie Yu-her? What do you want to know?" Jiang Yao ate with him, her cheeks stuffed and bulging, her mouth slurred. Su Yang thought about it and asked a generalized question, "How rich is she?" Because he remembered that, at that time, Yang Yingyu mentioned to him that she had nothing but money. Jiang Yao lightly laughed and tilted up that foxy face to look at him, making an exaggerated gesture. "Many, many, more than you can imagine. I've heard that Snow Mountain Group only has more than $100 billion in assets. Right?" Su Yang said strangely. Having seen too many tycoons on the internet, it felt like 100 billion wasn't too much to be unimaginable, right? "That's just for the people on the surface, anyway. It's not listed and doesn't need to publicize its financial report. In reality, it's much more than that." Jiang Yao thought about it and continued to give him examples. "Let me put it to you this way, the assets that Aunt Yu owns have long formed a closed loop in the city of Mordor. As long as you didn't spend your money in another city, she can recoup the money again from all walks of life, so theoretically, your mom owns nearly half of Mordor's wealth." "So outrageous?" Su Yang was a bit dumbfounded by what he heard. "It turns out that I'm not just a simple super rich second generation, but a prince of Magic City? When Auntie Yu will tell you in detail later, you don't need to understand the company's matters so quickly now." Jiang Yao's white and delicate face carried a charming smile. "Okay." Su Yang was somewhat unable to imagine how powerful his family lineage was. Magic City, Shirmao Shishan Manor. This was the only villa within the entire Magic City that sat on the landscape of 3 mountains and a lake. The building covered 26,640 square meters and was tightly surrounded by the Moon Lake. Connected by a bridge, each household is facing the water, and the islands are looking at each other, which can be called a real island villa. At this time, Yang Yingyu, known in the business world as the Queen of Magic City, is sitting on a hanging chair on the second-floor balcony. staring at Su Yang's photo in her hand in a daze. Only a mother who has had a child will know that her son is the meat of her heart. Because the son was originally dropped from the mother, a part of her life. So during the previous 21 years when Su Yang had disappeared, Yang Yingyu had always felt that a piece of her heart was missing and her life was no longer complete. Every time it was late at night, her heart hurt terribly. And tonight, these 21 years of inner pain suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only then did Yang Yingyu realize that she was not sick before, but had gotten back the piece of her heart that had been missing for years, and her heart was finally complete. Baby, Mom misses you so much na. Yang Yingyu stretched out her snow-white hand, gently touching on the photo. Her eyes never left Su Yang's body. The eyes were soft like water, so gentle that it was intoxicating. At this time, she still had a trace of the coldness and dominance of the iceberg queen of Magic City. There was only the infinite tenderness hidden by the thought of her son, until a Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the manor. Only then did Yang Yingyu retract her gaze from the photo and raised her head to look down the balcony. It was Yao Yao's car. She came back from her own baby son's side? Chapter 7 looks like this is not a dream. Sure enough, Yang Yingyu wasn't made to wait long. A sound of cheerful footsteps came from downstairs. Aunt Yu, I'm back. Jiang Yao's crisp and soft voice rang out first before her person arrived. Immediately after, Yang Yingyu saw Jiang Yao's slender figure hurriedly push the door and run in. You're not afraid of falling even if you run so fast. Yang Yingyu smiled elegantly. Jiang Yao swooped over and wrapped her arms around Yang Yingyu's arm, smiling. Auntie Yu, I've seen Yang. Is there nothing wrong with Yanger? Yang Yingyu asked her somewhat impatiently. No, when I first saw Yang, his mood might still be a bit messed up. He smoked a lot of cigarettes. After I teased him for a while, he didn't get so entangled. Jiang Yao said with a smile on her brow. You can take it easy. Yang Yingyu gently patted her. Yanger only just recognized me. Don't piss Yanger off. Auntie Yu, don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of our baby. If I hold it in my hand for fear of breaking it, then I'll hold it in my mouth. Right? Jiang Yao twisted her body and assumed the pious pose of a maid greeting her young master. She was really happy now, because Aunt Yu's son was still alive, and Aunt Yu would never cry secretly in the dead of night again. Yang Yingyu poked her white jade forehead in amusement. She was still very relieved about Jiang Yao's way of handling things. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let her get close to her own baby son. Yang Yingyu pulled Jiang Yao's small hand and placed it in her palm, sighing softly in a quiet voice. During this period of time behind, it's still necessary for you to continue to step in and help Yanger break down his psychological defenses. At the very least, it will allow Yanger to face his change in identity peacefully, as well as more importantly face me. I don't want there to be any more barriers between us, mother and son. Don't worry, Aunt Yu. I will definitely assist our young master properly. Just wait for me to return you a good heir who loves his mother. Jiang Yao assured with a smile. Yang Yingyu gently smiled, patted Jiang Yao's back of hand and flirted. If you get this done, you'll be promised to our little baby as a daughter-in-law in the future. After all, Jiang Yao was a close confidant that she had cultivated from a young age. As a queen who was very protective of her shortcomings, and followed the principle of not letting fat water flow into outsiders' fields, it was only natural to continue to keep her by her son's side in the future, to serve him as a wise domestic helper. Hearing these words, Jiang Yao's soft and charming face instantly fluttered with dazzling red clouds, and she shyly said, Aunt Yu, don't tease me. I'm going to take a bath first. After saying these words, Jiang Yao hurriedly got up and skipped off. Yang Yingyu watched her slender back disappear and shook her head in amusement, her gaze returning to Su Yang in the photo. Tonight is finally able to enjoy a peaceful sleep. Early the next morning, Su Yang woke up from his sleep. It was already past 7 in the morning. He opened his eyes and glanced at the wall clock on the wall, then stared blankly at the ceiling again. In a trance, he recalled what happened yesterday. It immediately felt a bit unreal. It can't be that yesterday's events were all just a dream, right? Su Yang muttered skeptically, just after he fumed for a while. The cell phone placed on the bed suddenly rang with a prestige alert. Su Yang took it over to take a look, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated slightly. Because the prestige alert on his cell phone was none other than Jiang Yao, who had added his prestige and exchanged her cell phone number with him before he left last night. Looks like this is not a dream. Su Yang's heart inexplicably stabilized a little bit, and his finger tapped the prestige message on the screen. Jiang Yao, my little young master, Have you woken up from your sleep yet? Oh, Jiang Yao. Did you lose sleep last night? Did you miss me so much that you couldn't sleep? When Su-yong saw these two messages, he rolled his eyes in anger and typed, Big sister, can you stop being so self-centered? He did have insomnia last night. His mind was in a whirlwind of thoughts, and he didn't know how long it took before he forced himself to fall asleep. Jiang Yao. Kurikasi Omega, wow, our little young master is so domineering. I love it. Below the message, there was soon sent a selfie. The beautiful-looking Yao Yao sister apparently also just got up, wearing a small halter nightgown sitting in front of the windowsill, her watery eyes looking at the camera, the corners of her mouth smiling, with a bit of lazy and sexy flavor. Su-yong lazy to take care of her, but cannot help but click on the photo, zoom back and forth to appreciate a number of times, only to get up and put on the clothes, intend to go to the bathroom to wash up ready to go to work. After he graduated from the Magic City Fudan University this year, he joined a cosmetic brand company as a merchandising specialist. Compared to those students who have backgrounds and connections, he naturally belongs to the ordinary level. And in the big city, universities and colleges, a lot of talent, the competition is also very fierce, even if he is a high school student, but also will not play a big role. Just as when he just graduated, Su-yong also participated in the civil service examination with his classmates. As a result, he was a good student who took various certificates in school, was not admitted, and a few other students who would play games and flunked out of the swinging lousy students went through the process of hiring. So, in this society, opportunities are left to those who are prepared, no opportunity you do not blindly prepared. So Su-yong rely on their own crazy resume interviews, and ultimately the luck is not bad, joined a cosmetic brand company with quite large assets. The boss is still a big beautiful woman, although with Su-yong did not say a word, but usually occasionally run into a glance is also considered a pleasant mood. Chapter 8. Taking a step to see what happens. Life is better to live normally first. Su-yong washed his face with cool water to clear his mind a bit and mumbled as he looked at himself in the mirror. Although yesterday he learned that he still had a rich-in-law mom, but he hadn't figured out how to get along with this real mom. Nor did he know how to face a strange mother. Moreover, for the time being, he still had to live his own life as well. So, he'd better take one step at a time. He couldn't disrupt his original rhythm of life just because a strange mother suddenly appeared. Thinking about it, Su-yong brought his wallet and cell phone, went out and found a place to casually eat some breakfast first, and then took the subway to the company. The neighborhood where he lives, the traffic is quite convenient, is also selected around the distance of the company. Su-yong 1 meter 87 body slender, standing in the subway car is also extraordinarily attractive to the eyes of the girls, especially his face. In the absence of any cosmetic modification, it still appears to be the diamond corners. The skin is meticulous and flawless. Xiao Mei, look, there's a big handsome guy there. A little girl wearing a school uniform pulled her companion beside her to let out an exclamation of surprise. Keep your voice down. People have heard it. Her companion reddened in embarrassment, but still couldn't help but keep looking towards Su-yong. Su-yong secretly smiled, but he didn't look at them either, pretending that he didn't hear them. Previously, he had always thought that his handsome face was inherited from his father's excellent genes. But when he looked in the mirror this morning, he realized that his pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak and discharge electricity were more like the beautiful woman he met yesterday, and his slightly thin lips that were natural and rosy also had the features of that beautiful woman's fragrant lips. Just from the school into the society by the reality of the poisonous beat, Su-yong once also thought of really can't find a rich woman to eat on the face of the forget, do not have to work, do not have to deal with those complex interpersonal relationships in society. Now, Su-yong has not waited for this, once a little ashamed of the idea of action. Around the side of a rich woman really appeared, but is his own mother. It is true that life is like a play. Play like life. Reality is always more fantastic than TV. Su-yong sighed, the subway also quickly to the company's station. Walking out of the subway station, a glance at the Fairview Trading Company Limited Comprehensive Office Building. Embroidery trading in the Magic City, this inch of land in the Lujiazui section, has such a grand office building, enough to see its strength is not simple. Its predecessor is a cosmetics company founded in Shangjiang, is a famous cosmetics manufacturer with a long history in China. After the acquisition and development, the company has become a large-scale beauty and cosmetic daily chemical group with an annual sales volume of more than tens of billions of dollars, and its products cover a wide range of fields such as beauty, personal care, household cleanliness, mother and baby, etc. It is a large-scale and professional cosmetic enterprise that integrates research, development, production, and sales services. This is where Su-yong works. With his education at the University of Futan, it is not difficult to join such a company. It is to start from the bottom. Other small and medium-sized companies are happy to give him a better step, but the prospects for development is certainly not as good as the big companies and large groups. So the company picks the person, and the person has to pick the company. That's why many people say it's hard to find a job. Su-yong tidied up the clothes on his body and entered the lobby of Fairview Trading from the main entrance of the building. Now it happened to be the peak time for work. In front of the building's door, there were constantly fashionable women dressed in OL uniforms and men who looked like human beings coming in and out. Su-yong directly took the elevator and came to the 8th floor, which was the office floor of their department. The front desk-faced little girl smiled sweetly and greeted him. "Good morning, Su-yong. I heard that your department head jumped ship. The best education in your group is you. The company recently had to plan a large-scale investment promotion activities. Maybe you have the opportunity to rise to the head of the O. Xiao Jia sister, you don't joke. I just joined less than a few months. According to the seniority queue, can't take my turn." Su-yong laughed and didn't take her words seriously. After all, he had already been beaten by society. The thing that affects the mindset the most is unauthorized expectations, and the results are often completely different from the expectations, so don't take it seriously if you don't have a certainty of the facts. Otherwise, it's easy to break the defense. Back to his workstation, Su-yong opened the computer, waiting for the boot, looked up and glanced at the innermost position by the window. There is an office with a circle of leather sofas and coffee tables. Standing on the floor-to-ceiling window floor can overlook the street below. A wide view, naturally, is the office of the department head. But now there is no one inside. Usually the supervisor will rarely be late. Could it be that he really jumped ship? Su-yong secretly guessed, quickly shook his head again. Jumping or not jumping has nothing to do with him. So many people in the group staring at this position. He has no relationship and no background and will not be flattered by the ordinary wage earners. And by what right can not long after graduation when such a large company's department head? Unauthorized expectations, unauthorized break defense. Su-yong shook his head, calmed his mind and started today's work. Chapter 9: The President is Invited. After not long, the colleagues in the group also returned to their workstations one after another. The ear also vaguely heard them discussing the matter of the supervisor jumping ship. There are also saying, who the team leader has gone to the manager's office to kiss ass. Su-yong listened to their tone of disdain, but know that they do not truly despise this behavior, but because they do not have the opportunity to kiss ass. The workplace is so. After all, people are not machines, will have feelings and desires. Leaders, in the face of almost the ability of the staff, will certainly be more willing to promote for the people smooth and will come to things that. Therefore, every workplace will not lack some ass kisser. Su-yang's own personality is arrogant, cannot do this kind of thing. But other people can be cheeky to offer attentions, can bend over and bow their heads to curry favor and compliments, and can stand to be laughed at privately by his colleagues as a bootlicker. That is also a kind of itself. It's all about survival, and no one wants to be the one who is humble enough to please the leader. Therefore, Su-yong did not look down on those who kissed ass. This is just a different way of survival that everyone chooses. After a few minutes, the voices of the surrounding discussion, Tang suddenly quieted down. Su-yong curiously raised his head, but he saw a long-haired OL woman walking towards his side. No wonder the colleagues stopped discussing. It turned out to be the president's secretary Dai Near visited our department. However, Su-yong was also a little strange. The president's office of Fairview Trading was on the 26th floor of the top floor, and Niel Dai, as the general secretary, was also working on the 26th floor and would rarely come to inspect the departments below. And just when Su-yong was guessing her intention, Dai Near was stopping her high heels next to his workstation and looked at him with a smile. "Hello, Su-yong. Please let go of the work at hand for a moment and follow me upstairs for the meeting." "Me?" Su-yong thought he had heard wrong and looked at her incredulously. The nearby co-workers who heard this also looked over with dismayed faces. What in the world could have happened to make Dai Near, the general secretary, make a special trip downstairs to invite an ordinary employee of the department up for a meeting? Dai Near didn't care what others thought, cleared her throat, patiently smiled at Su-yong and continued, "It's General Manager Lu who asked me to come. She's still waiting up there." "Okay." Su-yong agreed and hurriedly got up to follow Dai Near, under the complicated gazes of the surrounding colleagues, walking towards the direction of the elevator. Along the way, Su-yong was wondering how General Manager Lu would suddenly look for him, and didn't talk to Dai Near. After all, he and Dai Near usually had almost no occasions to deal with each other, and there were several layers of leadership between them. He was just an ordinary employee, and he didn't have any interactions with Mr. Lu. However, Su-yong did not have anything to worry about. The worst is just fired. It may also be because yesterday I learned that there is a rich woman's own mother, so the heart is more confident. Maybe. After a short while, Su Yang arrived at the door of the president's office on the 26th floor. Dainier knocked on the door. One after another with Su Yang pushed the door and walked in. It was Su Yang's first time entering the president's office, and he took a look at the surroundings. The first thing that came into his eyes was a hospitality area, and after a few more steps inside, he could see the beautiful boss sitting inside the desk. Lu Rumei. The age of the female president of the Fairview trade should be in the 30s or so, wearing a professional OL suit, face white, elegant eyebrows, body through a few points of the charm of a mature woman, eyes are very charming. And sitting opposite Lu Rumei was Su Yang's department manager Gao Meichin. Little Yang came. Come, sit down first, let's chat. Gao Meichin stood up, patted Su Yang's shoulder and said amiably. Su Yang was not a person who was shy of the stage. Politely nodded to Lu Rumei, who looked over and called General Manager Lu hello. Then following Gao Meichin's words, he sat down on another chair. Su Yang, right? I read your entry information, and it says that you graduated from Fudan University. Lu Rumei sat across from him and was flipping through this piece of information, her hair curling down her fragrant shoulders as she looked up and asked him. About more than 30 years of age, early is mature to the bone. The body is also very plump feeling. Thin, sexy red lips exudes a kind of light temptation. The corner of the eyes of the slender contains a hint of flattery. Su Yang pretended to be calm and said, yes, just graduated this year. The first job is to join our company. Lu Rumei gazed at Su Yang, her sexy lips suddenly hooked up a smile. You don't need to look like an enemy, I'm just asking, because I also graduated from Fudan University, to say the least, I'm still your schoolmate. The boss would have a natural intimidation for the employees. When Su Yang saw her charming smiling face, his slight nervousness dissipated a bit, and he also smiled along and said, good day, schoolmate. Haha. Xiao Yang, you are quick to react. General Manager Lu likes it when someone compliments her on her youth. Gao Meichin couldn't help but laugh out loud. You don't like being complimented for being young? Lu Rumei gave her a rather amused look. It was obvious that the two of them were also very familiar with each other in private. Well, I also like being called sister by a young handsome boy. Gao Meichin covered her mouth and said with a smile. Lu Rumei gave her a blank look and put down the information in her hand. Let's talk business first. Chapter 10. Some opportunities come out of the blue. Gao Meichin stopped laughing and looked at Su Yang and asked, Xiao Yang, you've been in the company for 5 months. How do you feel? Very good. The company is very strong. The atmosphere of work is also quite good, except for some small problems that are hard to avoid. The whole is very good. But a company that says there are no problems, that's the biggest crisis. It represents that the majority of the people are silent and don't tell the truth, and it's easy to deceive the top and the bottom and to make false statements, so there are problems. In fact, it's a good thing, and it doesn't mean that the company is not good. Su Yang responded with a smile. Lu Rumei glanced at him with slight surprise, and approvingly ate and smiled. I didn't expect you to understand management matters, which makes me feel more at ease. Su Yang vaguely felt as if his luck was coming, pretending to be a little puzzled. What does General Manager Lu say? Lu Rumei revealed a charming smile. It's like this, your department head yesterday because of personal reasons has left, and our company next week, we are going to organize a large-scale investment activities, so I would like to promote a person from the bottom to replace the position of the head of the investment department, because from the bottom to do it, the company's internal situation will also have a unique point of view, and your performance is all pretty good, so Manager Gao recommended you to me. If you have no opinion, after this conversation is over, you'll officially take up the position of merchandising supervisor. Of course, I don't have any opinion. Since Mr. Lu and Manager Gao think so highly of me, I will definitely do my job well. Su Yang said, then feigned concern. However, I am currently a merchandising specialist. Jumping to the supervisor position all of a sudden, isn't it too fast of a promotion? Lu Rumei shook her head. It's fine, private companies are so not according to the process. Our company only looks at the ability. You are capable, you can sit firmly in the position of supervisor. If you do not do well, not capable enough, we will also readjust you. This, you can accept it, right? Of course I can accept it. Having this kind of opportunity for me to try, I'm satisfied. Su Yang patted his chest and said, some opportunities come out of nowhere like this. Some people will be timidly afraid of not being able to do a good job of catching it, while some people will be brave enough to face it, solve all the difficulties they encounter, and use their achievements to keep charging upwards. Su Yang is naturally not a timid person. No matter whether it can be done well or not, at least try to know. If you don't even dare to try, then the whole life can only be the lowest level of ordinary people. Lu Rumei's mature cheeks raised a trace of charming smile, nodded with satisfaction. Then it is decided. High manager will help you do a good job of handover. Later, I will send a bulletin within the company to notify you of the promotion of investment promotion supervisor. If you encounter any difficulties that cannot be solved, more points to communicate with high manager. Really cannot, you can also find me. Okay, thanks to Mr. Liu for raising love to give me the chance to try. Also thanks to Manager Gao for trusting me and introducing me. The back will depend on my performance. If I don't do well, I will consciously resign. Su Yang said seriously. Okay. I have nothing more to do here. You guys go and get busy first. Lu Rumei looked at Su Yang's face and smiled wintry. Su Yang and Gao Meichin left the office. Still they couldn't help but take a big breath. How's it? There's pressure, right? Young people should be bold. This can be all about life experience. Gao Meichin patted his shoulder with a smile. Sister Qin, I really thank you. Su Yang's heart warmed. When he was interviewed for the job, it was Gao Meichin and the HR department HR who were his interviewers, and this time they even had the grace of lifting him up. If not for Gao Meichin's introduction, the company has so many people. He is an ordinary investment commissioner. How can he enter Lu Rumei's eyes? Well, don't thank you again. Quickly go back with me to hand over the work. If you don't do well, I can also follow the shame. Gao Meichin smiled and pressed the elevator. Su Yang, also no longer pretentious, followed Gao Meichin back to the department floor. When Gao Meichin announced that Su Yang had taken over the position of merchant supervisor, the entire department's co-workers opened their mouths wide in surprise. No one expected that an employee who had only entered the company for less than half a year would be promoted to supervisor just like that. But then they thought, this investment task is so difficult, the supervisor has jumped ship, and the time is so urgent, both to be familiar with the supervisor's business but also to open up the market. The difficulty here can be quite a lot. Su Yang, this guy may be to take the blame. Of course, there is also a possibility that this guy has a very deep background, has been pretending to be a pig in a poke, or which leader's relative arranged to practice in the company which will be promoted so quickly. Anyway, in either case, it was not something they could afford to mess with. So, although the colleagues were envious, they all applauded and expressed their congratulations, with rather mixed feelings. After all, after Su Yang is their immediate leader, bonus tasks can be he is responsible for arranging the distribution. If the immediate leader caught you a person deliberately targeting, that is also cannot eat. Chapter 11. Yang Yingyu appeared. Su Yang has no time to pay attention to what they think. The company's internal announcement notice has been sent down. After moving his things to the supervisor's office, he handed over the former supervisor's work with Gao Meichin. Su Yang then began to seriously check out the large-scale investment promotion activities for next week. The introduction of the new brand's various series of products was also carefully memorized, or else when talking to customers and being asked to answer, it would be a very bad influence on the customer's questioning of your professionalism and trust. I don't know if it's because of the genes of the business queen Yang Yingyu flowing in his body. Su Yang realized that he had a good memory from the time he was a child and could remember things, so it was very easy for him to memorize the information. Gao Meichin nodded in her heart as she watched his efforts. Although she didn't know why Lu Rumei chose Su Yang, yesterday she submitted Su Yang's name along with the list of team leaders, also with a purpose of giving this good seedling a chance. Now it was up to him to take full control of the supervisor's business. Gao Meichin was still very much looking forward to it. After all, this is the handsome boy he personally recruited in the beginning. The interview time to answer the question is also very spiritual. Cultivate a little is certainly a good seedling. Meanwhile, in the 26th floor president's office, Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao were sitting on the luxurious sofa in the waiting area leisurely sipping tea. Lu Rumei, the president of Fairview, accompanied them on the side and personally made tea for them. Yingyu, you all heard it in the lounge just now. Xiao Yang has now been promoted to our Fairview's merchant supervisor. I really didn't expect that he is actually your son. Lu Rumei looked at Yang Yingyu with interest, her mature face evoking a smile. Quite good. You haven't been recognized by my family, Yang for the specific reason of promoting him, right? Yang Yingyu asked with a graceful air. Definitely not. Jinshou's information to the outside world also didn't show any connection with the Snowy Mountain Group, except for those of us who are in the know. No one is clear that you are the major shareholder of Jinshou's commerce and trade. Lu Rumei said with certainty. It turned out that both parties had long been close friends who had known each other for many years, and that this company also had Yang Yingyu's personal investment. This could also show that if it wasn't because of this relationship between Su Yang and Yang Yingyu, how difficult it would be for an ordinary laborer to encounter such an opportunity. That's fine, my Yanger will work here with you first, you take care of it. If anyone dares to bully my son and make my son suffer, then I'll be looking for you to settle the score. Yang Yingyu smiled calmly, but there was a hint of majesty and seriousness hidden in her tone. Lu Rumei very sincerely assured. Yingyu, you can rest assured your precious son, even if the company is collapsed, I won't let him suffer half a bit of aggrievement. Yesterday I learned that your son is working in our company. It really scared me. Back then, I also personally hugged him. I am also regarded as his aunt. Yang Yingyu smiled and waved her hand, signaling that she doesn't need to be nervous. It's fine if you can think like that. A jinsho is just a jinsho. If my son wants to play with it, it's fine to destroy it and build another one, as long as it can make him play happily. Jiang Yao smiled and envied. Aunt Yu, you're really indulgent to young master. A company with tens of billions of assets is at his disposal to play with. What is this? Who made Yonger my own son? Even if he wants the moon in the sky, I will find a way to pick it for him. Yang Yingyu smiled dotingly and gently. At lunchtime, the company had an autonomous floor to provide free meals. Some of the colleagues who originally had nothing to do with Su Yang bumped into each other on the way, also greeted him and congratulated him on his promotion and whatnot. Su Yang also smiled and expressed his thanks. This is the so-called one-man success, almost the same meaning, right? As an ordinary wage earner, no one would pay attention to you or get acquainted with you, but when your status is elevated and you have the power, you will be able to attract more attention and eyes. This is also considered the human norm. Socializing that is not useful to you, no one will waste time dealing with you, and is also known as ineffective socializing. After eating and resting for a while, Su Yang continued to look through the information of the large-scale investment meeting. After all, at the moment, he was still planning to continue his career in jinsho. Whether it was experience or connections, he could use this platform to improve himself. Moreover, the position of investment promotion director has a generous commission. All the groups in the department to talk about each store, he can get a commission but not capped. Of course, it seems to earn a lot of money. In fact, Su Yang is a former ordinary investment commissioner, but also very clear this store is not so good to open. A month to run down a store has been very good. The first day as a supervisor, so in the busy checking information in the past. Chapter 12 Jiang Yao Visit. Returning home from work at 5 o'clock, Su Yang took a hot bath, which made him feel a little more energetic, and just as he was about to change his clothes and go out for dinner, his cell phone rang at the right time. Su Yang glanced at the caller ID and couldn't help but smile slightly as he answered the call. Hello? Sister Yao Yao? What's the matter? Yang, aren't you at home? I've been knocking at your door for half a day. Su Yang listened to Jiang Yao's soft and provocative voice in his ears. He cried and laughed as he walked out of the room, rubbing his hair while saying, Why did you come over again? I just got off work and took a shower here. How could I hear you knocking on the door? I'm your Yao Yao sister. Came over to see how you are? Okay. You wait. I'll come out and open the door now. Su Yang hung up the phone and came outside the house, opened the door to the room and saw Jiang Yao standing at the door. She was wearing a set of Dior's lady set skirt today, red and pink lining with a crushed flower skirt. The beautiful legs under the skirt were wrapped in ultra-thin black silk, and her feet stepped on a pair of black-red soled high-heeled shoes, making her look a bit more sexy. Hey, you're really in the shower, huh? I thought you deliberately didn't open the door for me. Jiang Yao stared at the bathrobe on his body, blinking her beautiful eyes and said, You're not a tiger. Why wouldn't I open the door for you? Su Yang let Jiang Yao in and curiously looked her up and down. You shouldn't have just gotten off work here too, right? Yeah, just got off work and came over. Jiang Yao walked in with her high heels and stared back at him with a smile. Su Yang was stared at by Jiang Yao's dancing eyes with exquisite makeup, and his heart beat faster for a while. He poured her a cup of water and asked her, Did you come over today for something? Jiang Yao stroked her shoulder-length chestnut-colored curly hair, winked and snickered. I miss you, so I came over to see you. Can't I? Su Yang rolled his eyes. Can you say it more pompously? It's so fake. Wow, our young master looks handsome even when he rolls his eyes. Jiang Yao cupped her face with both hands and looked at him with a nymphomaniacal look. Su Yang was speechless for a while. Forget it, you sit by yourself. I'll go change my clothes first. Su Yang really didn't have a solution for this Yao Yao sister. Leaving her in the living room, he went back to his room to change his clothes. There was a creak. Jiang Yao suddenly pushed open the room door from outside. Hey, why did you come in? Su Yang was startled and hurriedly took his clothes to block his lower body. He hadn't thought that there would be a girl who would dare to enter his room, so he didn't even unlock the door just now. Jiang Yao looked at Su Yang walking in with his bladder on and only wearing a pair of pants on his body, giggling daintily. I was bored outside alone, so I came in to take a look. Come, my little young master, let the slave servant serve you to get dressed. No. Su Yang repeatedly backed away. Why don't you need it? You are our young master. The days when you are clothed and fed are the days you want to live. Jiang Yao said in a petulant voice. She had already come in front of Su Yong and reached out to grab the clothes in his hand. Su Yong was forced to the wall, unable to retreat. He could only helplessly allow her to put the clothes on his head. For the first time in his life, he really enjoyed being dressed by a beautiful woman. The distance between the two of them was so close that he could smell the fresh body fragrance wafting from Jiang Yao's body. Moreover, when he was changing clothes, he touched Jiang Yao's hand and felt that her soft little hand was cold, very delicate and tender. This makes Su Yang's heartbeat inexplicably began to speed up again. After a long time, waiting for Jiang Yao to help him put on the t-shirt, Jiang Yao reached out and patted his heart, laughed. I didn't expect you to look quite thin or a little muscular. Su Yong was a little embarrassed. You can go out, right? I'll just wear the pants myself. He was really worried that this woman will also personally help him wear pants. That scene is really can't hold ah. Jiang Yao's forehead slightly tilted, her eyes curtains a lift, winking and laughing. Then you hold me a bit, I will go out. This can't be right. Su Yong looked at Jiang Yao's picked up eyes. She was wearing high heels, forehead could reach the tip of her nose, so close that she could feel her slightly hot nostrils puffing on her chin, and her heart was itchy. Is it that you can't, or you don't dare? Jiang Yao's eyes teasingly looked at Su Yong, the corner of her mouth with a provocative smile. Su Yang's heart crossed, and with a big hand, he directly took the big beauty in front of him into his arms. This was the first time he had held a girl in such a positive and close manner. The moist skin, the soft and boneless waist, it felt really wonderful. LOL, looks like your guts aren't small either. Jiang Yao leaned in his arms and laughed. Her face that was flushed with red clouds revealed the shyness in her heart. Su Yong naturally didn't notice this scene, because his face was even redder than Jiang Yao. Somewhat unable to resist, he gently pushed away the plump and fragrant body in his arms. Sister Yao Yao, now you can go out, right? This time, I count you as passing. Jiang Yao's eyes swept a glance from below him, before she turned around and went out with a small smugness inside. Chapter 13, Taking You on a Date. Su Yong closed the room door heavily and locked it back. Only then did he lean against the door of the room as if he was relieved, breathing heavily. He didn't mean that he didn't have feelings for Jiang Yao, nor did he have a colorful heart and no guts like Jiang Yao said. Rather, it was because he respected Jiang Yao and didn't want to casually mess around with this assistant that his mom had raised. Of course, it could also be said that Su Yong really hadn't transformed his current identity change yet. After all, so many years of living as an ordinary person had made him get used to the identity of an ordinary person a long time ago. Many inner thoughts, all because of the ordinary, would only be hidden, not daring to make any action. 10 minutes later, seeing Su Yong change his clothes and walk out from the room with his face back to normal, Jiang Yao stood up from the sofa with a stretch of her long legs, took his arm and laughed. Let's go. Tonight all your time will be given to sis. Where are you taking me? Su Yong glanced down at the arm being held by her soft vegan hand and asked curiously. Taking you on a date. Jiang Yao returned with a smile like a flower. Su Yong was dragged out of the door by Jiang Yao, all the way to a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked downstairs. Jiang Yao pulled open the door and pushed him into the car together, saying to Xiao Qing on the driver's seat, "Drive." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Xiao Qing answered crisply and started the Rolls-Royce. Su Yong glanced at the driver sitting in front of him. It was the same crisp girl who brought up the dinner for Jiang Yao last night, still wearing the same type of lady's suit. "Where are we going?" Su Yong turned back to Jiang Yao sitting beside him and couldn't help but ask again. "You'll know later." Jiang Yao's snow-white arm rested on the car window, holding her cheeks and smiling lightly at him. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Su Yong didn't ask any further questions and curiously surveyed the interior of the car. It was the first time in his life that he sat in such a luxury car. He had to say that it was worthy of being a Rolls-Royce. Sitting on the soft leather sofa in the back row was really comfortable. "Ah Yang, what did you go do today? It can't be that you slept all day at home, right?" Jiang Yao reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, blinking her eyes in mock curiosity as she asked towards him. "You think I'm a pig? Sleeping all day?" Su Yong blankly glanced at her, and with a smile on his face, he shared his joy with her. "I went to work today. Have you heard of Jianxiu Commerce?" "Jianxiu? That company that ranks high in the national cosmetics industry?" Jiang Yao asked with surprise on her face, playing dumb. "Yeah. Our supervisor recently jumped ship. There was a vacancy, and it just so happened that I was brought up," Su Yong said with a smile. "Can't be? Didn't you just graduate?" What can you do to make people look at you? Jiang Yao deliberately made a skeptical expression to look at him. Su-yong gasped. How do you talk? People can't see my potential? It's just that there's no platform for me to play. Otherwise, I don't believe that I can't make some achievements. Yes, 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 our young master is the best. Jiang Yao couldn't bear to continue flirting with him and said with a smile, I heard that Jinxiu is a good company, and you working in it is also a rare learning opportunity. Su-yong was in a good mood today and didn't bother with her. Smilingly said, I also think it's quite rare. Since there is a happy event today, then tonight sis must celebrate you. First take you to eat something delicious. Jiang Yao held her arms up and playfully yelled. The night breeze outside the car window slowly blew in, caressing her big chestnut-colored curls. Su-yong looked at Jiang Yao's happy appearance for him and felt warm in his heart as he felt her soft face was so pretty and moving. In the past, he was all alone in the rented house, no socialization, no entertainment. Every day is basically just eating, sleeping, and commuting to work. It felt like he had depression. Although adults are basically like this, to learn to endure loneliness. But really have someone who can accompany you to be happy and sad together, that is definitely a very happy thing. Seeing a strand of hair being blown onto Jiang Yao's face, Su-yong couldn't help but reach out and twist her hair, lifting it behind her crystal white ears. Jiang Yao looked at him with some surprise. Ah Yang, you don't think you like me, right? Wow kaka. Sister's charm is still very big. So fast to tease the young master's heart. Su-yang's face was hot, and he didn't know why he made such an intimate gesture just now. So he could only say stiffly, don't think too much about it. I'm just treating you as a friend. Oh really? Jiang Yao's beautiful eyes picked at Su-yong, obviously not believing him. Su-yong shrugged his shoulders, not bothering with her. Fortunately, the car traveled for not long before it stopped in front of a restaurant. This is, arrived? Su-yong probed his head and looked out the car window. This was a luxurious hotel called Wangjiang Pavilion, located on top of the Bund. Eating here, one could also overlook the gorgeous and prosperous night view of both sides of the Pu River. Yeah, get off. Jiang Yao smiled and nodded, twisting her waist and pushing him right through the car door on one side. Chapter 14 High Heels Touching the Starry Sky Top. Su-yong curiously surveyed this luxuriously decorated hotel and couldn't help but ask, this place should be very expensive, right? Naturally, he had heard about this most well-known restaurant in Magic City. Originally, he was still thinking that he would be the one to treat this meal tonight, as a dinner to celebrate his promotion and pay raise with Jiang Yao. But remembering the per capita unit price of over 10,000 here, it was really a bit smacking his lips. What's expensive to be afraid of? This is the one I told you about last night. Your mom opened the restaurant. They don't charge. I'll just sign a bill. Jiang Yao held his arm and said, that's fine. Not eating for nothing. Su-yong didn't make any pretense and took a step inside. Although this was Yang Yinyu's restaurant, but since he still didn't have feelings for the strange pro-mother of his, he really didn't have that kind of identification that this was his own restaurant. He just felt that he came to eat for nothing. Hey, wait for me. People are wearing high heels. Jiang Yao stepped on the high heels, tugging Su-yang's arm. Su-yong looked back and was dumbfounded, because the pair of black red-bottomed high heels that Jiang Yao's black silk legs were stepping on was the kind of high heels seen on Douyin that were the Saint Laurent high heels with the letters YSL, the kind of heels that couldn't walk fast at all. You say you girls wear this kind of high heels really comfortable? Not afraid of stepping on a foot of dust either. Su-yong looked at her feet with amusement and said, comfortable is not important, look good on it and top quality Saint Laurent high heels is not in contact with roadside dust. Do you know why? Jiang Yao pursed her delicate red lips and looked at him with a smile. Why? Don't you guys walk on the road? Su-yong rolled his eyes and asked. Jiang Yao blinked her eyes and smiled lowly. Because it will only touch the starry sky top. Starry sky top? Su-yong was even more strange. Jiang Yao teasingly stared at him. Don't you know that the Rolls-Royce you sat in just now has a starry sky top? Puff! Su-yong almost sprayed out. He got it now. So angry and amused. He reached out and pinched her white and greasy cheeks. Will you die if you don't flirt with me once? Will die? Jiang Yao said in a delicate voice. A pair of watery beautiful eyes were about to ooze out water stains. Hurry up and go inside. Su-yong shook his head helplessly, holding over her delicate little hand. He walked slowly towards Wangjiang Pavilion. This restaurant was indeed very well decorated. It looked like a kind of luxury restaurant in a TV series attending a dinner party, as opulent as it could be. Mr. Jiang, you're here. The VIP lounge is ready. This way, please. Not long after entering the door, a woman wearing a lady's uniform greeted him and respectfully led the way in front. Su Yang curiously glanced at her. The nameplate was actually still a manager. But remembering that Jiang Yao said that this Wangjiang pavilion was owned by his own strange in-laws, that wasn't surprising. This is not equivalent to the boss descending on his own property. How dare a laborer not respectfully welcome Ah? And just as the three of them were walking through the hall, a man and a woman passed by Su Yang's side. Suddenly the man shouted in surprise, "Yo, isn't this Su Yang?" Su Yang turned around and frowned. Because this man was the vice president of his student union in college, his name was Zhang Longqian, a local of Magic City. It was said that his family had more than $1 billion of assets in Magic City. Only the two had a deep conflict. The grudge lies in a school basketball game. Zhang Longqian led a team to play with Su Yang's class. As a result, this guy with Su Yang covered a rebound, and then cursed Chao Nima. Su Yang hates it when someone curses, especially at him. In the past, when playing jerk, you can't go along with the net line to K people. This will be all realistic, directly and decisively with a basketball hard smashed in his head. If not for both teammates pulling at that time, certainly have to dry fight. And after this, the two became enemies. Even Su Yang once worked part-time in the library was yellowed by him. What an enemy! Su Yang cursed in a low voice. Jiang Yao originally thought that a Yang had run into a friend. Hearing this, how could he not understand the relationship between the two sides? His eyes immediately went ice cold. And Zheng Longqian originally was still just surprised how we'll meet Su Yang here. The result will see him beside Jiang Yao. Eyes are more directly lit up. Flash stunning color. This beautiful woman, whether it is temperament or body appearance, are completely hanging their own new hookup with the small netizen. Su Yang. Who is this beauty? Introduce it to brother? Zhang Longqian pulled his female companion over, with a smile on his face as if he was pretending to be familiar with Su Yang. None of your business. Get lost. Su Yang did not give him the slightest bit of face and scolded coldly. Zhang Longqian resisted the urge to curse, wanting to leave a good impression in front of a beautiful woman. Directly crossed Su Yang, looked at Jiang Yao with a smile and said, "Beautiful woman, get to know me. I, the son of Longwei Group, make a friend?" Su Yang directly blocked in front of Jiang Yao, blocking his line of sight, and said in a fierce voice, "I'll say it again. Get the hell out of here." Chapter 15. Jiang Yao's anger. Zhang Longqian has always been touted by his friends and spoiled by his family. When has he ever suffered from this kind of anger? Now he couldn't bear it anymore, violently raised his finger at Su Yang. "What the hell are you? When I was in school, I also gave the school some face and did not put you how now out of school who ing protect you. Do you believe that the old man a word, let you in the Magic City cannot be mixed?" Su Yang originally did not want to give Jiang Yao trouble. This will not be able to endure. The eyes show cold light, ready to strike. At this moment, ping, the sound of a sound. A red wine bottle actually appeared directly on Zheng Longqian's head. Instantly exploded. Red wine mixed with glass fragments, and blood, flowed all over his head. Zheng Longqian's side of the cone-faced female netizen, scared to scream. The guests in the hall all looked over, staring blankly at this side. Su Yang also looked incredulously at Jiang Yao, who was holding a broken bottle by his side. I didn't expect that the always delicate and soft sister Yao Yao. Her hands were actually not ambiguous at all. Jiang Yao looked like a different person. Icy cold face. "What are you in front of my mother? Ah Yang is my family's young master. Anyone who dares to bully my family's young master must die." Zhang Longqian now also came back to his senses from his haze, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Lousy Chow and I." There was a shattering sound of ping. Another red wine bottle exploded directly on Zheng Longqian's head. Su Yang coldly held the red wine bottle and scolded fiercely. "What the hell do you say again? In the past, I didn't do you in school because I gave the school a little face. But now that I'm out in society, who's still afraid of you little punk ah?" New hatred and old hatred together. Su Yang directly put his words, gave him all back. Zhang Longqian was directly mad, cursing and pouncing over, "I Chow Nima." Only his words hadn't finished. Su Yang kicked out and sent the furious Zhang Longqian flying out. Jiang Yao was still not relieved, grabbed another bottle of red wine, and wanted to go smash him. Su Yang pulled her back and took the red wine from her hand. "Let me do it!" He is to see Yao Yao's sister wearing a skirt is not convenient. If walked to the ground lying in front of Zhang Longqian, shall not be seen to suffer. Ping! A glass breaking sound exploded. Zhang Longqian's head directly received 3 bottles of red wine, head blood mixed with red wine paste into a large area. Where is the boss? The boss of Wangjiang Pavilion hasn't come out yet. Someone is causing trouble here. Zhang Longqian's head was dazed and he knew that he couldn't beat Su Yang now, so he directly started shaking people. He had heard who was behind Wangjiang Pavilion. No one had ever dared to make trouble in Wangjiang Pavilion. The uniformed woman who had been waiting next to Jiang Yao to block the knife for her at any time, only then stepped forward, reached out to Jiang Yao at her side, and looked at Zhang Longqian with a cold face and said, "This is our boss." Zhang Longqian was directly confused. Suddenly he remembered a terrible thing. Legend had it that the richest person in Magic City, Yang Yingyu, had a very capable assistant named Jiang Yao, who was so beautiful that she was known as the flower of Magic City. Although his class hadn't had the chance to be able to meet this Magic City flower, at this moment he suddenly realized that this beautiful woman in front of him was that Jiang Yao. Throw him out. Jiang Yao glanced at Zhang Longqian in disgust and directly commanded that manager. "Okay, Mr. Jiang," the manager respectfully replied, and with a wave of his hand a few security guards swarmed over, directly lifting up Zhang Longqian, who was still in a daze, and throwing him out through the doorway. His female netizen companion looked dumbfounded at this scene before she seemed to have reacted and hurriedly chased him out. When Su Yang looked at the doorway, he realized that the figure of Jiang Yao's bodyguard, Shao Qing, didn't know when he also followed him in and was hiding in the dark. "Ah Yang, wipe your hands. Let's just go eat." Jiang Yao smilingly handed over a hot towel and softly said towards Su Yang. Su Yang stared at Jiang Yao and looked up and down, and said in a funny way, "Sister Yao Yao, I didn't expect you to fight too?" Jiang Yao was afraid that he thought that she was some kind of rude person. She sheepishly sidestepped her body and said with a slightly reddened face, "I don't know how to fight." Su Yang was really impressed with Jiang Yao. After wiping the red wine stains on his hand, he smiled and held her small hand. "Let's go. Let's go eat first. Don't let a fly disturb our mood." "Aha!" Jiang Yao's soft face reveals a light smile, holding his arm and heading towards the VIP hall. That female manager hurriedly chased after all the customers in the hall after confessing her sins and asking the waiters to send a bottle of good wine to each table as an apology. Those customers naturally didn't mind their own business and treated it as if they were watching the fun. However, when they recalled the scene of that one red wine bottle bursting their heads just now, they still couldn't help but feel some chills. That pretty woman was just too ruthless. It was also unknown what kind of god the man who was accompanied by her was. Chapter 16. Your mom can even help you get even. In the VIP room, after Su Yang and Jiang Yao finished ordering, the two of them were left sitting around the table. "Sister Yao Yao, that thing just now, it won't cause you any trouble, right?" After Su Yang calmed down now, he would still think about how to solve that matter just now. After all, they were all adults. Naturally, they wouldn't really think that if they did a fight on impulse, they would just pretend that nothing happened. Jiang Yao saw his serious look, puffed and laughed out. "Where will there be any trouble? Your mom's energy is beyond your imagination. Ah Yang, you have to remember one sentence. In this piece of land in Magic City will not need to put up with any things and people. Your mom can help you to get even." "That's good." Su Yang saw that she said it lightly, and his heart also let out a sigh of relief. Although he still didn't understand how awesome his strange real mom was, but since Jiang Yao had said so, there was no need for him to ask anything more. "Ah Yang, how did that guy mess with you? I just saw you being impatient with him as soon as you saw him." Jiang Yao curiously blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. Su Yang smiled indifferently and told her about how he got into a grudge with Zhang Longqian. After saying that, he casually said, "This matter has already passed. Let him pass anyway. Just now the new grudge and old grudge fight was quite enjoyable. Young master, you can be lazy, but we won't just let it go. Don't say she can't tolerate it, your mom will be furious." Jiang Yao secretly gritted her teeth in her heart, but on the surface, she ruffled the jumping hair around her ears and nodded with a smile. "Well then, that's a scum. Leave him alone." It didn't take long. The dishes ordered by Jiang Yao were delivered one after another. Deep sea scallops, turbot, fragrant roasted pigeon, cherry blossom shrimp braised with liao shin, silver cod, lobster stewed with rice, abalone crisps, and smoked salmon. Road are the signature of this place. Looks colorful and flavorful, eat more fresh and tasty. Eat Su Yang is full of oil. Straight boasted. This store's food is really good. You eat slowly. No one is robbing with you. Jiang Yao was busy with the napkin, stretching her snow-white fingertips to wipe his mouth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Magic City, Shermao Shishan Manor. Yang Yingyu had already received the call from Xiaoqing reporting to her. After hanging up the phone, Yang Yingyu's face was so serious that a cold aura permeated her body. She made a direct call. Immediately seize all of Longwei Industries projects for me, and contact the banks to cut off all of their loans for collection. I want Longwei Industry to go bankrupt directly within 3 days. Yang Yingyu's noble phoenix eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and she commanded into the cell phone without being disobeyed. No problem. Leave it to me. The opposite party didn't ask for anything and hung up the phone with a promise. For companies like Longwei Industrial Group that were involved in entities and real estate, none of them were companies with staggering debt ratios. They relied on the physical industries and land plots under their names to borrow collateral from banks and push forward the establishment of pre-projects. Then they brag and publicize to investors and buyers, get advance payment in advance, then proceed with the later construction of the project, followed by continuing to mortgage bank loans and keep on making money with empty gloves. This tactic is very common in the brick and mortar industry and can usually easily leverage more than 3 times the cost of capital. As long as a set of processes are completed, it is easy to earn a huge profit at low cost. But in order for the project to move forward smoothly, every step of the process also needs to be punched to ensure smooth. So, there is no such thing as a non-compliant operation for almost any entity. As long as someone checks, they can pick up a bunch of problems. Once any link is broken, the company is not far from collapse. Yang Yingyu was really angry this time. Su Yang was the meat of her heart. She herself can't wait to hold it in the palm of her hand and spoil it. This time actually someone dared to bully to his head. This is not looking for death. The only time the frosty queen of the Magic City's eyes were soft and tender was when she swept her eyes over the picture frame of her son on the bed. It had taken 21 years for the mother and son to be reunited again. She was already blaming herself for not accompanying her son through this most important stage of growth in his life. Therefore, she naturally couldn't tolerate anyone who dared to touch the mold of her own beloved. My son, no one can bully. At 10 o'clock at night, Su Yang and Jiang Yao strolled along the banks of Huangpu River in company. Ah Yang, watch behind me for me. Don't let me bump into anyone. Jiang Yao flipped over and walked backwards in front of Su Yang. Her soft face was dainty under the street light. Su Yang looked at her with tears and laughter. You are not afraid of falling. You are not walking properly. Jiang Yao, hands behind her back carrying a bag, black silk legs stepping on the Saint Laurent high heels, clattered backward. Smiling like a flower, said, I'm walking with the wind at my back. In that case, the evening wind blowing over me and then blowing on you is not the equivalent of us in the embrace? Su Yang exaggeratedly made a movement of sucking in a sharp breath and laughed. This wind really carries the flavor of your body. Chapter 17. Teaser. Yao Yao. Jiang Yao was almost about to burst out laughing, looking at Su Yang's deep and clear eyes. The evening breeze blew the hair at the back of her head and swung it up on the side of her face. Giggling, Does it smell good then? Fragrant. Su Yang smiled. It just smells like seafood. The flavor of the sea I like. Bah! The seafood flavor is drifting from the river. I only smell good on me. Jiang Yao lightly spat, pouting, and gave him a glance. Su Yang harumphed and suddenly saw that her high heels accidentally stepped on a gap in the floor tiles. Careful. Ah! Jiang Yao's Saint Laurent leather thin heel really got stuck on it. Her footsteps were messed up and she directly crooked to one side. Su Yang stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her small waist, holding Jiang Yao's plump and soft body tightly in his arms. Luckily there's you. Jiang Yao lowered her head to straighten the messy hair between her mane. Her eyes with cunning pretended to be embarrassed to look up at him. You did it on purpose, right? Su Yang said with a smile. How come he felt that this routine was somewhat like the kind in idol dramas? No, I can't see the road behind me. You didn't remind me. Jiang Yao's small fist pounded his heart. You stand still. I'll help you pull out the heel. Su Yang didn't bother with her, and after letting her stand still, he bent down. Oh, Jiang Yao held onto Su Yang's shoulder. A playful look of triumph danced between her features. And Su Yang had already reached out to hold her delicate Saint Laurent high heels at this moment. Jiang Yao's feet should be very small, about 36 yards, and could be held in the palm of one's hand. The black red-soled high-heeled shoes vamp revealed the back of her foot, wrapped in black silk, touching delicate and soft. Let Su Yang can't help but heart fluttering. Hastily discard distractions. 2 hands through the soles of the shoes held on the back of the foot. Force upward plucked. Finally the stuck heel to pull out. I said before that this high-heeled shoe of yours is not durable anymore. You see, it's still my kind of flat shoes that work well, like walking on the ground. Su Yang stood up and said, "Don't you think Gaga looks good?" Jiang Yao daintily smiled and made a face at him. Yes, 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 it looks good to death. I'm afraid that letter high heel will rub my shoulders." Su Yang happily also flirted with her. Little bad egg. Jiang Yao flirtatiously glanced at him and moved her feet, but suddenly frowned. "Ah Yang, I seem to have broken my foot. It can't be." Su Yang was skeptical. "Really?" Jiang Yao looked at him pitifully. "Then what should I do?" Su Yang asked helplessly. Jiang Yao's eyes gurgled and smiled cheekily. "You carry me back. I really owe you." Su Yang rolled his eyes without any good humor and bent down in front of Jiang Yao with his back to her. A little further down, people are wearing skirts. Jiang Yao wore Dior Lady's knee-length skirt and really couldn't fork her legs too open, or else she would be naked. Su Yang naturally also knows this, can only continue to squat down squat. Jiang Yao then giggled, wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the ear. Her legs clamped on his waist. "Little Yangzi, you can get up and go back to the palace. Scram! Call the great king." Su Yang stood up with her fragrant soft body on his back. "Calling your majesty is so fierce. My concubine is afraid." Jiang Yao smiled and lay on his shoulder, quietly making a victory gesture. Su Yang walked towards the Rolls-Royce parked at the front. "Ah Yang, I found that you are quite manly sometimes," Jiang Yao said in a cute manner with a bright smile on her face. "Don't tease me. My heart is as hard as a rock on the roadside. It's long been sealed with cement." Su Yang spat out. Jiang Yao laughed heartlessly. "Ah Yang, have you suffered some kind of love injury? Ah, no, I just feel that the older I get, the more I feel that love is all fake," Su Yang said with a look of seeing through the world. "Nonsense. How old are you?" "Your Yao Yao sister. I am 4 years older than you still believe in love." Jiang Yao's delicate little hand was gently pulling his ear. Su Yang some itchy craning his neck. "I'll tell you a story. I have a college classmate. He chased a girl for 2 years. One night it was raining. The girl sent a friend's circle saying she wanted to drink yogurt. As a result, my classmate saw it and ran to buy yogurt to send it to her dormitories downstairs, so that she can come down to get it. Do you know what happened later?" Jiang Yao was aroused by the interest, curious to follow up. "What happened?" Su Yang brewed the wording and continued to say, "Later, that girl replied to him that their several roommates were playing truth or dare. She lost, and then her roommates asked her to send a circle of friends that was only visible to my classmates, to see if he, the licking dog, would come. I didn't expect that he really came, and a few of the girls in their dormitory laughed and sprayed." "No way? There are still such girls?" Jiang Yao said in surprise. "There are even more outrageous ones. My classmate actually said that the girl must be testing him, and kept chasing her behind. Do you think he's like a dog?" Su Yang kindly smiled. Chapter 18. This woman really doesn't do anything. This girl is also too disrespectful. Jiang Yao cursed on her mouth, suddenly as if she reacted. She blinked and said, "This classmate couldn't be you, right? Off. How could I be a licking dog?" Su Yang slapped her leather drum again and said with a smile, "I just saw too much of these things, and feel that being loveless and catering to a certain girl all the time is just too tiring. So I might as well not believe in love, and make good money to invest in myself." Jiang Yao, however, seems to have decided that the classmate is him, touching his head and comforting. "Ah Yang, don't be sad. It's that girl who doesn't deserve you. I've said it's not me." Su Yang would not take the blame for his classmate and said angrily, I know, don't be angry. I'm not angry, it's not me, why should I be angry?" Right, you're not angry. You obviously just assumed it was me." The night was close to 11 o'clock. Only then did Su Yang re-enter the apartment building he was under. Bye-bye, Yang. Don't think about me so much that you lose sleep again. Oh. Jiang Yao didn't know what she stuffed into Su Yang's pocket when he got out of the car, then waved her hand and smiled with her eyebrows as she walked away. Su Yang watched the Rolls-Royce disappear within his field of vision and curiously pulled out his pants pocket. "I'm super," only to see a ball of high silk appearing in his hand. And at that moment, Su Yang's cell phone also rang with a prestige alert. "Jiang Yao, don't be touched. This is sis just changed down today. Don't play too long tonight, go to bed early." Su Yang, this woman really doesn't do anything. Go back and wash it for her, this quality is at least a few $1,000s a piece, don't waste it. The second day of being the head of investment promotion. Su Yang went to work and returned to the company. He received a notice from the manager, Gao Meichin, to hold a meeting of supervisors. Jiang Yao Commerce plans to hold a large-scale investment promotion meeting in Jiangnan this weekend, and the work of all departments this week will be centered on investment promotion. The provincial capital of Jiangnan was Linnan, which was also one of the center cities of the Yangtze River Delta. Including Linnan, there were 11 prefecture-level cities. In Su Yang's preliminary investment plan, the entire investment department will be divided into 11 groups. Each group is responsible for a prefecture-level city. Jiang Yao Commerce has a lot of old customers, will be distributed to the groups of each region's customer information, are once had cooperation with Jiang Yao merchants. This week's time, the first telephone communication in advance of the intended customers. Next week, the entire investment promotion department all assigned to travel to Jiangnan, the groups themselves door-to-door interviews with the intended customers, and in the local discovery of new customer groups. Gao Meiqin and other Suyang after his plan nodded and said, "This time the Fairview for the new brand of investment is very important. By the time the Lu general manager will also travel with us to Jiangnan. For the signing of the task indicators have certain requirements, so I hope that we can completely this investment, especially Suyang, your task is very heavy. Suyang nodded. Meticulous information and planning can only improve the success rate of the plan, while the final result often depends only on the execution of the executors. This is the so-called paper talk. Many people can boast about it, but when it comes to actual operation, it is full of all kinds of variables, so it is more of a test of the ability to play on the spot and improvise. If this investment can accomplish the goal, at least Suyang will be able to sit firmly in the position of investment director." After the meeting, Suyang returned to his own department, began to work to the groups of investment commissioners to divide the area. Working here for almost half a year, Suyang, for the ability of these co-workers also roughly understand, and even some of their habits than the leadership to understand. After all, many people in front of colleagues is lazy to pretend. What is the temperament will be revealed over time. And Suyang focus on the work arrangement is naturally in the provincial capital Linnan. It was only during lunch that Suyang had the time to pull out his cell phone and reply to the message Jiang Yao had sent him in the morning. "Jiang Yao, Yang, you didn't pass out last night to affect today's work, right?" Suyang, "Punch you sister. I washed that pair of stockings for you. Come and take them away some other day. Otherwise I'll feel like a pervert if I'm a single guy with a pair of stockings drying on my balcony." Jiang Yao, oh, did you really wash them? It's not like you want to destroy the body after rinsing it, right? Suyang, rage, do I need to be like this? Is the game sister not smelling good anymore? Or is my wife's character not looking good? Jiang Yao, Karikasi Omega, oh, I see. So you're implying that I'll be your wife. Suyang, off. This woman really didn't forget to flirt with herself every now and then. However, it was also due to Jiang Yao's character that although she hadn't known him for a long time, she was familiar with him as if she had been a friend for many years. Suyang shook his head and clicked on another prestige group called Dead House Group. Chapter 19, The Legendary Tigress. This prestige group was a group that Suyang had pulled with two old classmates who played well, and usually shouted at people here when they took a weekend off to hack and play games. Suyang, at Zijian at Liao Zhenghao, you two goods have been diving every day recently. What are you up to? These two goods he at D were his roommates in college, and they hadn't broken contact after graduation. What's more, they both work in Magic City, so they usually have time to get together to jerk off and drink beer. Although the former Suyang is an orphan, but because of the common hobbies, but still made a good relationship with two die-hard friends. Zijian, what else can I do if I don't dive? I go to work every day and go back to the rented room to play games. 2 points and 1 line. No passion to speak of. Liao Zhenghao. In the past, when I was in school, I thought I could make a name for myself, and I was looking forward to entering society earlier to show my ambition and make a lot of money, but I didn't realize that it was just a social animal, and every day I was 996, and I didn't know when I could mix my way out of it. Suyang also couldn't help but sigh when he saw the words of the two spiteful classmates. This is the life of an ordinary person. Suyang, at Liao Zhenghao, rat, you at least have a girlfriend. Others shuttlecock is still single. This Liao Zhenghao is the licking dog who sends yogurt on rainy nights that Suyang mentioned to Jiang Yao before. Not to mention, he really went through the trials and tribulations and chased that girl to his hand. Liao Zhenghao, Zijian. That's it. Graduated from college together, love. How enviable. Liao Zhenghao, embarrassed. You guys probably don't know that I broke up a few days ago. Suyang was a bit surprised. What's the situation? Didn't you guys say you were planning to get married after graduation? Zijian. Yes, the last time I came out to jerk the string, but also heard you say that you were ready to save money to get married. Liao Zhenghao, alas, It's a long story. How about a dinner date today? I'll talk to you guys about it. Oh Zijin. Is Yangzi free? Suyang thought about it and typed. I'm fine with it. Where's the date? Liao Zhenghao. The usual place. Suyang. Okay. See you at the old place then. Oh Zijin. Okay. Time passed quickly and it was time to get off work. Suyang left the company and headed directly to the place where he had an appointment with those two spiteful old classmates. More than half an hour later, Suyang walked into a Mountain City hot pot restaurant. This was the old place where Suyang and those two spiteful old classmates used to make dinner appointments. Because Liao Zhenghao was from Mountain City, he liked eating hot pot the most, and when he was in college, he always took him and Oh Zijin to eat Mountain City hot pot. Eat to find, or this is the most authentic, so as the old place as the resident of the dinner party. At this time, the time is still just over 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Suyang first found a table on the side of the floor-to-ceiling windows to sit down. Here the view is better. You can see the outside passing by wearing a cool young lady. It seems that some habits can't be changed for a while. Suyang muttered to himself with some amusement. This way of finding a table was still a habit from the previous dinners with those two spiteful classmates. The focus was naturally to see the passing young ladies. However, now that Suyang's aesthetics had been oohed and awed by Jiang Yao, the general young ladies were of little interest to look at. Instead, after coming in just now, he still habitually found a position like this. Suyang sighed and shook his head, took out his cell phone and sent a message in the Dead House group. These two spiteful bastards were already on their way here. They had just gotten off work, but they had traveled farther than they had. Suyang first asked the waiter to serve soup and order food, and 2 cases of beer. After all, Rat just broke up. There must be a lot of bitter tears to say no alcohol cannot. After Suyang finished ordering, he saw Jiang Yao sending him a message. Jiang Yao. What is a Yang doing? Are you off work? Do you want to have dinner together? Oh. Suyang typed a reply. I have a date with a classmate tonight. Let's do it some other time. Jiang Yao. Calling Carrot. It turns out that my weight in your heart is still less than your classmate. Suyang. Stop it. These are my college roommates. One of them is the licking dog that I told you about last night. He broke up with his girlfriend. I'm here tonight to comfort him. Jiang Yao. What? Petri dish, that licking dog is really not you. Suyang. Scram. I've always said it's not me, right? Just you are self-identifying there every day. Jiang Yao. Haha, I have a feeling that you're not the kind of person who can lick. Otherwise, I'm this big beautiful woman beside you. You actually don't lick. Suyang. I can kill you when I lick? Do you believe me? Jiang Yao. Come and try. Suyang. I'll give it a try. Mean Q. Jiang Yao. Send the location if you can. Nosara aksan grab. Suyang. Just send it. He decisively dumped a location over and continued typing. It's a dog if you don't come he. Jiang Yao. I'm not a dog. I'm a little white tiger Omega. Suyang. Ehatstaga miss, don't drive. It's dangerous. Jiang Yao. Where do you want to go? Human family tiger well Omegan. Suyang. So you are the legendary tigress. Scary. Dish. Jiang Yao. Scared. The tigress bites you to death. Onaji equals Omega equals O. Chapter 20. Deadly Party. Suyang was yakking with Jiang Yao. After the hot pot soup base and ingredients were all served. Oh Zijin and Liao Zhenghao also all arrived at the hot pot restaurant one after another. Yangzi picked this location well. Oh Zijin came up and gave a thumbs up. I came early. Pick any location you want. Suyang smiled. Eating hot pot with air conditioning is cool. Liao Zhenghao looked at the fiery red soup base. His saliva was about to flow out. Hurry up and sit down. Start messing around. Suyang started to put ingredients into the soup base. Oh Zijin opened beers for them while glancing at Suyang and eeped. Yangzi. Why do I see you glowing red? Have you gotten rich recently? Liao Zhenghao also shot a few glances at Suyang. It does feel a bit different. Surely you either got promoted or talked about your girlfriend. Suyang laughed and scolded. Indeed. I have been promoted. This meal is on me, right? Oh Zijin asked curiously. Promoted? Did you get promoted to team leader? Suyang did not hide. 2 days ago, our supervisor jumped ship. The leadership is more optimistic about me. Let me take over the position of the supervisor. Jumped 2 levels. Liao Zhenghao stared wide-eyed. Supervisor? That's the supervisor of Jinxiu. What a cow. Oh Zijin was also surprised. Yangzi, you're really good. You've only been in the job for less than half a year, and you've been promoted to supervisor. That welfare package is at least a few times more than ours. I just got lucky. Su-yong rolled his eyes and simply changed the topic. Rat, let's talk about you first. How did you break up? He remembered that Rat's girlfriend had been licking since high school, and had been licking until her sophomore year. Although the face value is not high, but it is also middle to upper, looks quite showy and cute, is for people some small fairy. Only this is a big injustice. Liao Zhenghao from high school like the first love. Then Su-yong naturally is not good to say her face is not. Liao Zhenghao heard Su-yong mention this, also did not have the heart to gossip about him. Sighing, sipped a mouthful of beer. What else can be the reason is that I think I'm poor. Poor? Oh, Zijin was a little surprised. Su Qian'er should not be such a girl, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to your pursuit at that time. People change. Liao Zhenghao sullenly ate a mouthful of shabu-shabu and poured a mouthful of beer before continuing. Some time ago, she said her parents called her to take a trip home, and I didn't care about it. But the result was that after she came back, she told me that she broke up, and when I pressed her for the reason, she didn't hide it from me, and it turned out to be that her parents introduced her to a blind date on her hometown side. That man's family is doing business, there are 2 restaurants, open Mercedes-Benz, but also promised Qian'er as long as with him to get married, will send her a BMW car, but also her family 300,000 bride price. Then Su Qian'er, she just agreed? Oh, Zijin glared and asked. Didn't directly agree, but asked me if I could do the conditions that the man said as well. Liao Zhenghao said in a low voice. Then what did you say? Su-yong couldn't help but ask as well. I said, can you give me 5 years? She said 5 years is too long, she can't wait. By then she has become an old girl, who dares to guarantee that by then I will be able to fulfill these promises. She now wants to see the ready-made, want to know how important she is in my heart. Liao Zhenghao continued to drink beer and said, but you all know my family is an ordinary family, a BMW 300,000 bride price, want to take out now unless the sale of the house. But my family sold the house. Then where do my parents live? Su-yong asked again. Is there no room for maneuver? Nope. Liao Zhenghao shook his head. In fact, after graduation I also see through some Qian'er every day in front of me that her girlfriends know a boyfriend, every day to take her out to play, go on trips, do not have to go to work, wear brand name clothes and sat in brand name bags, and she does not look worse than her girlfriends, but the same people have different destinies, every day hard to go to work, but only enough to buy their own cosmetics, skincare products. Su-yong and Oh Zijian listened to his account and could only silently raise their beers to clink with him and drink with him. Liao Zhenghao finished the bottle directly and continued with a bitter smile. From that time, I knew that she was complaining that I could not give her much, complaining that I had no money. But what could I do? If I want to marry her, I have to save up money to buy a car and a house, and a bride price to hold a wedding banquet, and if my salary eats and drinks with her every day, can there be a future? Moreover, on my salary, after eating and drinking and having fun is not enough to buy designer clothes and bags for her again. So, I suddenly feel very tired, more than 3 years of feelings, but because of the comparison of girlfriends, because of a BMW 300,000 dowry, just like this directly broken. Su-yong hesitated for a while, but still opened his mouth and said, Rat, if you need money, I can get some together for you. In fact, he himself also felt that the woman was not suitable for Rat, but he didn't know if Rat would think about redeeming himself when he had hope. Therefore, with the die-hard friendship of these years, he would still help if he could. Oh Zijian also patted Liao Zhenghao's shoulder and said, if it's almost the same, I can also help. Liao Zhenghao, however, shook his head with a bitter smile. I know your hearts, but I also want to understand, my relationship has long had seams, simply cannot be repaired. I and Qian'er's outlook has been different. She now wants to be ready-made, is to be climbed, and in the future really married together, but also will be disgusted with me not as good as other people's husbands. So I have already seen the open, split on the split. Su-yong said with a sigh of relief. You can think like this is quite good. In fact, I also think that you are not suitable, but as a die-hard friend, persuade and not persuade to split. And it is not good to say that your girlfriend is not. It's an ex-girlfriend now. Liao Zhenghao shook the beer bottle, kindly smiled and said. Chapter 21 Rich Woman Hungry Feed Rice. A hot pot meal was finished and the 2 cases of beer were emptied. The time came to more than 8 o'clock in the evening. Su-yong took the time to go to the restroom to pay the bill. Although he said just now that he was the one who paid the bill, these 2 goods often secretly grabbed the bill with him to buy. In fact, it was because they knew that he had no relatives or friends, and his life would be more difficult in the future, so they took care of him a bit. This is also the reason why just now Su-young offered to borrow money to help. Sometimes, some of the feelings between buddies, everyone is very understandable. Only those who really get along with each other's character will not break the contact, and will be buddies after graduation. Such kind of friendship, basically, there will not be more. Brothers, break up. Go back to your homes. Su-young patted the two old classmates. Okay. Let's get together again some other day. Liao Zhenghao and Oh Zijin were also still sober, so the three of them walked outside the hot pot restaurant together. Yangzi, you're the worst drinker. Let's call a car for you first and send you to the car. Liao Zhenghao said and led the two towards the road. Ai. Brothers. Look at the 9 o'clock direction. There's a super beautiful woman. Right at this moment, Oh Zijin suddenly sneakily pulled the corner of their clothes, pretending to be serious on his face. But in fact, his eyes had been slanting to aim in the other direction. It's really a rich white girl, that's a Rolls Royce, right? Coming down from that car. Liao Zhenghao also lowered his voice and called out. Both of them were the kind of goons who wanted to look at beautiful women but were so wimpy that they were afraid of being found out and could only sneak a glance with a crooked eye. Su-young also curiously raised his head to take a look in the 9 o'clock direction. I swooned. She really came over? This so-called super beautiful woman is actually Sister Yao Yao, who is wearing an OL set dress. Hey. Coming over. Don't peek. You're going to be despised. Liao Zhenghao kept reporting the latest developments. Oh Zijin had already goaded his eyes back, afraid that the beauty would find him obscene to be despised. Su-young shook his head with some amusement. Not long ago he was also one of these people. But now, Su-young directly raised his hand and waved it towards Jiang Yao. Sister Yao Yao, I'm here. I know. I saw you a long time ago. Jiang Yao laughed and ran over, taking his arm as soon as she did. Liao Zhenghao and Oh Zijin were directly dumbfounded. What's going on? Seeing their faces full of stunned and resentful expressions, Su-young helplessly introduced, This is my friend, Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao fell down and corrected, Hello guys. I'm Yang's girlfriend. Hello. The two resentful classmates hurriedly said back, too abashed to raise their heads. After all, this beauty's aura was too strong. It felt like it wasn't from the same world. Su-young was also too lazy to argue with Jiang Yao, and waved his hand towards the two resentful species. Brothers, I'll leave first. We'll get together again some other day. Liao Zhenghao and Oh Zijin watched with unbelievable eyes as their best friend was pulled by a beautiful woman and sat together in the Rolls Royce parked by the side of the road. Until the car was already far away, they were still full of shock. My God, how is this possible? When did Yangzi even know such a rich white beauty? The two complaining students looked at each other in disbelief, both thinking if they had drunk too much. Rat, you slap me to see if I'm drunk. Shuttlecock, you slap me too to see if I'm drunk. Then, on the side of the road, in front of the hot pot store, two young men compounding the university graduates, holding up their slaps, are flinging each other's faces at each other. It wasn't long before Su-young sat in the car. He was frantically at D by two spiteful classmates in the dead house group. Oh Zijin. At Su-young, holy, Yangzi, is that beauty really your girlfriend? Shocked. Liao Zhenghao. At Su-young. Yangzi, where did you meet such a white, rich, beautiful friend? Shocked. Oh Zijin. At Su-young. Confess from leniency. Resist from severity. Quickly tell the truth. Liao Zhenghao. At Su-young. I'm going to go. I just broke up and you're showing off in front of me? Is this really appropriate? Su-young sat slightly drunk on the passenger seat, looking at his cell phone with amusement. These two big wronged seeds are probably sour. Typing reply. This is a little complicated to explain, can only say that fate to the two people met. Oh Zijin. Fate? This thing can karma to a rich white beauty in a Rolls Royce Phantom. Liao Zhenghao. Swollen cheeks? Big question mark. Yangzi, I believe you a ghost. Su-young. This is the truth If you guys don't believe me or else, how about taking me for a soft meal? I don't want to work hard. Directly hug the rich woman's thigh. Shout hungry every day. And the rich woman will feed me soft rice. Oh Zijin. There is such a young and beautiful rich woman? Are you kidding? Liao Zhenghao. That's right. I admit you are more handsome than us. But can you also introduce us to rich women? It doesn't matter if my face is almost as good. I don't want to make an effort. Su-young. This is simple you see a luxury car passing by on the road. Directly rush over and stop it. If it is a woman inside, You loudly call out for mom. See if the rich woman gives you a chance to be rebellious and filial. Oh Zijian. Get out of here, you're pitting us to go in and eat the country. Liao Zhenghao. God quickly strike thunder. There's a rebellious son here who wants to punch a rich woman. Chapter 22 Black Gold Card. Su Yang fooled around with the two spiteful seeds for a few sentences. Then he felt that his freshly drunk brain was shaken a little dizzy by the cell phone. So he threw it aside and didn't bother with these two goods. Ah Yang, are you drunk? Jiang Yao saw Su Yang leaning on the seat with his eyes closed, took out a pack of wet wipes from his bag and pulled out a few sheets, carefully wiping his face. No, my drinking capacity is okay, I don't get drunk that easily, and I can control it, I usually don't get drunk. Su Yang smelled the fresh body fragrance wafting from Jiang Yao's body, slightly opened his eyes and laughed. Sister Yao Yao's soft face looked extraordinarily beautiful under the city night light. What are you staring at me for? Jiang Yao stroked her sideburns and looked at him daintily and laughed. Su Yang's face was hot. He casually found a topic and said, Sister Yao Yao, why are you still wearing a uniform? Didn't you go home? It had to be said that with Jiang Yao's invincible body with a wasp waist and long legs, what kind of clothes she wore were very flavorful, especially her dainty feet that were wrapped in ultra-thin black silk. Stepping on high heels was very moving. Jiang Yao sat back and said with a smile, I went to have dinner with your mom right after I got off work, and seeing that it was about the same time, I rushed straight over to find you here. Su Yang heard Jiang Yao mention his unfamiliar real mom, and her figure also appeared in his mind. Actually, he was quite torn these days. In the past, he had also seen some news on the internet about abducted children being found by their biological parents. At that time, he wondered whether it was the biological parents that mattered, or the parents who raised him. At that time, many internet users said that the grace of raising a child was greater than the grace of giving birth, because the process of raising a child will continue to deepen the kinship between both parties. And now, Su Yang was faced with dealing with the strange mother. Between him and her, there was a whole 21 years between them, and since he was taken away by his father at the age of 1, he hadn't gotten along. It could be said that the most important part of the process of deepening their kinship was missing between the two. So, now it led to, Su Yang didn't know how to control his emotions and get along with this strange mother when he was facing her. Anyway, for Su Yang, Yang Yingyu was a stranger in his eyes. He didn't understand any of her likes and dislikes at all. She also didn't understand any of her preferred personality. The real mother and son, in fact, grew up together since childhood, and a lot of things are in the process, constantly increasing the understanding and kinship integration between both sides. And Su Yang is now with this strange mother, missing this one link, and is still one of the most important growth stages in life. A whole 21 years of disconnection, how can we break it down? In short, he couldn't sort out the specific thoughts right now, he could only take one step at a time. Yang, are you thinking about your mom? Jiang Yao saw Su Yang fidgeting and nestled on the seat, picking up her high heels and kicking him lightly. No. Su Yang came back to his senses, not wanting to admit it, pulled away from the topic and laughed. Right. Sister Yao Yao, just now how did you introduce to my friend that she is my girlfriend? Jiang Yao immediately made a pitiful look of watering eyes staring at him. Is sister not worthy? Although Su Yang knew that she was pretending, but inexplicably he didn't want to hurt her. He reached out and pulled over Jiang Yao's cool hand and held it in the palm of his hand. He smiled and said, Of course it's a match. A perfect 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 match. Jiang Yao tried to hold back her smile. Her phoenix eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. Why is your mouth so sweet today? Su Yang was cheeky, playing with Jiang Yao's delicate little hand. Maybe it's because you suddenly came to me from the sky. I really didn't expect you to come over. Jiang Yao laughed and flirted. Then you said in Wilson that you'll lick me if I come over? Now you're still not quick to lick me? You really take me as a licking dog. Su Yang rolled his eyes and glanced at Shao Qing, who was driving in front of him. Her bodyguard was still there. To lick is not this time to lick. Jiang Yao reached out and pinched him hard, grunting. I knew you were teasing me. Su Yang bristled. When you officially become my girlfriend, I will definitely lick you to the sky. Jiang Yao narrowed her eyes and smiled. Then I'll wait for that day to come. The two of them chatted, and before long, the Rolls-Royce stopped at the downstairs of Su Yang's apartment. While getting out of the car, Jiang Yao pulled Su Yang and shoved a bank card into his hand. This is what your mom asked me to give you. The password is your birthday. Su Yang looked down at this black and gold card lying in his hand, hesitated for a moment or accepted it. Say thank you to her for me. Su-yong pushed open the door and got out of the car. It didn't matter if the strange mother was doing this because of guilt or because she wanted to make amends. He didn't have a reason to refuse, otherwise it would seem a bit pretentious. This thing called money, who doesn't like it? Only, this 21 years of unfamiliar disconnection is not something that can be filled with money. Su-yong returned to his residence. First went to take a bath, and then lay on the bed. In his hand, he held up this bank card that had a very heavy metal feel to it. I also wonder how much money is in it? Su-yong muttered curiously and directly stuffed the bank card into his wallet. He didn't want to use the money right now, nor was he much interested in knowing how much money was inside. It could be said that Su-yong had his own temperament, and he didn't want to use the strange mother's money before he could sort out his relationship with her. Chapter 23. Self-inflicted sins. Time just flew by in the busyness. Unknowingly, a few days had passed. It was soon the next week. When Su-yong returned to the company, he found that several colleagues were getting together to discuss something, marveling in awe. Simply big news, the chairman of Longwei Industrial Group and his son, actually arrested and sentenced. I really did not expect Longwei actually fell so fast. I heard that the day before yesterday was seized the entire group's projects. A number of projects suspected of irregularities, but also bribery to engage in marketing. I also heard, overnight Longwei 2 factories, a site building directly closed. The account was also frozen, dealers and suppliers also stopped cooperation. The bank also, in the name of the loan risk, directly cut off the loan, resulting in Longwei Industries' capital chain all broken. It is said that after this thing spreads out, the site employees make trouble, suppliers to collect debts, pre-purchase home buyers to recover, directly to Longwei Group father and son to almost drive crazy. You said these are still only a small part, that Zheng Longqian heard also committed a fan-X, forced exit, estimated that the inside story is also more complex. I estimate that Longwei Group this time is offended. What big shot. This is also possible. Otherwise, why did nothing happen before? But at this time all burst out? Su-yong listened to the conversation of his colleagues and probably knew what had happened. His eyes flashed with a hint of dullness. Longwei Group father and son? Isn't that Zheng Longqian? He and his father were actually sentenced and arrested? In his heart, Su-yong had already guessed who was behind this event. Otherwise, Longwei Group has been established for so many years, and nothing has happened before. But in the past few days, all of them have been blown up. How can there be such a coincidence? Moreover, this case was handled too fast. Less than 3 days. A company with billions of assets collapsed. Father and son were thoroughly investigated for evidence and sentenced to prison. All of this actually only in 3 days to complete. Under normal circumstances, our dragon country cannot be so fast efficiency. Su-yong shook his head, just sighed in his heart. Self-inflicted sins cannot live. He stopped thinking about it and continued to devote himself to today's work, customizing a business trip plan for tomorrow. Jinqiu is normally a 5-day work system, that is, the weekend rest for 2 days, but this investment meeting is the company's next phase of the focus, and Su-yong has just been promoted to supervisor, so naturally cannot be lazy. The weekend he worked overtime in the company to do the plan. This trip will almost stay in Jiangnan for half a month, because there are too many customers to run. The last 2 days will also be held in the provincial capital of Linen City Brand Conference as well as investment promotion. So the time is still very tight. When he got off work, Su-yong had just finished giving a meeting to the team leaders of the investment promotion department, and when he walked out of the conference room, he received a phone call from Jiang Yao. Yang, do you have time tonight? Jiang Yao's soft and nice voice came out from the cell phone. Su-yong returned to his office, thought for a moment and said, "There's not much to do tonight. Tomorrow I'm going to Linen on a business trip. I originally wanted to relax my brain and go back to playing games. What's so fun about games? Doesn't it smell good to play me?" Jiang Yao said over there with a nourishing smile. "Then you are wrong. The game is much more fun. I have a whole bunch of wives inside waiting for me to spoil them." Su-yong said in a serious manner. "I don't care. You accompany me shopping. Well, these days you have not accompanied me," Jiang Yao said with a splashy look. Su-yong had no way to deal with Jiang Yao, and said in tears and laughter, "Okay then, where can I find you? You come downstairs now. I'm right across the road from your company," Jiang Yao said with a smile on her brow. Su-yong bristled. "Feelings, you are already squatting me, right? I want to see you earlier." Boing boing. Jiang Yao started to be petulant and cute again. Again, she said that she was still 4 years older than her own age. Where did the sister Yao Yao look like a big sister? Su-yong said helplessly. "Then you wait for me downstairs obediently. I'll come down now." "Okay, wait for you." Jiang Yao said sweetly. So mushy. Su Yong spat out a mouthful of words, hung up the phone and headed for the elevator. After the delay just now, not many people were waiting for the elevator now. It was smooth to get on an elevator and came all the way downstairs. Su Yong stood in front of the company, and as soon as he looked up, he saw the Rolls-Royce across the road. Fortunately, Sister Yao Yao also knew to avoid suspicion and didn't drive directly downstairs to pick him up. Otherwise, the news of him getting off work in a Rolls-Royce would probably have spread throughout the company very quickly. Chapter 24, Let Me Be Your Girlfriend. Su Yong crossed the road, then quietly circled around and came to the side with his back to the company building before opening the car door and slipping in. Ah Yong, you're finally here. Jiang Yao saw him sitting on the car, just like a couple, directly pounced over and kissed him messily on his face. Su Yong peeled off her head and skimmed his lips. Why are you taking advantage of me as soon as you meet me? It's hurtful. Didn't you say that night that I was worthy of being your girlfriend? Jiang Yao glared in exasperation. That doesn't also haven't given you a proper name yet. You're only considered a friend now. We're still in the process of getting to know each other. Su Yong amusingly pinched her soft face. Humph, sooner or later. I'll let you fall under my sister's pomegranate skirt. Jiang Yao muttered as she held out her chest. Su Yong glanced at the car that was already traveling and asked her, Where are we going now? Let's eat first, then go shopping and buy a few sets of clothes for you to wear on business trips to meet with clients. Jiang Yao held his arm and laughed. Okay, I have no opinion, Su Yong said indifferently. Sideways, he sized up today's sister Yao Yao. She was typically dressed as a lady today, a floral bubble sleeve dress, revealing her icy skin armpits, and oily flesh-colored stockings wrapped around her very textured legs. A large chestnut-colored curly hair was draped over one shoulder, giving her an imperial style. The pair of crystal high heels that her feet were stepping on were shiny and beautiful. Sister Yao Yao, just how many pairs of high heels do you have? Su Yong couldn't help but ask curiously. It seemed like every time he saw Jiang Yao, she would wear a different pair of high heels, and every pair was new and exquisite. Jiang Yao smiled and rested a pair of calves on his knee, shaking the high heels on her feet and said, Ah Yang, you probably don't know that I'm a heavy stocking control and high heel control girl. I've put at least hundreds of pairs of high heels in my shoe cabinet at home, and every time a new pair of shoes comes out, someone will send them to me, so I basically change them once a day or I really can't wear them anymore. Su Yong pinched Sister Yao Yao's pair of crystal high heels and looked up and down like he was checking out a work of art. This kind of crystal high heels was not the kind where the whole shoe was carved out of crystals. Rather, a layer of pink light shining crushed crystals was smeared on the upper surface of the shoe, making the upper surface look full of refraction, bright, like a layer of pink diamonds. Very aesthetic. What is heavy stocking control again? Su Yong and no girlfriend had to gossip about girls to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao said with a smile like a flower. Is like to wear a variety of stockings. My room has piles and piles of stockings, a variety of colors, various shapes, a variety of patterns, a variety of brands have, basically through the throne belonging to a one-time consumables. What a waste. Where did you throw them? I'll go pick it up. Su Yong grinned, feeling pity. Jiang Yao giggled and stretched out her fragrant fingertips, poking his forehead. When I threw them away, they were all cut up by the housekeeper. What's the use of you picking them up? Then wasn't the stocking I washed for you washed in vain? It took me half an hour to rub it. Did you really wash it? Or else, do you think I'm joking? Haha, since you've washed it for me, I'll take it back to my collection tonight and mark it as the first piece of clothing that Yang washed for me. That said, the quality of your stockings is really thin and slippery, Su Yong said in a serious manner. His big hand then grasped on Jiang Yao's calf with warm fragrance, and continued, That day when I washed it by hand for you, I was really afraid that I would accidentally break it for you. This pair of tight and slender long legs of Sister Yao Yao is really quite invincible, being wrapped by these ultra-thin flesh-colored oily stockings. It is even more full of Imperial Sister's flirtatiousness. Ah Yang, if you let me be your girlfriend, I'll wear all kinds of different stockings and high heels to show you every day. You'll love it. Jiang Yao blinked a pair of dancing eyes and said in a cute manner, Greatly unnecessary. Su Yong rolled his eyes. I'm looking at it every day now. Ah. Then you just want to simply look? The corner of Jiang Yao's mouth curled up slightly. Her feet giggled, kicked off her high heels, and stepped on his knee with her two bare flesh silk feet. Cough cough. Just simply looking is also quite good. Su Yong coughed, feeling that he had awakened some strange attributes. Then you help me rub my feet. People are tired of coming over to find you. Jiang Yao's little feet that were painted with yen red nails stomped and stomped on his knees. Without saying a word, Su Yang hugged her feet and rubbed her feet. His mouth was still serious. Tough on Sister Yao Yao. Aha. Jiang Yao tilted her head and leaned on the car door, looking at him with a smile. Chapter 25. This is supposed to be the life you lead. After not long, the car stopped in front of a luxurious restaurant. Only then did Su Yang reluctantly let go of Jiang Yao's feet and raised his head to look outside. Not going to Wangjiang Pavilion today? Su Yang realized that the restaurant this time was Fortune Residence, which was also one of the famous luxury hotels in Magic City. Let's change our tastes today and eat some authentic Chinese food. Jiang Yao twisted her waist and elegantly wore high heels. That's quite good. I just love Chinese food, Su Yang honestly said. By the way, Yang, this is also a restaurant owned by your mom. Su Yang didn't even know what to say, his strange mother-in-law industry so much. The Chinese food of Fortune Residence was really well done, and it was also the industry of his own mother. Su Yang is naturally not polite, specially picked the expensive, never-eaten dishes to order. After dinner was finished, it just so happened that this side was Su Jiahui. So Su Yang and Jiang Yao directly strolled around a mega shopping plaza in the neighborhood, and in the meantime consumed their food. Since it was the beginning of the nightlife, there were a lot of people in the shopping plaza. Jiang Yao held Su Yang's arm and walked in front of them. There were always passers-by who were attracted by Jiang Yao's beauty and glanced towards them. Su Yang was very unaccustomed to being stared at by that kind of astonished gaze. Like he was sizing up a white boy, he was a bit uncomfortable. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yao noticed his difference and curiously tilted her head to look at him. Sister Yao Yao, your turnaround rate is so high. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Su Yang whispered towards her. Jiang Yao ate and covered her mouth with a smile. What's so uncomfortable about it? I've even tried giving speeches to tens of thousands of people. Just ignore them. Su Yang laughed mockingly. I guess all these people are thinking that a toad, actually walked with a swan. Not a good match at all. His words were really true. He was covered in a set of ordinary branded casual clothes. Jiang Yao's body is a Dior customized lady's set dress, plus her elegant temperament. High heels stepped on the snapping sound. It was really like two worlds with Su Yang. I'll see who dares. Jiang Yao grunted and turned her head to sweep the surrounding pedestrians. That cold gaze that had been cultivated for a long time in the snowy mountain group made everyone subconsciously tense up and avoid it. Only after they came back to their senses did they realize that their backs were actually breaking out in cold sweat. All of them didn't dare to glance at each other anymore and lowered their heads to hurriedly take a few quick steps. Su Yang looked at this amazing scene and sked. Was Jiang Yao that scary? After Jiang Yao retracted her gaze, she brought her soft and charming face over, spreading a smile, her eyes smiling gently. Come on. Don't be depressed, sister kiss. With those words, she was going to kiss Su Yang's face. Su Yang hastily avoided. Stop it. This is still on the street. Yao Yao is not happy. Jiang Yao pouted and made a small temper tantrum. When Su Yang saw her expression, he couldn't help but soften his heart and took the initiative to go over and kiss her cheek. Okay. This is my good young master. Jiang Yao immediately smiled. Armani flagship store, which was one of the world's most recognized luxury brands. Known as the 8 Red Bloods, it was a brand exclusive to the royals of various countries. Its history was so long that it had an extremely deep connection with the royal family. People who could buy clothes inside were at least high-income people of the gold-collar class. Su Yang was pulled into this flagship store by Jiang Yao. Seeing that the store was decorated in a fashionable and luxurious way, he, a wage earner who had just graduated from university, had never really been exposed to this class of environment. A uniformed shopping guide lady immediately greeted Jiang Yao warmly after seeing her. Mr. Jiang, you've come over. I've prepared in advance here. Su Yang glanced at the nameplate of this shopping guide lady. She was actually still the store manager. Jiang Yao, on the other hand, pulled Su Yang and said to this female store manager, Then let's get started. This is the master of your service today. Okay. Don't worry and leave it to us, Mr. Jiang. The female store manager clapped her little hand and immediately 2 more shopping guide ladies came over and went up to measure Su Yang's size. Su Yang encountered this kind of situation for the first time. He could only let them do whatever they wanted. Looking at Jiang Yao from time to time, it was not easy to finish measuring all the sizes of his body. A shopping guide lady had already pushed an entire rack of clothes over for him to try on. Sister Yao Yao. This is... Su Yang looked at Jiang Yao with tears and laughter. Jiang Yao patted his shoulder, came to his ear and exhaled softly. Just enjoy these services at ease. This is supposed to be the life you lead. Just get used to it slowly. Su Yang can only harden his head. Received a set of clothes to go to the locker room to change. From the more casual pants, t-shirts, and casual shoes, to the suits, shoes, belts, and ties for attending formal occasions. Finally, there are cufflinks, collar buttons, and so on, all kinds of clothing, all let Su Yang try all over. Every time Su Yang changed his clothes and came out, he was pulled by Jiang Yao to stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, open his arms and not move, letting her give him all kinds of collocation from head to tail. Chapter 26. You're really going to die of cuteness. Sir, your figure is really suitable for wearing a suit. It looks like your whole aura is different. The female shopkeeper sincerely complimented from the side. It's true. It really answered the words that people rely on their clothes. Su Yang was close to 1.87 meters in height, with a slender and lean figure, half a head taller than Jiang Yao, who was wearing high heels. Although it is a geek, but wins in the young, also a little muscle, coupled with angular handsome face and healthy beeswax skin color. Wearing this pure white cotton mixed with cashmere shirt, with a navy blue thin cashmere slim fit suit on the outside, and a pair of black derby shoes on his feet, he was exactly like a professional model. Jiang Yao was holding a uniform blue geometric striped silk tie in her hand, and was carefully tying it for him, saying with a smile on her brow, "This time, when you walk on the street, Yang, you're definitely going to mesmerize a lot of little girls. Even I can't help but have my heartbeat fluttering." Su Yang's face was flattered red. Cheekily said, "Sister Yao Yao, don't joke, we are not flattered." Jiang Yao giggled, helped him straighten his collar, and softly said, "See for yourself if it fits." Su Yang took a picture of the large fitting mirror, indeed more handsome than before. Jiang Yao had already turned to that female shopkeeper and ordered, "Pack up all the dress shoes that a Yang tried just now, and send them to my car." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, we'll pack up the things here." The female store manager answered in a loud voice and went to work. Su Yang poked Jiang Yao's small waist and whispered, "The clothes I tried on just now are more than a dozen sets, right? Did you buy so many?" "This isn't much. This is what your mom explained me to buy for you. I'll also arrange for them to customize a batch of clothes for you according to your size, to fill up your closet all the way. When the time comes, you'll just change and wear different styles every day." Jiang Yao looked at him with a smile. "My closet will have to be stuffed tonight," Su Yang said helplessly. As for Sister Yao Yao's comment that it was her strange-in-law mom who explained that she wanted to buy it, he didn't pretend that he had to pay for it himself. Anyway, the bank card had been collected, and it didn't matter if he collected some more clothes or something else. When the two of them returned to Su Yang's apartment with big bags, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. "Haha. Yang, you really hung my stockings out to dry?" As soon as Jiang Yao entered and put her things on the sofa, she looked up and saw a black stocking floating on the hanger hanging in the living room. The other day Su Yang watched the stockings drying and then put it back, but didn't know how to keep it. Would it fold out marks or something? So he could only hang it in the living room first. Also carefully used 2 clips on the horizontal bar under the hanger to clamp the soft stockings underneath, instead of directly using the ends of the hanger to prop up the stockings, for fear of breaking or deforming them. Still laughing, "Who let you put it in my pocket? It's still worn. You can still use it to eat without washing it." Su Yang unhappily gave her skin drum a slap. Jiang Yao let out a delicate cry and ate and laughed. Yang, you are really going to cute me to death." Su Yang rolled his eyes, and after turning on the air conditioner, he took a water cup and poured her a glass of water and asked, "When are you going back?" Jiang Yao babbled and dropped her body on the sofa, holding the remote control to turn on the TV like a hostess, yelling, "I'm so tired from shopping tonight. I don't want to go back." "Where will you sleep if you don't go back?" Su Yang was full of confusion. He only had one room in this single apartment. "Can I sleep on the sofa? Don't drive me away." Jiang Yao looked at him pitifully. Su Yang helpless. "I didn't say I want to drive you away. You sleep in my room. I sleep on the sofa." How could he be willing to really let a delicate girl spend the night on the sofa? Jiang Yao spread her face and smiled, giggling. "Still, our young master will feel sorry for me." Su Yang rolled his eyes and walked over to take down her ultra-thin black stockings. "Take it back. Otherwise, if others see me having this at home, they will definitely think I'm a pervert." Su Yang depressedly handed the stockings to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao took it and put it into her bag, glanced at him and laughed softly. "Why do you look like you still can't part with it? Why don't I leave you the one I wore today?" "Stay your ass." Quickly go take a shower. It's not early. Su Yang skimmed his mouth. Jiang Yao's eyes turned. Pickpocket Su Yang's arm. Ah Yang. I didn't bring a change of clothes yet. Righto, what then? Why don't you just go back? Su Yang also remembered this matter. I don't want to go back. You all promised to let me stay. Jiang Yao shook his arm to spill. Then what do you want? Su Yang was pestered by her with no way out, and directly threw the question to her. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up and said with a smile, You give me a clean shirt. I'll just use it as pajamas. Okay. Su Yang didn't have any other way. Anyway, this is what happens in TV dramas. There are many instances of girls using boys' shirts as pajamas. Saying that, he went back to his room and found a white shirt of his own. Chapter 27. Business trip to Jiangnan. You go take a shower first. This towel is clean. Toiletries, I'll go downstairs later to buy you a new one. Su Yang said as he handed her the stuff. Good, trouble our young master. Jiang Yao answered in a delicate voice, holding the shirt and towel, and walked towards the restroom. Her waist twisted in an extraordinarily imperialist style. Su Yang shook his head in tears and laughter, and after hearing the sound of water coming from inside the restroom, he confirmed that she didn't have any problems. Only then went downstairs to the next convenience store to buy a pair of toothbrushes and other toiletries, as well as a pair of fancy girl slippers. When he came back, he passed by the Rolls-Royce and thought about going over and knocking on the driver's door. Young master, what's the matter? Shao Qing lowered the car window, her clear eyes looking at him inquiringly. That. Jiang Yao, she's staying at my place tonight. Do you want to go back first or find a hotel nearby to stay and rest? Su Yang scratched his head and said, It's fine, young master, you don't need to worry about me. I'll take care of my own business. Shao Qing said blandly. Su Yang guessed that she should have gotten used to this kind of life a long time ago and didn't say anything more. All right then, take care of yourself. After saying this, he realized that Shao Qing was staring at him strangely. Only then did Su Yang react. She was a bodyguard, wasn't she underestimating her? It was only that this clear female bodyguard really looked mesmerizing. Subconsciously, he felt that she was just an ordinary girl. Su Yang cried and laughed as he shook his head, waved his hand at her, and carried his things upstairs. When he returned to his housing, Jiang Yao was still bathing in the restroom. Su Yang took advantage of the fact that he still had time to organize his room and took out a new sheet and pillow to spread on the bed. Only then did he hold the bed of futon he usually slept on and put it on the sofa in the living room. After finishing all this, Jiang Yao also happened to come out from the restroom. Her white and greasy face was permeated with red. Floating and convex body wearing Su Yang's shirt will still be slightly loose. Hem just cover the thigh position. There is a kind of underwear missing beauty. Two plain white slender legs kicked Su Yang's pair of slippers. 10 jade toes coated with yen red nails were exposed in front. Very delicate. Come. Change the slippers first. Su Yang washed the pair of fancy slippers he bought and brought them to Jiang Yao's feet. Jiang Yao's red face hurriedly covered the corner of her clothes. Her soft and charming face didn't move and laughed softly. Ah Yang, you're quite attentive. You still remember to buy slippers for me. Su Yang already straightened his waist and rolled his eyes. Don't praise me. I'm afraid you'll fall in love with me. Jiang Yao let out a giggle and smoothed her hair that was sideways on her shoulder. Do you have a hair dryer in your house? Yes, on the desktop. Su Yang led her to his room and pointed at the hair dryer. Do you want me to help you blow it? No need, you go take a shower. It's quite late. Jiang Yao pushed him with her legs together not too nicely. Su Yang didn't think too much, took his pajamas and went into the bathroom. When Su Yang coldly saw a pile of brightly colored clothes lying inside the bamboo basket where he put his change of clothes, he instantly understood why Jiang Yao was a bit strange just now. The next morning, Su Yang was woken up by the alarm clock, quickly turned off the alarm clock and looked up towards his room. Sure enough, the door was still closed. That lazy pig Jiang Yao hadn't gotten up yet. Fortunately, Su Yang had prepared earlier and took out all the clothes he wanted to change today. After gently changing her clothes and going to the restroom to wash up, Su Yang left her a note and did not wake her up, so he carried a trolley case and took a taxi to the company alone. Today, the entire department is leaving for Jiangnan on business, to gather downstairs at the company. Su Yang just came to the company downstairs. Gao Meichin far away to find him waving his hand. Su Yang, this side. Su Yang pulled his suitcase and walked over, smiling and greeting the colleagues he met. After all, he was doing investment promotion work, even if his character was not an extrovert, but at least he should show enough cheerfulness and generosity in socializing. If he couldn't even do this kind of pretense, then he was destined to not have any great development. Manager Gao, are you coming with us too? Su Yang came in front of Gao Meichin and asked with a refreshed look. What he wore today was one of the sets of clothes that Jiang Yao had picked for him last night. A pure white cotton mixed with cashmere shirt paired with navy blue casual suit pants, and a pair of black derby shoes. Although it wasn't that formal compared to Oxford's, it was completely enough to attend business occasions. There was no need for young people to dress too rigidly. Moreover, when Su Yang was working, he would usually deliberately make his eyes look sharper, giving a feeling of firmness and persistence, which would also make him look more mature and stable than his actual age, no longer like a fledgling college fresher. Chapter 28 Walking with Mr. Liu. Gao Meichin sized up Su Yang and smiled. This dress suits you today, very handsome and sunny. I won't have the eye luck to be able to go to linen with you. General Manager Liu will accompany you. She has been a 7 or 8 years old employee in Fairview Trade. Confident eyesight is not worse than others. Eyes Su Yang from the promotion to investment promotion supervisor career after the change, lean and handsome face, also looks more and more confident and calm. Hands and feet also show the young talent of the temperament. Therefore, she was more and more looking forward to Su Yang's trip to linen, what kind of results he could achieve. Sister Qin is joking. Su Yang hemmed and hawed and looked sideways. Mr. Liu will go over with us on the first day? Well, there is a friend of General Manager Liu in linen. She intends to go over to talk in person. She also asked me to call on you. You'll be sitting in General Manager Liu's car today to go over together. The others will drive the company's allotted car. I'll help you lead the team. Gao Meichin nodded, and also pointed him to a Lincoln parked not far away. Su Yang followed the direction and looked over. The black Lincoln just pressed the window down, revealing Liu Rumei's charming and beautiful face, still waving at him with a light smile. General Manager Liu is calling you. You go over first. Leave this place to me. Gao Meichin patted his shoulder. That's fine. Call if anything happens. Su Yang smiled and nodded, pulling his suitcase and walked over. Liu Rumei's secretary, Dai Nier, got out of the car and helped him put the luggage into the trunk before returning to the driver's seat to take charge of the car. Su Yang opened the backseat door and sat up. Inside there was only Liu Rumei alone. Today, she was wearing a very revealing red skirt, which girded her soft waist tightly. Her face was painted with light makeup, exquisite as a picture, good cultivation and pampered temperament, so that she brought her own elegant temperament. Flesh-colored stockings under the hem of her skirt tightly wrapped around her slender legs. Red high heels slanting together, full of moving and charming. Su Yang glanced at her sideways. In terms of mature woman's posture alone, Liu Rumei's revealed charm and temptation was the only mature woman he had seen besides Yang Yingyu, especially since she seemed to innately know how to express her flirtatiousness. The pair of stocking calves under the hem of that skirt moved everywhere. Even Su Yang, who had seen his own strange real mom, couldn't help but stare at her stocking calves for one more glance. It was really a sexy special thing. Little Yang, traveling to linen in the same car with me, an old aunt, won't bring you pressure and discomfort, right? Liu Rumei ruffled the soft big waves resting on the single fragrant shoulder, looking at Su Yang with a smile and wink. After all, in any company, no employee likes to be in the same space as the boss. Where would it be? General Manager Liu looks like saying it is my sister, our people believe. Not to mention General Manager Liu is also so beautiful, with you sitting in a car instead more moody. Su Yang said sweetly. Probably because of the long-time contact with Jiang Yao these days, his eyesight and cognition also greatly improved. Compared to last week in the president's office and Liu Rumei meeting, now Su Yang has more relaxed, but there is no constraints. Liu Rumei giggled a delicate laugh out. You are taking advantage of me, but also sister it. Recall that year he also hugged Su Yang. At that time he was still wearing crotchless pants. Now he actually said that he is his sister. The more you think about it, the more interesting. Liu Rumei covered her stomach and giggled non-stop. Soft and plump mature female body trembled again and again, exuding a different kind of temptation. Even Dai Nier, who was in the front driver's seat, looked at the two from the rearview mirror with some curiosity, not understanding why General Manager Liu seemed to be just a little different from others when it came to treating Su Yang. Su Yang lightly coughed. I'm just making an analogy. I don't dare to take advantage of General Manager Liu. I know, just kidding with you. Liu Rumei carefully observed Su Yang, and found that compared to that day's face-to-face interview, he really gave more maturity and stability. Especially his eyes were deep and bright. The corners of his eyes were like glittering jades, very nice to look at. Mr. Liu, are we leaving now? Dai Nier in front asked softly. Ah! Liu Rumei then realized that she had stared at Su Yang for a little too long, and couldn't help but slightly blush her pink face. Yes. Let's go first. We won't wait for the big group. When Dai Nier started the car and slowly drove off the road, only then did Lu Rumei recovered. Smiling by and by, she handed Su Yang a piece of information. This is the information of the clients you'll accompany me to meet soon after we arrive in Linen later. Su Yang took it and carefully looked through it. His heart was slightly shocked. No wonder Lu Rumei was going to personally come out. This is really a super big customer. Chapter 29 Linen Businesswoman. Linen Businesswoman Song Shuyuan, mainly operating shopping centers, large shopping malls and pedestrian streets. Assets and even from Linen covered the entire Jiangnan, including the magic, are also part of the industry. Su Yang knows that if you are in the business of selling products, you can't get away from the major shopping malls, shopping centers and pedestrian streets, because these locations are the shopping places with the largest flow of people. Once he was able to reach a cooperation with Song Shuyuan, then he would be able to open brand stores in all the major shopping malls, shopping centers and pedestrian streets that she operated. This was a much bigger deal than the members of the investment promotion team below going one by one to run to customers. Therefore, in the face of such a big customer who had the ability and channels to make branded cosmetics, manager Gao Meichin and Su Yang alone were completely insufficient weight, and it was necessary for Lu Rumei to personally go out to negotiate. General Manager Lu, this customer is too important for us to invest this time. We can only succeed but not fail. Su Yang raised his head and said seriously. This investment promotion of the new brand of cosmetics was the most important development of the next stage of Jinsho trade, and it was also the first large-scale investment promotion activity since the establishment of this brand. If Song Shuyuan can be successfully taken down, then it is the same as a good start. Most of the merchants are following the trend of the crowd. Once they hear that such a large volume of companies are cooperating with Jinsho, it will form a scale effect, and can also take advantage of the situation to make the merchants' trust Jinsho greatly increased, and reach a signing of the merchants will be smoother and easier. Lu Rumei looked at Su Yang with a smile. It's good to have confidence, but you don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. Jinsho has already built the image of the new brand and set up the brand division as well as celebrity spokespersons and all the logistical support that should be done, so what kind of results can be achieved, it depends on the luck of the draw. I don't believe in luck. Things happen to people anyway. I will definitely give my colleagues in the department a good start to this one, Su Yang said in a firm tone. Okay, then this time the focus will be given to you to talk about it. Lu Rumei looked at Su Yang expectantly and giggled out. Song Shuyuan and I have actually been friends for many years, so there are some chicken skin things that are not convenient for me to pull with her, and the details are all handed over to you to follow up. No problem. Su Yang confidently patted his chest. Since Lu Rumei was friends with Song Shuyuan, the success rate of this cooperation could naturally be greatly increased. As for what Lu Rumei said, it actually meant that she was responsible for singing the white face while he came to sing the red face. As the value of tens of billions of dollars of assets, they are not suitable to personally go down for a few points of interest to negotiate, which not only appears to the other side of the petty fight, the eyes of the anxious may also affect the feelings. So generally they are drinking tea and chatting to get in touch with the feelings, negotiation of things to their own agent to be responsible for. This time, Su Yang is naturally Lu Rumei's agent. For this business cooperation visit, Su Yang was still very much looking forward to it. Although he is a less than half a year investment commissioner, just last week just promoted to the supervisor, it is certainly difficult to compare with the real negotiator. But Su Yang also did not expect himself to be able to achieve much in this regard. After all, if he is capable, can he still compare to the analysis of dozens of actuarial negotiation geniuses of those top negotiation teams? Therefore, since he had been serving as the investment promotion director, he was more in learning and contact. Look at this business model is how to run, look at cooperation negotiations and how to operate, look at the leaders and how to do things. This is all the survival knowledge that a person must master as soon as possible after entering society. Especially in case he really wants to inherit the family business from that strange mother in the future. Therefore, ever since he learned that he had a rich mother-in-law, Su Yang's life plan for himself had changed. It was no longer to develop himself as an ordinary employee, but to learn all sorts of useful insights. The employees responsible for execution could be hired at a cost, but the leader's brain could need to progress on its own. That's a bit of a stretch. Anyway, the point was to learn and grow in insight and accumulate experience for later use. The Magic City is less than 200 kilometers from Linen and can be reached in about 2 hours by car. All the way Su Yang was looking at Song Shuyuan's information and, by the way, rationalize his thoughts after the interview. Time passed very quickly. Without realizing it, he arrived at Linen City. Because of the early start in the morning, it was only after 10 in the morning, so Su Yang and his group came directly to Song Shuyuan's company downstairs. This linen-rich woman's office building is not inferior to Lu Rumei's in the slightest. More than 30-story office building in the sunshine glittering. The company name is called Honghu Group. Song Shuyuan this year has been the early 40s, divorced with a daughter called Song Amin this year 23 years old, that is, only 1 year older than Suyang. Both mother and daughter in Hangzhou Lake Group as a two-hand, in addition to shopping plaza these commercial real estate, but also do tourism development and real estate, business is doing a lot, the value of more than tens of billions of dollars long ago. Suyang and Lu Rumei got down from the car, and at a glance, they saw a long-legged, thin-waisted, white-skinned beauty waving her hand and smiling playfully walking towards the side. Aunt Lu, you've finally come. Chapter 30, The Nourishment of Love. Su Yang's aesthetics, which had been ruthlessly pulled up by Jiang Yao recently, couldn't help but have his eyes slightly light up and flash a hint of amazement when he saw this beauty. This was an imperial beauty whose appearance seemed to belong to the dainty type, wearing a Gucci black chiffon gauze skirt paired with black high-heeled shoes on a red bottom, showing off her beauty and sexiness. This should be Song Shuyuan's only daughter Song Amin, right? As expected, when this delicate beauty walked closer, she intimately took Lu Rumei's arm and glanced at Suyang, with eyes full of smiles, slightly surprised. Aunt Lu, it's very rare, you would actually bring a little handsome boy over together? This can't be your boyfriend, right? Just talking nonsense. Lu Rumei flirtatiously gave her a glance. Fong was stretching out her delicate little hand to pull Suyang over, introducing him. This is our Fairview's merchant supervisor, Suyang, who came over with me to talk about cooperation. Oh, the delicate beauty blinked her long and charming eyes, let go of the holding Lu Rumei, and stretched out her slim, soft, snow-white hand towards Suyang. Hello, Supervisor Su Right. My name is Song Amin, the general manager of Honghu Group. Hello, Manager Song. I am Suyang. Suyang graciously reached out to shake her hand and let go with a smile. Song Amin lightly smiled and made an invitation gesture. Aunt Lu, Supervisor Su, let's sit upstairs and talk again. Okay. Lu Rumei nodded and led Suyang inside Honghu Mansion. There were a lot of office workers in Honghu Corporation, and along the way they could come across quite a few busy people going in and out. After walking into the special elevator, Song Amin seemed to be chatting casually with Suyang. Supervisor, so you guys came directly from Magic City, right? Although linen is also very prosperous, it still can't compare to an international metropolis like Magic City. Suyang, however, heard from it that this seemingly idle chat was actually prying for information about their coming over. Because the other party was trying to know if Suyang and the others only came to visit Honghu, and if they had any other intended customers in linen. At the same time, it was also implied that Suyang was an outsider in the Magic City, while Honghu Group was a local snake in linen and hoped to occupy more interests if they wanted to cooperate. Therefore, Suyang, in the face of this initial encounter, just a light smile back. Manager Song joking, although the Magic City is the largest economic center city in the country, but linen is also a large economic city. In recent years, the total economic volume are also steadily rising, promoting the rapid growth of linen enterprises. It is also just after the north, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. The development potential can be quite a lot of Suyang has always felt that grasping the psychology of people, in order to more effectively go to their own purposes, whether it is now this kind of business cooperation conversation or formal negotiation analysis, as long as you can study the psychology of competitors or customers, then you can grasp the initiative of the conversation. Although he was still not sure if the other party was an intentional test, but still did not reveal their trip. At the same time, he also used the economy to imply that there are quite a few groundlings in linen, and we have more choices, so if we want to cooperate amicably, we still have to give conditions that can satisfy us. Song Amin glanced at him with some surprise, not expecting that this handsome man had also sensed her temptation and had given a counterattack. Lu Rumei's flirtatious eyes also narrowed a bit, her eyes carrying a light smile. Although she had known Suyang's identity for a long time, so she didn't treat him as an ordinary young man, but at this moment, seeing him and handling it so perfectly, her impression of him also became even more favorable. It was true that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, even if Ying Yu and this precious son of hers were separated for so many years before they recognized each other. But after all, it was their family's excellent genes. Suyang had been observing Song Amin's reaction, and now he was finally sure that his guess was right. If you look at it this way, this cooperation should be stable, at least the other party is obviously interested. Otherwise, they would not be testing themselves like this. The only problem is how the benefits are distributed. Thinking of this, Suyang also could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this investment can have a good start. The elevator quickly arrived at the top floor office. Song Amin led Su Yang and his party in and shouted, "Mom, Aunt Lu and the others are here." A beautiful, beautiful woman in professional attire then got up from her desk and greeted her with a gaudy smile on her face. "Rume, when I received your call yesterday that you were coming over, I've been looking forward to you coming. I've missed you so much." Lu Rume intimately came into a hug with the other party, looked her up and down. Between her eyebrows were all smiles. "Shuyuan, your figure is getting better and better. Less flirting with me. Isn't your figure getting plumper too?" Song Shuyuan gently pushed Lu Rume away. Her eyes crossed her to glance at Su Yang and said, "It couldn't be that you've been moisturized by love, right? Your words are just like minners. No wonder they are mother and daughter." Lu Rume pouted and turned back to Su Yang with a flirtatious smile. "This is the Song Shuyuan I mentioned to you, the president of Honghu Group." "Hello, President Song. I'm Su Yang, the merchandising supervisor of Jinxiu." Su Yang politely greeted and handed over his business card, smiling as he continued, "If it wasn't for Mr. Lu's introduction, I really thought you were Manager Song's sister." His words were not a compliment. The woman in front of him was similar in height to Song Amin, only that her body was even softer and fuller than her daughter's. With a pretty face and delicate makeup, she was quite similar to Song Amin. If not already know that she is Song Amin's mother, Su Yang would really think that they are sisters. Chapter 31, Not Worthy of Being the Queen of Magic City's Own Son. Song Shuyuan stretched out her small hand coated with rhinestone manicure to receive the business card as it let out a light and unique fragrance. Her fox-like flirtatious eyes revealed a hint of a smile. "Supervisor Su is really good at talking. Sit down and chat. My family's minner should be about the same age as you. You guys should have something in common." This president's office was very luxurious. Song Amin had already made tea on the side. Both sides sat down around the coffee table and chatted while drinking tea. "You guys try this tea. This is this year's Mingxian Longjing. It's not bad for me to drink. It's said to be able to eliminate food and lose weight, and lose the flab around the waist and abdomen." Song Shuyuan revealed her porcelain white teeth and smiled, picked up the teacup and took a sip, and rubbed her belly. Su Yang subconsciously glanced at her abdomen. The waist and abdomen that was tightly clung to by the white shirt was smooth and tight. Where can you see half a bit of flab? As expected, women with a good figure will always have a hard time satisfying the pursuit of beauty, just like those women who are obviously very thin but still clamor for weight loss every day. After chatting for a few sentences, Lu Rume put down her teacup and started to get to the point. "Shuyuan, I heard that your Honghu Group intends to operate some self-owned stores. Recently, our Jinxiu just launched a new brand called Maibuya, which contains a variety of products for women and men, covering many areas such as skincare, color cosmetics, hair care, and dyeing, etc. The positioning belongs to the middle and high end in the country, and I think it's quite suitable for us to establish a cooperative relationship." Su Yang duly handed Song Shuyuan and Song Amin the product brochure and publicity pamphlet. Song Shuyuan put the brochure on her slender legs, flipped it open and looked at it, smiled and said, "At present, we Honghu do have a part of spare funds that we would like to take out to do something, your company's new products. I have also had an understanding before, I just don't know if you can do it with this new brand. There are quite a lot of cosmetic brands in the industry that have suddenly gone out of sight." Su Yang calmly introduced for them, "Mr. Song, Manager Song, I can understand your concern in this regard, but we Jinxiu is very serious about this brand. We'll always continue to invest a lot of money, including in research and development, for the anti-aging skincare advantage, already preparing the next generation of replacement new products." After Su Yang briefly introduced, he began to popularize the current status of the cosmetic market to them. The competitiveness of domestic cosmetic brands continues to improve, and the market share has shown a continuous growth trend. It is expected that this year's market size will reach 579.1 billion yuan. Then focus on this new brand of Jinxiu. For similar competitors, what are the competitive advantages and differences in effect? The planning used by Su Yang is also very simple, that is to maximize the strengths and avoid the weaknesses. After the introduction of Jinxiu's new cosmetics, Su Yang also gave Song Shuyuan a general description of Jinxiu's current best-selling cosmetics on the market, as well as Jinxiu's market share in this category. Many consumers would recognize brands, and a cosmetic product that sold well would make consumers aware of the branded company. They will then become potential intended consumers of the new product, and will likely be driven by the promotional advertisements to choose to buy the new product to try. Finally, Su Yang also told the future development plan of this new brand of cosmetics. After meeting the demand of the domestic market, it will also make an effort in the overseas market, seeking breakthroughs in emerging markets. Thanks to Su Yang's almost unforgettable brain power, He knew the industry's information like the back of his hand and had all kinds of data at his fingertips. Song Shuyuan and Song Amin nodded their heads as they listened. They didn't know that Su Yang had only just become the supervisor for a week and thought that it was his personal qualities and abilities, as well as his serious attitude towards his work, that made it possible for him to memorize all these data off the top of his head. Lu Rumei was surprised. Looking at Su Yang's eyes really changed a little. This is still just a week as investment director of the young man? How can he be more familiar with industry data and information than himself? Can only sigh this handsome man who gave himself too many surprises. Attributed to Yang Yingyu, worthy of being the queen of Magic City's own son. Song Shuyuan obviously by Su Yang the familiarity of the domestic cosmetics market, as well as the confidence in the market prospects even more firmly in the heart of the idea. She also didn't hide her intention, spread a smile and said, "I'm very interested in this cooperation of yours. Let's do it this way. Supervisor Su, you talk to my daughter about the details. It's rare for your general manager Lu to come to my company, so I'll take her around for a visit." This was something that had long been envisioned. Su Yang smiled with a calm demeanor. "No problem. I will discuss the details with Manager Song." Lu Rumei also stood up and winked unobtrusively at Su Yang as a sign of praise before she twisted her small waist and left the office along with Song Shuyuan. Both women are fully ripe age, figure firm, face beautiful. Walking always have so a stream of charming strength in that long legs small waist. However, Su Yang quickly withdrew his gaze. His eyes fixed on Song Amin who was sitting in his side direction. Chapter 3200 Stores Program. Song Amin seems to be a little unnatural, stroking the hair at the temples, giggling. "Although you recognized my temptation before, but I'm still very happy to meet a good opponent, management company well. The most important thing is that these experience. Manager Song can help Mr. Song manage such a big company. His ability is naturally very strong. I am also looking forward to this cooperation with Manager Song." Su Yang took a sip of tea and made a serious demeanor. "That's fine. I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. I want exclusivity for the market of this new cosmetic product of beauty skin elegance in linen," Song Amin bluntly said to Su Yang. Manager Song's appetite is really not small. Su Yang's eyes narrowed, his eyes fell on her red lips, smiled and added, "Although I also know Hong Hu's strength in linen, it's really not a problem for you guys to operate this market, but as I said before, linen is developing very fast, and there are always markets in various regions that you Hong Hu can't cover. So if you want to fight for the exclusivity of linen, you need to give your company's promises and guarantees, right? You want to fight for the exclusive right to operate in linen, then you also need to give your company's commitment and guarantee, right?" Song Amin's mouth slightly curled up, he said, "I do not deny that linen and our Hong Hu temporarily did not cover the market, but you cannot deny that the city's busiest road basically have our Hong Hu shopping centers, large shopping malls, as well as pedestrian streets, as for those who have not been covered, but also just a number of poor traffic flow of the streets and counties and towns. Since you are this beauty of the skin of the ya is a high-end positioning, the consumer population must also be in the mid-range. Since your beauty skin elegant is a high-end positioning, the consumer crowd must be more concentrated in the busy places. Do you think there is a more suitable object for you to cooperate with than us?" Su Yang's mouth with a smile, if anything, not moving his hand pointing to the map of Jiangnan spread on the coffee table just now, continued to pinpoint. "I remember that Hangzhou Lake, in addition to commercial real estate in linen, the entire Jiangnan, including the Magic City, also have part of the industry, right? Could it be that Manager Song is not interested in these areas?" Song Amin looked at Su Yang's confident and eloquent talk. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and she was silent for a while before saying, "You have to know that in addition to your Jinshou's beauty skinya, this year, there are also several cosmetic companies that have launched new products as well." When Su Yang heard her point-blank words, he just laughed softly. It's true that several cosmetic brands have launched new products this year, but they don't have enough confidence in the prospects of the domestic market, which will constrain the expansion of these brands in the domestic market, which can be very fatal to your business operations. I think at the moment, except for us, there are no new products that can compete with foreign brands in the short term. While there is more than one in Jiangnan province that can compete with Hong Hu, they should be very interested in taking the opportunity to intervene in this market in linen, or even swallow the whole linen, right? Song Amin was obviously touched by his words, but was unable to object to the obvious fact that it was no wonder Aunt Lu had given the investment promotion department to him to manage. "Supervisor Su, I admit that I underestimated you before." The corner of Song Amin's mouth drew a smile. Her beautiful eyes looked at Su Yang carefully. "Let's put it this way. What requirements do I need to promise you before you can hand over this market of linen to me?" And it's best to also allow our Honghu's industry in other urban areas to take up the market share as well. Su-yong saw that she had gone soft and couldn't help but celebrate the victory by shaking his fist in. This customer is really too crucial. As long as you can take down this mother and daughter, take down Honghu, then you can have a chain reaction so that the entire investment promotion work in Jiangnan can break through more easily. So, hurry to strike while the iron is hot, said, since you Honghu decided to do this new brand, then it is all the more important to do everything possible to seize the first opportunity so as to achieve the effect of a hit. As long as Honghu can promise our company within 3 months in linen at the same time open 100 stores, then we Jinxiu linen this market are all given to you to exclusively operate, and even in the future, you Honghu still want to open stores in other cities as well? Our company can also provide you with the right to operate them. 3 months, same day, opening 100 stores? Song Yamin directly picked out the key point. Su-yong heatedly smiled and said, that's right, according to the time projection that time happens to be the Mid-Autumn and National Day holiday. If we can seize this time period to market this 100 stores plan well, we can definitely grab a lot of market share. It depends on whether manager Song has the courage. Song Yamin naturally also knew that the opening of a new store to gimmick this 100 stores plan is indeed a very bright program, but the entire program needs to use the funds, including publicity costs and so on, will also be more than $1 billion. In the end, Song Yamin still bit her red lips and looked at Su-yong and said firmly, I promise you this condition, but the supply discount that Jinxiu gives us has to be more favorable. No problem. Su-yong was in a good mood, smiling lightly and took the initiative to extend his hand. Manager Song, happy cooperation? Happy cooperation. Song Yamin stretched her delicate little hand over to shake with him. Her beautiful eyes looked at Su-yang's handsome face, slightly blushing with a hot heart. In the business conversations she had encountered so far, there were not many people who could force herself to back down, and this man in front of her was the first. She has seen many young talents at home and abroad, but she just feels that this man in front of her is overflowing with a different flavor, and his smile is also very sunny. In short, it is quite special. It seems that there are still a lot of things she needs to learn from her mom. Chapter 33, The Biggest Bottom. When Lu Rumei and Song Shuyuan, the two beautiful mature women, returned to the office again. Su-yong and Song Yamin, even the brand supply discount of the beauty of Skinya, have been negotiated. Generally speaking, it was normal for a cosmetic agent to have a takeout discount of around 50%. However, in the field of medium and high-end cosmetics, the purchase price could be between 40% and 90% off, depending on the market price and the credibility of the merchant. So this time, because of Song Yamin's concession, Su-yong also appropriately gave a lower discount in his own authority, and the supply discount for all Honghu self-owned stores was given to 4.3% off. This is still the result of both parties' satisfaction only after the two people kept arguing. Equivalent to the retail price of $100 of cosmetics, Jinxiu trade to Hangzhou Group's purchase price of only $43, profit margins reserved enough. Even if Honghu new store opening time to engage in some discounts or buy more gifts can ensure that after deducting the cost of the store, there will be a lot of profit. It is no wonder that Lu Rumei and Song Shuyuan do not come down to talk about it in order to 0.1 or 2 points of the discount talk about it. For their status, it is quite a price. At noon, naturally Song Shuyuan, as the host, treated them to dinner. On the way to the restaurant, Lu Rumei read a preliminary agreement handed over by Su-yong, raised his head in surprise and stared at Su-yong for a while, only to laugh and said, Gao Mei-chin really recommended me a good seedling. If I didn't know that you have only served as the investment promotion director for a week, I really thought that you are the industry's old grease, not only negotiated a cooperation, but also 100 stores for 3 months and supply discounts have not given you the lowest price of the terms of reference, so I'm not sure what to say. I don't want to give you the lowest price. Not to give you the lowest price in the terms of reference, performance is really good. Maybe the promotion of Su-yong was because of Yang Yinyu's relationship belonging to a kind of luck, but now Lu Rumei has believed that Su-yong has the ability and strength to sit firmly in the position of investment promotion director. After all, now he is even Honghu Group's cooperation negotiations, can do to cope with ease, not to mention that Honghu's strength is weaker than the intention of the customer, and the whole of Jiangnan, and how many can compare to Hangzhou? Therefore, after this experience of cooperation with Honghu, the investment work behind will only be more manageable for Su-yong. Su-yong pretended to look embarrassed. Mr. Lu, don't lift me up. I just have my back against a big tree. If I don't have the endorsement of Fairview Business, I don't have the courage to talk to Song Yamin about cooperation. Yo, still modest on, you are not seen with minor talk about cooperation of those young talent is how, either by minor pressure dead, or is pretending to be generous crazy concessions, full of not take the business seriously of the second generation. Lu Rumei did not mince her words and looked at him with a smile. Su Yang could only smile without saying anything. For those so-called young talents that Lu Rumei said, it was estimated that all of them were concerned about Hong Hu's strength, or just wanted to pick up Song Amin before they behaved like this. In fact, for Su Yang, he can cope in front of Song Amin, the biggest bottom line, but originated from that strange mother. Because even if he didn't do this job well, there was still a way back behind him. Although Su Yang now does not consider himself as Yang Yingyu's son, but ultimately will still be in the behavior of her subtle influence. No longer like before, alone, no dependence, can only walk on thin ice, afraid of where to do not do well will be fired at any time and so on. Anyway, it is less scruples about people and things, you can freely play their own ideas, people will also become confident, will not look forward and backward. Not long after, the car stopped in Linen has long been famous in the Hotel Panhai Diaoyutai Hotel Royal Garden Chinese restaurant. This restaurant specializes in Hangang cuisine. It is said that some of the utensils used, or in accordance with the Year Xishi once imperial standard configuration, with a truly royal experience. And just as Su Yang and Lu Rumei got out of the car, accompanied by Song Shuyuan mother and daughter, walked into this restaurant. Inside a low-profile Mercedes-Benz car by the roadside, Yang Yingyu sat in the car, was staring at Su Yang's silhouette through the car window until it completely disappeared in her line of sight. Only then did she let out a light sigh, somewhat downcast. Today she ran from Magic City to Linen, just to be able to take a look at Su Yang. After all, this is her own biological son who is the closest to her flesh and blood. And because of what happened back then, mother and son were separated for 21 years. Although now mother and son are not considered to recognize each other. But how can a mother not want her own baby son? So she just wanted to come and see what he was doing, to see if he was having a good day. Chapter 34. Mommy misses you so much. Aunt Yu, I just received a message from Aunt Lu. I heard that the young master is so powerful this time. Even Min Er was forced to back down by the young master, and could only accept the conditions offered by Yang. Jiang Yao smiled as she held up her cell phone and gave Yang Yingyu the good news. Yang Yingyu retrieved her thoughts and suppressed that thought, casually taking over the cell phone and looking at it. The corners of her mouth would still unconsciously smile once in a while. There are many powerful people in this world, but my home Yonger is the only one. I never care how capable he is, no matter what kind of person he is or what kind of thing he does. I think it's very good and perfect anyway. In my eyes, my home Yonger is the most outstanding and smartest child in the world, and also the most cherished treasure in my heart. Love, this kind of thing, is such that there is no reason to speak of. Because Su Yang was Yang Yingyu's own son, she would hate to give him all the best love in the whole world. That's true, in my heart young master is also the most perfect. Even when I'm in a daze I feel handsome and likable. As long as our young master is healthy and happy for the rest of his life, it's enough. Jiang Yao nodded approvingly when she heard Aunt Yu's words. Some people were just like that, born with someone to love them unconditionally. Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao never put any man in the world in their eyes, only Su Yang. He was just different from others in their minds. They would be intoxicated by the spring breeze because of Su Yang. They would also sigh and toss and turn because of Su Yang. They didn't need Su Yang to have a good personality or how talented he was. He didn't even need to do anything to get all the love from Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao. Therefore, Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao loved Su Yang. Not because he was excellent, but because he was Yang Yingyu's own son. So they loved him, which didn't need any reason. Then no matter what kind of person he is, they will feel good everywhere. Jiang Yao tilted her head and looked at Yang Yingyu, who was staring out of the car window again, smiled and joked. Aunt Yu? Why did you just let Aunt Lu know that the young master is your son but didn't disclose the news to Aunt Song and Minner? Otherwise, Minner would probably be daffy enough to pounce on Yang. After all, Honghu Group relied on Yang Yingyu's power in order to get a foothold in Linen and also helped her take over the family group. Yang Yingyu was in the Honghu Group and had her own personal shares, and was definitely someone that both Song Shuyuan's mother and daughter had to flatter. Yang Yingyu's noble phoenix eyes flashed a trace of compassion. Letting your Aunt Lu know. That's because we need her to help us play match. But if we let your Aunt Song and Minner know again, it'll be equivalent to everyone putting on a show for my family's Yonger to see, and I don't like that. Jiang Yao held Yang Yingyu's arm and sighed in admiration. Auntie Yu, you're really a doting young master na, considering everything so meticulously. Yang Yingyu pinched this niece's face and slightly pursed her lips and laughed. You girls still have the nerve to say, last night you spent the night over at Yonger's side? Was it fun? Where's the fun in that? Young master didn't even sleep with me. He went out to sleep on the sofa by himself, and when he woke up, he left a note saying that he went to work and left me alone. Jiang Yao spat her bitter words at Aunt Yang. Then you even overslept in the morning? I thought you wouldn't even come back today because of your physical inconvenience. Yang Yingyu teasingly laughed. Auntie Yu, this has nothing to do with me. I quietly left the door unlocked for young master last night and thought he would come in. Who knows that I waited for the middle of the night and didn't see any movement, so that's why I overslept. Jiang Yao said aggrievedly. You slept in my son's bed. Still aggrieved. Yang Yingyu's fragrant fingertips poked her head. Jiang Yao's face that looks as beautiful as a flower is immediately a little embarrassed, blushing and said, Actually there is one more thing, young master's bed carries his flavor. It's so comfortable to sleep. Unknowingly I slept until more than 9 o'clock. Yang Yingyu glanced at her with some envy. Her eyes complicated. It's almost time to give Yonger a new house. My heart aches for him to live in that house. Then when young master comes back, I'll take him to pick one in the May Garden Villa area? Jiang Yao said suggestively. Well, I'll leave this matter to you. Yang Yingyu's gaze couldn't help but drift outside the car window again. Yonger, mommy misses you so much. Chapter 35 At Your Mercy. Inside the private room of the Imperial Court Chinese restaurant, Su Yang and his party were seated in groups of guests and hosts. Song Shuyuan had already heard about the previous negotiation process from her daughter and looked at Su Yang with a more appreciative look, raising her red wine glass with a smile. Supervisor Su is really a person who can achieve great things. I just learned from your general manager Lu that you have just taken up the position of investment promotion supervisor for less than a week, and you are still a year younger than our Minner, so why don't you just come to Honghu and help me out, don't go back to Jinxiu. Lu Rumei lightly pushed her and scolded with a smile. Where is the digging in front of my face? You are too blatant. Su Yang smiled as he raised his teacup and clinked it with Song Shuyuan. Mr. Song overpraised me. Our general manager Lu has promoted me. I'm still counting on general manager Lu to give me a bonus after the end of this mission, so I can't forget my roots on this. He wouldn't take this linen-rich woman's words seriously. Jokes on the wine table were only used to liven up the atmosphere. Moreover, even if Song Shuyuan really had this intention, Su Yang would not jump ship just like that. Otherwise, after such a deed in his career, who would dare to trust and use him with confidence in the future? When Lu Rumei heard Su Yang's words, she couldn't help but be happy, a smile hanging from the corner of her eyebrows. That's right. We at Jinxiu don't treat our meritorious ministers poorly, so don't hit on our supervisor Su's idea anymore. Really don't think about it? Song Shuyuan, however, seemed to be serious, slowly and leisurely putting the red wine to her sexy lips, but her gaze was still fixed on Su Yang. If you come to work at Honghu, maybe both Minner and I will all listen to you and be at your mercy. This is a little ambiguous. Attracted her next to Song Amin face flew on 2 red clouds, shyly ranting, Mom, what are you talking about? Su Yang is still not slow and easy to smile. I prefer to be able to cooperate with Hangzhou in all aspects. Embroidery and Hangzhou are very powerful company. The combination of strength can certainly play a different style. He wasn't the type of person to panic in the face of temptation, and he had a keen sense that the other party was carrying a hint of temptation in it. Sure enough, Song Shuyuan's smile became even more flirtatious, and she couldn't help but eat a smile and said, You really can't underestimate young people. Then I wish Supervisor Su an early high promotion, and in the future, cooperate more with us Honghu in other projects as well. I borrow your honorable words. Su Yang smiled and raised his glass in honor. In fact, on the way here, Song Shuyuan felt from her daughter's tone of voice that she had some good feelings towards Su Yang. After all, mother and daughter's hearts are connected, and over the years, her daughter saw that those so-called young talents were disdainful, but just now, in the car, she complimented Su Yang for a few sentences. This naturally cannot be Song Shuyuan think too much, afraid that the other side is running to the family's money, or even people and money. After all, after so many years in the business world, Song Shuyuan had seen all kinds of excellent young people, but even if they were excellent, she would not be interested in them. After all, in front of her status, there were too many young talents who deliberately displayed themselves for various purposes. However, now that it was about her own daughter, she couldn't afford not to be interested in it. Moreover, when Song Shuyuan took Lu Rumei on a tour of the company, she also had a vague feeling from Lu Rumei's attitude and words that this young handsome man was not an ordinary supervisor working for Jinxiu. After all, she had known Lu Rumei for many years, and naturally understood her temperament and past. According to the previous Lu Rumei, she had never brought a male subordinate along with her on a business trip, and even rode in the same car. That's why Song Shuyuan and Song Amin would laugh and tease her at first, both thinking that Lu Rumei and this male subordinate were not having some kind of ambiguous relationship. But now, it seemed that there was no such relationship between the two parties, which made it even more strange. In short, this supervisor Su's body, as if there were still some secrets and stories hidden, very much aroused Song Shuyuan's curiosity about him. It wasn't long before the sumptuous Hangzhou dishes were sent up one after another. After a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere also warmed up, and the topic unfolded casually. Supervisor Su is staying in Linen these days, right? Why don't you let Minner accompany you for a good spin? Song Shuyuan looked at Su Yang with a smile on her face. Her plump legs that were slung together showed off the soft lines and the flirtatiousness and elegance of a mature woman. Since she had dispelled some doubts in her mind just now, she didn't prevent her daughter from making friends with him, and she had a good impression of this young man, and by the way, she also wanted to dig deeper into the secrets of this young man. With her status and failed marriage in the past, it is completely impossible to find a truly assured other half, so she never had the intention of remarrying, but she did not want her daughter to be like herself, affected by her failed marriage, resulting in her not having any friends of the opposite sex. At this rate, she was really worried that her daughter would end up alone like herself. Chapter 36. Let Queen Yang clean up her mess. Su Yang glanced at the beautiful-looking Song Amin and found that her eyes were also somewhat expectant, so he thought for a while and said, I still have work to do during this period of time, and our departmental colleagues are still visiting customers in other cities in Jiangnan. So after I'm done with my work, I'll be able to take a good turn around Linen. Then it's a deal. When the time comes, I'll take you around Linen and check out the market in the meantime. Song Amin smiled as she hooked up her red lips, inherently carrying a provocative and sexy charm. This mother and daughter were both beautiful women with excellent figures, looks, and temperament, and even the charm on their bodies was the same. Can only say, not worthy of being a mother and daughter. Su Yang raised his teacup and clinked it with Song Amin and said, Then I will trouble manager Song. Lu Rumei eyed Su Yang's social skills of talking and laughing freely, appreciatively nodded her head secretly, with a flirtatious smile on her face. I suddenly remembered something. Today Supervisor Su came here with me, but later I'm going back to Devil's Mane. Shuyuan, can you lend me a car for Supervisor Su to use during this period of time? He has a lot of running to do. Although the company also had an investment team that was coming to Linen to assist Su Yang, and would definitely not be short of vehicles, she still made this request, utilizing this kind of small favor to help each other out, and letting Su Yang and Hong Hu Sai draw closer as soon as possible. This is adult socializing, not afraid of owing favors but afraid that you won't mention it, the more afraid of troubling the other party. Both sides will only become more estranged. Of course there's no problem. The car is just a car. There's plenty of it. Song Shuyuan was really happy to agree. Her fingertips coated with rhinestone nails gently twirled on the red wine glass, and with a sideways glance, she gave this opportunity to Song Amin again. Minner, I'll leave this to you. It's easy for you young people to communicate. Okay. I'll have someone send a car over later. Song Amin smiled at Su Yang, her beautiful eyes that were charmingly flowing. Although she did not intend to seduce, she still released a different kind of coquettishness. Then I'm so grateful to Mr. Song and Manager Song. You guys have helped me a lot. Su Yang gazed at Song Amin's long and charming eyes and politely expressed his gratitude. Fortunately, during the summer vacation of the university, he took advantage of the vacation with his classmates to get his driver's license, and just now, because there was still work or tea instead of wine, otherwise borrowed the car could not drive. All partners, just a show of hands. Song Amin winked, then picked up his red kunbeo and sent a message for someone to arrange for a car to come over. When the wine and food were full, the group of people re-entered Honghu Mansion. Su Yang and Song Amin continued to follow the agreement they had negotiated in the morning and added some other details. For example, the advertising and marketing costs of the 100-store program. Su Yang and Song Amin also negotiated that both companies would each bear 50%. After all, this is also considered to increase awareness and brand value to the new brand Beauty Skin. Jinxiu still need to give half of the subsidy. As for the rest of the joining deposit and linen area of the agency fee, in front of the capital cost of $1 billion in 100 stores, it seems insignificant. After talking about these details and making an appointment to formally sign the contract at the investment promotion meeting held in Linen at that time, Su Yang and Lu Rumei got up to take their leave. Song Shuyuan mother and daughter personally sent them downstairs. Song Amin took the car keys from the female secretary and walked to Su Yang's side with a fragrant breeze, pointing at the black Mercedes Maybach parked at the door. Supervisor Su, considering that you still have to meet various clients later, I took the liberty of picking a more formal business car for you. If you are not used to driving it, feel free to find me to change the car. Su Yang looked at this delicate woman with a smile on her face and the breeze blowing her long hair, shook his head and smiled. There's no need to change it. You picked just the right one. Then I'll see you some other time. Feel free to call if you need help. Song Amin playfully winked and handed him the car keys. No problem. Soo-young also smiled and winked and made a phone call gesture before he opened the car door, said goodbye to Song Shuyuan and Lu Rumei, and finally waved at Song Amin again before he got into the car and started it. He also had to go to find the investment promotion team assigned to Linen to gather. The work has just begun, today just out of the first step of success. Lu Rumei looked at Su Yang's departing car shadow, looked at Song Shuyuan sideways with deep meaning, and said with a smile, Shuyuan, I have to say, you made a pretty correct decision today. Oh? You mean the new cooperation between our companies? Song Shuyuan didn't quite understand what she meant by that. Yes. Lu Rumei covered her moist and sexy lips and giggled, also twisting her hot and mature body to get into her car, and waved goodbye to her. Song Shuyuan shook her head and lost her smile. This demonic elf has been a friend for so many years, still playing riddles in front of me. Really should let Queen Yang pack her a meal only. Chapter 37 Linen Investment Promotion Conference. On the other hand, Su Yang drove the Maybach and went straight to the hotel where the linen investment promotion team was staying. Jinxio's treatment for employees is still very good. Like the expenses of this business trip, the finance will deposit the budget into the bank card in advance and distribute it to the business trip employees. Of course, this business trip fee belongs to the pre-borrowing. After returning to the company, you need to fill in the business trip schedule and invoice to offset. If there is no reason to spend, it will be deducted from their salary. Su Yang, as the investment director, received a budget card of 100,000, business trip to live in the hotel. The highest standard can reach the luxury suite. Ordinary employees can only live in the standard room at most. This is the epitome of class hierarchy in society, including catering, communication, and other expenses, will be allocated according to different levels of corresponding treatment. Su Yang came to the deluxe suite that his colleagues had booked for him, and first looked at the battle reports sent from the various regions in the group. The first day is basically in the visit in the company on the phone to communicate with the intention of the customer, but the harvest is not big. After all, some areas are farther away. A lot of people in the afternoon has just arrived in the area they are responsible for. Su Yang viewed the general situation. Announced just reached with Honghu Group 100 stores plan. Colleagues in the group are naturally very surprised, even those who have already taken a few signed customers, but also for such achievements jaw-dropping. After all, in their plan it would be good to get something today. But they didn't realize that Supervisor Su had already taken 100 stores. Boss is awesome. With Honghu Groups as an example, we'll have more confidence when we introduce it to our customers. That's right. Supervisor Su has really opened a scary door this time. This is a great help in promoting customers to sign up. Su Yang did not get carried away, and after encouraging his colleagues, he let everyone continue to push forward with their respective work arrangements. At present, Linen's market has been exclusively handed over to Honghu to operate, so he also had to recall the investment promotion team on this side and rush to other cities to help. Standing in front of the suite's floor-to-ceiling windows, Su Yang looked at the scenery outside the window, lit a cigarette and was organizing his thoughts. According to the information analyzed in the current perceived, Lu Rumei and Song Shuyuan's personal relationship is indeed very good. In that case, in order to facilitate their expansion in the Jiangnan market in the future, in fact, the provincial representative of Jiangnan can also be handed over to Honghu to do. But this was all for the future, at least after the opening of the 100 stores program, so that Honghu could see the profits and prospects. They would consider the matter of expansion. But with this idea, Su Yang naturally also want to adjust the entire Jiangnan district investment work in advance, as far as possible, so that Hangzhou Lake in Jiangnan province to grasp a heavier discourse. Busy days always go by especially fast. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang was running around in various cities in Jiangnan for more than 10 days. During this period of time, because of the Honghu Group's case of cooperation, those potential customers in Jiangnan also increased their interest in Jinxio's new brand of cosmetics, so the number of customers negotiated also exceeded expectations. After all, the economic trend of most of the cities in the country are closely following the provincial capitals. Linen, if Jinxio's beauty can be done up, then the other cities will also be popular soon. Therefore, on June 29th, Su Yang drove back to Linen alone, because in a couple of days was the day when Jinxio Business and Trade organized a large-scale investment meeting in Linen. Su Yang had to come over in advance to help manager Gao Meichin prepare for the investment promotion meeting. Other members of the investment team will also be rushed over tomorrow. By the way, notify those customers. In July 1st to Linen investment promotion site officially signed. After Su Yang arrived in Linen, he first called manager Gao, inquired about her location, and then drove over to find her. Linen Kaiyuan Mingdu Hotel, which is the largest 5-star business hotel in the whole of Jiangnan, is also the day after tomorrow Jinsho Trade held investment promotion meeting venue. Su Yang then met Gao Meichin again in the presidential suite of the hotel. Chapter 38 Socializing on Purpose. Little Yang can I didn't expect your first battle after taking office to be fought so beautifully. Gao Meichin pulled Su Yang to sit down in the suite's parlor, a pleased smile on her charming face. It's still thanks to General Manager Liu giving us a good momentum on the first day. Otherwise the investment work behind won't be so smooth. Su Yang smiled modestly. Liu is not so say, she said you talked down with the general manager of Hangzhou Lake, and Hangzhou Lake at the beginning even if there is the intention to cooperate, but also only intends to open a dozen to try the market. There is no plan to open so many stores. Are you pinpointed Hangzhou Lake general manager, which agreed to 3 months 100 stores of the plan. Gao Meichin handed over a cup of coffee. Appreciatively looked at Su Yang said. She is busy today in the investment promotion preparations. The body is still wearing a professional skirt suit, simple and elegant white shirt, revealing a small piece of white skin. The lower body is a package hip skirt plus meat stockings. Looks also considered a beauty. Only Su Yang, after seeing Lu Rumei and Song Shuyuan, a beautiful mature woman with stunning beauty, as well as his own unfamiliar in-law's mother's splendor, but did not have any special feelings for Manager Gao. So, just took the coffee and hemmed and hawed. Then this is thanks to Manager Gao introducing me. Otherwise I wouldn't have this opportunity. Really good. Just finished winning the battle, still not proud. Gao Meichin patted his shoulder and happily continued. This period of time has been hard for you. You should rest for 2 days. Just leave the investment promotion matters to me to deal with. Mr. Liu explained to me that you still have an appointment with the general manager of Honghu. You can't let them off the hook. Manager Gao, how can I use the time for work to do personal things? Wait for the end of the investment promotion meeting and then go to the appointment is fine. Su Yang cried and laughed a little. This can't be considered a private matter, socializing with business partners. That's the normal scope of work. We still have to reimburse your expenses. Gao Meichin squeezed her eyebrows and flirted. Su Yang just wanted to say something else. His cell phone happened to ring, pulled it out and took a look at the caller ID. All right, Manager Gao. Then I'm going to socialize by order. Su Yang somewhat bitterly smiled and raised his cell phone towards Gao Meichin. Gao Meichin naturally saw the 3 words Song Amin displayed on it and said with amusement, as long as you can rush back tomorrow night to attend the investment promotion meeting the day after tomorrow, I'll help you cover the other things. Su Yang heard her say this, so he stopped being polite, got up and excused himself while walking out, while picking up the phone. Manager Song, good afternoon. Supervisor Su, when are you going back to Lin and Didn't forget the agreement with me, right? Song Amin's sexy voice came from the phone. Su Yang couldn't help but see Song Amin's charming figure in his mind. He smiled and said, how can I forget? I just arrived in Linen today. Where are you? I'll go over to find you. That's great. Come to Honghu. I'll wait for you at the company. No problem. Then we'll talk after we meet. Bye. Bye. After hanging up the phone, although Su Yang didn't want to be too narcissistic, he always felt as if his attraction to beautiful women was just a lot greater than before. Or was it because the current him was more confident than before? The root cause of his greater confidence and self-assurance came from that strange mother-in-law. During this period of time, although Su Yang had been busy with his work, he still thought of that noble and dignified figure in the dead of night, or when he was sending a message to Jiang Yao. I don't know, how is she doing these days? Su Yang inexplicably a little melancholy, until the ding sound, the elevator door opened, only then shook his head and walked in, downstairs and drove to Honghu Mansion. The Kaiyuan Mingdu Hotel was not too far from Honghu Mansion. The journey was about 20 minutes or so. Not long after, Su Yang drove the Maybach to Honghu's downstairs, just as he took out his cell phone and wanted to call Song Amin. Through the car window, however, he had already seen Song Amin walking straight towards his side. I thought you were really going to stand me up. Song Amin pulled open the passenger door and sat up with a smile, her long, slightly curly hair fluttering gently. Su Yang smelled the scent that wafted over, sideways head while measuring her, while laughing. Whose pigeon I let go, but also dare not let go of Song Manager You are my precious person, this investment work The first time he saw Song Amin, he would probably be more attracted to Su Yang by the mature elegance of her mother, Song Shuyuan, attracting more of Su Yang's attention. And at this time to see her again, but had to sigh have a mother so, as the daughter of Song Amin, is also a delicate special thing. She was tall with a sharp face, had a pair of snow-white long legs, wearing a pink floral dress. Her slim little waist outlined sexy curves. The corner of her mouth was smiling. Her watery eyes were very delicate. Then can you stop calling me Manager Song? This isn't a formal occasion for work. Song Amin put on her seatbelt and leaned back in her seat to give him an angry look. Her two slender thighs were tightly sewn together. It's okay. Soo-young started the car while tilting his head and asking her with a smile. I just don't know what I should call it appropriately. Song Amin? Amin? Or Xiao Min? Song Amin giggled and laughed out, laughing delicately. Still Xiao Min, you're still a year younger than me. Not letting you call me Sister Min is considered cheap. Then I'll call you Yi Min. Soo-young obediently took it, then asked her, where are we going first? I'm not familiar with Linen. Although his hometown was also a certain rural area in Jiangnan, he really hadn't spent any time in Linen, and this investment promotion work was the first time he came over. The West Lake is quite beautiful in this season, but let's go eat dinner first. Song Amin leaned over, stretching out the slender little hand painted with red and pink mixed manicure, inputting the destination in the car's navigation. Soo-young naturally had no problem with it. The guest follows the host. Just listen to her arrangements. Chapter 39 Night Tour West Lake. Linen Lu Wai Lu, which is considered an old signboard of linen, is also one of the most famous Hangzhou cuisine restaurant. The location is located in the beautiful West Lake, has a long history of many years, has received many celebrities, heads of state and many foreign VIPs. Soo-young, of course, is still the first time to come. Looking at the door of the building outside the building, business is indeed quite prosperous. If you are looking for a place to eat in the field, in the case of not familiar with the local environment, it is best to pick the kind of store with many guests. After all, good taste in order to have repeat customers. If the cold and quiet restaurant, even the locals do not patronize, naturally there will be a problem. Song Amin had already booked a location in advance. Soo-young parked his car and came to a private room under the guidance of the waiter. The dishes in this restaurant are all quite good, especially the signature Westlake vinegar fish, dompa pork, longjing shrimp, and barking boy chicken here. The flavors are all very authentic. I used to have friends over and would bring them over to try them. If there is something you are not accustomed to eating, we'll call the waiter to come over and change some other dishes. After Song Amin finished ordering, she poured tea for Soo-young while looking at him with a smile as she introduced him. Feel free. I'm not a picky eater anyway. Soo-young didn't move and swept a glance at her long, slender and rounded legs under the hem of her skirt, and looked at her delicate face and asked with interest, usually with the title of friend, you should actually be a boyfriend, right? You bring me here to eat. Not afraid of him misunderstanding. What boyfriend, ah? Song Amin raised her small fist and gently smashed his shoulder, covering her red lips with a fluttering smile. My friends are all girls, right? Besides, if I had a boyfriend, I wouldn't eat alone with the opposite sex. Then you are quite good at taking care of your future boyfriend's emotions, ah. It is true that a beautiful woman like you eating alone with the opposite sex is a man are not assured. Soo-young was quite appreciative of her and said with a smile. Song Amin pulled over a chair and sat down beside Soo-young. Her watery eyes looked at him with interest and asked rhetorically, what about your girlfriend? Won't be jealous, right? Soo-young unconsciously thought of Jiang Yao, but the two of them hadn't really determined the relationship between male and female friends, so he pretended to be dashing and waved his hand. Where would I have a girlfriend, ah? Otherwise I would definitely introduce you to know. Then it's a deal. The next time you come to Linen, it's almost the best time to eat hairy crabs in Yangqing Lake. I'll treat you to them. Song Amin giggled for a long time. The food that had just been ordered was also sent up one after another at this time. Soo-young and Song Amin chatted while eating, not talking about business but only talking about the topic between friends, and they got to know each other better. Song Amin's mother, also known as Song Shuyuan, divorced when she was very young and took her to live alone. So she grew up with her mother's surname Song. College was at the Seven Sisters Women's College in Rice, one of the 7 traditional elite liberal arts colleges in northeastern Rice, all of which only admit female students and have produced numerous well-known alumni. After graduating last year, she returned to China to help her mother take care of Honghu Group's affairs. Therefore, cooperation like this one with Jinsho Commerce was also considered a project that her mother had handed over to her for training. Soo-young naturally didn't hide his situation, except for the fact that he only recently realized that he had a strange mother. He roughly told Song Amin about it. Song Amin didn't change her attitude towards him just because he grew up in the countryside. Perhaps for her, who was rich in materials, the feeling of getting along was rather more important than the so-called door-to-door relationship. Then in that case, we're also half a hometown, ah. Song Amin smiled as she picked up a teacup and took a sip, her lipstick-painted lips somewhat sexy. Sort of. Soo-young smiled slightly. Speaking of which, although he grew up with his father in the rural areas of Jiangnan, but according to his strange own mother, shouldn't he also belong to the magic city? After finishing dinner, the sky had also darkened, the lights were on, and Linen, a city with both historical heritage and modern vitality, also showed a different flavor and exuded a fascinating luster. Su Yang and Song Amin out of the building, bought 2 cups of milk tea on the side of the road, and began to walk slowly along the West Lake. Many people come to Linen to travel. The essential attraction is certainly the West Lake. So many years ago, the West Lake has almost become Linen's tourism card and cultural symbols. Especially now is not a holiday, so there are not many tourists. The daytime hustle and bustle is also gradually receding, so that the West Lake has a few more points of elegance and tenderness. Song Amin, in order to do the landlord's friendship, but also directly chartered a boat, pulling Su Yang night tour of the West Lake. Chapter 40 Legend of the White Lady. TSK. Just the 2 of us on the boat. You're not afraid that I'll kidnap a little rich girl like you? Su Yang sidled over and looked at Song Amin, who was leaning on the boat railing and sucking on the milk tea to scare her. The painting boat was slowly traveling on the West Lake, neon flashing, the breeze on the face, the Pingu Lake autumn moon, the 3 pools and the moon and other classic landscapes in the light of the unique flavor. Song Amin took her bag over and giggled. This is all I have on me. If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Don't kidnap me, okay? Su Yang laughed. Then I'll wait for you to go home before I kidnap you. The 2 of them gradually became familiar with each other and were able to make some small jokes. Men have a lot of desires, but many of them are suppressed by life. And Su Yang also became confident and calm during this period of time because of his birth, and his character changed a little. At least no longer like before, in the face of Jiang Yao talking to blush. Song Amin's smile became more and more bright, sweetly said, "This little brother of yours is still quite bold, ah. Is it this knight Zizhang, when stepping on the moon to take it?" Su Yang naturally heard of this phrase. Chu Luxiang wanted to steal the letter left by the white jade beauty, pretending to be surprised. "You mean, let me go to your house tonight to steal you away? If you dare to come, my mom will have to break your legs." Song Amin lifted up her sideburns that were messed up by the lake breeze and gave him a coquettish glance. The lake breeze pressed against Song Amin's skirt, showing even more of her shapely silhouette. Did Aunt Song turn out to be so ferocious? Su Yang made a look of fear and took a sip of milk tea to suppress his shock. Song Amin looked at him with a smile. "Yes, my mom is the best at pinching energetic little guys like you. Yi Min, I found out that you're actually still an old CG in private, huh?" Su Yang sized her up with a changed look. Song Amin lost her smile and said, "Don't you want to know the more real me?" "Of course I want the real you." Su Yang sucked on his milk tea and looked at her flirtatiously. "Hate." Song Amin felt that she was being molested and raised her high heels to step on him. Su Yang reacted quickly and dodged. Song Amin, however, stepped on an empty foot and let out a cry. Her body involuntarily fell into his arms. Su Yang hastily reached out to hold her slender waist, but it was a full grip, extraordinarily soft, and the good-smelling fragrance also came to his nose. "Ah, I'm sorry for getting your clothes wet." After Song Amin stood steadily, she realized that the milk tea she was holding spilled out, and it all poured on Su Yang's body. "It's okay. The weather is hot. It will dry up in a while." Su Yang didn't move and let go of her thin waist, stepped back and checked the situation on his body. He was carrying out investment promotion work during this period of time, and the clothes he wore every day were white shirt with casual suit pants, so just now, he was so focused on feeling the wonderfulness of the beautiful person in his arms that he didn't even feel that his white shirt had already been infiltrated by the milk tea to the point where it had turned into a tea color. Song Amin's charming face was slightly red. Obviously, she was just embraced by a stranger of the opposite sex for the first time, and also crashed into his arms, was also a little shy. However, she still pretended to be calm and unconcerned and hurriedly from her bag, rummaged out a silk-embroidered handkerchief, went to wipe the milk tea in front of his heart, but reflected Su Yang's faint pectoral muscle outline, making her blush even more heart-hot. West Lake turquoise waves, was neon flashing sparkling, lake and mountain colors reflect, as if the stars sprinkled among them in the swing. Boats come and go on the lake, reflecting the prosperity of both sides of the lake. After 1,000 years of vicissitudes, Leifeng Tower, under the color of the night, more ancient style and charm. Su Yang, in order to avoid the atmosphere of embarrassment, reached out and grabbed her handkerchief to wipe themselves, pointed to the Leifeng Tower standing on the lake, casually changed the topic and asked her, "This Thunder Peak pagoda in linen of yours, Is it suppressing the white lady down there or not? Song Amin froze for a moment, giggled. You really asked the right person, I tell you. As early as 1924, this Leifeng Tower accidentally collapsed, but at that time there was no repair conditions until 2001 with the reconstruction of the Leifeng Tower. There are archaeological teams to blockade the start of archaeological excavations, and ultimately found that the tower is really a hidden mystery, actually found a boulder-sealed door. A boulder-sealed door. Will not really have the white lady, right? Su Yang had just casually asked, but now he was really curious. Song Amin smiled and continued. Whether there is a white lady depends on whether you believe it or not. Anyway, in the end, the archaeological team used lifting equipment to move away the boulder, and what was suppressed below was the entrance to a mysterious dungeon, which was decorated with a lot of silver and gold offerings, and there was also a gilded pagoda, and what was preserved in the center of the pagoda was a piece of the most precious treasure of the Buddhist sect, a Buddha's hair, and there were also a lot of other precious artifacts. And the mysterious thing also came, one of the gold box actually sleeping inside a small white snake. At that time these archaeologists can be hard to scare, did not dare to move the inside of the small white snake, plans to bring it back to the museum as is, but the last bizarre is that the small white snake actually disappeared, the gold box has not been opened traces. Some people say that this little white snake is the white lady because the Leifeng Tower collapsed, and the archaeological team lifted the boulder seal so it ran out from inside. Anyway, because of this incident, the Leifeng Tower also became more mysterious. Su Yang really didn't know about these things. Listening to it, how come I haven't heard of it? It can't be that you made it up yourself to trick me? Song Amin licked her red lips with a smile. Why would I lie to you? At that time, this matter was also on the news. Those artifacts are now stored in the Jiangnan Provincial Museum. Su Yang looked at Song Amin's red lips. In the night color adds a few points of seductive as snake demon. Shocked wide-eyed, said, then you would not be the white Sujinit? The story is not known to be true or false, but as long as there is a reason to play to your heart's content, it will still be fun. Song Amin immediately changed her expression to a coquettish and seductive one and said daintily, then you wouldn't be Su Xian, right? Su Yang shook his head. No, I'm Fa Hai, to take you, the snake demon. Song Amin smiled flirtatiously, glanced at his pants, and her scarlet little tongue licked her lips again. I'm just a handless mortal, master, don't arrest me. Wow, still saying you're not a snake demon. I'll summon divine thunder and take you into the Thunder Peak Tower. Su Yang pretended to raise his hand to the sky. Song Amin laughed her ass off, her mouth was still stiff. If you can summon divine thunder, I'll call you your good brother. As soon as the words fell, the sky was beautiful, and a lightning bolt suddenly cut through the night sky with a thunderous roar. Su Yang immediately laughed out loud. You snake demon, see, this Fa Hai has already summoned the divine thunder. You don't want to go back inside the Thunder Peak Pagoda again, right? Song Amin also laughed so hard that her delicate little hand kept patting on his arm. She did know that the weather forecast for Linen tonight would be rain, so it was obviously Su Yang's great luck that he happened to encounter thunder. Until the boat docked, the two people only unfulfilled disembarked and left. Leifeng Pagoda behind still exudes a different ancient charm. Chapter 41. Why don't you go to my house and sit down? Su Yang drove Song Amin home. Her family lives on the other side of the West Lake Lakeside Villa. This is considered to be the most luxurious and expensive villa area in Linen. Standing on the balcony overlooking the panoramic view of the West Lake, Su Yang followed the navigation all the way to the door of Song Amin's villa. Why don't you go to my house and have a seat? Song Amin unbuckled her seatbelt and looked sideways at Su Yang with her snow-white legs. Ah! Su Yang was a little surprised. After all, inviting the opposite sex to sit at home in the dead of night was an ambiguous signal. Song Amin naturally also noticed this. Her face was slightly red, but she still pointed to the shirt on his body that was splashed wet by herself. It's hard to wash your clothes when they're sticky with milk tea for too long. I'll let my maid help you to wash and dry it, and you'll go back again is better. That's fine. Su Yang didn't refuse and directly drove the car in. In fact, the company had already opened a luxury suite for him at the Grand Hotel Kaiyuan Mingdu, which was also equipped with a laundry service. But since Song Amin had said so, it wouldn't be too good to reject it again. However, after getting off the bus with Song Amin, Su Yang couldn't help but look at Song Amin by his side and ask her, if your mom sees me going home with you so late, she won't say anything, right? He wasn't worried about sharing a room with Song Amin in the dead of night, but if he met Song Shuyuan at this time, it would feel a little weird. Song Amin's eyes flowed, glanced at him and laughed. It's okay. My mom went out to eat with Aunt Lu, didn't come back so soon. Su Yang was relieved, and only then followed Song Amin through the exterior garden to her home. The decoration style of the entire villa belongs to the kind of Chinese mansion. Not only restore the old Jiangnan traditional architectural style, but also combined with the fashionable and comfortable space pattern, showing the luxury and elegance. Song Amin threw her bag on the entrance doorway cabinet and bent down to take off her high heels. Su-yong was just about to turn around. When he saw her pouting flavor with her back to himself, he quickly turned around and pretended to survey the decorations of the living room inside the house. Song Amin changed her slippers. Only then she rummaged out a pair of slippers from the closet and threw them at his feet with a smile. There are no men's slippers in the house. This is my mom's spare one. Although it doesn't fit your yardage either, you'll just have to wear it first. Su-yong did not mind, took off his leather shoes and changed into slippers. Just a little small, half of his ankle stepped outside, estimating that her mom's feet were at most size 38. You take off your clothes first. I'll ask the maid to take them to the wash. Song Amin led him to the living room. Her legs with her back towards Su-yong were long and snow-white. Her feet were exquisite. The toes poking out of her slippers were painted with red and pink mixed-color manicure, looking crystal clear. Taking off right here? Su-yong slightly widened his eyes. This lonely man and woman sharing a room, and taking off her clothes in front of her. Not too good, right? Moreover, this scene made him unconsciously recall that Jiang Yao had also barged into his room to dress him before. But maybe he had that experience, now he wouldn't be embarrassed, and last time he was still only wearing his pants, which was much better than now. You're still shy. Song Amin winked and poured him a cup of water. Su-yong shrugged his shoulders. Since she didn't mind, what else would a big man like himself be afraid of? So he stood in the living room like this and took off his shirt in front of her. Song Amin looked at the shirtless Su-yong. Although there were no abs or exaggerated muscles, but the young body's own muscle lines also made her involuntarily blush a little. I didn't expect you to have a pretty good body. Song Amin pretended to be calm as she handed him the cup of water, and snickered with a smile. In your girl's eyes my figure is still considered good? Su-yong was a bit curious. Song Amin put away her smile and gave him a serious blank look, saying, You don't think that kind of muscular men would be very likable for girls, right? It's actually the same as you boys looking at those girls who work out all muscular. But instead, you don't really find any beauty in it. So that's how it is, Su-yong said indistinctly. Song Amin curled up the delicate corners of her mouth, winking her watery winks and continued, However, it would definitely be better if you simply worked out a bit more. You don't need to exaggerate that kind of thing. Some original muscular curves and a little bit of abs would be perfect. Understood. I'll work out when I have time. Su-yong nodded. Then I'll take the clothes to let the maid wash them first. Song Amin took the shirt from his hands and raised her eyes to look at his bare upper body, and playfully said, Why don't you take a shower upstairs and take off your pants and stuff and wash them together as well? I see that the milk tea stains are also sticking to the waist of the pants. Su-yong also felt some sticky sugar on his body is not very comfortable, but also not polite with her. Chapter 42. Why is Mr. Song here? Song Amin brought Su-yong to the upstairs bathroom, waiting for him to take off his pants and whatnot, before carrying the dirty clothes basket and sending it together to the maid's room next door. This Chinese-style mansion naturally separated the main house where the master lived and the maid's room, and if there was nothing that needed it, the maids wouldn't randomly come over to keep some of the master's privacy. This bathroom is really big. It's even bigger than your own room, right? Su-yong stood in the luxurious bathroom and surveyed it, especially that bathtub. Said it was a bathtub. It was more like a bathtub. It was able to accommodate a person to dog paddle and swim in it. This is the life of a rich man. What a way to enjoy. Su-yong sighed, and without delay, he took a towel and came under the shower and started to take a bath. At the same time, downstairs of the villa, a red Porsche was slowly stopping. The car door opened. A round and slender legs wearing black silk, stepping on shiny high heels, stepped out from inside. Song Shuyuan mature and elegantly stepped out of the car, a halter dress, by her hot and plump body to support the curve of the amazing, very bright sports car, light makeup, charming and attractive face, soft waist, plump body, ultra-thin black silk, high heels, composed of noble and cold style, especially the bejeweled glow left by the woman who had experienced the brewing of time on her body, making her flirtatious flavor even more pure and moving. Minner that niece, so quickly drove back the car lent to Su-yong? Song Shuyuan glanced at the Maybach parked next to her. It was obviously the one that was lent to Su-yong before. However, she didn't care too much about it. Her black high heels clattered on the ground, and with seductive footsteps, she walked straight towards home. Minner! Song Shuyuan's snow-white slender hands were propped up on the side of the cabinet in the entrance hall to change her shoes. Her long black curly wavy hair scattered down as she shouted towards the living room. The S-shaped devilish curves fully outlined the charm of a mature woman. Where did this niece go? Song Shuyuan muttered as her pair of soft shiny black silk feet stepped into her slippers, and she had to stretch her limbs lazily, preparing to take a bath upstairs. In the large bathroom on the second floor, the sound of clattering water came vaguely. So it's a bath. Song Shuyuan smiled and shook her head, reached out and pressed on the door handle with a pressure. The bathroom door was unlocked and was pushed open like this. Large mirror table, bathroom cabinet, wet and dry separation design separated the bathtub from the shower. The shower area is isolated by frosted glass. Inside the hot steam, running water clattering, can only vaguely see a figure in the shower. Song Shuyuan usually will occasionally take a bath with her daughter, so she didn't call out to her. Casually closed the bathroom door, pulled up her beautiful long wavy hair, and started to take off the halter dress. Her movements are still so elegant and noble, even if she stands in front of a large mirror table to appreciate her own body alone, but also does not lose the style of a mature woman. Snow-white soft belly actually did not leave any little traces of childbirth, flat and full of elasticity, deeply concave into the long diamond-shaped navel, but also very beautiful. Well, the rose flower dew that I used to soak in the bath before, the effect seems to be pretty good. Song Shuyuan, wearing only her underwear, was sitting sideways on the large mirror table with her legs bent, hooking up her stockings to take them off downwards, and stroking the skin of her round and delicate thighs in solitary enjoyment. Not lacking in material enjoyment, she naturally cherished her body immensely. Even though only she and her own daughter were able to appreciate it, she had never been sloppy with her body's maintenance and care just because she didn't have a man. The beautiful body raised by the rich family is naturally more tender than many girls, and at the same time, it also carries the unique softness of a mature woman, emitting a soft light under the bathing of the light. Song Shuyuan took off the stockings on her legs and got down from the large mirror table, then elegantly patted her toes slightly in her underwear, stepping on the wooden boards with her bare feet towards the shower area. Minnie, are you done washing? Mom will first put hot water in the bathtub, so the two of us will take a bath together later. Song Shuyuan casually knocked on the frosted glass and walked over to the bathtub next to her, bending her soft waist limbs to lie on the side and turn on the water valve. Standing inside the shower stall, Su-young, who was washing his hair, felt some movement outside, but didn't hear it. Extractor fan whistling the shower area of the hot air out. Frosted glass is also covered by hot air foggy piece. Su-young turned off the shower with some confusion, wrung out the towel and wiped his face and hair, then pulled open the glass door and looked outside. There's no one either? It should be an illusion. Su-young didn't care much about it, stepped out from the shower, and was just going to take a bath towel to dry his body. So fast. I was thinking that you haven't finished rinsing yet. Mom also went in to rinse off. Song Shuyuan heard the movement at the back, propped up the bathtub and stood up, then turned to look. And Su-yang's face also suddenly changed. Hworan looked back and instantly widened his eyes. Why is Mr. Song here? Chapter 43. Blocked in the bathroom. The two of them stared at each other in a daze, both surprised as to why they would see each other here. Even the entire air was filled with that extraordinarily tantalizing body fragrance of a mature woman on Song Shuyuan's body, mesmerizing the mind. Su-young, the person who has been taking a shower inside just now is you? Song Shuyuan quickly reacted. Her face involuntarily fluttered with red clouds. Her eyes flickered a little bit in confusion, and she panically reached out to cover her eyes. He really lost his head, actually subconsciously thought that the bathroom in his house should only have his own daughter bathing in it. Su-young also came back to his senses at this time. He couldn't care about drying his body. He hurriedly pulled a bathrobe and draped it over his body. Very embarrassed, he could only briefly and quickly explain. Mr. Song, it's me. I accidentally spilled milk tea on my clothes tonight, so Emin borrowed the bathroom for me to take a bath. Then why didn't you lock the door? Song Shuyuan's ears burned and she was actually a little flustered, so she could only take a bathrobe and wrap it around her body as well, lest the spring light leak out. Obviously she is still wearing underwear. In fact, with the beach or pool bikini is almost the same, but it is different occasions have different views, so at this time she is still a little embarrassed. Su-young sardonically said, I didn't have the habit of locking the door at home before, not to mention I didn't expect someone to come in. Song Shuyuan's charming face was so red that it was dripping blood in general, covering her heart. She continued to ask, then just now I obviously spoke, Didn't you hear me? Why didn't you remind me? When has she ever experienced such a humiliating thing? The embarrassment in her heart always need to take the opportunity to vent it out. Su-young revealed an innocent bitter smile. I was washing my hair, the water from the shower washed over my head, the sound of the water coupled with the sound of the extractor fan, and the hot air covering the glass. It was hard for me to want to hear or realize that you came in. Song Shuyuan naturally knew that he was telling the truth, but thinking that she was so humiliated in front of him just now, she felt full of aggression. Su-young noticed her look and could only cough and continue. Mr. Song, this is all a misunderstanding, and I won't say anything about it. Let's just pretend that this didn't happen. Song Shuyuan thought about it. It seems that this is the only solution. Ripe and charming eyes turned to Su-young. Pouted, cheap you kid. Su-young scratched his head in tears and laughter. Mr. Song, then I'll go out first. Song Shuyuan looked at him in this manner, also felt that she had just shirked her responsibility too much. Her eyes slowly softened, revealing a hint of a smile. Go on. Remember that nothing happened just now. Su-young greatly relieved, which turned around and prepared to leave the bathroom. Just at this moment, the bathroom door was suddenly knocked on. Then came Song Amin's voice. Su-young, have you finished your bath yet? My mom is back. I just found her car parked downstairs. Your mom is here. Su-young came to a sharp stop, and his face turned weird, because Song Shuyuan was coming from behind, tightly tugging on his arm. Don't go out yet. Song Shuyuan hurriedly lowered her voice and said nervously in Su-young's ear. In this situation, how dare she let her daughter see herself in the bathroom with Su-young? Not to mention whether or not her daughter has a crush on Su-young. Let's just say that she is a mom, but she is still staying in the bathroom with a young guy. If her daughter sees this, she will still be ashamed of herself. Can you explain to your daughter, minor, your mom? I really do not have an old cow eating young grass. Su-young also reacted very quickly, and quickly shouted at the door. Oh, I know. I'll be as quick as I can. Although he didn't have any ambiguous relationship with Song Amin right now, but no matter what, he was considered to have made friends with her today. And now, he was staying in the bathroom with her own mother. This couldn't be washed away even if he jumped into the Yellow River. So, right now he just wanted to send Song Amin away first, otherwise he really couldn't leave the bathroom. Song Shuyuan was also thinking the same thing, nervously looking in the direction of the bathroom door. And what made the two feel bad was that the door handle was suddenly pressed diagonally, followed by Song Amin's voice. Hee. Su-young, why didn't you lock the door when you took a shower? It couldn't be that you left the door open for me, right? Song Shuyuan was afraid that her daughter would really push the door open, so startled that she subconsciously hid behind Su-young. Su-young was also startled. Your mom just barged in. This daughter of yours can't add to the chaos. Yimin, don't joke. I just forgot to lock it. You'd better hurry down to see your mom. Don't let her come up and accidentally break into the bathroom. Su-young hurriedly said. Song Shuyuan, who was hiding behind him without warning, stretched out her voluptuous little hand, fiercely pinched his waist, and whispered in a thinly veiled anger and shyness. Your kid is intentionally flirting with me, right? I'm telling the truth. Su-young was pinched by her colorful rhinestone nail and showed his teeth. He could only innocently distinguish. Fortunately, Song Amin didn't really want to push the door open, and a petite laugh rang out. Just kidding. You hurry up and wash it. I'll go downstairs to the living room to take a look first. Chapter 44. Son-in-law comes to the door. The doorknob quickly returned to its original state, and there was no more movement coming from outside. I don't know if I should be thankful that it wasn't Jiang Yao outside. Otherwise Sister Yao Yao would have definitely pushed the door in. Mr. Song, then I'll go out first. Su-young didn't like to be a sitting duck and raised the topic again. Wait! Song Shuyuan pulled his arm. Her pretty willow eyebrows twisted and said, You going out doesn't solve the problem. Min Air is now looking for me downstairs. When she can't find me, she'll definitely come up again. Then if she finds me alone in the bathroom, she'll probably be able to guess if we were all in there just now. Then what should we do now? Su-young looked sideways at this linen-rich woman's gorgeous face. Song Shuyuan seemed to be angry and gave him a glance, extraordinarily charming and provocative. What else can I do? You continue to stay here, wait for a while, and then go out. I'm the one who should sneak out. Anyway, I can't be seen by Min Air in this bathroom. That's right too. The person who broke in was you, Mr. Song. It's not like I'm at fault. Su-young also pondered over, the one who should be a thief is this rich woman in front of him is right, he is a victim. Song Shuyuan was said by him face cannot hang up this accident. To be honest, also really most of the responsibility lies in her. However, when she thought that her body, which was only wearing underwear, had been thoroughly seen by him, she still lifted her snowy feet and stomped on him in shame. "Mr. Song, why are you still stepping on people?" Soo-young pretended to cry out in pain. Song Fu-woo's luscious feet were soft and slippery. It naturally wouldn't hurt to be stepped on by her. If she didn't give back a little bit of retaliation effect out, this Fu-woo must still feel a little unbalanced in her heart. Sure enough, when Song Shuyuan saw his jumping feet and crying out in pain, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but show a hint of laughter. "Serves you right." Song Shuyuan grunted and walked towards the door with her long legs. In order not to leave traces that would draw people's attention, she also picked up all the clothes she had taken off earlier from the dirty clothes basket. Only then, holding the clothes lying on the bathroom door to listen for a while, quietly reached out and pulled open the door, from the door crack to the outside to observe some more. Soo-young stood at the back and watched Song Fu-woo's sneaky appearance was a bit funny. It was almost like the cheating in those movies. In particular, Song Fu-woo is still wearing a bathrobe, the waist tied with a girdle more slender, under the exposed small half of the snow-white calves. The skin is also crystal flirtatious. Song Shuyuan looked at her for a while before seeming to let go of her misgivings, and hurriedly pulled open the bathroom door, sidestepping her body with the intention of walking out. "Mr. Song, wait!" Soo-young, however, suddenly called out to her from behind. Song Shuyuan was almost not scared to death by him at such a tense moment, and viciously glared back at him. "What for?" Soo-young looked at her expression that looked like she was going to eat herself. He was sweating a little. "No, it's fine. You pay attention to safety." Song Shuyuan blankly glanced at him. Then, without a word, she hugged her clothes and tiptoed out of the bathroom. Soo-young heard the sound of the bathroom door being closed, and also let out a long sigh of relief, then hurriedly walked to the doorway where Song Fu stood just now, picked up a black stocking on the ground, and tucked it into the pocket of his bathrobe. He wasn't having a fetish, but rather cleaning up the scene in a timely manner. Originally, he wanted to remind Song Fu just now, but it turned out that she looked like she wanted to eat herself, so he simply didn't delay her, and helped her deal with the things she left behind himself. After settling these things, Soo-young was not in a hurry to leave the bathroom, first standing in front of the large mirror table to dry his hair with a hairdryer. Only then did he walk out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. "Ha! Soo-young, have you seen my mom?" Coincidentally, Song Amin did not see Song Shuyuan after skulking around downstairs, and came to the second floor again. However, the current Soo-young had no ghosts in his heart, so naturally he didn't need to be vain, and pretended to be puzzled. "I just came out of the bathroom. How could I possibly see Mr. Song?" "That's true." Song Amin casually glanced at the wide-open bathroom, and then glanced at the bedroom at the end from a distance. "Oh, my mom should be in the room. Just now didn't even see the door to her room was closed." The villa didn't have more than one passageway to the second floor, so this wouldn't cause any speculation. Soo-young politely said, then should I greet Mr. Song first to say hello?" "No need. Wait until you run into her before saying hello. Let's go downstairs and sit in the living room for a while." Song Amin let out a laugh, then blinked her delicate eyes and scrutinized Soo-young, saying, "There really hasn't been a boy wearing a bathrobe in our house, or at this time of the night. It feels a little weird." Soo-young deliberately flirted. "Does it feel like a son-in-law coming to the house as a guest?" Song Amin bit her red lips and gave him a blank look. "You are thinking beautifully. You still want to be our Song family's son-in-law. Suppose, would you beat me to death if I wanted to be your stepfather?" Chapter 45. Am I such a person? Soo-young didn't know why such a thought came up in his heart. It was probably because he just stayed in the bathroom with Song Shuyuan and was infected by that kind of atmosphere. He could only harumph. "Let's go. Is there anything to drink? I'm a little thirsty." Song Amin twisted her waist and led the way in front, not minding the joke just now, and continued to chat with him. "Your clothes are estimated to take another hour or so to be washed and dried. You'll just have to stay at my house for a little longer." "No problem. I don't have anything to do in the evening anyway, so I'll just hang out at your house for a while longer." "Then where do you want to go play tomorrow?" "After your investment meeting ends the day after tomorrow, you should be returning to Magic City, right?" "Well, tomorrow is considered to be the last day of vacation this month. Where to play if you look at the arrangement is good. I'm really not familiar with." "Okay. Tomorrow my sister will take you all over Linen." "Still sister. I can still remember who said that I can summon divine thunder before to call me a good brother." "Think beautiful, your age is still a year younger than me. It's more or less the same for you to call me sister." Soo-young and Song Amin came downstairs to the living room and discussed about tomorrow's tour route. after agreeing on the time and place to meet tomorrow. More than half an hour had almost passed. Footsteps also came from the direction of the stairs at this time. Wearing a beige silk nightgown, Song Shuyuan elegantly stepped on her long legs and appeared at the entrance of the stairs, holding onto them. "Mom, you finally came down." Song Yamin beamed and bounced up from the sofa. "Mr. Song, good evening." Su-young followed suit and got up, sizing up the rich woman Song at this moment. Song Shuyuan had obviously taken a shower. Her face was plain and delicate. Her full head of green silk was tied up with a wooden hairpin and fell at the back of her head, and the exaggerated curves of a mature young woman held up the soft and close-fitting nightgown to an extraordinarily full extent. And because the skirt has a tulle wind through the design, vaguely can see inside the rich and greasy white long legs. Song Shuyuan saw Su-young, pretended to be a little surprised. "When did Supervisor Su come to be a guest? Just now I didn't see it. Why are you still wearing a bathrobe?" Song Amin hurriedly explained to him. "Mom, it's like this. Tonight I strolled around Westlake with Su-young after dinner, and I accidentally splashed milk tea on him. So when he sent me back just now, I let him come in to change his clothes and take a bath, and I asked the maid to help him wash the tea stains off his shirt. She didn't want her mom to misunderstand Su-yang's character and leave any bad impression." "Oh, so that's how it is." Song Shuyuan nodded in understanding, her long round legs swaying as she pointed to the sofa, signaling for all to sit down and talk. "Mr. Song, visiting at night. Sorry for the disturbance." Su-young just settled down, but found that Song Shuyuan took a step to sit right next to himself. A seemingly warm and cozy fragrant wind immediately came to his face. "Xiao Yang, you don't need to be so polite when you come to visit your home. Just call me Aunt Song." Song Shuyuan smiled carelessly, pretending to be natural. "Okay, Aunt Song." Su-young also obediently changed his address. Song Shuyuan nodded with a smile, then looked at her daughter. "Minner, help me heat up a cup of milk over here." "Aha!" Song Yamin answered and headed for the kitchen. Usually for small jobs like this that they could do themselves, they didn't need to call the maid over, especially for small things like this that could reflect the closeness between mother and daughter. And just as Song Yamin's figure had just disappeared from the two sight, Song Shuyuan then immediately turned around and glared at Su-young, whispering in his ear and pestering him with the question, "Did you kids steal my stockings?" She was afraid that the sound of her voice would be heard by her daughter, so she came closer to Su-young. "Injustice, Aunt Song. Am I such a person?" Su-young looked at this voluptuous and charming beauty woman from a close distance with a wronged expression. "Definitely you took it. I just came back to the room and realized that the stockings were missing from the clothes I was holding. And when I finished my bath, I also quietly went back to look for it and didn't see it. Besides, it was you who took it. Who else could it be?" Song Shuyuan pressed her voice and laughed coldly. "This I can admit, but I didn't steal it. You dropped it before when you went out. I also called out to you, wanting to remind you to come." Su-young looked at her face in a serious manner and said back, "Then why didn't you say so at that time?" Song Shuyuan whitened him fiercely and said, "You looked like you were going to eat me at that time. How dare I say it? You were in a hurry to leave. I could only wait for you to leave and then help you hide these on-site physical evidence. Otherwise it would have long been seen by Yimin." Su-yang's mouth didn't give in, still staring daggers at her plump face. Song Shuyuan was staring at him at such a close distance, but there was no feeling of disgust in her heart. The corner of her mouth was slightly curved, bringing up a smile with a hint of flirtatious energy. "Then in that case I have to thank you more?" Su-young waved his hand dashingly. "There is no need to thank. We are also considered friends. Just help a favor by the way. I just realized now, why is your kid's skin so thick?" Song Shuyuan slightly bit her red lips and glared at him. Su-young didn't dodge either. He just met her gaze and said with a smile, "I'll take it as Aunt Song that you're praising me." If it was the previous him, he might have been a bit embarrassed, but after Jiang Yao's harassment of him and the growth during this period of time, he had become comfortable with it. That's why the environment and the people one comes in contact with are very important factors in reshaping oneself. Chapter 46: The Attraction of a Rich Woman in Linen. "You!" Song Shuyuan looked at Su-yang's eyes instead widened a bit. Her heart panicked for no reason. She ate first and avoided her gaze, charmingly gave him a glance and said, "What about my stockings? Give it back to me." In her heart, she was actually quite curious about Su-young. According to reason, it would be difficult for a man of this age to be able to look at himself calmly, especially when both sides were still in a status gap that was not equal. But Su-yang's eyes did not have that kind of lack of confidence, which means that his state of mind and confidence are enough. At the same time, there is no purposeful greed in his clear eyes. In short, This was a man who could arouse her interest to ponder. Since it's evidence now, it shouldn't just be handed over to you, right? Otherwise, what if Aunt Song wrongly accuses me later? Just like how you also wrongly accused me of stealing it just now. Su Yong looked at the hopelessly ripe and charming rich woman with interest. Count on me for using the wrong words just now. You quickly return it to me. It's useless for you to take it. Song Shuyuan said at the end, not knowing what came to her mind. Her mature face was colored with a layer of halo red. And Su Yong also felt that the flirting was almost done. So he nodded his head and said, okay, I'll return it to you. With those words, he reached into the pocket of his bathrobe and was about to pull out the stockings. Mom, the milk is here. Song Amin, however, walked out from the kitchen with a cup of hot milk. Su Yong and Song Shuyuan almost subconsciously sat upright, putting the distance back. Xiao Yang, this tea is good. Isn't it? Wait for you to go back of bring some tea leaves. Auntie is old and will not be able to sleep if she drinks tea at night, so she can only drink milk. Okay, thank you, Annie Song. No wonder your skin is so good. It turns out Annie Song usually takes care of her health. The two of them pretended to make small talk, a very cordial and peaceful atmosphere. Song Amin handed the hot milk to her own mother and said cheekily with a smile on her pretty face, my mom's good skin is a natural beauty, and she also practices yoga, so those who don't know us can think we're sisters. No wonder at that time when I saw you guys for the first time, I thought Aunt Song was your sister. Su Yong laughed, and without moving, he pressed the stockings back into his pocket and re-stretched his hand out. Song Shuyuan held her cup and took a sip of hot milk, utilizing the movement of lowering her head. She used the corner of her eye to fiercely scrape him, and when she raised her head, she had already switched back to a gentle light smile. Don't coax me, you two youngsters. Did you have fun on your date outside tonight? Song Amin took her mother's hand and sat beside her, pouting, Mom, where is this a date for us? It's just normal friends going out. Su Yong looked at Song Shuyuan's smiling face, but he couldn't help but propose. Aunt Song, tomorrow, I have a date with Amin to go hiking. If you're free, why don't you join us? He didn't know if it was because he hadn't felt a mother's love since he was a child, but he felt that Song Shuyuan's attraction to a ripe and beautiful woman like Song Shuyuan was a bit higher than her daughter's. After all, Song Amin's body was still missing that one, age-precipitated, mature woman's unique introverted, but outwardly gentle flavor. Therefore, being able to have more contact with this linen-rich woman was still more expected and pleasurable. I'm an old aunt. I won't disturb you young people, right? Song Shuyuan covered her plump red lips with some hairy laughter. Mom, we are just climbing the mountain normally. What's there to disturb or not? Song Amin's delicate face slightly reddened, shaking her mother's arm and pouting. That's fine. Song Shuyuan glanced at Su Yong with a smile. Then I will accompany you guys to climb the mountain tomorrow, just in time to exercise. Just at this time, a maid walked in from the side door with folded clothes in her hands. Miss, the clothes you ordered have been washed and dried, and the tea stains have all been removed. Okay. Just give me the clothes, you go back and rest first. Song Amin jumped and took the clothes over, dismissing the maid. Su Yong duly got up to take his leave. Then I'll change my clothes and go back first. It's quite late. Although Song Shuyuan still remembered that her stockings were still in his pocket, she didn't make a sound to keep him at this time. After all, Song Shuyuan and her daughter were the only two women living in the house, and although there were a number of maids right next door, it was still a bit inconvenient. In any case, the mother and daughter and this young man have only met twice and have not known each other for a long time. Su Yong didn't think much about it, and followed Song Amin to the guest room on the second floor to change his clothes. He looked at the bathrobe that was thrown aside, and finally picked up the stockings from his pocket, and put them into the pocket of his casual pants. In case Song Amin helped him to take the bathrobe back, found this thing in the pocket, may really think that he stole it from somewhere. Su Yong didn't want to be treated as a pervert, so he could only put it in his pocket first. Chapter 47. No tacit understanding of Song Fuwu. Back downstairs in the living room, Su Yong winked at Song Shuyuan, signaling for her to go out with him, and then returned the stockings to her. Song Shuyuan received his wink, didn't move and gracefully got up, smiled at her daughter and said, Minner, you see little Yang off. Mom is a little sleepy, so she'll go up and rest first. Okay. Su Yong, let's go. Song Amin's face blossomed into a smile as she turned back to greet Su Yong. Su Yang's eyes widened. How was this different from what he expected? But it was all at this time. He could only helplessly follow Song Amin out of the villa. And Song Shuyuan couldn't care less about paying attention to the image of the instrument, immediately shaking up her long and voluptuous legs, stomping up the stairs, coming to the guest room and picking up the bathrobe that was thrown on the chair and rummaging through the pockets. How Noah? Didn't that kid tell me to hurry up and destroy the body? Where are my stockings? Song Shuyuan was on the verge of rummaging through the bathrobe, frowning her pretty willow eyebrows. Just at this time, a text message popped up on her cell phone. Song Shuyuan immediately dropped her bathrobe and picked it up to check. Aunt Song, you're too stupid. I've made eyes for you to send me out and then return the stockings to you. Why are you still letting Amin send me? This is great, your stockings are still here with me. This kid? Actually calling me stupid? Song Shuyuan's plump heart was heaving with anger. Shaking her plump thighs, she came to the window and looked out. One could only see Su Yang driving the Maybach's faraway headlights, and it was raining outside at some point, stirring up a ripple under the reflection of the headlights. Song Shuyuan decisively picked up her cell phone and data typed, "Brat, you stop the car for me right away and return my stockings." Su Yang kept driving the car out of the villa. Only then did he have the time to park on the side of the road and check up the message from Song Shuyuan. He had also figured out the reason why Song Shuyuan would let Amin send him at this time. It was totally a reception signal error. After seeing this text message from Aunt Song, he shook his head in amusement and typed a reply as well. "Aunt Song, who let you have no understanding with me at all? Now you still have the nerve to come out? I'm already outside on the side of the road. It's still raining outside. Aren't you afraid that Yi Min will misunderstand that you ran out to cheat with me?" Song Shuyuan by this time had already returned to her own bedroom from the guest room, lying against the soft big bed covered with a thin quilt, only revealing her bare and charming shoulders and arms. That's right, this linen rich woman didn't like to wear clothes when she slept, because she was not honest in her sleep, and when she rolled over she would crumple her nightgown, making her body uncomfortable. Now seeing this brat who dared to say she was stupid, finally replied to the text message, but was so angry that her rounded fragrant shoulders were shaking, only to feel a burst of tangled boredom in her heart. All this time, Song Shuyuan naturally not suitable to go out, but seeing the cheating words on the message, as well as their own personal belongings are still in the hands of that brat, cannot help but be a little shy and angry. Then, what are you going to do now? Song Shuyuan took a deep breath to relax her mind, before typing and throwing the question to Su Yang. "My stupid Aunt Song, can I even send you back now? I can only go back to the hotel to sleep first, and return the stockings to you tomorrow." "You're the one who's stupid. Don't say I'm stupid again." Song Shuyuan bit her plump lips, forcing herself to hold back her anger and shame, and quickly typed a curse back. Since she was a child, the one who dared to provoke herself like this, aside from a few female friends, seemed to be such a brat. There had been men who had dared to molest her, and had long ago made them pay a nightmarish price. After all, among her friends, there was also a Queen Yang of the Magic City who could sink people in the Huangpu River with her iron fist. Okay, I was wrong. Su Yang was able to bend, and didn't bother with this rich woman who was about to explode. "Then you go back to rest first. Remember to return the stockings to me tomorrow." Song Shuyuan thought about it. There was really no other way. She could only follow Su Yang's plan. If this brat still dared to fool around, she should really let Queen Yang clean him up. It just so happens that this brat is also going back to Magic City later. "No problem. Tomorrow I will bring the stockings back to you as is." Su Yang replied with an honest attitude. Song Shuyuan then subsided, but couldn't help but continue typing, "Why are you mentioning the word untouched? It's not possible that you were originally planning to take my stockings back to do something strange, right? Aunt Song, how can you slander my image? Am I that kind of person? Is it hard for me to take it back and make a cup of stocking milk tea?" Song Shuyuan looked at him as if he was angry and couldn't help but laugh. "Serves you right, letting you brat piss me off all night. Okay, that's it, I'm going to sleep." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Chapter 48, Yang Ingyu's Nemesis. Seeing this last message replied by Su Yang, Song Shuyuan smiled to herself. Could it be that she really had any special feelings for this kid? Otherwise, she actually just like this, let him bring back the stockings that she had been wearing closely for a day? Impossible. It must be that there were just too many accidents that happened tonight, making her mind a little messed up. How could she, an old aunt, have feelings for a young guy? Wouldn't that really be an old cow eating young grass? If her friends knew about this, they would still laugh at her. Song Shuyuan shook her head helplessly and amusedly, threw her cell phone aside, and stopped thinking nonsense. At the same time, in the presidential suite of Linen Kaiyuan Mingdu Hotel, Yang Yingyu, like a queen picking her legs, was listening to Lu Rumei's report while sitting on the sofa leisurely sipping red wine. In other words, my Yanger might still be at Shu Yuan's house right now? Well, tonight Xiao Yang went out for dinner with Shu Yuan's family's minner, and she hasn't even returned yet at this time of the night, and judging from the level of development of their relationship, it's impossible for them to have done something else, so she should have gone to their house as a guest. Lu Rumei nodded her head and smiled sweetly. Jiang Yao twisted her small waist and added some red wine to Aunt Yu and Aunt Lu's cups, smiled crookedly and said, "Our young master's charisma is still big ah. In the case that no one knows his real identity, he can also let Amin go out to dine with him alone. If she knew a Yang's identity, wouldn't it be even more frantic to fall on her face?" Lu Rumei also smiled flirtatiously. Her words had some ambiguous flavor, making fun of her friend. "I'm not sure what will happen to Minner, but if Shu Yuan were to find out that little Yang is Yingyu's own son, then it's estimated that she could even strip Minner naked and send her to little Yang's room, and then she could be in laws with Yingyu." Yang Yingyu did not participate in their conversation, but shook her red wine glass, elegantly got up and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the rainfall outside, with a faint light sorrow locked between her brows. She hadn't seen her son for so many days, and she missed him more and more. Even if she could only look at him from afar, it could still make her happy for a long, long time. These days, Yang Yingyu also knew that her son was very busy, so she didn't bother him. But she didn't really care about her son's career, because no matter what he did, he would always be the little pride of her heart. Mom was still precious and could spend her life giving him the best life. I don't know if he has eaten well, slept well, and taken care of himself during this period of time. Ever since she knew that Yanger was still alive in this world, all of Yang Yingyu's life had been pinned on him, and she had lived her life only for him. But unfortunately, Yanger is still unable to accept her as his mother. Yang Yingyu how much she wanted to give her precious son a hug full of motherly love. However, she couldn't do it now. "Son, what can Mom do to make you accept me?" Yang Yingyu stared blankly at the night lights outside. The rain beat on the glass, forming a strip of water scratches. Through the watercolored light is very confusing. The trees were swayed by the wind and rain, and the leaves clattered and fell with the raindrops. The repressed memories from 22 years ago also bubbled up uncontrollably like this fine rain. Lying in the delivery room, Yang Yingyu was exhausted, but seeing the son she gave birth to with her own eyes, she still revealed a smile that blossomed with the light of great motherhood. When he opened his round eyes to look at this mother who spoiled him without limits, when he wailed and peed in the arms of his mother who let him do everything, Yang Yingyu knew that as far as she was concerned, holding billions of dollars in her hands was not as good as this moment of holding him. No one and no thing in the world can be better than her own precious son. This world is so special. Her son does not have to do anything. She will love him without reason, spoil him, give him everything. Thinking about their own son will still only babble and shout when the son, the stink of beauty in front of him, coquettishly asked him, "Mom beauty ah, do you love Mom ah?" Yang Yingyu's heart was blocked by a burst of melancholy. A little breathless, raised her hand and rubbed her rippling and throbbing chest. "Yingyu, are you all right?" Lu Rumei noticed her best friend's state and hurriedly got up to support her willow waist. Yang Yingyu retrieved her thoughts and gently shook her head. Lu Rumei let out a soft sigh. No wonder they say that a son is a mother's nemesis. When had she ever seen Yang Yingyu have such a side? This was that high and cold domineering strong woman who was known as the Queen of Magic City in the country. "Auntie Yu, I just saw a text message from Xiao Qing. She saw that young master has returned." Jiang Yao also promptly reported a piece of information that she had just gotten. Hearing this, Yang Yingyu's originally beautiful and attractive goose egg face instantly recovered its radiance. Finally, she was able to see the most important treasure in her life again. Chapter 49, Bewitching People to Death. On the other hand, Su Yang parked his car in the hotel's underground parking lot and took the elevator all the way back to the luxury suite that the company had booked for him. Although he knew from Song Amin's mouth that Mr. Liu and Song Shuyuan had a dinner date tonight and should also be staying at the Kaiyuan Mingdu Hotel, but he also didn't go to General Manager Liu to report on his work right at this time. After all, the time now is also already more than 10 o'clock at night. It would not be good to disturb the leader's rest. And just after Su Yang returned to his room and changed into a set of pajamas, just saw the cell phone pop up a prompt for a prestige video. Su Yang picked up his cell phone and took a look. Who else could it be but Jiang Yao? During this period of time, every day Jiang Yao would dress up carefully, and after he returned to the hotel at night, she persistently called to chat with him on video. Therefore, Soo-young was used to it, so he casually connected the prestige video. "Ah Young, are you tired today?" On the screen, Jiang Yao was wearing a red halter dress. Soft and delicate appeared in front of his eyes. "Not tired, ah. I finished my recent work. After returning to Linen today, I strolled around the West Lake with that business partner of mine. It's quite casual." Soo-young lazily lay back and leaned against the head of the bed, finding a comfortable position to video with her. "Then when are you coming back? People miss you." "In a couple days anyway. After the investment promotion meeting, I can go back." "Then you didn't miss me?" Jiang Yao had a look of lust and shyness. "We send videos every day. What's there to think about?" Soo-young said with amusement. "Really don't want to? I'll give you benefits." Jiang Yao flopped down on the bed to the camera and quickly blocked the line of sight again with her arm resting on her chin. Soo-young swallowed his saliva. "I miss you." Only then did Jiang Yao triumphantly move her arm away, switching to her small hand resting on her cheek, incomparably soft and charming. "Ah Young, I have a surprise to tell you now. Do you want to hear it? Can I still choose not to listen?" Soo-young returned with a pretense of seriousness while enjoying the wonderful scenery. "That won't do, you must listen." Jiang Yao instantly revealed a sultry little expression. "Then you say it, it's not like I said I won't listen." Soo-young rolled his eyes. Jiang Yao smiled joyfully. "The surprise is, I came to Linen to see you. It's on the 19th floor of the hotel you're staying at 1905. You come up." "No way." Soo-young was a little surprised, carefully measuring the room in the video. It really didn't look like Jiang Yao's boudoir from the previous video. It was more like the layout of a hotel. "What am I lying to you for? Come up quickly. I'll wait for you," Jiang Yao said daintily. "Right away." Soo-young dropped the sentence and immediately hung up the video, climbing up from the bed. To say that he hadn't seen Jiang Yao with his own eyes for so many days, to say that he didn't want to miss her would be a lie. Soo-young also didn't change his clothes anyway. His pajamas were normal short sleeves and shorts, completely ready to go out. Directly take the room card phone, go out and take the elevator to the 19th floor 1905 presidential suite. Just knocked on the door. The room was opened. Jiang Yao, who was dressed in a sexy red skirt and black silk, then smiled and opened the door to his room. "You're really here, huh?" Soo-young still felt that it was a bit dreamy to see her in this place, but his eyes fluttered as he looked at her. "All standing in front of you. How can it be fake?" Jiang Yao blinked and pulled his arm to walk inside, locking the door of the room by hand. "Why are you free to come over today? It's still so late, and you didn't give me a call in advance." Soo-young sat on the sofa next to Jiang Yao, carefully sizing up Sister Yao Yao, who looked exceptionally white and soft under the light. "Can you still call it a surprise after saying it in advance?" Jiang Yao pouted her little mouth, then pounced over to kiss him. "Don't think so much. Come give sister a kiss." Soo-young amusingly grabbed her waist and said in her ear, "Sister Yao Yao, you are really not afraid of being shy." Jiang Yao barked a kiss to him, raised her slender jade neck, like a proud swan, laughing. "What's there to be afraid of? I'm a very traditional woman. I'm only like this to the man I recognize. My dream is to become a perfect domestic helper who can get out of the hall and into the big bed." Soo-young rolled his eyes and asked her, "Do you still have to work tomorrow?" Jiang Yao looked at him with her chin held high. "Definitely." "Then you're rushing back tomorrow?" "Yeah. I'm satisfied to see you anyway." Soo-young couldn't help but give her a kiss on her cheeks. "What a mesmerizing little demon, ah." Jiang Yao pursed her lips and smiled straight. "What about you? What are you going to do tomorrow?" "I've got a date with a client to climb a mountain. What else can I do?" "What's the fun in climbing mountains? It's better to climb me." "Climb your sister." Chapter 50. The world turns around. The two of them hadn't been like this for half a month, able to touch each other in intimate chat. So there were also a lot of things they wanted to say, although most of the words were said in the video chat, but there were also endless words. Has been chatting for almost half an hour. Soo-young this only a little quiet wrapped Jiang Yao's small waist, smelling her body refreshing fragrance, leaning on the sofa a little out of focus. This short less than a month's time, as if he had experienced more things than the previous 20 years. Usually busy with work, but can let the brain think about something else. And at this moment, when he was hugging Jiang Yao in the dead of night, he couldn't help but recall everything that had happened during this period of time. From the day he was found by his own strange mother, then he got to know Jiang Yao, then he was promoted to supervisor, and then he got to know Lu Rumei and Song Shiyuan's mother and daughter one after another. In the past, he was just like an ordinary college graduate among all the people, But after meeting that strange mother, he felt that everything around him had changed. Let's just talk about Jiang Yao. Sister Yao Yao is such a beautiful woman that can influence his aesthetic. If in the past it was definitely impossible to have any interactions with him. Therefore, Su Yang's current mood was still quite complicated. It was as if he had gone from a dispensable ordinary person to a protagonist with the world revolving around him. Many people and many things had gathered around him. And all this was because of that strange mother, right? Su Yang is actually very smart, not only has the ability to forget everything, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten into the Magic City University. So all the changes that happened to himself during this period of time, including his own conflict with Zheng Longqian, followed by the collapse of Longwei Industries, and the imprisonment of their father and son. There is also himself so easily jumped 2 levels in a row to be promoted to investment promotion supervisor, and never contacted the company's boss, Lu Rumei, also expressed a very kind and gentle to him. All this everything couldn't be something that the previous self could have encountered, nor could it be something that an ordinary person could have. So all of this must be because of that strange mother. It was she who was pushing these things behind the scenes. It was she who was silently guarding himself, right? There were many things that he could see, but he didn't know how to accept this strange mother's feelings. Su Yang let out a soft sigh. "Ah Yang, what are you thinking?" Jiang Yao seemed to notice his sigh and reached out her soft little hand to pinch his nose. "I thought of your aunt you." Su Yang was still not adapted to how to address that strange in-law's mother. Grabbing Jiang Yao's tender white jade-like small hand and putting it in his hand to play with her reddish nail. And in the presidential suite's entourage room, standing in the dark room is looking out through the bright light of the doorway Yang Yingyu. An instant of tears like springs, covering their red lips with tears of joy. Yang or he is also thinking of Mom. Ah. Jiang Yao heard Su Yang's words. Her eyes also flashed. "Ah Yang. In fact, your mom also misses you. She listened to you and wanted to wait for you to figure it out before contacting her. So she has not dared to look for you, but every day she would inquire about you from me." Su Yang didn't know what to say. He could only give a soft hum, looking down at Jiang Yao's soft and warm little hands, running his fingertips across her shiny red nails. But his mind drifted to the edge of nowhere. Jiang Yao wanted to take the opportunity to repair the gap between their mother and son that had arisen over the years. So she sat up from his arms, shook his arm and said, "Ah Yang, let me tell you a story about me." "You say." Su Yang reacted this time, raising his head to look at her. Jiang Yao smiled gently. "You also know that I was taken in by your mom as a child to grow up to adulthood, and before I became an orphan, my parents were teachers in a mountain village. One day a mudslide broke out in the village. My parents were unfortunately both swept up in it. In the end, only my mom was saved, but my mom's organs were also damaged and she has been sick ever since. I was only 5 years old at the time and I accompanied my mom to the town and the city by ox cart and visited several hospitals, but the money was gone and the disease was not cured, so I had to go back to the village to recuperate. A few weeks later, my mom and I were breaking corn in the yard to sell it for money when my mom suddenly fainted. I only cried at that time and found the village chief to send my mom to the clinic in town. The next day, I made a good meal to carry to the clinic to see my mom. My mom has woken up, but the face is very ugly. I gently wash her hands to eat. My mom wouldn't eat, called out my nickname and said she wanted to go home, that it was uncomfortable and costly to stay here. When I got my mom home, I went to the kitchen to heat up the food, which was ready, and took it to her room for her to eat, but my mom was dead. From then on, I became an orphan until I was taken in by your mom and was sponsored by her to grow up until now. I also want my mom Na. If she is still there it would be good." Su Yang heart a sour. Take a closer look at Jiang Yao's face. Already do not know when to hang a string of teardrops. Forced smile expression is heartbreaking. Chapter 51. Let you be happy for the rest of your life. Sister Yao Yao. Su Yang opened his arms and hugged her tightly in his embrace. His eyes couldn't help but moisten as well. It was really hard to imagine that this girl who tolerated him like a big sister actually had such a pathetic past. This was the so-called twine picking the thin places to break. Bad luck only finds the bitter people. Ah. In front of Jiang Yao, what did he have to be so pretentious about? At least although he didn't have a mother by his side in his childhood, nor did he ever feel a mother's love, he did have a father who grew up with him until middle school, and his own mother was still alive and had found him not too long ago. So he was actually lucky enough. After all, in this world, he still had a relative while Jiang Yao was a real orphan. I don't know how long it took. Jiang Yao huffed and gently pushed Su Yang away, but she was too embarrassed to raise her head to look at him, and said in a low voice, You are not allowed to pity me or comfort me. I just want to tell you one thing. When some people are around, you have to learn to cherish them. Su-yong listened to her stubborn words and didn't dare to mention her sadness. He sighed in his heart, cupped Jiang Yao's face, like holding some fragile treasure, and said earnestly on her eyes, "Sister Yao Yao, I will definitely make you happy for the rest of your life." Not knowing why, he suddenly cherished this woman very much inside, and already had a feeling that he couldn't leave her. Jiang Yao puffed and laughed out. "Is this your confession? Bringing it up at a time like this, I don't accept it." "Don't accept it, right? I'll let you not accept it." Su-yong came over and kept kissing her face. "Hate the makeup on my face is going to be kissed away by you." Jiang Yao giggled and pushed his head, making a mess with him on the sofa. Yang Yingyu, who was hiding in the attaché room to witness everything. Her pretty googly egg face hung with a warm smile, and her palms, which were coated with colorful purple manicure, rested on the door handle. But in the end, she didn't go out. This night belonged to Yao Yao and her son, so she would not add any more emotional fluctuations. Early the next morning, Su-yong was woken up by the ringing phone. He rolled over and got up, only to find himself lying on the sofa with a thin blanket covering his body. Last night, Su-yong accompanied Jiang Yao in this presidential suite and chatted all night, and he didn't know when he fell asleep in a daze. Picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already 9 in the morning. The phone call was from Song Yamin. "Hey, good morning." "Good morning, ah. Su-yong, are you oversleeping? Said again that we're going mountain climbing today." "Well, I slept a bit late yesterday. I'll go over now." "Good. Then I'll wait for you." Su-yong hung up the phone and looked around the suite. Jiang Yao's figure was already gone. After checking his cell phone, he realized that there were several unread text messages on it. "Jiang Yao, Yang, seeing that you are sleeping so soundly, I won't wake you up. If you see this message, I've already gone back to work in Magic City. Don't miss me too much, oh. Anyway, you'll be back soon. I'll be waiting for you in Magic City, oh." Well, although Su-yong now misses Jiang Yao, but also, as she said, the day after tomorrow Su-yong will basically be able to go back to Mordor, there is no need to rush in a moment. In addition to the promise of rich woman Song mother and daughter to go to climb the mountain, there is also tomorrow's company's investment meeting also want to help themselves. In short, first of all, these things are dealt with it. After thinking clearly about these things, Su-yong also calmed down his mind and continued to check the remaining unread text messages. Song Yamin, getting up yet? I'm going to climb the mountain at the right time. Song Yamin, why didn't you reply? Are you still not awake? Then you sleep a little longer. I'll call you later to wake you up. Song Shuyuan, bastard. Where are you? Why did Min Air say you haven't gotten up yet? Song Shuyuan, really not awake? You weren't exhausted last night and really did something weird with my stockings. Were you? Song Shuyuan, I don't care if you did something weird. The stockings have to be sent back to me anyway. Su-yong slapped the back of his head helplessly after checking the rest of these text messages. This Song Fu bitch was thinking that she would do strange things with her stockings every day. She was really able to think blindly, where was he free last night? Do you want to simply use Song Fu's stockings and make a cup of stocking milk tea for her and send it to her? Su-yong shook his head in amusement, got up and went to the restroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Only, when he stood in front of the washstand, after seeing the 2 obvious lip marks left on his face in the mirror, Su-yong still couldn't help but let out a giggle and almost didn't choke out a laugh. Sister Yao Yao is too skinny. If I didn't wash up here, wouldn't that be going back to my room with 2 lip prints on top of me? Then in case someone sees me on the way, I wouldn't have to lose my face. Su-yong cried and laughed as he touched the red lip prints on his left and right cheeks, which seemed to still have a sweet, refreshing fragrance left on them. It was the color of these 2 lip prints that seemed to feel a little different. Could it be that he accidentally touched them when he was sleeping and wiped away some of the color? Su-yong put his fingertip to the end of his nose and sniffed. Aha! It's really fragrant. It should be an illusion. Su-yong didn't care much about it, admired it in the mirror, and took a picture as a souvenir before he washed away the lip print with some reluctance. Yesterday night it rained for half the night. Today is sunny. Climbing the mountain to exercise is a good activity. Su-yong washed up and returned to his room, changed into sportswear, and set off to the agreed location. Chapter 52, Climbing Mountains. Linen was a city with rich natural landscape. Suitable places for climbing mountains were everywhere. Whereas the Magic City would fall into the plains, there were fewer mountains, and the first peak, Shi Mountain, was only 100 meters above sea level. Therefore, if you like the bustling and colorful city life, it would be suitable in Magic City. If you like peace and comfort, and the pace of life is relatively slower, then naturally it would be linen. When Su Yang arrived at his destination, it was already 10 in the morning. However, for those who did not seek to see the sunrise, it was not too late to climb the mountain at this hour. Su Yang this way, just as he got off the car, he saw Song Amin standing under the shade of a tree, smiling sweetly and waving at him. Su Yang looked over there, and the sunlight fell through the gaps in the leaves. Song Amin and Song Shuyuan both changed into the same style of white sportswear and sneakers, hair also tied into a single ponytail thrown behind, as a pair of sisters generally look energetic. No one can tell that these two tall, beautiful women with outstanding appearance are actually a mother and daughter. Especially Song Shuyuan, figure, appearance and temperament are all good. Bust is also very spectacular. After changing into sportswear, less mature beauty and professional women's sexy intellectual, but more a few points of young women's unique beautiful charm, repeatedly attracted the attention of passers-by. Sorry, I overslept in the morning. Su Yang jogged over and apologized. It's fine. Today happens to be the weekend. We also stayed in bed for a while before getting up. Song Shuyuan's charming eyes looked meaningfully at Su Yang. There were still a few moments of thirsty sleepy lethargy in her voice, and the temptation of a mature beauty woman in dribs and drabs was always revealed so inadvertently. Then let's leave now. Song Amin let out a dainty laugh, bouncing and raising her arms, showing off her youthful beauty. The three of them paired up and started walking up the mountain. The section of the road at the foot of the mountain had an extremely small incline, just right for warming up and walking slowly. At the end of summer, the weather is hot, but because of last night's rain, refreshing wind blowing in the face while enjoying the beauty of the mountains while walking in the green mountains and green water, there is no need to rush. This place is not that far from your house. It seems like it's not that far, right? Su Yang casually chatted with them while walking. Well, this mountain is called Jewel Mountain, located in the north of West Lake. It's only a few minutes' drive from our house. Song Amin said with a light smile. Living by the West Lake is just fine. By the mountain and by the water. No wonder more and more people are choosing to settle in linen. Su Yang casually sighed. Then are you interested in settling in linen? Song Shuyuan raised her small hand and ran her flowing hair in front of her forehead, her eyes unblinking as she looked at him. It might be possible in the future, but I don't have this idea now. Su Yang surreptitiously sized up the rich woman Song walking next to him. This kind of elegant and charming mature woman had an instinctive attraction to any man. Song Shuyuan naturally noticed his gaze and glared at him quietly without any good humor, lowering her voice. Did you bring my things over? Su Yang noticed Song Amin walking in front of him. The corner of his mouth revealed a minute derisive smile, also lowered his voice and said, Didn't you say I took it to do something weird? I haven't washed it yet, so I'll just give it back to you like this. Do you want it too? Song Shuyuan was so ashamed and angry. Her white cheeks rose with a faint reddish color, and she said furiously, Do you believe that I will tell your general manager Lu that you actually did such a scandalous thing to me? What scandalous thing did I do? Su Yang pretended to be puzzled. Didn't you just say that you did something strange and haven't washed it yet? Song Shuyuan glared at him with a cold face and a look of interrogating a criminal. Su Yang made an expression of dawning realization and smiled sarcastically. I didn't do it. I mean, you always wrong me like this. I only said that I didn't wash it for you, so it might have some kind of smell. Song Shuyuan listened to his defense, finally knowing that this kid was deliberately flirting with himself, but still felt that this guy was very hateful, actually saying that the stockings he had worn had a flavor. She, a mature and intellectual elegant noblewoman on her own body neatness degree, is also has a very high requirement. Well, even if wear a day also cannot have flavor, there must also be fragrant. Humph, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Hurry up and return the stockings to me. Song Shuyuan's charming face oozed an annoyed red and said with a cold snort. Su Yang secretly laughed, reached into his pocket, clenched his fist and held it out. Here, quickly take it away. Song Shuyuan first glanced at her daughter in front of her. While she did not pay attention to hastily reached out tender small hand to grab his fist. Fingertips peeled off his fingers. Chapter 53, Do you want to die? Where are the stockings? Song Shuyuan, however, realized that there was nothing in Su Yang's hand at all, and turned her head sideways to see him smilingly looking at herself with a flirtatious meaning in her eyes. Only then did she realize that she had been tricked by him, and flung away his hand in thinly veiled anger and shame. Brat, you wait for me. Su Yang watched with amusement as Song Shuyuan quickly ran to Song Amin's side. He actually didn't mean to intentionally tease this flirtatious and soft beauty. But after all, He still had a special interest in mature women, and couldn't help but want to see her shy and angry reaction. It was almost 11 o'clock when he reached the top of the mountain. The stone rocks of Jeweled Mountain were heady red, glittering under the daylight, like a jeweled flowing haze, exceptionally dazzling. The top of the afternoon sun blazing, but there is a mountain wind on the face, do not feel hot, and from the top of the mountain to look down, the whole West Lake are in full view. Song Amin also brought a camera. From time to time will stop at some viewpoints to help Soo-young and Song Shuyuan photo. She would also ask the local girls who also came to climb the mountain and pass by to help the three of them take some group photos. Mom, move closer to Soo-yang's side. Standing so far away doesn't even look like a companion. Song Amin commanded her own mother to take a group photo with Soo-young while holding her camera to find an angle. Song Shuyuan reluctantly moved a few steps closer to Soo-yang's side and could only remind herself to calm her mind. Don't be general with this brat, or else the one who would end up being pissed off would only be herself. Soo-young glanced sideways at the gorgeous and beautiful Song Fu-woo, smiled and whispered to the camera. Aunt Song, have you ever noticed that when we take pictures of landscapes or people, the ones that come out aren't as beautiful as the ones that we really see? But you won't think that it's the landscape or the people that aren't good looking because you know that the camera isn't able to capture the real beauty, and that you should look at yourself in the same way, and the truth is that you are the most beautiful scenery. Song Shuyuan couldn't help but giggle, her long, white, soft little hands covering her red lips, her round face flashing a tantalizing blush. I originally thought that this long speech of yours was going to tell some kind of truth, but it turns out that the focus is that last sentence? Soo-young corrected. I'm saying that you're very suitable to be a backdrop, and you have a good figure, big waves, those are two advantages. Song Shuyuan was originally quite happy to be complimented. Now she directly disregarded her image and grabbed Soo-yang's arm and whacked him, poo-pooing, "You're the one who's wavy." Mom, what are you doing? Song Amin held up her camera and looked dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on at all. Coming down from the Jeweled Mountain, Song Shuyuan was still treating Soo-young with a loving attitude, really pissed off by this brat. Song Amin also planned to take Soo-young today to stroll around the other attractions in Linen, and looked around at her own mom and Soo-young who were walking on both sides of her. For a moment she was puzzled. Mom, later Soo-young and I are going to go shopping somewhere else? Are you going home, or will you join us? Of course, together, Song Shuyuan said as a matter of course. Her stockings were still in the hands of this brat Soo-young. How could she not get them back? The three of them picked up the car and directly came to the Westlake Worldside to find a restaurant for lunch, and later on, by the way, they could also stroll around the side. After ordering, Song Amin went to the restroom. Song Shuyuan leaned back in the chair slightly lazily. With her hands clasped on her chest, she narrowed her eyes and stared at Soo-young, who was sitting in the next chair. Aunt Song, you keep staring at me like this. Are you trying to seduce this young guy of mine? Soo-young put down his teacup and looked up towards her with interest. Tempt you my ass. Song Shuyuan's mature face flickered with a touch of blush. Only then did she realize that staring at a man all the time like this was indeed a bit inappropriate, and her small hand, which was as tender as water, reached out towards him. Quickly return my stockings. Soo-young lightly hit her flirtatious palm and said with amusement, You're hygienically unhygienic? It's dinner time. How can you take it out at this time? Do you want to die? Song Shuyuan bit her lips. The blush on her face was covered by the long wavy hair that was let down, still glaring at the other party unforgivingly. All right, calm down. Soo-young smiled as he picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for her, continuing, Is it a good rest today? You just relax and go shopping with our young people. Anyway, I won't covet your stockings, and I will definitely return them to you before parting. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm old? Song Shuyuan's white, rounded fingertips pinched the teacup and couldn't help but scratch him fiercely again. Aunt Song, you are really good at catching words. Young is not necessarily good. A mature young woman like you who is full of seductive charm. Isn't it much more attractive than those little girls who don't know how to be charming? Soo-young said flirtatiously. Humph. Song Shuyuan blanked him a glance. This is a little reddened face. Was his such a boast as even more red, delicate as onion fingers pick up the cup of tea head down to sip, to cover up that blush. Song Amin just at this time also came back. See, Mom's face is a little flushed. The heart is even more strange. Chapter 54. You've got a lot of guts. After lunch, the three of them strolled through the Westlake world, saw the Hafeng Street and the Southern Song Dynasty Imperial Street, walked through the ancient canal and Shaohajijia, viewed the Chentang River and the river tide, and in the Jiangnan Provincial Museum also looked at the artifacts of the Leifeng Pagoda, and finally ate at the Wulin Night Market. Without realizing it, night fell and came to night. With a cool breeze, Su-young parked his car at the home of Song Shuyuan's mother and daughter. Emin, thanks for lending me the car. I'm going back to Magic City tomorrow after the investment meeting. The car will be returned to you now. Su-young handed the Maybach's car keys back to Song Emin, seriously expressing his gratitude. No need to be polite, we are all friends. If there is still a chance to come to Linen in the future, I will take you to visit the remaining attractions again. Today's time is still a little too tight, we didn't even finish shopping. Song Emin looked at Su-young's handsome face. There was still some reluctance. Her perception of Su-young was still very good. Well, the next time I come to Linen, I will definitely contact you, Su-young said with a smile. Then, if I go to Magic City, can I also look for you? Song Emin smiled with a blink of her long eyelashes. Of course. Su-young nodded seriously. Then we can make an appointment. Song Emin flashed her beautiful eyes happily. As for Song Shuyuan, seeing that the two of them had already finished saying goodbye, her flirtatious eyes slightly narrowed, and she pretended to be enthusiastic and said, Xiaoyang, it's not convenient to take a taxi back to the hotel here, so let me send you on a trip. Su-young naturally knew that she was taking the opportunity to retrieve her stockings, and responded amusedly, Then I'll trouble Aunt Song. Get in the car. Song Shuyuan was afraid that her daughter would snatch it from her and hurriedly opened her red Porsche. Su-young also didn't be polite, waved his hand towards Song Emin and got into the passenger side. Song Emin looked at the distant shadow of the Porsche with a bit of curiosity, feeling that her mom had been a bit strange the whole day. Maybe she was overthinking it, shook her head and headed for home. On the other side, the Porsche came out from the villa area. Song Shuyuan just drove quietly, and Su-young did not take the initiative to speak. The car was playing some old songs from the early years of Xiangjiang, enjoying the serenity brought by the music. It wasn't until the journey was already halfway there that Song Shuyuan couldn't help but smile and say, I'm curious what your real family background is. Don't come up with the words of being born in some rural area to fool me. Aunt Song, I really did grow up in a rural area over here in Jiangnan. I really didn't lie to you. Su-young helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, The Armani customized sports suit that you are wearing is worth more than $100,000. That pair of casual sneakers is also close to $100,000. As well as the casual suit that you wore before is priced even higher than these. I don't believe that a small investment promotion supervisor, who has just been promoted not long ago, has the ability to wear these outfits. Song Shuyuan opened the car window a little. Let the night breeze caress her cheeks. Her smile still exudes a mature charm. Su-young then understood that she was analyzing these from her own clothes. The heart is even more helpless. These clothes are all bought for him by Jiang Yao. Where does he know how much the prices are? And bought and cannot be placed in the closet moldy. Natural wear out of the office. But he didn't explain anything anyway, since he knew he had a richest real mom. He really can't be considered an ordinary person. He could only smile bitterly and say, I didn't mean to fool Aunt Song, but some things happened only recently, and it's hard to recount them to you now. So I'll tell you in detail when I have the chance in the future. That's fine. Song Shuyuan did not have the intention to get to the bottom of the matter, and turned her head sideways, picking up her fine winks, with a few more slightly serious flavors in her temperament. Then can you tell me, do you like my daughter? Su-young also looked sideways at Rich Bitch Song. The street light reflected into the car from outside, showing her elegant and moving side profile. The white sportswear was also still hard to hide the curve of her long and plump legs, and even the taut thighs were showing a kind of seductive flavor that only a ripe woman would possess. Su-young slightly smiled. If the like in your mouth, Aunt Song, only represents appreciation, then I can only say that I prefer Aunt Song like this. You are really bold. Song Shuyuan pretended to be calm as she reached out and stroked her hand through her blowing hair. Surprisingly, she had some itchy feelings in her heart, and her jade-like crystalline face suddenly vaporized a layer of red mist. She leaned on the seat with a slightly lazy eyes glanced at him with a tone similar to the elder said, I'm in the shopping mall for so many years, have seen all kinds of men, but I can feel that your nature is good, but I can tell you for sure, I'm with you is impossible, you're still young, just a moment of the temptation of the mature young woman to the eyes, the really suitable for a lifetime with you, sure. Suitable to live with you for the rest of your life is definitely a girl around the same age as you. Chapter 55, we still need to understand. Su-young couldn't help but laugh out loud. Aunt Song, what are you thinking? Didn't I say that I just appreciate you like that? Can't you be a little more pure in your thoughts? Is this the age of a wolf like a tiger to think like this? Song Shuyuan was stunned for a moment before coming back to the fact that he did seem to be talking about liking on behalf of admiration, and then snapped, Who cares about your admiration? You brat is just deliberately misleading me. Her heart inexplicably surged with a burst of aggression. How could she have encountered anything humiliating by him? Before it was the mistake of entering the bathroom where he was bathing, and now it was the shameless self-indulgence. Soo-young dumbly laughed a little. Aunt Song. Then if I really am the kind of like you think, you still use that word just now to block me? The light inside the car was a little hazy. Song Shuyuan closed the window up. A hint of tantalizing smell filled the car. We still need to understand. Her voice was low, but clear to the ear. What did you say? Soo-young fell back and looked at her with some disbelief. How did this rich woman's Song change her mind so quickly? Song Shuyuan was a little angry, then only regretted to death. How did she faint and say this sentence? Was it just because she was too aggravated that her brain became confused? I didn't say anything, and you didn't hear anything. Song Shuyuan returned in shame and indignation. The car was a bit dark, making it impossible to see her expression. Oh, I didn't hear anything. Soo-young also didn't dare to tease this rich woman anymore. It was too temperamental? Or are all women like this? No, my sister Yao Yao is very straight ball. It seems that his own understanding of women still can't do the long sleeve. Still not getting off the car? Is it for me to open the door for you? Song Shuyuan glared back at him, revealing her plump face full of blush. Only then did Soo-young realize that the car had already stopped at the entrance of Yuan Mingdu Hotel. Aunt Song, goodbye. Dropping these words, Soo-young immediately pushed open the car door and scurried out, walking into the hotel's lobby in a puff of smoke. Song Shuyuan looked at Soo-young, who disappeared from sight before leaning back on the driver's seat, and took a deep breath. What a disgrace. Song Shuyuan's eyes narrowed slightly with some flirtatious ecstasy. Her plump face still had the remnants of an abnormal blush, and her rosy lips looked radiant under the hotel's streetlights. Wait a minute. Isn't there something forgotten? After sitting in the car for quite a while, Song Shuyuan suddenly seemed to remember something and violently twisted her waist and sat up. Where are my stockings? Song Shuyuan stared dead center at the hotel entrance. This brat hadn't returned her stockings and ran off like this? Thinking about how just now she had hurriedly kicked him out of the car in order to avoid him seeing her embarrassment, she ended up not carrying out her purpose of sending him back. It's all because this kid didn't return it to me as soon as he got on the bus. Dilly-dallying. Song Shuyuan picked up her cell phone, but in the end, she didn't have the courage to make a call, so she could only curse angrily and start the car. And with a messy mood, she slowly left the place that had made her so ashamed and angry. On the other hand, Soo-young went all the way back to his hotel room. He also remembered that he hadn't yet returned the stockings to Rich Bitch Song. I'm super. Should I take it down to her now? Soo-young pulled out the soft black silk that he had rolled into a ball from his pocket, which still had a faint seductive and provocative scent on it. He had really forgotten about this matter at that time, and didn't really mean to covet down her personal belongings. After thinking about it for a while, he still took out his cell phone and dialed her. Beep. After a while, the call was connected. Say something quickly. I'm driving the car. From the opposite side came Song Shuyuan's flirtatious voice with no audible emotions. That, Aunt Song, your stockings are still here with me. Why don't you drive the car back and I'll take them down for you? I'm almost home and you just remembered this? Why didn't you give it to me when I just got in the car? Song Shuyuan's voice rang out as she gritted her teeth. How long has it been? Who believes you're arriving home so soon? Soo-young smiled awkwardly. This is not a momentary forgetfulness. What now? How about I take a taxi and send it to you? No need. Song Shuyuan hated to bite on him. Why? Soo-young was a bit strange. No reason. Song Shuyuan huffed and puffed. Then this stocking. Soo-young let out a bitter smile. You eat it. Song Shuyuan directly hung up the phone. Chapter 56. What does Rich Bitch Song mean in the end? Soo-young put down his cell phone and looked at the black silk held in his hand with some bewilderment. Is this thing edible? What exactly does this rich woman Song mean? Forget it. Let's help her keep it first. Soo-young shook his head, rummaged out a Ziploc bag from his own suitcase, and put this black silk in it to seal it up. If there was a chance, then return it to her. Time quickly came to the next day, that is, July 1st. Early in the morning, Soo-young got up and reported to Lu Rumei first. The hotel side of the investment venue has been completely set up. The entire investment department of the staff have also been called to the Yuan Mingdu Hotel. The venue was decorated with all kinds of banners and posters, as well as cosmetic displays and trial counters everywhere, with a long red carpet in the middle. Customers also arrived one after another. Su Yang arranged for members of the investment promotion team to receive these customers. Song Amin arrived around 10 o'clock. She drove over alone and called Su Yang after arriving at the hotel. "Good morning, Manager Song." Su Yang enthusiastically guided her in at the entrance of the hotel. In public, he still called Song Amin by her title so it would be more formal. "Good morning, Supervisor Su." Song Amin responded with a smile. She wore a beautiful rose-colored open small dress today, and a pair of white sexy legs could be seen as she walked around. Su Yang looked behind her and asked embarrassedly, "General Manager Song didn't come over? The company has something to deal with today, so my mom let me take full responsibility." Song Amin smiled delicately. "That's also true. This kind of small scene doesn't need General Manager Song to personally arrive." Su Yang could understand and personally greeted Song Amin. "Then I will specially receive you today. You are the biggest protagonist of this investment meeting." Song Amin pursed her lips and smiled, slightly sideways to get closer to Su Yang. "Did you do something last night to make my mom angry?" "My mom was in a weird mood after she returned home." "Did she? It shouldn't be Last night she sent me back to the hotel. All the way was quite normal Su Yang said somewhat sheepishly. "Then maybe my mom is in a bad mood because of something else. Anyway, I keep seeing her looking back and forth at her cell phone, and I don't know if it's something at work." Song Amin thoughtfully brushed her wavy curly hair with a charming scent. "Looking at her cell phone? Could it be looking to see if I still have messages for her?" Su Yang was a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it, lest he make a fool of himself, and greeted Song Amin as she entered the venue to find a place to sit first. In addition to the display and trial of cosmetics, there are also a variety of fruits and drinks provided by the hotel. It looked similar to the dinner parties attended by those tycoons on TV. About 10 o'clock or so, the guests have come together. Lu Rumei went on stage to make a speech, briefly introduced the product and investment contract preferential policies, followed by the official signing ceremony. Jiangnan 11 prefecture-level cities have chosen a biggest customer on stage to sign. Lin inside is naturally Song Amin as a representative. When the whole audience heard Song Amin's representative Honghu Group, 3 months after the 100 stores program, instantly boiled up. After all, although many of them knew that Jianxiu had reached a big cooperation with Honghu, they had not revealed the specific plan before. And now that they heard about such a big deal from Honghu, they were naturally very shocked. Because for the new brand of cosmetics launched by Fairview Trade, many people, even if they are interested, but are to test the waters first, business is good and profitable before opening additional stores. And Hangzhou Group actually one time on the opening of 100, and still in 3 months at the same time open, this boldness is really amazing. This makes a lot of customers are already considering whether to open more. After all, when Lin inside of the popularity of this cosmetic brand up, other cities will also follow the benefit. In the blink of an eye, at 12 o'clock or so, Fairview Trading's investment meeting for this new cosmetic product came to a successful end. The number of stores that signed up was more than what was scheduled before, which was all influenced by Honghu Group's 100-store program. All in all, Jianxiu Trading was a big success this time, and all the customers were arranged to have a luncheon in the hotel's restaurant. After sending all the customers away, it was already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and all the personnel of the Fairview Commerce Trade also started to return to Magic City. Chapter 57. Kind of Missing Mom. On the way back, Su Yang naturally took Lu Rumei's special car. Lu Rumei drank a lot of wine. Her complexion was charming and glowing, and she seemed to be nourished like a flower. Xiaoyang, this investment meeting the biggest contributor can be you The whole Jiangnan region contracted customers reached 338, of which linen accounted for 100. The company certainly will not treat you poorly. Bonus quasi-hair enough. Mr. Lu, this is all everyone's credit. If it wasn't for the strength of Jianxiu giving me the backbone, I wouldn't have been able to talk to these customers. Su Yang said with a smile. His heart was also a little excited. After all, the bonus this time is at least $1 million. This is considered the biggest sum of money he has earned since he started working. Lu Rumei's eyes showed a kind of elder to the love of the younger generation. Giggled. Polite words we do not say. You also do not. Lu Total shouted me. Privately we according to the friends do you call his Aunt Lu on good. Aunt Lu. Su Yang didn't make any pretense, and directly called out. Lu Rumei stretched out a small hand coated with wine-red nail, held on his arm. Body also leaned over to his side, fresh face with drunken red, adding a few threads of delicate charm. Xiaoyang, do you have any more rewards you want? Aunt Lu will privately fulfill another reward for you. Su Yang smelled the faint sweet fragrance lingering over her body, and could even feel the softness of her tender little hands. The wonderful taste was beyond words. Aunt Lu, you're drunk. Su Yang glanced at Secretary Dai, who was concentrating on driving in front of him, and reached out to help Lu Rume up. LOL, shy? Okay. Not teasing you. Aunt Lu just appreciates you. Has anyone ever told you that you're kinda cute? Lu Rume smiled and nourished her soft, scented body and leaned over again, resting her chin on his shoulder. Aunt Lu, why don't you just take a nap? Su Yang saw that she was obviously drunk. He was really afraid that she would do something more provocative and he wouldn't be able to hold it. Yeah. Lu Rume rubbed her head, and with a tilt of her head, she directly lay down, resting on Su Yang's lap. Su Yang smelled the refreshing fragrance wafting from Aunt Lu's body, looked at her eyes closed some headache, also did not pull her away, sitting upright leaning back in the chair, looking at the scenery outside the car window to avoid their own rambling thoughts. This time, he traveled for half a month, and also left Magic City for half a month. To be honest, he really missed his strange mother. He didn't know how she was doing during this period of time. The investment promotion work had already been completed, and there was no need for Su Yang to follow up on other things. Therefore, he could take a pretty long vacation. In that case, wasn't it time to meet up with Yang Yingyu again? Su Yang's mood was a bit complicated, and he was thinking about these things all the way. Time passed in a blink of an eye. Arriving in Magic City time has been almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Rume is still lying on his lap sleeping soundly. Su Yang reached out and shook Lu Rume's shoulder, reminding, Aunt Lu, wake up, to Magic City. Lu Rume rubbed her sleepy eyes. Only then did she realize that she was lying on Su Yang's lap. She hurriedly climbed up and said with a slightly reddened pretty face, I'm sorry, Xiao Yang. I was drunk just now. I know. Su Yang smiled to show his understanding, then signaled Secretary Dai in front with his eyes, indicating that the other party had also seen the scene of her sleeping just now while on the road. Lu Rume didn't care about it. Her gorgeous face showed a hint of smile. Anyway, the two of us, male unmarried, female unmarried, it doesn't matter who saw it. Since she had said so, Su Yang didn't care. Anyway, as Aunt Lu's secretary, what things can be said and what can't be said, the other party must know. Su Yang incidentally told Aunt Lu about the fact that he was going on vacation. Lu Rume naturally had no problem with it, and even asked for his home address, and took the initiative to let his secretary send him back downstairs in the neighborhood, and waved goodbye to him. Su Yang returned home with his suitcase. Looking at the humble single apartment, he really had a feeling of being a world away. Ah, Yang! Just as Su Yang had just finished changing his slippers, pulling his suitcase and preparing to go back to his room. As soon as he pushed open the bedroom door, Jiang Yao's soft body directly pounced over and hung tightly on his body. Su Yang was shocked to take a step back, and hurriedly held her legs, surprised. Sister Yao Yao, why are you here? Jiang Yao smiled and nuzzled his neck. Didn't I sleep at your place on the day you traveled? I took a spare key by the way when I left, and today, knowing that you're coming back, I've been waiting for you here for a long time in advance. Chapter 58, The Life I Should Have Had. Su Yang carried Jiang Yao and walked back to the living room, placed her on the sofa, and in the process looked her up and down. Today's Jiang Yao was wearing a French elegant little black dress. Thin waist, long legs, white and greasy jade-like legs wrapped by flesh-colored stockings. No wonder just now I felt that the house has been vacant for half a month. Actually, there is no dust. Is it that you arranged someone to come and clean? Su Yang sat down next to Jiang Yao, happily gazing at her soft face. You are my good young master. If you are not at home, the slave girl will naturally be responsible for the good hygiene of the house. Jiang Yao took his arm again, her beautiful face raised, pouting her lips as she looked at him with a look of begging for a reward. Su Yang heavily kissed on her pretty face. He laughs. This is to give you a reward. Tonight also want to take you to eat delicious. Jiang Yao, however, pulled his arm and winked mysteriously. Ah Yang, there's a place I want to take you to. You come with me first. What place? Su Yang was a bit curious. You'll know later. Jiang Yao got up and pulled Su Yang's arm, yanking him up from the sofa. Hurry up. It's going to be too late. Su Yang could only get up and follow Jiang Yao out the door again. Downstairs, Xiao Qing was already waiting for them with a Rolls-Royce. Until after getting into the car, Jiang Yao came to his ear, smilingly looked at him and said, Ah Yang, tonight our theme is to make up for the life that you should have. All of it. The life I should have had? Su Yang was unsure. However, soon, he understood what Jiang Yao meant by that sentence. Because not long after, Xiao Qing drove the two of them in a Rolls-Royce and drove directly into a luxurious villa area. This is here. Su Yang stood in the courtyard of an independent villa, Looking up at the 3-story high luxury villa, his heart was inexplicably a little nervous. The courtyard of the villa was luxurious, with its own flower pool fountain, elegant environment, revealing a sense of art everywhere. And there was also a circle of white showy iron fence on the periphery, completely isolating the courtyard from the outside. Jiang Yao shouldn't have brought him to Yang Yingyu's home, right? What are you thinking about? Jiang Yao knew what he was worried about as soon as she took a look at his expression. Pursing her lips that were smeared with lipstick, she continued with a smile. Your mom doesn't live here. This is the new residence she prepared for you. She knows that you're still not used to living with her, but she also doesn't want to let you keep renting a house outside, so she asked me to give this villa to you today. Su Yang was relieved to hear this. He really wasn't mentally prepared to live with his mom at this point. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Yao smiled sweetly. Holding Su Yang's arm, she walked through the lush green courtyard. In front, Xiaoqing had already opened the gate of the villa for them. This gate was a double-opening deep red solid wood, wrapped with thick leather on top, looking unusually luxurious and atmospheric. Su Yang glanced towards the house. The doorway was a short corridor. The floor was covered with thick and fluffy carpets, and a whole row of shoe cabinets were placed on the side. These slippers are all newly bought. I've memorized your shoe size. They definitely fit your size. Jiang Yao pointed to a whole row of clean slippers placed on the shoe cabinet and winked at Su Yang. Su Yang then looked towards the other pairs of fancy slippers that were obviously smaller. And what's with those slippers? This is for the female guests. I have all the sizes with your mom, Jiang Yao said, already kicking off the high heels on her feet on her own, her face overflowing with smugness. All right. Su Yang saw that she and Xiaoqing were both changing their shoes, so he also went over and took a pair of boys' slippers to change into. The three of them walked through the entry area, and there were some exquisite potted plants and artistic sculptures placed next to them. Further inside, there was a beautifully decorated, luxurious living room. Sparkling crystal lights hung from the gorgeous dome. The floor was paved with natural marble and covered with thick woolen carpets. There was almost no sound when people walked on it. It was very quiet. The area of the entire living room was twice as big as the house Su Yang rented, hundreds of square feet. The walls on both sides were floor-to-ceiling glass, and with a glance one could see the exquisite gardens outside without any shade. This villa is the king of the floor of the entire May Garden Villa area, specially invited internationally renowned designers to design it by hand, and all the furniture and home appliances inside the house are also made of the world's top brands. You only need to bring simple luggage to move in. If you are not used to living there, remember to tell me. I'll find another house for you, Jiang Yao said to Su Yang with concern. Su Yang nodded slightly. In fact, for this very famous rich villa area in Magic City, he had naturally heard of it. It seemed like almost a square foot cost more than $500,000. In the past, he would not even dare to think that he could live in this kind of villa. But now he could live in a place he was not accustomed to, and could change it again. This life trajectory really changed radically. Chapter 59 Villa Mansion. Let's go and take a look at your bedroom first now. Jiang Yao pulled Su Yang towards the second floor again. Su Yang felt his heart itching as he held Jiang Yao's thin, smooth and cold little hand, until Jiang Yao pushed open the door of the master bedroom. Only then Su Yang's attention was diverted. His eyes couldn't help but slightly light up, because from the master bedroom looking towards the balcony direction, it was actually the Huangpu River. The river view was very beautiful, and you could also see many cruise ships traveling on the river. If it was night, the illuminated river view, the sea and sky, it would definitely be even more beautiful. This room is really good. Su Yang opened his mouth for the first time since he entered the villa and praised it. There are even better ones. Jiang Yao pursed her lips and smiled. In front, Xiaoqing had already pulled open the glass door of the master bedroom leading to the balcony. On the wide balcony outside, there was actually a swimming pool that was more than 20 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide. Su Yang stood at the edge of the balcony and looked outside. This swimming pool was actually connected to the river in the distance. The vision looked very beautiful. How come even the bedroom comes with its own pool? Su Yang secretly smacked his lips. This time he had seen the life of the rich. Jiang Yao slightly tilted her pretty face to look at him, smiled and said, "This design is called Sky Pool. It's the original creation of all our villas. The pool is self-contained with constant temperature water control system. No matter when you go in to swim, you are not afraid of the cold. Especially at night, you can swim while enjoying the beautiful river view. It's definitely a kind of enjoyment." Su Yang, however, heard something else from her words and said in shock, "All our villas? Jiang Yao saw that he discovered the meaning of her words and spat out her tongue. Spoke out of turn, "This villa area is your mom's property, and as far as the eye can see is the rivers and mountains that your mom has saved for you. So just live in peace." Su Yang had really seen how rich his own mom was this time. When he came here just now, he had seen the scale of this villa area, basically occupying the entire Huangpu riverside. This is actually his own mom's. It was really amazing. "Shao Qing, you first go down and bring up the living supplies that you just bought today, in the trunk," Jiang Yao instructed to that weak female bodyguard. "Okay." The female bodyguard's tone was indifferent and respectful. Or maybe it was her personality. She answered and went downstairs. Jiang Yao saw Su Yang looking at Shao Qing's back, smiling like a flower. She explained to him, "There are several other female bodyguards like Shao Qing under your mom's hand. Those can be all out of the guard's one division." "A security guard?" Su Yang was a little curious. "Zhong Nanhai, right?" Jiang Yao scowled at him. Su Yang's tiger body shook. Now he naturally understood. That was definitely the king of soldiers. "I didn't think that Shao Qing, the female bodyguard who looked civilized and weak, actually had such a big head." However, thinking more carefully about his own mom's fortune, it wouldn't make sense not to have a few such female bodyguards. Jiang Yao walked to the side of that big bed in the bedroom, pointed to it and turned back towards Su Yang with a smile and said, "This mattress is newly bought for you by your mom. Guess its price?" Su Yang glanced at the 2-meter-wide European-style king-sized bed. The label of the mattress was written in a string of English, which he naturally did not recognize. "Duxiana? What brand is this? The best mattress I know should be Simmons, right?" Jiang Yao covered her mouth and laughed petulantly. The gap between Simmons and Duxiana is equivalent to the distance between Anta and LV. "Then can this mattress be sold for $100,000? Su Yang had already guessed towards the big one. Jiang Yao put up her slender fingertips and shook them, smiling and shaking her head. "You're a little more daring. It won't be $1 million, right?" Su Yang was already wide-eyed. Jiang Yao, incomparably enchanting and charmingly, looked at him, smilingly said, "It's more than 10 million. Oh, more than 10 million? Su Yang was really a bit dumbfounded. What kind of mattress is this? How many people who struggled for their entire life would not be able to earn $10 million? This is actually just the price of a mattress?" Jiang Yao revealed a mesmerizing smile and introduced to him, "The brand Duxiana holds the title of the world's most expensive bed. It is the exclusive bedding supplier for the Swedish royal family, and just to equip you with these mattresses in the villa, it's more than $20 million. Of course, the ones in the other rooms combined aren't as expensive as this one of yours. This mattress of yours was specially customized by your mother just to make you comfortable when you sleep." Su Yang took a deep breath and re-examined this luxurious big bed. He had never really thought that he would be able to sleep in a $10 million bed in his lifetime. He had never had any concept of the quality of life of the rich. But from this moment onwards, he suddenly seemed to understand a bit. Jiang Yao came to his side, her arm propped on his shoulder, her voice so charming that it was thrilling. "Young master, do you want to let sister accompany you to try this bed?" Chapter 60, Housewarming. Su Yang twisted his head to look at Jiang Yao, peering at her plump white cheeks, swallowed his saliva and said, "How to try?" Jiang Yao shyly lowered her head, squirming, "You lie up first." Su Yang looked at the more and more delicate and attractive Jiang Yao and licked his dry lips. Following what she said, he sat on the edge of the bed and tried to lie down on the bed. As expected, it was worthy of being a bed of more than $10 million apiece, soft and comfortable beyond imagination. Su Yang just laid down and felt slightly trapped in the mattress. And this mattress is soft and comfortable on top of that, but has enough elasticity, giving Su Yang the feeling that he was lying on 1,000 beautiful women in general. Anyway, he was so comfortable right now that he didn't want to get up at all. "Let me try its elasticity." Jiang Yao giggled, kicked off her slippers and directly lunged up from the end of the bed. The mattress received a shock, causing her delicate body to bounce a little, her buttock waves and breast waves. Looking at Su Yang was really dumbfounded. However, it was also discovered that this mattress, even with this tossing and turning, didn't make a single sound. Jiang Yao babbled and rolled on the bed a few times, yelling in a delicate voice, "Sure enough, it's a bit more comfortable than my bed. I really don't want to get up." Su Yang looked at her rolled to his side, the fragrance of her nose, another burst of heart. Even his throat was a little dry, busy coughing. "If you like it, I'll let you stay for one night tonight. I'll move over tomorrow." Jiang Yao, lying on the bed, flirtatiously blanked him, spat out her tongue. You are the owner of this villa. How dare I be the first to live? Ah. Su-yong looked at the concave and convex curve of her side, scratched the back of his head and hesitated. Then why don't I also live in tonight? Yeah. I'll accompany you as a companion tonight. And by the way, I'll celebrate your housewarming. Jiang Yao also turned her head sideways. A charming smile surfaced on her pretty face. However, I'll just live in the side bedroom next door. I wouldn't dare to live in the master room. Whatever. Su-yong naturally had no opinion, stretching his eyebrows and smiling. He really wanted Jiang Yao to stay with him. After all, he had never lived in such a big villa before. A person staying in a villa of hundreds of square feet would always be a bit empty. At least he might not have adapted to this kind of life at the moment. Ah Yang! Jiang Yao suddenly called out softly to him. What for? Su-yong looked at her sideways. The two of them were facing each other with their four eyes, only separated by less than 10 centimeters. He could see the water stains in Jiang Yao's phoenix eyes. Very seductive. This is still the first time I'm lying on the same bed with a person of the opposite sex. Jiang Yao's cheeks flew red. Even the roots of her ears were colored with a layer of redness, as if they were oozing blood. So beautiful that it made people dizzy. Only then did Su-yong understand why she was a little shy and squirming just now. Actually, I am also Su-yong also said with some embarrassment. After all, the subtext in both of their words indicated that they were both still fledglings. Jiang Yao puffed and laughed out. Like an instantly blooming rose, delicate and unexplained, climbed over, reaching out to grab his belt. Really? Let me check. Check your ass. Su-yong cried and laughed as he slapped her hand away. This Yao Yao sister style was really bold. Fortunately, at this time, Shao Qing had already walked in from outside with her daily necessities. Like nothing, Jiang Yao climbed up from the bed, straightened her skirt and went over to help set up. Su-yong let out a big sigh of relief, lying on the bed and trying his best to loose his mind, so that he didn't make a fool of himself in front of the two women, waiting for the strange feeling in his body to subside more or less. Only then did he dare to climb up to find Jiang Yao. Night. Su-yong was finally officially relocated to the new villa, because everything was ready-made over here. All that was needed was for Su-yong to bring his personal belongings and return the rent of his previous house to move over. Jiang Yao had also been running up and down after Su-yong, breaking out in a sweat. After organizing everything, she ran to the bathroom to take a shower. Shao Qing drove to get her a change of clothes, leaving only Su-yong and Jiang Yao in the villa. Although before, in their own rented room, they had also stayed together as a lone man and woman. But Su-yong listened to the sound of running water coming from the restroom in his room. This Yao Yao sister had actually taken a bath in his room on the pretext of helping him try out his big alabaster bathtub. This could be just separated by a door, and inside is a big beautiful girl taking a bath. Su-yang's heart inevitably had some wild thoughts. It was impossible to stay in the room. Su-yong was worried that his youthful body would not be able to withstand it first. He simply walked out of the room and came outside to walk around. The main building of this villa is a structure of 3+ half floors and a viewing platform. Su-yang's room was on the 3rd floor, and on the 2nd floor was the audio-visual entertainment room, study and gym, and guest room. The bottom floor, on the other hand, was an open space that included a living room, dining room, kitchen, a small bar, and such. From what Jiang Yao said, there was also a fully enclosed garage next to the villa. Su-yong walked along the clean to spotless staircase, all the way to the viewing platform on the roof. Chapter 61 Mother and Child Reunion. There's actually a tarmac here? Su-yang's eyes widened slightly when he saw the H logo in a large circle on the open space on the roof of the building. For this kind of helipad that he had only seen in movies and TV dramas, it still surprised him. He hadn't really thought that this villa of his was equipped with an exclusive helipad. However, he had heard that the domestic aviation control was very strict, and this kind of apron was probably just put here for looking without much practicality. Su-yong curiously walked around the apron twice, before standing on the observation deck, looking at the opposite side of the Huangpu River's night scenery, not knowing why, although he was now living in such an extravagant and luxurious villa. But it didn't give him much excitement. It always felt a bit out of place with this kind of life. It was as if this place did not give him the sense of belonging that this was a home. The night wind whistled, and the bright lights of the metropolis set off the splendor of the riverside. Su-yang's two hands were propped up on the railing, and an elegant and dignified figure suddenly appeared in his wandering thoughts. That was his own mother, Yang Yingyu. after an unknown period of time. Su Yong, who was staring blankly at the night color of the river, but heard a gentle voice coming from his ears. Yonger, are you hungry? You can have dinner now. Su Yong turned his head to look, wearing a plain-colored long dress. Yang Yingyu was apprehensively pinching her fingers, not knowing when she stood behind him. Su Yong froze, subconsciously blurted out, "Mom, why did you come?" This unconsciously uttered a name of his, but it was like a thunderclap resounding in Yang Yingyu's ears, causing her body to shake violently. "Yonger, what did you just call me?" Yang Yingyu's face was filled with disbelief and her whole body was still trembling slightly. It was only then that Su Yong reacted to the fact that he had just shouted "Mom" to her in his trance of thoughts. I. Su Yong looked at Yang Yingyu, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was like something in his throat suddenly got stuck there. When he came back to his senses, there was no way for him to call out as smoothly as he did just now. Yang Yingyu's gaze was hazy. Her slightly moving eyes carried a gentle color, softly smiling faintly. She exhorted, "It's fine. Yonger, don't feel pressured. I will never force you." The cool moonlight fell on her snow-white face, more rosy and tender than when they first met, and less of the sadness etched on her brow. However, from her gentle and light demeanor, graceful and noble temperament, there was a trace of melancholy that had yet to be unraveled. Su Yong glanced at her in a trance. Although the other party's words were light, he could also hear her loss. Especially when he saw the tears flashing in Yang Yingyu's eyes. It made his heart inexplicably hard. He realized that even though he had been downplaying the role of his biological mother for the past 20 years, in this moment but to her empathy and do not want to see her sad. Su Yang's lips continued to open and close, and suddenly summoned up the courage to open his mouth again and lightly called out, "Mom!" Yang Yingyu heard her son's call once again. She was completely frozen. Her body shook violently, her shoulders were trembling, and her red lips were trembling slightly. In an instant, her aristocratic phoenix eyes were completely wet with tears. Her eyes were blurred, her breathing stopped completely, and she was so excited that she almost vertigoed. "Mom, are you all right?" Seeing Yang Yingyu suddenly fall backwards, Su Yong rushed over in fear and held her in a panic. Yang Yingyu's eyes were dazed, letting out a cry-like sob, and as if she was crazy, she desperately jumped onto Su Yang's body, hugging him tightly, crying and wailing loudly. "Son, my precious son. You are finally willing to call me Mom." Su Yong felt his mom's arms around his waist constantly tightening with force, as if she wanted to rub him back into her body. Tears also instantly surged down just like his mom. Listening to Yang Yingyu's crying and howling, the aggression that he had bitterly endured for so many years of being laughed at as a motherless child also erupted at this moment. "Mom, I'm sorry." Su Yong also hugged Yang Yingyu's waist tightly, buried his head in her shoulder jade neck, crying and apologizing. Although it was only the second time he and Yang Yingyu had met, but being cradled in his mom's warm embrace, looking at the tears she shed for herself, that irresistible warmth still made him completely lose control. "Son, it's Mom who's sorry for not being able to accompany you as you grew up, missing a whole 21 years by your side." Yang Yingyu cried so bitterly that her voice was already hoarse. Her heart was constantly in turmoil, as if she was holding fragile jewels. She gently reached out and cupped Su Yang's face. Her hands were slightly trembling. "Son, will you forgive Mom?" She was the most legendary overbearing queen of the Magic City business community. In charge of the Snowy Mountain Group over the years, there are more than hundreds of enterprises, cruelly folded in her hands. Because her methods were too cold and overbearing, many of her competitors privately feared that she was the most poisonous woman. But when they met this overbearing queen, none of them were silent, full of fear and trepidation, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. At this time, the national business community are scared. Talk of the queen of the Magic City, but with tears in her eyes, with a nervous and eager look, waiting for a young boy's response. Chapter 62. Adrift Wanderer has no roots, where the family is called for this. Su Yong looked at Yang Yingyu Yurong Hua Gui's dignified face, constantly dropping outward strings of teardrops. He sniffled and nodded his head heavily. "Mom, I have never blamed you, and this is not your fault. Why forgive?" The clothes around his heart had long been soaked with Yang Yingyu's tears. The wetness made his heart flutter right through. Yang Yingyu's uncharacteristically beautiful face revealed a smile, but more and more tears were flashing in her phoenix eyes as she laughed and cried joyfully. "My son didn't blame me. My son agrees with me." For so many years, she had been suffering from the pain of missing her son all the time, waking up every morning with a wet pillow, and even in her sleep, she didn't know how many tears she had shed, until she realized that her precious son was still living in the world and found him. Still worrying about how to make her son accept her, how to let him return to her arms. Because all she had left of him were her debts and guilt. Therefore, she has never expected her son to accept her soon, nor did she expect him to call her mom. But she did not expect her son to identify with her at this moment. In this world, there was only this heart that fell from her own body that could make her so vulnerable and cry like a little girl. "Mom, are you all right?" Su-young suddenly realized that Yang Yingyu's body was twitching like a spasm. It turned out that Yang Yingyu seemed to have lost control of her body in her extreme agitation. A pair of phoenix eyes stared tightly at Su-young, and her plump body was in sudden agitation. The pair of small hands that stretched out were frozen on her son's face. The red lips were constantly opening and closing, but no sound could be made at all. "Mom!" Su-young sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly supported her constantly twitching fragrant shoulders. Jiang Yao, who had been standing behind the door, heard the commotion outside and also hurriedly ran out. "Ah Yang, quickly carry your mom downstairs." Jiang Yao took a look at Yang Yingyu's state and instantly became anxious as well. Su-young decisively grabbed her by the bend of her knees and picked her up horizontally, quickly running towards the downstairs. Jiang Yao, who was wearing a bathrobe, followed closely behind him, picking up her cell phone and continuously dialing the phone. Soon, Su-young carried Yang Yingyu to his bedroom and gently placed her on the luxurious bed. Xiaoqing had also run in and started to provide emergency treatment to Yang Yingyu. Su-young could only watch anxiously from the side but was unable to intervene. "Sister Yao Yao, did my mom have any medical history in the past?" Su-young pulled over Jiang Yao and asked in a low, worried voice. "There can't be, and you will have a comprehensive and detailed medical checkup every year, and hasn't found out anything wrong with her body, Jiang Yao said as she thought back carefully. Fortunately, Xiaoqing gave the lady localized hot compresses, massages, as well as body stretches for a while after. Yang Yingyu's spasms were finally relieved and her body slowly softened. Jiang Yao immediately stepped forward and said, "Aunt Yu, I've already called to notify the medical team to come over. They'll be here in another 2 minutes. No need, let them go back." Yang Yingyu gently waved her hand, her voice a little hoarse. Her eyes were looking at Su-young from the beginning to the end. Her eyes were full of that kind of doting that she didn't hesitate to pour all her love into him. Jiang Yao saw that Aunt Yu's face had already recovered from the excitement and calmed down, although there was still some light redness on her cheeks, highlighting the waves within her heart. But at least her emotions were stabilized and she no longer insisted. After all, Aunt Yu had always been one to speak her mind, and she didn't dare to refute it. Thus, Jiang Yao quietly retreated and took out her cell phone to communicate. "Mom, are you really okay?" Su-young was still a little uneasy and sat on the edge of the bed. "It's okay, son. How can Mom be so fragile, nah? In the future, Mom will have to shelter you from the wind and rain." Yang Yingyu suppressed her excitement and pulled Su-young's big hand and held it in her hand, revealing a smile that blossomed into a great maternal glory, making her, who was already a mature beauty, even more charming. This moment of happiness and fulfillment, even if Yang Yingyu used trillions of family wealth to exchange, she is also willing. She only wanted to use the second half of her life to completely compensate him, accompany him, care for him, and nurture him. Su-young also tightly held his mother's delicate little hand. So many years, although there was no nurturing feelings between the two. But at this time, these are not important, because as the rootless wanderer, he started at the moment he was held by his mother. He realized that his heart had finally settled down. That was the wanderer finally finding his home. The wandering wanderer is rootless, and it is where his home is that he is at home. Chapter 63. A Portrait of a Lifetime. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the first dinner after Su-young and Yang Yingyu got together took place in the villa he had newly moved into. If it was said that before, Su-young still didn't have any sense of belonging to this place, then after what had just happened, he suddenly accepted it all smoothly. In the opulent dining room, under the stylishly modeled crystal chandelier, Su-young and Yang Yingyu, as well as Jiang Yao, the three of them were sitting at the dining table and were preparing to eat. "Mom, is your body really okay?" Su-young looked at his own mom sitting beside him and asked with concern. Yang Yingyu grabbed her son's big hand. Her phoenix eyes kept staring at him. Her voice was very soft and elegant. "Younger, Mom feels that her body can't be any better than it is right now, so just put your mind at ease. The queen of the magic city was after all the queen of the magic city. After lying on the bed for a while, she was finally able to control her emotions at this time. Su-yong saw that his mom really seemed to have relaxed a bit, and his heart also let out a sigh of relief. After all, Yang Yingyu was considered Su Yang's only bloodline relative in this world. He already didn't have a father. He didn't want anything to happen to his newly recognized mother. Aunt Yu, let's eat first. Just now you went up to ask a Yang to eat, and it's 8 o'clock after dragging it out. Jiang Yao laughed as she looked at the mother and son who had been stuck together since the beginning and poured red wine for them. Ah, right, Yanger must be hungry. Yang Yingyu also came back to her senses. Afraid of starving her baby son, she picked up her chopsticks and pinched dishes for Su-yong, her face full of affection. Su-yong looked blearily at the rice in the bowl, but his right hand was being held by his mom's left hand. He wasn't left-handed. How could he eat with chopsticks? Jiang Yao sat down on Su-yang's other side and seeing his dilemma, she smiled daintily and relieved him. Auntie you keep pulling Yang's hand. How else can he eat? Ah, sorry Yanger. It's Mom who didn't notice. Only then did Yang Yingyu release Su Yang's hand with a slightly reddened face. Ever since her son recognized her, she had been reluctant to part with him, afraid that the moment she let go of his hand, he would be far away from her. Fortunately, there was only Jiang Yao here and no other outsiders. Otherwise, her appearance at this moment would definitely be able to stun countless people's jaws. Where would she still have half of the domineering coldness of the Queen of Magic City? It's fine. Su-yong smiled. While picking up chopsticks to eat, he pulled away from the topic and asked, Mom, when did you come over just now? I came over in Xiaoqing's car. I didn't tell you in advance for fear that you would be upset. Yang Yingyu tenderly looked at her baby son. Her eyes simply couldn't move away from his body. Only then did Su-yong recall the somewhat timidly cupped hands of apprehension when Yang Yingyu came up to call him for dinner. Mom, I'm sorry for making you suffer, Su-yong said with some self-reproach. How could it be? Yang Yingyu heartbreakingly rubbed his head. It's me who is sorry for making you suffer for so many years. It's okay, Mom. I'm used to those lives all these years anyway. Su-yong shook his head and said. Jiang Yao saw that this mother and son were again focusing on apologizing to each other, crying and laughing. She said, Aunt Yu, Yang, let's eat first while it's hot. We'll talk again tonight after we've had a full meal. Yang Yingyu hurriedly picked up her chopsticks to give Su-yong some food. It's all my mother's fault, forgetting that Yanger is still hungry. This dinner was very warm, and the formal reunion of mother and son allowed Su-yong to slowly retrieve the lost love of his mother. Late at night, the moonlight descended. Su-yong, Yang Yingyu, and Jiang Yao, the three of them were lying on a hammock on the observation deck looking at the stars. Yanger, can you tell Mom how you've been living all these years? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked at her son lying beside her and asked. Su-yong rested his arm behind his head, looked at the starry sky and smiled. I don't know how to say it. When I was a child, I always lived in a small town in Jiangnan. Dad worked in the county to raise me to grow up, very uneventful to the time of my junior high school. Dad car accident gone. I went through high school and college alone with Dad's compensation, then had a normal internship looking for a job, and then finally I was found by my mom. Ordinary people's life. There is no will not have any too big waves, plain and simple is all the life. If he did not recognize with Yang Yingyu, he will only live a very ordinary life in the future. Then save money to buy a car and house, find a not ugly girl to get married and have children. In the end, he would live an ordinary life until he grew old. This is basically the life of all ordinary people. A lot of things, from the moment of birth, is already destined. The efforts of several generations of people, why lose to your 10 years of hard work? Differences in family, wealth, resources, and connections can make it difficult for all ordinary people to cross over to a better class. Even the so-called Ferris College entrance examination is said to change one's fate. In reality, even if one achieves excellent results and enters a prestigious school, he or she will only be a laborer working for the rich after graduation. Therefore, the end of the dream of many ordinary people is just a starting point within reach of the rich second generation. These seemingly cruel words were actually so realistic that one could not refute them. Chapter 64, Your Majesty, Time for Morning Court. Ah Yang, then how did you spend your birthday, Mid-Autumn Festival, Chinese New Year and all these in the past? Jiang Yao, who was lying on the other side of Yang Yingyu, also poked her head up towards Su-yong and asked. Su-yong glanced at her. Jiang Yao was resting on her arms, lying on her side behind her mom. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, setting off her fair and reddish face even more sexy. For birthdays, occasionally go out to dinner with classmates to celebrate. Soo-young took a slight breath of relief and continued in as relaxed a tone as possible. If it's mid-autumn and New Year's, when the school is on vacation and my classmates have all gone home, I like to stay alone in the dormitory. No one to bother me is also quite good. His words are easy to say. In fact, in the mid-autumn New Year's Eve, other people's homes are lively, groups of people go to see the fireworks. He was alone. That moment of collapse can only be secretly hide, lest touching feelings hurt. Yang Yingyu naturally could imagine that scene. Her eyes instantly reddened again, tears rolling in her eyes. Son, it's Mom's fault for not finding you earlier. Yang Yingyu trembled as she wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck and pressed her forehead against her son's head. Although she forced herself to hold back from crying out, the string of teardrops in her phoenix eyes couldn't help but clatter and fall, and she couldn't stop them. Su-young patted Yang Yingyu's back with a disinterested face and laughed. It's all right, Mom. I've gotten used to it after so many years. In the future, every birthday of Yang's son, every mid-autumn and New Year's Eve, Mom will always be with you. Yang Yingyu, somewhat choked and trembled, wiping her tears, reached out and cupped Su Yang's face in her hand. Her eyes were full of warmth that melted everything. Aha! Su-young answered heavily. My good son. Yang Yingyu murmured softly under her breath, tightly holding Su-young in her arms. Su-young closed his eyes and leaned on his mother's warm embrace, and the heartache and bitterness of these years were quietly disappearing. From now on, he is no longer a single person. The next morning, July 2nd, Su-young, who was still sleeping, suddenly felt an itch on his face, like there was something teasing his face. Half asleep, half awake, he opened his eyes and looked. On the side of the luxurious king-sized bed, there was a beautiful woman wearing a sexy purple nightgown lying on her back. She was grasping a strand of hair in her hand, mischievously teasing his face continuously. The only person in this villa who would molest him like this early in the morning was Jiang Yao, this Yao Yao sister. Great king, it's time for the morning court. Jiang Yao saw him waking up, her dainty voice very vixen. Su-young said sleepily, Yao Yao sister, when did you come in? Last night he slept soundly, and since he was the only male in the villa, he didn't lock the door. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yao actually slipped in early in the morning. Slave girl, this is not shouting for the great king to get up. Jiang Yao's clear big eyes glanced at Su-young, delicately smiled as she lowered her head and bared her fragrant lips to kiss him. A burst of orchid-like musk, fresh and pleasant flavor came. Su-young amusingly kissed back and lowered his voice and said, Sister Yao Yao, you'd better go out first. I am afraid that my mom will see it and mistakenly think that we slept together last night. Last night Yang Yingyu also stayed overnight in the villa, in another side bedroom on the same floor. He was worried that if his mom saw him, she would think that he was a serpent, and had just met Jiang Yao not long before he did something to her, destroying his image in his mom's mind. Jiang Yao was unimpressed, giggled. A bare fruit of slender big white legs snapped through the quilt on his body. Continue to flirt with him. Misunderstanding on misunderstanding, this mushroom is a few years older than you, rich in theoretical knowledge. What you will, sister, then you will. What you will not, sister, can still teach you. I'll go. You lighten up. Su-young hurriedly climbed up from the bed, just when he still wanted to say something. When he raised his head, he saw that over the doorway, Yang Yingyu was leaning against the door of the room, pursing her luscious red lips, and was looking at the two of them with eyes full of smiles as they were jostling. Mom, when did you come? Su-young was a little embarrassed. I came with Yao Yao. Yang Yingyu smiled softly and walked towards Su-young with her bare plain white jade feet. Oh, that's good. Su-young let out a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't misunderstand that he would sleep with Jiang Yao last night. Yang Yingyu walked in with a drop of grace, feeling the clear as if substantial blood throbbing, and smiled elegantly. Son, have you found a girlfriend yet? Aye. Su-young is a little embarrassed. Sidehead also saw a side of Jiang Yao on his eyebrows. Can only truthfully say, now no. Yang Yingyu's gaze was full of doting, said gently. Then you can consider Yao Yao. If you don't like Yao Yao, Mom can still find another girl for you. She was absolutely joyful and doting towards Su-young. Naturally, she wouldn't force him to have a girlfriend with anyone, including Jiang Yao. After all, the tragedy of the union in her generation, she didn't want it to happen again to her son. Su-yang's face completely reddened and said in embarrassment, Mom, I will handle this kind of thing myself. Yang Yingyu looked at her son's shy appearance and said with a light smile, "It's okay. Mom is just waiting to give you a daughter-in-law." Jiang Yao covered her small mouth on the side and giggled daintily. This made Su Yang even more embarrassed and hurriedly jumped off the bed, dropping a sentence, "I'll go wash up first," then hurriedly slipped into the bathroom. Chapter 65, Experiencing the Life of a Rich Second Generation. "You ninny, I told you not to get a fever. You see it's scaring Younger away, right?" Yang Yingyu glared at Jiang Yao, also picking her index finger to cover the tip of her nose and laughing lightly. Jiang Yao put her palms together and begged for forgiveness, her eyes full of innocence. "Auntie Yu, who made a Yang so cute? People want to tease him when they see him shy." Yang Yingyu laughed and rubbed her head. "Continue to perform well. Educate our Younger to be a bit more atmospheric. There are bound to be a lot of girls who will be pouncing on him in the future, so we need to let him get used to it in advance." "Yes, Aunt Yu, our young master can rest assured and leave it to me." Jiang Yao's pretty face flushed red as she led the order. After Su Yang accompanied his own mom and Jiang Yao to have breakfast, Yang Yingyu looked at her son and softly inquired, "Younger, why haven't you used the gold card that Mom got you before?" She had already changed into a black French waist-length dress. Her gorgeous goose egg face was basically veiled. Her skin was naturally white and red, and she sat elegantly, graceful and poised. Su Yang hesitated for a moment and said, "Maybe I'm a bit pretentious. I would think that I recognize you with Mom is not just for money." "How can you think like that?" Yang Yingyu produced almost instinctive love for her own son. Pulling his hand, softly said, "You are my baby son. Mom's money is your money. We mother and son do not need to see outside. Okay? Money is nothing. For her to grasp half of the wealth of the Magic City, there is nothing more important than her own son." Su Yang looked up at the soft light in his mom's phoenix eyes, and finally nodded, "Okay, I'll listen to Mom." Yang Yingyu then pursed her lips slightly and smiled, holding back the reluctance in her heart, saying, "Then Mom will go to the company first. If there's anything, call Mom." "Aha." Su Yang nodded and sent his mom out the door to see her off in the car. He was actually also very reluctant to let go of his mom. "Eh, thinking about what?" Jiang Yao patted his shoulder, still grasping a snack in her hand and stuffing it into her mouth, her cheeks bulging. Su Yang looked back at her, a little strange. "Don't you need to go to work?" "I'm just going to work right now, Jiang Yao said as she heard this and looked at him with a wide-eyed smile. Su Yang smiled. "Then where are we going today?" Jiang Yao wiped her dainty little hands with a wet tissue, smiled sweetly, picked up her bag and took his arm. "Let's go. Today we will take you to another place." Su Yang had nothing to do on his vacation anyway, so he rode along with her on her Rolls-Royce. Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club. This was the largest beauty salon in all of Magic City. Located in the bustling Huangpu district, with a 16-story gorgeous office area, it was the favorite gathering place for all the famous women and noblewomen in Magic City. Although it was still morning, the parking lot was already full of all kinds of luxury private cars. Su Yang along with Jiang Yao came all the way to this Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club, glanced at the signboard above through the car window, and immediately stared wide-eyed. "Sister Yao Yao, how did you bring me to this place? Can I go in here?" Although the beauty club should be considered serious compared to other clubs, this is a women's club. Look at the signboard next to the words "male stop." Can he even go in as a male creature? Jiang Yao twisted her head to look at him and smiled with her eyebrows. Other men definitely can't. But this beauty club is your mom's property. So you're the crown prince. So what place are you not allowed to go to? My mom's again? Su Yang's eyes widened. How many industries does his own mother actually have? There is actually a women's beauty salon of this size. Get off the car. Today my sister will bring you to experience the life of a rich second generation. Jiang Yao pinched his cheek and pushed open the door to get off the car with a delicate smile. Su Yang couldn't help but cry and laugh. He could only follow Jiang Yao's lead and walked out of the car. Xiao Qing parked the car and followed closely behind them 2 steps behind. At the entrance of Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club was a marble step. After walking up the step, the wide glass automatic door suddenly opened to both sides. "Mr. Jiang, good morning." The 2 waitresses in beautiful uniforms standing at the door hurriedly greeted Jiang Yao respectfully upon seeing her. Jiang Yao nodded lightly, ignoring the surrounding people staring at the astonished gaze of Su Yang beside her. Holding Su Yang's arm, she walked into the hall. Could be seen that Jiang Yao should be a regular customer here. The employees all knew her. Chapter 66, Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club. When Su Yong saw the surprised and speechless gazes of the waitresses in the hall, his heartbeat also accelerated a little. After all, he realized that he was really the only male inside this women's beauty club. Inside, including the security guards, waiters, waitresses, receptionists, cleaning staff, and so on, all are young girls. It gave him a feeling like he had walked into a daughter's country. Jiang Yao is very calm. High-heeled shoes in the water-grinding floor tiles snapping. Waist twisted extraordinarily flavorful, like a cold female president. At this time, a beautiful uniformed woman greeted her. "Mr. Jiang. Upstairs VIP hall please. I have arranged everything." Su Yong glanced at the woman's badge. It turned out to be the store manager, named Wang Mei. Jiang Yao just faintly said, "Lead the way." Wang Mei courteously made a pleased gesture and led the way in front. After the group of people took the elevator and arrived at the VIP hall located on the 16th floor of the building. Only then did Su Yong let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, just now in the hall that kind of gaze of being stared at as if he was a Tang monk's meat really made him a little uncomfortable. "Sister Yao Yao, what am I doing here? It's not like I need to beautify myself." Su Yong didn't move and said towards Jiang Yao by his side. According to his previous experience, this kind of beauty salon was basically only for women, right? Men basically wouldn't go for any beauty treatments. LOL, maybe the beauty treatment you understand is a little off from what it actually is. Jiang Yao raised her small hand with a delicate smile and touched his head. "Yesterday when you came back you realized that your hair is a bit long. Get a haircut first. This place has the best hairstylists in the entire Magic City. Although they don't receive male customers, they are also very good at men's hairstyles. Haircutting is still possible here?" Su Yong was really considered to be knowledgeable. "Of course." Jiang Yao waved her hand and summoned Wang Mei over. "Call the hairstyle director up and give my brother a haircut." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Wang Mei gave Su Yong a curious look and retreated out to get the intercom to arrange for someone. It didn't take long for a beautician wearing a pink beautician uniform with dyed blonde hair to walk up carrying a small box. "Mr. Jiang, I'm glad to be of service." The female beautician hurriedly went up and smiled as she bent down to ask. Jiang Yao obviously knew her and stretched out a finger to point at Su Yong beside her. Smiling winkingly, "Xiao Ran. This is my young master, Yang Dong's own son Su Yong, the future successor of Yao Qi. Today, you'll be the one to do the crown princess hairstyle." When Xiao Ran and Wang Mei heard this, their eyes both stared directly at each other, full of shock. They naturally knew who Yang Dong was in Chief Zhang's words, but they hadn't really thought that this young man in front of them would actually be Yang Dong's own son. Then wouldn't it be just like what Mr. Jiang said? This was their future boss, the person in control of the Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club? "Young Su, my name is Wang Mei. I was the one who slacked off just now." Wang Mei, as the store manager, hurriedly extended her hand and respectfully came up to greet him. The outsiders were all completely ignorant of Yang Dong's family affairs, so naturally, they wouldn't be skeptical when Jiang Yao introduced Su Yong as Yang Dong's own son. No, store manager Wang did quite well just now." Su Yong politely extended his hand to shake her. Actually, he didn't feel that the other party was slacking off. After all, just now Jiang Yao didn't introduce him either. And these part-time workers who didn't know his identity were afraid of asking too many questions, as if they were testing Jiang Yao's relationship with him, so they naturally didn't dare to ask too many questions. Jiang Yao was right next to him, covering her mouth with a smile and watching him cope. She also stopped talking, obviously wanting to let Su Yong slowly get used to his identity. After Wang Mei had met the future young proprietor, she welcomed Su Yong to a barber room and began to instruct the beautician. "Xiao Ran, give young Master Su a better and more elaborate haircut. Make sure to make young Master Su satisfied." "Don't worry, store manager. I will definitely serve the young master like an emperor." The beautician's personality seemed to be very outgoing, and she answered with a low smile. Su Yong sat in front of the barber table and swept a glance at the beautician who was skillfully sterilizing various barber tools with alcohol. The beauty uniform on this beauty therapist with dyed blonde hair was quite good-looking, somewhat similar to the short-style uniforms of high-end hospital female nurses. But the whole is more delicate and fashionable. Light pink background color, embroidered with some flowers, flesh-colored transparent stockings wrapped with a pair of long legs, feet stepped on red spaghetti strap high-heel shoes. He had a few points of uniform temptation flavor. Jiang Yao was sitting next to Su Yong waiting for him, saw his eyes in the sneak sweep, and good gas and funny to his ear. "Line a young master, colorful heart grows ah." Su Yong innocently retracted his gaze. "I just think the beautician here is dressed professionally and beautiful." After cutting your hair in a while, I'll let you see something more fun, Jiang Yao said with a funny face. The beautician side also finished sterilizing the haircutting tools and asked Su Yang enthusiastically, how does young Su plan to cut his hair? Su Yang really didn't know how to cut. Some people would tell the hairdresser how to cut here and there, but he never lets the hairstylist have free rein and says just cut it short. Jiang Yao knew what he was thinking when she saw his expression. Giggling chirpily, she joked, just give him a $100 billion haircut. Su Yang looked at the beautician, who was also hiding her mouth and snickering, and said helplessly, you can give free play to it anyway, just look good. No need to be too ostentatious, that kind of thing. A little bit more natural. Okay, Su Xiao. Then I'll design a hairstyle for you according to your face shape, Xiao Ran said with a smile, and began to dance with the scissors. Her movements were unusually careful as she began to cut Su Yang's hair. Chapter 67, Haircut for a $100 billion Man. 20 minutes later, Su Yang finished cutting his hair and was served by the beautician to wash and blow dry it. Young Su, are you still satisfied with the hairstyle of this 100 billionaire? Xiao Ran unclipped the bib from Su Yang's body and asked with a light smile. Su Yang turned his head sideways and sized up the mirror. It was a hairstyle based on a short 3/7 haircut. The ears were shaved short, very refreshing and dry. Compared to his previous hairstyle, it would look slightly more mature. Just right. I quite like this hairstyle. Su Yang was very satisfied with his new image at this time. Then I'm relieved. In the future, if young Su still needs a haircut, you can directly come to Yao Qi to find me. I'm the hair director, Xiao Ran. After the beautician packed up her haircutting tools, she threw a wink at Su Yang. Okay, no problem. Su Yang waved his hand at her. Only then did Xiao Ran bend down and gave a salute and retreated with a smile. Jiang Yao took the mandarin orange she was eating in her hand, peeled a petal and stuffed it into Su Yang's mouth, looked up and down at his hairstyle, and said, Ah Yang, if you walk out on the street with this handsome face right now, you'll definitely be able to charm a lot of women to death. That's not true. Su Yang, who was already handsome, changed into a fresh and dry 3/7 short hair. The whole person's temperament seems to have changed a bit. How to say can be called a super big handsome man, and also a rich handsome. This kind of man is not the other half of the woman's pursuit. Su Yang chewed on the fruit petal and said Sister Yao Yao, did I charm you then? Enchanted Jiang Yao giggled as she wrapped her arms around his head and pressed his face on the raging Opie. Sister Yao Yao, there are still people here. Su Yang embarrassedly pushed Jiang Yao away. Wang Mei stepped forward at the right time to ask for instructions. Su Xiao, Mr. Jiang, is there anything else I need to do next? Jiang Yao stuffed the rest of the fruit petals into her small mouth, clapped her small hands and said, lead our young master to the spa room. Wang Mei hurriedly bent down and reached out. Young Master Su, this way please. Su Yang stood up from the chair, being held by Jiang Yao's arm. Along the red-carpeted floor, he soon arrived at a luxurious spa room. The inside was lavishly decorated, with marble walls, a rockery fountain bath, soft and cozy lighting, and a cloud of mist steaming up from the water. What is this place for? Su Yang saw the layout of the spa room, curiously asked Jiang Yao beside him. Spa room, of course, it's hot spring bath, massage, foot bath, massage, acupuncture, and these programs. Jiang Yao smilingly pulled him to sit on a sofa, put that soft and charming face in front of him and teased, Yang, you wouldn't have never tried the healthcare, right? Big healthcare. When Su Yang heard this term, some relevant rumors appeared in his mind. In this internet era, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs running. There's also big healthcare here? Su Yang's heart inexplicably rippled a little, swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice, it won't be an irregular program, right? Jiang Yao smiled in a flamboyant manner, taking her tail finger to lift the hanging hair hanging in front of her eyes behind her ear, looking at him with a winking smile and asked, then you have to tell me first, what kind is considered irregular? This? Su Yang naturally not good answer. However, thinking that this is a women's beauty salon, even if it is not formal, it should not be improper to wear. Jiang Yao held back her laughter as she blankly glanced at him and said towards Wang Mei next to her, call up the best spa therapist here. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Wang Mei answered and went out to get the intercom to make arrangements. Su Yang took the opportunity to inquire to Jiang Yao again, how come there are still spa therapists? Jiang Yao giggled out and tapped his forehead with her fingertip. We are doing a spa SPA. Without a spa therapist, who will serve you? The young master? Then how do we do it? To take off your clothes. Su Yang inquired very novice. Definitely have to take off ah. Jiang Yao looked at Su Yang with a fawning look and continued with a few flirtations. The spa therapist of our beauty club that can be very high-quality beautiful girls are some college students, female teachers, urban white-collar workers, and even cherry blossom girls, blonde blue-eyed foreign girls. You can also learn foreign languages from foreigners. Su Yang looked at the light smile flowing from Jiang Yao's beautiful eyes and said somewhat helplessly, "Sister Yao Yao, don't joke around." "Ah Yang, sister really didn't lie to you." The corners of Jiang Yao's mouth, however, were full of smiles as she pulled his big hand and said with a smile, "As one of the most prestigious celebrity gathering place in Magic City, do you think those pampered noblewomen and daughters would allow some ugly-looking women to touch their bodies? In fact, not only will men like the pretty girls, women will be more than happy to let the pretty girls touch. Otherwise, the ugly women touch things will feel disgusting. On the contrary, the ones that have been touched by pretty girls will feel enjoyable and pleasing to the eyes. Don't you think that's true?" Chapter 68. Sister will arrange it for you. Su Yang thought carefully. It's really like this. His eyes gazed at Jiang Yao's flawless face and asked, "Then you said they are college students, female teachers, and cherry blossom girls and whatnot. Is it also true?" "Definitely." Jiang Yao lifted her curtains and said with a smile on her face, "You don't have to worry that our place is some kind of forced liang for X place. They are all attracted to voluntarily join by the high salary here. And we are a women's beauty club. We only serve female guests, so there's nothing to mind about it." "But I'm a male, Su Yang said in tears and laughter. "But you are the boss, Jiang Yao flavorfully corrected him and said, "What difference does it make?" Su Yang asked. "There's a big difference, besides you. This place doesn't receive male guests." Jiang Yao said back, "I'm not asking about that." Su Yang said, "Oh, you are worried that the spa master will have an opinion? Right? Then you don't have to worry even more. Sister will arrange it for you." Before Su Yang could continue to ask, the door of the spa room was knocked. Then Wang Mei led a group of wonderful girls in from outside. This group of wonderful girls was almost more than 20, and their looks were all very watery. Their pretty bodies were wrapped in colorful red embroidered cheongsams, which set off their pink and tender skin as if they could pinch out water. Among them, there were really a few blonde spa therapists, and their fuller figures made the cheongsams look marvelous. Su Yang is really the first time to face this kind of scene. Heartbeat inexplicably began to flutter, accelerate. As for him, he just thought that these spa therapists would be very surprised to see him as a man. At this moment, he realized that they were just curiously sizing him up and didn't have much of a reaction. Obviously, Wang Mei had already talked to them long ago in order not to disturb the young proprietor's pleasure. Young Master Su, General Manager Jiang, the spa therapists with the best and prettiest jobs in Yaoqi are all here, and there are still a few on their way. Wang Mei's face was piled with smiles as she came over to Su Yang and the two of them and said. Jiang Yao scanned around the spa therapists in front of her and said to Wang Mei, "Are there any newcomers? Maybe our young master will like some newbies." Wang Mei laughed. "There really is. Today there just happens to be a batch of spa therapists who have finished their training, and there's one in here." With that, she turned back towards the group of spa therapists and shouted, "Rong Rong, come out and let young Master Su and General Manager Jiang take a look." A woman with a clear and delicate appearance glanced at Su Yang, hesitated for a moment, and finally stepped forward. Su Yang's eyes immediately looked towards the spa therapist who walked up from the crowd. Only when he saw the face of this spa therapist, he directly froze. Because this girl with a delicate melon face, he had actually seen it before. Surprisingly, she was the biological sister of his beautiful counselor during his college days. Su Yang was also in the same class with her, only in a different class. Over the past 4 years, he had seen her come to the class many times to look for their counselor. The students of Magic City University privately said that they were the most beautiful sisters. How did she get here? Su Yang had a bunch of question marks in his head at this moment. And Jiang Yao hadn't noticed his abnormality yet, smilingly asking him, "Ah Yang, this spa therapist is quite innocent. Let her give you a spa treatment?" Next to him, Wang Mei saw that Mr. Jiang was interested in this spa therapist and reported with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, she actually has another sister, who is also pretty, and is already on her way over." "What?" Su Yang was directly surprised and blurted out, "The beautiful counselor is also working as a spa therapist here. This women's beauty club of ours. Is it a serious place or not?" Chapter 69. The scene of Gu Rongrong's social death. Today for Gu Rongrong. Simply a scene of social death. Their store manager said that the prince of the upstairs Yao Qi descended on the store, wanting them spa therapists to go up to the prince to do hydrotherapy. After many spa therapists heard about this, the first reaction actually didn't resist giving a man a spa treatment. Instead, they scrambled to be the first, surrounding store manager Wang Mei to recommend themselves to go up and serve the crown prince. As soon as Gu Rongrong and her sister Gu Yaye took a look at these girls, they guessed that they were all dreaming of becoming phoenixes. After all, who didn't know that the Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club was under the Snowy Mountain Group? Then the Prince of Yaoqi is also the Prince of Snow Mountain Group. This is really the top of the Magic City rich second generation. How many women could miss a chance to climb up to the top rich second generation in Magic City? Only Gu Rongrong and Gu Yaye were a bit backed up. After all, although they were short of money when they came to work at Yaoqi, at least they were facing female guests, and even if they were working at the club, it was still decent. And when Wang Mei promised that if they were picked by the crown prince, their salary would be doubled this month. At the same time, if the prince was intimate in the process, as long as the prince was satisfied with the service, there would also be an additional 1 million bonus. This made the two sisters, including Gu Rongrong and Gu Yaye, unable to stop their eyes from glowing. They were graduates of a prestigious school and a counselor from a prestigious school, and they would come to work at the Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club just to earn a large sum of money in a short period of time. So, now even the two sisters, Gu Rongrong and Gu Yaye, were a bit moved, not to mention those other spa therapists who were already dreaming of beauty. Wang Mei ordered more than 20 spa therapists with excellent looks and temperament, and headed to the VIP hall on the roof first. Among them, her sister Gu Yaye and the other three, because they still needed to prepare the tea, would arrive later. As for Gu Rongrong, along with the front team, when she just walked into the VIP hall spa room, she was directly dumbfounded. Because the boy sitting on the luxurious sofa in front of her, she had actually seen him before, although this boy had changed a bit from when he was in school. But her sister served as the other side of the 4 years counselor. She often came to the class to find her sister, for this boy naturally also seen many times. And also face-to-face greeted a few times, although not familiar but also counted as acquaintance. She really didn't expect to see the alumni she knew here. And this boy who used to look ordinary was actually the crown prince of Snow Mountain Group? Geez, even if this was just a women's beauty club as a spa therapist, this profession was more or less not so well associated. At least not many people would have the courage to tell their relatives and friends that they were a spa therapist. When they thought about what store manager Wang Mei had said earlier, it made Gu Rongrong unable to help but feel a little nervous and shy. In order not to let the other party recognize her, Gu Rongrong lowered her head as soon as she entered. But who knew, the more she hid, the more she revealed herself instead. It wasn't long before she was called out by store manager Wang Mei. This side. When Jiang Yao saw Su Yang suddenly reacting so much, she looked up and then glanced at the spa therapist with an innocent primrose face, and seemed to want to understand what had happened. And right at this moment, there was another knock on the door for instructions. For spa therapists wearing the same cheongsam came in from outside holding tea sets. One of them, a pretty woman who was probably 27 or 18 years old, was particularly eye-catching. Su Yang's eyes had been staring at this pretty woman as soon as she entered the door. I haven't seen her for almost half a year after graduation, but Ms. Gu's elegance is still the same. Compared to her sister Gu Rongrong's purity and playfulness, Ms. Gu is the kind of woman whose eyes and eyebrows are permeated with flirtatiousness and charm. Yao Qi has done a fine job on the uniforms of the spa therapists, and the colorful red one has a high-split strapless cheongsam, which tautens her mature body and outlines her sexy and moving curves. The white pearl shoulders are exposed, and the high forked hemline reveals a pair of snow-white round legs between walks. In conjunction with the pair of black spaghetti strap high heels, the two curved feet were tied with black spaghetti straps around the ankles and the front end of the toes that were painted deep red. Let Ms. Gu's whole body, then the previous image added incomparable seductive charm. Sure enough, it is her. Su Yang inexplicably had some hard feelings in his heart. After all, Teacher Gu had been his counselor for 4 years, and he was very attached to her. And whether it was him or his classmates, they all liked the beautiful Ms. Gu very much. He never thought that after graduation, when they met again, it would be on such an occasion. Why didn't she work as a good counselor and come here to work as a spa therapist? And bring her sister along? Even if this place was Su Yang's mom's property, it was still a women's beauty club. However, Su Yang thought of this usually decent teacher being picked like goods by the female guests. It always felt that even though a spa therapist was a formal profession, it still wasn't as decent as a college counselor. Chapter 70. I'll let you pretend you can't recognize me. At this time, Guyaya, along with her companion, carrying a tea set, sat down on the coffee table in front of Su Yang. As soon as she looked up, when she looked at the Prince of Yaoi, that Wang Mei, the store manager in front of her, had said. The whole person was like being struck by lightning and directly froze there. How could she have never thought that she would run into her own student here? And it was also a student that she had just graduated after bringing up for 4 years. Regarding Su Yang's situation, she was naturally much clearer than her own sister, because when students enrolled in school, they all had to fill out their school records. Guyaya knew that Su Yang was a rural child from a small town in the south of the Yangtze River, and was also an orphan whose parents had passed away. Therefore, she had always taken care of this poor student. She had also helped him find a part-time job in the school library and applied for grants and scholarships for him. Wan never expected, after he graduated, the two of them meeting again would actually be such a scenario. He was the crown prince of Yao Qi, and she was one of the candidate spa therapists serving him. Yeah. Her companion beside her saw Guyaya frozen in place and pulled her snow-white arm in a low voice. Only then did Guyaya come back to her senses and hurriedly lowered her head, pressing her hands to the side of her waist and bending slightly. Esteemed guest, please use the hot tea. It's our Yao Qi's unique fragrant tea. After saying this, she stepped back with her companion and retreated into the row of spa therapists with her high heels. Jiang Yao had been observing Su Yang's change in demeanor since a while ago. At this moment, when she saw him staring at this woman again, her wonderful eyes flowed and she asked towards Wang Mei, who was waiting beside her, "Is this the sister of that girl?" "Yes, Mr. Jiang, this spa therapist's name is Gu Yaya, the real sister of that Gu Rong over there," Wang Mei hurriedly replied with a smile. Only then did Gu Yaya see that on the other side, her own sister was standing at the front of the queue. Could it be that Su Yang had recognized her sister just now? Su Yang glanced at Ms. Gu with complicated eyes and suddenly reached out and pointed at her, speaking, "I want her to come and give me a spa treatment." "Okay, young Su," Wang Mei said respectfully and waved towards Gu Yaya. "Yaya, young Su will be served by you today. Serve him well, don't be neglectful." Gu Yaya took a step forward, still lowering her head and not daring to look at Su Yang. Her voice was clear and pleasant. "Yaya knows." Su Yang hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to point at Gu Rong over there. "I still want her." Jiang Yao beside her couldn't help but puff and cover her mouth with a laugh, using her eyes to say to Su Yang that "you little thou wolf." On the other hand, Wang Mei responded with a proper attitude and reached out towards Gu Rong to greet her again. "Rong, join your sister." "Okay." Gu Rong glanced sideways at her sister and also opened her mouth to respond. The other spa therapists who hadn't been chosen could only look at the pair of sisters with envy. Su Yang didn't move and got up, glanced at them and said, "Lead the way. Young Su, follow me." Gu Yaya instantly came forward and made a gesture of invitation. Jiang Yao looked at Su Yang with an ambiguous expression and didn't say her guess, but straightened Su Yang's collar and softly said, "Let go and play well. Sis is right next door to you. If there's anything that greets me, I'll come over to you." "Aha!" Su Yang's brain was still a little messy at this time. He nodded his head haphazardly and took a step ahead. Gu Yaya led the way in front, and Gu Rong lagged behind by half a step to closely follow Su Yang's side. No one knew the complexity in the hearts of the three of them at this time. It was probably only when the three of them were alone that they could get their words out. The spa room was equipped with individual private rooms. With an area of roughly 100 square meters, it was magnificently decorated with a deep red carpet and several screens spaced out in the middle. On one side was a water bed, and on the other side was a pool with a changing room. A cloud of mist steamed out from the pool and was sucked away by the extractor fan at the top, not filling the private room with water vapor. Su Yang walked into this private room along with Gu Yaya, and behind him, Gu Rong had already closed the door of the private room. "Young Su, why don't you go change your clothes first?" Gu Yaya fetched a bathrobe, stepped on her high heels and came over with a look of pretending to be unrecognizable and said to Su Yang. Su Yang looked at Teacher Gu's pretty face in front of him and got a little angry. "Teacher Gu, there are just the three of us here. How much longer do you have to pretend? You dare to say that you didn't recognize me?" "Young Su is joking." Gu Yaya laughed and said in a somewhat frivolous and casual tone, "I'm a spa therapist. How can I recognize a big shot like Su Xiaona?" "Hee hee." Su Yang laughed instead of being angry. "You've been my counselor for 4 years, and now you haven't seen me for only half a year, so you don't know? Very well. It seems that you are planning to pretend to the end." Gu Ya's face that had faded from the solemn and serious expression of a teacher hung with a sweet and coquettish smile. Su Xiao, it's better to go and change clothes first. All right, you wait to give me a spa treatment. Su Yang was finally angered by Teacher Gu's attitude and reached out to take the robe. I'll let you pretend you can't recognize it. Let's see if you still dare later. The point of his anger lies in the fact that since Ms. Gu already knows his identity, then if she encounters any difficulties, she can also tell him he is also fully capable of helping her, for years of student-teacher relationship also need to be so outgoing. Chapter 71. A woman should always look for a man to rely on. Su Yang no longer pay attention to Gu Yaya, took the bathrobe and walked into the side of the dressing room. After Gu Rongrong saw Su Yang close the door, she immediately went to her sister's side. Sister, why are you pretending not to recognize him? Gu Yaya's eyes were mesmerized as she smiled bitterly and said, what can I do if I don't pretend? Instead, it adds to the embarrassment. What's there to be afraid of in terms of embarrassment? Gu Rongrong took her sister's hand and said with a playful look, he's now the crown prince of Yaoi, the future boss of the Snow Mountain Group. With the previous 4 years of teacher-student relationship, let him help us. Won't we be relieved? Gu Yaya glared at her own sister. Help and be relieved? You think you don't have to pay it back? What's so difficult about it? Gu Rongrong spat out her fragrant tongue. Her cool watery eyes said with a smile, I used to feel that he was always peeking at you when I was in school. Sis, I'm sure he definitely has a good feeling about you. As long as you hook your finger, maybe he doesn't have to pay you back. Gu Yaya blushed and lightly slapped her arm. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm his teacher. Gu Rongrong wrinkled her high nose, not caring. That was in the past. Now that he graduated and you resigned, where's the need to worry about these problems? Moreover, he is now the son of the richest family in Magic City. If you don't want to hook up with him, then I'll go anyway. We women always need to find a man to rely on. When Gu Yaya still wanted to say something, a sound came from the direction of the dressing room. The door was opened and the sisters stopped talking at once. Su Yang came out wearing only a bathrobe all over his body, glancing at the look on the two women's faces. He saw that Teacher Gu's eyes were a bit evasive, and he didn't know what they had just said. Teacher Gu, what do I need to do next? Su Yang called out the previous name for Gu Yaya and looked at her with some anger in his heart. Gu Yaya didn't care and said with a smile, Su Xiao, lie down on the waterbed first. I'll introduce you to the program and see what services you need. Su Yang looked at this once respected counselor and smiled, still sitting on the waterbed and lying down. Gu Yaya and Gu Rongrong followed, waiting on the left and right side of each. Young Su, our Yaoqi spa program includes facial care, body care, aroma oil massage, immersion bath, shower, jet bath, whirlpool bath, bubble bath, and other healthcare treatments. See which ones you need? Gu Yaya brought a service program introduction booklet, kneeling on the edge of the bed, handing it to his face and inquired. Su Yang was secretly annoyed. I'll try all the items that are available here. No problem. Gu Yaya responded and glanced at him, and said in a flustered manner, then let's do a facial while doing an aromatherapy oil massage. Su Yang would be all racked up here, and if he didn't continue to carry on, he would show his cowardice. Simply lie down directly on the waterbed and close his eyes, to have a no eyes, no mind. Teacher Gu, don't you have anything to say to me? After Su Yang adapted for a while, he suddenly asked in a calm tone. When Gu Yaya heard his words, she smiled to hide the despondency in her heart. Su Xiao, I'm no longer a teacher. Now I'm just an ordinary spa therapist in Yaoqi. Seeing that she still called him Su Xiao, Su Yang knew that she was not willing to talk to him with her former identity. It was just, since the other party didn't want to talk, there was no way he could force her to do anything. After more than an hour, the aromatherapy essential oil program was finally done. Su Yang exhaled a long breath, his face and body covered in fine sweat. The whole person was still immersed in the marvelous feeling that seemed like after being deflated. Gu Yaya glanced at Su Yang, who was lying on the waterbed, smiled sweetly and coquettishly and said, Young Su, you lie down and rest for a while. Let's go change clothes first. Go. Su Yang waved his hand somewhat tiredly, lazily lying on the bed, not even bothering to move a bit. He felt both regret and some guilt in his heart for Teacher Gu. The feeling that Teacher Gu gave him was still as warm and tolerant as before. Only, she shouldn't be the one to do such a thing. Gu Yaya was able to sense the complexity in his heart at this time. Giving his sister Gu Rongrong a look, they left the private room together. Chapter 72. Art. Su Yang did not lie down for a while. when he heard da-da knocking sound from outside. Originally, he thought that it was Ms. Gu and the others who had returned. As a result, the door of the private room was pushed open, but Jiang Yao walked in with a smile on her face. Her body was also wearing a loose bathrobe, and Jiang Yao, who had washed off her makeup, her skin that was like sheep's fat jade was dazzlingly snow-white under the illumination of the room lights. "Sister Yao Yao, why did you come over?" Su Yong hurriedly grabbed the neatly folded robe next to him and put it on his body. "I just finished my massage and took a bath, so I came to see you." Jiang Yao glanced at the wilting on Su Yang's face, her soft face with an ambiguous smile, reached out to help him tie the harness in a bow, and softly said, "It looks like, Yang, you had quite a good time just now?" Su Yang's face heated up and pulled away from the topic to ask, "Do you usually come here often?" "In the past, I would usually come over on weekends to decompress and relax. I guess, my sister isn't young anymore. If she doesn't take good care of herself, she'll age very quickly." Jiang Yao took a towel and wiped the sweat on Su Yang's face. Soft and thick big wavy long hair rested on the single shoulder. The light elegant fragrance emitted, mesmerizing people. A few drops of water dyed the hair around her ear temples, giving a touch of moving flirtation to her soft and beautiful imperial stance. "Your skin is so good. Do you still need maintenance?" Su Yang gazed out of his mind at the bathed Jiang Yao. That snow-white face was so warm and moist that it was almost flawless, as if it was made of water. "Haven't you heard that when a woman takes care of herself, she can keep the look of the time? Waiting until you're old to take care of it, that's not maintenance anymore, it's called repair." Jiang Yao Qin Xiang's fingertips poked his forehead and laughed poutingly. Su Yang asked curiously again, "My mom will come here too?" "Of course she will," Jiang Yao said with a smile. "Your mom invested more than $1 billion here. Originally she wanted to have a place where she can relax. She opened it herself to use it, and I have a few exclusive beauticians here with your mom. Usually they don't go on the clock, they are responsible for the management and only when we come will serve us." "Oh, so Su Yang understood. It was indeed like what Sister Yao Yao said. If it was in someone else's store, there might be cameras or something. That was definitely a hidden danger. "All right, you go take a shower first. I'll wait for you here. After the shower, let's have lunch first." "No problem." Lunch was sent up by Wang Mei and eaten in the VIP lounge. The Yao Qi Women's Beauty Club had 16 floors, 2 of which were used as a restaurant. It was convenient for guests to be able to eat food without having to go out when they were relaxing over here. Su Yang ate it and felt that it wasn't bad at all when compared to the flavor of the luxurious restaurants outside. When the wine was full, the people were also refreshed. The 2 people returned to the private room, sitting at the rattan table near the floor-to-ceiling window and drinking tea. Facing it was the smoky rain of Magic City's bustling commercial street. The ones who made the tea were the sisters Gu Yaya and Gu Rongrong, sitting on their knees on both sides, both of them pulling up a head of green silk, completely revealing their pretty faces and slender necks. They had already changed into a different set of lace and gold hot stamped high-waisted cheongsam with ink dye printed on it, showing off their ancient charm. 2 pairs of slender snow-white hands, pinching the teapot teacups, like a female tea artist in the performance in general, hands and feet very pleasing to the eye. Su Yang does not know how to taste tea, unknown only feel good-looking. At this time the tea utensils, tea, beauty, delicate hands, together, but the tea feel advanced. Jiang Yao instead narrowed her winks. After looking for a while, she smiled and asked, "You sisters have specialized in tea art?" "Mr. Jiang, my sister and I are both spa therapists who just finished our training, and store manager Wang specially invited a female tea artist to give us a lesson." Guya Ya's jade fingers pinched the teacup and put it in front of Jiang Yao, and replied with a smile. Su Yang did not move and glanced at Ms. Gu sitting up on her knees, while revealing the 2 cuts of snow-white calves, crystal jade-like feet on the carpet, like 10 round pearls, painted with bright red toenails is very beautiful. Jiang Yao shallowly tasted a mouthful of this freshly brewed fragrant tea, suddenly blinked and asked again, "In that case, you sisters are only considered to be officially working today?" "Yes, General Manager Jiang." Guya Ya nodded back. Gu Rongrong also pinched another teacup and put it in front of Su Yang. With a playful look, she said, "Young Su and Mr. Jiang are still our first guests. Our sisters just went to work and didn't have any familiar guests to order us, and we were just picked by young Su when we came up." Only then did Su Yang recall that in the morning just before meeting Gu Rongrong, Sister Yao Yao asked Wang Mei if there were any new arrivals. Then Wang Mei seemed to say that there happened to be a batch of spa therapists who had just finished their training, and then she called out Gu Rongrong. Thinking about this, Suyang inexplicably seemed a little happy, maybe because he was Ms. Gu's first guest? Chapter 73, The Gap of Wealth. Jiang Yao had been focusing on her own young master. Naturally, she could notice the slight tickling of the corners of his mouth, and with a lift of her curtains, she laughed. The art of tea isn't a course that spa masters have to learn. You guys are quite attentive and have learned quite well. Gu Rongrong was more lively than her sister and squeaked. I heard from our club's tea artist colleague that the teacher who teaches us tea art is the most famous female tea artist in Magic City. I heard that to go to the tea house to see her performance volume, the price is sold to more than 10,000 yuan. If you want to become a teacher to serve tea guests, a cup of tea to spend $60,000. At that time, my sister and I were shocked when we heard about it, thinking that since there was such a powerful teacher teaching, it would be too much of a waste if we didn't follow and learn properly. Jiang Yao complimented. Not bad, it's quite good to have this mindset. More skill is not a problem, and tea art is the most capable of nourishing one's spirit and condensing one's qi, which means cultivating temperament. In the cosmopolitan city of Magic City, spending tens of thousands of dollars to watch a top tea ceremony master perform is not surprising to her. Because tea masters like this, in addition to the necessary tea ceremony, it is more important to have a pretty face and body. This was the only way to be pleasing to the eye in a tea ceremony, and to be recognized and even approached by the upper class. Therefore, just like the Gu sisters, women with excellent looks and body shape were very good tea artist seedlings. It was only after Suyang heard Sister Yao Yao's words that he realized that teacher Gu's sisters at this time did have more of an ancient beauty and a precipitated dignified aura than before. Curiously, he picked up the teacup and wanted to taste it. What else could be different about a cup of tea? As a result, just close to the mouth, feel the tea aroma. The cup rim seems to also stick Gu Rongrong's slender white fingertips of the fragrance, such as orchids like musk. Suyang had been made dry mouth by Mr. Gu, directly like a cow chewing oysters, a mouth dry, sweet and soft, rich in tea flavor, as if it is indeed better than their own previous tea, more delicious. This action let the side of Gu Rongrong who served beside him, couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh lightly. Su Xiao, I still see people drink to Hong Pao like this for the first time, hundreds of thousands of a caddy. Guya quickly tugged her arm and whispered, Don't talk nonsense. Suyang smiled. Tea tasting is nothing but an elegant thing, the one who set the standard for tea tasting. Does it really know tea better than everyone else? I don't think so. Therefore, through the phenomenon to see the essence, this is a cup of thirst-quenching stuff. I want to drink, how comfortable, how to come, what good to talk about. Jiang Yao smiled and praised. Yang said it well, indeed many so-called standards are made to show others, think they are very advanced like this. I just want to say one thing, poor is all clowns, rich is everything as you wish with your status. There is absolutely no need to act based on other people's standards. Why do you need to attach yourself to it? Suyang heard Jiang Yao's approval, naturally even more indifferent. Grinning broadly, took the cup of tea that Gu Rongrong's delicate fingers pinched over, and took another sip. He also thought that the cup was too small to drink, and directly asked her to change to a bigger cup. This small cup is not thirst-quenching at all. Gu Rongrong looked a burst of dumbfounded. This is the top of the big red robe, listen to Wang Mei, store manager said. Thousands of dollars only a gram. In the past, only Chairman Yang Yingyu and General Manager Jiang Yao would take it out to brew it when they came over. And now, such a precious tea was allowed to be used by Suyang to quench his thirst in a big gulp like a drink. It could be said that Gu Rongrong had profoundly seen what the disparity of wealth was. Drink slowly, you're not afraid of being hot. Jiang Yao smilingly took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on Suyang's face. It's true that good tea is thirst-quenching. Suyang drank it in a very soothing manner. Rested yet? Jiang Yao's delicate little hand gently rubbed his heart and asked in an intoxicatingly soft tone. Suyang let out a with a cozy face. Then get up. Accompany sister to take a hot spring bath. Jiang Yao pulled his arm and stood up from the cushion. Guyaya also climbed up with her sister and softly asked for instructions. Mr. Su Xiaojiang, do you need us to wait beside you? Jiang Yao glanced at Suyang who was peeking at the Gu sisters and smiled. Come with us. Suyang's heart started pounding again. I wonder how it would be like to take a hot spring bath. Chapter 74, Helping Teacher Gu. Jiang Yao pulled Suyang back into the private room he was in before. The pool on the other side of the waterbed across the screen was huge, comparable to the size of a normal family's living room. As soon as Gu Rongrong came in, she sat on her knees at the edge of the white porcelain pool and sprinkled some white crystals into it. Seeing Suyang looking curiously, Guyaya introduced towards him and said, This is the hot spring bathing tablet specially customized by our Yaoqi and Jinling Tangshan hot spring, which has the reputation of 1,000 years of holy soup and a health paradise. Its composition contains more than 30 kinds of trace elements. After bathing, it can make the skin moisturized and soothed, smooth and meticulous, eliminate fatigue, promote sleep, and there is no difference with the natural Tangshan hot spring water. Su Yang nodded slightly. This should also be the method of other hot spring hotels. After all, there was no way to draw in an endless supply of hot spring water in the middle of a bustling city. Jiang Yao, however, smugly came over, doubly charmingly informing Su Yang of another thing. "Ah Yang, this private room of yours is usually Aunt Yu's exclusive use." Su Yang nodded. "No wonder it's so luxurious." Guya waited for them to finish biting their ears before she voiced out. "Su Xiao Jiang, why don't you guys go and change your clothes first?" Jiang Yao pursed her lips and smiled daintily, pulling Su Yang's arm and heading towards the changing room. There were 2 separate changing rooms in the changing room. However, after Su Yang saw Jiang Yao take out a set of swimsuit from the closet, he was suddenly a bit dumbfounded. "Sister Yao Yao, are there male swim trunks here?" Su Yang couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yao rightfully said, "This is a women's beauty club. Even if there are swimsuits for sale, there are definitely no male ones. Then what about me?" Su Yang looked at the bathrobe he was wearing. He couldn't wear a bathrobe to a hot spring. "Don't wear it." Jiang Yao's charming melon face carried a fox-like winking smile. "You try not wearing it." Su Yang rolled his eyes and said, "If you have to wear it, here is another set of mine. See if you can wear it." Jiang Yao gave him a flattering look and took out another set of fuchsia-colored sexy swimsuit from the nearby closet. Su Yang looked at Jiang Yao, whose eyes were full of derision, and spat. "This is a woman's swimsuit, or a set of bikini. Have you ever seen a man wearing a bikini?" Jiang Yao licked her lips and said with a smile, "Then you can only not wear it." Su Yang pondered slightly. "Forget it. I'll put a big towel around it. Suit yourself." Jiang Yao was a bit regretful. After putting the swimsuit back on, she started to untie the bathrobe in front of him. Her movements were always extraordinarily elegant, with a lady-like flavor. "I'm dropping manya. Aren't you going to change in the changing room?" Su Yang's heart jumped, and he quickly turned around, silently reciting that color is emptiness and emptiness is color. "What are we still seeing each other for? I'm your child bride, not afraid of you to look." Jiang Yao Jiao laughed and hung her bathrobe on the side. Su Yang was aroused by the stupidity. If he looked at it, he might explode, so he had to turn his back to Yao Yao and wait for her to change her bathing suit first. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yao was wearing a set of pure white swimsuit and brought Su Yang out from the changing room. The swimsuit she was wearing was the halter bikini type, and her swim trunks were still the type with a tie string on the side of the waist. Su Yang simply tied a large towel around his waist. After Guya saw it, she was slightly surprised and froze for a while, before she embarrassedly said, "Su Xiao, I forgot that you don't have any swim trunks. Why don't I let my colleague go outside to help you buy them now?" "No need." Su Yang didn't want to be so troublesome. Once he looked up, he realized that Teacher Gu and her sister, at some point, had also changed into a set of goose-colored bikini swimsuit. Especially when Teacher Gu saw him looking over, she was a little embarrassed. "Mr. Su Xiao Jiang, the hot spring water is done. You can come down to soak." Gu Rongrong's soulful eyes turned around twice and greeted the two, saying. Close to evening, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove out from the Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club. Su Yang looked like he couldn't get enough of it and leaned back on the leather seat in the back row. Teacher Gu was really too naughty and mischievous, causing him to receive a great shock today. Jiang Yao sat beside him, looking at his absent-minded look. She smiled like a flower and asked, "What's wrong with my little young master? Still thinking about that spa therapist just now?" Su Yang hesitated for a moment and spoke. "Sister Yao Yao. She's actually the teacher who was my counselor for 4 years when I was in college." "Oh." Jiang Yao didn't look surprised, holding her chest with one hand and supporting her rounded lower jaw. "Ah Yang. Then what do you think?" Su Yang looked sideways at Jiang Yao beside him. Sister Yao Yao had already changed back to the skirt she originally wore. Her freshly blow-dried hair, casually pulled back with diamond-encrusted hair clips, was sitting on the seat with her legs crossed, her 5 glistening jade toes moving cheerfully, appending her high heels to the point where they were shaking. "Sister Yao Yao, I want to help Mr. Gu." Su Yang forcefully wrapped Jiang Yao's small waist and pressed her into his arms. "Then how do you want to help?" Jiang Yao obediently leaned in his embrace, intimately lifted her small snow-white hand to hold up his face, like a small daughter-in-law who is teaching her husband, and the snowy mountain group's high and cold goddess is like a different person. Su Yang touched Sister Yao Yao's fragrant shoulder that was like the skin of sheep's fat jade. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I think Teacher Gu definitely has a bitter intention. You first help me understand what happened to her. All right, leave it to Sister to investigate. Jiang Yao Qinxiang's body shrank in his arms, smiling lightly as she took out her cell phone from her bag. Chapter 75. Sister, we're rich. Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club. Sister, do you think Su Yang will tell the truth about us being spa therapists here? Gu Rongrong held her head on the counter and asked towards her sister, who had just finished her bath next to her. Although she thought that there was no difference between noble and lowly people, but there was the status, will no one really look at them with colored glasses when they talk about this job? No, Su Yang. He is not that kind of person, moreover. He is now the crown prince of the Snowy Mountain Group, which would still care about this kind of small matter, nah? Guyaya walked over and rubbed her hair while saying to her sister. Her body was only surrounded by a bathrobe, but her waist was thin and her thighs were round and slender. Talking about this makes me want to die. When I saw him at school in the past, I really didn't know that he turned out to be still hiding his identity and experiencing life, or else I would have given him a good impression and staged a show of a domineering president falling in love with me, and now I don't know who would be that Cinderella. Gu Rongrong sighed and said with some sighs. When Guyaya remembered this, her heart was also a bit strange. She had read Su Yang's file. It was reasonable to say that he was the only one on his account book, and his home address and everything should be correct. Why did he suddenly change into the Crown Prince of Snow Mountain Group? Could it be a workout for the successor of a wealthy family like the ones played out on TV? The two sisters had only been employed at Yaoqi for 2 months, during which time they had also been in training. It was naturally impossible to understand the family situation of the richest woman in Magic City. Not to mention them. Even the employees in the Snow Mountain Group were basically unclear. After all, what richest man would spread out his family affairs for everyone to know? Just like Chairman Penguin's daughter, no one knew what she looked like until now. A truly rich family would only protect their family members well, unless the family grew up and was willing to come out into the public on their own. Stop daydreaming. Why are you talking so much? Guyaya blankly glanced at her own sister as she unwrapped her towel and dressed while continuing. We're already in 2 worlds with him. Gu Rongrong laughed playfully and patted her sister's leather drum. Sister, then you're giving him all those services, why don't you just give him your body too? I see Su Yang is also very covetous of your fine skin, plump and sexy body, or else you would have gotten $1 million. Previously, Wang Mei, the store manager, had promised that if she was picked by the prince, she would double her salary this month. At the same time, if the prince was intimate in the process, as long as the prince was satisfied, there would be an additional 1 million bonus. This intimate contact is naturally the most intimate kind, not naughty and mischievous on the line. Guyaya listened to her sister say this, cannot help but blush on the cheeks, side head glared at Gu Rongrong a glance. Double the salary is still not satisfied? We can get at least $60,000 a person this month. It adds up to 120,000 yuan, which is far from enough for our mom's treatment. Gu Rongrong pouted. Guyaya also sighed hopelessly in her heart. Even if Yaoi's salary was very high, the annual salary and bonus added up to several $100,000. But her mom's liver cancer couldn't wait that long. Just at this moment, the door to the dressing room was knocked on. Guyaya hurriedly put her clothes back on and shouted towards the door, please come in, only to see store manager Wang Mei push the door in with a smile on her face. Xiao Rong, you 2 sisters have done a great job this time. Su Xiao expressed his great satisfaction with your service. This is a $1 million bonus for each of you. Take it. Wang Mei handed the 2 bank cards in her hand to them. Guyaya and Gu Rongrong froze in slight surprise for a moment and looked at each other. Store manager, but we don't have, Guyaya said with a reddened face. Wang Mei interrupted her words and laughed. This is not something I should care about. Su Xiao specified to explain that I will give the money to you guys, and also, you 2 get off work early today, tomorrow, and a few days later, and then give you a vacation, come back and then go directly to work in the finance department. After that, you 2 will be Su Xiao's exclusive spa therapist. This? Guyaya was a little hesitant. What? You guys aren't willing? Wang Mei noticed her expression and wondered. Willing to be willing, of course we are. Gu Rongrong didn't wait for her sister to reply. She couldn't wait to take the 2 bank cards, her face full of excitement. Guyaya's beautiful eyes flickered and suddenly asked Wang Mei, store manager, did you tell Mr. Su about us? When they joined the store, they had advanced a salary to Yaoi, so they had also told Wang Mei about their own difficulties. That's right. It was Xiao Su who asked General Manager Jiang to call and ask. Wang Mei nodded her head, patted Gu Ya's shoulder in a serious tone, and continued. For ordinary people like us to be seen by Su Xiao, that's a good opportunity for a fish to leap over the dragon gate. And if you have this blessing, you should cherish it. How many people can't earn it even if they snatch their heads off? Gu Ya nodded with complicated eyes. I know. Thank you, store manager. What are you thanking for? We are all co-workers. Wang Mei said with a smile. She didn't dare to be arrogant now. Maybe after Gu Ya climbed onto Su Xiao's high branch in the future, her right to speak would be greater than even her. After Gu Rongrong waited for Wang Mei to leave, she couldn't hide her excitement any longer and pounced on her sister. Sister, we're rich, $2 million. Enough to give our mom a liver transplant. And we can pay back all the money we borrowed from our relatives and friends. Great! Gu Ya was pounced by her sister to pull up the hem of her clothes, revealing her snow-white soft waist. And a sexy long navel was faintly visible on her snow-white sexy belly. Good is good. But we also owe Su Yang a favor. Gu Ya pulled her clothes and said with a bitter smile. She wasn't the kind of person who could accept other people's help with peace of mind. And if she owed it, she always had to pay it back. Gu Rongrong, however, was still laughing excitedly. What are you afraid of? Owing others is also owing him is also owing. It's better to put all those scattered favors on Su Yang alone. The big deal is that if you can't pay it back, you'll just give your body to him. Gu Ya actually had a very good feeling about Su Yang. Just because of the status of having been his teacher, she always felt that she had to be a teacher and not give him a bad example to learn from. However, at this time also feel that his sister is right. A person always owe a bunch of relatives and friends is good. After thinking it through, Gu Ya also relaxed, smiled and patted her sister's head. Quickly pack up and get off work. All day long you remember to give your body in return. If it wasn't for the fact that I grabbed to serve Su Xiao today, you're going to stick it up yourself, aren't you? Gu Rongrong laughed and ran away and said back. Obviously it's my sister who is sticking up like a little burnt goods, before you get along with other men. But you are very good at controlling the distance. But you have never unreservedly leaned up like today. Oh, to clean up again, right? Gu Ya's red face went after her own sister. The two sisters got $2 million. Finally the big stone that has been pressed on the heart unloaded. The mood are unconsciously happy. Face are from the heart smile. Chapter 76 Dogma and Reality. This is really like a drama like dog blood ah. Su Yang could only sigh so after hearing about the changes that happened in Mr. Gu's family. Jiang Yao lifted her long eyelashes and looked at him, said with a delicate smile. Reality is even more bloody than the TV series. The biggest disaster of an ordinary family is when a family member suffers from a serious illness, which is not only a waste of money, but also probably cannot be cured. Like your teacher Gu and her sister, just joining Yao Ji to work is still good enough. More women are desperate and can't let their family members suffer. As long as they can make a quick buck, they'll do anything. That's true. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Teacher Gu and her sister were already considered smart and didn't go down the path of selling their bodies. Xiao Qing drove the Rolls-Royce back to Su Yang's villa. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Su Yang just entered the door and saw in the living room, Yang Yingyu, who was wearing a long red dress, was sitting sideways on the sofa, holding a document in her hand, flipping through it carefully. Mom, you're back! Su Yang shouted in surprise, put on his slippers and ran over. Seeing her son running, Yang Yingyu hurriedly got up to welcome him and smiled wanly. Did you have a good time today? She was over 40 but still radiant, just like the saying that beauty is not late. Age never fails beauty. Quite happy. Went to Yaoqi with sister Yao Yao to play. Su Yang said with a smile. It was said that the best state of a woman was to see if she was in a happy mood. Yang Yingyu was just like that. Since she had recognized her mother and son with Su Yang, she was obviously in a much happier mood. Her entire body exuded a motherly elegance. It's good to be happy. Mom can't stop thinking about you. Yang Yingyu smiled softly and pulled him to sit together on the sofa. I also miss Mom. Su Yang had a petulant stance. He enjoyed showing his childish side in front of his own mother. After all, Mom was already his only flesh and blood closest relative in this world. As long as his mother was around, he felt at ease, as if he had found someone he could rely on and confide in deep in his consciousness. Yo, Aunt, you didn't even miss me, so sad. Jiang Yao stomped off her high heels and also stepped on a pair of slippers and walked in, biting her lips and saying jealously. Yang Yingyu gave her a blank look. Quickly tell me, What did you take my son to do today? Her heart was now completely hung up on her son. After all, her son was the meat of her heart, so she naturally wanted to know more about her son. Jiang Yao dropped a leather drum on Aunt Yu's other side, holding Aunt Yu's arm and scowling at Su Yang on the other side. Aunt Yu, you let a Yang tell you. He stayed in Yao Qi all day today. He's simply overjoyed. Oh! Yang Yingyu's pair of noble phoenix eyes stared at Su Yang and asked with a light smile. Yanger, can you tell Mom what you did today? Su Yang sneakily glared at Jiang Yao and said, just experienced the spa program of Yao Qi. Massage in the morning and hot spring bath in the afternoon. Jiang Yao almost laughed out loud and added to him, Yang also ordered 2 spa therapists who just formally started working, and they are enjoying the service in Aunt Yu's special private room for you. What's wrong with that? As long as my Yanger likes it, it's only right to have the entire spa therapists of Yao Yu serve him. And also what's Mom's is her son's. As long as Yanger is happy, everything of Mom's can be given to you. Yang Yingyu dotingly looked at her baby son and smiled blandly. Su Yang's heart warmed up and said with a smile, Mom, you are so good to me. Silly boy. Mom is the closest person to you. If you don't treat you well, who will you treat well? Yang Yingyu rubbed his head and said lovingly. Su Yang didn't wait for Jiang Yao to lift him low this time. He continued to talk to Yang Yingyu. Mom, that spa therapist is actually still my counselor and her sister from college. I heard that her mother suffered from liver cancer before she came to work in Yao Qi, because in the past, Ms. Gu took good care of me and helped me apply for a grant scholarship and also gave me part-time jobs, so I wanted to return the favor, so I let the store manager give them $2 million. As soon as Yang Yingyu heard that the other party had also helped her own baby, she immediately said towards Jiang Yao, give a call to the director of the Snow Mountain Hospital and ask her to contact this teacher Gu, and transfer this teacher Gu's mother to the Snow Mountain Hospital, and will provide them with the best beds and medical services for free. Her son is her lifeblood for her. As long as someone treats her son well, she will return the favor, but as long as someone dares to harm his son, then she can make the other party disappear from this world. Okay, Aunt Yu, I'll go make the call. Jiang Yao led the order and left. Su Yang didn't expect Yang Yingyu to take his words so seriously. He couldn't help but ask, Mom, I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? Definitely not. Yang Yingyu's gentle eyes gazed at Su Yang and said with a smile, Yanger, you just have to remember that in this world, as long as money can solve things, then it's not a trouble, not to mention that the Snow Mountain Hospital is Mom's asset, and that's just a matter of words. I remember. Su Yang nodded his head with an educated look. Chapter 77. Can't spend it all, can't spend it all at all. Yang Yingyu took this opportunity to just open up her own son's values. Yanger, in fact, in this world, wealth accumulated to a certain extent, it's just a string of numbers. As long as you think you can do something that can make you comfortable and happy, then it doesn't matter if you spend more money. Wealth is something that you can't live with or die with. As long as you spend it and it can bring you emotional value, it will have meaning. Hearing this, Su Yang curiously asked, then how much can I spend so that it won't have an impact on Mom's career? Just spend as hard as you can. How much you spend won't have an impact on Mom's career. Yang Yingyu smiled confidently and couldn't help but rub her son's brain again as she continued. If I have to give you a number, it's not a big problem for you to spend $100 billion within a year. Hiss! Spend $100 billion in a year? Doesn't that mean spending at least $300 million a day on average? Can't spend it all, can't spend it all at all. What kind of family is this? Mom, am I able to buy the earth here? Yang Yingyu's words gave Su Yang a big mom shock. It did give a certain shock to his previous values. Seeing her stunned son, Yang Yingyu's pair of phoenix eyes smiled into 2 narrow slits. Yanger, just remember, eating, drinking and having fun is your privilege. Only people from mediocre families will run for their lives. So just go ahead and spend your money to your heart's content. Our family is rich. In the hot white jade bathtub, a rose petal floated, emitting a unique fragrance. Yang Yingyu was lying on the edge of the tub with a face of intoxication and comfort, enjoying Jiang Yao kneading on her shoulders. This was the luxurious bathroom of Su Yang's room. The two of them were staying overnight in Su Yang's villa again tonight. After having dinner, Jiang Yao encouraged Aunt Yu, saying that the bathtub in a Yang's room was big and comfortable. Then, the 2 girls waited for Su Yang to finish his bath, and then occupied Su Yang's bathroom with their pajamas. Although this big bathtub with white jade texture was not much different than the bathtub in the manor where Yang Yingyu lived, and it was even a bit smaller than the one she had. However, this place would give Yang Yingyu a feeling of being closer to her own son. Jiang Yao spoke up with a smiling face and asked, Aunt Yu, since you've recognized a Yang, Why don't you just let a Yang move directly to the Damaushi Mountain Manor and live with you? It's not that time yet. Yang Yingyu smiled hopelessly, squinted her eyes at the glass door of the bathroom as if she wanted to see Su Yang in the room through the door, sighed and continued. Yanger has been used to being independent for so many years. In fact, he is very much in need of personal space. Just for example, Yanger wants to bring a girl home, and it's not yet to the extent that he can bring her to see me, so doesn't this mean that he can only go to a hotel? So, I can't interfere too much in his life right now. Jiang Yao lifted up the hot water and drizzled it on Aunt Yu's shoulder, pondering her words, and asked, Aunt Yu? Then what else do I have to do next? Yang Yingyu turned to face Jiang Yao, looked at her and smiled. Yanger does need a leader at first, just like when we asked Lu Rumei to give him a promotion, but he will always need to walk out on his own, so what we can do is to come out and give him a hand again when he needs it. We don't have to ask him to go according to the life that we've set up. That would be the equivalent of the freedom he's lost. Jiang Yao nodded with a smile. I understand. On the other side, Su Yang saw his mom and sister Yao Yao both went to take a bath. One person was bored. Simply sat in front of the computer desk in his room, ready to revisit the game. After the computer had booted up, it put on headphones and played music while starting to download the game. Su Yang suddenly remembered something. His gaze went to the wallet on the desktop. From the wallet, he pulled out the bank card that his own mother had asked Jiang Yao to give him. I wonder how much money was in it? Under curiosity, Su Yang picked up his cell phone and downloaded a corresponding banking app. Remembering that Jiang Yao said at the time that his mom gave him a gold card, the password was still his own birthday. Opened the bank app, registered the account and filled in the ID card, and soon searched for this bank card in his name. The soft money available balance there shows a few asterisks. At the same time, there was a closed eye symbol next to it. Su Yang directly reached out and clicked on that closed eye symbol, and the bank card's balance was instantly displayed. I'm super! Su Yang couldn't help but shout out after seeing the numbers displayed above. This was because there was a long string of zeros behind a 1 in front of it. When Su Yang carefully counted it, he finally came up with a shocking number. This card actually held $10 billion in cash. Crap. Chapter 78 Brother Fu's Experience. When had Su Yang ever seen such a sum of money with his own eyes? Moreover, this money still belonged to him now. At that time, he thought that the pocket money that his mom gave him would not be more than 100 million, right? Unexpectedly, it was now 100 million, although Su Yang knew that his own mom was rich. The conversation with Yang Yingyu this evening had also changed his values. However, when the real $10 billion was placed in front of his eyes, that shock and the acceleration of his heartbeat was still unavoidable. After all, he was just an ordinary person planning to save up money to buy a car, a house and a wife a month ago. It seems that I have to get used to the fact that I am already a super rich second generation. Su Yang thought, his eyes looking towards the game that had already been downloaded at the speed of light on his computer Star Iron. He used to be a rather nerdy person, enjoying watching dramas and anime and playing games. And this game called Star Iron was a very suitable second element adventure strategy game for otaku to play. In layman's terms, it's actually about raising wives, pulling levels and playing equipment for each pretty wife, and experiencing the plot. As for other types of games he also played, from the early years of Fantasy Westward Journey, QQ Flying Car, Dungeons and Warriors, CF, LOL, and so on. Only because Su Yang, before the surplus funds are limited, usually play the game can only be a monthly card party, relying on saving stones to draw the game characters they want. And now, holding $10 billion of pocket money in his hands. Isn't it time to try all the things that he dared to think of not daring to do before? Then let's start with Star Iron. It's also my turn to be a rich brother. Su Yang thought and did it. He directly opened the game Star Iron and entered his account to log in. The main line of the game was simply summarized as the protagonist, who was implanted with a star core, was invited by GZ to board the Star Dome train and travel across the Milky Way, exploring new civilizations between countless strange and bizarre worlds, meeting new partners and embarking on new adventures. Su Yang, because he had previously played the original God, behind the same company launched the Star Iron, also began to play on the first day of the public beta. During this period of time, due to more things have not been on the game. First, finish clearing the commissions and stamina. Su Yang then couldn't wait to open the recharge system. Since he was only a monthly card party player, the first recharge double was still there. The character icon, which is the characters that he already owns, is only half, and most of the characters are 0 plus 1. 0 represents a character only white plate icon, full life is 6 life, need to draw 6 more, a total of 7 to a character all the Star Soul activation. 1 represents an exclusive weapon also known as the Cone of Light, can be stacked 4 times, full essence of 5 orders. A total of 5 weapons need to pull full. The character that is currently being Upin Star Iron's character card pool is a mecha girl character called Lu Ying. Suyong in the past as a monthly card party need to accurately plan the card drawing resources. In order to be able to draw a favorite character, usually need to give up some of the card pool, save the resources are barely enough to draw a favorite limited. At this point, he naturally didn't have to live on such a tight budget. After binding his gold card in Wilson, he directly scanned the QR code to fill up the first charge and charged another 2,648 down. Looking at the extra 100,000 or so stones on the account, Suyong opened the card pool is a fierce draw. Purple light, golden light constantly flashing from the train door. The purple color represents a 4-star character or weapon, and the golden glow represents a 5-star. The bottom 90 draws will get a 5-star character, but there is a 50% chance that the character in the pool will be crooked, and the second big draw will get a 100% of the limited character in the card pool. Suyong this time good luck, crooked not much, spent 100,000 out of the original stone, the limited roll of the flow of fireflies and exclusive light cone pull full 6+5. Sure enough, this game card drawing is the most addictive and enjoyable way to play. The feeling of expecting it to draw the characters and weapons you have in mind is the easiest to stimulate hormones. Suyong, who felt that drawing cards was not enough, swept the code and charged another 150,648 into it. This time, he was ready to battle the resident card pool. Because in the resident card pool, he had a very favorite character called Auntie Himiko. Although this character was weak, he loved it. After all, this is a character with a bit of mature woman temperament or small short skirt, high heels, long legs. Simply lick burst. In the past, there was no money to charge purely by crookedness. There was only a 0 life icon. Now do not lack of money, naturally, how cool how to come. So, today Suyong is going to draw full life for his favorite GZ aunt directly. Love her to give her the best. A fierce pumping, explosive pumping, resident card pool of 7 characters. 6 of them were pumped by him to full life. Specializing in martial arts are full essence of several bar, and even some directly overflow. While he wanted Auntie Himiko but always still short of one, only 5 life. Is this a warehouse check? $100,000 actually still can't draw enough. Suyong whined and was about to continue kryptonizing. However, after he just took out his cell phone, he suddenly remembered something. Since he was going to be a rich brother, he had to act like a rich brother. If I don't act like a pussy, what's the point of being a rich brother? If I don't act tough, who knows that I'm already a rich brother now? Thinking about it, Suyong was not in a hurry to kryptonite. Directly open the Miusha, the game roll of their own illustrations to screenshot down. Then, directly posted a post with a screenshot of his game character. Chapter 79, the owner of the building Angry Power Generation. Really can't stand it. The owner of the building is angry and generates electricity. In order to draw a GZ ant, Fierce C10W into, this ant is not out. It is pure great injustice seed. Angry in bed tossing and turning, even glue do not want to play. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. If Jiang Yao saw it, may not even imagine usually quite serious Suyong, in the network will be so release nature. This is in fact the nature of many men as a very classic words. In reality, I am only promise on the network I hit hard. All on the internet who do not know who, this is not to release their own, that live what is the meaning. As soon as the post was sent out, new comments quickly popped up. Ha man, what kind of foo brother is this, so many 0 life limited, but Lu Ying is 6 life, actually almost full of resident characters. Awesome Poochie actually all kryptonite to draw, this is simply not treating money as money. Foo brother, wait for 300 draws to change a self-selected is not good? Upstairs laugh to death, you look at his icon character no old players, that only once the optional will still be there? Is this the way Richie plays? Do you still need security guards at home? It's too rich, isn't it? Squirt. Charging $100,000 for a pure single-player game? Brother Fu, V50. Let's see what you're made of. Brother Fu, can you give me a friend slot? I want to borrow your character. Dude, you've charged 10W and you still need to glue it? Isn't it good to be a real person? Iron Juice. Why does the one upstairs think Fu lacks real people to play with? Brother Fu has played with all the ones you can think of. If Brother Fu is so rich, why don't he just find a Himiko Kas and let off some steam? There is this money offline can pack several so SGZ. People rich brother to play the game of money is equivalent to the money we buy a pack of cigarettes. Does not affect and then spend a few $100s to eat a meal, naturally all to Rich brother's troubles. Really human? Is being rich really so capricious? I'm stunned. It's too exaggerated, right? to want the resident character full of life, scared to cry. Rich brother cow. Thank you rich brother for raising service. Dazed by brother Fu's play style. Hubby let me help you smoke it. Against the heavens, this brother Fu is too rich. I want to marry so badly. Being a mistress is fine. I'm willing to be a mistress for brother Fu. 666,666. The money I spent on playing the game since I was a kid. The total is not as much as what you have in this picture. Single-player games are so pumped, I can only say that the world of the tycoon I do not understand. The online game when the big brother can pretend to be a second. Where is the coolness of this game? Every day on the line for 5 minutes and then post a picture. This kind of trouble envy me to death. The human senator Hard to fish for the resident is too exaggerated. Rich brother originally all this way to draw cards? Worship big brother. Boss confused Brother Fu don't be like this. What virtue can I brush brother Fu So rich, 10W up just like this smashed in the game. Wanna ask the owner is not a monthly income of $1 million level. I just wanna say boss. If there's anything you need a black slave to do, just say it. Brother Fu. Lack of dogs. I'll be your dog, woof woof. Brother Fu. Grass me. Su-yong watched as more and more netizens were attracted in. And with a meal of comments, he laughed so hard that his mouth grinned. So this is what it feels like to be brother Fu. The feeling of being envied and licked hard is really cool. It's true, when you're a rich brother, you have to let others know. Otherwise, it's not a good feeling to be a rich brother. After Su-yong swiped the comments, he realized that his number of followers was constantly rising. At the same time, there were several people sending him private messages. Lotrita. Where is brother Fu from? Do you want to make a friend? I'm a female college student. Carp Lemon. Brother Fu, don't rush the game. Rush me. Adavi? Mio. Do you need a girlfriend? I can cast any character you like. Milk Peach Bunny Kirby. Rich brother run now. 0 years of Miss CPDD. Good lied to sticky obedient. Do not love socializing. Small circle. Do not drink. Not bouncing. Not card distance. Yun Acme. Rich brother need to develop a little? I'm in love brain drop. Shu Chuan girl 22 years old. Do not need to coax. Own a job. Like to play games. Hope to play together. Xiao Luo sauce. Fu brother, sister I will do everything would like to make friends with you. I will give you a full sense of security, where to report will be pampered to listen to understand, but also do not need you to make an effort. So many girls bent over backwards to try to hook up with him. Su-yong for this experience. Seriously, it was really quite refreshing. No wonder there are so many people on the internet who like to show off their wealth. It turned out to be equivalent to fishing and throwing bait. As long as you show off your wealth, you are not afraid that there are no girls actively looking for you. If this was before, maybe Su-yong will add a V with these ladies to communicate properly. But now, Su-yong, after being washed by his own mother and Jiang Yao's face value, his aesthetics were also pulled up. Ordinary young ladies couldn't really pick his interest anymore. What's more, these young ladies who took the initiative to find their way to the door were basically buses. For Su-yong, it really wasn't as fun as the game. After reading the private message, secretly happy for a while, Su-yong continued to open Star Iron and kryptonized another 10 single 648 into it. Finally, the last anti-Himiko was drawn out. It's really not easy Have to see more of anti-GZ's little chubby to compensate for my wounded heart before I can do it. Su-yong replaced anti-Himiko on the team, pulled down the viewpoint, and kept making anti-Himiko walk around. Not bad. Not bad. Really sexy pinch super. Su-yang's eyes were full of praise, and his mouth blared. If only this perspective was opaque. Mikyu is really damned. Anti-ripe girl or something, also too fragrant. As Su-yong spoke, he suddenly felt something was wrong, because his nose also really smelled a fresh and elegant fragrance. With a new, he turned back. Chapter 80 Su-yang's Social Death. Surprisingly, he saw that Yang Yingyu did not know when she came to his ear, and was curiously watching him play the game. And Jiang Yao was also standing beside Yang Yingyu, and was hiding her mouth and stifling her laughter. Oh, I don't know. What I said just now wouldn't have been heard by them, right? Su-yong took off his headset with some social death, and said with embarrassment on his face, Mom, have you guys finished showering? Just finished washing and came out. Shouting you didn't respond, so I came over to see what you're doing. Yang Yingyu saw Su-yang's face of embarrassment and said with a light smile, Mom, then how long have you guys been over? Su-yang's face was a little hot, and he asked in embarrassment. Before Yang Yingyu could open her mouth, Jiang Yao next to her couldn't help but giggle and said sweetly, "We've been standing here for quite a while, since you were peeking at this long-legged auntie's chubby ass. My sister Yao Yao, don't publicly execute hey." Su Yang's face became even more embarrassed. He just wanted to dig a hole into the ground. "I thought I would die one day, but I just didn't think I would die socially in front of you guys." He was wearing headphones just now, and really didn't hear Yang Yingyu shouting at him, nor did he notice them coming over. Yang Yingyu slapped Jiang Yao's arm angrily, blaming her for embarrassing her own baby son. "Younger, do you like this type of woman?" Yang Yingyu propped her hands on her knees with a smiling expression, looking curiously at the familiar imperial character on the computer screen wearing a high-cut gown. Su Yang's heart panicked a batch, but still forced himself to say, "Not really. As long as the pretty ones I like, I'm all control." "Wow, Yang, originally your heart so flowery." The corner of Jiang Yao's mouth slightly curled up and made another exaggerated look and laughed. Su Yang sophistically said, "This is a game, okay? Isn't it right to collect beautiful female characters? What kind of philandering is that?" Yang Yingyu glared at Jiang Yao with amusement and anger, and pushed her. "Go get some drinks up. Don't make a mess." Oh, Jiang Yao then stepped on her slippers and ran out of the room upside down. She was wearing a black halter nightgown. Her two big white legs were bare, straight, thin and long. Su Yang is considered to be a heavy leg control, and everything you does not know how fragrant it is. Previously brushed Jane often look at those big long legs of the video. Playing games also like to show legs of female characters, but rarely can see like Jiang Yao this like modeling like perfect legs. Yang Yingyu saw that her son was sneaking glances at Jiang Yao's distant back and said with a doting smile, "Yao Yao, this girl is sometimes crazy, but she will only be like this to close people. She actually likes you a lot." "I know." Su Yang nodded and forced himself to be serious. Yang Yingyu wanted to take the opportunity to learn more about her son, so she curiously asked, "Younger, is this game fun for you?" "It's not bad, it's kind of more suitable for me to play. I used to be more of an otaku, so I like to play this kind of secondary yuan game," Su Yang said, seeing his mom still bending down to stand beside him. Worrying that she was tired of standing, moved to the side to make way for half a chair. "Mom, you sit. I'll play it for you." "Son is so nice." Yang Yingyu sat down beside him and smiled softly. "Younger, you teach mom how to play this game?" "Okay." Su Yang smiled and started to buy stamina to brush the relics, also known as equipment. This game is turn-based, actually kind of picks players. Some people prefer that kind of open big map play. I am all for it. Su Yang played the game while chatting with his own mother. Yang Yingyu watched as her son operated a team of female characters to fight monsters and asked, "Which company's game product is this?" "It's also from Magic City. It's called Mihuyu. I've played all their games. They're all good," Su Yang said, and remembered that he had just charged more than 100,000 into it, and tentatively said to his own mother, "Mom, I just charged a lot of money into it." "Just charge it, as long as Younger is happy. I said before, the most important thing about spending money is that it can bring you pleasurable emotional value. Then this money will be spent meaningfully." Yang Yingyu turned her head sideways. Her gentle eyes gazed at Su Yang, and continued to smile elegantly and said, "Also, I know about this company Mikuyu. Their office building is still our Snow Mountain Group's property, which we rented to them. In addition, a few of Mikuyu's bosses have bought houses in several of our Snowy Mountain Group's villa districts, and many of their employees also live in the neighborhoods we have built. Even the land they want to build a mansion on is yours, Mom, and mine. So, when you filled their company with money on your side, they returned the money they earned on the other side into Mom's company account. This is the advantage of the closed loop of assets. As long as you spend any more money in the city of Mordor, Mom can take that money you spent out and get it back again from all walks of life." This was the second time Su Yang had heard pretty much the same thing. The last time was when Jiang Yao said it to him. "Mom, that means I can spend money however I want?" Su Yang looked at his own mom and asked. Yang Yingyu smiled lightly and said, "Sure. Mom's things in the future are not all yours. Younger, you are Mom's only closest relative, the most beloved flesh of the heart, and so on. After a while, Mom take you to familiarize yourself with the company's situation and let you take over the reins in the future, and then find a few more comfortable daughter-in-laws for Mom, and then Mom will be able to retire in peace." "Mom, what are you talking about retirement when you're so young? And it's not like I've ever managed a company. What if I mess up?" Su Yang was not that confident. Yang Yingyu looked at her son warmly and said, "It won't happen. There are many smart people in this world. But wealth is always concentrated in the hands of a very small portion of people. So as long as a high salary is given, there is no fear of not having talented people to give you advice. Besides, isn't there Yo Yo? She will also follow you and counsel you all the time. If you're tired, just leave all the work to Yao Yao, and you'll just drink tea and chat with me. Mom, let's not talk about this. It's still early, Su-yong said with a smile. He felt that these were still relatively far away from him, and he didn't want his mom to really leave the cause that he had dedicated half of his life to. Yang Yu obediently smiled and said, "Okay, Mom won't talk anymore. Accompany Yonger to play the game properly." Chapter 81. The Yanya Housekeeper. Early the next morning, July 3rd, the warm summer sun shone through the cracks of the curtains into the luxurious bedroom. Su-yong opened his eyes from the wide and comfortable European-style king-sized bed. Why didn't Sister Yao Yao come over to yell at me to get up today? This time, he slept directly until he woke up naturally. Anyway, he was still currently on vacation. Climbing up from the bed, Su-yong looked at the wall clock on the wall. It was already past 10 in the morning. Last night, he played the game until after 12 o'clock before going to sleep. On top of the nightstand was a beautifully packaged gift box with a piece of paper with writing pressed on it. Su-yong pulled out the paper and looked at it. On it was the words that Yang Yingyu had left for him. The font was very dignified, very beautiful and warm. "Yonger, Mom will not wake you up because you were sleeping well. She and your sister Yao Yao will go to the company to work first. The box with the pressed note is a wristwatch that Mom bought for you when she came back yesterday. I forgot to give it to you last night. Put it on and see if it suits you. And if there is something wrong, just give us a call. There is also a little surprise downstairs." Su-yong saw the expression drawn with a pen at the back and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Our mom is quite a girly girl. After folding the note and putting it into the cabinet, Su-yong then picked up the exquisite gift box. Opening it, he took a look. Turned out to be a very exquisite wristwatch. The watch case was carved with vine patterns. The theme was dark blue and carved with elements of the night sky, stars and moon. Although Su-yong didn't know about watches, but at a glance, he knew that it must be a very valuable watch. Picking up the tag on top of the box, he searched it with his cell phone. Patek Philippe. So it's Patek Philippe? Su-yong went to search the number again. Ref 6002G Astronomical Tourbillon Watch. This watch is worth 40 million soft sister coins. No wonder the internet said something about poor playing with cars and rich playing with watches. This piece of small stuff is actually worth a set of small villas in Magic City. It was simply a trenchless awe. Su-yong put down this wristwatch, intending to go wash up before putting it on so as not to get it wet and have to dry it. After he washed up, changed his clothes and dressed up, he looked at the wristwatch in the floor mirror. It was indeed quite handsome. Before, he was just wearing Armani clothes with less decoration, but now after wearing this Patek Philippe, the whole person's temperament seems to have increased a lot again. Su-yong stinkingly posed for a few poses before he went out of the room and headed downstairs. The little surprise written on the top of the paper, still don't know what it is. Just as he walked down the solid wood stairs to the downstairs, he saw a sexy blonde woman sitting in the living room. "Good morning, young master. I'm your personal housekeeper, Betty. Director Yang explained that I'm here waiting for you." The blonde-haired, blue-eyed pretty girl spoke fluent Chinese and greeted Su-yong with a bright smile. Su-yong shot a glance at the hot-bodied foreign girl. To be honest, he used to think that there were very few foreign chicks whose face value met his aesthetic standards. But this woman called Betty, whether it was her figure or her looks, it was considered to be superb with his eyes. It was even prettier than the few foreign chicks he had seen earlier at the Yao Chi Women's Beauty Club, especially her outfit. The sexy OL uniform and wrap-around skirt pocketed her hot and incomparable body tightly, with a feeling of calling out to her. The body was tall and slender like a supermodel, with a slim waist, plump and slender long legs wrapped in ultra-thin black silk, and a pair of black crystal high heels on her feet, full of sexy and seductive flavor. Su-yong curiously asked her, "Where are you from? Speak Chinese well." "Thank you, young master, for the compliment. I come from the Sunset Empire." Betty returned with a flirtatious smile on her face, enthusiastically and without losing her manners. Su-yong nodded and took another glance at this Western yokai and asked, "What did my mom ask you to wait for me here for?" "Young master, why don't you please move to the dining room and have breakfast first?" Betty said with a smile as she blinked those big eyes as deep and charming as the blue ocean. "Okay." Su-yong originally thought that he would have to find breakfast by himself at this late hour. After he was seated in the dining room, Betty went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast that was still steaming hot. A cup of hot milk, a magic pancake bun, and skinny pork congee with eggs. It seemed that Yang Yingyu had told her that she liked to eat Chinese breakfast, so she didn't prepare herself what the foreign devils ate. Chapter 82, A Little Gift Prepared by Mom. Betty looked at Su-yong already eating breakfast before she settled down opposite him. Young master, in the future, if you want to eat at home, I will be responsible for preparing all kinds of meals for you. In addition, your villa's cleaning and hygiene, laundry and cooking, equipment operation, garden maintenance, as well as the reception service work and so on, will all be managed by me for you, Betty said with a smile. Laundry too? Su-yong asked curiously with a raw bun stuffed in his mouth. It was really his first time to come into contact with a private housekeeper. And it was also a beautiful foreign girl. Right, these chores shouldn't be done by the young master himself, otherwise it would be a dereliction of duty on my part as a housekeeper, Betty said respectfully and rigorously. All right, you can do it if you like. Su-yong didn't have any problem with it. After all, it was still quite refreshing to have someone to wait on. By the way, young master, besides what I just said, you can look over any problems in life, including booking hotels and flights, shopping and picking up and dropping off guests, booked entertainment programs. As long as it's related to clothing, food, housing, transportation, eating, drinking, and playing, I can be responsible for all of it. Betty continued to add. Su-yong couldn't help but ask, where else have you been a private butler before? Betty brought a towel to Su-yong to wipe her hands, and did not dare to slack off at all as she reported. I was previously hired by Yang Dong to come to Snowy Mountain Group just after I graduated from the International Butler Academy, and first served as a private butler to General Manager Jiang Yao for a few years. And then after General Manager Jiang moved to Yang Dong's side of the family, I've been working at Yang Dong's villa, and it's only today that Yang Dong arranged for me to serve at the young master's side. I see. Su-yong was satisfied with her resume. After all, if the other party had also worked as a housekeeper for another male employer before, he would have been more or less interfering. Now that there was a foreign girl housekeeper to take care of his home, it made his life as a person who liked to swing for the fences even more comfortable, and he didn't have to care about anything. Young master, why don't we go and take a look at the little gift that madam prepared for you now? Betty saw that Su-yong had already finished his breakfast and continued to smile as she asked for instructions. Su-yong was somewhat curious about what other little surprises his mom had prepared for him. Following Betty all the way out of the villa, he arrived at the entrance of the large garage next to the villa. When the automatic sensor door rose upwards afterward, revealing what was in the garage, Su-yong's eyes directly glazed over, only to see that the gorgeously decorated garage was brightly lit. Dozens of top-grade luxury cars were parked inside and were illuminated by the lights on the surface of the cars, reflecting an eye-catching luster. Even if Su-yong didn't recognize the models of the cars from the car labels, he could recognize Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Bugatti, McLaren, Koenigsegg, Pagani, Aston Martin, Apollo, and other famous brands. Holy cow! So many cars, at least worth hundreds of millions, right? Su-yong couldn't help but let out a gasp. Betty giggled. Young master, the value of the luxury cars in this garage has exceeded 1 billion. Just for example, that Bugatti La Voiture Noire. The selling price is equivalent to about 125 million soft sister coins. Su-yong smacked his lips a little and asked, when was this shipped over? He remembered that the last time he visited the villa for the first time, the garage was still empty, and he didn't know when it was filled up. Betty replied, this was yesterday during the daytime when young master was not at the villa, so madame arranged for me to take over these cars. My mom is really loving me. This is still only said to be a small surprise. Su-yong thought of Yang Yingyu's voluptuous figure again. Betty walked to the rack with a bunch of car keys hanging next to it, turned back to Su-yong, blinked her charming blue eyes and asked with a smile, young master, do you want to pick one to try the car? Sure. Su-yong walked over with excitement. There was no man who didn't like cars, especially cool sports cars. Some people say that a car is a man's face, just like a woman loves a bag. Not only is it cool to drive, but it can also show off and satisfy your vanity. 11 o'clock in the morning. A handsome Porsche 918 is pulling the wind speeding in the busy streets of the Magic City. The classic smooth hatchback curve shape, class frog's eye headlight design, the hood on both sides of the rumbling sheet metal lines. Fine flower white body in the sun's illumination, flashing a light golden edge. Simply handsome, no friends. Betty did not follow the car over, stay in the villa to do their own work. Su-yong sat alone in the driver's seat of the special customized version of the Porsche 918, and the sense of satisfaction almost flourished out of his body. After all, which man didn't have a Porsche dream? Previously, Su-young had sat in the Porsche of rich woman song in linen and was quite coveted. But now he finally owns a Porsche himself. Although the price of this car is just over $10 million, belonging to the cheapest car in the garage. But Su-young used to pay attention to luxury cars. One of the most wanted to have a sports car is the Porsche 918. At least the price of this car, so that the previous self struggled for a lifetime, there is a slim possibility of realizing. And the kind of tens of millions, hundreds of millions of top supercars, is completely impossible to realize the dream. Seymour is just greedy. So Su-young first picked this own favorite Porsche 918 practice. Other more classic sports car operating difficulty is not so fast to get started. Anyway, now in the garage of the villa, there are still dozens of top luxury cars. Driving tired of one, just change the next one to drive on the line. There is no need to drive out of the car for the first time. It must be the most expensive car. Chapter 83 Duanzi came true. Su-young drove around a few times to familiarize himself with the car, then parked the Porsche 918 in a Chinese restaurant. It was also just time for lunch. When he came out, he saw a few ladies in cool clothes, surrounding his car and taking pictures. Previously, he thought that the videos on the internet were all paragraphs, but now that he really encountered it, he realized that it could really happen. This Porsche is also too handsome, right? Looks like a 918. When I went to the Porsche car show last time, I saw one. It's the Porsche 918. I heard that there are only 918 units worldwide, worth more than $10 million. It's just too top. This kind of limited edition supercar, in the magic, are rarely seen. You guys help me take a picture. I'll send a friend circle first. I also want to shoot. Su-young was holding a Hitianxia cigarettes that he had just bought from the nearby cigarette store and looked at these several young ladies amusingly as they either sat in the front of the car or leaned against the car door to take pictures. I didn't expect these young ladies to actually recognize their car model. From this, we can also see that most of the ladies living in the Magic City are relatively vain. Even if they can't afford it, they will go to various luxury brand stores or luxury car shows. Therefore, they were all able to know all the major luxury brands and various luxury cars like the back of their hand. However, Su-young didn't mean to look down on them. After all, everyone's life pursuit is different. Who can do without desires and wants? Anyway, Su-young himself was a commoner. He would also have a sense of vanity and would also like luxury cars and villas and beautiful women. Only when these ladies had almost finished shooting did Su-young walk over. "Handsome guy, is this car yours?" A net-faced young lady's eyes instantly lit up. "Yeah, just parked over here to have a meal." Su-young casually took out his car key and pressed it. Drip. The handsome Porsche 918 suddenly flashed its headlights like a bright starlight. "Wow, little brother. You are so handsome." The other young lady held her face in a flowery pose. "Handsome brother, can you take us for a ride?" The net red-faced young lady came over, wearing a small halter top. She also deliberately slanted her body slightly. Su-young glanced smoothly, shook his head and smiled. "Sorry, I still have things to do." One of her short-haired companions hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "Handsome guy, then let's add a Wi-Fi and go out together some other day sometime?" Often, women have a favorable impression of a man they meet for the first time. The first thing is to look at your financial strength. After all, now this society is too impatient. Few people will go slowly to understand your inner. Especially for those realistic women is more so. In their minds, financial strength represents charm. It's not that I don't have feelings for you, it's that you don't drive a Porsche. Su-young generously took out his cell phone and opened the Wi-Fi QR code. "You guys sweep me." I'll sweep. Several young ladies took out their cell phones and swept at Su-young's Weixin. After they all finished scanning, Su-young pulled open the car door and sat in, waving his hand at them. "See you later. Handsome, goodbye. Remember to add us." "Bye, handsome." That Netflix miss also threw a wink at Su-young. Su-young smiled faintly and started the car to directly go far away. Although he wasn't interested in these few young ladies, but rejecting them in person felt a bit low on emotional intelligence. It would be better to let them sweep, then turn around and not add their friends on the line. The few ladies who watched Su-young's Porsche 918 leave were still reluctant to leave and got together to discuss. This handsome guy must be the rich second generation of that powerful family in Magic City. Did you guys just look at his wristwatch? Looked and looked. It seems to be a Patek Philippe. He's tall and good-looking, and he's also so young and rich. It would be great if he were my boyfriend. To be my boyfriend. My bear is bigger than you. The net red-faced young lady proudly stopped quite heartily. A man riding an electric bicycle passed by and couldn't help but look over. As a result, the net red-faced young lady covered her chest and fiercely glared at him. "What are you looking at? Playing a hooligan?" With the previous performance of deliberately crooking her body to show Soo-young greatly, it was completely like two people. That man quickly lowered his head, twisted the handlebar of the electric car, and quickly left. Sure enough, it should be that sentence. Girls wear low-cut suspenders, but cover their breasts. Typical fear that the poor will suffer if they look at them, but also fear that the rich will not be able to show their advantages if they do not see them. Chapter 84, Hometown of Mingzhou. On the road at the border of Magic City and Jiangnan, Soo-young drove a white Porsche 918 and sped on this highway, heading to his hometown. He took advantage of this time off and wanted to go back to his hometown to have a look and pay tribute to his father. After all, he hadn't been back for quite a long time, and now he had recognized Yang Yingyu. No matter what, he had to go back to see his father. Meanwhile, Snow Mountain Building was located in the Pudong Commercial Center of Magic City, with a total of 99 floors. It was the headquarters building of Snow Mountain Group. There were tens of thousands of executives working here in all the branches. Yang Yingyu was wearing a Dior purple waist-length dress, sitting in a luxurious independent office on the top floor. Like a queen, she overlooked the entire Magic City. One of her decisions can even change the pattern of an industry. The issuance of a single sentence could even make a large number of people directly lose their jobs. Only at this moment, this overbearing queen who was overlooking the Magic City was in the process of going out of her mind with eyes full of tenderness. Knock knock. Right at this moment, the office door was slowly knocked. Yang Yingyu's eyes still did not leave the small photo frame she was holding in her hand, and she faintly said without a huff, "Come in." The beautiful female secretary walked in with a document and respectfully placed it on the desk. "Yang Dong, this is the group's financial report for the last quarter. You can read it first." "Well, put it here." Yang Yingyu threw out a sentence flatly, her eyes still staring at the photo of her baby son. The female secretary responded habitually, and seeing that the coffee that Yang Dong had put aside had gotten cold, she took the initiative to go over and pick it up to make another cup for her. "Director Yang, recently I see that you look much better. Surely you have met something happy, right?" The female secretary gently placed the re-brewed coffee in front of her and asked with a coquettish smile. Yang Yingyu elegantly picked up the coffee and took a sip, gently laughed. "This girl of yours is quite fine, which you can see." Only those who had been working beside Yang Yingyu could occasionally see a smile from her face. This pretty female secretary was one of her secretarial corps. In addition, she also had a group of assistants, all of whom were her close friends that she had cultivated single-handedly. The only characteristic they shared was that they were all beautiful women with white skin and long legs. After all, both of these teams worked alongside her, so they should at least be able to look comfortable. Moreover, as the chairman of a group, the affairs of the major branches were many. If everything had to be decided by Yang Yingyu herself, then she could just work until she died. A truly brilliant leader is more focused on the way of employing people. Just like the ancient emperor queen, a sentence sent down, the following people want to break the head also have to give a program to. Do not do a good job, just change people. In its position to do its job, with a high salary, you have to reflect your value. The pretty female secretary sneaked a glance at the picture frame held in the chairman's hand and asked with a smile, "Yang Dong, it should be because of this handsome man, right?" As one of Yang Dong's close secretaries, she had noticed an additional delicate photo album on her desk more than half a month ago. She had even wiped it down personally several times. It was reasonable to say that Yang Dong used to not have any good looks for any male, even partners remained cold. Only this album man. She had noticed several times that Yang Dong would stare at him from time to time. "Well, he is the most important person in my life." Yang Yingyu smiled elegantly, and because of her son, it was rare for her to say more to this secretary of hers. The female secretary nodded and didn't dare to ask more questions. "Auntie Yu, I have a message for you." Right at this moment, Jiang Yao pushed the door from outside with a smiling face and ran in. "What news, ah? Look at how happy you are." Yang Yingyu stretched lazily and looked at her curiously. The female secretary had already knowingly retreated and closed the office door behind her. Jiang Yao pounced over with her high heels on da-da-da-da. "Aunt Yu, just now Shao Qi said that Yang left Magic City for Jiangnan. She changed into a professional OL suit today, wearing a peach blossom print shirt with a small black pleated skirt. Her two long, thin and white legs were wrapped in ultra-thin translucent black silk, and her ears were covered with black pearl and diamond earrings, making her entire temperament become more capable, like a strong woman in the workplace. Oh, could it be that Yang is going back home to take a look? Yang Yingyu smiled a shallow smile, but she hit the nail on the head. Xiao Qi was the female bodyguard that she had personally arranged to secretly protect Su Yang, previously belonging to the same unit as Xiao Qing. After all, it was her own precious son. Safety was naturally the most important. Even if not many people knew about her son's identity now, it was still necessary to take precautions before it happened. There were times when it was just because of a single negligence that would result in events that would be regretted for the rest of one's life. Therefore, for Yang Yingyu, who had felt the taste of losing her son 21 years ago, nothing in the world could be as important as the safety of her own son. That should be it. Xiao Qi said that Yang's current route is driving to Jiangnan Mingzhou. The corner of Jiang Yao's mouth curled up slightly as she said with a smile. Mingzhou? Yang Yingyu muttered and stood up from the president's chair. Ta-da-da. A pair of high-heeled shoes stepped with an elegant sound and came to the floor-to-ceiling window behind her, looking in a distant direction. Chapter 85. It's hard for a cold family to produce a noble son. Aunt Yu, do you want to visit Mingzhou too? Jiang Yao also walked over assiduously, her small pleated short skirt fluttering up, making her pair of black silk legs even more moving. Of course Yang Yingyu wanted to, after all it was the place where her baby son had lived. Only it was yet also the place where that man she hated the most had lived. Although that man was now dead and had also let her and Yang recognize mother and son more than half a month ago. But back then, he had taken Yang away from her in order to take revenge on her, letting Yang suffer the aggravation of being a single parent, and letting her suffer the pain and torment of thinking about her son every day and every night was something she could never forgive him for in her life. Just when Yang Yingyu was a little lost in thought, the cell phone she placed on the desktop rang with a special alert sound from Wilson, which she had specially set for Su Yang. Yang Yingyu instantly came back to her senses, ran over, and hurriedly grabbed her cell phone to check. Yang Mom, I'm planning to go back to my hometown today. I'm getting ready to arrive in Mingzhou now. I might have to stay over there for the night tonight and come back tomorrow. Smiley face. Yang Yingyu was just about to type a reply when she saw Su Yang send another photo. It was a selfie of his son leaning on the driver's seat, holding up his wrist with one hand to reveal that Patek Philippe. Yang Mom, I really like this watch. Thanks for the gift, Mom. Love you, hug. Yang Yingyu smiled sweetly and typed a reply. It's good that you like it. Mom loves you too. Yao Yao. Let's go to Mingzhou to have a look now too. After Yang Yingyu sent the message, her graceful and gorgeous phoenix eyes stared at her son's picture and suddenly spoke. Good. Then I'll go prepare the car. Jiang Yao answered with a smile, and then twisted her plump and mature body, clattering her high heels as she ran outside. Yang Yingyu's plain white fingertips caressed the cell phone screen, her heart feeling full of happiness. Son, you are Mom's nemesis. Mom can't leave you in this life. Jiangnan Mingzhou was almost 200 kilometers away from Magic City. Su Yang drove for more than 2 hours, and at around 2 in the afternoon, he finally entered the boundaries of Mingzhou. He bought 2 boxes of cigarettes and wine in the city, as well as worship things to stay for a while. Then he directly drove towards a small town in Mingzhou. The Porsche 918, with its smooth curves, attracted countless eyes on the road in Mingzhou. After all, Mingzhou is only a prefecture-level city. Not compared to the Magic City, luxury cars like this are very rare. Therefore, the pedestrians encountered along the way all gazed at the Porsche 918 with envious eyes. No wonder those rich people are so keen on driving a luxury car. The smooth driving experience and the vanity of the passersby's gaze is really a great enjoyment. Especially after Su Yang drove the car into Chunjia town. The brand new Porsche with white exterior and red interior and blue big lights, with the surrounding green brick and green tile houses, was even more contrasting. Some villagers also looked over when they saw this supercar. Which family's child has returned from working outside and driving a new car? Working? How can that be? Fourth uncle, do you know what kind of car this is? I've seen it on Douyin. It seems to be called a Porsche, at least a few $1,000,000 apiece. Oh, is it worth that much? Isn't that just a few houses running on the road? It's only those bosses who don't consider money as money that would spend millions on this tin. Yes, our Chunjia town has never heard of any child who can get along so well. It must be the boss of the Magic City passing by. Just look at his license plate and you'll know. This Chunjia town was originally developed from a gathering place of clans, and almost all of them were surnamed Chun. Later on, when the foreign population and several towns next to it merged in, it became a town with multiple surnames. But the Chun surname was still the town's big surname with the largest number of people. The town was large in size, but not rich as it was located in a hilly area with green hills at its back. Most of the town was rolling fields. And since it was far from the center of town, no one would choose to come here to develop. The villagers in the town almost relied on farming and growing local products to make a living. In fact, poverty really had nothing to do with laziness. Whenever these villagers were busy, they would return home at sunrise or late at night and work with their faces to the ground. Can you say they were lazy? So, Su Yang since the university out of this town after seeing the outside world. Only to find that hard work can get rich, that is the biggest joke. Times have long been different. In the past, the old people will still say that laborers are people, do a good job, the days will become sweeter and sweeter. Parents will often instill with their children, suffering in order to get ahead, the family is poor, in the outside world we have to put up with things, how much aggression in order to do great things. But in reality, work well, the days are not getting sweeter and sweeter, the car loan and mortgage can be crushed for a lifetime. Suffering does not really get ahead, but there will be endless suffering. When things endure, a grieve to endure, but also did not really become a big thing, but will make the person's character unknowingly become weak and timid, completely reduced to the lowest level of workers. So history has summarized the famous words, the cold door is difficult to produce noble son. Chapter 86 Dad, I came to see you. Su Yang was glad that when he was young, his father's teaching of him was not the same as the older generation in the town. He grew up mischievous and also didn't like to study and fought and even had his parents invited by the school. But his father never laid a finger on him or scolded him. I heard that it was his classmates laughed at him for being a motherless child and would praise him for fighting well, and then came up with a scheme to let Su Yang bring up his academic performance. Su Yang asked his father why. His father told him that as long as your grades are good, whoever scolds you next time will be able to beat you harder, and the school won't do anything to you. Sure enough, Su Yang really verified his father's words. He became the school's top students after the fight. As long as the reasoning on their side, the school did not blame him, but also the beaten severely reprimanded and warned a number of. It is true that in those days the top students is the teacher's favorite students. After all, good academic performance on behalf of the person is to study well. Fighting is also bullied legitimate counterattack. Later, Su Yang fights to fight out of fame, the school also often on his side. Those who are cheap-mouthed, do not dare to use the motherless child, jokes him. Su Yang also therefore academic performance has been very good. Coupled with their unforgettable brain power, it is very easy to get into the magic city to restore the burden. So, although Su Yang is a bit of a geek and likes to lie flat, but his character is never afraid of things but also very perseverance. After all, at that time, in order to fight, he was hard to grit his teeth and pull his grades from the middle of the school, all the way to the top 3 of the grade of the ruthless people. It's only after he became an adult and matured in his reasoning that he discovered the nature of society, the unfairness of the distribution of resources, and the truth that he couldn't get ahead without resources or background. Only then did he choose to swing for the fences, only then would he lie flat as a mansion. If he hadn't met Yang Yingyu, his life would basically be like this. So, fate. Su Yang sighed. For the time being, he did not greet the villagers he knew, and went straight to the back of Chun Jia Town's mountain. In the countryside is concerned about the leaves and roots, into the ground, so people who died are buried in the back of the hill not far from home, blessing the future generations of children and grandchildren prosperity. After Su Yang turned into a rugged mountain road, the car could not go up. One could only get out of the car and walk. The road was a hard dirt road that people walked out on, and on both sides were large forests with lush grass. Su Yang held the things loaded with obeisance and walked inward for 10 minutes before arriving at the cemetery where his father was buried. Since Su Yang used his father's accident compensation money back then to make his father's graveyard with bricks and cement, it was not full of weeds. And there are several cemeteries nearby next to it, and the surrounding overgrown trees have been cut down, and with a glance at the mountain you can still see the yellow rice paddies. Su Yang put his things aside and stood in front of his father's tombstone for a long time. Dad, I came to see you. After about a few minutes, Su Yang smiled with a somewhat complicated look and opened his mouth. His feelings towards his father at this time were indeed very complicated. The father lying in the cemetery, he shouldn't have belonged here. His hometown should be somewhere else. It was only because of his father's choice back then that he came here, and also made Su Yang separate from Yang Yingyu's mother and son for a whole 21 years. However, his father's compassionate love for him all those years never allowed him to be aggrieved and suffer. What other children have, he has all. What other children do not have, his father also bought him, rather than secretly chew their own steamed bread to save the money to leave him. There is also that with other families in the village, parents' unique education also let him benefit for life. Memories continued to roll over in Su Yang's mind, flashing by like a horse light. Su Yang finally sighed. Let bygones be bygones, Dad. I don't hate you, just like what you taught me before. For things that can't be changed, you have to face them bravely. In the height of summer in July, Su Yang was in front of his father's tombstone, openly accepting the theatrical life chosen by his father. It was likewise his destiny. Chapter 87, Sweeping the Tomb. Under the blazing sun, Su Yang took the scythe he bought and bent down to clean the weeds and branches that grew over while doing so. While doing so, his mouth was broken as if he was chatting with his father who was lying in the cemetery. Dad, in fact, when I was a child, I felt that there was something wrong with our family. Everyone else's family had relatives and uncles and whatnot, but our family didn't have any, and there were no relatives to visit on New Year's festivals, only some of the villagers in the village who were familiar with you and some of your colleagues. After you left that year, fortunately next door, Uncle Chin Yong helped with your afterlife. Otherwise, I was a junior high school kid. I really don't know what to do. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Dad, you've been gone for 8 years, and I've already graduated from college. I'm sorry, Dad, after studying in college. I only came to see you during the Qingming festival. I really didn't have time to work part-time to earn living expenses. That compensation of yours, now there are still several tens of thousands of dollars. Originally thought to save to buy a house in the future, now it seems to be useless. Dad, you chose your own time to tell my mom the truth. Then you should know by now. I've already recognized my mom. She's very good to me, so don't worry. Qinjia Town hasn't changed much. Perhaps the only change is that there are basically only children and middle-aged people left in the village. The young people have basically all gone out to work. Next time I have a chance, I'll have my mom come to see you. My mom is very pretty now, although I haven't seen her when she was younger. She certainly doesn't lose that year either. You should still be able to recognize her. I recently fell in love with a girl. She's my mom's assistant. Her name is Jiang Yao. She asked me to call her sister Yao Yao. She's 4 years older than me. She's also very pretty, and she's also very nice to me. Although my insights and eyesight are still not as good as my mom's, and this is supposed to be the difference brought about by the living environment, learning environment, hobbies, skills, and whatnot are definitely not as good as the real rich second generation. But these soft power things, or can make up for the latter day, I believe I can quickly grow up. These years I have actually lived quite well. I can eat and sleep, in addition to studying, is to watch fan dramas and play games. You probably don't understand fandoms, right? It means the same thing as the anime I watched on TV when I was a kid. Dad, I'm telling you this because I want to tell you that I'm really doing quite well. There's the joy of not having money when I don't have money, and there's the joy of mother and son reunion after I've recognized my mom. Su Yang mumbled to himself for a while, before picking up a bunch of white chrysanthemums that he bought and gently placed them next to the tombstone. Then skillfully lit candles in front of the tomb, burned incense, and started burning paper money. In the earlier years, it was still possible to set off firecrackers, but now it was no longer allowed. Last year, when he came back to pay respect to the mountain, Su Yang had also seen some villagers using firecrackers instead, and what came out was a small miniature paper money. Only, Su Yang felt that it was strange to release the firecrackers, simply did not buy it. Standing under the shade of a tree, Su Yang lit a cigarette and stared at his father's tombstone. He waited until the joss sticks and paper money were completely extinguished. Only then did he pack up his things and prepare to leave. Dad, I'll come back to see you next time I'm free. Su Yang finally touched the tombstone one more time before holding the paper box and leaving his father's grave. He was now going to go back to the town and take a look at his family's old mansion. Walking on the hard dirt road that the villagers walked out on in the mountains, there was only the sound of the wind blowing the swish of the leaves around him, with a few occasional insect chirps and birds chirping, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Just as Su Yang was about to walk to the exit where he had parked his car, on a small path at the corner of the mountain road in front of him, there suddenly came a clear and sweet humming voice. Then, a girl carrying a bamboo basket was seen bouncing down the path. This girl was very pretty, with almond eyes and peach cheeks, her long black hair tied into a ponytail and hanging behind her shoulders. Although her face was bare, her skin was still delicate and snow-white, and her black t-shirt wrapped around her slender body. A pair of slender and straight long legs, the jeans taut, seemingly full of elasticity. The skin of the exposed neck and ear area is very white and delicate. Compared to Mom's 10,000 styles, it was less mature and elegant, and more pure and energetic. As soon as Su Yang saw this girl, he was busy calling out to her, "Chun Wanling." The girl heard someone shouting at her, turned around, and after seeing the person's appearance, she immediately called out in surprise, "Brother Xiaoyang, why are you back?" Chapter 88. Encountering Qing Mei. This pretty girl was the only daughter of Su Yang's adoptive family. That is, when Su Yang chatted with his dad just now, the daughter of that Uncle Qin Yong who helped with his father's afterlife. Because the two are of similar age, played together since childhood, the relationship is very good, can be said to be childhood sweethearts. Until Su Yang went to the Magic City to go to college, the two people have less contact. Su Yang raised the paper box in his hand, smiled and said to Chun Wanling, "Came back to see my dad. Why don't you say in advance, so I can help you weed?" Chun Wanling excitedly ran over with a bamboo basket on her back. "I didn't know that you also came back. Aren't you interning in the city?" Su Yang sized up Qing Mei, who he hadn't seen for quite a long time. "Haven't seen you for half a year. You've grown more like a big girl." Although Chun Wanling's figure was a bit thin, but her development was quite good, and she was already able to outline the curves of her not-so-small-sized opie. Which is not. Chun Wanling saw him staring at a certain part of herself. Her cheeks flushed as she slapped him, and then said, "I've already finished my internship and transferred, and I originally wanted to apply to go to Mordor to find you to play with, but unfortunately it wasn't approved." She got into the medical school of Jiangnan University in college and studied nursing. Before Su Yang heard her mention that she was interning in the city's first people's hospital. "Oh." Su Yang seemed to think of something, smiled and pinched her blown face. "If you want to work in a hospital in Magic City, maybe I can help you." Because Su Yang remembered that before, Mother Superior said that the Snow Mountain Hospital in Magic City was her property. It was the largest comprehensive third-class special private hospital in all of Mordor, one level higher than the First People's Hospital of Mingzhou City. Since she was her childhood playmate, Su Yang was naturally willing to contribute to help her. "How can you help me? Do you know friends who work in hospitals in Magic City?" Chun Wanling frowned her pretty eyebrows, but opened her pink and moist cherry mouth and said, "This will definitely make you take a big favor, right? If it makes you suffer from people's blank stares, then I'd rather not go." "It won't. Let's talk about this afterward. Go home first." Su Yang amusedly put the paper box, which no longer weighed much, into her hand. "You help me carry this. I'll help you carry the bamboo basket." Su Yang had already seen the half-filled bamboo shoots in her bamboo basket. In the past, he had often dragged Chun Wanling to the mountains to dig bamboo shoots, but the last time was a few years ago. Time flies. Su Yang directly reached across the shoulder rope that Chun Wanling was carrying and took the bamboo basket over. Chun Wanling also didn't be polite with him. While holding the paper box, she helped him to carry the bamboo basket. "This is quite heavy, be careful," Chun Wanling said with concern. "You can even carry it, how could I be afraid of the weight?" Su Yang looked at her with a light smile and said back. The two of them were almost close to each other. His nose could smell the light fragrance of Chun Wanling's body with some flowers and grasses. Moreover, after this girl went out to study and work, her skin was much whiter than before, full of youthful vigor. Coupled with her delicate features, straight nose, pink lips, slightly pointed chin, composed of a classical Jiangnan girl's bright face. After Chun Wanling helped him organize himself, she also looked up at him, and her bright and clear eyes just happened to meet his. That soft and fluffy face instantly turned red again and shyly averted her gaze. "This niece has really grown up, ah." Su Yang laughed, carrying the bamboo basket, bringing Chun Wanling down the mountain with him. "Wanling, when did you come back?" "Just 2 days ago. It's also not a busy farming time yet. There's nothing to do, so I went up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots. This is really a coincidence. If I didn't suddenly want to come back to see my dad today, maybe we wouldn't be able to see each other. This is called fate. It's destiny. You still believe in this? I saw a movie about it. What are your parents doing at home?" "The same as always. Watching the store at the kiosk." "Don't you remember that time when I was a kid? We went up the mountain to dig for bamboo shoots, and you broke your leg, and I carried you down the mountain? Surely remember. You can be bad. You scared me that there are ghosts. Haha, I was naive at that time." Still laughing, hit you. Although Su Yang and Chun Wanling had less contact after going to college, they often met only after a long time. But childhood growing up together, those 10 years of experience, but let them simply do not have any barrier, east and west sentence back to the year to get along. Maybe that's the bond that childhood sweethearts make. Chapter 89. Returning home in clothes. Wow, brother Xiaoyang. This car is yours? Chen Wanling's eyes glittered as she looked at the Porsche 918 that looked like it had been plated with a layer of gold under the sunlight. Of course, otherwise who else would be willing to drive this kind of car up the mountain to make a hard build? Su Yang amusingly put the things into the front trunk of the car and said towards Chen Wanling. Chen Wanling circled around the car. Her mouth still kept praising and said, "This car is really good looking. It must be worth a lot of money, right? Seems to say it's more than $10 million. Su Yang faintly laughed. Ah, so expensive. Chen Wanling covered her small mouth in surprise. Her small appearance was adorable. Get in the car and talk about it. Su Yang opened the driver's door and greeted her. Oh. Chen Wanling answered and ran to the passenger seat with small steps. The leather drums gently twisted, making people imagine the elasticity as well as the softness. She is still the first time to sit in such a luxury car. Jeans tightly pocketed arse, carefully sat in, curiously probing and looking. Su Yang swept his head sideways at Chen Wanling's body and knew that she was afraid that the dust that had just rubbed off on her body from digging the bamboo shoots would get on the car. Wanling, the car is a tool. People sit comfortably is the most important thing. Otherwise it is not down to the ben you just let go to sit. Is not your little brother will be afraid of you get dirty not? Even if you take off your shoes and put your feet in front of you, I don't care. Su Yang smiled and glanced at her sneakers wearing small white socks. Seeing him joking, Chen Wanling also giggled. Humph. People are ladies, who would rest their feet in front? Su Yang saw that she was finally relaxing. Then he started the car and returned towards the original road. The white Porsche 918, slowly weaving on the road. On both sides was a piece of paddy fields and fish ponds. Blue water, clear sky, yellow rice wafting the fragrance of rice. Brother Xiaoyang, are you getting rich in Magic City? Chen Wanling leaned on the passenger seat and curiously looked back and forth at Su Yang who was driving. Only then did she realize that his clothes were still brand new, looked stylish and good-looking, typically a big brand. Pretty much, it's kind of like meeting a nobleman and seizing the opportunity, Su Yang said with a bright smile. The complicated situation of his family, it was not really good to tell this Qing Mei in detail. After all, it was still about some things of his parents' generation. Moreover, Chen Wanling's family knew his dad, and the two families had a good relationship. If I tell them that my father was originally a foreign tycoon, in order to piss off my mom, he deliberately brought me to Qinjia town incognito. I really don't know what they would think. Chen Wanling didn't go into details, and believed Su Yang when she heard him say so, smilingly saying, I told you that Uncle Su will definitely bless brother Xiaoyang with peace and prosperity. When she saw Su Yang's life getting better and better, she was actually very happy for him in her heart. After all, when Uncle Su left, little brother Yang was only 14 years old. At that time, she was really worried about how he was going to live alone in the future. Does your family still farm now? Su Yang asked casually. Not planted. My dad exchanged the field with someone for a piece of mountain. Planted a piece of tsishi prune. Right, that prune is ripe now. When are you free? I'll take you to pick it? Yes, tomorrow. I have to go back to the old house to do some sanitation. So I'll stay here for the night. Then I'll come and help you with the sanitation too. Tsishi prunes were a very famous specialty of Mingzhou, and another town not far from Qinjia town was also known as the Township of Prunes. In the past, when he was a child, Su Yang even brought Chen Wanling to steal and pick the plums, and those tsishi plums were full-sized, sweet and sour, and juicy, and especially delicious. Two people while chatting, there is a beautiful plum accompanied by talking, even driving feel like a spring breeze. The back of the mountain is not far from the Qin family town. It did not take long for Su Yang to arrive at the door of his old house. Chen Wanling's home is also right next door to him. The two yards are adjacent to each other, just separated by a fence. And their family's kiosk was under the tung tree across from the entrance of the house. Several uncles and uncles are playing chess under the shade of the tree. There are also some people squatting next to smoking and chatting. Su Yang's Porsche 918 just stopped and attracted everyone's attention. Isn't this the car that passed by just now? Yeah. Why did it stop here? Probably saw the kiosk and came to buy something. And just as the villagers' uncles were talking, Su Yang stepped down from the driver's seat. Ooh, isn't this the old Su family's waif? It's really true. I saw him come back to pay homage to his father only a few months ago during the Qingming festival. So this car is driven back by little Su. It seems to have made a fortune in the field. Chapter 90. Su Yang's old mansion. Chun Wanling got down from the passenger side and ran straight into her family's kiosk, shouting, "Mom and Dad, brother Xiaoyang is back." Su Yang didn't follow him in. He carried out 2 boxes of cigarettes and wine from the car, walked to the villagers and said smilingly, "Uncles, long time no see. How is your health?" "All quite good. Small, so you now have a good fortune are driving a luxury car. It's still quite competitive." Su Yang smiled as he unpacked the carton and gave each person a bottle of wine and a cigarette. "I'm also the uncles, and uncles have grown up, and when I was naughty and mischievous, I didn't have much trouble with you guys. I can only bring some cigarettes back to the uncles, and it's a little bit of my little heart. Yo, great China? Mao Tai? Good cigarettes and good wine." Little Su is still very nostalgic, still remembers us. These villagers were all old smokers and old drinkers. One by one, they happily received it. In fact, Su Yang's return this time was also considered a return to his hometown. After all, this was the place where he grew up, which was his roots. Everything in every piece of land he had seen and walked through. Moreover, when his father died in a car accident back then, it was also these uncles in the village who helped with the aftermath. Therefore, Su Yang would naturally miss them as well. Right at this moment, Chun Wanling, her father, Chun Yong, also ran out from the kiosk, and as soon as he saw Su Yang, he laughed openly. "Su Yang, the good boy can finally come back. Uncle Yong." Su Yang also grinned when he saw him and directly gave him a big hug. This Uncle Chin Yong and his father were iron brothers. Back then, his father's aftermath was his responsibility to take the lead in organizing and running forward and backward. After his father's death, the family also often let Su Yang come to their house for dinner, almost treating Su Yang as their son. Therefore, Su Yang's feelings towards Chun Yong's family were much deeper than the other villagers. Chun Yong patted his back and let go of him and smiled. "How long will you stay back this time?" "Stay until tomorrow. I just went to the back of the mountain to see my dad, and I happened to meet Wanling," Su Yang said, while moving out 2 boxes of cigarettes and wine from the car, directly to the kiosk counter. "Uncle Yong, these cigarettes and wine you keep for yourself. Don't be polite to me. Okay, your kid can really give your father to compete." Chen Yong pointed to the Porsche 918 over there and gave Su Yang a thumbs up. Su Yang took a sip of the juice handed over by Chun Wanling and looked inside. "Where's my Aunt Yoon?" "Not here. She went to the vegetable garden to clean up the vegetable patch." Chun Yong looked at Su Yang with a pleased face and said, "Why don't you come to our home for dinner tonight? Let your Aunt Yoon cook a few good dishes and I'll have a drink with you." "Okay. Then I'll go back and clean up the old mansion first." Su Yang agreed with a smile. Chun Yong instantly said to his own daughter, who was standing next to him drinking juice, "Linger, you also go help your little brother Yang clean up. Don't stand here." Chun Wanling blankly glanced at her father. "Dad, why do you need to say this? I already said goodbye to brother Xiaoyang." Su Yang waved his hand. "Uncle Yong, then we'll talk later." "Okay. Come back to me when you are free." Chun Yong smiled gently as he watched the 2 young people go together. Don't say it, they seem to be quite compatible, really like a young couple. "Old Su, if you were still around, maybe we would have become in-laws." Su Yang's old house is a green brick bungalow with white walls. The doorway left a piece of open space, enclosing a courtyard. In the past, when my father was around, he would plant some vegetables in the doorway. Now the large yard is deserted, only an old elm tree standing alone in the doorway. The wall skin has also fallen off. The once cozy home, with the passage of time, buried many childhood memories in this land. "Wanling, it's you again who climbed the wall and came over to clean up the weeds for me, isn't it?" Su Yang smiled and looked back at Qingmei beside him. According to nature's growth rate, a yard that hadn't been inhabited for a year would definitely be full of weeds. Could even block the doorway, leaving people with no way to get down. However, at this moment, the courtyard was only filled with some fallen leaves, and as far as the vegetable garden was turned over, this was naturally impossible. Chun Wanling blinked her eyes. Her pretty face was smiling. Her tone was casual. "I came back 2 days ago and didn't have anything to do. Under boredom, I came over to clean up for you." Su Yang smiled and shook his head. "Can you still be this bored every year?" That's right. Basically every time Su Yang came back, he would find traces of the yard being tidied up. It's still the same after so many years. This Qingmei, it can't be helped. You fought for me. What's the point of me tidying up a yard for you?" Chun Wanling spat out her tongue at him. When Su Yang heard her say this, he recalled the things he used to do in junior high and high school. Besides the fact that he would have fought with someone because someone cursed his mom-related words, it was for this Qingmei. The young boys and girls at that age were just at the age of love. Although the teenage Chun Wanling's body hadn't grown yet, she had already developed provocative lines. Therefore, when going to the town and county with Su Yang to study junior high and high school, there are always jerks back row poor students to tease her. Su Yang naturally became this Qingmei's shield and fought with those gangsters several times. Although sometimes the enemy was outnumbered and was beaten up, but he also caught the main provocateur hard to beat, Notorious Crazy. Moreover, due to Su Yang's good grades, the school had to care about him and only gave those bastards a demerit. Later, the reputation out, those bastards do not dare to come back to look for trouble. As for the later, after going to college students also matured mentally. Listening to Chun Wanling mention that although there are also come to a cost, but it is not the kind of middle and high school that the head is hot and impulsive to look for trouble. Time is passing by really fast. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. Yeah. Chun Wanling picked up a cry, but her eyes were secretly glancing at him. Chapter 91, The Most Extreme Romance. Su Yang didn't pay attention and went up to open the door of the old mansion's house. The furniture and electrical appliances inside and whatnot were all covered with dust covers. A layer of floating dust had accumulated on the cover, as well as on the floor. There were also some spider silks hanging from the ceiling in the corners of the walls, and a few small spiders were still asleep on the cobwebs. I'll go get the mop. Chun Wanling grabbed the job. Su Yang shook his head in amusement and didn't grab it with her, taking out his cell phone from his pocket and wanted to check the time. His piece of Patek Philippe wristwatch had already been taken off and put in the car in advance because of the cleaning. Sister Yao Yao sent me a message. Su Yang hadn't been paying attention to his cell phone just now, and the occasional vibration thought that it was those app pop notifications, or he received a hot chicken text message. The message was sent at 3:10 p.m., when he was still worshipping his father. Jiang Yao, Phi Omega A Yang, your mom and I also want to come to see the place where you lived. Jiang Yao, Omega, after you see the message, send us a Wi-Fi location. We're afraid we won't be able to find the place. Jiang Yao, Omega, no, we're already on our way to Mingzhou. At the end there is a selfie of Sister Yao Yao sitting in the car with her mom. The time was now 3:40, half a clock had already passed. Su Yang hurriedly sent a location to Sister Yao Yao. Typing a reply, he said, if you still can't find your way, call me. I'll go out to pick you up. Just now I didn't have time to look at my cell phone when I was busy with something. The message was just sent over, and Sister Yao Yao replied back in seconds. Jiang Yao, okay. I knew you were busy. We've just entered the highway. We're not there yet. Don't worry. I'll call you when I get there. Onaji-ha. Su Yang thought about it. It would take more than 2 hours for him to drive over. Then if this is projected, Mom and the girls should not arrive until around 6 o'clock. Su Yang hurriedly put his cell phone back into his pocket. He had to hurry and go clean up. Wanling, in 2 hours. I have guests coming over here. Guests? Eh? Friends I know in Magic City. Su Yang could only say this, otherwise the explanation would really have to spread out the past of his parents' generation. However, when Mom and the girls came here, how should I introduce them to them? The other villagers can be ignored, but Uncle Yang's family must be introduced, right? Tell them that this is the dead mother my father told me about. This always feels like revealing my father's shortcomings. The choices he made back then were not that good. Or simply introduce Yang Yingyu as the sister he recognized in Magic City. Anyway, the two sides will not have many opportunities to meet in the future. This can also avoid spreading out the past of his parents' generation. Su Yang was thinking about things while he was busy. Time seemed to fly by. Until the two of them had packed up the entire old mansion, the time was just over 4 o'clock. Of course, this must be attributed to Chun Wanling. This Qingmei had been helping the family since she was a child, and was definitely a good hand at work. In fact, it was really good for such a girl to marry home. Family matters could all be done independently, and her husband could get a break when he returned home from work. Brother Xiaoyang, I'm going back to take a shower first, Chun Wanling said with a small mouth while fanning the wind. Her face was fragrant and sweaty. Su Yang revealed a hint of smile. Raising his hand, he took a tissue to help her wipe her sweat. Tough what The two of us still need to say this. Chun Wanling's pretty face turned red and flew out. Su Yang scratched his head. This niece, how did she become so easily shy? She wasn't like this before. He didn't think too much about it. First he tried the electrical appliances in the house all still work. The air conditioner that had been bought for 10 years was also still able to blow cold air. It had to be said that the quality of those appliances back then was still very good. Going out to the car to take the luggage he brought into the house. Su-young also went to the restroom to take a shower. In this weather, it was actually fine to wash in cool water. However, he turned on the hot water in order to try to see if the gas stove and water heater still worked. The old mansion side is not like the city with gas, basically using gas stove. In the early years, there were still earthen stoves with wood fires to cook rice and boil hot water, but there are fewer of them now. When Su-young finished his bath, changed his clothes and came out, Chun Wanling was still missing. Girls, bathing is to be more detailed, spend time naturally longer than boys. Su-young sat on a chair in the courtyard, thinking that his mother and sister Yao Yao would be coming here soon. Suddenly, he wanted to give them some surprises. Otherwise, his own mother and sister Yao Yao would only focus on the poverty of his life here. But what could surprise his in-law's mom and sister Yao Yao in this place? Chunjia Town. There! Su-yang's mind suddenly flashed. He. Tonight I'm going to show our mom and sister Yao Yao a scene that has been passed down in this world for thousands of years and was once the most extreme romance. Chapter 92. Iron Flowering. Uncle Chin-yong used to work at the forge and was a famous blacksmith. When Su-young was a child, the villagers of Chunjia Town couldn't afford to buy fireworks during the New Year's festivals because of their lowly living. However, under the organization of Uncle Chin-yong, a few blacksmiths gave the villagers of Chunjia Town a performance of the world's earliest fireworks show, which was the intangible cultural heritage ironwork. Su-young was just now wondering what other surprises Chunjia Town could have for our mom and sister Yao Yao. Then it suddenly came to his mind, the shocking scene that was as bright as a river of stars. Playing iron flower is also known as playing tree flower. During the Northern Song dynasty, blacksmiths came up with a technique. In the Ming and Qing dynasties is very popular. It is a traditional folk fireworks, because the cost is only iron and willow branches. So there are often rich people set off fireworks, poor people play iron flowers, so that a saying. So far, Su-young still remember the first time I saw, will be more than 1,600 degrees of iron, hit the sky, into the sky colorful, the scene of gold everywhere. This was the most extreme romantic surprise that Su-young wanted to show his mom and sister Yao Yao in the world ever. Brother Xiao-yang, what are you gawking at? Chun Wanling changed out of a t-shirt and jeans after her bath and wore a pink and white dress with a small floral skirt. With a smile on her face, she bounced into Su-yang's yard. Su-young looked at Qingmei, this pair of pure and lovely appearance, directly stood up, pulling her hand to run outside. Go with me to find your father. Why are you in such a hurry? There is no need to run to find my dad. Chun Wanling was pulled by Su-young and ran. The floral knee-length skirt fluttered gently in the summer wind, outlining her exquisite and tantalizing curves. Su-young ran straight to Uncle Yong's kiosk in a single breath. He was now fighting against time, because it wasn't long before Mom and Sister Yao Yao reached. Yo, Xiao-yang came over? I just heard your uncle say that you're back and wanted to go over to see you. Chun Wanling's mom, Zhou Huiyun, had already returned to the store and warmly greeted Su-young as soon as she saw him. Aunt Yun, where's my Uncle Yong? Su-young greeted Aunt Yun and looked towards the store. Zhou Huiyun's eyes were full of smiles as she sneaked a glance at her daughter, who was being held by Su-yang's hand with a flushed face. He's in the back fixing the goods. Lao Yong, Xiao-yang is looking for you. Chun Yong came from the cargo rack side, smiled and said towards Su-young, just came over and shouted at me. Is there something looking for you, Uncle Yongmi? There really is. Su-young let go of the small hand holding Chun Wanling and said to Chin Yong, Uncle Yong, I have two friends who will be coming over here to play with me later. Can you help me find someone to build a trellis? A flower trellis? Are you thinking of playing iron flowers tonight? As soon as Chin Yong heard his words, he understood what he meant. Yes, there's nothing to see or play on our side. I just remembered that I saw Uncle Yong playing iron flower when I was a kid, and I even pestered you to teach me how to play it, but I really don't know how to build a flower trellis. Su-young went straight to the point. This 1,000-year-old skill, there are very few people who know how to do it now, and Uncle Yong is the representative inheritor of Chunjia Town's iron flower playing. Before performing the iron flower beating, there was still a need to build a willow branch trellis. Su-young once heard Uncle Yong say, this is because in ancient times, iron flower beating was performed by blacksmiths together with Taoist priests. Praying for the prosperity of the country and the people, and the abundance of grains, it signified a good year and a prosperous world. The Taoist priests were responsible for designing the flower trellis, which contained 1 yuan, 2 yi, 3 talents, for elephants, 5 elements, and 8 trigrams. Not only is it beautiful, but it is also very much a part of the traditional culture of the national style. Only later years of war, natural and man-made disasters, Taoist priests died, ran away, slowly by the blacksmiths to learn to build their own trellis. This was what allowed this romance, which had been passed down for 1,000 years, to be preserved in the world. Chun Yong looked at his wristwatch. There's still time. I'll go find someone. You and Linger can go ahead and make the flower stick by the willow tree in the field behind your house. All right, trouble Uncle Yong, Su Yong said and took out his wallet, wanting to take some hard-earned money for Uncle Yong to find someone. After all, Uncle Yong could help him for free, but others might not, and there would still be some money for materials. Chun Yong, however, directly pressed his wallet, pointed to the 2 boxes of cigarettes and wine resting on the side of the counter, and laughed. You have brought over 2 boxes of cigarettes and wine to me. This small amount of money, don't bother with your Uncle Yong. Okay. Su Yong did not insist. The friendship between the 2 families is no need to push around. Child's mom, you watch the store first, I'll go out. Chun Yong turned back towards his daughter-in-law and left the kiosk. Zhou Huiyun found 2 machetes and wood saws and handed them to Su Yong. Xiao Yang, in this hot day you can just get 1 or 2 flower sticks and come back. Tonight Aunt will cook for you to eat. Let your uncle get the other work for you. Su Yong smiled and took the tools. This is what I'm bothering Uncle Yong about. How can I be so lazy? And my 2 friends are very important to me. I can't just say no. In that case, then tonight you call these 2 friends to come to Aunt Yun's house for dinner as well, and you don't start your own stove. Zhou Huiyun said. Okay. Thanks Aunt Yun. Su Yong said a thank you. Turning his head, he turned to Chun Wanling who was standing by his side and waved his hand. Wanling, let's go. Let's go cut willow wood. Ah, I just changed into a small skirt after taking a bath. Chun Wanling had originally dressed up beautifully just for Su Yong to see. Girls love beauty, and even more so, women are pleasing to themselves. No need for you to chop, just accompany me. I'll send you a few pretty skirts some other day. Su Yong amusingly patted the back of her head. Chun Wanling's beautiful eyes shone brightly, her smiling face with nice pear swirls, stretching out the tail finger of her small hand. Then we can make a deal. It's a deal. Su Yong smiled like before and reached out to pull the hook with her. Zhou Huiyun looked at the back of the 2 youngsters pulling and walking out and muttered with a smile. A woman is not a woman. Even her mom was called and she ran away with her young lover. Knowing a daughter is like a mother, how could she not see her own daughter's affection for Su Yong? Only the 2 had grown up like brother and sister, so I don't know if they could successfully change their identities. Chapter 93. Summer Night. Su Yong brought Chun Wanling through the alleyway next to his old mansion, and then he came to an open space behind him. Next to it was a river that connected to the reservoir, and on the side of the river were planted several large willow trees that were fluttering in the wind. The flower stick for hitting the iron flower is made of willow wood as thick as your arm. Fresh willow wood was elastic and contained water, so that it could hold iron water of more than 1,600 degrees without burning through easily. Brother Xiao Yang, are those 2 friends of yours male or female? Chun Wanling was holding a machete underneath to help Su Yong trim and peel the willow wood he cut down, and asked towards him as if she was not thinking. Both female. Su Yong glanced at her. At this moment, this Qing Mei was tugging the hem of her skirt between her legs and squatting on the land. The 2 sections of beautifully rounded calves were exposed, white and tender. Girlfriend. Chun Wanling looked up in surprise, but her eyes couldn't stop dancing. Su Yong amusedly looked at the nervousness in Qing Mei's beautiful big eyes staring at himself. On the thought of introducing his identity, he said to Chun Wanling, "What girlfriend? Ah, it's my sister I recognized in Magic City, one of the big sisters. Her age is almost the same as your mother. So, I thought it was your girlfriend." Chun Wanling's pretty pink face then revealed a full smile. Pear eddies hidden, good-looking. Girlfriend which is so good to find. At least you have to be as pretty as our Wanling, our Miss Chen. But the first village flower of Chanjia town. Su Yong smiled from her pair of snow-white little crispy legs, all the way along the slender willow waist, to see her bright face. Chun Wanling blushed and picked up the willow and threw it at him. What an earthy title. I don't want to be the village flower. The 2 of them joked and laughed, and before long, they saw Uncle Chin Yong bring a few middle-aged village men carrying some bamboo over. Xiao Yang, it's fine for us to get the rest. If you want to come and beat the iron flower yourself, you'd better practice first. Chun Yong opened his mouth towards Su Yong. All right, I've almost gotten the flower stick. I'll leave the willow branch trellis to you guys. As Su-yong spoke, he didn't forget to nod his head with those middle-aged village men as a greeting. Chun-yong explained a few words to Su-yong and went to command those few men to set up the trellis on the field. This kind of trellis is to first build a several meters high frame with long bamboo, and then use willow branches to tie on top of it, forming a willow branch trellis. Su-yong could not help, so he took the flower stick that he had just made and prepared to practice in advance. After all, when I was a kid, it was fun to watch and learn from Uncle Yong, but after so many years I'm basically rusty. To play iron flower is to hold a willow wood flower stick in each hand. The upper stick has a groove at the front end to hold the iron. The lower rod from the bottom to the top of the force to hit the upper rod. As long as the strength is strong enough, the position is accurate enough. As long as the force is strong enough and the position is precise enough, the iron water, which is melted to more than 1,600 degrees and melted like flowing gold in fire, can be hit into the air and completely dispersed, turning into sparkling iron flowers, and the sky is filled with stars dancing with iron trees and silver flowers. In the past, when Su-yong first started practicing, Uncle Yong was to put a stone in the groove and let him hit the stone up to the top of the tree more than 10 meters before he could be considered an initiator. Because the iron water thing had to be hit high, or else you would burn yourself. The most energy-efficient way to do this is to hit the lower bar just below the groove of the upper bar. This is the only way to penetrate the stones and hit them high and far. However, hitting the stone was just an introduction. Su-yong would have to hit the sand later on in his accuracy practice. It was the sand that was closest to the feel of iron water, as it would spread out in the air like iron water. The 1,600 degrees of iron water could not tolerate a little bit of mistake. If you want to combine strength and precision, there is no other way, only the hand is familiar with it. You can only rely on long hours of repetitive practice to form muscle memory. In order to officially graduate, there is one final threshold left. That is hitting the water. This step of practicing requires bare shoulders to feel the water falling on your body. It had to be hit with a misty effect in order to make the iron water fine enough when in actual combat, so that it could cool down rapidly in the high-altitude fall, and not get burned before it touched the skin. Chun Wanling stood on her tiptoes next to her and watched Su-yong beat the water, applauding, "Awesome! Awesome! The neighboring family has a son who is growing up, and his strength is so strong that he can pull mountains and rivers out of the world." Su-yong bathed in the misty rain that fell from the sky and shouted, "Flesh and blood is enough to burn once." In the past, I heard Uncle Yong say that some people couldn't get on the field even after practicing for years. That's because the hardest thing about playing iron flower is not the technique, but overcoming the fear of facing the fire directly. It was the romance of bathing in fire. Su-yang's eyes carried light. In order to be able to give his mom and sister Yao Yao a little surprise, he was going to pick the bright moon in the sky, throw it up, break it, and turn it into a river of stars on earth. Hit this romantic summer night tonight. Chapter 94. Because it's him. With the help of professionals, it only took more than an hour to build the willow branch trellis. Su-yong climbed up to the more than 10 meters high trellis and inserted an old willow pole at the topmost center of the trellis. According to Uncle Yong saying, this old pole will signify a new year of good luck if some of them are hit. Su-yong stood on the trellis looking at the sunset. A bunch of willow branches tied on the trellis fluttering in the wind like a big willow tree. After everything was ready, the sky was getting dark. In his heart, he was very much looking forward to tonight's ultimate romance that had been passed down for 1,000 years. After practicing the flower stick for more than an hour just now, Su-yong had also found his feeling and was fully capable of playing the iron flower himself. "Little brother Yong, let's go back and rest." At the bottom of the willow branch flower trellis, Chun Wanling raised her head and looked at Su-yong above and shouted, "Coming!" Su-yong answered and climbed down from the willow branch trellis. According to the time, mom, sister Yao Yao, and the girls should be almost there. As Su-yong was walking back, he explained to them with a smile, "Uncle Yong, Wanling, don't reveal the matter of the iron playing flower first when my friend arrives later. I want to give you another surprise tonight." "All right, then tonight, I'll have them boil the iron and set up the venue in advance." Chun Yong laughed cheerfully. Chen Wanling didn't go by her father's side. Walking on the other side of Su-yong, she curiously asked, "Brother Xiaoyong, when are those two sisters of yours coming?" "It should be soon." Su-yong just took out his cell phone, and just like a telepathic connection, Sister Yao Yao's call came over. Su-yong hurriedly scratched the screen and connected. "Hey, Sister Yao Yao, where have you guys gotten to?" Jiang Yao's soft voice came out from the phone. "Ah Yang, we've arrived at the village entrance of Chunjia town. But we don't know which mansion is yours yet. She was obviously talking nonsense with her eyes wide open, because the female bodyguards who secretly protected and followed Su Yang had long told them the location of the young master's old mansion. Su Yang naturally didn't know about this yet, and was overjoyed when he heard this. Sister Yao Yao, you guys just wait at the entrance of the village and don't move. I'll be right there. Jiang Yao giggled very naturally. Then we'll wait for you here. Take your time. No need to rush. Got it, see you later. Su Yang hung up the phone and said towards Wan Ling and Uncle Yong who were looking at him from the side. Uncle Yong, Wan Ling, I'll go and pick up the people first. You guys go back first. Good. I'll go back to see if your Aunt Yun has finished making dinner. Chun Yong waved his hand at him. Although Chun Wanling was a little curious about what Brother Xiao Yang's two female friends looked like, she didn't pester him to follow, but just looked at him blearily. Go home and wait for me. Su Yang amusingly patted Wanling's shoulder and headed for a detour, running in the direction of the village entrance. The village entrance of Qinjia town was not far from this side, probably just a kilometer away. In the past in the school our casually run a lap are 800 meters, this kilometer 1,000 meters, a few minutes can run to. Su Yang has not been for a long time like this small steps to meet a person's happiness. Qinjia town village entrance. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked on the side of the road. Xiao Qing was sitting in the driver's seat, while Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao were waiting for Su Yang's arrival in the back row. I don't know what the place where Yang used to live was like. Yang Yingyu was still wearing the same deer purple corseted long dress that she wore at the company, and was probing her head to look out the car window while taking off the one-strap high heels under her feet, preparing to change into a pair of sneakers. It shouldn't be much better. I just looked at the houses in this town. They're still basically bungalows. Jiang Yao also frequently raised her head to look out of the car window. Both feet also stepped on the edge of the seat, the crystal toes coated with red oil cardamom, restlessly clamping a pair of small white socks moving merrily, as if she was still unwilling to change into the pair of sneakers. She did change the professional OL skirt on her body, wearing a knee-length skirt with Yang Yingyu, a conservative design, only exposing 2 arms and half of her white tender calves. Yang Yingyu gently kicked her and scolded with a smile. Hurry up and change your shoes. When Yanger comes, what about your bare feet on the ground? Jiang Yao spat out her fragrant tongue and hurriedly put on the small white socks to her feet carefully. After the two women had changed their white sneakers, they straightened their skirts and looked away in the same direction again. Yang Yingyu vaguely saw a black darting towards her side, and instantly recognized that it was her own baby son. Yanger is here. Auntie Yu, how do you know he's Yang? Jiang Yao asked with a smile as she looked at the silhouette that looked like a small black dot with its back to the setting sun from a great distance away. Idiot. Because that's him. Yang Yingyu laughed and scolded, and already couldn't wait to push open the car door and get out of the car. Chapter 95 The Joy of Running to Meet with Small Steps Tightly. Su Yang saw the familiar Rolls-Royce from afar, and his footsteps began to continuously accelerate and increase. The closer he got, the more he could feel his heart beating in the reunion. Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao's silhouette has already come down from the car. Knee-length skirt could not hide the tall figure of the two. When Su Yang ran 10 meters away, he couldn't help but shout, Mom! Sister Yao Yao! Yang Yingyu slightly pursed her lips and smiled. Opening a pair of alabaster arms had already greeted her with small tight steps. Ah Yang! People also want a hug. Su Yang just put Yang Yingyu down. Jiang Yao pounced over with a hungry tiger, kissing him on his cheek. Sister Yao Yao, I just finished working here. There's sweat. Su Yang's hands were in a mess as he hugged Jiang Yao's soft body. Jiang Yao clamped her legs around his waist and hung on his body like a little panda, muttering, Sis isn't afraid of it. No matter what happens to our family Yang, I don't mind. Yang Yingyu on one side smilingly looking at the two children frolicking. Aristocratic phoenix eyes rippling with tenderness said, Well, let's get on the car and then say it. Be seen by the people have hurt the morals. Su Yang decisively hugged Jiang Yao and flashed into the car. He was really worried that Sister Yao Yao would do something even more crazy. After the three of them got back into the Rolls-Royce, the car slowly drove forward under Xiao Qing's driving. Su Yang took advantage of the fact that there was still some time left, and hurriedly told them what he had thought of before. Mom, Sister Yao Yao, Uncle Qinyang's family next door to our old mansion has always been on good terms with our family, and helped take care of a lot of things when my dad passed away, and worried that I was alone at home with no one to cook for me, and often asked me to come to their house to eat. I remember that year, the college entrance examination, I and their daughter Chen Wanling is not in the same examination room. Students out of the examination basically have parents waiting. I thought I would be home alone. I did not expect the hot day. Chun Yong uncle stood in the crowd waiting for me and his wife separate different examination room to pick me and his daughter. That day, I felt that I wasn't alone and that there were people who cared about me in this world as well. Su Yong leaned back in his chair, reminiscing about the past, painting a picture of his neighbor's family to Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao. This family are all good people. Yang Yingyu's eyes were a little moist and she touched her son's head. For her, her son was all she had. As long as the people who were good to her son, she would categorize them as good people and repay them when she had the chance in the future. Another thing is, Uncle Chin Yong used to be an iron brother with my dad. So I'll be a bit at a loss on how to introduce you guys later. Su Yang stopped when he said here. After all, at first, from the letter, father and Yang Yingyu were not on good terms. If you really want to introduce them, not only would you have to show up that father did that unorthodox thing back then, and probably Chun Yong, Uncle Yoon, aunt, they all have to call Yang Yingyu a sister-in-law. After all, Su Yang's father was Chun Yong's elder brother. In that case, maybe Yang Yingyu will not quite accept the role of sister-in-law. Anyway, it was a private matter of the family. It was really hard to pour it out to outsiders. Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao are both smart people with a quick turn of the brain. They understood what Su Yang wanted to express. Jiang Yao tilted her head. Her eyes rippled like she thought of something. Ah, Yang. Then what do you want to do? Su Yang looked at Yao Yao's sister's soft and charming face, and also looked at his mom's dignified and elegant goose egg face, hesitated for a while, but still spoke directly. How about I just introduce you guys as the sisters I recognized in Magic City? Sister. Yang Yingyu blinked, her expression still so dignified. Jiang Yao directly puffed and almost laughed out loud. Mom turned into a sister? Then how do you call your mom? Su Yang's face was also a little hot. Stiffening his head, he said, Sistering you? Box, box, box. Jiang Yao covered her soft stomach and laughed into a ball on the seat. On the contrary, it was Yang Yingyu who seemed to be amused by this title, and said with a light smile, Younger, try shouting it again? Sister Yingyu. Su Yang continued to shout stiffly to his mom. Yang Yingyu directly answered softly, with a smile between her eyebrows. It's quite nice. No one has ever called me this way before. Laughing me to death. A real mom calling her son sister and brother. Jiang Yao laughed so hard that she twisted her body and rolled on the seat. Her soft face reddened with laughter. Su Yang was already a bit embarrassed, pinching her cheeks. Laughing at your sister, ah. Sister Yao Yao, you mean, my mom doesn't look like my sister? Are you saying my mom is old? I don't mean that. Don't frame me. Jiang Yao kicked off her shoes under her feet and kicked him with her feet wearing small white socks. Su Yang grabbed that soft and boneless foot and scratched at the center of her showy foot. Sister Yao Yao, it looks like I have to reorganize my husband's program today. Before he was teased by Jiang Yao, this time in front of his mom can't lose face, how to turn over to be the master. Cluck, 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 itch, good itch. Jiang Yao twisted her body to laugh. The other foot also kicked towards Su Yang. Su Yang was inadvertently kicked in the face, and was so angry that he kept lightly scratching at the center of her perfectly arched foot. Jiang Yao laughed and cried as she begged for help towards Yang Yingyu next to her. Andy, you? Save me, cluck, 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 cluck. Yang Yingyu's smile faded, with an expression of watching the show. Rain me no melon. Ah, Yang. I'm wrong. Please let go. Jiang Yao begged for mercy with her head cloaked. Her face was already smiling as if blood was going to ooze out. Su Yang patted sister Yao Yao's snow-white instep. Call brother. Brother, I was wrong. Oing, oing, oing. Jiang Yao Yao daintily pouted, her pair of Danfeng eyes watery. Boing again, brother me. Ah, one punch a boing monster. Only then did Su Yang let go of her feet. All right, stop it for now. Younger, the front is the old mansion you said, right? Yang Yingyu laughed affectionately. Su Yang pulled Sister Yao Yao up and tidied up her messy hair while looking up towards the car window. That's right. It's the mansion with an old elm tree in the yard 10 meters further past the kiosk in front. Jiang Yao heard that she was about to arrive. She also hurriedly straightened her skirt. Just now during the scuffle, the hem of her skirt was wrinkled. Chapter 96. Yang Yingyu's tearful breakdown. In the blink of an eye, the car stopped in front of Su Yang's old mansion courtyard. The kiosk at the back already had few people, because Aunt Yoon had long since closed to go back to cooking. The other villagers had also gone home to cook and eat, and the curling smoke rose from one house to another. Only Chun Wanling was poking her head around in the yard of her house. Her parents were still cooking in the kitchen and didn't come out. After all, no one knew that this friend of Su Yang's was actually his real mom. Otherwise, Mr. and Mrs. Chen Yong would have stood at the door to welcome them. This will only think that it is a junior over to play, make a good dinner for Suyong to receive his friends, is the right thing. Suyong waited for Jiang Yao to put her shoes back on before he opened the car door and walked down from the car. Wanling, come here. Let me introduce you to my friend. Suyong saw his Qingmei poking out her little face from the next yard and waved at her in amusement. Chun Wanling gave a cheeky giggle and bounced out from the yard. At this time, Jiang Yao and Yang Yingyu also got down from the car. Jiang Yao was, needless to say, a typical imperial beauty, because Yang Yingyu was born in a rich family since childhood. Her skin was snow white and red, her long eyes and teeth, her moth eyebrows and square forehead, coupled with her graceful and elegant temperament, and the charm of a strong woman that emanated from her hands and feet. It was also impossible to guess her exact age. Chun Wanling was originally very confident in her own appearance. When the line of sight fell on the body of the two great beauties, her eyes could not help but straighten. Seeing Chun Wanling suddenly squirming a little, Suyong reached out and pulled her over, introducing her. These are the two sisters I mentioned to you before. This is Sister Yingyu, and this is Sister Yao Yao. You can call them like I did. Chun Wanling pinched her small crushed flower skirt and somewhat shyly said to the two temperamental sisters. Sister Yingyu, Sister Yao Yao, I've heard Brother Xiao Yang talk about you guys. You guys are really pretty. We've also heard Yonger mention you coming. You're very pretty. Yang Yingyu looked Chun Wanling up and down. Exquisite and classical Jiangnan girl's face. Tall figure, broken flower dress sticking to her body, outlining the girl's first growth moving curves. Although she was still a bit green like a green apple, but after a few years of growth, she would definitely not be much less beautiful than Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao was like a familiar face as she circled around Chun Wanling and suddenly hugged her waist from behind, smiling. You're Yang's little girlfriend in Chenjia town, right? I'll call you Wanling too. Chun Wanling's pretty face flushed red and said with a shy face, I'm not yet little brother Yang's girlfriend. Not yet. Yang Yingyu laughed and caught the break in her words. Suyong also froze. This Qingmei of his own seemed to be very willing to be his girlfriend. Seeing Suyong staring at her, Chun Wanling's face became even more flushed, and she hurriedly lightly broke away from Jiang Yao's arm. I'm going to see if my mom has finished the dishes. You guys chat first. Dropping these words, she fled as if she was fleeing, and rushed back to her own yard with her white and greasy legs. Jiang Yao covered her mouth and laughed. Blinking her eyes, she said towards Suyong, Yang, this little girlfriend of yours is quite interesting. Seeing that no one was looking this way, Suyong gave Sister Yao Yao's skin drum a slap. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Yingyu softly rounded up the situation. Let's go inside first and take a look. Follow me. Suyong led the way, bringing Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao into his own yard. The green brick and white-walled bungalow always looked a bit incongruous in front of the two brightly dressed urban beauties. Yang Yingyu had been scrutinizing the details of the courtyard, and when she entered the house, after seeing the shabbiness inside, the beautiful eyes swished red. Eyes with tears covered his mouth and cried, Yonger, so you grew up living in such a place? My poor son. Suyong did not expect his mom to suddenly sob without a sign, and quickly consoled, Mom, I also do not think there is anything bad here. What else is good here? Yang Yingyu's tears were getting more and more, pointing at the tile that was pointing at 1 foot of the wooden table. The voice was incomparably difficult to continue. Look at this table are short a corner and have to use something to pad. And then look at this mahogany furniture are faded and broken skin. And this is what inferior wood, inside are white wood, but also moth eaten out of a hole. And look at this refrigerator, how many years have been used. The noise is still so loud. Look at the TV. It's so thick and the screen is so small. Look at the cracks in the roof. It will leak when it rains. And then look at this area is so narrow. How can this still live? Yang Yingyu had more and more tears in her eyes every time she looked at a place. Thinking of her son living in this kind of poor home for so many years, she cried so much that her voice was a little blurred. She is not saying that she looks down on this kind of place. If she is allowed to live here, she can also adapt and live. But when she thought of her precious son, from the moment he was born, she held him in her hands for fear of dropping him, and held him in her mouth for fear of melting him. But he was abducted here by his unscrupulous father, turning his life directly into this kind of environment with a huge difference. Even Jiang Yao had a heart of gold, looking at Suyong with tears in her eyes, imagining the time he lived here, and then comparing herself to the time when she was nurtured and raised by Yang Yingyu. All she lived in was a big villa, wore beautiful clothes, and used luxurious big brands. For so many years, she had no worries about food and clothing, and had never suffered anything. She suddenly had the feeling that she had taken over Su Yang's life, while the real little master of the house was suffering over here. Chapter 97. Mom will make sure you don't suffer anymore. Seeing both women wiping their tears, Su Yang was really crying and laughing a little. How can this place not be inhabited? The entire Qinjia town didn't come this way back in the day. Or rather, the entire countryside of the countryside are living like this. Su Yang put his arm around the two women on one side, patted their fragrant shoulders, and said with a smile, Mom, Sister Yao Yao, although my family of origin became like this because of my father's choices, I feel that, no matter if it's good or bad, there are actually deficiencies. Just for example, the environment I lived in at the beginning was bad. Then I would know more about the importance of cherishing and loving after experiencing a life of poverty. And if I hadn't been brought here by my father, I would have lacked nothing and had everything under my mom's loving care. I would have lacked experience. The lessons I didn't get in any one life still end up going out and getting them. That's the thing about a fixed life, you can't have everything. I, on the other hand, am the equivalent of being able to experience two lives, so that I will have more experience in life than any other ordinary person, than any other rich kid. I think this is the greatest wealth in life. When Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao heard Su Yang say this, it actually did make sense. After all, many rich second-generation children were pampered since childhood, and when they grew up, they would be very capricious and presumptuous, and usually such children who indulged in bad behavior would also easily get into trouble. But Su Yang, he experienced the poor life, will understand the ordinary people's heart. And other rich second generation is to the ordinary people's life is completely no picture, simply cannot resonate, also do not know the ordinary people in the end what is thinking. As long as Su Yang made up for the missing portion of upper-class eyes and values later on, his life would be even more exciting than the other native rich second generation, But then, the reasoning is such a reasoning. How could Yang Yingyu possibly see her own sweetheart suffer for so many years and still be able to endure that pain? It's all because of that father of yours. What a cruel father, nah. Actually, his own son like this for a hint of selfishness. I will never forgive him. Yang Yingyu cried for a long time before she stopped her tears. Leaning in Su Yang's arms, she said with a choked sob, although Jiang Yao also wanted to curse, but she was after all a junior, and the other party was Su Yang's biological father, so naturally she couldn't comment so freely. Su Yang could only cry and laugh as he soothed the two women's jade backs and said, Don't cry. Don't cry. I'm not doing well here? Yang Yingyu's eyes were like water, raised her head and looked at Su Yang and softly said, Son, Mom will definitely let you no longer suffer, and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao sniffled, also agreed and said in a petulant voice, Yang, when we return to Magic City, Sister will bring you to enjoy the splendor of Magic City, and introduce all of Sister's pretty sisters to you. Su Yang saw that they all recovered emotionally. Then he was relieved and chuckled, Good. I'll wait for all of them. Su Yang took Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao on a general tour of the old mansion. Chun Wanling then ran over, Brother Xiaoyang, my mom said that the meal is ready, so it's time to eat. Good. Come right away. Su Yang answered and brought the two girls out of the house. Yang Yingyu smiled lightly and went up to pull Chun Wanling's small hand, stroking down an exquisite bracelet from her wrist. Little Linger, I didn't bring any meet and greet gift for the first time today. This bracelet will be given to you. Ah? No need, no need. Chun Wanling smelled the refreshing fragrance wafting from this big sister's body. Her face flushed as she waved her hand repeatedly. Su Yang saw his mom winking at him, showing a hint of a smile, tugging on the ponytail at the back of Wanling's head, helping his mom to say, Wanling, this is a sister who has a good relationship with me. By virtue of our relationship, it's equivalent to being your elder sister. If you don't accept it, then it's just that you're being out of line with me. Chun Wanling froze somewhat at a loss for words. Jiang Yao to this rash girl is also very good feeling. Put their necklace with a necklace also to unravel down to her on, giggle. This is my gift, Wanling, we can say goodbye, where is your, and then return us is not want to make friends with us, oh. Chun Wanling looked at the wrist of the bright crystal exquisite bracelet, and looked down to see hanging on the collarbone of the broken diamond necklace. Can only red face to say thank you. Thank you, Yingyu sister. Thank you, Yao Yao sister. That's right. Su Yang clapped his hands. Let's go to eat. Chapter 98. I'll take you guys to see something. A group of people walked out of the courtyard. Su Yang suddenly noticed that the Rolls-Royce parked at the door was gone. Mom! Su-yang just wanted to greet Yang Yingyu and almost shouted the wrong thing out of habit. Fortunately, Chen Wanling was walking in front of him and shouldn't have heard. He busily changed his words. Sister Yingyu. Where did Xiaoqing go? Doesn't she eat? For this female bodyguard who drove for Jiang Yao, Su-yang still remembered, it was that usually it was easy to be self-invisible so that people could not notice her. Yang Yingyu smiled softly. Xiaoqing went to look for food by herself. Except for some necessary occasions, she usually won't follow us closely. She felt very new every time she heard her son call her sister Yingyu. Su-yang nodded and didn't care too much. When the group walked into Chen Wanling's home, Chen Yong and Zhou Huiyun couple immediately welcomed them. Uncle and Auntie. Excuse me. I'm Jiang Yao, the sister that Yang met in Magic City. You guys can just call me Xiao Jiang. Jiang Yao took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello uncles and aunts. I'm Yang Yingyu, you guys can call me Xiao Yang. Yang Yingyu also greeted herself graciously. The only one who knew the truth was Su-yang. Seeing his mom shouting uncle and auntie to these two who were almost the same age, he always felt a little funny. Welcome, welcome. We've all heard from Xiao Yang. Sit down and talk. Although Chen Yong and Zhou Huiyun were surprised by the two women's temperament and looks, they didn't think much of it and greeted the crowd as they took their seats. Obviously Aunt Yun didn't see Yang Yingyu's age. After all, if a rich person is properly maintained, it is true that a rural person who is about the same age looks just like two generations. This can be seen from those 30 or 40-year-old actresses. They dress up beautifully if they don't know. Say they are 20-30, also have people believe Zhou Huiyun's sharp eyes found her daughter's neck and wrist more shiny things, surprised and asked, Wanling, you this necklace and bracelet wear? How come I didn't see you wearing them just now? Mom. This is what Sister Yingyu and Sister Yao Yao gave me. Chen Wanling spat out her tongue and said with some embarrassment. Zhou Huiyun looked at the sparkling diamonds on it and hurriedly said, This should be very expensive. I can't afford it. Su-yang helpfully said, Aunt Yun, this is not worth any money. It's all small jewelry. My two sisters gave Wanling a gift. It was Chen Yong who saw that Su-yang's sister liked her own daughter so much. He waved his hand atmospherically. Don't talk about it, kids, Mom. This is the children's business. I'll eat first. Several people were seated around a round table. Mr. and Mrs. Chen Yong sat on one side, flanked by Su-yang and Chen Wanling. In the middle of Su-yang and Chen Wanling was Yang Yingyu Jiang Yao. Tonight's meal was obviously Aunt Yun had put some thought into it, all of which were some of the specialties of this side, both meat and vegetarian. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, they were also full of color and aroma. At the dinner table, because both sides are not familiar with, basically are centered around Su-yang to start the topic. For example, Uncle Yong and Aunt Yun took out some of Su-yang's childhood things as talking points. It also made Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao listen with great interest. After dinner, Aunt Yun and Wanling packed up the dishes and went to the kitchen to brush the dishes. Su-yang secretly made a look towards Uncle Yong. Chen Yong understood and made an excuse to go out alone. Chen Wanling was driven out of the kitchen by Aunt Yun to accompany them to talk. The four of them returned to Su-yang's old mansion and sat in the courtyard to chat. After almost half an hour, Su-yang received a message from Uncle Yong. Sister Yingyu, Sister Yao Yao, I'll take you guys to see something. Su-yang mysteriously chattered and retrieved his cell phone, stood up and said to them, What to see? Yang Yingyu revealed a trace of elegant smile. Jiang Yao also curiously blinked her big soft eyes. You guys will know later. Su-yang made a wink towards Chen Wanling. Sister Yingyu, Sister Yao Yao, I'm offended. Chen Wanling smiled cheekily and pulled out two silk scarves from behind her. It's not going to blindfold us, is it? Jiang Yao froze and looked at the mysterious two. Yeah. Sister Yao Yao is just smart. Su-yang amusingly took a silk scarf and walked behind his mom. Chen Wanling also laughed softly and walked behind Jiang Yao, using the silk scarf to cover her eyes and tied it around her head. Yanger, what exactly are you going to show us? Is it so mysterious? Yang Yingyu obediently stood in front of Su-yang's body, letting him tie the silk scarf for herself, softly asking with a light smile. Su-yang quietly laughed lowly in a voice no one else could hear. Mom, you'll know later. Yang Yingyu could only smile and give him a blank look. After Su-yang and Chen Wanling both tied the silk scarf covering their eyes for both of them, one of them took their hands and walked towards the outside of the house. You have to know that when your eyes can't see anything, you will be very insecure, afraid of stepping in front of you or tripping over something. Su-yang felt his mom slightly gripping his big hand and whispered, Don't worry. There is a sun here. Yang Yingyu softly The corners of her mouth hooked out a warm smile, feel relieved to boldly walk forward. Ah Yang, haven't you arrived yet? Jiang Yao was being held by Chen Wanling with one hand, the other hand pulling the corner of Su Yang's back, somewhat impatiently asked. Almost there. Su Yang smiled as he continued to lead the way in front. Chapter 99 Splendid as a flower blooming in the night sky. The bright moon was in the sky, clear light sprinkled down. Under the hazy moonlight, an empty field, but shadowed, burning a few piles of bonfires. Chen Yong stood next to a burning furnace, directing the helpers to pour the flowing golden fire-colored iron into the grooves of a row of willow flower sticks. After Su Yang brought them to an optimal viewing position, he spoke. All right, this is it. You guys stand here for a while. Yang Yingyu couldn't help but ask, Yanger, where are you going? I'm going to get ready first. You guys will be able to see me later. Su Yang smiled and greeted Qing Mei. Wanling here is in your hands. Don't worry, I'll watch. Chun Wanling pulled the two big sisters with one hand. Why so mysterious? What exactly are you going to show us, Na? Jiang Yao was still muttering curiously. She and Yang Yingyu were still blindfolded and could only vaguely hear some sounds coming from the distance. After a while, a burst of music rang out, the classical pure music of floating light. That was the soundtrack of the iron flower that Su Yang had specially asked Uncle Yong to prepare, and it was also the signal to start with the start. When Chun Wanling heard the music, she smiled and let go of their small hands and said, Sister Yao Yao, you can untie the silk scarf now. Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao sniffed and reached behind their heads somewhat impatiently. When the silk scarf was removed from covering their eyes, the first thing that caught their eyes was the piles of bonfires under the dark night. The bonfires surrounded a shed that was more than 10 meters high, and the firelight reflected Su Yang, who was standing underneath the shed. At this moment, Su Yang was only wearing a t-shirt with bare arms, and his head was tied with a red square scarf to wrap all of his hair. In the darkness, there was only the flickering light of the fire. It was truly a furnace fire illuminating the heaven and earth. Red stars messing up the purple maple, blushing with the night of the bright moon of Lang Lang, and songs moving the cold river. What is Yanger doing? Yang Yingyu couldn't help but ask softly. Little brother Yang is preparing to show you the 1,000-year-old stunt of beating iron flowers. Chun Wanling returned. Playing iron flower? Jiang Yao asked curiously. Yes, in ancient times, folk would beat iron flowers on New Year's festivals to drive away evil spirits and pray for good fortune, wishing for the peace of loved ones, and wishing for a long rainbow in a prosperous world. The soundtrack of Floating Light had reached its climax under Chun Wanling's explanation. Thump, 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 thump. The ancient Shao of Floating Light shook the heavens. Thump, 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 thump. Oi. Su Yang suddenly ran towards the willow trellis with a complete willow wood in one hand and a flower stick containing firelight iron water in the other. Bang! The sound of the lower rod accurately struck the willow wood flower rod of the upper rod. The 1,600-degree plus golden mangled iron water instantly rose up in the air. Sparks scattered all over the sky, like silk like rain, exploding on the willow wood trellis, forming a fire tree with silver flowers. Flowers bloom all over the city. The sky is full of stars and rain, like falling and exploding. The east wind released thousands of flowers at night, and blew them down even more. The stars were like rain. Su Yang danced with fire. The image was shockingly beautiful. Too beautiful. Jiang Yao's pair of Danfeng eyes suddenly glowed, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim in shock. Thump, 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 thump. The ancient Shao sound of floating light continued. Su Yang also kept on beating the scorching hot iron water to the heights once again, and in the middle of the dark night the star fire exploded, and the iron flowers splashed into the star-filled sky. Brilliant flowers and fires fell from the sky, colorful, 1,000 shapes, like a fire dragon dancing wildly, like a volcano erupting, like a star-filled sky, like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. The iron flowers crashed into the earth, into the pupils, and into the earth. The ground was all paved with a golden path by the golden mane of iron, as dazzling as gold. Chan Wanling continued in a low voice. Actually, there is a certain danger in striking this 1,600-degree hot iron water into the sky. Brother Xiao Yang heard that you guys are coming, and practiced striking the iron flowers for more than an hour in the afternoon, and didn't allow us to disclose it in advance. He said that he wanted to give you guys a little surprise, to pick the bright moon in the sky, throw it up, break it, and turn it into a river of stars on earth, and to give you guys this night that was once the most extremely romantic night in the world. Jiang Yao was so moved that she was already in tears. Looking at the man in the firelight, her heartbeat was beating violently. Her beautiful eyes were swirling with strong, sizzling affection. Tears were flowing. Yang Yingyu also tightly covered her mouth, did not dare to make a sound. But the tears cannot be stopped. The corners of the eyes reflect the golden tears, beautiful upside down. They can no longer hear the insects in the field, cannot hear the classical piping soundtrack. Eyes only that man. Su Yang looked over in the fire. He smiled in the sparks, full of radiance. The fire tree and the silver flowers are not night sky. This night is not to return to sleep. That splendid moment, better than fireworks. Even though it was short-lived, it was permanently remembered in the hearts of Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao, and could not be forgotten. Even after many years, Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao remembered that splendid night sky like flowers. Chapter 100. A Lifetime's Desire. It was more than 10 o'clock at night. After Su Yang finished his bath and taught Jiang Yao how to use the water heater, he was pulled to his room by Yang Yingyu. This room was where Su Yang used to live, and it was only rebuilt today when he cleaned it with Chun Wanling and laid the bedding. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Su Yang was pulled by Yang Yingyu to sit on the edge of the bed. Then he just hugged him silently and didn't say anything. Yang Yingyu's mood was obviously a little off. Su Yang pondered slightly, smiled and spoke. "Mom, are you worried that I was in danger just now when I hit the iron flower?" Yang Yingyu only gave a hum in a nasal voice, still not speaking. Su Yang laughed and continued to speak softly to himself. "Actually, I learned to play with Uncle Chinyong next door when I was a kid, and I'm already familiar with hitting iron flowers, so no accidents will happen. What if it does? It's a matter of using flesh and blood to deal with the danger of scorching heat." Yang Yingyu finally opened her mouth to speak, her brows furrowed in a frown, although it carried a natural majesty, but it was still so charming when paired with that googly egg face. Su Yang raised his head and said, "No, Mom, those metal materials have a smaller specific heat capacity. The cooling speed is very fast. As long as you beat the iron water high and loose, it will turn into tiny iron shavings that will burn and cool down in the process of descending, and won't scald anyone at all. Then this also presupposes that it has to be struck high enough, otherwise it will still burn when it falls on the body before it cools down, Why don't you just take the field yourself? Wouldn't it be safer to pay someone to fight?" Yang Yingyu still frowned and said. Su Yang smiled frankly. "Because I want to hit the old willow pole at the top of the trellis. The old ancestors passed down that as long as you hit the old pole, you can make the person you want to get everything you wish for in the new year. So I hope that Mom and Sister Yao Yao will be able to chase the peace and prosperity and win everything, and won't have a regretful future." Yang Yingyu looked at her son's sincere and lovely appearance. Her heart felt a great comfort, and she said with some tears, "Silly child, you are the one that Mom wants to ask for the most." "Mom!" Su Yang was about to say something. "Don't speak." Yang Yingyu didn't want him to see himself crying again. A hand held his head in his arms. This is his own baby son, still know how to think about Mom. "Mom, why are you crying?" Su Yang noticed the wet marks at the corners of her eyes. "No, sand got into my eyes." Yang Yingyu's gentle eyes gazed at her son and softly laughed. "Oh." Su Yang didn't want to say anything, suddenly smilingly climbed onto the bed, sat behind Yang Yingyu and said, "Mom, let me help you rub your shoulders." Yang Yingyu enjoyed her son rubbing on her shoulders, secretly laughing in her heart, squinting her phoenix eyes and softly said, "Is there something you want to ask, Mom?" "Mom, you are so smart." Su Yang asked intimately, "Can you tell me about my dad?" Yang Yingyu furrowed her brows again as soon as she heard this, twisting her head to look at her expectant son. She finally softened her heart and said, "What do you want to know? Is my dad also from Magic City?" Su Yang asked the question in his heart. "No." Yang Yingyu shook her head and sighed. "He is from Lingnan Yangqing. His family lineage is very distinguished, and he did not lose me back then." Su Yang was a little surprised, although from the condition that the two could marry back then, he could conclude that his father's family lineage must be very good as well, but he had always thought that his father was also from Mordor. "Then my father, is his family still around? Any siblings?" Su Yang couldn't help but ask again. After all, since he was a child, he was a little envious of the fact that other people's families had so many relatives, except for his family, which was like being forgotten by his relatives. Yang Yingyu looked a little complicated and said, "This, Mom, is not clear. I have broken contact with them for a long time." "Oh." Su Yang nodded with some disappointment. Yang Yingyu painfully turned around and put her son in her arms and said, Younger, it's enough for you to have mom. Whatever you want mom will give it to you. Don't think so much, okay? Got it. Su Yang kindly laughed. Yang Yingyu didn't dare to speak anymore. She just hugged him tightly. Son, it's not that mom doesn't want to tell you. It's because she's afraid that you will be taken away from mom. Chapter 101 Night Talk with Jiang Yao. Late at night, Su Yang lay on the wooden bed, looking out the window at the moonlight, somewhat insomnia. The room he was currently in used to be his father's. Mom and sister Yao Yao were in the room next door where he used to live. The bed frame was all set up today and replaced with a new quilt. Suddenly, there was a creak from the door of the room, and a beautiful shadow sneakily groped its way in. Su Yang searched for the dim light of the table lamp, and immediately cried and laughed a little, and said in a low voice, "Sister Yao Yao, why did you come over?" Jiang Yao was wearing a black halter nightgown, smilingly closed the door of the room and walked over and said, "I passed by on my way to the restroom, and saw that there was still light in the crack of your door, so I wanted to come in and see if you were asleep. Then didn't you see it now?" Su Yang rolled his eyes and said. Jiang Yao had already stepped on slippers and flung herself on his bed, rolling around, stretching her arms and putting down her legs, leaning back and forth without being ladylike. "It's so comfortable for you to sleep alone in a bed." Su Yang moved her snow-white long legs away from himself, looking at the heartless Yao Yao sister spit. "Or this bed for you to sleep? Then where will you sleep? Switch with me." Jiang Yao sidled over and scowled at him. "I'll sleep in the living room, right?" Su Yang slapped her thigh without any good humor. "That's not good, your mom might scold me." How? Jiang Yao grunted a few times, stared at his face and scrutinized it, then asked in a delicate voice, "What happened to you? Got scolded by Aunt Yu?" "No." Su Yang was not in a high mood and shook his head. "That's true. How could Aunt Yu give up scolding this precious son of yours?" Jiang Yao self-consciously lifted Su Yang's sheet and burrowed in. Su Yang gave her some space, but he didn't drive her away. Instead he asked, "Sister Yao Yao, have you met my father's family?" "No," Jiang Yao said with a smile, and from under the quilt, she put her leg on him again, and continued, "I said, so you asked Aunt Yu about your dad? How did you know?" Su Yang asked curiously. "Because I see that Aunt Yu's mood tonight is also very strange." Jiang Yao grabbed the quilt to cover her white armpits, revealing her delicate collarbone outside the halter nightgown, and her rounded and white shoulders. Su Yang sniffed the faint fragrance wafting from Jiang Yao's body beside him, and asked towards her, "Sister Yao Yao, how much do you know about my parents?" Jiang Yao smiled and said, "Actually, I don't know much, but I do understand that apart from Auntie Yu and your father having a bad relationship because of the business alliance, there is another very important core issue." "What issue?" Su Yang was attracted by what Jiang Yao said. "Have you noticed that your mom rarely ate any food tonight?" Jiang Yao didn't get to the point, but led from other aspects. Su Yang recalled that when he took his mom and sister Yao Yao to Uncle Yang's house for dinner tonight, it seemed like his mom only ate all the white rice in the bowl except for a few bites in front of her. "My mom doesn't have an appetite? Or the food is not to her liking?" Su Yang wondered. Jiang Yao stretched her arm over and hooked his neck, smilingly said, "I'll tell you again if you give me a kiss." Su Yang looked at the fragrant sister Yao Yao lying beside him, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, lowered his head and kissed her soft and delicate face. "Sister Yao Yao, I did what you said, so tell me quickly." Jiang Yao gave him 1,000 charming glances before continuing. "Have you noticed that Auntie Yu is doing it far away from Uncle Yong tonight? It seems like that." Su Yang pondered. At that time, Mom was indeed only right next to her, and on the other side were Jiang Yao and Chun Wanling. "Right? That's the core of what I want to say." Jiang Yao smiled sweetly. Su Yang smelled the faint sweet fragrance wafting from Jiang Yao's body and looked at her blankly. "What can this mean?" "Sister Yao Yao, you're not equivalent to not saying anything." Jiang Yao tilted that soft and charming face, pointed to her own lips, ate and laughed. "Kiss here a bite. I will all give you a clear explanation." Su Yang looked at Jiang Yao's small mouth with rosy lips. He was a bit distracted again. "You hurry up." Jiang Yao's little foot painted with reddish nails pinched on his leg. Her face was red as she urged. Su Yang didn't make any pretense. After all, in his heart, he also liked Sister Yao Yao very much, and slowly lowered his head to come over. "Okay, not enough." Chapter 102. There are still relatives in our family. Jiang Yao's beautiful face like a flower red like oozing blood, leaning on his heart, said in a delicate voice, "Actually, your mom, she was born with male misogyny. Su-yong was originally still reminiscing, but he was stunned when he heard this. What is misogyny? Jiang Yao licked her moist lips and giggled. It means literally your mother was born with misogyny. As long as there is a male close to her within 2 meters, she will be nauseous, repulsed, and goosebumps all over her body, and even allergic to her skin if there is a male touching her. Su-yong was full of surprise. What about me? When my mom hugged me, it seemed like there was no problem. Idiot. You are Aunt Yu's son. The meat that fell off her body. So could you still hate yourself? Jiang Yao softly leaned in his arms and laughed. There's still this kind of argument? Su-yong was really enlightened. Jiang Yao slightly tilted her white and translucent red face to look at him and said, This is also what I heard Aunt Yu say she once mentioned to me, back then originally because she was pregnant with a son, but also worried about how to contact in the future as a result of giving birth to, found that his body did not produce resistance after consulting the doctor later, only to know that it is because of the reason that you are her son. Then this is the reason you said that my father and mother do not get along? Su-yong did somewhat understand. Yeah, your mother's body can only touch her own son, and is averse to all males, which naturally includes your father. You are not aware that because of this reason, our company's employees are all female. Jiang Yao said with an exaggerated expression. Since my mom has this symptom, how did I get here? Su-yong couldn't help but ask again. It's not like you have to do that to get pregnant. Those infertile couples can't use medical methods to assist in getting pregnant? Jiang Yao narrowed her winks and laughed. How do you know so clearly? Su-yong couldn't help but be a little curious. In the past, when your grandparents were still around, I heard them say that. Jiang Yao suddenly pouted and said with a smile, Fragrant one, I'll continue to tell you a gossip. Su-yong was very happy to press his head down. So soft and fragrant. After a few minutes, Jiang Yao was satisfied to lean in his arms, slightly panting as she continued to chat about the gossip. Your grandmother once told me a gossip. The night your mom and your father got married in the bridal chamber, your dad broke 2 ribs and went straight to the hospital. My mom did that? Su-yang's eyes widened. Jiang Yao smiled like a flower and gave him a blank look. What did you expect? In the villa it was just your mom and your father. I heard the doctor say that as long as the physiological aversion reaches a certain level, the body will explode with extreme strength to fight back. That's probably how your mom kicked your dad into the hospital. Then it's fortunate that I'm her own son. Su-yong thought of his own father's tragic situation and was still a little heartbroken. It's really quite amazing, because you have your mother's genes flowing in you, and you're the only male in the world who can make Aunt Yu immune. Jiang Yao said smugly. Then again, my grandparents are no longer around? Su-yong had just heard Sister Yao Yao mention his grandparents. Well, the 2 old men, because of some historical reasons, their bodies both boiled over with quite a lot of problems, and they left one after another a few years ago. Jiang Yao comfortingly touched Su-yang's head. Although Su-yong felt some regret, but he didn't feel too sad, probably because he had never seen them and didn't have any feelings. Then does my mom have any other siblings? Su-yong continued to inquire. There is it's a twin sister. Jiang Yao's feet mischievously rubbed against his leg. What? I have a sister-in-law. Su-yong was a bit surprised, so he still had relatives. Well, your sister-in-law can be beautiful, previously known as the 2 golden flowers of the Yang family by the good people in Magic City. Jiang Yao blinked her eyes and said, Then where is my sister-in-law? Is it also in Magic City? Su-yong hurriedly asked. Jiang Yao's white and tender feet stomped on Su-yang's instep and said softly, Your sister-in-law is abroad, helping your mom manage the foreign branch. In that case, I still want to meet her. Su-yong sighed and said. This sister-in-law of his own was considered to be the only relative he currently knew. She will occasionally return to China, so you will definitely be able to meet her at that time. Jiang Yao said. Right, what's my sister-in-law's name? Su-yong continued to ask. Yang Bingro. Oh, so she's been abroad all this time, and her family doesn't have any opinions. What opinion can there be? Her family is your mom. She is not married. Why? She's not too young, is she? She's just like your mom. She's misogynistic. I'll be damned. What else? Yeah, identical twins, it's normal, but you don't have to worry. Your sister-in-law touched you when you were born, and is as immune to you as your mom. That's good. I was afraid my sister-in-law would hate me. Your sister-in-law loves you the most because she's a cis control, and she's very close to your mom. Sister control? Aren't you an old secondary? Don't you understand this? I'll go. This is all right. Chapter 103. How else are you going to resist me? Early the next morning, July 4th. When Su-yong was still sleeping, he suddenly vaguely heard his mom's voice coming. Yonger, have you seen Yao Yao? Why haven't you seen anyone early in the morning? Yang Yingyu asked as she turned around the house and pushed open the door to her son's room. Su-yong opened his eyes in a daze and looked up at his mom. I don't know. Then he wanted to continue squinting for a while. And Yang Yingyu, who was standing at the door, was slightly stunned after seeing the scene in the room. Because the Yao Yao in her mouth, wasn't she lying in her son's quilt? And this girl sleeping is really indecent. Summer quilt is very thin. From the silhouette can see this niece's one big long leg is hooked on the son's waist. Su-yong suddenly also felt something wrong, because there was some weight on his body, and the silk fragrance drilled into his nose. Fiercely, he reopened his eyes and looked to his side, only to see Jiang Yao with a head of chestnut-colored curly hair draped, covering half of her face, revealing her rounded lower jaw. She was lying on her side snuggled in his embrace, stretching her arms and putting down her legs as she slept soundly. Super! Only then did Su-yong recall last night's events. Jiang Yao slipped over and chatted with him for half the night, and in a daze, the two of them slept like this and didn't go back to mom's room. Hey! Sister Yao Yao is getting up. Su-yong pushed her. Jiang Yao grunted a few times like a little lazy pig, silently moved towards his arms. One leg was still hooked on his waist, muttered something vaguely and continued to sleep soundly. Su-yong awkwardly looked at Yang Yingyu. Mom. She snuck over to chat with me last night and fell asleep here until she didn't know what happened. It's fine. I thought she ran off somewhere. It's good to be here. You're also resting for a bit. I'll go wash up first. Yang Yingyu looked at her son with a smile. Her voice was soft, with a bit of softness and knowledge unique to a mature woman. After saying her words, she naturally reclosed the door to the room. A soft click came. Jiang Yao, who was still sound asleep, opened her beautiful eyes and slyly looked at Su-yong and delicately said, Yang, what did you just call me? I'm Super. Sister Yao Yao, you are pretending to sleep. Su-yong just turned around and saw Jiang Yao open her watery eyes to look at him, which still has the lazy pig like just now. What pretend to sleep, ah? I just woke up. Jiang Yao twisted her warm and soft body vigorously in the quilt and said unyieldingly, Pretend. You pretend again. Su-yong lifted the quilt and threw a slap on her slippery big white legs under her nightgown. Oing, I warmed your bed last night, and you still hit me. Jiang Yao's mouth deflated, hiding her white thighs into the comforter, not letting him hit her. Su-yong looked at her pitiful eyes, although he knew that she was pretending, but he still softened his heart and reached out to rub her. Who made you purposely not wake up just now? Do you think there's any difference between waking up and not waking up just now? The corners of Jiang Yao's mouth curled up, her body pressed into Su-yong's embrace, cozy and warm. Su-yong froze and said, When you say it like that, it seems to be somewhat reasonable. Jiang Yao's fingertips reached out to pinch his face. I told you so, didn't I? Your mom came over to look for me. That is, she was worried about where my people disappeared to. Now that she has found my people, why should the three of them stare blankly at each other? Su-yong wrapped his arm around Jiang Yao's waist, thought for a moment and said, Yao Yao sister, then you say my mom saw us lying together. Will she misunderstand what we did last night, ah? Did you do nothing last night? Jiang Yao licked her rosy lips. That's not what I'm talking about. Su-yong's heart fluttered at her teasing. Then there's even less to worry about. It's said that fat water flows in the outsider's field. From the time your mom recognized you, I am destined to be your daughter-in-law. How about being happy? Jiang Yao raised her soft and charming face. Her soft lips perfumed him. Sister Yao Yao, you are so nice. Su-yong tightly embraced her small waist. Little fool. I'm your future daughter-in-law. If I'm not good to you, who am I good to? Jiang Yao was pampered and cute, her long and straight legs hooked on his body twisting around. This is in love with sister. Then how else are you going to resist me? My long legs that are nowhere to be found. Su-yong was mesmerized by Jiang Yao and suddenly hissed. Sister Yao Yao, don't move anymore. Huh? Oh. Jiang Yao looked like she noticed something. Her face flushed red as she buried her head between his neck. Although the two of them didn't do anything last night, but for the first time the two of them slept in the same bed for a night, it felt like the relationship had changed a bit. As for when it could turn into a negative distance relationship, that would have to be said back in Magic City. At least this was not a suitable place. Moreover, this period of time Su-yong experienced really a little too much. For Sister Yao Yao, whose position in his heart was second only to his mother, he was not going to have anything with Sister Yao Yao in this state. After all, emotional resonance was also very important, and the two pairs combined together in order to achieve true integration. He didn't want to treat Sister Yao Yao so casually and presumptuously when his emotional state was a bit messed up. Because Sister Yao Yao was different from the others, a woman who could resonate emotionally with Su Yang. Therefore, his emotions towards Sister Yao Yao were very precious and could not be casually spoiled. Only, last night, even if he simply hugged Sister Yao Yao and slept, having a beautiful girl warming his blanket still made Su Yang feel great. Chapter 104 Lingnan King's Only Bloodline. After Su Yang and Jiang Yao also got up and washed up, the time was already 9 in the morning. Yang or Yao Yao, this is the breakfast that Xiao Qing bought for us. Let's eat it while it's hot. I just met Xiao Linger and asked me to tell you not to forget about picking prunes. Yang Yingyu carried a few paper bags and walked in from outside the house with a smile. She changed into a bright bohemian long dress today, very much a feeling of treading water to go traveling. As Su Yang ate his breakfast, he glanced at his mom, who was smiling and casting tender gazes at him from time to time, and after pondering for a while he couldn't help but say, "Mom, why don't I take you to see the place where my dad is buried first?" Yang Yingyu was slightly stunned, originally not wanting to go, but seeing her son's hopeful eyes, her heart eventually softened. She knew that she couldn't refuse any request from her son. "Go after breakfast. Let's go and take a look first." Yang Yingyu smiled gently as she stretched out her slender fingertips and wiped the crumbs of bread that stuck to the corners of her son's mouth. The warm sun of the morning sprinkled down on a tombstone that was half shaded by a bamboo forest. The sunlight was warm and the mountain breeze was cool. Su Yang pulled Jiang Yao to hide under the bamboo forest and looked at his mom's figure standing in front of the tombstone from afar. "Ah, Yang, why don't we go over there?" Jiang Yao was wearing a rosy red bubble-sleeved A-line dress, showing her imperial style as she looked at the tombstone. Su Yang lowered his voice, came over to Yao Yao's soft and enchanting side face, and said softly, "I want to give my mom and my dad a space to have a private chat. They should have some things to say as well." "That way." Jiang Yao blinked, took Su Yang's arm and obediently waited over here. On the other hand, Yang Yingyu, who was in front of the tombstone, did not say a word at all, standing 3 meters apart, staring at this long-time weathered tombstone. Her heart did not have half a ripple, because although both parties were once husband and wife, she had absolutely no half feelings for him. Moreover, she was still harboring a grudge against him for taking Younger away by force back then. That's right, she still hated the man lying in the tomb. She even wanted to blow up this place. If it wasn't for Younger's wish for her to come over, she wouldn't even want to set foot here. It was the height of summer, and as the mountain wind blew through, the bamboo shadows on the ground flickered with a dappled halo of light. Yang Yingyu was wearing a long skirt that was also pressed by the mountain wind. The train of the skirt fluttered, revealing the outline of a pair of long, slender, and beautiful legs. After standing for about 10 minutes, she lightly opened her red lips and faintly sarcastically said, "If others knew that the grandson of the titular Lingnan king was lying in this kind of mountain wilderness, they would probably be laughing their asses off. It's really a self-inflicted sin." After saying these words, Yang Yingyu turned around and wanted to leave. Only just 2 steps out, she suddenly stopped, fiercely as if she had thought of something, her cold gaze staring back at the tombstone. "Su Shengtian, surely you wouldn't have just mailed me the letter about Younger alone, right? In the youngest generation of the Su family, there is only Younger, a male-only child. Surely you wouldn't let your family break the generation. Yes, why didn't I think of it before? You would have set up timed letters in advance to send to me, and surely you would have set up another one somewhere to send to your family, because not only are you ashamed of me, you are equally ashamed of your family. A person like you who does everything flawlessly, who even counts in accidents where he will die, would hand Younger over to me so easily? Very well. Thanks to Younger letting me come to see you, it made me think of these things. Su Shangtian, let me tell you, no one can snatch my son away from me. So what if your family is the king of Lingnan? So what if Younger has the bloodline of your Lingnan king family flowing in him? Younger was born to me. I'm the one Younger is closest to. Chapter 105. A Good Traditional Girl. In the afternoon, on the road leading from Chunjia town to the city of Mingzhou, there was a white Porsche 918 running in the Mercedes-Benz. Chun Wanling was wearing a white waist slimming shirt with a short plaid JK skirt. She was stuffing prunes into her small mouth while looking at Su Yang, who was driving, and said, "Little brother Yang, Both Sister Yu and Sister Yao Yao went back to Magic City? Yes, they still have work to do and asked me to tell you. Thanks for the prunes. Suyang said and still didn't forget to turn his head sideways, glancing at a pair of soft and slender white calves under the hem of Qingmei's skirt that was pressed at the knee. How did this little girl dress so attractively today? And college-style JK outfit. These Yangmei of mine, how can I compare to the necklace bracelet they gave me and also helped me to fix the job in Magic City. It's me who thanks them more. Chen Wanling smiled cheekily and reached over her small hand to stuff a prune into Su Yang's mouth. Su Yang opened his mouth and bit it, accidentally sucked her snow-white like onion fingertips, but his face stayed normal and said, "Some other day when you have time to ask them to have a meal together in Mordor again. Your job sister Yu has already arranged it. I'm free today, so I'll be a chauffeur for you to move." He was now rushing to the city of Mingzhou to go to the house Chen Wanling had rented when she had previously interned at the First People's Hospital to help her carry her luggage before going to Mordor together to join the Snowy Mountain Hospital. Chen Wanling's face flushed red as she retracted her small hand, hiding her emotions as she continued to eat prunes with her head down. "Brother Xiaoyang, can I really work at the Snow Mountain Hospital? I've heard that this is the largest comprehensive third-class special private hospital in all of Magic City, and it's the most coveted workplace for many healthcare workers." "Of course it's true. Sister Yu is the boss of Snow Mountain Hospital. Solving the matter of your job is just a matter of a sentence. It won't cause any trouble to her, just rest assured." Su Yang smiled and said, "Sister Yu is really powerful," Chen Wanling said adoringly. Su Yang was secretly happy in his heart. This was also because this Qingmei of his family was not familiar with the Magic City and didn't know that Snow Mountain Hospital was under Snow Mountain Group, or else she would have been even more shocked by Sister Yu's identity. However, Su Yang didn't introduce more to her anyway. She would slowly learn about it in the future. "By the way, Wanling, when you were interned at the First People's Hospital of Mingzhou before, which department did you work in?" "In the obstetrics and gynecology department. Every day was just following our team leader wearing sterilized gloves, giving pregnant women checkups, cooperating with the doctor's medical work, making ward rounds and whatnot. Have you ever thought about becoming a junior leader or something?" "I would like to, the leader can command people to do things how cool, but my previous colleagues, some of my sister nurses have done more than 10 years are still just an ordinary nurse. Promotion is not easy yet." Two people chatting all the way. It did not take long to enter the city. In an old city of self-constructed buildings stopped. Su Yang got off the car and looked up. This kind of self-built building in the old part of the city is actually quite a lot. It was also fortunate that there was such a piece of area that made it possible for the battered workers to afford to rent a house. After all, a normal beat worker would just have a few $1,000s in salary. Where would they dare to rent some boutique apartment or something? "Brother Xiaoyang, this way." Chen Wanling walked to a self-built building with an iron fence and waved at him. Su Yang followed her in, pulled out the key and opened the door. There was no elevator in the building yet. He had to take the stairs up. But fortunately Chen Wanling's rented house was on the 3rd floor, so she didn't have to worry about climbing the stairs every day and getting exhausted. "By the way, Brother Xiaoyang, I'm sharing a room with a female classmate of mine, and I don't know if she's in the house." Chen Wanling led the way in front. Since she was going up the stairs, half a slice of delicate and watery thigh flesh flowed out from the bottom of her JK skirt. Su Yang intentionally lagged behind a few steps, picking his eyes and asking with a smile, "Since you all share a room here, is she also interning in that hospital of yours?" "Little brother Yang is so smart." Chen Wanling smiled and introduced. "Her name is Lu Cini. In school is my good friend, with me in a dormitory, and then the two of us after graduation agreed to intern together as a companion." "I see." Su Yang attention but not much here. "Oh white." After coming to the 3rd floor and entering the house, it was a simple 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom layout. "She shouldn't be at home." Chen Wanling glanced towards the house, reached out and pulled Su Yang, heading directly towards her room. This was Su Yang's first time entering a girl's boudoir, and the air carried the unique scent of a young girl. Although the room was narrow and small, only able to fit a bed and desk, but it was also elegantly and neatly arranged. "I'll pack my things first. Feel free to sit down." Chen Wanling carried out a suitcase and started loading things into it. Su Yang sat on that soft cot, surveying the layout of the room, and without realizing it, he saw a small piece of fabric hanging on the hanger by the window. Pink ones, white ones, all the pure and clean colors that young girls like the most. Chapter 106. Mothering your husband and teaching your children. Chen Wanling occasionally glanced at Su Yang, surely knowing what he was looking at, but she didn't say anything about him, just blushed slightly and pretended not to see it. continuing to pack her bags with her head down. Su-young also noticed a small khaki-colored bag placed on the bedside. Although the style was quite nice, it was already a bit faded. Wanling, have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future? Or what kind of person you want to become? Do you have any dreams? Su-young propped his palms back on the bed and looked at Qingmei, who was packing her luggage, and asked. Chun Wanling looked up at him and said with a smile, "My dreams might be ridiculous. You can't laugh at me, oh. You say it, I definitely won't laugh," Su-young assured. Chun Wanling said softly with some longing. "In fact, I sometimes think about what I look forward to in life in the future, and then I realize that I don't have much of a career, so I just want to find a boy I like to marry, get married and have a child with him, and then manage the family affairs, teach each other, and be a good wife and a good mother and give my husband a warm home." Su-young quietly listened to this Qingmei's words, with some inexplicable sighs in his heart. This was actually the thinking of very traditional good girls. They didn't have much of a career mind, nor did they have much of a competitive mind. It was a small woman mentality that lived by relying on her husband. This kind of girl is in fact a lot of men dream of daughter-in-law candidates. In this real society, which had been hit by the internet to the point of being somewhat gold-digging, they were already few and far between. Pretty good. Wanling, just do what you want to do. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to look for me. Don't be polite to me. Su-young thought about it and said to this Qingmei of his admonishingly. He is not a person without emotional intelligence. A girl can let him into her boudoir. In fact, it is equivalent to she does not have precautions against you. However, Su-young understood that he couldn't give her any guarantees. Brother Xiaoyang, do you like sister Yao Yao? Chun Wanling suddenly looked at him with a smile and asked. Su-young looked at her expectant gaze and said with a light smile, I like you too, Wanling, you're getting prettier and prettier. Chun Wanling was shy with joy in her heart and pouted. I didn't ask you if you like me. What are you talking nonsense about? Only she herself knew that she had long ago hopelessly fantasized the image of the man she imagined for her future life into Su-young's likeness. Just then, the door to the next room was suddenly opened. A girl in cartoon pajamas came out of it rubbing her eyes while saying in a daze, Ling Ling, is that you back? Why do I hear you talking? Saying that, she had already arrived at the door of Chun Wanling's room. After seeing Su-young sitting on the bed, she froze, then looked at Chun Wanling in the room, and violently covered her mouth and exclaimed, Ling Ling, where did you abduct a handsome guy back from? In the elegant and neat girl's boudoir. Su-young looked at the girl with a round face whose face value could probably score 70 points and politely greeted. Hello, I'm Wanling's friend, Su-young. Lu Cini wearing a bare cartoon pajamas around Su-young a circle, dazed. I heard Ling Ling mentioned you, the magic of the city to restore the university graduates of the bamboo horse well. The original family Ling Ling has been hanging in the mouth of the boy or a big handsome This time Ling Ling finally did not suffer. Chun Wanling was set off by her bottom face some red. Laughing scolded her. Lu Cini, you convergence point not yet go to change clothes wearing pajamas staring at people into what kind of Lu Cini pulled the bare pajamas on herself and said indifferently, Fear what? He has you as a big beautiful woman with white skin. To me such round face small beautiful woman certainly can't see. Su-young looked at Wanling's best friend with some amusement. He could see that their feelings should be quite good. So he opened his mouth and said, Don't you have to work today? I'm on vacation. Lu Cini replied, suddenly realized that her best friend was packing her luggage, and somewhat surprised, she walked over and took her shoulders. Ling Ling, are you going to move out and live with your Qingmei? No way, are you leaving me alone? I don't mind you guys messing around in the room. What nonsense. Chun Wanling's ears were all red, sneaking a glance at Su-young. Only then did she pull her best friend to continue somewhat apologetically. Cini, I am preparing to go to the Magic City. Brother Xiaoyang trusted his friend's relationship today to help me contact the Snowy Mountain Hospital, so I can go to work over there. Snow Mountain Hospital? Magic City's most ostentatious third-class special private hospital? Wow, Ling Ling, congratulations. You can finally go to Magic City to double date with your bamboo horse brother. Lu Cini's face was full of bright smiles, the kind of happiness that came from the heart on behalf of her best friend. Chun Wanling's eyes suddenly turned a little red. Cini, I'm sorry. I can't accompany you. It's okay, people always have to face the metaphysical aspects of life alone. Besides, I will go to Magic City to find you to play when I have time. Lu Cini said brightly, but obviously her eyes were also a little red. Chapter 107, Helping People to the End. Su-young understood that they both did not want to part with each other, or rather, it was a manifestation of a futile lack of security. Because this was the case when he just entered the social work from school. If one could have a familiar person accompanying him to work together, it would definitely be much better than facing a strange new environment alone. After all, no one could guarantee that in a new environment, one would be able to get along with one's colleagues for a period of friendship, and whether one would be ostracized or isolated. This is especially true for Chun Wanling and Lu Xini, who have been roommates since college. Graduated in a unit internship, has been a companion, encountered things can be one more person to face together, can be complained together to complain about those who are unfair. Now, another person is leaving. It is natural to feel a little overwhelmed. Although this is also a necessary process of life growth, no one can always accompany anyone. However, Su Yang felt that in the case of his own ability, why should he let his own Qingmei suffer this aggression? Growing up does not have to be faced alone in order to mature. So, after Su Yang pondered for a while, he suddenly said to Lu Xini, "Xini, since you are free today, why don't you accompany Wanling to go to Magic City to have a look?" For the time being, he didn't pat his heart to Lu Xini and say that he could also let her work at Snow Mountain Hospital as well. Not to mention whether or not the other party had the will to do so, but the other party did not know how much weight his words could carry. It wasn't possible to really just rely on his words alone and pack her bags to follow regardless. Therefore, it was only possible to bring her along to the Magic City to see and let her feel his energy before she could make her choice with confidence. "Fine, I have nothing to do today anyway," Lu Xini answered cheerfully and went back to her room to change her clothes. Su Yang found Chun Wanling quietly wiping her tears with her head down, probably infected by the atmosphere of the impending separation. He could only stand up smilingly, came to her ear and told her about his plan. Chun Wanling gradually stopped her tears, looked at Su Yang joyfully and said, "Brother Xiao Yang, can you really let Xini work at Snow Mountain Hospital as well?" She knew Su Yang's character, and knew that he wouldn't say anything that he wasn't sure of, so the original sorrow in her heart suddenly dissipated. Su Yang amusingly pinched her pretty little nose, said, "Sure ah, and you sister and I what relationship ah, and you run to the Magic City to work alone. Life is not familiar. I cannot accompany you every day, more companions with you. I can be more assured some." "Brother Xiao Yang." Chun Wanling was touched in her heart, looking at Su Yang with affection, her eyes overflowing with waves of light, almost melting the hearts of the people. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a kiss on his face. "Ling Ling, I changed my clothes, you?" "I don't know how long it took," Lu Xini shouted and came over, and was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her, and hurriedly covered her mouth. Chun Wanling hurriedly let go of Su Yang, her pretty face oozing blood like delicate, slightly shy and feigned anger. "Lu Xini! Sorry, it's my fault." Lu Xini hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Su Yang could only smile awkwardly. "So what? Let's continue packing." Lu Xini smiled badly at him. "It's really cheap. This is the first kiss of our Jiangnan University's school flower." Chun Wanling's red face pinched her skin drum vigorously, telling her to stop talking nonsense. But she was too embarrassed to look up at Su Yang. The three of them helped together and packed all of Chun Wanling's things. After working for half an hour, they carried their luggage downstairs together. After seeing Su Yang's Porsche, Lu Xini sked and smacked her lips. "It turns out that my family Lingling has also found a handsome man." Chun Wanling was really clueless about this bosom friend, pulled open the car door and pushed her in. "Get in the car. Don't be poor." Su Yang's perception of Chun Wanling's best friend is still quite good, although sometimes staggering, but there is nothing bad. If she worked at Snow Mountain Hospital, she would definitely be able to help Wanling a lot. So Su Yang took the initiative to go over to help put down the front seats and let Lu Xini sit in. Although the Porsche 918 is a two-door, two-seat sports car, but there is also a rear seat design, that is, the space is very limited, usually to store small items or bags and so on. However, Lu Xini's body is relatively petite, and a squeeze can still be accommodated. Chapter 108 Snow Mountain Hospital. Snow Mountain Hospital was located in the Suwei district of the Magic City, covering a total area of more than 100,000 square meters, and was a well-known comprehensive third-class private hospital in China. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, President Li Hongmei was waiting anxiously at the entrance of the hospital with the personnel manager. The surrounding hospital colleagues who passed by had sideways glances and were surprised at who was worth the dean's wait here. "Dean, who are we waiting for? Do you still need to personally come out to greet them?" Personnel manager is a middle-aged woman wearing glasses named Zhang Liting, couldn't hold back the curiosity in her heart towards the dean and asked in a low voice. Li Hongmei gave her a blank look and said, "Don't let anyone else hear your words, or you may have to pack up and leave." Zhang Lighting was startled and didn't dare to use such a casual tone, respectfully asking, "Could it be Chairman Yang's great honor?" "Pretty much, the person coming is the son of Yang Dong's family, the future boss of our hospital. If you upset him, do you think it's possible to just get lost?" Li Hongmei straightened her attire, keeping her best face at all times. Yang Dong family's male son? Zhang Lighting was also a little alarmed, and she didn't dare to ask any more questions, and hurriedly followed the dean's example of organizing her attire. After not long, a white Porsche drove on the road in the distance. When Li Hongmei saw the license plate of that car, she immediately reminded Zhang Lighting beside her, "Coming!" Zhang Lighting looked up and saw that the Porsche 918 with Allison's plate with 59 numbers, which was very conspicuous, slowly parked in front of them. Immediately afterward, a tall and thin young man came down from the driver's seat. The two girls in the back seat of the car followed suit and stepped out of the car. Li Hongmei had already greeted them and said smilingly, "Su Xiao, welcome to the Snow Mountain Hospital inspection. I am the director Li Hongmei." "Hello Su Xiao, I am Zhang Liting, the general manager of the personnel department of Snow Mountain Hospital." Zhang Lighting also hurriedly greeted respectfully. Once Lu Cini heard the names of these two people, she directly stared in shock, quietly pulling her best friend beside her. "What's going on here?" Chen Wanling shook her head to signal her to keep quiet. Although she had long known that Sister Ingyu was the boss of this hospital, she did not expect that she would be able to startle two big shots because of her own small matter of joining the hospital. Su Yang casually surveyed these two middle-aged women. Both looked quite spirited and capable. Nodding slightly, "Hello guys. Dong Yang should have told you about my purpose of coming here, right?" Li Hongmei hurriedly nodded. Said, "Su Xiao, which female comrade is going to come to work in our hospital?" Nowadays, in this era many people address girls, they don't refer to them as Miss anymore, for fear of causing offense. "This is not urgent first. You first take us to visit the hospital and accommodation." Su Yang waved his hand and said, "Understood. 3 of you this way, please follow me." Li Hongmei nodded respectfully and led the way in front. "Su Xiao, our Snow Mountain Hospital. Currently there are more than 6,000 employees in the whole hospital, with close to 1,000 senior titles." Zhang Lighting introduced the hospital to Su Yang from the side. This was Su Yang's second time visiting his mom's industry. The last time was the Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club. In relative comparison, Snow Mountain Hospital was truly a behemoth. Not only was the floor space extensive, the hospital was spread out with a building divided into various departments, and the employees were close to 10,000 people. According to President Li Hongmei, Snow Mountain Hospital's annual revenue exceeds $10 billion, ranking among the top in the country, and also has its own medical research institute. Such assets were truly terrifying. At least Chen Wanling and Lu Cini, who were closely following Su Yang, were shocked by what they heard. Compared to the Mingzhou First People's Hospital where they were interned, it was really nothing. The dormitory where the medical staff lived was in a neighborhood across the street from the hospital. Only senior titles were eligible to live there for free, but privilege is never above the rules. Since it was Su Yang who personally introduced people to work at Snow Mountain Hospital, no matter if they were senior titles or not, they had to enjoy the highest treatment. After visiting the hospital, the group of people came to this neighborhood where the medical staff lived. "Su Xiao, this is a 2-bedroom house, including living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The floor is also very good, not too high and not too low. It is on the 9th floor, sitting in the north and facing the south. Can you see if you are still satisfied? If it's not suitable, I'll take you to see another house." Li Hongmei led a group of people into a set of houses and said to Su Yang with a smile. Su Yang took a glance at the layout of the house. If he didn't say that it was a dormitory, he almost thought that he had come to a luxurious hotel suite. The house came with its own furniture and appliances, and was completely designed according to the standards of a star hotel, and even surpassed it in some places. Moreover, it was said that such a set of house was originally only for professor-level medical personnel to live in. Now Li Hongmei had directly brought it to a young girl who had just started her career. Chapter 109. Encountering Teacher Gu. "Wanling, what do you think?" Su Yang felt good himself, but still sought Qingmei's opinion. Chen Wanling had long been dazzled, spat out her tongue and said, "If this is still unsatisfactory, I am truly afraid of being condemned by heaven." Lu Cini beside her also said enviously, "If I can live in such a house, I'm willing to not get paid." Su Yang was a bit amused. and directly in front of Li Hongmei and Zhang Lighting, he asked her, "Cindy, are you interested in accompanying Wanling to come and work at Snow Mountain Hospital? It just so happens that this is a 2-bedroom set. You and Wanling will have 1 room each." Ah! Lu Cindy covered her mouth in surprise. "Big brother Su, you're not joking with me, right? What's there to joke about? Dean Li is all there. As long as you're willing, I can agree on the spot for her." Su Yang smiled and said. Lu Cindy was a little shocked. After all, she was still not clear about Su Yang's identity. However, seeing that the dean and the HR manager were both so respectful to him just now, and even called him Su Xiao, then it was obvious that Su Yang really did have the power of speech. Chan Wanling hurriedly pulled her. "Why don't you still agree?" Lu Cindy then came back to her senses and smiled brightly. "If it's really possible for me to work at Snow Mountain Hospital, I'll go back and move my luggage right away." "Okay." Su Yang nodded with a smile and said to Zhang Lighting, who was waiting on the side, "Manager Zhang, you first complete the entry formalities for the 2 of them, and then arrange for a car to send Cindy back to get her luggage, and then come back with the car." "No problem. Leave it to me." Zhang Lighting quickly showed. "Okay." After taking care of these things, the time was already past 4. Zhang Lighting drove an A6 Audi, the hospital's assigned car, over, intending to personally send each other off. Chun Wanling pulled Su Yang's arm with some hesitation. "Brother Xiaoyang, I also want to go back and help Cindy pack her things. You can go early and come back early." Su Yang naturally didn't have any opinion. After all, Chun Wanling, the 2 of them came out together, and will work together in the future. Directly throwing her down to go back by herself is indeed a bit wrong. "Then when I come back, I'll look for you again," Chun Wanling whispered. In front of the crowd, suddenly tiptoe in his face incense a mouthful, and then rushed to run on the car. Su Yang cried and laughed as he watched the car go away. This girl was soft and delicate on the surface, but her style was quite bold. If it wasn't for the inconvenient occasion just now, he really wanted to say something to flirt with her. "Su Xiao, if there's nothing else, then I'll go and get busy first." Li Hongmei pretended that she didn't see what happened just now and asked for instructions with a respectful face. Su Yang waved his hand and said, "Well, go. I can leave the 2 girls to you. If they get bullied, I'll be looking for you." "Don't worry, leave it to me," Li Hongmei said with assurance. She had just seen the pretty-looking girl kissing Su Xiao. How could she not know what was going on? Even if that girl couldn't become the crown princess in the future, then right now she was still a favorite beside the crown prince. Who would dare to offend? After Su Yang said goodbye to Dean Li, he headed towards the entrance of the hospital, looking for his car. Today, he solved the work matter for his own Qingmei. He was still very happy. After all, the sister who has known since childhood. How can we not let her suffer, right? And just when Su Yang hummed a little song and happily walked to the hospital entrance, was opening the car door and wanted to sit on it. Suddenly behind him came a delicate shout, "Su Yang!" Su Yang looked back and was slightly stunned. "Teacher Gu," only to see that, in the direction of the hospital entrance, 2 tall and beautiful women ran over towards Su Yang's side. Naturally, they were Gu Yaya and her sister Gu Rongrong. Gu Yaya wore a black long-sleeved tight-fitting neck-hanging dress, and her mature to dripping water-rich body outlined like a gourd-like line. Only exposed collarbone jade neck is also snow-white and tender as if it is curdled milk. Snow feet bare wearing a pair of crystal sandals, sexy and radiant. Her sister Gu Rongrong is also very bright, wearing a tender yellow dress, pure first love face with a fiery body. Already have some mature woman's flavor. Su Yang did not expect to run into Ms. Gu's sisters here. "Su Yang, why are you here?" Gu Yaya by this time had also pulled her sister to run close to him, slightly panting as she looked at him. Chapter 110, Once a Teacher, Always a Teacher. Su Yang originally had quite complicated feelings towards Ms. Gu, and before that, he felt that she was a bit self-involved, giving up her decent career as a university instructor to run to Yaoqi to become a spa therapist. Later, after learning about her family's affairs, he gradually understood. Like Ms. Gu, a young university instructor, in the Magic City University a month after deducting all kinds of hardware and miscellaneous expenses, less than $10,000 in hand. And Yaoqi just joined the company can get $30,000, directly guaranteed $50,000 after the transfer, but also to provide an advance to the difficult employees. And Yaoqi is still just a women's beauty club. Think about it differently. If he was Mr. Gu, in the face of his mother's liver cancer, in urgent need of large sums of money for a liver transplant, and with an ordinary family and not much help from affluent relatives, how far would he be able to go? As a child, It is certainly impossible to stand by and watch his mother suffer. And what's the point of having that decent job when you have savings and can't borrow money? Did not go on to sell their bodies to make a quick buck, is already sticking to their bottom line. Just like what Ms. Yao Yao said, the average family cannot afford any serious illness. Not only will the years of savings empty, but also may owe a large sum of foreign debt, the whole family will be dragged down. Therefore, Suyang was inexplicably a little ashamed after seeing Ms. Gu again at this time. At that time, he was still angry with her and deliberately ridiculed her. Teacher Gu. Suyang scratched his head, hesitated or apologized and said, "That day, my attitude was a bit wrong. I hope you can forgive." Guyaya was a bit dumbfounded and suddenly puffed. "It's not like you did anything wrong. There's no need to apologize, and I'm not a teacher anymore." Suyang shook his head. "Once a teacher, always a teacher. Not to mention that you also took me to college for 4 years and took care of me a lot. You still haven't said how did you end up here?" Guyaya didn't argue with him, looked up at him, and when she collided with his gaze, her cheeks suddenly turned a little red, and she lowered her head in panic. "Oh, I just sent a playmate I played with since childhood to work here." Suyang didn't hide it and directly opened his mouth. Gu Rongrong, who hadn't said anything on the side, said with a playful look, "I thought you were here to find us." When Suyang heard her say this, he also recalled the time when he mentioned this to his mother. Then Yang Yingyu let someone contact Teacher Gu's family to transfer to Snow Mountain Hospital. "By the way, how is your mother's surgery going?" Suyang couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Gu Rongrong returned to him with a delicate smile. "The surgery has been done, it went very well. The doctor said that this was fortunately found early and did not spread to other organs. As long as it is hospitalized for a period of time for observation, it will be able to be discharged from the hospital." "That's good." Suyang was also very happy for the sisters. Guyaya blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at him. "This is still thanks to your help. The director of Snow Mountain Hospital contacted me that evening, and also arranged the best ward, doctor and liver source for us, and also didn't charge us any money. Otherwise, with just the 2 sisters alone, even if we took the $2 million that you gave us, it would be very difficult to find a suitable liver source." Suyang looked at Guyaya's eyes were a little moist with a pathetic flavor. He couldn't help but teach her a lesson. "Teacher Gu, I have to talk about you on this matter. At that time, if you directly told me about this, could I still not help you? I had to inquire myself later. You really don't take our teacher-student relationship to heart?" "Huh. It's because you're my student that I don't want to trouble you." Guyaya lowered her head as if she had done something wrong. Instead, it was like she was the student being criticized by Suyang. Suyang looked at this Teacher Gu who should have been wearing a lofty mask. But at this time, she bowed her head to him and could only sigh and say, "Forget it. Let's not mention this matter when it's in the past." Guyaya no longer had the face to pose in the face of this former student. Her eyes were a little evasive as she asked him, "Suyang, are you free later? You don't call me Su Xiao anymore?" Suyang looked at her with amusement. "I can change it if you want to hear it." Guyaya's white face instantly showed a shy look, red as if it was about to drip blood. "Forget it. It's still normal like this." Suyang waved his hand and then asked her, "Is there something wrong?" Guyaya said somewhat sheepishly, "I want to thank you. Later can I come to invite you to my house for a meal?" Suyang thought for a moment and said, "You still have to take care of your mother, so I won't bother you. Some other time." Guyaya froze for a moment, not expecting him to refuse. Gu Rongrong next to her couldn't stand to watch. This sister was too stupid. "Handsome, we just went to see my mother. We're free tonight. Come home with us." Gu Rongrong smiled daintily and crossed Su Yang's arm, obviously not letting him go until he agreed. Su Yang was wearing a t-shirt, and his arm touched her slippery skin, making him inexplicably recall the events of that day, and said with a laugh and a cry, "Okay, you guys get in the car with me. I'll drive you back." "Yeah." Gu Rongrong cheered, and without being polite with him, she pulled open the door of the Porsche and got in. Su Yang helped adjust the car seat, before he said towards Guyaya, "Teacher Gu, get in the car." Guyaya came from his side with a red face and sat on the passenger side. The unique fragrance of a mature woman pushed her nose, mesmerizing the mind. Suyang shook his head and helped her close the car door, then went around to the other side and got into the driver's seat. Chapter 111 Queen's Fury. "Where is your home?" Suyang asked towards the sisters as he started the car. "I'll show you the way," Guyaya, who was sitting next to her, said in a hurry. The car was traveling on the streets of Magic City. Gu Rongrong, who was sitting in the narrow back row, saw that the 2 people in front of her didn't say anything. Then she plopped down between the seats and probed to the front to chat with Su-yong with a petulant smile. Handsome boy, although we are in the same class, but I heard my sister say that you were still a year younger than me. Do you think it's better for me to call you a schoolmate? Actually, just call me by my name. Su-yong also had a headache with Ms. Gu, this compound stretcher school flower sister. Before it was no contact not knowing her character. But since that day in Yaoqi after contact, he knew that she was very quirky. Then I'll call you schoolmate. Gu Rongrong didn't obey him at all and said with a smile. In the future, you'll call me schoolmate, so don't get your memory mixed up. All right. Su-yong was a bit snappy. Say, did you experience life in school before? The Crown Prince of Snowy Mountain Group would actually keep a low profile like that. You can think so. By the way, do you know that we've changed positions in Yaoji? That's not really known. Our store manager had us transferred to work in finance, saying that we'll be your exclusive spa therapists, and that we'll only personally wait on you whenever you come. And you guys are going to keep working at Yogi's? Why not? It's not easy to find a job outside, and the finance is easy to sit in the office, and the salary still stays the same. Where can I find such a good thing? As long as you guys like it, I won't comment. Why not? We are your exclusive spa therapists. Mr. Gu, you control your sister. She talks too much. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Snow Mountain Group, Yang Yingyu was sitting at the head of the long conference table, demurely holding a white porcelain cup, taking a sip of coffee to moisten her throat, raising her hands and feet as if she was a queen. On both sides of the conference table, there were 2 rows of women in professional attire, all of them silent with their heads bowed, obviously having just been lectured. Don't you guys have anything you want to say? Yang Yingyu gently put down her coffee cup and spoke coldly. Although her tone was flat, that innate noble and icy temperament seemed to lower the air to freezing point. The people in charge of the various regions at the bottom had their heads bowed even lower. Yang Yingyu picked up the document in front of her and flung it to the center of the table, saying coldly, "How do you all do things? In the past few years, we have been increasing the funds for publicity and development, the market share of the pharmaceutical companies under Snow Mountain, always unable to break through Lingnan's market share one by one, also boasts of what Harvard, MIT, Columbia's geniuses, even a feasible market program cannot be taken out of it." Lingnan's market leader stiffened his hair and weakly said, "Yangdong, we really have thought of all kinds of ways, but Lingnan is the Su family's turf, and their white gloves also have pharmaceutical companies. As long as the Su family is officially blocking us, we simply don't have the power to fight back." These business elites who are very well known in the outside business circle, in the face of the special environment in the country, even though they have a genius planning program, they also feel that they have more than enough power. Because as long as you need to publicize, to do activities, to do marketing, you cannot avoid the official audit. And Lingnan region has always been Lingnan King Sugong Su family territory. As long as the 2 sides produce competition, the other party sends out a sentence, can be stuck in any of your movements. This is the Su family in Lingnan's powerful energy. That the upper people circulated a Su cover Lingnan is not a joke. As long as not recognized by the Su family, there is no outside enterprise can get through the Lingnan market. As long as the enterprises in the Lingnan region were attached to the Su family, they could avoid being plucked by outsiders. That was why the Lingnan region had 2 of the most economically developed cities in the country, Yangcheng and Pengcheng, with 1 province accounting for 1/10 of the country's GDP. It was even equivalent to the GDP of a Goryeo country or a bear country, a truly rich country-like existence. As soon as Yang Yingyu heard her mention the Lingnan Su family, she scoffed and said with a cruel and unsympathetic face, "What's so great about the Lingnan Su family? Aren't they also unable to enter the boundaries of the Magic City? Can't you break through from the edge of the Lingnan market first? If you don't see any improvement within 2 months, you'll take the initiative to give up your position. Director Yang, I'll immediately formulate a new market program later." The Lingnan region's marketing head said with cold sweat on her forehead. She didn't want to give up the position she currently had. It wasn't just the high salary and benefits, but more importantly, the right to be the head of that region. Group up and down, do not know how many people eyeing her position want to replace it is already in line. Dismissed. Yang Yingyu coldly beautiful face, calmly waved her hand. Only then did the heads of the regions breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly packed up their things, lightly exiting the conference room. As Chairman Yang, who controlled half of Magic City's economy, the pressure emanating from that unruffled aura was something that no one up and down the group could carry. Chapter 112 Mom won't let you be taken away by someone else. Aunt Yu, why are you in such a temper today? Is it because you're in a bad mood? Jiang Yao waited for everyone to leave before she stood up and walked over to Yang Yingyu's side, rubbing her shoulders lightly. The two of them had just returned to the company from Mingzhou this afternoon, and after Yang Yingyu saw her secretary send up a piece of data, she called this meeting to teach this group of pharmaceutical regional heads a lesson. This pharmaceutical company under Snow Mountain was only one of the many branches under Snow Mountain Group. Many of the other branches in other industries were actually struggling to win the battle in the Lingnan market. It could only be said that this group of people in charge of the various regions of Snow Mountain Pharmaceuticals happened to hit the bullseye. Yang Yingyu appeared absent-minded as she waved her small jade tender hand and said softly, "Thinking about something, a little distracted. Then I'll go make you a cup of tea to refresh yourself." Seeing that she didn't say anything, Jiang Yao didn't force herself, smiled and walked to the pantry next to her. Yang Yingyu lethargically leaned back in the president's chair, but her phoenix eyes were staring blankly in the direction of the opposite floor-to-ceiling window. It was a vast area of Lingnan. Yang Yingyu murmured, "I don't know when the Su family will learn about Yanger. By that time, that perverted woman will also personally come to the door, right? It seems like we have to do some advanced preparations. Your Su family power is very strong. But there's also the Hua family in Magic City besides us. Yanger, Mom will definitely not let you be taken away by someone else." With a ding-dong sound, a special prestige prompt sounded. Yang Yingyu came straight back to her senses and hurriedly picked up her own cell phone. "Yanger, Mom, tonight I'm having dinner at Mr. Gu's place. I might have to come back later, so if you and Sister Yao Yao are coming to stay at my villa and don't see me, don't worry. Smile." Yang Yingyu saw the message from Su Yang. Her gorgeous goose egg face revealed a gentle smile like melting ice. Her fingertips typed on the phone, "Mom knows, have fun. Mom won't be there tonight. Yanger, oh, miss you, Mom. Hugs." Yang Yingyu had a smile on the corner of her mouth as she typed, "Mommy misses you too. Love." Jiang Yao walked over with the brewed hot tea. When she saw Yang Yingyu's face, how could she not know what she was doing? Giggling daintily, "Auntie you? Chatting with Ayang?" "Yes." Yanger bumped into his teacher Gu and was invited to her home for dinner. Yang Yingyu remembered something and asked Jiang Yao, "Yanger's luggage is still in your car, right? Well, I'll have Xiao Qing send his villa over later." Jiang Yao nodded her head with a smile. "Don't." Yang Yingyu hurriedly stopped a sentence and said with a serious face, "Take it home first. I'll help Yanger wash the clothes he changed out of before giving them to him." "Okay." Jiang Yao agreed and said. Teacher Gu's home was a 2-bedroom apartment rented in an old residential neighborhood. I heard that their family was from the south, and both sisters had gotten into Mordor University. Ms. Gu is directly stay in the school to teach. The sister is also after graduation intends to stay in Mordor work. As a result, the mother of the family was examined for liver cancer, and then sent to Mordor for medical treatment before discovering all these things that followed. "Su Yang, feel free to sit down. I'll go to the kitchen to cook first." Guya changed into a pair of slippers and smiled towards Su Yang. Her slender pair of calves were bare, and her feet were dainty with their yen-red nails. Su Yang watched her twisting her curvy body into the kitchen and scratched his head. Ms. Gu was really getting more mature and attractive compared to before in school. Or maybe it was because she was working in Yaoqi, dressing up more beautifully. Before in school she had to maintain the modesty of a teacher. "Isn't my sister good-looking?" Gu Rongrong didn't know when she came to Su Yang's side. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly, and she said smugly, "Cough, cough. I didn't look. How would I know?" Su Yang's face was hot. He quickly withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to change his slippers. He, I didn't think you would actually be shy. That day wasn't like this," Gu Rongrong said with a delicate smile, following his tone. "I want her to give me a spa treatment. I still want her." Su Yang was teased by Gu Rongrong and became even more embarrassed. He could only ignore her and walk into the house by himself. At that time, it might be because of the different occasions, just like some people don't feel embarrassed when they wear a swimsuit on the beach, but now that you're walking down the street wearing a swimsuit as well, it's definitely different. Gu Rongrong giggled and ran into the living room after her. So she took the remote control and turned on the air conditioner. "This day is just too hot. It's over 30 degrees outside today." Gu Rongrong stood in front of the vertical air conditioner, lifting the hem of her tender yellow skirt as she blew cold air, revealing those impeccable white legs completely. Although she didn't wear stockings, the bright cherry blossom pink nail toes and the tender white of her knee sockets were still exceptionally attractive. Su Yang took a glance and retracted his gaze, saving himself from being laughed at again when she saw him. Chapter 113, The Story of a Poor Family. Gu Yaya from serving out a plate of washed fruits, seeing her sister blowing in front of the air conditioner. She glared at her without any good reason. Still not making tea for the guests, the fat times are going to be exposed. Gu Rongrong's black and white eyes with a smile, jumped and ran over. It's not like I didn't see it when I soaked in the hot springs with him. It's pretty much the same as a bathing suit. Gu Yaya heard her sister mention this. Her pretty face floated up some redness, especially provocative. Also did not dare to look at Su Yang. Put down the fruit and went back to the kitchen. Maybe she was also because after the occasion changed, she remembered that she used to be his teacher, and she was no longer as calm as she was at that time. Gu Rongrong brewed a cup of hot tea for Su Yang, then mysteriously came over to his side and sat down, her bright eyes flickering. "School brother? Are you somewhat looking down on us sisters?" Su Yang picked up the teacup and took a sip, shaking his head. "Before, I might have regretted that Ms. Gu had given up her career, but then after I figured it out, I felt quite admiring of you guys." Gu Rongrong saw him say sincerely, biting her lower lip, continued to lower her voice. "In fact, my sister is quite bitter. Our family in the south is a poor farmer. She is the first year of college tuition, or after the college entrance exams summer job to save up, plus the family's Phil relatives borrowed to get together. The next 4 years are relying on my sister's own clothes and food, part-time jobs to barely finish college. I am 5 years younger than my sister. Originally I do not want to go to college, do not want to give my sister and the family trouble. But my sister insisted that I read, so she stayed in the school teaching salary. In addition to sending part of it to the family to fill the household, it is all for me to study. Originally, after I graduated, I thought that my family's life could be better and better. After all, my sister and I both work, surely can save a lot of money. But I did not expect in more than 2 months ago, I just still in the internship, I heard that the old family's mother fainted and sent to the hospital to find out the liver cancer. A liver transplant is not a small amount of money, waiting for a liver source, the cost of surgery, post-operative care, etc., almost $1 million. My mom cried and told us that we would not be treated, not to mention that the family could not get the money, and even if we borrowed it, we would have to bear millions of debts after the treatment, and my mom said she did not want to drag us down. But my parents have been farming year after year to feed us, to send us to school to have us today. How can we say no treatment is no treatment? So, then my sister happened to pass by the Yaoji recruitment only to quit her job to join the Yaoji. I am my own sneak tracking my sister to know this, and then I also secretly into the job, not my sister took me to my sister also scolded me to let me resign, but I prefer not. But fortunately Wang Mei store manager is a good person, or Yaoji is really good to the new employee welfare. Signed a contract can advance a month's salary. We sisters have money to send my mother to the hospital in Magic City hospitalization. After all, our hometown, that small place of the hospital, is almost impossible to wait to get a matching type of liver source. Su Yang silently listened. This time what Gu Rongrong said was more detailed than what he knew before. It was true that every family had a difficult experience, and many people's choices were forced by life. Who didn't want to live the kind of life where they ate, drank, and had fun every day, living in a mansion and driving a luxury car? But life from the day of birth of all people, basically destined to live in the future. Su Yang used to be an ordinary person, so he better understood the difficulty of wanting to change. Just like Ms. Gu's sisters originally thought that they had finally graduated from college and got ahead, and the days could gradually get better, but then this happened again. Therefore, Su Yang suddenly felt that in this society, this thing called money is really omnipotent, almost able to solve any troubles and difficulties of ordinary people. Seeing that Su Yang was a bit mesmerized, Gu Rongrong giggled and said, "How is it? After listening to this, do you feel that my sister is actually a very great person? At least in my mind she is really great. Sacrificed too much for this family. The delayed age is 28 years old. She has not had a boyfriend." Su Yang looked up at the beautiful and moving figure that was busy in the kitchen and couldn't help but nod. "Teacher Gu is indeed a good woman." Gu Rongrong laughed happily, her tail finger tickling her crystal-clear earlobe, smilingly coming up to the side of his face and said, "Then are you interested in being my brother-in-law?" Smelling the nice fragrance wafting from her body, Su Yang didn't move and leaned towards the sofa, saying seriously, "I may not be able to give Ms. Gu what she wants. And you know what my sister wants?" Gu Rongrong blankly glanced at him. Slender legs a hitch, crossing his legs with a sexy little foot coated with cherry blossom powder, gently scratched on his pant leg. Posture outstanding face with a winking smile. "Why don't you consider how about me?" Su Yang cried and laughed as he slapped her calf away and said, "Let's not joke around. That was all a misunderstanding in the past." Since learning about their sister's story, he inexplicably had some respect in his heart for Ms. Gu's sisters, no longer treating them as spa masters who could act recklessly in the Yao Qi. We won't misunderstand. Let's see how you run tonight. Gu Rongrong thought of the plan with her sister and giggled, picking up a fruit plate and sending it to him. Have some fruit. Chapter 114 Teacher Gu's Cooking. Teacher Gu's cooking skills were not expected to be quite good. At 6 o'clock or so, a sumptuous dinner was placed in front of Su Yang. With 5 dishes and 1 soup, meat and vegetables, it looked like it had all the colors and flavors. How's the flavor? Gu Yao glanced at Su Yang, who was stuffing dishes into his mouth, and smiled as she placed a bottle of fruit wine on the table. Although she wasn't a teacher anymore, the female teacher's instrument that had developed a dignified and reserved demeanor over the years was still so charming. Yummy. It's not even remotely worse than what restaurants do outside. Su Yang sniffed the fragrant breeze that wafted in, and the rest of his eyes were unconsciously attracted by Ms. Gu's stumbling body. Although Ms. Gu's body was just a tight black long-sleeved neck-hanging dress without any decorative jewelry, the waist-cinching design made her curves more conspicuous. The rosy and gentle lips, the delicate snow-white neck, the slender and supple waist. All of this showed that Teacher Gu was also an enchanting and hot special creature. Gu Yao gave another light laugh as if nothing had happened. I was worried that you disliked my poor cooking skills. The sensitive-minded Gu Yao could detect Su Yang's gaze, and although her face was immediately colored with a layer of halo red, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but show a hint of self-satisfaction, and she stood tall with a proud heart. Anyway, in front of him, he had already lost the majesty of a teacher, so why should he still hold the posture of a teacher? Giggle, school brother. This is not my sister's highest level. Today's ingredients were insufficiently purchased. You can come back some other day. It's sure to be even more delicious. Gu Rongrong said with a delicate smile that reached over the white tender little hand to give Su Yang a soup. The 2 sisters sat beside Su Yang on one side, Teacher Gu's warm fragrance, as well as Gu Rongrong's soft fragrance, through the fabric of the silky long skirt, constantly wafted into the end of Su Yang's nose. It made Su Yang's mouth a little dry, and he directly drank a bowl of soup to get slightly better. Isn't this meat dish made too greasy? Gu Yao looked at Su Yang with some surprise and asked. No, it's just that I'm thirsty. Su Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. That soup is still hot. Let's drink some fruit brew first. This is brewed by picking hawthorn by ourselves in our old home, appetizing and eliminating food. Gu Yao took the opportunity to pick up the fruit brew that was placed next to her and poured it into Su Yang's cup. School brother, quickly taste if it's good or not. Gu Rongrong's dainty foot kicked his calf and said with a delicate smile. Su Yang looked at them being so enthusiastic, so he picked up the fruit brew and tasted it. The taste was really good. The taste was refreshing and delicate, elegant and rich. It also had a natural fruity aroma. There was also a little bit of hawthorn's slight astringency. After drinking it, it really opened the stomach and quenched the thirst. The flavor is quite good. Su Yang complimented. Then drink more. Gu Yao continued to refill his cup. Gu Rongrong also took her chopsticks to give him food. School brother, quickly try my sister's braised pork ribs. This is her specialty. I'll just do it myself. Su Yang smiled and continued to eat. As he was surrounded by all the seductive and tantalizing scents, Su Yang ate and drank several cups of the fruit brew. Gu Yao glanced at Su Yang somewhat sheepishly, fished out 2 bank cards from the bag next to him and put them on the dining table in front of him. Su Yang, you'd better take back this bank card. This is. Su Yang looked at the 2 bank cards somewhat strangely. This is what that Heavenly King May store manager gave us. There are $2 million in it. Originally we wanted to use it for my mom's surgery, but you made the hospital waive all of my mom's treatment costs again, so we can't take this money back. Gu Yao's hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her plump face had a faint blush on it as she glanced at Su Yang and said softly, "That way." Su Yang nodded, picked up the 2 bank cards and stuffed them back into her hands. Since they are given out, which is the reason to ask for it back. This is what you deserve. Use it to improve your family or not. Buy a car or a house. Don't pay me back anyway. This is not good, right? We already owe you a big favor. Gu Yao blinked her beautiful eyes with a charming ecstasy. Those oily lips were sexy and shining, hesitantly said. Su Yang boarded up his face and pressed her thin and soft little hand not to let go. If I said for you to accept it, then accept it. When I entrusted you to take care of me in the past, isn't that also a favor? Although his mouth was serious, he was also forced to do so. According to his status now, a random show of his fingers would be enough for them to spend for the rest of their lives. This $2 million was not worth mentioning for the current Su Yang. He had smashed over $100,000 by charging the game. But this amount of money could bring a great improvement to Ms. Gu's family. In the past at school, Mr. Gu looked at his profile as an orphan and took good care of him, helping to find a part-time job and applying for scholarships. Therefore, Suyang was also very eager to pull Teacher Gu's hand. Money is a small matter. Happy mood is the most important. When Guya saw Suyang suddenly being so domineering, her charming eyes rose slightly, and she obediently whispered, "Don't be angry. I'll just accept it." That's right. Only then did Suyang couldn't hold back his laughter. Chapter 115, Hawthorn Brew. Gu Rongrong stared up, looked at Suyang for a while, and suddenly called out, "Sister." He must have bluffed just now, pretending to be so fierce, but in reality, he must have been false. False your ass. Suyang amusingly flicked her a brain crash. Gu Rongrong giggled and gave him another bowl of food. Guyaya also spat out her tongue in amusement, collected the bank card and added fruit brew to Suyang, said with a low smile, "Suyang, your bossy look is actually quite handsome. Is it? No wonder there are so many girls who like overbearing CEOs, so they all like this one." Suyang casually joked. I don't know when it started, but the three of them were getting along more and more naturally. Suyang looked at the time while eating. Knowing that there was no time to see Chun Wanling tonight, he sent her a message. "Yo, schoolmate, this is a report to your girlfriend?" Gu Rongrong then asked him with a delicate smile. "No, it's my friend who I sent to work at Snow Mountain Hospital today. Originally I was going to have dinner with them tonight. Now let them not wait for me," Suyang said without lifting his head as he sent a message. I don't know if it was an illusion. He felt like he was looking at this screen how it was a little shaky. "Come on, school brother. Keep drinking the fruit brew. Didn't you just say it's good?" Gu Rongrong added another cup for him. "Okay. Keep eating." Suyang put down his cell phone, took a sip and continued eating. "Suyang, since you don't want a bank card, is it okay if I toast you?" Guya picked up her own fruit brew and raised it in front of Suyang and said, "It's okay." Suyang clinked his hands with her, and seeing that she drank a cup dry, he himself could only follow suit. "School brother, I also want to drink a cup with you. Sell school sister a face?" Gu Rongrong's little feet ruffled his legs again. "Of course I have to give face to my senior sister." Suyang drank with her again. Just after drinking with Gu Rongrong, Ms. Gu found an excuse to clink glasses with him again, until a large bottle of fruit wine was finished. Suyang smacked his mouth a bit in a bit of a daze. His face was red and hot as he reacted. This isn't right, this is fruit wine." Gu Rongrong giggled daintily. "Yes, this hawthorn brew is a fruit wine fermented by soaking hawthorn in rice wine. What's wrong?" How else am I going to drive? Suyang vaguely said half a sentence without finishing, and directly crooked on the dining table. Hey, school brother. Get up and continue to drink Gu Rongrong tentatively reached out her small white hand and pushed him. Suyang mumbled as he slumped on the dining table, unresponsive. "Sister, he's already drunk." Gu Rongrong laughed lowly and rushed at her sister. Guya reached out and grabbed Suyang's arm and set it on her fragrant shoulder, giving her a blank look and said, "Don't help carry him back to his room yet." "Roger that." Gu Rongrong smiled and stood up, also grabbing Suyang's other arm. Guya's bedroom, wafting a seemingly warm and cozy fragrance. The warmly arranged bed. There was also a large cloth doll. It's hard to imagine that Guya, who used to be a very dignified teacher, would also have such a small girl's side. The two sisters put Suyang carefully into the bed and lie down. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day. Only then did Suyang, with a shriveled look, holding his waist, came out of the old residential area and got into his Porsche. "Teacher Gu, you're too ruthless. Actually counting on me." Suyang opened the car window and let the bright warm summer sunshine spill into the car and shine on his body. Raising his head, he glanced upstairs. Guya and Gu Rongrong still had rosy cheeks on their faces, peeking out of the balcony, smilingly waving goodbye to him. Suyang gritted his teeth and pulled out his cell phone to send them a message. "This class group is just established, and there are only 3 of them in it." Suyang. "Good. You guys, you actually tricked me into drinking fruit wine last night, and even got me drunk." Angry. Gu Rongrong. "Cute. We gave you a chance to choose If you take back the 2 million, we'll pretend nothing happened. But if you don't confiscate it, then it's not our fault." Guya. "Suyang, I'm sorry. In the future if you need anything just come to my class. The teacher will teach you." Shy. Su-young. Cursing? Who the hell came up with this bad idea? Gu Rong Rong. Who came up with it is not important. The important thing is, my sister said you this favor is too big. The little women really cannot repay no way. Snickers. Su-young. Very well. Next time I will definitely get today's scene back. Cracks up. Guyaya. Wait for you to come to Mr. Gu's class again. Oh great. Cheering. Gu Rong Rong. Schoolmates are so cute. Hee-haw. Su-young. Sweeping in the supermarket. After sending the message, Su-young dropped his cell phone, started the car and took off. When he returned to his own villa, Su-young directly flopped down on the soft sofa, half immobile. Teacher Gu's family situation is not very good. What we can help is only money. Su-young muttered, took out his cell phone and opened Teacher Gu's Prestige. Directly clicked on transfer. Su-young. Transferring $5 million, please collect. Open Gu Rong Rong's Wizards again and similarly clicked on transfer. Su-young. Transferring $5 million, please collect. In the class Prestige group, Gu Yaya and Gu Rong Rong popped up at the same time. Gu Yaya. Gu Rong Rong. Question mark. Su-young. This is a remedial lesson for later. Gu Yaya. Isn't this too much? Gu Rong Rong. I also think it's too much. The $2 million from before still have no place to spend it. Su-young. I don't want you guys to think. I want me to think. I don't think it's too much. Listen to me. Change your house, buy yourself a car. Got it? Serious face. Guyaya. Oh, dazed. Gu Rong Rong. Oh, daze. Chapter 116 Fitness Program. Su-young saw that they were so obedient this time. Really still dealing with chicks is to be domineering. Then open Chun Wanling's Weibo. The message she sent last night has not been read yet. Chun Wanling. Brother Xiaoyang, we have returned to Magic City. You have something busy, so don't come over. We also have to organize our luggage tonight. Naughty. Chun Wanling. Brother Xiaoyang. I'm so happy tonight. Have you slept yet? Excited. Chun Wanling. Good night, little brother Yang. Hugs. Chun Wanling. Good morning, little brother Yang. Hugs. Chun Wanling. Brother Xiaoyang. Listen to me. Deanly arranged for me to be the head nurse in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Cindy gave me the job as an assistant, and I was promoted. Happy. Chun Wanling. Brother Xiaoyang, you don't have to worry about me either. My colleagues saw Deanly bring me here and introduce me solemnly. They all thought that I have a backstage. They are very enthusiastic about us. Smiley face. Su-young also saw a selfie sent by Chun Wanling. The pink and white delicate nurse uniform was tightly wrapped around her slim body, with beautiful and alluring curves. Her soft hair was coiled on her head with a pink nurse's cap, exposing her slender neck, as well as the pretty face of that Jiangnan girl. Fancy, delicate young girl wearing a nurse's outfit is really beautiful. Especially the kind of youthful and soft atmosphere still retained in her body is very attractive. Su-young cannot help but think of when he was a child, often by the nurse injection. Grow up is not also have to find a nurse to fight back to be able to do. Smiling, he directly clicked on the transfer again. Su-young. Transfer $1 million, please collect. Chun Wanling seconds back. Stunned brother Xiaoyang. You transfer so much money to me to do what? Su-young. I saw your bag was a bit faded the other day. I'll have time to buy a new one some other day. And didn't I also promise to send you a skirt? Take it. Chun Wanling. But this is too much. Where can I spend it all? Shy. This much what if it wasn't for the fact that Qing Mei didn't know his identity yet, Su-young would have to transfer $5 million high or low. Now can only first write down, later to make up. Su-young continued to dominate the president on the body. I don't think this is a problem. It's your problem and you have to solve it. Chun Wanling. Huh. Su-young. I don't care what you think, listen to me. Chun Wanling. Oh, I'll listen to you. Shy. Su-young. Kissing, that's right. Today I may not have time. Some other day free I will go to see you. Chun Wanling. Well, listen to you. Lips. Su-young shook his head in amusement. It seems that if you want to shut a girl up, you need to be bossy. Otherwise, you'll still have to persuade them if you're nagging. Just at this moment, there was a dripping sound, and an unlocking sound came from the villa's fingerprinted gate. Su-young looked up and saw Jiang Yao in an OL suit. Graceful silhouette appeared in the doorway. Yo, Yang, you are at home? Jiang Yao also saw him. While kicking off her high heels and changing into slippers, she smiled at him. Yeah, just got back. Why did you come over? Su-young looked at Sister Yao Yao's standard Imperial Sister President model set dress And those two stocking legs wrapped in ultra-thin black silk. It was too charming and enchanting. I'll send you washed and dried clothes over Jiang Yao's soft and charming face was wearing a playful smile, and it was just a little bit less of a mature woman's flavorful charm than Yang Yingyu. Oh, Su Yang responded and continued to lie down on the sofa to rest. Jiang Yao pulled her suitcase and walked over, looking at Su Yang's expression of being played out. She couldn't help but laugh again. Did you do something bad last night? Tired like this? Su Yang held Jiang Yao's hand, let her sit down and grunted a few times, said, Sister Yao Yao, I want to work out. Help me find a female personal trainer? In the past, he used to swing every day except for eating, drinking, and sleeping is sitting and playing computer, which has actually quite spoiled the body. If it is not because of the young digestion, it is estimated to become a dead fat house. And now, since he had capital, he had to change his habits. At least when you go to Mr. Gu's class, you won't be turned over by teachers and schoolmates. Jiang Yao sat on Su Yang's side, tucking the curly hair that was spread over her shoulders behind her back, revealing that beautiful soft smiling face. It's okay. It's good that you want to work out. Let Betty be your private tutor. She's a professional in this area. Betty? That foreign girl housekeeper. Su Yang's mind instantly recalled that tall, sexy figure. Jiang Yao nodded. Her slender little hand pressed him on his waist and lightly pounded him. Her eyebrows opened and she smiled. That's right. Since she's your exclusive housekeeper now, she definitely has to serve you as the master. How about letting her instruct you in exercising at the villa's gym tomorrow? Good. I'm lazy anyway. Surely I won't go out to find a gym or anything. Being at home just saves me the trouble. Su Yang naturally had no opinion, comfortably enjoying Sister Yao Yao's waist pounding. Right. Your mom will also come over to have dinner with you later. Do you think you should go take a shower and change your clothes first? Jiang Yao reached out and flipped down Su Yang's shirt. The tip of her finger reached his waist and pinched him, laughing. Only then did Su Yang remember that his clothes were still not changed yesterday. He hurriedly climbed up from the sofa. Sister Yao Yao, then I'll go and take a shower first. Jiang Yao, however, pulled his arm and pointed to her red lips with the look of a deep-rooted woman, pouting her lips and said in a delicate voice, Kiss first. Su Yang felt being Yao Yao's sister see through what he did last night to go. The heart is also some guilt, hugging Yao Yao's sister hard kiss for a few minutes, only then carrying suitcases to go upstairs. Yang is really getting better at kissing it. Jiang Yao lethargically leaned on the sofa and licked her red lips. Her big wavy long hair was made a little messy. Su Yang returned to the room and first hung the suitcase clothes on the check room. How come there's a shirt missing? Su Yang counted the clothes that he just hung up, and it seemed like it was indeed missing. Could it be that I forgot it at the old mansion and didn't pack it back? Forget it, anyway. Sister Yao Yao bought me so many clothes it's not that bad. Su Yang shook his head, grabbed a change of clothes and headed for the bathroom. Chapter 117 The Truth About Wealth. At night, Betty, the exclusive housekeeper, prepared a sumptuous dinner. After Su Yang's trio ate their dinner, they took the red wine they hadn't finished yet and continued to transfer to the living room to continue enjoying the wine while watching TV. Yang, why did you suddenly remember to work out? Yang Yingyu asked as she blinked and looked at her son. Su Yang took a sip of red wine and said helplessly, Because I'm worried that my body won't be able to handle it in the future. It's better to exercise and consolidate my body first while I'm young. The body can't eat it? Yang Yingyu shook her red wine glass and said with a soft smile, There is actually a way to solve this problem. What solution? Su Yang's eyes instantly lit up, raising his eyes to his mom. Yao Yao, bring my bag over. I've prepared something nice especially for you. Yang Yingyu smiled gently, lifting one white lotus jade foot to kick Jiang Yao who was sitting beside her. Okay. Jiang Yao put down her red wine glass and ran to bring Auntie Yu's LV handbag with her ass on the line. Su Yang also watched curiously as his mom took the bag and pulled out a white jade vial inside. What is this? Su Yang stared at this white jade vial and couldn't help but ask. Yang Yingyu smiled and said, Little golden dragon Dan. What? Mom, you're not going to tell me that this world is a martial arts world? Or a world of some kind of immortal cultivation, right? Su Yang couldn't help but ask with wide eyes when he heard this name that resembled a metaphysical novel. Yang Yingyu laughed and said, Yanger, where are you thinking? Now is the modern era of technology. Where is there any martial arts cultivation? Then what is this little golden dragon Dan? Su Yang was truly curious about this specially named contraption. Yang Yingyu didn't directly answer her son's question, but glanced at Jiang Yao who was eager to try, and said in a nice manner, Yao Yao. You explain it in detail to our younger. Jiang Yao got the chance to perform, and immediately responded with a smile and said, Ah Yang, you should have heard that in our ancient times. Chinese medicine was very prosperous, right? Su Yang sat cross-legged on the sofa, looking at Sister Yao Yao's sharp and soft face, nodded his head and said, This I know, ancient Chinese medicine was much stronger than now. Jiang Yao squinted her beautiful eyes like a charming vixen and asked, Then do you know what the reason is? Su Yang pondered for a while. It should be the problem with the inheritance that led to the gradual decline of Chinese medicine, right? That's right. The index finger and thumb of Jiang Yao's delicate little hand pinched, comparing a heart towards Su Yang. Her autumn wave Guanxi Danfeng eyes looked at him and continued to explain. The Chinese medicine studied by our old ancestors is absolutely profound. Only in ancient times, medical skill is equivalent to a craft. It is used to ensure food and clothing. So those famous doctors basically will only pass down their own Chinese medicine recipes and experience in a single line. They would rather bring all their skills into the coffin and never share them with the outside world. Su Yang listened to Jiang Yao's words. His heart seemed to have caught the key to something. A turn of the head to look at the pavilion in sitting beside the gentle and light smile has been looking at him Yang Yu. Mom, you wouldn't be after some ancient famous doctor, right? Su Yang said speculatively. Yang Yu was directly amused by her son's words, let out a giggle and said with a smiling face, That's not true. Now let Mom tell you the internal hidden secrets of the pharmaceutical industry. Su Yang looked like he was listening attentively, staring at his mom's beautiful goose egg face. Yang Yu rationalized her thoughts and said in a very light tone, In the earlier years, because of some historical reasons, many Chinese medicine families were in bad shape and had a very bad and difficult time, and at this time, some pharmaceutical companies saw the business opportunities. They pay a lot of high prices to buy these traditional Chinese medicine families' ancestral secret formula, sign some buyout contracts so that these traditional Chinese medicine family can no longer use the ancestral secret formula in the future. And these large number of ancestral recipes in the hands of the pharmaceutical company did not use the secret formula to make money, but directly into the safe locked up. After all, good medicine is not a good commodity. Once you eat the medicine, how to make money. They acquired those traditional Chinese medicine families' ancestral secret formula is to lock up those easy and spiritual secret formula in the outside world circulation. When Su Yang suddenly heard these industry secrets, he was really sweating a bit. Businessmen were really completely unscrupulous in order to seek profits. Mom, do you mean that this little golden dragon Dan is also one of these ancestral recipes? Su Yang was a little taken back now and asked in shocked disbelief. That's right, Mom also has a pharmaceutical company in her hands, which was founded by your grandfather back then, and a large number of ancient prescriptions are also stored in the safe. Yang Yu said here, sighed and continued, Younger, it's not that Mom doesn't want to disclose these prescriptions, but the things involved here are too big, pulling one hair and affecting the whole body, so we can only try to slowly integrate the prescriptions into the medicines and then roll them outwards. It may be that this process will be very long, but there really isn't much that can be done about it. This I can understand. Su Yang didn't have the idea of having to do that, breaking the industry's interest bar himself. Yang Yu's eyes were still gentle and watery. Younger, you have to remember one thing. Money can be earned again when it's gone, but conscience will only earn more when it's gone, and that's the truth of wealth. Chapter 118 Little Golden Dragon Dan. Su Yang felt his brain was shocked quite violently, took a deep breath and changed back to the topic just now. Mom, then what is the origin of this little golden dragon Dan? This origin is awesome. Yang Yu raised her white jade-like forehead, looked at her son and said, The prescription for making the little golden dragon Dan is bought by a Chinese medicine family that has been passed down for 1,000 years. And I heard that their ancestors were the emperor's imperial physicians. And this little golden dragon Dan is a drug that is specialized in fitness and aphrodisiacs for the ancient emperors, and according to the secret recipe, as long as you take one for a week, you can constantly tone up your body, and it only takes 3 years of time, and nightly wielding 1,000 women is no big deal. My mom, so powerful? Su Yang's eyes were glowing with gold. Yang Yu's fragrant fingertips turned this small jade bottle, releasing an unparalleled elegance between her hands and feet, smilingly said, Along with this small golden dragon Dan acquired from this Chinese medicine family, there is also a prescription for cold fragrance pill, which is given to the court ladies to take, and it can restore beauty and anti-aging. I have eaten this cold fragrance pill with your Yao Yao sister. Hearing this, Su Yang surveyed his mom's googly-eyed face with moth eyebrows, square forehead, long eyes and shell teeth, and white skin. He couldn't help but marvel. Mom, is this really so effective? There aren't any side effects, right? After all, how he heard it all felt amazing, just like the legend. Yang Yingyu smiled demurely and elegantly and said, "These two kinds of pills in the past we have tried to match some of them according to the ratio of the prescription, and then got to the laboratory of the Snowy Mountain Hospital and carried out laboratory analysis with highly sophisticated equipment. The final data show that these herbs together do not appear harmful side effects. I can only say that the old ancestors' Chinese medicine prescription is really powerful. With different amounts and different herbs, it can form a marvelous chemical effect and produce such a miraculous toning effect. Then I'll have to eat hard." Su Yang took that white jade vial from his mom's small hand and said cheerfully. Jiang Yao covered her mouth and laughed at him. "Still eating vigorously? Be careful of nosebleeds. Young, it's enough for you to eat at most one little golden dragon dan a week. Its herbs are precious and very tonic. It's not suitable to eat too much at once." Yang Yingyu also softly admonished. "I know, I'll just say it." Su Yang was delighted to get the precious medicine and was in a very happy mood. This was a treasure that only the upper-class people could understand and come into contact with. It seems that in the past, as an ordinary person, there were still too few things that he could get in touch with. Early the next morning, July 6th, Su Yang slept and woke up naturally, suddenly feeling that his waist was not sore, his legs were not soft, and his essence was very full. "My mom. This effect is really immediate." Su Yang stood in front of the floor mirror, looked at his face, moved his arms and legs, and couldn't help but let out a gasp. Last night, he followed his mom's instructions and ate a little golden dragon dan before going to bed. This elixir was heard that the main herb was a wild 100-year-old wild ginseng, smelling a faint ginseng flavor, eating it was a little bit sweet and bitter, and then he felt that his stomach was hot and his body was warm. Su Yang originally only held the mentality of trying it out, but really did not expect the effect to come out so quickly. It seems that the ancient Chinese medicine practitioners were indeed very powerful. In addition to the fact that the prescription was lost and artificially refrigerated, there was also the fact that many of the current medicinal herbs were artificially grown. Not as effective as the ancient kind of wild harvested medicines. Just like the little golden dragon dan that Su Yang ate last night, I heard that it was all very precious wild herbs that made the medicinal properties so sufficient. The old ancestors' Chinese medicine is really something. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh again, so he changed his clothes and went downstairs in a good mood. Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao had already gone to work at the company and he was still in the vacation stage. Only the foreign girl housekeeper Betil was waiting in the living room. Last night, when he was setting up dinner, Su Yang had told her to come and teach him fitness this morning. "Hi, Betil." Su Yang smiled and greeted this blonde, blue-eyed, foreign girl housekeeper. "Good morning, young master. Breakfast is already prepared. Why don't you have breakfast first and then we'll work out?" Betty had already slightly understood some of her own young master's character, and wasn't as formal as she was at the beginning, blinking those blue oceanic eyes through a wink at Su Yang with a flirtatious smile on her face. "It's okay." Su Yang followed her and sat on the dining table, glancing sideways at Betty's dress. Today, this foreign girl housekeeper had purposely changed into a set of black shorts and undershirt, which even more completely showed off her tall and hot figure. To be honest, Betty was really in line with the aesthetics of the country's people. Her waist was very slim, but her thighs were plump and slender, and her skin was snow white. Coupled with her voluptuous looks, reddish lips, and ocean-colored blue eyes, she was definitely a seductive foreign girl to the extreme. Betty's demeanor intimately placed her breakfast in front of Su Yang, her charming blue eyes blinking. "Young master, you might want to change into another set of workout clothes later on is better. I've already brought it over for you. Your casual clothes are not very suitable for exercise." Chapter 119 Foreign Girl Personal Tutor. Su Yang was still very satisfied with this foreign girl housekeeper's work. Basically, she was able to do things in a thoughtful manner. Then again, is it true that you know how to work out? Su Yang ate his breakfast while sweeping a glance at her exposed snow-white abdomen. The skin on there was delicate and soft, with only a shallow waistline and a cute long diamond-shaped belly button. Betty's two small hands were crossed over her slender waist, and she teased. "Does young master think that women who work out all come with very obvious muscles? That's only for heavy fitness enthusiasts. I think women still have to be soft and beautiful, so I only keep my fitness moderate." Su Yang ha-had. "I agree with this point. I definitely will only work out moderately as well. Keeping a good body shape is okay. I don't want to be a big muscle man." He remembered that Song Yamin had told him that girls didn't like big muscular men. Since he now had the little golden dragon dan to temper his body, it was just the right time to properly work out some natural muscle lines in his body shape as well. Therefore, Suyang was now planning to internally nourish and externally train, moderately making himself a bit muscular to increase his waist strength and whatnot. Just like Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao, both of them would also practice yoga occasionally, saying that it would make their body softer and more dexterous. Anyway, these were all considered a form of exercise to keep their figures in shape. After waiting for breakfast, Suyang changed into a set of fitness clothes that Betty brought. Young master, working out is actually a very dull and boring thing, so a little music is needed. Betty laughed softly and turned on the gym stereo, playing pleasant and relaxing light music. Where shall we start practicing first? Suyang was already eager to stretch and swing his arms to start stretching. As a newcomer, it's best to be the treadmill. Betty came forward and intimately took Suyang's arm, pulling him to the side of several automatic treadmills. How does this work? Suyang was actually no stranger to treadmills. He had seen a lot of them on TV and movies, but he hadn't really tried using them himself. Young master, you stand up first. I'll teach you how to use it, Betty said with a delicate smile as she tied up her long curly golden hair. Suyang nodded and walked onto an automatic treadmill. Betty's hot body leaned against the front operating table, pointing on it with those slender fingers to give Suyang a detailed introduction. Young master, this treadmill is the latest model. It can be adjusted to different inclines and speeds. It can also use the heart rate speed control function. Here is the exercise interface. This thing is not difficult for young people. It is the same as the operation of electronic products. Anyway, there are words and logos on the screen. What Suyang lacked the most was just professional guidance for newcomers to fitness. Therefore, after watching Betty roughly clicking on the various functions to introduce them once, his gaze moved along this hot foreign girl's slender arms to her white, moist, and smooth thighs. The legs of this foreign girl housekeeper of his own home were also outstanding, snow white and round with flesh. The texture was like gelatin. It could be called supermodel legs. Young master, let's start the trial run now? Betty could naturally feel Suyang's gaze, but she just smiled sweetly and continued to instruct. It's best for newcomers to just start at the slowest speed. You can walk slowly on it first. No problem. Suyang withdrew his gaze and just followed what she said, starting to walk slowly like walking. It had to be said that Betty was still very professional about fitness, and was also very patient to explain some of the issues of stride length and the rhythm of fast and slow. After jogging for half an hour, Suyang's forehead was already slightly sweaty before he stopped. Betty picked up the towel hanging around her neck to wipe his sweat, and said with a delicate smile, Young master, you're almost warmed up now. Let's go practice something else. Okay. Suyang came down from the treadmill, looked down at the pretty foreign girl lifting her wrist to wipe his sweat, praised, Betty, you're doing a good job as a fitness personal trainer too. Hearing the compliment, Betty's heart was delighted. Standing on her tiptoes, she kissed Suyang's face and laughed. Thank you for the young master's compliment. It's also my first time to teach someone. Is this foreign girl all letting go of her own accord like this? Suyang glanced at this blonde butler and kept blindly pondering in his heart. In fact, how could he know that Yang Yingyu had long explained to Betty that not only should she do her own part, she also needed to fulfill all of her own young master's requests, no matter if they were reasonable or unreasonable. And naturally, Betty's heart also had some non-consensual thoughts about the crown prince, and was looking forward to the opportunity to spend a romantic moment with the crown prince. Young master, let's do some strength training next. Betty began to introduce Suyang to another kind of fitness equipment. Suyang followed her instructions and grabbed a barbell in front of him with both hands. Young master, your gesture is not right. This will hurt your wrist. Betty stuck over from behind. Her two soft little hands grabbed Suyang's palms and corrected the misalignment for him. Got it. Just don't fold your wrist back, right? Suyang said with a light smile. That's right. Betty let out a delicate laugh. Her turquoise blue eyes flashed with exotic flavorful winks, and she didn't let go and retreated, continuing to say with a smile, Let's do 2 sets to try it out, and I'll teach you how to power it up. Okay. Suyang, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, grasped the barbell together with her and lifted it up. Young master, you're great. I didn't expect that you look quite skinny, but your strength is quite big. Betty's face was swirling with a charming smile. Maybe it's because I played basketball a lot in school. Suyang was quite enjoying being complimented by the foreign girl. Betty's red lips came to Suyang's ear and said, Young master, I wonder if you've ever ridden a horse? It's actually considered a form of exercise. Oh. What horse? Suyang's heart was enlightened, raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Betty clucked and winked to his ear and said 2 words. Chapter 120. giving a gift to mom. Su-young just like this all day long followed Betty to learn all kinds of exercise methods. Until the afternoon, Jiang Yao got off work and let Xiao Qing drive over to pick him up before they went out to eat together. I have to say, the effect of that little golden dragon Dan is still remarkable. At least the legs don't hurt and the waist isn't sore after the workout. Jiang Yao's fragrant lips heavily nibbled on his chin and asked him with a smile, "My good young master, how was the fitness practice today?" The corner of Su Yang's mouth revealed a smile. "Not bad. Learned quite a lot of fitness equipment. Betty is indeed a pretty good fitness personal trainer. Not only does she teach by word, but also by example, and made me a training program to follow up and carry out every day. That's good. The women your mom sends to your side can be very clean. I'm afraid you have a mental cleanliness fetish." Jiang Yao meant it. Her soft face was extraordinarily beautiful under the city night light. Su Yang's face heated up. "Although I have passed through all the flowers during this period of time, but I can still keep picking Sister Yao Yao one, and didn't do anything including Teacher Gu." "Really?" Jiang Yao smiled and pinched his cheek. "Of course it's true. It's just that Teacher Gu said that I don't take lessons from her properly and blamed me for always talking back. So I said that I like Sister Yao Yao the most," Su Yang said in a serious manner. Jiang Yao amusingly touched his face and said with a wink, "Why are you so sweet-mouthed today? Which is not as sweet as Sister Yao Yao's little mouth," Su Yang said cheekily. Jiang Yao smiled and gave him another kiss on his face. "I believe you. I didn't hurt you for nothing." Su Yang wrapped her waist and sat on the back seat, reaching out to hold Jiang Yao's tender hand, which was coated with red nails that were bright and crystal clear and very beautiful. "Yao Yao sister, why do you girls like to paint nail polish? Small hands are also painted. Feet are also painted. Also not afraid to poison me to death. Although this thing looks beautiful and pretty, but Su Yang has had a lesson with Ms. Gu before and gained insights. He is really worried that he will be poisoned." Jiang Yao giggled. "I don't know about other girls, at least you don't have to worry about poisoning me and your mom. The nail polish we both use are top-quality natural edible plants made. Color protection is also transparent sugar gel, insoluble in water. Only specific nail polish remover can dissolve. So, this is all edible nail polish." "Really?" Su Yang skeptically grabbed Jiang Yao's delicate little hand, lowered his head to contain her refreshing fingertips, and said in amazement, "It seems like it's still slightly sweet." Jiang Yao drew back her small hand with a red face and gave him a blank look. "Right? So you can eat it with confidence. You don't have to worry about being poisoned." "Sister Yao Yao, then do you like the color red?" Su Yang suddenly remembered that among the women he knew, basically all of them had nail polish of various colors. Mom was crystal purple, Sister Yao Yao was crystal red, Teacher Gu was deep rose red, Gu Rongrong was cherry blossom pink, Chan Wanling was transparent light pink, and Betty was pomegranate red. "It's not that I like it a lot. It's just that red is the color favored by the public. Your mother, on the other hand, likes purple the most." Jiang Yao smiled sweetly and added, "By the way, your sister-in-law who hasn't met yet, her favorite color is yellow." Su Yang nodded in understanding and asked curiously, "Then does my mom have any special hobbies?" "Of course it's you." Jiang Yao's stunning and flawless face carried a derisive smile. Su Yang didn't have the good sense to grab Jiang Yao's delicate little hand and bit on the back of her hand. "Don't say laugh. I'm serious." "I am also serious," Jiang Yao said with a charming smile. "If I have to say one, it's a resin specimen. Your mom likes things that can be preserved for eternity." "Resin specimen? Like the amber kind?" When Su Yang heard this, the first thing that came to mind was amber. Because amber is a resin specimen, it is also considered a transparent biological fossil. It is formed by using plant resin drops to encase some plants or insects and buried underneath for millions of years. Pretty much. But your mom prefers flower specimens. Jiang Yao's eyes inadvertently flashed a hint of a conspiratorial look, narrowing her eyes as she said, "Flowers." Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly, and he hurriedly said to Jiang Yao, "Sister Yao Yao, then after we finish eating, you help me find a resin taxidermy store. I want to buy a specimen for my mom." For so many days, Yang Yingyu had given him a lot of things, but he hadn't given his mom any single gift. And at this time, when he heard Jiang Yao talking about his mom's hobby, Su Yang decided that he had to give his mom a gift as well before he could do so. "It can be, I happen to know where there is a very famous resin taxidermy store in Magic City," Jiang Yao said with a little foxy face. Chapter 121 Young Master, if only you were still around. At the same time, in a cozy and elegantly decorated boudoir, Chun Wanling was leaning against the head of her bed, videoing with her own mother, Wilson. "Mom, I'm doing well in Magic City, so don't worry. Look at the dormitory I'm living in. And your daughter has even been promoted to head nurse of the obstetrics and gynecology department now. Zhou Huiyun, look at this complacency of yours. Isn't it thanks to your Xiaoyang brother backing you up?" "That's right, brother Xiaoyang is the best to me." Chun Wanling smiled and asked, "Where's my dad?" Zhou Huiyun, blowing off steam outside the kiosk. "You talk to your dad," Chun Wanling's mom said, and walked out to hand her dad his cell phone. Chun Yong fanned himself with a bushel fan and looked happily at his daughter and said, "How's it going, Linger? Didn't you go shopping with Xiaoyang in the past 2 days?" "No, Xiaoyang brother has something busy these 2 days," Chun Wanling said, suddenly furtively lowered her voice and said, "Dad, my mom is not around, right?" "No, your mom went back to watch the store." Chun Yong knew that his daughter had something to say as soon as he saw her like this. "Dad, that Xiaoyang brother transferred $1 million to me yesterday." Chun Wanling hesitated for a moment, but still told her dad. "Oh." Chun Yong raised his eyebrows, but didn't have much of a reaction. "Dad, what kind of expression is this, 1 million oh? Not $100. Chun Wanling blinked her bright eyes and repeated, "If Xiaoyang gives it to you, just spend it. Our two families haven't seen each other since we were kids, moreover. Haven't you liked your brother Xiaoyang since you were a kid? I think it would be good to find a time to pledge you to your Xiaoyang brother." Chun Yong said playfully. "Dad, you just talk nonsense, hang up." Chun Wanling hung up the video in a panic as if her cheeks were on fire. While Chun Yong looked at the already disconnected Prestige video, he was looking up at the direction of the back mountain in a daze. "Young master, you have been gone for 8 years. Sometimes, I wonder if you wouldn't have gotten into trouble if I hadn't brought you to my old hometown to live in seclusion back then. The young master has already recognized his mother, and that day Madam also came to Qinjia town. When I first saw Madam, I was almost scared to death. Fortunately, Madam does not know me. When I was your close bodyguard, the information was only in your hands and did not walk in the open, so it did not reveal. It seems that the mother-son relationship between the young master and Madam is also being repaired smoothly. Only, the young master always has to go back to recognize his ancestors. After all, in the Su family's generation, the young master is the only one with a handle. The entire Lingnan family business is still waiting for the young master to take over. The letter you left for me to send to the Su family is still hidden in the compartment of my room. At first, I thought that, young master, you were not too careful to write letters to Madam and the Su family in advance when you were still alive. Later, when you were killed in a car accident, I realized that you wanted things to be foolproof. Life and death is really in a moment, accident and tomorrow. Really, who knows which will come first? Those who die in accidents probably don't think about how they will die, right? Young master, you're such a smart person, but in order to keep a low profile and not show your face, you gave up your brain power and went to the construction site to move bricks to make money. This perseverance is also no one. It's also fortunate that you left a letter behind. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know who to give the young master to. Now that the young master has been reunited with his wife, it won't be long before the letter you asked me to send to the Su family is sent out. By that time, young master, you should also return to your ancestral land, so you don't have to be buried in another country. And young master will probably face a big choice by then, right? If Madam and the Su family knew that I was the one who helped young master cover for his new identity back then, they would probably have the heart to kill me, right? Haha, young master, it would be great if you were still around. On the other side, one of the top hotels in Magic City, Bund Peninsula Hotel. Yang Yingyu was sitting in a luxurious private dining room with 3 noblewomen like beautiful women. Any of the outstandingly beautiful women sitting here could call the shots in the country. The most prominent among them were naturally Yang Yingyu sitting in the center and a charming mature woman with a beauty mole in the corner of her eye. The other 2 women were sitting on either side of Yang Yingyu and the beauty mole woman. Because they were all top domestic noblewomen, these 4 women all wore beautiful dresses to the gathering. Yang Yingyu had even changed into a set of gorgeous gold silk embroidered long cheongsam that was worth a lot of money and was privately customized. Coupled with her dignified and noble temperament, paired with the flowing jewelry, she exuded the aura of a queen all over her body. Chapter 122, Yang Yingyu's Circle of Friends. It's still comfortable to hide in an air-conditioned room. A while ago I went down to research and almost didn't pass out from the sun. The beauty mole mature woman, cupping her charmingly beautiful face, said with a pitiful look. Her name was Hua Moyan, the 2nd-generation leader of the Magic City's top mansion. The Hua family, a grown-up in Magic City, unmarried. If Yang Yingyu owned half of Magic City's wealth, then she was the woman with the greatest power in Magic City. Who let you pick this time to run around? It's not bad that you didn't get a tan. Yang Yingyu playfully sipped a mouthful of red wine and laughed softly. Her beautiful legs were folded into two legs, and the tail hem of her cheongsam fluttered. I can't help it, work needs. Hua Moyen supported her chin with one hand. The other hand also took a sip of red wine. This posture is just the heart of her halter dress, revealing a wonderful career line. Sitting next to Yang Yingyu, wearing a shoulder-length dress, revealing a perfect shoulder and neckline, exuding a beautiful noblewoman with the flavor of Jiangnan's smoky rain, joked at her and said, "Is it a need for work? Or is it to escape from the family's urging for marriage?" This plump noblewoman with light eyebrows and full of charm. If Su Yang was here, he would definitely be able to recognize her. That is linen rich woman Song Shuyuan. After her divorce, she relied on her cooperation with Yang Yingyu to get a foothold in linen and seize the power of the family group. Don't mention it, you guys know me. Hua Moyen stomped on the ground with some annoyance. The pair of beautiful crystal high heels that were stepped on by the fine and smooth jade feet, emitting a clear and crisp sound of clattering. Many people might not know that this city elder was a lesbian. When she was young, in order to resist the marriage, she set the goal of becoming the head of a city before the age of 28. And if she failed to accomplish the goal, she agreed to the marriage, but requested that the Flower family could not interfere with her, could not purposely create difficulties to suppress it, and did not borrow the Flower family's power. Then a person transferred to a poor countryside place, from the local small official to do, also really let her in the 28 years old that year rose to the city mayor of that third-tier city. Finally, the Flower family and her body to see her in the officialdom potential, also do not want to marry her out, let her insist on their own ideas but also step by step to help her pave the way so that she this year also only early 40s became the Magic City, this international metropolis of the city mayor. Only the Flower family in the beginning of this year, and feel that Flower Fomian's age has reached the point that cannot be delayed. Otherwise, she will really be alone in the future, and began to persuade her to find a partner, although not forced but also annoying to mention every day. Sitting next to Hua Moyen, the beautiful woman who had not said anything, but with a light elegance between her eyes and eyebrows, smiled at this time and said, "Have you guys noticed that Ingyu's face seems to be a lot rosier than the last time we met?" This light, elegant, beautiful woman wearing a backless dress, her snow-white jade back was completely exposed. Actually was also Su Yang's acquaintance, the female president of Jinxiu Trading Lu Rumei, the daughter of the Magic City Mansion Lu parents because of the body cannot bear children and the marriage object withdrawal. Fortunate to get acquainted with the three people here. Only in the Lu family has a certain right to speak, Hua Moyen's playmate. When Hua Moyen and Song Shuyuan heard this, they both blinked their beautiful eyes and stared at Yang Yingyu, who was sipping wine with the elegance and skill of a queen with her legs crossed. Song Shuyuan revealed a flirtatious smile. It seems to be a lot more rosy. Her complexion feels a lot more nourished than before. Hua Moyen directly took one of Yang Yingyu's arms. Her beautiful eyes dotted with beauty moles were soft and feminine. She said cheekily, "Yingyu, your complexion isn't right? How come you look like a woman in love?" "Off." Yang Yingyu smiled and scolded her, gently pushing away her demonic body that climbed over to her, still maintaining the aura of 8 winds of immobility, faintly smiling. "However, I really do have a man living in my heart right now." As soon as she said this, apart from Lu Rumei, the remaining 2 women were completely stunned. Just now, Hua Moyen was just joking. After all, there were a lot of powerful noble women south of the Yangtze River, and they were able to get acquainted together. It was because they were all currently single and strong women, they all viewed men as nothing, and there were even individuals who hated men or were naturally averse to men. That's why they can get together and become friends. After all, if one's own private small circle, there is a happy family noblewoman, every day get together to say her husband how much she loves her so much and so on, then how can other people chat? Only people with similar temperaments and encounters can have a common language and become bosom friends. But this time, but heard a natural aversion to men queen actually said their hearts live a man, how can not let these a few girlfriends shocked. Flowers foam yen beauty eyes depth is flashed a trace of loss, that face value not less than Yang Yingyu's enchanting noblewoman face, but completely unobtrusive, a face of gossip asked, "Yingyu, who is that man? How old is he? How does he look?" Said the name you do not recognize. This year just turned 22 years old. Looks well, of course is handsome to my lost soul. Yang Yingyu looked at them derisively and said with a smile. Sitting next to her, Song Shuyuan was stunned for a while before covering her mouth and crying out, "My God! No way, Yingyu! So young? 22 years old? You've only just graduated from college, right? Lu Rumei, who was sitting next to Hua Mo Yen, also flashed her beautiful eyes and said in a cooperative manner, pretending to be surprised. After Hua Mo Yen froze for a while, she also blinked and laughed. Ingyu, so you like to eat young grass? Eat your head. Yang Ingyu gave them a blank look and stopped teasing them, smiling faintly as she directly revealed. The man who can live in my heart is naturally my own son. Chapter 123. Song Shuyuan who turned the river upside down. My own son. The moment these words came out, the three peach-like noblewomen stared at each other with wide eyes. Didn't Yang Ingyu's own son die in a plane crash with her husband? What's going on here? The only one who was surprised was Hua Mo Yen, who quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Rumei, on the other hand, secretly observed Song Shuyuan and Hua Mo Yan's expressions with interest. After Yang Ingyu finished telling these three bosom friends all about how she recovered her own son. So that's how it is. Ingyu, you really startled me. I told you that you are naturally averse to men. How could you still fall in love with a man? Hua Mo Yen patted her heart with a frightened expression and said, or else what did you think? In this world only my son can make physical contact with me. Other men are disgusting to look at. Yang Ingyu elegantly picked up her red wine glass and shook it as she laughed softly. Song Shuyuan became a bit curious and gossiped. Ingyu, when your son was first born, we all still hugged him. What has he grown into now? Yeah. I'm also curious about what your son looks like. Ingyu. Hua Mo Yen also eagerly looked at Yang Ingyu and asked with a smile. Nah, my cell phone wallpaper is my son's picture. Let's show you a few ant-generation old ladies. Yang Ingyu pulled out her cell phone from her own bag and handed it to a few close friends to enjoy. Hua Mo Yen's hand is fast. Snatched the phone over after lighting up the phone. The wallpaper on it is the selfie that Su-yang sent to his mom before, but he didn't expect that his mom would use it for the wallpaper of his phone. Hey, it's really a little handsome boy. His eyes and mouth are more like Ingyua. At a glance, I know it's a very pleasing child. Hua Mo Yan's charmingly flowing eyes were staring at Su Yang's photo and said with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Let's see. Song Shuyuan couldn't wait any longer and directly got up and stepped on her high heels and walked over, her pair of flesh silk legs exuding a soft white luster under the hem of her skirt. Only, when Song Shuyuan saw that photo on her cell phone, she was suddenly just stunned and looked at Su Yang in the photo in surprise. He actually is Yang Ingyu's own son. Song Shuyuan's heart turned over, recalling the scene from the first time she saw Su Yang. No wonder it felt as if Lu Rumei's attitude towards Su Yang was unusual at first. As if she was dreaming, Song Shuyuan recalled the several humiliating things she had encountered by Su Yang during her time with him, and suddenly blushed, feeling more and more ashamed. Lu Rumei also came over, tilted her head and looking at the wallpaper on the phone, delicately soft smile. Indeed, very much like Inuit, let a person look at the heart melted, did not think that back then only two hands can be held in the arms of the baby, have grown so big. Then raising her head, she found Song Shuyuan looking extremely complicated, and asked with a charming smile, Shuyuan, what's wrong with you? Ingyu's son, Su Yang, you should already know him. Song Shuyuan looked at her slightly smiling expression. Her face was hot. She cursed herself for being confused, actually having so many dilemmas with Ingyu's son. Her heart was in turmoil, but on her mouth, she scolded, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why didn't you tell me earlier that Su Yang is Ingyu's son? Lu Rumei smiled coquettishly and nuzzled. This was Ingyu's idea. You can't blame it on me. Yang Ingyu smiled warmly, her brows always coalesced with a distinctive dignified nobility, and said softly, Shuyuan, it's not that I intentionally wanted to hide this from you, but Yonger hadn't formally recognized me yet, and if I let you know about it in advance, it would be the same as if you were all playing along with my son, which would make my son's hard work all for nothing. Song Shuyuan naturally could also figure this out, and at the same time reacted to the fact that they didn't know about their dilemma with Su Yang, and her mood became brighter, so she giggled and said, no wonder when I saw Su Yang's features. They looked familiar, so it's Ingyu's son. Hua Mo Yen looked at them straight on, finally finding a chance to interject. What are you all talking about? Only then did Lu Rumei smile and nourishly recount to her what had happened during this period of time. Oh, the feeling that you all know Xiao Yang, and I'm the only one who hasn't seen it. Hua Mo Yen's eyes with a beauty mole looked at Song Shuyuan and said with a smile, Shuyuan, so it seems that you still have a chance to become in-laws with Ingyu? Song Shuyuan didn't hide the fact that she would continue to rely on the Yang family's heart, with a charming smile on her face. If Ingyu doesn't have a problem with it, I'm sure it's fine with me. It's a blessing to have such a handsome son-in-law. In her heart, she couldn't help but think, I treat you as my friend, but you actually want to be my daughter-in-law? Yang Yingyu laughed in a gentle voice. I wouldn't interfere with who Yonger would marry as a daughter-in-law. As long as my Yonger likes it, I can accept it. Chapter 124. Speech Without Fear. Song Shuyuan hurriedly shook off the absurd thoughts in her head and pretended to be normal as she turned towards Hua Mo Yen, winked and smiled. Hear that? Yingyu doesn't have a problem with it. Now it's up to the children to develop on their own. Beautiful you. Hua Mo Yen, also charmingly moving smile, recalled. I remember that year once we went to Yingyu home to see this little guy. You from the hand of Yingyu carefully picked up the little guy. This little guy was woke up. There is still get-up breath, a mouth on the bite you lie on. Song Shuyuan gorgeous face suddenly some slightly red. The pair of water-filled eyes hiding a layer of charming watercolor also revealed the color of memories. At that time my home miner also just quit not long. Maybe this little guy smelled the taste, directly ate up, really small glutton That is, Yingyu's son, I just tease him to play. This little guy also Thursday, hold will only grab soft. If not back then by that Su family old four secretly take away, I all may recognize him as godson. Hua Mo Yen remembered the events of that year. Looking at Su Yang's photo also can't help but have more love and joy. Lu Rumei covered her mouth and laughed at her. If I really gave you a godson, I would be spoiled by you. The four noble women were all close girlfriends who knew each other well and talked without fear. Ooh, you guys are still talking about me. Weren't you two both having this idea at that time? Only not yet implemented. There was that incident. We would not dare to premise this little guy in Yingyu face, for fear of evoking her sadness. Poor this little guy at that time has not been weaned. A day-to-day only to eat the mother's breast milk baby. Hard to be brought to the poor countryside backwater to drink milk powder. Hua Mo Yen stretched out her white delicate hand, caressing the wallpaper on the cell phone. Yang Yingyu by her words also evoked the painful memories of that year, staring blankly at the cell phone screen held by her. Eyes a little moist, murmured, Fortunately, my son is still back. Hua Mo Yen keenly sensed her emotions and immediately clenched her teeth with the same hatred. Back then, when I heard that the Su family's oldest four actually dared to take and run away with the little guy, I was so angry that I really wanted to grab him and throw him into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Yang Yingyu waved her small hand that was painted with colorful purple manicure. Forget it. Don't mention him. Only then did Hua Fo Yen stop spitting, and the topic reverted back to Su Yang's body, smiling with an odd expression. I still remember who else did this little guy pee in his arms at that time? Lu Rumei's fair face flushed red, pursed her red lips and laughed. He peed in my arms. This little guy is naughty. Song Shuyuan also temporarily forget those embarrassing things, cannot help but giggle. At that time the little guy still do not like to wear diapers, think wrapped boring, a crotch pants to our arms to climb. I really did not expect. A turn of the eye is 22 years ago. Yeah. Back then we were just 18 and early 20s. I really didn't expect time to pass so fast. I feel like I'm still a young girl. Hua Mo Yen also said with some sighs. Yang Yingyu gently smiled and said, Fo Yen, as long as your heart doesn't age, then you will always be a young girl. I feel like I'm standing with my son like a sister and brother. That's for sure. If it wasn't for the fact that I've known you for so many years, I would think that you and the little guy are brother and sister. Hua Mo Yen said exaggeratedly. Yang Yingyu glared at her in amusement and anger. Lu Rumei remembered someone at this time, and curiously asked Yang Yingyu, Yingyu, when will your sister Bingruo return to China? It's been quite a long time since I've seen her. Yang Yingyu also missed her sister, and softly said, My sister. She's still busy setting up a new foreign and domestic trade route, so I guess it will take some time. Song Shuan asked suspiciously, Bingruo still doesn't know about Xiaoyang? She was the one who loved her nephew the most back then, and she would rely on your bed every day to coax him to sleep. Yang Yingyu's expression was still very graceful, smilingly said, I haven't told her yet. I plan to wait for her to come back and then give her a surprise. Yingyu, then when can I meet Xiaoyang as well? Hua Mo Yen asked expectantly. Yang Yingyu looked at Hua Mo Yen and Song Shuyuan, who were also looking over, and smiled. When I go back and talk to him, then I'll make an appointment with you guys, so it'll be a good time to get reacquainted. Okay, then we'll all be waiting. I'm really looking forward to seeing the little one I hugged back then with my own eyes. Hua Mo Yen narrowed her eyes and smiled. An extremely beautiful and slender little hand mischievously flicked underneath Su Yang's selfie like when he was a child. Chapter 125. You are a gift and a robbery. Many people say that the queen of Magic City, Yang Yu, is a cold and overbearing crazy lot of beautiful bad women. Her body was unrivaled, her looks were upside down, but she was a poisonous rose that no one dared to touch. But no one would have thought that such a gut-wrenching queen would be standing at the entrance of the villa at night, like a watchtower stone, looking forward to her son's return home. At 10 o'clock at night, a Porsche drove into the villa. Su-yong sat in the passenger seat, just entered the courtyard, through the front windshield to see the mother standing in front of the door waiting. When the car was parked, he pushed the door to get off the car with a beautiful gift box. "Mom, why are you standing here?" Su-yong shouted as he ran towards Yang Ingyu's side. Yang Ingyu was attached to her son and greeted her with a soft smile. "I couldn't help but come out to take a look when I saw that you hadn't come back so late." Yang Ingyu hugged her running son and smiled softly. "Mom, didn't I send you a message to come back later?" Su-yong enjoyed this feeling of being embraced by his mother's love. Looking down at his mom, who was only up to the tip of his nose, he said, "It's fine. I was bored alone, so I wanted to wait for you outside." Yang Ingyu also raised her pretty googly-eyed face and looked at her son, who was already half a head taller than herself, and smiled happily. This kind of being able to cozy up with her son was a scene that used to only appear when she was dreaming. Luckily, the heavens did not let her die alone and returned her precious son to her. "Oh, well, why are you guys at home and still not going in?" Sunbathing in the moonlight. Jiang Yao has also walked over from the back. Her OL-set skirt wrapped around her full moon leather drums, and the lines of her long black silk legs are even more sexy. "Mom, go. Go in and show you the little treasure I prepared for you." Su-yong pulled his mom's hand and walked towards the villa. "What little treasure, ah?" Yang Ingyu curiously blinked her phoenix eyes curiously and asked. "You'll know later." Su-yong smiled mysteriously and raised the gift box held in his other hand. After the three of them entered the villa and changed their shoes, Su-yong pressed his mom on the sofa and put that exquisite gift box on the coffee table in front of her as if offering a treasure. Thump, thump, thump. "Mom, look what's this." Su-yong lifted the lid of the box with both hands, accompanied by a tone on his mouth, and looked at his mom proudly, only to see that inside that shoebox-sized gift box, there was a transparent resin specimen that looked like a frame lying quietly. And wrapped inside the resin was a rare fuchsia sunflower, and on the side of the sunflower, there was a small Yang character compiled with grassroots. "This is." Yang Ingyu's pair of phoenix eyes rippled with strange colors as she stared straight at the purplish-red sunflower resin specimen. "Aunt Yu, we came back so late is that Yang wanted to make a plant specimen for you with his own hands. He said that his name has a Yang character, symbolizing the sunflower, and also know that you like purple, so he wandered around the street to several florists, only to find this purplish-red fresh sunflower, and then we went back again to the botanical specimen store, and only then did Yang make this botanical specimen with his own hands." Jiang Yao's delicate and absolutely beautiful face with a smile came over to Yang Ingyu's side and confessed what Su-yong had just done. Yang Ingyu's fragrant fingertips gently scratched the word Yang on the sunflower specimen, lifting her gorgeous goose egg face to stare at Su-yong in a daze. "Yanger, did you make this with your own hands?" Su-yong scratched his head and said with an embarrassed smile, "Mom, this is our first time to make a specimen. Maybe there are some places where I didn't do a good job, but I would like to give you this sunflower specimen that symbolizes me so that it can be with you all the time, and in the future I will continue to look for various colors of sunflowers and make more sunflower specimens for you so that you can have a wall of sunflower specimens so that whenever you see these sunflower specimens, you will have a wall of sunflower specimens so that when you see these sunflower specimens, you will have a wall of sunflowers. In that case, as long as you see these sunflower specimens, you are equivalent to seeing me. Won't I be equivalent to accompanying Mom all the time?" Yang Ingyu's stunning phoenix eyes seeped out tears. This woman who was stronger than a jade man couldn't help but drop another string of teardrops in front of her son. "Yanger, Mommy loves you so much." Yang Ingyu fought to pounce over and tightly hugged Su-yong in her arms, her heart sharply turbulent. "Mom, are you all right?" Su-yong gently patted his mom's jade back. Yang Ingyu shook her head, not daring to make a sound for fear that her crying voice would affect her son's mood. "Mom, so do you like this gift I gave you?" Su-yong asked with a smile. As long as it's from Yanger, I like it." Yang Ingyu buried her head on her son's shoulder and said in a muffled and covered voice. Jiang Yao watched as the queen, who always had a graceful and luxurious demeanor, secretly hid on her son's shoulder and shed tears, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Sure enough, as far as Aunt Yu is concerned, her son is her gift, and likewise her robbery. This is the destiny. Chapter 126. Everything Mom Prepared for You. At night, after taking a bath, Soo-young lay on the big soft bed in the master bedroom, somewhat unable to sleep. Couldn't help but recall that day in the old mansion, with Yao Yao's sister to stay a quilt sleep scene. Immediately, he took his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Yao. Soo-young, Sister Yao Yao, help me to pour a glass of water over here. Jiang Yao was obviously still awake and quickly replied to the message. Wait. Oh. After not long, Jiang Yao was seen pushing the door in with a water cup. She always liked to wear very cool nightgowns in front of Soo-young, and this time was naturally no exception. Ah Yang, the water you asked for. I tried it and the temperature is just right. Jiang Yao obviously just finished her bath not long ago. Her soft and charming face was white and delicate, still with a little translucent red luster. Soo-young, when Jiang Yao put the water on his bedside table, he reached out and grabbed her arm. He smiled. Well done, Sister Yao Yao. Come to my nest to reward you. Jiang Yao was pulled into the quilt by Soo-young and spit at him. Do you have a conscience? Coaxing people to come over and pour water for you, but pulling me into the quilt to warm the bed. Yao Yao, sister, then you feel my conscience, ah. Soo-young lowered his voice to Jiang Yao's crystal ear and laughed. Your conscience is greatly bad. Jiang Yao laughed and scolded him, adjusted her lying posture, resting on the same pillow as Soo-young. The two of them smiled at each other. I have to say, Yao Yao sister's body is really like made of water, soft and smooth, fragrant and soft. Sister Yao Yao, why don't you sleep on my side tonight? Don't go back. Soo-young hugged Jiang Yao, completely unwilling to let her go. In the past, he was used to sleeping alone when he was alone, but since he had tried sleeping while holding a fragrant and soft beauty, that feeling was really a complete enjoyment. It's okay. Jiang Yao smiled nourishingly and touched Soo-young's head, winking at him. Just sleeping. Soo-young, this can't hold back. Directly lifted up the quilt to completely cover both of them. Early the next morning, July 7th. After Yang Yingyu got up and washed herself, she carefully folded the white shirt that was placed on the bed. This shirt showed that it wasn't her size, and it looked much wider. But when Yang Yingyu sleeps these days, she doesn't even sleep in her own nightgown anymore, and likes to wear it as her pajamas. Because as long as she wore it, she could feel that its owner, who was by her side every moment, made her sleep quality become very good, and sometimes she would even have beautiful dreams. Therefore, Yang Yingyu carefully and meticulously folded this white shirt and put it into her bag to carry with her. After finishing everything, Yang Yingyu walked out of the room wearing a Dior black swing-tailed skirt, walking with the wind, her skirt swaying. High heels, flesh-colored stockings, exquisite light makeup, a cold and dignified goose-egg face, plus the powerful aura on her body, like an overwhelming urban queen. She had to go back to Snow Mountain Group for a meeting today, so she had to go to the office to work again. Yang Yingyu pushed open Jiang Yao's room and didn't see her, so she naturally knew that this niece must have slipped into her son's room to warm up the comforter. When Yang Yingyu came to the door of her own baby son's room, gently twisted open the door and looked inside. Sure enough, Yang was sleeping on the bed with her arms around Yao Yao. Usually Jiang Yao would still get up earlier and quietly accompany her to work. And this time, Yang Yingyu's gaze swept to the carpet, throwing a few small pieces of torn fabric. It seems that this niece finally got what she wanted. Yang Yingyu's pretty googly-eyed face hung a faint smile, and she didn't wake Jiang Yao up. Once again, she glanced at her son's sleeping face, and quietly closed the door to her room with a happy look on her face, turning to leave with the hem of her skirt fluttering. Yang how much Mom would like to be able to watch you grow up. For so many years, you must have suffered a lot. Now you can finally enjoy everything that Mom has prepared for you. Mom really wants to give you everything she has. Chapter 127. Young Lady. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. Only then was the door to Soo-young's room opened again. Jiang Yao was wearing his wide shirt, wrapped her arms around his neck and hung her whole body on his body, yelling in a petulant manner. Starving Yao Yao, Yang, I want to eat Xiaolong Bao. Hungry, you still have to wait for me to hug you. I've already let Betty prepare breakfast. You won't come out to eat breakfast first, Soo-young lowered his head and bit on Jiang Yao's soft face that still had an intoxicating blush. Just woke up today. Sister Yao Yao turned into a petite little woman. Everything has to be done with him in her arms, including the washing up and brushing teeth and washing dates and changing clothes and blowing hair, tossing and turning for an hour before taking a shirt for her to wear as pajamas, holding her soft and charming body out of the room. It's still not complaining about what you did. Jiang Yao's two snow-white legs resting on the crook of his arm swayed gently, lethargically leaning into his arms, unwilling to move. Yes, 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 it's all because I did a good thing. Where would Su Yang really blame her? Coaxing Jiang Yao, he carried her horizontally down the stairs all the way to the restaurant. Young master, young lady, breakfast has been prepared as you ordered. Please enjoy yourselves. Betty's pair of turquoise blue eyes saw Jiang Yao's dainty look full of spring. Then she still didn't know what had happened. Smiled flirtatiously and even changed her address. Su Yang smiled and gave her an approving glance. Holding Jiang Yao and sitting on the dining chair, he said towards the foreign girl housekeeper, Betty, you don't need to wait here for the time being. Help me go and clean the room first. Okay, young master. Betty threw a wink towards Su Yang and bowed to exit the restaurant. Yang, I've become a young lady. Jiang Yao sat on his lap and looked at him joyfully and laughed. So happy with the phrase young lady? How else are you going to be Queen Yao? Su Yang took a cup of hot milk and handed it to Jiang Yao, his eyes looking at her promisingly. Jiang Yao blinked her soft eyes and said adorably, Why do you call me Empress Yao? Is it because I'm a good shaker? You are at least 10 battles away from being a special shaker. Slowly learn it you. Su Yang rolled his eyes and picked up a Xiao Long bao and sent it to her mouth. Great king, your Empress Yao can't eat one in one bite la. Come on, my concubine will share half of it with you. Jiang Yao twisted her body, biting into the Xiao Long bao, then tilted her dainty face up and came in front of him. Be careful with the soup inside. Su Yang reminded, before he lowered his head to share this Xiao Long bao with her. Wow, the flavor seems to be even better. Jiang Yao's cheeks puffed out and laughed vaguely. Su Yang brought her a pair of chopsticks and let her clip and eat by herself, picked up her milk and took a sip of it and said towards her, Sister Yao Yao, please take a 2 days leave from my mom. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay at home and keep you company. Good. Your Empress Yao is going to stick to you every day so that you can't leave me. Jiang Yao smiled with her eyebrows open. Su Yang exaggerated. Why didn't I realize before that you actually have such a sticky personality? What? Regret. Jiang Yao tilted her head and glared at him. Su Yang stared at Jiang Yao's increasingly bright face for a while and said with a hefty smile, I like it even more. I'm just worried that after 2 days, your feet will be so soft that you won't be able to go to work. Deadly like. Jiang Yao daintily gave her a blank look, the corner of her mouth slightly curled up but revealing the small smugness within her heart. Oh, my palace's charm is invincible. The great king wants to make my feet soft. Luckily, this palace started fast enough, or else when the Su family side reacted and Yang went to the Lingnan side, a bunch of beautiful women would surely want to pounce on him. Now this palace is the Yao Empress, all the others are just consorts, at most the position of noble consort, click, 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 click. Half an hour later. Gym. Su Yang lying on the ground is doing push-ups, returning to the rhythm of exercise. Jiang Yao really sticky, leather drum sitting on his back waist, holding a cup of coffee in the beautiful drink. Su Yang was so angry towards the foreign girl housekeeper wearing fitness clothes asked, Betty, does this kind of exercise really work? Betty covered her mouth and smiled charmingly and said, Young master, push-ups aggravation or quite increase the effect of exercise. Can exercise your waist strength and arm support. Soon you will be able to abdominal muscles with the mermaid line are practiced out. Su Yang's eyes snapped wide open, immediately carrying Sister Yao Yao's soft and charming body. He continued to start doing push-ups. Chapter 128. This day is not to be changed by the gods. More than an hour later, Su Yang had already finished today's fitness workout, and after taking a shower, he comfortably nestled in his room to play games. Jiang Yao had already changed into a set of halter dress, sitting sideways on his lap, her 2 feet swaying. Great king, open your mouth and eat the fruit. Jiang Yao held a plate of fruits in her hand and used her fork to pick up a piece of chilled watermelon and sent it to his mouth. Su Yang put one hand on Sister Yao Yao's thigh, one hand pressed the mouse, leaned on the back of the chair with a young master look, opened his mouth and was fed a piece of the sweetest watermelon heart. Great king, I have a bite of Coke. Jiang Yao's dainty little hand held over another cup of bubbling chilled cola and sent it to his mouth. Su Yang opened his mouth. The straw had been put into his mouth tenderly by Sister Yao Yao. His eyes did not have to aim, staring at the computer screen to play the game on the line. His mouth sucked, his body could not help but shiver. It's really cool. Hot summer days, hiding in the air-conditioned room to play games, listening to music. There is a super beautiful Queen Yao sitting in the arms of the waiter to eat fruit. The mouth moves fat boy happy water is sent up. Tee-hee. This day the gods wouldn't change. Ah, Empress, you are really deep in my heart. Suyang rubbed a handful of Jiang Yao's extremely elastic thighs. Come, help me draw a card. Great king, what is this? Jiang Yao tilted her head, looking curiously at a dull-haired girl on the screen. This is a member of my harem, the water god Fernina from the original god world. Draw your sister's full life for me and take her back to the palace. Suyang hugged Jiang Yao's thin waist, twisted her around to face the screen. His chin rested against her fragrant shoulder, sniffing the intoxicating fragrance of her body. Okay, leave it to my concubine. Jiang Yao looked at how Suyang drew cards and quickly comprehended it, clunking and pressing the mouse with a click. I'll go. Empress Yao, you're a real Huang. Double yellows were drawn by you. Only after drawing the 4th round of 10 consecutive draws, Jiang Yao actually directly came out with 2 Ferninas, causing Suyang to fiercely kiss her neck a few times. Giggle, your majesty. Itchy. Jiang Yao twisted her body in his arms, her delicate and soft voice superior to dodgy. Empress Yao, you are really a demonic spirit. Suyang wrapped his arms around sister Yao Yao's small waist and kissed her hard a few times. In the end, Jiang Yao only used 700 draws to draw Suyang's original Fernina, which only had one icon, into a full life and full essence. Jiang Yao watched as Suyang operated Fu Ning Na to group a purple-haired mature woman, looking for a boss to test her damage, and curiously blinked her eyes and asked him, Ah Yang, who is this purple-haired tear mole beauty again? Suyang introduced her. This wife is called General Thunder and Lightning, also known as Thunder Movie. Her most famous move is this milk-scented knife. The Fernina you just drew is used to assist her. Then it seems like you prefer this character called Thunder Movie, ah? Jiang Yao asked again while feeding him fruits. Yeah. Don't you find that Aang has some of my mom's qualities in her? Suyang showed Jiang Yao the beauty of Lei Movie from all angles. Ah Yang. So you like the color purple? Jiang Yao gave a twist in his arms. Suyang immediately showed his teeth. Stop it. I'm still playing the game. What's so fun about games? Doesn't it smell good to play me? Jiang Yao said with a smile and a kiss. Then you are wrong. The game is much more fun. I have a whole lot of wives inside waiting for me to spoil them. Suyang said in a serious manner. I don't care. I want you to spoil me too. Jiang Yao splashed around in his arms. That's not easy. It's not a conflict. Great king, you're so good at it. This day's time. Suyang basically accompanied Jiang Yao to rest at home. In fact, Sister Yao Yao didn't have any major problems, but she was just walking a little awkwardly. After all, she was a 26-year-old girl. Her body was already very mature. In the evening, Yang Yingyu thoughtfully packed a table of tonic dishes and came back. Suyang hugged Jiang Yao and came down. He saw a sumptuous dinner on the table. Bird's nest soup with shredded chicken, abalone braised pearl vegetables, shark's fin crab soup, fake leopard fetus, colorful fried camel's hump, steamed deer's tail, kung pao hair turtle and sea cucumber, simmered deer tendon in casserole, stir-fried lamb's waist, chongchun deer whip soup, heavenly fragrance abalone. Good guys. All kidney tonic. Suyang didn't recognize the dishes, and after listening to his mom read the names of the dishes to him, his jaw dropped. Jiang Yao smiled with her eyebrows and said, Ah Yang, Auntie Yu is so good to you. She is afraid that you are too overworked and wants to give you a good tonic. Tonight, Yang Yingyu seemed to be in a good mood, covering her waist and eyes. She smiled and said, My family's Younger has the little golden dragon pill to protect his body, which still needs to replenish his kidneys. Ah. This is for Yao Yao Yu to replenish. Ah? Do women also need to tonify their kidneys? Jiang Yao was stunned, blinking her eyes brightly. Yang Yingyu converged her smile and said, Of course you also need kidneys are the essence of life. Only when it's well replenished will it not be weak. It can also fight against aging and skincare. You need to learn some more about women's knowledge. Suyang followed his mom's words, pinched Jiang Yao's white and greasy face, skimmed his lips and scoffed. Hear that? The person who needs to make up is you. Our family is going to raise you to be white and fat. Boing boing, I want white. Don't want chubby. La. Jiang Yao's rosy lips pouted, and began to be pouty and cute again. Brother me are a fist a calling monster. Suyang pressed down on Jiang Yao's back and rewarded her with a leather drum slap, saying again that she was 4 years older than her own age. Did this sister Yao Yao look like a big sister? Boing boing, Aunt Yu. Ah Yang bullied me. Jiang Yao covered her skin drum and looked at Yang Yingyu miserably. You're our family's child bride. If Younger doesn't bully you, who else can he bully? Yang Yingyu's fingertips of her colorful purple nails scraped the bridge of her nose, her eyes gently resembling water as she looked towards her own son. Only in the face of her own precious son would this queen of the magic city put aside any coldness and replace it with the kind of motherly love that was enough to melt everything. Auntie Yu has a point. Oh, Jiang Yao's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly glowed, putting on a look of taking advantage of a great bargain, yelling joyfully, "I want to bully Aying every day, and give Aying a bunch of little yo-yos. Box 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 box." So many delicious food. Still can't plug your mouth. Su Yang spat out a sentence, chucked up a piece of deer tendon and stuffed her small mouth. Chapter 129 Unreserved Love. Night. After Su Yang took a bath, he sat on the sofa in the living room and chatted with his mom. Jiang Yao was still upstairs taking a bath. "Mom, I want to ask you a question. Do you really think there would be that kind of girl that would be willing to grow up with a boy?" Su Yang asked his mom curiously. Yang Yingyu was wearing a nightgown, smiling lightly as she took a sip of red wine. This was a habit she had developed over the years. In order to endure the pain of missing her son, she simply couldn't sleep without drinking some red wine every night. And now that her son had been retrieved, she still maintained this habit. "Younger, of course there are such girls. The first time our eyes met, you were just born lying in mom's arms. That time mom was also just 20 years old." Oh. Yang Yingyu rubbed her son's head and gently laughed. "Mom!" Su Yang was poked in the center of his heart by her words and couldn't help but throw himself into his mom's warm embrace. In fact, in this world, if there is only one person who will be genuinely good to himself, it is definitely Yang Yingyu. Because she was her own mother, she was born to love herself unreservedly as her son. That kind of because both sides of the blood relationship of the ties will always regard you as a treasure, always care for you, tolerate you, completely trust you. Therefore, Su Yang actually also very cherished this hard-won mother's love. In fact, in this modern environment where men are getting less and less attention and love, everything has to be carried by men who are self-reliant and self-improving. All men yearn to be loved and cared for, and by nature they all lack love. This is why men are naturally completely resistant to maternal affection. A mother's love is just too good, too unreserved. Yang Yingyu put down her red wine glass, her stunning face revealing a trace of a doting smile as she softly asked, "What's wrong, Younger? Mom, looks like you have something on your mind." "Rather, it's not something on my mind anymore. Mom, can you tell me about Sister Yao Yao?" Su Yang gathered his emotions and raised his head to look at his mom and asked. Although he had heard Sister Yao Yao talk about her life before, but now he still wanted to know more about Jiang Yao from his mom. Because Su Yang felt that he actually didn't know Jiang Yao very well, which was also his problem. Before he didn't even bother to take the initiative to explore this woman beside him that he loved the most besides his mom. So after Sister Yao Yao became his woman, Su Yang wanted to know more about her past. "Yao Yao." Yang Yingyu heard her son's question. As if she was caught up in memories, she hugged her son's head and murmured as she continued. "In fact, Yao Yao is the orphan of a very good female friend of mine. Their family is a family of scholars, and her grandfather is also a family friend with Yang, your grandfather. Only that Yao Yao's grandparents didn't manage to survive that difficult period of history and had already left. And Yao Yao's parents responded to the country's call to go to the mountain village to teach more than 20 years ago, and gave birth to Yao Yao in the village. Until she was 5 years old, her parents suffered a sudden mudslide, her father died on the spot, and although her mother was rescued, she also died along with her father a few months later, leaving her alone as a 5-year-old girl. At that time, I was also just deceived by your father that you really had an accident, so after learning about Yao Yao's situation, I had a kind of empathy. She and I both lost our most important relatives, so, under the same fate, I helped raise Yao Yao for my friend, and have been raising her to adulthood. Because Yao Yao knows that I am naturally averse to men, so she told me a long time ago that she would never look for a boyfriend in her life, and that she would stay with me for the rest of her life. Although she didn't say why, I know that she actually did it because she valued me. Therefore, the feelings I've always had for her would be much stronger than other close friends that I've personally cultivated. Yao Yao has also lived up to her reputation, whether it's in the management of the company or in the merciless fight in business. She is very much like me back then. Could be said that all of her character follows me. It could also be that she has been learning from my example. Later on, after I found my own son, that is, Younger, she volunteered to help me improve the mother-son relationship between us. So, Mom is actually quite hopeful that you guys can be together. Yao Yao is a good girl and one that Mom has always watched grow up, and Mom knows her very well and knows that she has set her mind on where she will be in her life since she met you. Yao Yao has already decided to be your child bride. She, in fact, is quite stupid when it comes to relationships, still a blank sheet of paper. It's just that over the years, she has dealt with all kinds of people in business, so she understands human nature and won't be fooled by anyone. But she is absolutely and completely unreservedly sincere to you. Also looking forward to the day, can really in your mind, leaving a very weighty position. Her protective character is also with me, her heart to tolerate you is also with me. She is the same as Mom, are the most cherished woman in this world. This poor child really dedicate their whole life to our family. Chapter 130, The Love That Encompasses Everything. Su-yong listened to his mom's murmuring like complaints, feeling his heart sinking. He now finally understood why Sister Yao Yao would always be so good to himself, why she would like herself so unconditionally, tutoring himself so unreservedly. This girl was indeed like what Mom said. She really had completely dedicated herself for the sake of her family. Su-yong at first liked Jiang Yao, naturally because of her soft and pretty face, hot and sexy body. Completely is in gluttony. Jiang Yao's body can also be said to see color. However, after this period of time of slow contact and understanding, he would feel that he had emotionally changed towards her. Instead, he cherished the feelings and love between Jiang Yao, no longer simply just craving her body, but enjoying the emotional resonance and reaction with her. So, no matter how the love was generated in the beginning, after getting along, the two would definitely fall in love with each other more and more because of other factors. Su-yong originally thought that as he got older, the less he believed in love. Unexpectedly, the first girl who came into his heart now was actually Jiang Yao. As for the complete understanding of Jiang Yao's life, he was pitying her. But he knew he didn't love her because he pitied her. Only, through his mom's words, he got to know a more complete sister Yao Yao. Just like Jiang Yao understood him, he really enjoyed his time with her, loved the overflowing tolerant and loving eyes she had for himself. A new day, July 8th. After Su-yong and Jiang Yao woke up, they came downstairs to accompany their mother and father for breakfast. Mom, what's the relationship between Jinqiu Commerce and you? When Su-yong looked at his cell phone in the morning, he found that the bonus and salary were sent to his salary card together, adding up to almost more than $3 million. Thus, he also remembered the question that he had once pondered over, and it was just the right time to ask his mom for clarification. Yang Yingyu looked at him with soft eyes and said softly, "In fact, Mom is a shareholder in the Jinqiu trade, with her own personal investment, and Lu Rumei is also Mom's friend." "I knew it." Su-yong had an expression of, "I knew it," and continued to ask, "Then my sudden promotion was also arranged by Mom?" Yang Yingyu nodded lightly with some nervousness. "Younger, Mom didn't mean to hide it from you. It's fine." Su-yong also looked away and said with a smile, "That Honghu's Mr. Song wouldn't be Mom's friend as well, right?" Yang Yingyu saw that her son didn't blame her. Her heart also relaxed, pulled the corners of her mouth and smiled. "Song Shuyuan is indeed also my friend, but she doesn't know. Only Lu Rumei knows that you are my son." Su-yong was a little curious. Since Aunt Song is also Mom's friend, why didn't Mom tell her? "This I know." Jiang Yao's eyes glowed as she raised her snow-white arms up high, her mouth stuffed with Xiaolong Bao, her voice slurred. "Then let Yao Yao you say it." Yang Yingyu smiled lightly and took a sip of hot milk. Su-yong then turned back to Sister Yao Yao who was sitting beside him. "Ah Yang, if Aunt Song also knows that you are Aunt Yu's son, then she will definitely rush to sign the cooperation. In that case, your mom feels as if everyone is cooperating with your acting, for fear that all the efforts you made for the investment promotion work are all in vain." Jiang Yao spoke out her heart for Yang Yingyu. It was only then that Su-yong realized that his mother had also taken this into consideration. He had to say that when he saw the bonus in the morning, he was guessing whether Aunt Song was also arranged by his mom or not. If so, the bonus was really a little less than peace of mind. But now after learning that Mom didn't tell Auntie Song, he felt very solid about taking it, and it was all by his own efforts that he got it. "Mom, I was unintelligent before. It took me so long to recognize you, and I also made you for so long." Su-yong looked at Yang Yingyu with an apologetic face and said. Yang Yingyu wrapped her son's shoulder and tightly pressed his cheeks, and said with heartache, "What are you still polite with Mom? Mom can understand your hardship. No matter what you want to do, Mom will support you." In the past, she always felt that her life had become incomplete, and it wasn't until now that she was spending time with her son every day that she felt like she was truly alive. "Mom, I love you." Soo-young looked at the heartfelt pride in Yang In-yu's doting eyes. A wave of warmth flowed through his heart, and he couldn't help but blurt out. During this period of time, Yang In-yu used the name Mom as a reason to give to him endlessly. At first he felt that everything was so taken for granted, but now he had been able to appreciate his mom's love for the one-of-a-kind, never-to-be-surpassed mother's love that was embedded in her. That is a kind of love that can tolerate everything, can let him even if he is an adult mentality, but also can always be as carefree as a child. "Yang-er, Mom loves you too." Yang In-yu smiled and tenderly touched his head. Chapter 131. Encountering Hua Mo Yen. After the family of three had breakfast, Soo-young and Jiang Yao continued to rest at home, and Yang In-yu also went back to work alone. In the morning, under the guidance of Yang In-yu's housekeeper, Betty, she continued her fitness routine. After finishing his fitness and taking a bath, Soo-young nestled on the sofa to check the messages on his Weixin. Jiang Yao also probed her head and leaned on his shoulder, looking at his cell phone. Soo-young was basically unguarded towards his girlfriend now. Anyway, the two of them were honest with each other every day, and there were almost no secrets left to speak of. And during this period of time, the two sisters, Chan Wanling and Gu Yaya, would often send wires to chat with him. Gu Yaya had already bought a house in Magic City, and the two sisters were also equipped with a small BMW and a small Audi. Their work in Yaoi, it is said that they have also been promoted to become the manager and deputy manager of the finance department. When Soo-young heard about it, he could only sigh a sigh of relief. Being corrected by Jiang Yao, Pu said that it is a mother with a son, wife with husband honor. As for Chun Wanling, she has stabilized her position as head nurse in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Snowy Mountain Hospital. It just so happens that while she is free today, she plans to go to Yaoqi to see Mr. Gu and Sister Gu. Jiang Yao, on the other hand, also wanted to go to Yaoqi to take care of her hair and soak in a hot spring in the meantime. So, after the two of them had dinner, they drove all the way to the Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club. Unlike the first time they came here, at this time, Soo-young could already frankly ignore the male stop words marked on the signboard, and pulled Jiang Yao into this women's beauty club with his head held high. Anyway, it was the property of his own mother and father. What place was there that he couldn't enter? "Xiao Su, Mr. Jiang. Good afternoon. Yaya and Rong Rong are already waiting in the VIP hall." The store manager Wang Mei saw them and immediately welcomed them. Soo-young and Jiang Yao took the elevator and breezed to the VIP lounge on the top 16th floor. "Ah Yang, why don't you go to the private room first and play for a while? When I'm done with my hair, I'll come find you." Jiang Yao barred a kiss on Soo-young and said with a smile. Soo-young glanced at the beautiful hairstylist who was already waiting. It was the girl he came to cut his hair last time. I think she was called Xiao Ran. So he nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go and check on Ms. Gu and the others first." He also didn't let Wang Mei follow him, and alone, he headed for that private room from last time. Teacher Gu had previously sent a message saying that she and her senior sister had recently been learning a Sakura-style bubble bath from a Sakura girl colleague, saying that she was letting herself come and try it out. Soo-young was quite interested and couldn't wait to let Ms. Gu teach him immediately. And just when he twisted open the mother and father of the adults of that special package room, in the inward walk into the time, he didn't even realize that someone inside was pulling the door open and coming out. Directly, they headbutt into his arms. Soo-young thought it was Ms. Gu, and subconsciously wrapped his arms around the other party's waist. As a result, when this gorgeous woman in his arms, who was only wearing a bath towel, lifted up her charming face and looked at him with wide eyes, Soo-young realized that he had recognized her. Only then did Soo-young realize that he had mistaken the wrong person. "Sorry, I recognized the wrong person." Soo-young hastily let go of her thin waist and took 2 steps back. After seeing the woman's looks and figure, his aesthetics that had already been spoiled by Sister Yao Yao and Mother Superior couldn't help but flash with amazement. Seeing this mature woman in front of him, she had a very beautiful face with a beauty mole at the corner of her eyes, which set off her watery eyes even more enchanting. And she was scarf-wrapped plump body, hot mature and sexy, real S-type, lay thighs long skin drum warped. Even with Soo-young that picky aesthetic also can't whine no. This mature woman is the only can with the self-mother adult in temperament body and appearance comparable to the woman. The only difference is that this woman's body's demure temperament, set off by the red moles on the edge of her eyes, reveals infinite charm and flirtatiousness. Just as Soo-young was marveling at this woman's extremely beautiful body and appearance, Hua Mo Yen was also looking up and down at the young man in front of her. She had seen him on Ing Yu's cell phone wallpaper before, so she recognized him as Ing Yu's own son at a glance just now. This little guy wasn't bad looking, and his body was quite tall, and from accidentally bumping into his arms just now, she could also feel the shallow abs on his body. Hey, where else is the little guy looking? Didn't you have enough when you were a kid? Su-yong noticed the derisive color of the other party's eyes and hastily withdrew his gaze, coughed and repeated, "That? I just recognized the wrong person. I'll leave first." In his heart, he guessed that this mature woman either knew his own mother and father, or else she knew his girlfriend Jiang Yao, or else she couldn't have appeared in this private room. Therefore, in order to avoid embarrassment, it was better to bail out first. Chapter 132. Pretending to be a tender flower foamy yen. Hey, wait a minute, little brother. Hua Mo Yen is twisting the slender, attractive small waist, a pull on his arm. Su-yong did not move and stopped, looked at her colorful face and asked, "Is there anything else? Little brother, do you have a girlfriend yet?" Hua Mo Yen squinted her eyes and looked at him with a sweet and coquettish smile and said, "I have a girlfriend," Su-yong honestly said. "Then do you want a lover? What do you think of me?" Hua Mo Yen smiled charmingly. The small hand that was as charming as gelatin took his big hand and turned around in front of him like a dance. Su-yong looked at the pair of round and slender big white legs under her bath towel, as well as the golden quicksand manicure on her feet, and asked with a dry mouth, "How old are you?" "Little brother, I just turned 18 this year." Hua Mo Yen held back her laughter and clamped her voice, pretending to be tender. Su-yong rolled his eyes. 18 can have this figure? What is the zodiac sign of 18? Su-yong didn't believe that he couldn't break her down. Hua Mo Yen's small hands that were extremely beautiful and slender shook his big hand, softly laughed and said, "Belongs to the dog." "Oh, then when is your birthday?" Su-yong smelled the fragrance wafting from her body, and his gaze crossed her round and white shoulders. "April 28th, ah. Little brother, are you trying to give me a birthday present?" Hua Mo Yen smiled. "Yeah. So when is your lunar calendar?" Su-yong knew that a falsehood needed many lies to round it out. That's why the other party could only answer these questions subconsciously. It was impossible to match the fake calendar. "The lunar calendar is the 5th day of April." Hua Mo Yen really did answer subconsciously. "Oh, wait for me." Su-yong directly took out his cell phone and directly typed in a word search, "The dog's birthday, April 28th, the 5th day of the 4th month of the lunar calendar. What year was he born in?" The result was soon arrived at. "Auntie, you're in the year 82, right? Only this year matches your Chinese zodiac solar calendar lunar calendar. I almost thought you were really 18. Su-yong looked at this old auntie flirtatiously. Hua Mo Yen was surprised to open those peach blossom eyes. Marveled. "The little guy is quite smart. Actually put my real age or set out. Then you should be my mom's friend, right?" Su-yong said with a smile, instantly turning passive into active and grasping the initiative. Seriously, he couldn't really tell the age of this mature woman at first. It could be more than 20 or more than 30. Just like his own mother superior, she was a woman who couldn't tell her actual age from her appearance. However, it was outrageous that she had to say she was 18. Didn't this instantly fall into Su-yang's trap? "Not funny. This is recognized by you." Hua Mo Yen still pulled his hand and shook it, her flavor swaying. "Fo Yen, who are you chatting with?" Right at this moment, a familiar woman's voice came from inside the private room. Then, Su-yong saw a beautiful woman with pretty face, tall and slender, white and creamy skin transmitting a mesmerizing temptation. With the same body only surrounded by a bath towel walked out from inside. It was actually Su-yang's acquaintance Lu Rumei. "Rumei, look who is this?" Hua Fo Yen smiled and pulled Lu Rumei over. When Lu Rumei saw Su-yong, she was immediately filled with joy and said, "So it's Xiaoyang. No wonder you keep dragging people around and talking." Su-yong also happily smiled and greeted, "What a coincidence, Aunt Lu. I didn't expect to bump into you here. Very coincidental indeed. 2 days ago, I already heard you say about you recognizing her mother and son, and I was just about to look for you to talk about work matters." Lu Rumei looked at him with a nourishing smile, and from the bottom of her heart, she was delighted by the fact that he and Yang Yingyu had recognized each other. With a bright smile on her face, she continued, "I discussed with Manager Gao before, if you still stay and work at Jinxiu, according to your previous merchandising achievements, we would like you to mention the position of assistant manager. But then again, considering your mother's side, she might be more willing to let you stay and work beside her. So, I still have to consult your opinion first." When Su-yong heard Aunt Lu's words, he also started to think about it. Since Linen came back, he had also rested for a week. If he hadn't recognized Yang Yingyu, he would have returned to work at Jinsho normally in a couple of days. But now that he had recognized Yang Yingyu, he should adapt to the change in his identity and reformulate his life plan. After all, working at Jinsho to help Aunt Lu was not as good as going to his mom's company to help her share some of the work, so that his mom could relax a bit. Although Jinsho also had mom's personal investment, it wasn't mom's main business after all. It was impossible to help someone else work and not help her own family. Therefore, Su-yang now felt that it was no longer appropriate for him to return to work at Jinsho. So, Su-yang looked at Lu Rume apologetically and said, "Aunt Lu, if my mom is willing to let me work in her company, then I still want to help my mom share." Lu Rume didn't seem to be surprised by his response, giggled and said, "Although I personally can't bear to see you leave Jinsho, I can understand. Anyway, we're both still in Mordor. When you're free, just come over to Jinsho to guide your work or come to see me more often. It's enough." "No problem, I will," Su-yang said gratefully. Chapter 133. I even hugged you when I was little. Hua Mo Yen, who was on the side, saw that they finally finished chatting and immediately complained in a seemingly angry manner. "This is still the first time I met with Xiao Yang, so don't just focus on chatting about work. We've only chatted a few sentences and you're in such a hurry?" Lu Rume laughed and scolded, then introduced Su-yang. "This whiny woman is also your mom's friend, called Hua Mo Yen. Just call her Auntie Hua." Su-yang nodded, smilingly staring at the tear mole on the edge of her eyes. "Auntie Hua is good. Good boy. That's right." Hua Mo Yen tilted her head happily. Lu Rume smiled daintily, charmingly looking at Su-yang. "Speaking of which, back in the day your Aunt Flower and I, we also hugged you as a child. There's still this thing, ah?" Su-yang scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Of course, you were naughty at that time." Lu Rume covered her mouth and laughed, and was about to explode some of Hua Mo Yen's embarrassment back then. But he didn't expect Hua Mo Yen to make the first move, pushing hard on Lu Rume's back waist towards Su-yang, and smiled with a promising face. "Since we haven't hugged for so many years, why don't we hurry up and revisit it?" Lu Rume let out a crunchy cry, only surrounded by a towel's exquisite body to Su-yang's side to pounce. Su-yang hastily held this beauty who fell into his arms. The faint fragrance had already come to his nose. Lu Rume's two small hands were also propped up on Su-yang's heart. Her delicate face instantly flew red, her eyes with a seductive shyness, and she didn't leave his arms right away, but nearly pouted and turned back to whiten Hua Fo Yen. "Fo Yen, you're deliberately making me lose face in front of Xiao Yang, aren't you?" Giggle Hua Mo Yen mouth corner reveals charming petite smile, smacked her red lips and said, "Just you are still hypocritical. Just now I am first to pounce on the little guy's arms. You don't pounce on one, I shall not lose a lot of money." Lu Rume's snow-white colorful small hand is still propped up in Su-yang's body. Raised that beautiful face softly said, "Xiao Yang, sorry your flower and she likes to play around. You do not mind." "It's fine." Su-yang also did not mind letting Aunt Lu rely on his arms. After all, Aunt Lu is so beautiful looking down. He can see her watery eyes. As long as she does not take the initiative to back away, he naturally will not push her away. "Yo, how the two of you are still holding unwilling to let go?" "Wouldn't." Hua Mo Yen teasedly looked at them, trailing off. Only then did Lu Rume seem to react, embarrassed to withdraw from Su-yang's embrace. Su-yang, on the contrary, changed the topic with a calm demeanor. I asked two spa therapists to meet here, Aunt Lu and Hua. Did you guys see it just now?" He was naturally talking about Gu Yaya and Gu Rongrong. Didn't store manager Wang say that they were already inside waiting for him? "Oh, are you talking about those two pretty little girls inside? They're cleaning up inside. Just heard them say you're coming over. So your Aunt Lu and I came out." Hua Mo Yen blinked her eyes and laughed. "No need to be so troublesome. You guys just continue to use this private room. I'll change it." Su-yang looked at the two stunningly beautiful aunts and said in a hurry, even without mentioning the fact that he and Aunt Lu were old acquaintances, just by the fact that the two of them were his own mother's friends, he naturally couldn't do the thing where he drove his mother's friends to another private room when he came. Hamoyan also stopped teasing him, giggled. "Actually, we're done. Ready to change clothes and leave. You'd better go in and enjoy those two little beauties doing service for you." "That's fine." Su-yang looked at her somewhat mesmerized flirtatious eyes. His face was slightly hot. After Hua Mo Yen pulled Lu Rume to leave. Only then did Su-yang walk into the private room alone. Gu Yaya and her sister were tidying up the bath. When she saw him come in, her pretty face immediately fluttered up an abnormal blush. Su Yang was a bit amused. Why was Ms. Gu still shy today? However, when Su Yang's line of sight saw a few small things placed on the side of the bathtub, he then realized. Seeing his glowing eyes, Gu Rongrong looked at him with a delicate smile and said, "Senior, what are you thinking about? No, thou shalt not be allowed. This is something left behind by Mrs. Flower and Mrs. Lu just now. We still have to send it to them later." Su Yang slightly froze, his eyes again aimed at the plump teacher Gu and the delicate schoolmate, unbelievably pointing at the few small things, repeating the confirmation and asking, "These are Auntie Flower foamy yans and Auntie Lu rumes?" Guya nodded her snow-white chin, her sensible and sexy face blushing lightly. "Yes, 2 days ago. Yang Dong also brought them to Yao Ji for beauty treatments, and even though we've already been transferred to the finance department, Yang Dong still called us up, saying he wanted to meet the two of us, and only later did he realize that, well..." Su Yang then somewhat reacted. "No wonder I heard that Aunt Lu has never been married." Gu Rongrong had already walked over with her delicate cherry blossom pink jade feet bare, pulling his big hand, her bright face looking up at him with a smile. "School brother, let school sister come and properly caress you today." "No problem. This time I'm going to submit an application for admission." Chapter 134. You're making a mess and I'm laughing. Evening. Su Yang and Jiang Yao returned home from Yao Qi, so they accompanied Yang Yingyu for dinner. "Mom, I want to go to work with you tomorrow." Su Yang had just recounted to Yang Yingyu about meeting Auntie Flower and Auntie Lu today, so he took this opportunity to try to speak his mind to his own mother superior. Yang Yingyu's noble phoenix eyes looked at him softly and said with a light smile, "It's okay. As long as Younger wants to do anything, Mom will obediently cooperate." "Mom, won't you ask me why?" Su Yang looked at the mother superior's stunning goose egg face and wondered. Yang Yingyu clamped a piece of braised pork ribs into her son's bowl and laughed. "Actually, Mom had thought about letting you come to the company to take a look before. After all, Mom's industry is going to be handed over to you in the future as well. She was just worried that you hadn't adapted to it yet, so she didn't want to say anything to force you and was planning to wait until you adapted to it." "Mom, you simply thought of my heart." Su Yang marveled. He really didn't think that his own mother superior actually figured out everything in his thoughts. Jiang Yao lifted her soft face from the rice bowl, her cheeks bulging, her voice slurred. "This is called mother and son are connected. You are the meat that fell off Aunt Yu's body. As a mom that still doesn't know what you think, ah." Yang Yingyu tenderly glanced at her son, pulled the corner of her mouth and asked with a smile, "Younger, which area of work do you plan to help Mom share? Or which jobs are you more interested in?" "Mom, I want to first understand the industries you have in hand are involved in those," Su Yang said after thinking about it. Yang Yingyu put her legs together, shook her fancy slippers and said with some pride, "Actually, the assets in my hands involve a wide range of industries, such as internet products, financial trade, banking and insurance, airlines, port logistics, entertainment and culture, hotel real estate, tourist resorts, shopping centers, department stores, clothing, hospitals, pharmaceuticals, electronics, household appliances, technological innovations, food processing, and so on." Household appliances, technology innovation, food processing, petrochemical minerals, etc. The more Su Yang listened to his eyes, the more he marveled. No wonder Sister Yao Yao would say before that her own mother and father's assets had formed a closed loop. Now, the industries that the mother and the Lord said basically summarizes all the aspects of clothing, food, housing, and transportation, and also with all the people's lives are all closely connected together. It was no exaggeration to say that one's own mother and superior adult was really the biggest economic pillar of Magic City. "Mom, you're just too awesome." Su Yang could only give his own mother superior a thumbs up. Yang Yingyu was very happy to hear her son's praise. After all, this was her son's admiration and recognition. A bright smile on her pretty googly egg face, reached out and pinched her baby son's face, softly said, "What is this, compared to all this? In my heart it is still my home Younger who is the most important. This is just the rivers and mountains that Mom has saved up for you. In the future, all of it will be yours." "Then I have to work even harder." Su Yang suddenly felt some pressure. Jiang Yao next to him probed over her dainty feet and kicked him and asked with a delicate smile, "Ah Yang, then what are you planning to do next?" She actually quite hoped that Su Yang would contact the family's business earlier. After all, in the future, Su Yang's identity could not be hidden after all. Not only Snow Mountain Group, even Lingnan Su family that a large area of assets can need Su Yang, this only seedling, to inherit. Su Yang glanced at Jiang Yao, his eyes slightly lit up. pulling Yang Yingyu's arm and said expectantly, "Mom, you arranged Sister Yao Yao to be my assistant. I want to learn from Sister Yao Yao and Mom first." "Yes. Then let Yao Yao be your assistant. Whatever you want, Mom will give it to you." Yang Yingyu looked at her son dotingly and smiled. "Mom, I love you to death." Su Yang excitedly hugged his mother and father and gave them a hard kiss. He studied financial management in college, although it was only half a year or so after he graduated and joined the workforce. But no matter what, he was also a graduate of the prestigious school Magic City Fudan University, so at least he should give all the knowledge he learned in school a practice. Yang Yingyu looked at her own baby son lovingly, and didn't care about the oily foam marks on her beautiful goose egg face that were kissed by her son's mouth. Jiang Yao ate and laughed as she flirted with Su Yang. Eating food with a mouth full of oily foam on the loved ones. Dirty. Empress Yao, you still think it's dirty, right? Su Yang turned around and wrapped his arms around his own girlfriend, directly bearing kisses on her soft face. Hate. Jiang Yao twisted her body, raised her delicate feet to stomp him, tilted her soft and charming face and laughed gaily. Kissing mouth and mouth doesn't need to be washed. Don't kiss the face la oing 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 oing. Yang Yingyu softly smiled lightly, looking at the two children frolicking, eyes full of happy colors. Various sentiments in her heart also surged to the surface. This is what a home should look like. My son is playing, I am smiling. The dream of many years is finally realized. Chapter 135. Red Color Confidant. At night, Jiang Yao dragged 2 suitcases from outside into Su Yang's room. "What's this?" Su Yang dropped the book he was reading and curiously climbed up from the bed. "Didn't you take your measurements at the Armani flagship store before? This is the customized clothes they gave you, just sent over." Jiang Yao looked up at him with a nourishing smile. "Rich people's life is good. Clothes are all customized." Su Yang shrugged his shoulders and walked over to join Jiang Yao to get it to his own check room to hang it up. After the two of them got their clothes all done, Jiang Yao then babbled and flung herself on his big soft bed of more than $10 million. Tired Yao Yao. She had already taken a bath and was only wearing a black halter nightgown, and her 2 slender legs were wearing flesh silk, glistening with a glistening soft light. In the past, she had to wait for Yang Yingyu to sleep before sneaking over to warm Su Yang's bed. Now it was already like a mistress, brightly and squarely just slipping his room to come. "Only doing this much and you're shouting that you're tired? Empress Yao, you're so useless." Su Yang laughed as a hungry tiger pounced on a sheep also pounced on him, hugging Jiang Yao's fragrant soft body and rolling into a ball on the bed. "Sister Yao Yao is really too fragrant. Well, this what clucked me. After Jiang Yao was kissed by him for a few minutes, her face was a little flushed. She wrinkled her nose and reached behind her back, feeling out the book that Su Yang had just read. "This is the book I was just reading. I forgot to throw it aside." Su Yang bit Jiang Yao's crystalline ear and laughed. "Hey, or capitalism nah. Yang, are you charging temporarily?" After Jiang Yao saw the title of the book, she laughed daintily and climbed up with the book, duck sitting on the bed. "This is not tomorrow will go to my mom's company to work, although before in Jinsho also worked for half a year. But the heart is still a little nervous, so just casually turn down the previous book." Su Yang honestly followed and sat up, wrapping Jiang Yao's small waist, sniffing her body fragrance. As a finance graduate, he had long read a series of economics masterpieces, especially the originals like Capitalism and Mao Selection, which could greatly broaden one's mind. Jiang Yao pursed her rosy little mouth and giggled. "What are you nervous about? That's your mom's company. You can be said to be under 1 person and above 10,000 people. Who would dare to pick your dragon's whiskers? Can't help it. I'm an introvert who is easy to be nervous. When I meet a beautiful woman on the street, I don't even dare to go up and kiss a mouth." Su Yang said in a serious manner. "Why can't I see what you are afraid of?" Jiang Yao's delicate face flushed with laughter, tugging on his arm, pouting. "Great king, sit still. My concubine is giving you a lesson." "Oh." Su Yang just loved listening to Sister Yao Yao giving him a lesson, obediently sitting cross-legged in front of her. "Great king, help my concubine rub her feet." Jiang Yao dominated him like an imperial sister. Su Yang liked this imperial sister strength of hers, holding her 2 feet and rubbing them gently. Jiang Yao laughed and asked him, Yang, are you worried that what you know is not enough to support you to hold the power of the company?" "There is this worry, after all. I can't be as all-rounded as that kind of business tycoon, knowing some of everything, so I can only find a book to flip through just now to refresh the knowledge I have," Su Yang honestly replied. In fact, the all-round business tycoon that you thought was all-round is not really all-round. You have to know that the most important thing as a person in power is not to know everything, but to make accurate judgment under the general direction. Like Ma Yun, the former chairman of Beaver, and Penguin's Ma Longting, the knowledge they possessed was also simply no match for the top elites who were well-versed in a certain field. Knowledge is only the foundation of success, not the key to success. What's more important is their keen business sense, being able to make precise choices at critical moments. And those professional analysis, professional data, can use money to hire people to work for you to do out. These things are not unique. The same a market report, several companies of the top actuaries can make pretty much the same analysis of the data. The key lies in your ability to find this market others have not yet found so that you can get ahead of the curve and make achievements. In this world, no one is good at everything. After all, learning is the cost of time. So it is necessary to assign unimportant things to other professionals to do. You only need to go to judgment to make the choice you want to make. Otherwise, if you are so rich, why do you need to spend time to learn all those knowledge that many top actuaries know? You just need to be able to spend money and buy their knowledge with money. Why do we say that if you have money, you can do whatever you want? In fact, it is that money can buy what others have learned in their life, and if his ability is not enough, then they will change and buy someone with higher ability. In that case, you're using money to make up for what you're not good at, and when you've made up for all of it, won't you become the all-rounder that others talk about? Just like Ma Yun and Ma Longting, other people will only see the judgment they made to achieve results, and then marvel at how great they are. This can all be thought of, so many things are understood. In fact, those data and so on are professionals due out to them to go to the meeting, go to the speech. They are more like the brain of the company, only need to go to judgment to make choices. Other things are the whole company departments to them to run out, otherwise spend money to recruit so many elites to come back to all lie down and wait for the boss to go to think of everything and then ate the white food? The final conclusion is, Yang, you are not worse than anyone, not worse than Ma Yun and Ma Longting. What they know is not necessarily more than you, their education is not necessarily higher than you, their starting point is even far less than you. You can be completely more confident to face your life as long as you know how to spend money. You're the almighty. After Su Yang heard Jiang Yao's words, he really had a feeling that listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. That's right. Ma Yun was nothing more than a bachelor's degree from the teacher's college, and she was still just a teacher back then. And Ma Longting was only a computer graduate of Shenzhen City University back then, completely technical to start with, and didn't necessarily know more about economics than he did. How did they seem so all-powerful? In fact, just like Yao Yao's sister said, using money to make up for the deficiencies in their own body so that they seemed to know everything. Just Su Yang only needed to make judgments in the general direction according to his own ideas while growing his insights and knowledge, so there was nothing more he needed to do. Anything else could be taken care of with money. This is what a real leader should do. Otherwise, you have to think of everything by yourself and you have to do everything by yourself. Then this person has to live how tired. What's the point of earning money? Sister Yao Yao, you are simply my life confidant. Su Yang hugged Jiang Yao and kissed her hard a few times. Just a confidant? Not a redhead. Jiang Yao smiled with her eyebrows open. Of course it's a confidant, Su Yang said with conviction. Then is there any reward for me? Jiang Yao licked her delicate red lips and looked at him with a charming smile. I Fei want what reward, just mention it. Su Yang agreed with his mouth full. Great king, do you want? Chapter 136. Going to work with mom. July 9th, the morning of a new day. When Su Yang was still sleeping, he felt an itch on his face. A soft and nice voice came from his ears. Great king, it's time for the morning court. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that Jiang Yao had already freshened up and dressed up, and was holding a strand of hair to tease his face. Su Yang yawned and stretched. What time is it? Sister Yao Yao. It's just after 8:30, your mom is already up too. Su Yang's mind also cleared up. He naturally remembered that he had to go to work with his mom today. These days of swinging vacation had made him physically a little lazy. He hurriedly climbed out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up first. I don't know when Jiang Yao got up. On the washstand, he had already set up a mouthwash cup filled with water and a toothbrush squeezed with toothpaste. After Su Yang finished brushing his teeth and washing up, he came out and saw that Jiang Yao had already set up the clothes he wore today on the bed. Life after having a girlfriend, it's really completely different from before when he was by himself. Sister Yao Yao, if I go to work today, should I still wear casual clothes? Su Yang asked towards Jiang Yao as he changed his clothes. As one of the highest power holders of the group, we are all free to dress up. The rest of the company's employees, on the contrary, have to wear professional clothes. Jiang Yao winked at him with a smile as she tied his belt. What she wore today was a set of French elegant little red dress, thin waist, Long legs, white and delicate jade-like legs wrapped in black silk. This is quite good. If you wear a suit and tie to work, it's not comfortable to move around. Su-young also preferred to wear casual clothes without that tightness. Jiang Yao then put on that Patek Philippe watch for him and basically finished dressing. The two of them held hands and left the room, coming downstairs to the living room. Yang Yingyu had also changed into an elegant purple knee-length dress and was sitting on the sofa waiting. Yang or Yao Yao, drink a cup of hot milk first to warm up your body. When Yang Yingyu saw them coming down, she took 2 cups of hot milk and stepped over with a gentle and light smile. Su-young took over and drank a sip, strangely glancing over to the dining room. Did Betty not prepare breakfast today? Yang Yingyu smiled gently. It's me who told her not to prepare it. Let's have breakfast at the company. Ah Yang, Auntie Yu is going to take you to have a good experience of the process of Snow Mountain Group employees going to work today. Jiang Yao licked the milk stains on her mouth and laughed sweetly. Oh, Su-young was a bit curious. After the two of them finished the milk, the 3 of them went out together, changed their shoes on at the entrance hall and walked out of the villa. Just take my car today. Yang Yingyu took her son's other arm. Her car was also a Rolls-Royce Phantom, but it was indeed a different customized model, which was basically the standard for rich people all over the world. Madam, young master, young lady, please get in the car. A clean-cut girl got down from the car and pulled open the door for them. Su-young looked at this girl in a lady's suit and couldn't help but think of the female bodyguard Xiao Qing who drove for Jiang Yao. Their dress and demeanor were almost identical. She is Xiao Lu. Yang Yingyu introduced her son. Oh, this is the code name, right? Su-young was a bit strange. Why wasn't Xiao Qing a code name? The clear girl seemed to know what he was wondering and said sheepishly and crisply, Xiao Qing is the 12th in line among our sisters. Su-young understood the first 10 might be more convenient to use a code name, and the small 12th might be called in a different way. After the 3 of them sat in Yang Yingyu's car, the car slowly started. Not long after, the car drove to the villa area, but it stopped right by the road. Ah Yang, look at that shuttle. Jiang Yao's soft and fragrant body was next to Su-young, pointing out through the car window, enthusiastically introduced to him. That's our Snowy Mountain Group's free shuttle bus. Basically every road section will have, about several hundred, spread throughout the city. Our employees, as long as the brush on the employee card can be transported to and from work free of charge. Su-young looked in the direction she pointed to, and indeed saw a shuttle bus printed with Snow Mountain Group's colorful paintings was parked at the roadside. And there were a few women wearing OL uniforms who were talking and laughing as they walked onto the shuttle bus. Our company's welfare is good. Su-young couldn't help but compliment. Yang Yingyu smiled and explained to her son. Basically, big companies will have such benefits. Those who have a car can drive themselves. Those who don't have a car naturally take our company's free shuttle bus is more cost-effective. If you don't want to take the shuttle bus, taking a taxi by yourself is fine, but the company won't reimburse you. That's not bad. At least you don't have to go squeeze the subway and squeeze the bus. Su-young recalled his previous commute to and from work. He was a little envious of these people. Chapter 137 Snow Mountain Group. The Rolls-Royce continued traveling. When he passed the shuttle bus, Su-young curiously glanced at the car. Through the windows, he could see that the car was already filled with quite a few employees, and it was clear that all of them were women in OL uniforms, even the driver was a woman. This made Su-young couldn't help but recall that at that time, Jiang Yao seemed to have mentioned to him that because Yang Yingyu had a natural aversion to men, all the employees working in Snow Mountain Group were women. It seemed that this was indeed true. Along the way, Su-young also saw several Snow Mountain Group shuttle bus. Usually did not pay much attention, now deliberately to pay attention, really found a lot. At 8:50, in the distance, a building modeled like the Magic City Flower Magnolia modeling skyscraper has been reflected in Su-young's eyes. The appearance was champagne-colored. The design was perfect and looked very atmospheric. The glass curtain wall reflected the morning sunlight, refracting a golden light. Younger, the Snow Mountain building is mom in 5 years ago to guide the completion of the new classic landmark of Magic City. Height 388 meters, a total of 99 floors, is the headquarters of our group. The branches together, with nearly tens of thousands of administrative staff are working here. The entire building is using the Internet of Things and artificial intelligence technology. Is a set of digital intelligence in one of the intelligent building. Yang Yingyu softly introduced Su-young in his ear. Soon, the car stopped at the main entrance of Snow Mountain Mansion. Here only Yang Yingyu could park like this. Other employees who drove here were obediently parked in the company's underground parking lot. Su-young followed his mom down from the car. Just heard a clear and pleasant voice ringing out. Yang Dong, Su Shao, Mr. Jiang, Good morning. Hitting his eyes, he saw two rows of beautiful beauties wearing Dior OL uniform sets and black silk high heels standing in front of the car, and was greeting them with a delicate smile. Yang, they are all my secretaries. They are considered to meet you in advance. Yang Yingyu held Su Yang's arm and lightly smiled as she came to his ear and said. Su Yang counted 12 in a row, exactly 24 people. And all of them were urban beauties with extremely high face value, each with their own color, beautiful temperament, white skin and long legs. The pair of black silk legs, wrapped by the hip skirt round skin drum, simply colorful Su Yang's eyes. How about Yang? This welcome ceremony is okay, right? Did you blind your eyes? Jiang Yao also held Su Yang's other arm and said with a smile. Su Yang cried and laughed. Isn't this a bit too grand? At this time, it was the peak time for work. In front of the building, there were constantly women wearing OL uniforms dressed in fashion in and out. Those who could work in Snow Mountain Group were basically the white-collar, gold-collar class of Magic City. These exquisitely dressed female employees were a little surprised to see this row at first. But when they then saw a young handsome man's arm being held by Yang Dong and Mr. Jiang, they even revealed shocked gazes and were instantly confused. Although they do not know that Yang Dong has the symptoms of natural male repugnance, but they can all feel that Yang Dong is very much not viewed as a man. This can be seen from the fact that only female employees are allowed to come to work at the group headquarters. Normally, only when the bosses of some big partners come to discuss cooperation, or when the leaders of the branch have a meeting, or when the leaders of the government come to inspect or something like that, only then will there be men coming to Snow Mountain Mansion. And Chief Jiang, not to mention, basically follow Yang Dong, and have not seen her give any man a good look. But at this moment, they actually saw Yang Dong and Chief Jiang together intimately holding a man's arm? My God, what is this situation, And who is that man? On this side, Su Yang and his group had already headed inside the Snow Mountain Mansion. Entering the hall of the office building, they first saw the reception desk in the front lobby, and the cool, cold air greeted them. Then going to the side, there was a door gate that only employees could pass through by swiping their cards. The warbling group of secretaries gathered around Su Yang's three people. There was a secretary in front of them dropping their cards long ago. After stepping on the clean floor, there are rows and rows of elevators. The elevators were all intelligently shunted and dispatched, which could avoid morning rush hour congestion, and only required manual input of floors. Mr. Yang, Mr. Jiang, good morning. Many female employees who were waiting for the elevator saw Su Yang's trio, and while shocked, they hurriedly greeted them respectfully. Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao just nodded calmly, not surprised. The two pairs of top-quality high heels stepped on the snapping sound, and walked to the VIP special elevator on Su Yang's arm. Naturally, they didn't need to squeeze the same elevator with the employees. They had their own exclusive elevator. Su Yang is also used to the world during this period of time, but did not feel formal, but also quite excited, walking with his head held high, his eyes curiously looking around. The secretary had already opened the VIP elevator for them. Only 4 secretaries followed them in. The rest could only take another VIP elevator. Chapter 138. Patrolling the mountain that Mom fought for. It didn't take long for the elevator to stop at the 70th floor. Yanger, here is the company's restaurant, providing dishes from all over the country catering pasta and fruits. The 10th to 15th floors, 65th to 70th floors are all separated in 2 levels. Upstairs and downstairs office employees won't have to run too far, and the restaurant is all free. Swipe your card to pick up your food. Yang Yingyu held her son while walking out of the elevator, while introducing him again. Seeing the small pride on her pretty goose egg face, she had a sense of pride in leading her son to visit the rivers and mountains she had built for him. Su Yang looked at the fashionable and luxurious decoration of the oversized flat restaurant, and also with small private rooms, the feeling is just like walking into a certain high-end restaurant. The heart is also very marveled at the strength of the Snow Mountain Group. Actually used 10 floors, specifically used to create a restaurant cafeteria for employees, and more importantly, it is still free. What kind of laborer wouldn't be envious of this? The female employees sitting in the cafeteria also all instantly cast their gazes to Su Yang's side. After all, the 3 of them were just too eye-catching. Su Yang wearing a customized Armani leisure suit was not to mention. Let's just say that Yang Yingyu on his left side, wearing a famous customized LV long dress, her temperament was noble and elegant, a typical domineering female president. And Jiang Yao standing on his right, also similarly wearing customized Dior French small red dress, tall and beautiful, proper imperial sister big beauty. Their kind of image in a group of professional clothing wrap skirt female employees, it would have been very easy to attract attention, not to mention their identity. And as soon as they saw Su Yang, who was being held on the arm by Director Yang and General Manager Jiang, there was no doubt that they all had shocked colors in their eyes. However, they all just looked for a while and then stopped looking, at most sneaking a glance. After all, it would be impolite to keep staring if they were discovered. Some of the people who passed by also respectfully greeted, and then hurriedly ran away to get food from the buffet table in front. Su Yang also saw a few original from the elevator out of the OL girls still talking and laughing with each other. After seeing them, all of a sudden shut their mouths, towards them after a goodbye, and then run away upside down. Su Yang could understand this situation. Regardless of the company, the identity of the boss would naturally bring pressure to the employees. As long as there was a place where the boss was present, they would usually be unable to let go and would be uncomfortable. The secretary led the way in front, bringing Su Yang's trio to an empty VIP room to be seated. "Ah Yang, see what you want to eat?" Jiang Yao brought a menu and put it in front of him. Su Yang flipped through the menu. It was divided into two parts. The front one was the breakfast content, the back one was lunch and dinner. Good lord, this is completely no different from a restaurant. Are the meals delivered here? Su Yang raised his head and looked outside through the private room. He didn't see any waiters either. The private rooms of the restaurant were all of the semi-open type, that is, they were not installed with wooden doors and walls, they were walls made up of artistic wooden strips, separating one private room from another, the kind where you could see the outside through the gaps in the branches. It was very breathable and had a sense of vision. "Young master, the other employees have to go to the dining counter to order breakfast. While you have us here, we'll go get you whatever you want to eat after you read the menu." A beautiful secretary with a high ponytail said towards him with a delicate smile. "Oh, got it," Su Yang realized. No wonder he had just seen the employees outside, all gathered around the ordering counter lining up to get breakfast. Su Yang saw the rich breakfast menu and ordered some that he couldn't normally eat. For example, hot dry noodles, hot pepper soup, intestinal noodles, and these. After Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao ordered, the female secretary slipped out with a handwritten note to get breakfast. "Mom, what time does our company officially go to work?" Su Yang looked at the time now. It was already more than 9 o'clock, so he asked with some curiosity. Yang Yingyu crossed her legs and gracefully smiled gently. "The working hours of Snow Mountain Group is at 10 a.m. to arrive at the workstation, until 5:30 p.m. My mother's superior, Su Yang couldn't help but marvel. "This is too cool, isn't it? Only 7.5 hours of work time." Jiang Yao propped her arm on the table and supported her face, tilted her head and said with a smile, "There is no such thing as 7.5 hours, from 12 o'clock noon to 2 p.m. We are still taking a break for lunch. After eating, do not want to take a lunch break. You can also go to the 50th floor of the Air Runway Walk. 50 to 55 floors are sports and leisure areas, supermarkets, gymnasiums, indoor basketball gymnasiums, dance area, rock climbing area, table tennis area, badminton area, billiards area, bowling area, tennis area. Each area has a specialized coaching, in addition to the supermarkets, are all free of charge. In addition, we also have a tea area, reading area, leisure area, and other quiet occasions, playing games and watching movies and chatting. You can also find a window seat, overlooking the whole of Pudong Lujiazhui's magnificent scenery, or to enjoy the Huangpu River on the bustling river view. In addition, each floor has a pantry, unlimited free coffee and milk tea. Do not like to drink these, but also provide free tea berries and chrysanthemums. The pantry view is also very good. You can work in the intervals between the moderate drink coffee and touch the fish." Su Yang listened to his heart sour. Yes, he was really envious. Where was this coming to work? This was a vacation, right? No wonder so many people want to work in a top big company. With this benefits, who wouldn't want to come? Chapter 139. The company doesn't keep idle people. "Mom, if we give such good benefits, won't we lose money?" Su Yang changed back to the boss's perspective from the employee's point of view, and immediately felt a hidden pain in his heart. When Yang Yingyu heard her son's somewhat silly words, she couldn't help but rub her son's head and laughed. "I'm sure I won't do any business at a loss. But basically, these employees are either from Qingbei and Fuxiao, or Harvard, Yale, Cambridge, Massachusetts, or Stanford. As long as after inspection, found that the ability of which employees do not meet the standards, will be eliminated dismissal. The company does not keep idle. We provide them with such a good treatment and benefits, then they have to create more value for the company than the treatment and benefits they get, or they are failing. Anyway, there are as many talented people graduating from prestigious universities every year as there are rivers of carp, and there aren't many companies in the country that can offer such good benefits. We will always hold the right to pick, and they are all chosen, so how can we lose out? Su-yong picked up the soy milk sent by his secretary and took a sip, still a little heartbroken. I still feel that their working hours are too short, right? Excluding the 2 hours for meal breaks, it's only 5.5 hours of work. Jiang Yao also covered her mouth and laughed. Yang, you may not understand. Many of our company's employees have to work overtime, of course. This is not something we ask for, but they voluntarily take the initiative to work overtime. Overtime and voluntary initiative? Su-yong wondered who else would be off work without skipping a. Yang Yingyu stirred the hot dry noodles for Su-yong and said with a light smile, Younger, it's like this. Our snowy mountain group's off-duty time is 5:30 p.m., but we don't have free shuttle buses until 6 p.m. You also know that the Magic City off-work peak will definitely be very congested. They get off work earlier or the same will be blocked in the road. Might as well wait for the free bus, so they will all take the initiative to work overtime for half an hour. Moreover, our company's dinner is only open at 7 o'clock in the evening. If they go home and cook by themselves, they still have to spend time and energy, so they take the initiative to work overtime for another hour and go back after dinner. And when they have eaten their fill, the company's shuttle bus is already off duty, so they have to take a taxi by themselves, and the company is reimbursed for taking a taxi home after working overtime until 9 p.m. In that case, who wants to go to the bus and subway? So they took the initiative to work another 2 hours of overtime. Then they all have no complaints? Su-yong was in doubt. Jiang Yao picked up a section of intestinal noodle and dipped it in the juice, cupped her dainty little hand underneath and stuffed it into his mouth, laughing. What complaints can there be? We never force our employees to work overtime. They can leave any time after work, but most of them voluntarily take the initiative to stay, and they also get overtime pay. After all, we're different from other small companies. They only learned the 996 of big companies, but didn't follow suit in terms of benefits and treatment, so the employees of those companies naturally have grievances and complain about the 996 every day. That's true. Su-yong ate Sister Yao Yao's cast, but he understood. If he was the one working here, he would probably be willing to work overtime. Anyway, where to eat dinner is not to eat, it's better to eat a free meal in the company. And there are so many entertainment areas and recreation areas, as well as all kinds of free coffee and milk tea. Simply summarize is something when punctual off work to go, nothing if it is not really better to eat in the workplace to touch the fish to rub a overtime pay, and then take a taxi to go home. After having breakfast, Su-yong was held by Jiang Yao's arm and followed Yang Yingyu all the way to the 99th floor on the top floor. Younger, apart from Yao Yao and I's office, this floor is where both of us have our secretary's group and our assistant's group's office. There's no other people. Yang Yingyu pulled her son's hand, stepping on her small high heels, full of soft smiles. Like a queen, she led him on a tour of this territory. Su-yong looked at the luxurious leisure area, and office, and asked with some curiosity. The area of this floor is estimated to be more than 10,000 square feet, right? Mom, how many people are in your secretarial and assistant corps? Yang Yingyu softly introduces to her son. To be precise, this area is 180m x 180m, a single layer of 22,000 square meters of oversized planes. Yao Yao and we each have a 24-member secretarial corps and a 24-member assistant corps, and these secretaries and assistants will also be accompanied by their assistants. There are roughly 200 people who work on this layer. So that's how it is. Su-yong did understand. After all, according to the industry controlled by his own mother and lord, if he didn't have 2 elite teams to assist in the management, he would definitely be able to busy himself to death. This is equivalent to an ancient emperor. You have to know how to use people to divide authority down. Otherwise, how else can you enjoy life? Chapter 140. This is definitely hereditary. A few people chatted while talking, and soon walked into Yang Yingyu's chairman's exclusive office. This office was awesome. The area occupied hundreds of square feet at least. In addition to the office area, there was also a lounge area like the living room at home, and it was also equipped with a lounge that was decorated like a presidential suite, and it also had its own pantry, toilet, and bathroom. The decoration of the entire space is also beautiful, European-style crystal lamps, hanging around the exquisite paintings and calligraphy. Bookshelves placed neatly on a variety of masterpieces. The ground is all natural marble paved with thick carpets. Office furniture is all precious wood or leather soft, and a variety of precious metals, crystals, and other raw materials to decorate. Surrounded by some green delicate potted plants. Looking out is 2 floor-to-ceiling glass walls. A glance can see the Huangpu river view, without any cover. This was completely no different from a luxury villa at all, even better. Su-yong stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the entire rippling scenery of the Magic City from the top of this building, and at this moment, he also had a brand new feeling. It was as if he was the master of this skyscraper and was overlooking the multitudes of people, all of whom were subjugated to his feet. No wonder the owner's office of most companies would be set on the highest floor. This invisible sense of domination was really a very marvelous feeling. It was a feeling of conquest that controlled the destiny of 10,000 people, and a single word could determine a person's future. Su-yong estimated that he would keep this state for a long time, and it would also add some superior's pressure to his temperament in an invisible way. Young master, have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself. This is the Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee beans that Yang Dong usually drinks open. A big curly-haired secretary who wore exquisite jewelry and was very well dressed walked over to Su-yong holding a coffee and handed it to him with both hands and smiled. Su-yong received the coffee and couldn't help but look at her. I have to say, each of these secretaries beside the mother and father is really beautiful and eye-catching. Each of them has her own style. All of them are big beauties with more than 90 points. Just like this beautiful secretary in front of him. Her face with a delicate smile. Her slender waist straightened, making the size of her opie under her shirt even more prominent. Noticing that he was sizing her up, she even boldly threw a few winks at him. "What's your name?" Su-yong smiled and asked towards her. "Wei Suzuran, Wei of Jingwei, Suzuran of Suzuran Flower." The big curly-haired secretary smiled back. "Quite a nice name. Did my mom tell you guys about my identity?" Su-yong took a sip of coffee. It was true that it was worthy of being hand-ground from top-quality coffee beans. It was very fragrant and smooth in the mouth, and there was also a bit of fruity flavor. "Yeah, in the morning, Yang Dong sent a message in the group to notify us. But even if Yang Dong doesn't tell us, we can still guess it," Wei Linglan said with a coquettish smile. "Oh? Why?" Su-yong was curious. "Because there is a picture of you placed on Yang Dong's desk. We also basically see your picture every day, so we can recognize you at a glance," Wei Suzlin said rightfully. The small slice of snow-white skin exposed by the shirt collar was very sexy. Su-yong understood. According to her own mother superior's natural man-hating character, to be able to put a photo of a young man on her desk, how could these secretaries of hers who had been working by her side not be able to guess some of the truth? "Suzuran, are you hitting on our young master?" Jiang Yao laughed and walked over, slapping Wei Linglan on her skin drum. "Mr. Jiang, I didn't." Wei Suzuran's face slightly reddened, covering her leather drum and buggering off. Yang Yingyu also held a cup of coffee and walked over with a quiet demeanor, smiling warmly. "Suzuran, this niece is good at finding chances to strike up a conversation. Younger, if you have your eye on her, Mom will help you catch her to go back and warm up the bed for you." "Yang, do you want sister to call on Suzuran to accompany you tonight?" Jiang Yao also extraordinarily flavorfully shook his arm. Su-yong cried and laughed as he pulled away from the topic and asked, "Mom, these secretarial assistants of yours, why do they all look so young?" "This? Yao Yao, you come to talk to Younger." Yang Yingyu suddenly face surged slightly red and said with some embarrassment, "Oh." Su-yong had seldom seen his own mother superior when she was so coquettish. Jiang Yao giggled, pursed her rosy lips and explained to him, "Yang, you also know that your mother's natural aversion to men, she can only touch you as a man, so she will also be very disgusted with other men's scent and the like, which makes it necessary to ask the secretaries and assistants around her to remain single. Otherwise, if they did something intimate with their boyfriends and came back to work, then wouldn't they bring other men's scent to work as well? So, once a secretary or assistant has a boyfriend, they have to take the initiative to apply to be transferred out of their position, and will bring someone else up again. Our secretaries and assistants can be regarded as the big rednecks beside the Empress. Their power in the whole group is very big, and they have to be young, beautiful, and capable for us to choose. However, if they conceal and not report, if they are discovered by us, they will directly enter the group's blacklist, and can't serve in all of your mom's industries and partner companies again. And if you take the initiative to report and apply for a transfer, you can still be transferred to a good leadership position. So, basically, no one can be stupid enough to hide it. After all, they have been working beside your mom for so long, and they all understand how horrible the assets in your mom's hands are. This resulted in the fact that the group of secretaries and assistants around the two of us were basically all pretty women in their 20s, with a maximum of no more than 35 years old. Among them, the oldest one, the assistant, is still a career-minded woman who has followed your mom for 10 years, just 35 this year. Su-yong finally understood after listening to Jiang Yao's words. "I didn't expect that my mother and superior would be so seriously sick." He actually couldn't even approach the breath of the opposite sex. However, just by remaining single, one could work beside the Empress as a celebrity. This sacrifice was really nothing for a woman who wanted to make a career. And since he was the crown prince of the Snowy Mountain Group, and in the future, His son would also inherit his mother's business and become the boss that they would have to serve. It was natural that he would be curious and pleasing to himself. It seems that this condition of mandatory singleness must continue to be inherited. Soo-young felt that he was also affected by his mother's influence, and he didn't like the people working around him to have the flavor of other men. It turned out that he himself was also very sick. This is definitely genetic. Chapter 141, $30 billion for fun. In the luxurious lounge area of the chairman's office, Soo-young was sitting on a soft leather sofa. Soo-young sat on the soft leather sofa, in front of a variety of fresh refreshments and fruits. Jiang Yao was next to him like a good little daughter-in-law. Mom, which department will I work in at the company? Soo-young looked with some curiosity to the mother superior, who was sitting on the side with her legs elegantly folded. Yang Yingyu looked at her son and smiled, softly said, "Previously, I was the president of Snow Mountain Group. I intend to let you take the position of the president, and then set up a new investment department for you to manage to practice your hands. I don't know, what do you think about Yonger?" Soo-young naturally had no opinion, rubbed his hands and said, "I can do it, Mom. How much investment capital can I operate in this department?" Yang Yingyu charmingly lifted up her gorgeous little hand, stretching out 3 slender jade fingers coated with deep purple crystal armor, mischievously winking at her son and said, "This number, $3 billion? Soo-young's eyes glowed. Yang Yingyu teasingly laughed. "How could Mom be so stingy? It's 30 billion. Oh, 30 billion. So much." Soo-young was directly dumbfounded. Yang Yingyu pinched her son's face and slightly pursed her lips and smiled. "What is this? The liquidity that your mom can use is over $1 trillion, and there are over $200 billion in idle funds. 30 billion is just equivalent to a month's pure profit from the assets that Mom owns. Mom, aren't you afraid that I'll lose all these 30 billion? Soo-young was shocked by Mother Superior's bravado. The gentle color on Yang Yingyu's face became even more intense. "What's there to be afraid of in this? It's only $30 billion. Mom can take out this money, just intends to let you play as you like. Anyway, it's just as an exercise for experience. Mom didn't ask for Yonger that you need to make any achievements. As long as I can let you have fun, everything will be worth it. Mom, you're really good to me." Soo-young hugged his own Mother Superior tightly. No wonder it was said that some people were born in Rome, while others were born as bulls and horses. Identity was something that, from the moment of birth, basically doomed the resources that a person could grasp and the achievements that they could make in the future. After the conclusion of his own little conference, Yang Yingyu's secretary had also notified the entire management of the Snow Mountain Group and held a meeting. Mother Superior announced Soo-young's identity in the conference room and appointed Soo-young's position as the president of Snow Mountain Group. In addition to having the authority to manage the company, he was also fully responsible for the newly created Sunflower Investment Department. This kind of formal appointment position would allow Soo-young to command people in Snow Mountain Group more conveniently. After all, a big official is a big man. Yang Yingyu also introduced Soo-young to recognize the company's various department managers. In addition to this, it was the appointment of the administrative staff transfer of the Sunflower Investment Department. After all, this is the Prince's investment department. Those managers who were transferred to Sunflower were so excited that they almost didn't shout. And after the appointment documents were spread throughout the entire group, all the employees, especially those ordinary employees who did not yet know Soo-young's identity, they were even more directly confused in the wind and completely shocked. My God, Snowy Mountain Group had actually inducted a male president? Didn't it say that Snow Mountain Group only recruits female employees? Didn't it say that both Mr. Yang and Mr. Jiang detested men? And now tens of thousands of female employees in Snowy Mountain Group are ruled by a male CEO? This world is too crazy. The only way was to wait for their leader to come back from the meeting and reveal Soo-young's identity to these ordinary employees in a low voice. It was only then that these ordinary employees came to realize that this man who was lying in the middle of all the flowers was actually the crown prince. Quite a number of female employees with outstanding beauty began to fantasize about the daydream of the domineering president falling in love with me. On this side, Soo-young brought Jiang Yao to the president's exclusive luxury office that his mom had arranged for him. This luxury office, but it's not at all worse than the one of the Mother Superior. Mother Superior still had to deal with today's work, so Soo-young didn't stay in Yang Yingyu's office to disturb her. Moreover, he also had to think about how he should utilize the $30 billion of investment capital. Sister Yao Yao, I found out that very few of our company's employees seem to have bought a car. Soo-young was going to be in the Snowy Mountain Group of companies in the future, and when he first arrived, he wanted to know more about the employees. This question was a question that arose after he saw that so many employees had to take the shuttle bus in the morning. Logically speaking, the employees of Snow Mountain Group were paid very well, so they shouldn't all have to take the shuttle bus, right? Jiang Yao elegantly sat sideways on his lap, holding a cup of coffee and sipping it in small sips. Her voice line was very provocative and laughed. "Ah Yang, this is that you don't understand women. In fact, women are not too much to pursue the car and house. They are more willing to spend their money on brand-name bags, luxury clothing, jewelry, high-heel shoes, brand-name cosmetics and skincare products, or renting more luxurious apartments. After all, women are born to love beauty. Cars and houses and whatnot are not considered to be immediate needs, and the transportation in Magic City is very convenient, so except for the leadership class with very high salaries and benefits, they will rarely spend money to buy a car." Su Yang understood. This was the difference between women and men. Women could live a relatively easy life because all they needed to do was to marry a man and then they would have everything. Not to mention the female employees of Snow Mountain Group, their eyesight would definitely be higher, and the man who could be in their eyes would have to be a small millionaire who earns millions a year anyways. But men are different. Men have to make sure that they have a car, a house and money before they dare to get married. That's why women's and men's consumerism are completely different. Chapter 142: A New Social Circle. "Ah Yang, which industry are you going to start testing the waters?" Jiang Yao shook those long legs wrapped in black silk, her eyes shining brightly as she asked towards him. Su Yang wrapped his girlfriend's slender waist, looked at her soft and attractive face, and said calmly, "There is no hurry. Help me prepare the company's customer information, financial statements, performance reports, market research, project summaries, and so on. I want to find out the company's basic information first." He did not intend to blindly do it right away. At present, the first priority is to understand the information of his own Snow Mountain Group. Only by knowing the assets under his control, he could be more open to carry out his investment plan. After all, this is only the first day of work. There is no need to be in such a hurry to throw money. There has to be a sufficient period of adaptation in order to produce their own personal insights. "No problem. I'll let Suzuran bring it over to you now." Jiang Yao barred her lips and kissed him on the mouth, then stood up with a smile. Wei Suzuran had also been reassigned to Su Yang's side as his secretary temporarily by his own mother and lord, including Wei Suzuran's own group of assistants. So now Su Yang had quite a lot of people at hand that he could use. It didn't take long for stacks of Snow Mountain Group information to be neatly placed on Su Yang's desk. The things Su Yang said were all the most important documents of Snow Mountain Group, and generally only the management was qualified to view them. But now Su Yang was the president of Snow Mountain Group. Naturally, he could browse these documents at will. Looking at this mountain of documents, Su Yang knew that his career was still a long way to go. Su Yang read half a day's worth of documents before he finally gained some understanding of the general framework of the Snowy Mountain Group. In fact, the Snow Mountain building said that there were 10,000 administrative staff working here. In fact, almost half of the employees only have workstations in the company. The work is to go to each branch to inspect and supervise or travel, organize activities to implement marketing programs and other work content. Therefore, those who are based in Snow Mountain Group are about 6,000 or 7,000 people. Of course, this is not a small number. Only a 99-floor skyscraper like Snow Mountain Group can accommodate so many people's office, dining, and resting and relaxing places at the same time. At noon, Su Yang went downstairs with his mother and father and Jiang Yao to the staff restaurant for dinner. The employees that they met this time brought Su Yang with them when they greeted them. In the morning, none of them knew Su Yang's identity, so they basically just greeted Mr. Yang and Mr. Jiang. But now there was one more Mr. Su. Moreover, the gazes that each of these female employees looked at Su Yang became glittering, like they were looking at a piece of gluttonous food. Su Yang, a man in a pile of fragrant women. This feeling was still quite refreshing, and also politely smiled and nodded to those female employees who greeted him. After having lunch, Su Yang followed his mother and father and Jiang Yao to visit the company's recreational area to see the female employees dancing, playing ball games and rock climbing, and then returned to the roof of the building. Yang Yingyu was used to taking a lunch break, so she took a nap in the luxury suite of the office. Su Yang also held the giggling Jiang Yao horizontally, slipped to the rest suite of her office, and threw her on the big soft bed. Jiang Yao giggled and bounced on the bed. A pair of soft and snow-white black silk jade feet scratched on the navy blue bed sheet. The delicate shell toes were embellished by the humongous red nails, drawing a wonderful trace on the sheet. "Your Majesty, do you want my concubine to relax you?" That must be relaxed. Where could Su Yang hold back? He also directly pounced on her. In the afternoon, Su-young got high on a little golden dragon Dan and continued to read up on the company's various information. This little golden dragon Dan, now he was taking it every week on time. The effect is also very significant. Every time after finishing a feeling, the mind is very clear, a sweat is particularly comfortable, there is no wet waists or legs or symptoms. Jiang Yao after the bath, beautiful as a flower face, is still with a rosy cheeks, still nestled in his lap, with him to read the information. When Su-young encountered anything he didn't understand, he would ask Jiang Yao, exploring the mountain of documents with her. When he took a break in the middle of the day, Jiang Yao would gently use her delicate fingers to rub the sides of his forehead. Su-young took the fine hand-ground coffee brought to him by his secretary Wei Linglan and took a shallow sip to refresh himself. "Yang is tired, right? Come give sister a kiss." Jiang Yao lifted her small mouth and was about to ask him for a kiss. Her skin after bathing was very white, glowing, eyelashes were very long, nose bridge was straight, small mouth coated with lipstick, very imperial lady style. Su-young cried and laughed and glanced at Wei Suzlin, who was organizing information for him in front of him, came over and bit her fragrant lips and said with a low smile, "Sister Yao Yao, you are really not afraid of being shy." Jiang Yao took his coffee in her hand and drank a sip, holding her long and slender neck, like a fox looking up at the moon. She smiled gently. "Yang, after work today, accompany me to meet two friends, just to introduce you to know each other, and also to let you have more circles in Magic City." Su-young thought about it and replied, "Yes, what kind of friends are they?" He understood that he was no longer the person he used to be, and really needed to change to a new social circle. Otherwise, he would have a hard time transforming the fact that he was already a super rich second generation. Jiang Yao's blown-out face was tinged with a delicate red color. Looking at Su-young softly and movingly, "They are sort of my girlfriends. One is called Hua Shuefu, that is, Auntie Hua's niece, and the other is called Song Amin, which you surely know, so you don't need me to introduce them, do you?" "Then how can I not recognize them? Old acquaintance." Only then did Su-young somewhat come back to his senses in general, and asked her in surprise, "It wouldn't be possible that Yi Min had mentioned my friend to me before, and it's you too, right?" "Right, ah. Occasionally Shuefu and I would go to Linen to look for Minner to play. It's all because she took us to eat delicious food." Jiang Yao daintily wrapped her arms around his neck and laughed. "That's quite a coincidence. I didn't expect to see Yi Min so soon," Su-young said with some sighs. "Actually, 2 days ago, Minner's mom, Aunt Song, also came to Magic City, but she came to party with your mom, so she must have already known that your Aunt Yu's son as well." Jiang Yao's tender and delicate jade-like face suddenly took on a derisive look. "Okay, then it seems like this way, Emin must have known about these things from Aunt Song as well." Su-young didn't know what kind of mood to be in right now. The stockings of Aunt Song that he had brought back from Linen at that time were still kept in the closet of his villa. No wonder Aunt Song didn't look for him when she came to Linen. She didn't even make a phone call, so she probably didn't have the heart to see herself. Chapter 143. Goodbye Song Emin. At 5 in the afternoon, Su-young said a word to his mother and father, and took Yao Yao to leave work early. Jiang Yao had changed back into an exquisite outfit and was very flamboyant. A red dress to her tall body wrapped, waist design more and more set off her waist slim, mature and gorgeous face side. 2 white ears wearing ruby earrings, but also added to her delicate. The two of them sat on the Rolls-Royce that had long been driven by Shao Qing and was waiting downstairs. "Sister Yao Yao, you're dressed up so nicely today." After Su-young sat on the car, his eyes kept slipping on Jiang Yao's beautiful legs that were leaning diagonally to his side. The long and rounded lines were wrapped by the ultra-thin meat silk, extraordinarily tantalizing. "Hey progress ah. Now we'll coax sister happy." Jiang Yao immediately smiled with her eyebrows open. Understanding Su-young's preferences, she comfortably leaned back on the seat and stomped off her high heels. A pair of feet rested directly on Su-young's legs, still swaying. "Sister Yao Yao, isn't this a bit less elegant?" Su-young pretended to be serious and said, "Just say, do you like it?" Jiang Yao ate and laughed, turned her face sideways, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at him. The faint fragrance from Sister Yao Yao's body wafted inside the car, making people smell it comfortably. "It's still Sister Yao Yao who understands me. Let's help you rub your feet." Su-young couldn't help but want to laugh, holding her feet and rubbing them for her. Just after 5:30 p.m., the Rolls-Royce steadily parked in front of Wangjiang Pavilion. "Have your two friends arrived already?" Su-young opened the door and got off while asking towards Jiang Yao beside him. "Well, They sent a message over, saying that they are already waiting for us in the upstairs private room. Jiang Yao was holding her cell phone and reading the message, her soft and charming eyes under the reflection of the screen, soulful and beautiful, exceptionally bright. Su Yang had come here once with Jiang Yao last time, so he was familiar with the place. Holding Jiang Yao's little hand, he got out of the car and walked into this luxury hotel opened by the mother and father. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at a luxurious VIP room upstairs under the leadership of the manageress. Pushing open the door and glancing at it, they only saw two women sitting waiting inside. "Wow, Yao Yao, you've finally come." Song Amin happily pounced over, hugged Jiang Yao and barfed on her face, then looked at Su Yang with teasing eyes. "I really didn't expect that you're Aunt Yu's son. Back then, you even grabbed Nai to eat with me. There's still this." Su Yang was dumbfounded. Song Amin smiled seductively. "You naturally don't remember. You were only a few months old at that time. My mom went to Aunt Yu's house to see you, woke you up, and took a bite out of my mom's lei." Su Yang could only look at Jiang Yao innocently. Jiang Yao pushed away her own bosom friend, holding Su Yang's arm and smiling lowly in his ear. "I've also heard about this. It should be true." "Okay." Su Yang was still happy to see Amin again and spread his hands cheerfully. "Feel free to laugh. I couldn't help it if I was ignorant at that time." Song Amin covered her mouth and giggled. Jiang Yao blankly glanced at her, pulling Su Yang to introduce him to the tall woman who had been standing to the side, not speaking. "Ah Yang, this is Hua Shuefu that I mentioned to you," Jiang Yao said, and with her other hand, she took the girl's arm, squeezing her eyebrows and continuing to laugh. "Hurrah! Don't you see she doesn't speak? In fact, the most stuffy one here is her." "Yao Yao looking for a fight? Do people still want an image?" Hua Shuefu's clear and beautiful face collapsed, lightly pushed Jiang Yao and pouted. Jiang Yao gathered the hair around her ear behind her ear and giggled. "Who let you pretend to be a lady on the side?" This sultry woman in Jiang Yao's mouth had a clear and elegant face, with a pretty nose, delicate red lips, snow-white chin, especially with a little red mole at the corner of her mouth, which added a touch of brightness to her. A head of long black straight hair, wearing Chanel's fragrant wind-waisted white dress. Her figure was exceptionally outstanding in all aspects, especially the pair of round long legs. Su Yang remembered Jiang Yao said that her aunt Hua Mo Yen was the city mayor of Magic City. The Hua family power was very powerful in Magic City as well as in the surrounding area, completely not inferior to his own in-law's mom. "Hello, you're just like Yao Yao. Just call me Shuefu." After messing around with Jiang Yao for a bit, Hua Shuefu smiled and waved her hand towards Su Yang and said in greeting, "Well, hello?" Su Yang also revealed a light smile and greeted. "Su Yang, you also change your name to call me Minerwell. Aunt Yu and Yao Yao both call me this way." Next to Song Amin also flamboyantly came over, charmingly glanced at Su Yang and said with a delicate smile, "Okay." Su Yang and Song Amin were old acquaintances, so naturally there was no need to be polite. "All right, don't stand. Sit down first and then chat." Jiang Yao smiled and pulled Su Yang to find a seat. Chapter 144 Luxury White Rich Beauty. The four of them sat down around the dining table, and after ordering the food, they started chatting casually again. Jiang Yao sat according to Su Yang, the pair of beautiful legs wrapped in meat silk under the hem of her skirt, rounded and offered straight. "Su Yang, you hid it from me for a long time. I only found out from my mom 2 days ago that you are Aunt Yu's son. At that time it really shocked me. If I knew it was you earlier, we could definitely become better friends." Song Amin flashed her big eyes and said with some petulant complaints. Su Yang also apologized a bit. "Sorry, I only recently recognized my mother. I really didn't mean to hide it from you before." Song Amin couldn't help but giggle when she saw his expression. "I'm relieved to see that you're still the same. I thought that you couldn't see me as a friend now that you've become Aunt Yu's son." Su Yang saw her smile. His heart was also relieved. "How can I? Well, at least my mom and your mom are friends. Isn't it only right that we become friends? Just friends." Jiang Yao interjected teasingly. "I do want to be a girlfriend too. It depends on Yao Yao if you're willing to share Su Yang with me." Song Amin laughed playfully and went to tickle Jiang Yao. "Good, you little burnt goods. You still want to steal your sister's man." Jiang Yao also giggled and made a mess with her. Su Yang shook his head amusedly, looked sideways at Hua Shuefu, who hadn't said anything, and struck up a conversation towards her. "I also bumped into your aunt and Yao Qi before. Your aunt and nephew do share some common features, just like the beauty mole at the corner of your mouth, while your aunt is at the corner of her eyes." Hua Shuefu laughed softly. This mole of mine does belong to the same common characteristics as my aunt, but the two of us have quite a big difference in character. Before the family said that her character is difficult to mix in the officialdom, but more suitable for business, but my aunt just do not listen to, did not expect to really do it up for her. I can only say that my aunt has this aspect of the potential. On the other side of Su-yong was sitting her. From the angle of his side, the beauty mole she carried at the corner of her mouth made her smile even more charming. Hua Shuafu seemed to notice his gaze, lifting the tips of her hair behind her ears, propped up on the table with one hand on her cheek, titillatingly looking at him and said with a smile, Su-yong, is your future plan to go into politics or business? She had already heard about Su-yong from her own aunt, so she didn't mention the topic of the 21 years he disappeared. Su-yong smiled and glanced at her beautiful eyes and said, I can't be a bureaucrat, but it's not a problem to be an investment businessman. Song Amin, who was hugging and jostling with Jiang Yao, then smiled flirtatiously and said, That's not bad. In the future, I'll take over Aunt Yu's class. My mom is also training me as a successor. Hua Shuafu twisted the delicate earrings on her ears, but she smiled politely. With Su Yang's family background, it's really not too far from how to choose. She was not just talking about Yang Yingyu's Snow Mountain group, but included the power of the Lingnan Su family. But Su Yang naturally didn't know this. He asked curiously, Then what do you do, Shuafu? I am now a group leader of the Metropolitan Police Academy. Oh. Hua Shuafu giggled and said, Yo, that power is pretty big too. Su Yang had seen the name of the people before. The main character group in it was the Duja Academy, so he could understand it. It's not bad. It's definitely not comparable to my aunt. Hua Shuafu said with a warm and light smile. Say, Yao Yao, are you and Su Yang already talking about someone? Song Amin asked with a face full of gossip. Hua Shuafu also curiously blinked her clear eyes and glanced at Su Yang. Jiang Yao twisted her tiny waist and held Su Yang's arm, like the starry Danfeng eyes flashing with watery light, smilingly said, I'm already a Yang's child bride. Don't you think so? Su Yang amusingly wrapped his arm around Sister Yao Yao's slender waist. Through the thin purple skirt, he could feel Sister Yao Yao's tender and delicate jade-like skin. Hua Shuafu seemed to be very interested in this topic as well, gossiping. So how far have you guys progressed? Did you do that? Jiang Yao smiled and said disdainfully, This can still tell you too? Maybe you two fledglings still have to ask for details. Song Amin stared at Su Yang and laughed badly. Then you have to keep an eye on him, or else my sister wouldn't mind having a domination session. Jiang Yao's eyebrows were flirtatious and charming, and her mouth contained a smile as she scolded, Hey, Min Air. You should be more restrained. You only just know the identity of our families a Yang and you've exposed your burning energy? It can't be helped. There is simply no man in Magic City who can make us look at him. Only Su Yang counts as one. Song Amin said, but also did not forget to wink at Hua Shuafu. Shuafu? Don't you think so? Hua Shuafu's eyes hid a light smile as she nodded her head. This point is true. That's true, our family Yang is the best. Jiang Yao also covered her waist and eyes and laughed with a blossoming smile. Su Yang could only cry and laugh as he picked up his water cup and drank water. Are all the topics this woman chats about so open? Chapter 145 Releasing Nature. Fortunately, at this time, the waiter knocked on the door of the room and started to send drinks and food to the private room. Su Yang was next to Jiang Yao, eating and chatting with the two reacquainted beauties, but also more and more familiar. Song Amin, together with Jiang Yao's girlfriends, was really more of a female rogue than her previous image of the old CG. Just as Yao Yao said, she is a demonic burnt woman. After releasing her nature, she even frequently molested Su Yang. No wonder Jiang Yao would say that she was very good at being prudish in front of other people, including her family. As for Hua Shuafu, she was indeed quite sultry, with a clear and pretty appearance, a look of a gentle lady. But the way she looked at Su Yang from time to time was very flirtatious. These two with a golden spoon grew up in the mansion Chenjin. Su Yang as girlfriends and boyfriends get along, but also quite harmonious. But seriously, Su Yang found that this kind of rich white beauty of the mansion is really a lot higher quality than other beauties. Maybe from childhood pampered, brocade clothes, 10 fingers are not touching the spring water. So their skin quality is really white and tender through red, all the body is fragrant, no place is not beautiful. This kind of beauty should be regarded as a goddess. Simply lick anywhere, and it sure is delicious. This is bird's nest stewed papaya, right? Shuafu, you need to eat more. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch up with Yao Yao. Song Amin twisted her skin drum egg and stood up, lifted a small stew pot to look at it and said bashfully, When Suyang heard this, he couldn't help but glance towards her and Shuefu. This isn't small anymore. Hua Shuefu blushed a little, dodging away from his eyes. The stunningly beautiful and dusty clear face pretended to be skillful and helpless. You usually eat quite a lot, ah. Yao Yao, this is natural beauty. Have already admitted defeat. Jiang Yao lifted her face from the bowl of rice, holding up her heart, her cheeks bulging and muttering vaguely. Concede or not? Sister me, one tops you too. Yao Yao, why don't you exaggerate a bit more? At least we're D-ranked powerhouses. Song Yamin crossed her arms in defiance. Jiang Yao glanced at her and laughed, not saying anything. Song Yamin suddenly walked over, pulled up Su Yang's arm and said quietly, Su Yang, you give your sister a measurement. I just don't believe it. Hua Shuefu smiled brightly and coaxed. I also don't believe that Yao Yao can stand up to 2, measure mine too. Su Yang hurriedly withdrew his hand, crying and laughing. Stop it. Let's eat our meal first. Jiang Yao's eyes flickered as she playfully yelled, My Homa Yang is afraid that you guys will lose too ugly, giving you a step down. You don't make a fuss either. Su Yang pinched his own Yao Yao sister's cheeks without any good humor. It wasn't appropriate for him to make a move with these two girls who weren't quite familiar with each other yet, but when it came to moving his own Yao Yao sister, it wasn't the least bit foreign. Jiang Yao blinked her eyes and said adorably, I'll listen to my family's Ayang. Hua Shuefu teased her. Yao Yao, you haven't even become Su Yang's daughter-in-law yet. You listen to him so quickly. It can't be helped. Who made my heart and body belong to my family's Ayang? Jiang Yao was unconcerned and leaned on Su Yang, tilting her soft face in triumph. After the few people had eaten and drunk their fill, the time was just after 8 o'clock. The time is still quite early. Why don't we change the place and drink some more? Song Amin looked at the exquisite female watch on her wrist and proposed towards Su Yang and the girls. I have no opinion, Hua Shuefu said with a gentle smile. I'll listen to my family's Ayang. Jiang Yao daintily acted like a daughter-in-law, holding Su Yang's arm and said. Su Yang saw them all looking at him. He also felt that it was a bit unenjoyable to break up like this tonight, so he nodded his head and said, Go. I have no problem with it. That's good. I'll pick the place. I don't want to go to Auntie Yu's venue with Yao Yao again, without even a chance to pay the bill. Song Amin said with a charming smile. After the four of them left Wangjiang Pavilion, they didn't drive their own cars anymore. After all, everyone had been drinking, so they all rode in Jiang Yao's Rolls-Royce. But no one pulled away from the co-pilot either, and one by one, they directly drilled into the back row. Fortunately, the Rolls-Royce was spacious enough. Squeezing in 4 people was no problem, just slightly body to body. Minner, sit inside. To avoid you little burnt hooves from eating other people's tofu. Hua Shuefu pushed Song Yamin to sit inside. Lol Shuefu, look at this stuffy energy of yours. You're still grabbing seats. Song Yamin teased her. Su Yang was also pushed into the car by Jiang Yao, so it became on his right-hand side was Hua Shuefu, Song Yamin, and on his left-hand side was Jiang Yao. He didn't have any problem with squeezing together with the beauties, but his arm was touching his arm, and he could feel Hua Shuefu's warm, delicate and elastic skin. After Jiang Yao closed the car door, let Shao Qing drive, 2 small hands holding Su Yang's arm. It is even more squeezing feeling. Ayang, help me put my cell phone in your pocket, or else I'm afraid I'll forget to take it when I drink too much later. Jiang Yao stuffed her cell phone in Su Yang's hand. Aha! Su Yang responded when he picked up the cell phone and stuffed it into his pocket. The bend of his elbow unintentionally brushed against an amazing soft bullet. He could only pretend that nothing happened, put the phone away and retracted his arm. Only still did not hold back, quietly turned back to look at Hua Shuefu, only to realize that her face floated with a touch of redness. Seeing him look, but also blinked her clear eyes towards him. Su Yang thought to himself, really is a D-level powerhouse, only inferior to Yao Yao's sister Chapter 146. Emperor who is just a doorman in front of me. Triumph Palace International Club, one of the most high-end luxury nightclubs in Magic City. Whether it's a bar, a business KTV, or recreation. The Rolls-Royce that Su Yang is sitting on has just parked in front of the Triumph Palace. The 2 men smoking under the changing neon lights immediately greeted them. Qin Burn, you're acting as a doorman today. Hua Shuefu had just gotten out of the car, and seeing the youth in front of her, she said indifferently. Your guests are coming to the door. A few big ladies rarely visit Triumph Palace. Then I, as the boss, happen to be here today. How can I also have to personally receive them, no? Qin Burn said with a smile on his face. In front of these top misses, he was really only worthy of being a doorman. Jiang Yao came together in Su Yang's ear, whispered to him to introduce. This is called Qin burning. The family is probably 10 billion level assets with your pocket money as much, and his father is Shangjiang people in the Australian city to do stacking code boy up home. His own in the Magic City to settle, opened a few companies clubs, for the person is also quite flamboyant. Known as netizens what the Shanghai on the emperor in fact also belongs to the Magic City of upper layer of the second generation of rich, not the top layer, not to say that the top layer, but the top layer, the top layer. A member of, cannot be counted on the top. I heard that with the Cheetah Group's Wang family prince relationship is quite good. All belong to the kind of like to go into the public eye of the show character. Su Yang as a network surfing otaku, naturally also heard of this Qin burning and Wang tearing onions, but did not understand much. Now after listening to Jiang Yao's introduction to him, he realized that this Shanghai emperor, even Song Amin's family could not compare to him, let alone him and Hua Xuefu. It was no wonder that this Shanghai emperor knew they were coming over and had to personally come out to greet them. After all, the financial power of Yang Yingyu and the Hua family in Magic City was at the level of a giant. With a wave of their hands, they could make this so-called Shanghai emperor unable to mix in Magic City. At this time, Qin Burn also saw Su Yang standing in the middle of the three women. His eyes flashed a trace of surprise, and he hurriedly greeted warmly. This big brother has not seen I do not know how to call, although he didn't know who this young man was, but from the fact that he was able to be so close to Miss Jiang, Miss Flower family, and Miss Song family, then surely his status was extraordinary. Otherwise, where would he be able to make these great misses treat him like this? Didn't you see that when Hua Xuefu and Jiang Yao saw him, they didn't even look at him? This is the difference in treatment. Su Yang had no grudges or hatred towards this Hushang emperor, seeing that he greeted him with such a smiling face. Naturally, he didn't fight with a smiling face either. Smilingly said, "My name is Su Yang. Just call me by my name." That can't be. Qin burning in the rich second-generation circle mixed for so many years. Should have the I will still have, smilingly said. Su Yang can come to Triumph Palace to play, is to give me face. How can I be so rude? With those words, he also hastily took out a business card and handed it to Su Yang with both hands. Su Yang took it and casually put it into his pocket. Boss Qin, you'd better lead the way. We're going to be mobbed standing here. Now is supposed to be the time for nightlife. Three big beautiful women in fashionable and beautiful clothes, also stepping on high heels. As soon as they appeared in the doorway, they became the center of the most attention. I'm sorry, it's my Qin's fault. Everyone follow me. Qin Burn hurriedly led the way in front. Xiao Qin, who was wearing a lady's suit, followed closely behind Jiang Yao and also walked into Triumph Palace. After all, this was a nightclub, not like other places. Security still had to be kept in check. A few people came all the way to a luxurious private room. Through the glass window they could still see the group of demons dancing in the bar pool outside. Qin burned to let the waiter to send a fruit plate and drinks. After the sensible farewell, left the private room. In that case, only Su Yang and the girls themselves were left in the luxury KTV room. Jiang Yao and Song Amin, Hua Xuefu and the girls didn't pretend to be prudish and cool anymore, and got completely high. Xiao Qing just sat quietly in the corner, like an invisible person. Su Yang did give her a glance, but Hua Xuefu and the girls were used to it. Apparently they knew Jiang Yao's bodyguard from a long time ago. Jiang Yao ordered a song Summer Blown by the Wind, and pulled Su Yang to sing with him. Su Yang's voice is good, but the singing is normal level and occasionally wrong tone kind. However, friends out to sing, it is not necessary to sing professionally on the handsome, but occasionally sing the wrong tune attracted Hua Xuefu and Song Amin cover the mouth to sneer. The atmosphere is only fun. After all, if you really want to hear a good song, you can just listen to the original song, and it's just fun to come out and sing. So, as long as you relax and boldly shout into the microphone, you don't need to be afraid of singing badly. Jiang Yao's singing is not bad. Mainly, or her voice is very soft and charming, good to listen to. Talking feel is singing. Su Yang and Jiang Yao just finished singing a song. Song Amin cannot wait to order a Because of Love, pulling him chorus. Originally thought Song Amin singing this kind of emotional level rich song should not be good at, but did not expect her singing together. That ethereal female voice is quite good. And Flower Xuefu followed naturally also to join in the fun, also want to come with Su Yang to a chorus. And, actually point of the song is, Today You Want to Marry Me. Jiang Yao and Song Amin laughed and scolded her for being so stuffy. Hua Xuefu is white long legs a ride, pretending to say, Can chorus love songs are only a few good, have been ordered by you guys. I can only choose this one. Su Yang did not mind, picked up the microphone and sang with her. Chapter 147 Money and Power. for people have been playing until 11 o'clock at night, only to check out and leave. The city of Magic City is still brightly lit at night, and there are constantly coolly dressed young ladies on the roadside. Jiang Yao asked Xiao Qing to drive the drunken Min Er and Xuefu back first. Although Song Amin's home was in Linen, she naturally wouldn't lack a place to live when she came to Mordor. And besides her mom having long ago purchased a villa in Mordor, she could also stay at her best friend's house. And Hua Xuefu also owns a small villa in Magic City, is her family to send her adult gift. Usually she lives alone, if the three of them girlfriends party, basically go to her place crazy. So, tonight also save the trouble, send Song Amin also to Hua Xuefu's small villa on the line. Only after Su Yang carried these two drunken beauties who were swaying from east to west into the villa, did he feel relieved to go home with Jiang Yao. Yang, what do you think of these two girlfriends of mine? Jiang Yao also drank quite a lot of wine. Her face was flushed, smiling and moisturizing as she half sat in Su Yang's arms, showing off her pair of luscious legs to her heart's content. Quite good. Minner is even more real than when I knew her before. Hua Xuefu's temperament is also quite special and pretty. Su Yang said with a faint smile. Then did you find out that both Min Er and Xuefu are quite fond of you? Jiang Yao wrapped her arms around his neck, her soft face carrying a derisive look. Can't be? I haven't known them for long either. Especially Hua Xuefu only met them for the first time today. Su Yang was a bit puzzled. He didn't feel that he had any charm that could make a Hua Xuefu fall in love at first sight. Giggled. Jiang Yao laughed daintily as she curled her knees and leaned on Su Yang as well. The corner of her mouth curled up as she said, Yang, you still don't have a very accurate judgment of your charm, ah? How so? Su Yang was a bit curious. Jiang Yao's chin was resting on his shoulder. Her soft face looked extraordinarily beautiful under the night light outside the window. This is actually a matter of identity. For women, money and power can invariably increase a man's charm. As long as your identity is strong enough, then any behavior you do will become exceptionally attractive due to the power and money you control, which can also be said to come with a filter. It's the equivalent of a lover's eye saying, which is that the same thing, done by different people, will produce different results. All of your behaviors become so different and glamorous because they are in your lover's eyes. Because your identity represents your uniqueness, while others represent the same. So, any woman can fall in love with you at first sight as long as you put on the coat of money and power. You don't have to think that you're not much better, so why would any girl like you? In fact, you're such a good person that you can make almost any woman naturally have a very good first impression of you, and then keep on discovering that any behavior you do is cute, attractive, and just different from everyone else. So childish. Su Yang was a little surprised. Although he was able to feel that Song Amin had a good feeling towards himself, but Hua Xuefu was only on her first day of acquaintance, and more specifically, she had only known her for a few hours. This is not child's play. This is a psychological analysis based on human nature. Jiang Yao looked at him daintily. Her eyes were pulling out silk. Have you heard of a very famous matchmaking corner in Mordor? The one right over the People's Park? This I know. I heard that a lot of parents would gather there to find a match for their children. Su Yang nodded his head. Jiang Yao blinked her bright eyes. Then let me use this as an example. If you go to the matchmaking corner for a blind date, and you pretend that you are a delivery man or a delivery courier or something like that, with a monthly income of only a few $1,000, no car and no house, how much do you think it's possible to be looked at? Then surely no one will look at you at all. I guess you will still be mocked, right? Su Yang kindly smiled, knowing the reality of this society very well. Jiang Yao continued to ask, then if you then use the fact that you are the owner of a company, with several $100 million in your hand, with villas and luxury cars, what do you think those parents who are searching for objects for their daughters will do? Then I guess I can't even walk out of People's Park. I have to be surrounded by these parents. Su Yang smiled and pinched her soft face. Jiang Yao also laughed with a flamboyant smile. Isn't this a disguised illustration that as long as you put on this coat, the same person you are will give others a completely different view? Makes sense. Su Yang nodded, admiring her flower-like face from a close distance. Her breath could smell her warm and fragrant nostrils. Jiang Yao beautifully shook the high heels on her feet and continued. That's why I would say that Minner and Xuefu are both quite fond of you, and they even pretended to be drunk on purpose just now just to let you get off the car in your arms. Well, it turns out that being close to people by billions of dollars is a man's greatest charm. Su Yang felt like he was about to float up. Jiang Yao's red greasy face with a smile. That's for sure. In this world there are too many excellent men, but they all can only be categorized into one category, while you are the only one with them is different, just like I like you, there is no need for reasons at all. Chapter 148. The One Who Treats You Unconditionally Well. At 11 o'clock at night, Su-yong and Jiang Yao had returned to their own villa. As the saying goes, when you are full of warmth, you think of Yu. When he was about to enter the villa, Su-yong came to Jiang Yao's ear and whispered something. You are so naughty. Actually dare to tease your mom. Jiang Yao bit her red lips and gave him a blank look. Which is considered teasing. This is accompanying my mom for entertainment. Don't people on TV borrow this kind of nonsense to add affection? Su-yong deflated. Jiang Yao still couldn't resist his softly coaxing and agreed to his way of fooling around. Su-yong secretly laughed in his heart as he put his arm on Jiang Yao's fragrant shoulder and started to stagger towards the villa. Yonger, you guys are back? Just after entering the door, Yang Yu, who heard the commotion, welcomed out from inside with a happy smile on her face. Mom! Su-yong put on a drunken look. His drunken eyes blurred as he shouted towards Yang Yu. What's going on here? How much have you drunk, Yonger? Yang Yu hurriedly went forward to help Su-yong, carried his other arm and sent him into the house with Jiang Yao. Auntie Yu, just now we came back from singing K with Minor Shuafu and the girls. A Yang's drinking capacity is so bad that he collapsed as soon as he drank. Jiang Yao quietly pinched Su-yong, causing her to follow and lie to Aunt Yu. Su-yong hiccuped and smoothly lied down on the sofa. His face showed dissatisfaction and said, Who fell down as soon as he drank? I can't get drunk from 1,000 cups, okay? Well, my son is not drunk from 1,000 cups. Yang Yu coaxed her son with a warm voice, bending her waist to help him take off his shoes, and she didn't care if her beige clean nightgown was rubbed dirty by her son's shoes. Jiang Yao went to the restroom to catch a plate of hot water and came out. Since it had all been acted on, she could only cooperate to the end. Yang Yu washed her hands, only then soaked the towel and wrung it out, and tenderly wiped it on her son's face, which still had a drunken red color, and her mouth also uneasily admonished. Next time, don't drink so much, it's easy to hurt your body. Su-yong comfortably squinted his eyes and obediently said, Mom, I know. Jiang Yao quietly glared at him. Her appearance was cute and soft. Aunt Yu, why don't I go get an antidote to alcohol for Yang? Wow, this sister Yao Yao is too bad. She still wants to feed me medicine. Su-yong immediately raised his arms and pushed back, yelling, Mom, I don't want to take medicine. Good. Yang Yu tenderly brushed the messy hair on his forehead, soft fragrance spraying out from between her lips. Turning back to Jiang Yao, she said, Yao Yao, pour a cup of warm water for Yonger. Oh, Jiang Yao answered and nimbly went to get a cup and poured a cup of warm water. Yang Yu tried the temperature. Jiang Yao had already picked up Su-yang's head. Feed me. Su-yong was very erect and pillowed on Jiang Yao's lap, continuing to pretend to be drunk. Yang Yu naturally didn't care about her son's frame. With eyes full of favor, she brought the water cup to his mouth and carefully fed him. When Su-yong drank enough and his head moved, Yang Yu took the water cup away very carefully. I want to sleep. Su-yong continued to yell. This little ancestor, Yang Yu, couldn't help but laugh a little and gently pinched his face, bidding Jiang Yao to help her carry Su-yong back to his room together. Auntie Yu, it's only this little ancestor that can make you bend over backwards to serve. Jiang Yao also cried and laughed a little, but she could only help Aunt Yu carry Su-yong together. Mom, you're so good to me. Su-yong glanced sideways at Yang Yu. Yang Yu guffawed, happy in her heart. Carrying his arm tenderly said, Silly child, you are Mom's heart and soul. Who is Mom good to if not you? Jiang Yao wanted to dismantle Su-yong, stifled a laugh. Really enviable pinch. Yang Yu smiled and glared at her, happily said, My son is still a good boy. He still praises his mom. Jiang Yao smiled and said, I will also praise Aunt Yu is simply the most beautiful and gentle good mother in the whole world. Simply love the others. I want to sleep. Su-yong continued to yell, making them all focus their attention back on themselves. Mom will send you back to your room this time. Yang Yu couldn't help but have the corner of her mouth turn up as well. It didn't take long before Su-yong was put on the big bed in the room by them. Jiang Yao pulled up the quilt and wanted to cover him up. I haven't bathed yet. Su-yong rolled over and pressed the quilt under him. Yo, my big young master still remembers to take a bath. Jiang Yao stared at him provocatively. Yang Yu lightly lifted her vegetarian arm and lovingly pulled him up. Smiling tenderly and delicately, she said, Okay. Mom will send you to the bathroom and let Yao Yao wash you. It was hard to get Su-yong into the bathroom tub again, after Yang Yu walked out of the bathroom.
江瑶这才忍不住扑哧大笑了起来。阿阳，你装的还真像啊，把玉姨都蒙在鼓里了。
Su-yong sat in the bathtub and grunted. I am really drunk. Empress Yao hurriedly wait for me to take a bath. Good, good, good. My concubine will wait for the great king to take a bath. But don't be naughty, your mom is still waiting outside. Jiang Yao covered her mouth and laughed at him. I'm drunk, how can I be naughty? You're the one who shouldn't be naughty. Su-yong leaned on the bathtub with a big grin. Chapter 149. Good night, Mom. After half an hour, Jiang Yao then opened the bathroom door, and together with Yang Yingyu carried Su-yong, who was wearing a bathrobe, back to his bed again. Yonger, be a good boy and go to sleep. You'll be fine tomorrow after you wake up. Yang Yingyu thoughtfully covered her son's blanket tightly and checked the air conditioning temperature before lovingly stroking his hair. Su-yong opened his eyes and looked straight at Yang Yingyu's eyes that were shining with tenderness, and finally confessed, embarrassed, Mom, actually I'm not drunk. I just want to play with you. Yang Yingyu blinked at her son. Mom isn't a fool, of course she can tell, however. Mom is happy to play with you. Mom! Su-yong couldn't help but hug the most tolerant woman in the world. All right, be good and go to sleep. You still need to rest after drinking. Yang Yingyu smiled and looked at her son. She couldn't help but kiss him on the forehead. She always felt that as long as her precious son was by her side, there was nothing else she could ask for in this life. When his mom and sister Yao Yao left his room, Su-yong was still lying on his bed tossing and turning. For him now, he was finally able to accept the fact that Yang Yingyu was his mom in all aspects. And in these days of contact, he also knew that she loved him deeply in her heart, and would also accompany him for the rest of his life without leaving him. Therefore, in this world, Yang Yingyu was the person who occupied the first place in Su-yang's heart. This should also be the realization that most people should have. Because if you lose hundreds of thousands of dollars, your wife may divorce you, but your mom will think about how to sell your house to pay off your debt. If you are seriously ill, your wife may turn around and leave, but your mom will definitely borrow money to cure you. If you're hungry, your wife will say she's hungry too and kick you out to cook, but your mom will get up, pull open the fridge and ask you what you want to eat. So, mom is the one who is going to love you unconditionally, whereas wife is conditional. Some people abandon me like a weed. Some people regard me as a treasure, although I am a social edge, but my mom's little pride. Giving the goddess a few $100s of flowers is said to be a clown. Giving mom a few dollars of flowers, she can be happy for a long time. Valentine's Day flowers may appear in the trash. Mother's Day flowers will never appear in the trash. Grew up to know that not eating will only be effective for mom. She gave birth to you at the most beautiful age, but left us with busy and aging backs. You are spending your whole life saying goodbye to her, but she is spending her whole life saying be careful on the road. Love your mom more and be less of a dog licker. No one is born to be good to you. Mothers are the exception. Su-yong felt more and more blessed to be able to recognize his most beautiful mother at his best age, which also brought him a different life. Cherishing love and cherishing affection are the same, which is why the son wants to raise but the parent is not waiting. So don't wait until your parents are gone, only to regret that you didn't properly filial piety to them. Su-yong took out his cell phone, opened Yang Yingyu's Wizards, and sent her a sentence. Mom, good night. Just as he wanted to put his cell phone back, Yang Yingyu's Weixin quickly replied. Good boy. Still not sleeping? Rest early. Don't stay up too late. Oh, it's not good for your body. Got it? Love you, Mom. Su-yong smiled. After replying to this, only then did he lie down on the bed with peace of mind. Staying up too late is impossible. I'm going to listen to my mom and sleep obediently. Just at this time, the door of his room rang with a sound. Jiang Yao quietly and gropingly pushed open the door of his room, sneaking in. Great king, my concubine has come to warm the comforter. Su-yong looked up and his eyes all lit up instantly. Because tonight Jiang Yao was not only wearing a sexy lace halter nightgown, her two slender legs were actually wrapped in a pair of halter black silk. Sister Yao Yao, why are you wearing stockings in the middle of the night? Su-yong swallowed his saliva and asked towards her in a low voice. Black silk keeps you warm, ah. The cold air from the air conditioner freezes your legs. Jiang Yao winked with a dainty smile in a serious manner and walked towards him. Charming imperial sister's big curly hair, white and delicate melon face, glossy jade like swan neck, round and slippery pearl shoulder, exquisite collarbone, the small waist that can be grasped by the hand, the flesh-strangling sensation of the halter black silk wrapped around the thighs under the hem of the skirt, is simply absolute. Since it's freezing your legs, then hurry in and warm up. Su Yong directly wrapped his arm around Jiang Yao's slender waist and dragged her into his own nest. Chapter 150 Business Barrier Mode. In the days that followed, Su Yong basically accompanied his mother and sister Yao Yao to work at Snow Mountain Group, familiarizing himself with the various information of the company. By the way, he followed his mom to learn how to run the company and how to write the plan. Through this period of badgering, it also allowed Su Yong to have a more in-depth and thorough understanding of the company's operations. At the same time, he also gradually figured out a business line that was suitable for him to go along with the ecology of the Snow Mountain Group. First of all, Snow Mountain Group almost summarizes all the physical industries in all walks of life, whether it's cutting-edge technology, new energy, or chips, artificial intelligence, satellites, and so on, all of which have been invested in large amounts of assets by the queen of the physical economy, Yang Yao. If Su Yong still wants to engage in investment in science and technology, he simply can't catch up with the mother and father who have already laid out for many years and have a complete system. Since this was the case, Su Yong planned to create a brand new thing based on the operating ecology of the Snowy Mountain Group. That was the one card, which could also be said to mean universal points. Currently, all industries had this kind of integral card operation in order to stimulate repurchase and increase user stickiness. However, the biggest difference between Su Yang's one-card concept and other integral cards was that it was not limited to a single enterprise. For example, other loyalty cards can only be used in the supermarket of the same enterprise or the retail store of the same enterprise. Su Yang's card, on the other hand, directly connects all the inter-industry stores under the name of Snowy Mountain Group, utilizing the closed-loop assets of the mother and the father, a card that connects all the people's clothing, food, housing, and transportation services to create one of the largest offline consumer membership systems in the country. As long as you spend money in the stores of various industries in the mother's adult, you can store it according to 1 yuan and 1 point, and the points are equivalent to virtual currency, which can be used as cash in consumption. As for the profit direction of this one card, Su Yong also already had some concepts. That is the use of consumer consumption data, tracking their consumption behavior, deduce the user's consumption preferences, targeted commodity matching. For example, break down the user's consumption record, use data tracking to analyze the user's family composition, whether they own a car, whether they like the latest electronic products, etc. An individual user profile is then crafted from these labeled attributes, and then deduced to be similar. People who like certain types of books often do their clothes shopping at such places. Derive this kind of consumption judgment, it can be in such places for such consumer groups, targeted store matching. At the same time, it can also be recognized that the user is a coffee lover when the user makes points consumption, so it can recommend new coffee at the checkout time to improve the conversion ability of consumption. The greater benefit is that when the use of this card is extended to all aspects of life, then it can form a commercial barrier. This commercial barrier is that users will prioritize the enterprises of Snow Mountain Group when consuming. With the continuous accumulation of users, all consumption will be directed to Snow Mountain Group. And when Snowy Mountain Group has enough users, it can also obtain more accurate user behavior based on their rich usage scenarios, so that the points can become a data collector, and the commercial realization scenarios will become broader. Therefore, this one-card program can only be carried out by the Mother Superior, because the closed-loop assets in her hands are enough to cover everyone's clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Those single stores, those integral cards issued by single retailers, simply could not do user behavior tracking, nor could they realize the ability to realize cash through user data, nor could they create such a commercial barrier. When Su Yong wrote this one-card program and sent it to the mother's office for her to review, Yang Yao was really taken aback. After all, this membership business program was just too bright. The industries operated by Snow Mountain Group happened to cover everyone's entertainment, interests, sports, shopping, food, fashion, life, and services. Just by virtue of this one-card membership system, the absolute core competitiveness of Snow Mountain Group could be realized. Moreover, this cross-industry universal points program is implemented based on the closed-loop assets of Snow Mountain Group, which is simply difficult for other companies to copy even if they want to follow suit. Relying on the advantages of the one card, it will be able to obtain more strong sticky users. Not only will Snowy Mountain Group's revenue grow year by year, but more importantly, it will obtain more user data, allowing Snowy Mountain Group to become the most knowledgeable about consumers and the most capable of selecting consumers' favorite products as its core advantage. In less than a few years' time, it would be entirely possible to turn the one card into a national grade points card for everyone. Even Jiang Yao, who had leaned next to Aunt Yu and read this proposal, couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Yang, this proposal of yours is also too powerful, isn't it? How did you come up with it? This business barrier model is simply outstanding. Chapter 151 Shishan Manor. Su-yong leisurely sipped the coffee brought over by the secretary of his mother and father, smiled and said, I've been looking at the information of the Shishan group for the past few days anyway. All industries have basically been infiltrated by my mom. No matter which industry I enter, it basically belongs to a small fight, so it would be better to develop a completely new idea based on my mom's existing assets. Yonger, it seems like you've really studied our group's information with all your heart. Yang Yingyu pursed a smile at the corner of her mouth, very proud of her son. She couldn't take her eyes off of him and said with a smile, What's most lacking in this world is this kind of bright idea that shines both in practicality and operability. Some people rely on a single thought to achieve billionaires, and our Yonger naturally has this kind of talent as well. For her, even if someone outside did something very sensational, she wouldn't think it was impressive. But for her own son, even if he just did something very small, it would be something extraordinary. Not to mention it was such a brand new practical program that was not even the first of its kind in the country. Su-yong shyly walked to the mother and superior adult side to pinch her shoulders. He said with a smile, I'm just following my mom. There is such a strong woman mom, as a son is certainly not bad. Yang Yingyu's heart is filled with honey-like sweetness, ruffling her hair to the front, revealing her shoulders, turning her head with a smile to continue the topic with her son just now. This program will start today. I will arrange for someone to make the system first, and you will decide the specific time of implementation. No problem. It just so happens that I still have some supporting ideas to implement. Just wait for the system to be made out before issuing a cartoon. Su-yong also gradually built up his confidence in managing the huge Snow Mountain Group business. Jiang Yao blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Su-yong. She was also very happy for him, and joked with a delicate smile, Yo, our young master still has so many ideas. Can you tell us about it? You'll know when I make the program out. Su-yong looked at her exceptionally attractive and soft face and sold a secret. Yang Yingyu supported her googly-eyed face with both arms on the desk, but the corners of her eyes were full of smiles, and her tone was extraordinarily soft. This kid will still leave suspense, really makes people want to stop. As a strong mother, she never really expects her son to make much contribution to the company, but when she realizes that her son still has a business talent that others are not as good at, she will still be very proud of him and feel relieved. Soon, the program called One Card Program was officially started. Su-yong and Jiang Yao were discussing the more specific details. Yang Yingyu was only observing from the side, occasionally making a remark, trying to let the child give free play. After the establishment of the program, naturally, we must first make this universal point system. Snowy Mountain Group has the most outstanding software application development group in the country. As long as there are programs and ideas, it is not difficult to develop them. Soon the time came to the weekend. Yang Yingyu rarely put down her work and rested at home for a day. When he woke up in the morning, Su-yong accompanied his mother and father to have breakfast. Then he heard her say that she wanted to take herself to see the Shishan manor where she had lived for a long time. Su-yong naturally had no opinion. Pulling Jiang Yao, they set off together following the mother superior adult. In a hidden place surrounded by Phoenix Mountain, Little Shi Mountain and Shui Mountain, is the Shi Mountain Manor where the mother and superior adults have been living all these years. The climate of the Magic City was relatively favorable for planting a wide variety of trees, and the Shishan Manor was surrounded by large swaths of Biejiao evening water plum blossoms. This kind of plum blossom, called Biejiao evening water, is famous for its unique lotus-shaped flower pattern, pinkish-white flower color, and strong compound petal, even up to 45 petals on one small flower, and its fragrance is fresh and elegant, which demonstrates a very high ornamental value. Due to its special growing environment and cultural significance, it is also known as the first plum of China, which belongs to the rarest species of plum blossoms and was discovered in the Plum Blossom Hill in Jinling in the early years, and only one was found in the Plum Blossom Hill in the whole world, so it is very precious. As for the Beijiao evening water plum in Shishan Manor, naturally, it is the original variety that was transplanted only after a long time of special cultivation. There is no specific time for the opening of Beijiao evening water plums, which depends on the natural environment and climatic conditions. Therefore, with the geographical location of Shishan Manor, as well as the temperature, light, and other natural environmental factors, this plum blossom can actually bloom in all seasons here. This was also the reason why Yang Yingyu, at first, chose this plum blossom and planted it in her home. The summer sunlight through the tip of the mountain, sprinkled in Shishan Manor, revealing a large area of plum blossoms in full bloom. Pink-white plum blossoms are elegant and noble in color, and as they fall with the breeze, they fill the air with an elegant fragrance. And in the depths of the patches of Biejiao evening water plum blossom forest, there is a luxurious island villa cluster like a palace. Su Yang rode in his mother's car and came all the way to the main building that was surrounded by a dozen small villas in the center. On the way, one could find a very large number of maids who were tending to the nursing home and busy. Especially when standing on the balcony of the main building and looking out, the scenery gradually unfolded more and more. Chapter 152, 100 Scenes in the City. Mom, this is where you've been living before, huh? It's so big. Su Yang stood on the balcony of the third floor, looking out in awe. Originally, he thought that his own villa was already very luxurious. I didn't expect the difference compared to this place to be nothing short of mud and clouds. This manor of the Mother Superior Adult actually also comes with a golf course and a moon lake park. The whole manor occupies more than 20,000 square meters of land. From the villa is the largest artificial ecological lake, Moon Lake, in Magic City. The lake is clear, microwave ripples, a large turquoise lawn, the lake's boulder beach, yellow sandy beach. There is also a lakeside pavilion. And all of this was actually Yang Yingyu's personal private land. Yang, if you like it, you can come and live here in the future. Yang Yingyu laughed softly, the love and doting on her goose egg face, completely covering up the side of her Magic City queen. Okay. Su Yang was not polite and nodded with a smile. Su Yang's villa, basically as long as he went back to live, Mother Superior and Sister Yao Yao would also live over there. He was also all slowly getting used to the feeling of living with his own mother-in-law and Sister Yao Yao. The corners of Jiang Yao's mouth curled up slightly, and she smiled as she ate. Yang, have you noticed that you've changed a lot from a month ago? At that time, if I let you live here, I guess you wouldn't even be willing, right? Su Yang shamelessly said. Why would I be unwilling? As long as there's a place where Mom is, it's my home. In fact, Sister Yao Yao did have a good point. He did change quite a lot in this month's time. In addition to making himself more confident because of the improvement in insights and eyesight. In terms of his relationship with his own mother and lord, he had also eliminated the years of strangeness and became very cordial when getting along. He was also able to accept everything his mother gave him smoothly, without that feeling of being out of touch. Maybe it was because of the unbreakable bloodline love between the two of them, making him naturally want to be close to her, wanting to invest in his mother's strong maternal love. Hearing her son's words, Yang Yingyu looked at him with watery eyes. The soft warmth on her face increased, and she said with a smile, That's right. Everything I have is Yanger's. As long as Yanger wants it, Mom can give you anything. Do you hear me? Little Yao Yao. Su Yang proudly poked Jiang Yao's small waist. Little you, I'm 4 years older than you. Jiang Yao whined and held his arm. Yang, what are we doing at home today? Su Yang looked at the time. It was already more than 10 o'clock. With a flash of inspiration, he looked up to his mother and father and opened his mouth. Mom, why don't we make a lunch for ourselves today? Yang Yingyu's eyes were also slightly bright. Her stunningly beautiful and flawless face spread out and smiled. Yeah, let's make our own lunch at home. Jiang Yao slightly opened her small red lips and said in surprise, Auntie you're not kidding, right? I remember it seems like you haven't even been in the kitchen. Yang Yingyu was set off by her in front of her son, secretly glared at her and smiled awkwardly. Not having been in the kitchen doesn't mean you can't do it. You can learn anyway. She grew up with a privileged life, clothes to hand and food to mouth. Naturally, 10 fingers do not touch the spring water, never cooked. But the thought of being able to cook a hearty dinner for her son gave her a sense of home and made her want to try for his sake. Su Yang couldn't help but be amused for a while as he watched the Mother Superior's eyes flicker in a not-so-natural manner. He didn't care if his own mother-in-law and Sister Yao Yao could cook or not. After all, in this era, many young girls were pampered and spoiled, and most of them didn't know how to cook. Besides, his own mother-in-law and Sister Yao Yao's habits from childhood were different from his own. If he grew up with money, he wouldn't have spent time cooking and washing dishes. Many life skills were just forced out. There was no need to force people with different upbringings to learn various life skills by having to follow the other person like people from ordinary families. Otherwise, to earn so much money, it is not just to live a more relaxed and elegant life, do not want to be occupied by the trivialities of life part of the life, to save more time on enjoying the quality of life. Therefore, Su Yang also didn't have that kind of pedantic thought that one had to be rich and a woman had to be able to do laundry and cook and scrub the floor. Then why don't we set off now and go to the market to buy food? Su Yang proposed. Since it was the first time that Mother Superior and Sister Yao Yao cooked, it would be too unatmospheric to ask the maid to prepare the ingredients. It's okay. I haven't been to the food market yet. Yang Yingyu was excited and had a stunning smile. There was a saying that if she enjoys all the glory and wealth, take her to see the marketplace, and if she suffers in life, take her to see the prosperity of the world. Mother Superior and Sister Yao Yao guessed that they had never been to the vegetable market when they grew up. Chapter 153. Vegetable Market. Su Yang's trio rode in the Rolls-Royce driven by Xiao Lu and purposely came outside to a popular vegetable market. Both girls looked around curiously. This vegetable market was the kind of civilian market where ordinary residents gathered, with stalls on the side of the road with various meat stalls attached inside, rather than a large-scale fresh food tidy market. Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao, not to mention having been here, would probably not even take a look at it if they passed by in the car. The market was bustling with people coming and going. There were a lot of grandmothers and grandfathers buying vegetables and bargaining with the vendors, and there were also a lot of young laborers who were trying to save money by buying their own food and cooking. And Su Yang, three people dressed brightly, coupled with Yang Yingyu's noble and elegant, Jiang Yao's soft and charming, immediately became the focus of this vegetable market. Probably these ordinary citizens were wondering how these three people who were obviously from rich and noble families could appear in such a place. Su Yang had also gotten used to the attention after this period of time, leading Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao around the vegetable market while chatting with them. In the past, I was tired of eating takeout, and occasionally I would come to the vegetable market to buy my own food for cooking. These vegetable and meat sellers are unloading their goods and setting up their stalls very early in the morning. The price is cheaper than the kind of fresh food supermarkets, and it's even fresher because what they don't finish selling, they will half sell and half sell to the guests before closing the stalls. So some of them who are buying food, they like to come to buy it a little bit later so that they can cut it to a cheaper price. Cheaper price. Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao were still not too used to such a lively place. One of them held Su Yang's arm tightly with one hand. Their palms were moistened with sweat. Su Yang, of course, still remembered his mother's misogyny, and had been escorting her to the inside, trying to avoid the distance with the passers-by. When buying vegetables at a mother-in-law's stall, Su Yang encouraged his mother and father-in-law, "Mom, try bargaining, it's fun." Didn't he purposely pick this vegetable market just to haggle? Buying food without bargaining was no fun at all. Yang Yingyu also looked like she was eager to try, pointing at the basket of vegetables in front of her and asking the granny, "Granny, how do you sell these vegetables?" The granny cheerfully looked at the woman in front of her. "This kind of vegetable heart is $3 a caddy." $3. Yang Yingyu slightly widened her eyes. "Expensive? How much do you guys want? How about $5 for you guys if it's 2 pounds? The granny took out a plastic bag and looked at them expectantly, saying, "No, no, no. It's too cheap. I want 2 pounds. How about $100? Yang Yingyu hurriedly waved her slender little hand and took out $100 from her bag and handed it over. This time it was the turn of the vegetable seller granny to stare in disbelief. She had been selling vegetables at her stall for so many years, and it was the first time she had seen such a reverse haggle. "Girl, you can't use $100. You can empty my place with this $100. The granny was actually still a conscientious businessman, smilingly pushing back. "This?" Yang Yingyu could only turn back to her own baby son. Jiang Yao covered her small mouth, trying to hold in her laughter. How could Aunt Yu also have such a cute side? If those who knew her were to see such a cute and adorable appearance of the titular iceberg queen, it was estimated that their jaws would drop in shock. Su Yang also couldn't help but be a little happy. Took that brand new $100 and stuffed it into the hands of the vegetable stall granny. "Granny, it's fate that we came to your stall to buy food, so just accept it. Big deal. If we come back to buy food later, you'll count it cheaper for us again." In fact, he can understand the mother and father's thoughts. In addition to this $100 for her is about the same as an ordinary person's penny. There is another point is that they do not want those crumpled and dirty change that has been touched by many people. Therefore, the most important thing is to come out to buy food is to feel the atmosphere. Reverse bargaining is naturally no problem. Happy is the most important thing. Vegetable stall granny was Su Yang a good talk, finally accepted that $100, and then gave Su Yang loaded several kinds of vegetables with fresh green onions and garlic cilantro. After the three of them bought all the various ingredients and returned to the car, Jiang Yao covered her stomach on the seat, giggling nonstop. "Auntie Yu, I've opened my eyes today, so you still have such a side." Yang Yingyu glanced at her son, rubbing her hands in embarrassment. Her pretty goose egg face colored with a layer of redness. "Younger, isn't mommy stupid? She doesn't even know how to bargain." "No way." Su Yang didn't think so, said with a serious face. "If my mom doesn't know how to bargain, how did she do business to become the richest man in Magic City? It's just that our mom sees that the stall granny is so old. Life is not easy, so she wants to give more money, Can't bear to cut the price. After all, $100 is nothing for us, but can make the granny's family happy for a whole day. Mom, you're a beautiful person with a good heart. Yang Yingyu was praised by her son. Her heart blossomed with joy. She reappeared with a charming smile. Her foot kicked Jiang Yao, and she hummed arrogantly. Did you hear that, you damned ninny? You just know how to smile, or my son understands me. Chapter 154 Cooking Woman. After returning back to re-enter the home of Shirmao Shishan Manor, the housekeeper had already prepared the menu for the lady. Su Yang put the bought vegetables and meat on the kitchen table and looked up to see the Mother Superior and Jiang Yao each holding a recipe book full of seriousness. It felt like they were a few points more serious than even reading documents at the company. Mom, Sister Yao Yao, let's put on our aprons and wash the dishes first. Su Yang brought a few playful and cute aprons and greeted them with a smile. Good. The two girls were still looking confused and could only follow Su Yang's arrangement. In fact, cooking is really simple. Even if you don't know how to do it, you can do it well by carrying out the ingredients step by step against the order of the recipe. The only difference is the length of the cooking time. Too raw and overcooked all affect the taste. Su Yang is responsible for cleaning the meat, leaving the vegetables and such to the Mother Superior and Yao Yao sister. When buying vegetables, he already had a menu in mind before he went to buy the ingredients. Steamed spare ribs, white scorched vegetable heart, stir-fried beef with tender peppers, mapo tofu, and American ginseng stewed chicken soup. 4 dishes and 1 soup, all the simplest home-cooked dishes. There was no need to handle the ingredients much either. If Su Yang bought pig intestines and came back to cook them, it was estimated that cleaning them would make them vomit. In order to let Mother Superior and Sister Yao Yao have a sense of participation. After cleaning all the ingredients, the pork ribs and black chicken had already been chopped up in small pieces by the boss. Su Yang then commanded them to start cooking. Sister Yao Yao, let's do the soup first. You put water into the pot, cold water. Then put the black chicken in. Put some salt and ginger to deodorize and roll away the blood. Then fish it up and clean it. Put the black chicken meat into the tiled pot. Add these soaked American ginseng, ginger slices, goji berries, when the water boils, then turn off the low fire and just let it stew. Okay la. Don't worry and leave it to this empress. Jiang Yao patted her rippling big oval, indicating that there was no problem. Su Yang then went on to teach Mother Superior to steam the rice first. Mom, the ratio of steaming rice is according to 1 cup of rice and 2 cups of water. 2 cups of rice will be enough for us to eat. You can directly use this paper cup to fill it up and put it into the rice cooker. Yang Yingyu raised her colorful little hand and also made an okay gesture. Her voice softly responded, no problem. Leave the rice to this Empress Dowager. Su Yang shook his head with some amusement. How come Mom is also learning this kind of address with Yao Yao's sister? He watched as both of them started to get busy, and he himself started to pick up a piece of fresh beef intending to chop it up and use it to make mapo tofu later. Only, before he could finish chopping the beef, he saw that his own Mother Superior had already walked over and said to him with a smile that begged for praise, the rice is simmering. So fast. Su Yang was a bit surprised, his current cutting board position right next to the dishwashing basin. How come he didn't see his mother and father come over to wash the rice? Yeah, it's very simple, 1 cup of rice and 2 cups of water. It's all put in. Yang Yingyu looked like she had done something she was very proud of, slightly tilting her goose egg face, hanging a graceful smile. Su Yang put down the chopper and walked over to check it. Well, the electric rice cooker mother and father still know how to use it. After all, often in contact with electronic products, this point is not difficult. Su Yang pressed open the lid of the rice cooker and lifted it with 1 hand, only to see 6 paper cups quietly placed in the pot liner. 2 cups of rice, 4 cups of water. Su Yang was directly dumbfounded. Mom, what is this? Yang Yingyu blinked her noble dancing eyes. Stewing rice, You taught me the ratio of 1 cup of rice and 2 cups of water. Just put it all in. Su Yang almost didn't faint. He was right to explain this way. But he didn't think that the Mother Superior adult directly put all the paper cups into the rice cooker. Jiang Yao sensed that there was something hilarious to watch and also came over. Seeing the scene in the rice cooker, she also directly laughed and sprayed. Goose, 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 auntie you? Are you trying to laugh me to death? How can you cook with all the cups in? Then does making soup also use cups to hold the ingredients and water separately, and just throw them in the pot? Yang Yingyu seemed to have figured it out as well, and a red tide immediately surged on her goose egg face, absolutely flamboyant and lustful. Go! Still coming over to see me laugh, right? Yang Yingyu awkwardly picked up the rice spoon and made a gesture to hit her on the head. Jiang Yao stepped on her slippers and crackled away. made a face at her and giggled. Auntie Yu, if this amazing masterpiece of yours is discovered late, I wonder if we can eat papier-mâché rice? Suyong saw the mother and father's face even more red, hold back his laughter and picked up half a slice of garlic rice. Threw it towards Jiang Yao. Don't laugh, hurry up and do your soup. Ouch! Jiang Yao covered her forehead and let out a cry. Her white jade forehead was smashed by the garlic rice with a light red. But it didn't hurt. She spat out her tongue and slipped away to make her chicken soup. Yonger, isn't mommy stupid? Yang Yingyu collided the tips of the index fingers of her two small hands against each other, and said with her head bowed in mourning. How could it be? It's not like people are born with it. Suyong smiled and comforted the mother superior. Come, Mom. I'll teach you how to cook with my hands. Chapter 155 Phoenix World. After the three of them tossed and turned in the kitchen for more than an hour, the 4 dishes and 1 soup that looked decent were finally served on the dining table. Since it was Suyong who was controlling the steps from the side, there weren't too many more mistakes throughout. Although the flavor might not be as good as a real chef, and it was just a simple home-cooked meal, but the taste of the food made by one's own hands was really good. In a word, it was the taste of home. Anyway, even Mother Superior and Sister Yao Yao, who had tasted all the delicacies of the sea, both ate and called it the most delicious meal in the world. Even the soup was dried up in 3 big bowls. After eating and drinking, the kitchen and rice bowls naturally have housekeeper to clean up. Suyong 3 babbling fall in the living room sofa are some eaten up. Lazy nest in the sofa do not want to move. In the afternoon, the weather outside is even hotter, rare family rest. Naturally do not want to go out. As the saying goes, when you are full, you think about Yingyu. The 3 of them simply go to the private theater in the villa together, blowing the air conditioning and watching movies. Until close to the evening. Yang Yingyu finished her bath and changed into a simple and elegant starlight gilt dress. Her breath was charming as she walked next to Suyong. Yonger, can you accompany Mom to meet Mom's friends later? It's okay. Sister Yao Yao, is she going? Suyong naturally didn't have any opinion, lifting his head, smilingly looking at his own mother superior. Although Mom is already over 40, but the years have not left any traces on her body at all. Appearance of the city. The skin is delicate and glossy through the health of the halo red, is the real ice skin of the woman. She also accompanied you, is changing clothes. Yang Yingyu smiled lightly. Sure enough, while she was talking, Jiang Yao had already jumped and ran over from upstairs. Auntie Yu, I've changed. I'm ready to go anytime. Jiang Yao smiled as she pursed her brightly colored zizi. She obviously also took a bath upstairs to dress up carefully. A classic lady's outfit, embroidered peach red girl's small shirt, with a prosperous denim blue pleated skirt, big curly hair with a carnelian hairpin pulled behind her head. The person looked more like a lady of the house. Sister Yao Yao, this dress-up of yours is quite nice. Suyong looked at his own daughter-in-law who had a big waist and long legs. His eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Jiang Yao walked over and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her fragrant soft red lips kissed him and laughed with a fluttering brow. Ayang, our girl's character depends on what style we wear on that day. Today, I'm your Lady Queen O. Yang Yingyu snickered and laughed as she asked, Then what am I today? Suyong looked at his own mother and lord, cheekily said, Mom, you are the noble empress today of the Phoenix world. Then, Emperor's son will accompany this palace to set up a car to meet a close friend. Yang Yingyu smiled and waved her hand, matching the majestic temperament that was hidden between her brows, all of which emphasized her elegance and nobility. Obey the order, mother. Suyong pulled Jiang Yao and walked over, smilingly holding Mother Superior's arm. The group of people went out of the villa, got into the Rolls-Royce waiting in front of the building, and went straight to Wangjiang Pavilion. At the same time, Hua Mo Yen, Lu Rumei, and Song Shuyuan, who had rushed over from Linen, were already sitting in the luxurious private room of Wangjiang Pavilion waiting for them. I say, aren't you two a bit too grand? This outfit is fine for a reception, right? Hua Mo Yen picked her beautiful eyes that were dotted with tear moles and teasingly looked at her 2 close friends who were dressed up and joked. Lu Rumei touched the bright purple bustier dress on Hua Mo Yen's body, pursed her red lips and laughed gently. Mo Yen, you still have the nerve to talk about us? Look at you, this LV high-fashion dress was just made, right? You're willing to take it out and wear it so soon. Song Shuyuan sitting on the side, also do not know what to think. Talk about the interest is not strong. Have a sentence without a sentence to continue the conversation. That is, Fom Yen today wearing this set of Vulgari-specific models of jewelry, usually have not seen you wear it out. How to wear such a flamboyant na. Clothes and jewelry bought is not to wear? Besides, it's not like I haven't seen Yu's son before. I ran into him last time in Yaoqi and Rumei. We were still only wearing bath towels at that time. Hua Mo Yan's slender hand propped up her chin, plucking up the jeweled earrings hanging from her ears, bewitching to a fault. When Lu Rumei heard her say that, a blush flew onto her cheeks, pouting. Still have the nerve to say that. Last time you actually pushed me into Xiao Yang's arms. People used to be his boss at least. Hua Mo Yan stared recklessly at the heart of her halter dress and smiled ambiguously. Who was the one who held Yu's son at that time and still didn't let go? I was blindsided by Yu and didn't react for a moment. Lu Rumei's silver teeth bit her red lips and gave her a blank look. Song Shuyuan was a bit distracted and said, I haven't seen Xiao Yang since he left Linen. Hua Mo Yan narrowed her eyes and laughed. Doesn't your family minner like Xiao Yang quite a bit? Sooner or later you will be Xiao Yang's mother-in-law, so it's not easy to see him then? Lu Rumei helped her and teased. That's right. It's said that when a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she looks, the more happy she is, so don't do anything out of line and scare your future son-in-law. Song Shuyuan's cup in her hand was almost unsteady. She let out a sigh and said with a disguised smile, We are self-aware. Even if Minor and Xiaoyang are together, they don't dare to fight for any title, so I don't know if I'm considered to be his mother-in-law. Hua Mo Yan's eyes were poisonous and gave her a playful look. What? You don't want to be Yu's daughter-in-law yourself, do you? Chapter 156. We meet again. How can that be? I'm so much older than Xiaoyang. If Yu knew, she wouldn't whip me to death. Song Shuyuan hurriedly defended, a touch of redness instantly spreading from the roots of her ears, spreading into a powdery mist on her charming face that was like congealed grease, making it even more beautiful and touching. Hua Mo Yan played with her own extremely beautiful little hands and said with a derisive smile, Can't the meaning of your words be interpreted to mean that as long as Yu agrees, you'll give her the honor of being her daughter-in-law? Lu Rumei also saw that Song Shuyuan's reaction was a bit strange and said with a smirk, Shuyuan, you didn't have something happen with Xiaoyang and Linen that we don't know about, did you? Don't think nonsense. What could I have happened with Xiaoyang? Song Shuyuan felt even more embarrassed, smiled and forced herself to calm down. After all, the embarrassing things that happened between herself and Su Yang were only known by both parties. She couldn't show her tail. That's true. Xiaoyang is almost always busy with work in Linen. Except for when he came back and asked Minner to go out and stroll around Linen. He doesn't have much free time left. Lu Rumei of course understood Su Yang's general schedule, so she indirectly relieved Song Shuyuan. Only then did Song Shuyuan let out a sigh of relief. Her gorgeous little hands touched her heated face, her curtains drooping slightly, shielding her eyes. It was all because of this damnable little guy. If she had known that he was Yu's son, she shouldn't have had such a humiliating incident with him in the first place, causing herself to be flustered all this time. However, as she recalled the events of that period of time, although Song Shuyuan was still ashamed, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Hua Mo Yan didn't notice Song Shuyuan's abnormality, sked and smacked her lips. In the future, Xiaoyang will be powerful. Not only is the heir to the Queen of Magic City, but also the Crown Prince of Lingnan. This identity can even be pressed under us. I just don't know when Lingnan will find out about Xiaoyang's matter. And you brought him to the company in such a bright and open manner. This is the designation of the concealment can't be hidden for too long. I'm sure it won't stay hidden for too long. Song Shuyuan heard a certain 4 words in this sentence. Also do not know what to think of some blush, an inexplicable sense of shame so that she clenched her legs. Ripe to drip water body is always difficult to repress that kind of imaginative provocation. Hastily covered up the smile and said, According to my understanding of Yu, her character is so strong, even if the Su family really found out about the matter of Xiaoyang, but also by no means to the compromise easily. After all, she is Xiao Yang's own mother. That's true anyway. In this realm of Magic City, Yu is not afraid of their Su family. What tricks to make despite. Hua Mo Yan hugged her chest and leaned on the chair, smiling confidently. Just at this moment, 2 knocking reminders came from the doorway, and then it was pushed open with a creak. You guys came quite early. Yang Yu led Su Yang and Jiang Yao into the private room and smiled gently. Today is the day that Yu formally introduces her family to us. Can we not be early? Hua Moyan twisted her slender waist, driving that purple bustier dress, drifting with fragrant wind as she walked in, lifting her small hand coated with golden quicksand manicure to pick her fingers, not forgetting to greet Su Yang with a coquettish smile. Hi, little guy, we meet again. Su Yang gazed along her irregular skirt, to the big bow tied around her waist, crossed her career line at her bust, all the way to her naturally bewitching face with a tear mole, and jokingly said, "Auntie Flower, I almost can't recognize you when you put on your clothes." Hua Mo Yen smiled petulantly and pinched the mouth of her skirt, the corner of her eyes and eyebrows with a few flirtations, said, "Then do you want me to take it off and show it to you now?" "Don't. I'm just kidding." Su Yang hastily waved his hand. Lu Rumei stepped on her high-heeled shoes and clattered over, smiling in a flirtatious manner. "I thought we would have to take off our clothes as well." She was wearing a black sequined halter dress, tightly wrapped around the slender but plump body, fragrant shoulders exposed, neck tied with a black lace bow personalized neckband, hanging a black four-leaf clover crystal pendant. When Su Yang took a look at this neckband, he remembered the day he met them in Yaoqi and inexplicably thought of some props in the private room. His heart fluttered, and he hurriedly threw away his distractions and greeted Lu Rumei. "Aunt Lu, you still look good in your clothes." "Oh? Then what you mean by that is that I don't look good without clothes." Lu Rumei pretended to look down at her slender and sexy body. Jiang Yao, who had been holding Su Yang's arm like a little daughter-in-law, said with a delicate smile, "Aunt Lu, you haven't shown our family eyeing without clothes. This is not making it difficult for people." Amuin's charming eyes full of water zephyr pulled Lu Rumei, laughed. "Even Yao Yao want us to take off our clothes. Then we will do as she wishes." "Good." Lu Rumei gave an enchanting laugh with a hint of indulgence. "You guys are making a scene like this in front of the child. Do you still want to be elders?" Yang Yingyu curbed their nonsense with a dumbfounded laugh. Jiang Yao also tilted her delicate white face and responded with a smile. "Auntie Hualu Ru, are you guys treating this like a strip party? Playing so high? We would like to, but Yingyu is not allowed to." Hua Mo Yan's eyes slightly converged and said with a charming smile. Chapter 157, Knowing the Big Picture, Knowing How to Advance and Retreat. Su Yang saw that the Mother Superior adult stopped these two mature female ants from molesting him. Only then did his gaze cross over the two ants in front of him, and saw Song Shuyuan who had been hiding at the back. "Aunt Song, it's been a long time, still as beautiful and moving today." Su Yang smiled and took the initiative to greet, looking up and down at this beautiful mature woman with interest. Song Shuyuan saw that Su Yang noticed her. Her eyes were flustered for a while. Ever since she learned that Su Yang was Yingyu's son, she always felt that she had no face to face Su Yang again. But at this time also can only pretend to calmly flirtatious light smile. "Yes, Lin and Goodbye also have almost half a month have not seen. At first I guessed that your identity is not simple, you still do not recognize. The original is the son of Yingyu. She is also carefully dressed today, wearing a deep V-neck hanging backless sexy red dress, two red silk belt around the neck, supporting her plump body, snow-white collarbone wearing a delicate pearl and diamond necklace. The open skirt reveals a pair of snow-white legs, covered with knee-high meat silk, with lace bundled round thighs, looking very fleshy. The same pearl bracelet was also worn on the slender little hand, and the rhinestone manicure on the nails, shining and glittering, was very beautiful and charming. "Since Aunt Song you know, then you should also understand my life. I really didn't lie to you. It's just growing up in a rural area over in Jiangnan." Su Yang amusedly saw Song Shuyuan's very dignified beauty of soft bright hair hanging in front of her cheeks, barely covering the embarrassing blush on her cheeks of a mature woman's moving face, and also didn't expect that she would react so sensitively when she saw herself again. "All right, count on you not fooling me." Song Shuyuan sensed his gaze and quietly blanked him. Her slender neck was also a bit flushed, setting off that round and plump face more and more cold. She had imagined the scene of the two sides meeting again countless times during this period of time, and thought that she had been able to face it openly, but found that when it really came to this time, it was still a bit humiliating. Especially when she remembered that her stockings were still at his place. She felt even more ashamed, and there was absolutely no way to be at peace. "Well, since we all know each other, let's sit down and talk more," Yang Yingyu said as she waved her hand with a gentle smile. Only then did Song Shuyuan let out a sigh of relief and followed the crowd to sit down one by one around the dining table. Su Yang secretly played a bad trick and intentionally sat next to Song Shuyuan. When Song Shuyuan saw this scene, she was slightly stunned, but she was too embarrassed to change her position, so she could only pretend to be indifferent. Su Yang's sidelong head surveyed her snow-white calves under the hem of her skirt. The ultra-thin flesh silk feet exuded a soft and charming flavor. The feet stepped on the black high-heeled shoes with one strap, the bulging arches of the feet. The thin laces of the shoes formed a wonderful arc. "This little villain has too much guts. How could Song Shuyuan not feel his burning eyes? She only felt that his gaze touched her sensitive instep as if it had a sense of touch. The strange feeling in her heart spread once again, making her body go a little soft, and she hastily raised her calf to rest on the knee of her other beautiful leg. What are little kids peeking at? Song Shuyuan clenched her legs, turned her body sideways and scolded quietly with a red face. Su Yang's gaze shifted to Aunt Song's flirtatious face that was slightly shy and feigned anger, smiled and said, Aunt Song, I heard my mom say that you'll be here today as well, and secretly brought your stockings over as well, so I'll return them to you later? Who cares? Song Shuyuan felt even more shy for no reason, remembering that she had even said to him that we still need to understand. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed and humiliated. She could only glare at him and said in a suppressed voice, I'll give you those stockings, don't whisper to me. Your mom will see it later. Su Yang smelled her body wafted over the teasing body fragrance, especially such a with their own slightly ambiguous past with a mature and has a sexually seductive beautiful mature woman, cannot help but to banter. That Auntie Song cannot you now or also send me? Why is your cheek so thick? Song Shuyuan slightly bit her red lips and looked at Su Yang with a puff of anger, knowing that she no longer has the majesty of an elder in front of him, but she still puts up the frame of an elder and said in a low voice, Xiao Yang, you are still young now, and you also have Yao Yao. It's not good for you to always think of doing something strange with my stockings. If you still want to do it, I can also introduce Min Er to you. Aunt Song, why don't you just introduce you to me? Where does Minner smell as good as you are? Know what's right, know how to advance and retreat, gentle and considerate and still can't feed enough. Su Yang looked at her double watery eyes, seems to tease the hearts of the deep. There is always a layer of flirtatious watery color. At the moment could not control his mouth, and flirted to his heart's content. Chapter 158 Prideful Rich Bitch Song. You! Song Shuyuan was so angry with him that she almost stood up. Her snowy, beautiful face still had a halo of redness remaining, making it look even more tempting to salivate. Believe it or not, I'll tell your mom. Tell my mom what? That we once stayed in a bathroom? Or you tell me that we still need to get to know each other? Or that I wanted to return the stockings to you, and you let me eat them? Su Yang admired Aunt Song's face without looking away. His eyes became even more joyful. Instead, Song Shuyuan was a bit at a loss for words. She didn't dare to say these words to Yingyu. But when she saw the laughter in Su Yang's eyes, she still defiantly poked her feet under the table and stomped on him hard with her high heels. If I were your mom, I would definitely teach you a good lesson. The surface of Su Yang's shoes was stepped on by that thin high heel, and he couldn't help but show his teeth a bit after all. This linen-rich woman was too ruthless. She actually exerted herself so hard. Yanger, what are you chatting with your Aunt Song? Yang Yingyu had just finished ordering with them, and turned her head to see her son and Shuyuan who were very close together. She couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Oh, nothing, just catching up. When in linen Aunt Song didn't entertain me much. Su Yang hurriedly bumped away from Song Shuyuan's calf, fearing that his behavior would be discovered by his mother's superior. Even if he was no matter how much he fooled around in front of other people, but in front of his own mother, he still had to maintain the status of a good son. Yang Yingyu didn't see anything and nodded with a gentle smile. Song Shuyuan, who was sitting on the other side of Su Yang's heart, thought for a second, this little bastard originally likes to pretend to be a good son in front of Yingyu. It seems that when he faces him again, he won't necessarily continue to be at a disadvantage. Thinking of Song Shuyuan's mouth involuntarily showed a smile, quietly explored through the charming calf towards Su Yang, pasted over. Su Yang was startled. Mother and father are still looking at themselves, hurriedly knocked her out of the way, and then pretended to get up to pour wine for the crowd. As expected, this little bad guy's still not pinpointed by himself. Song Shuyuan was slightly pleased. Hua Moyan, who was sitting farther away, naturally couldn't notice this side of the scene. Her beautiful eyes attentively looked at Yang Yingyu, still thinking about what she had just said, and continued to propose. Then again, Yao Yao's strip party that she mentioned just now, I think it's feasible. Why don't we go to Yingyu's house tomorrow night and have a swimming party? Swimming? Yang Yingyu raised her very pretty eyebrows and smiled at her son for advice. What do you think, Yanger? I think it's okay. Before I lived, that villa sky pool was moved before I used it. Luckily my mom's house also has a bigger pool. It would be a waste not to use it. Su Yang's eyes scratched from the three beautiful ants' hot body. His heart was also a little itchy, but on the surface, he walked over to pour wine for them while saying in a serious manner, Look, Yingyu, Xiao Yang all said it's okay, so let's have a swimming party? Hua Moyan joyfully raised her high heels and rubbed against Su Yang, who was standing next to her and pouring wine for her. Her plump and sultry face hung with excitement. Su-yong also secretly laughed. This Hua Mo Yen and Hua Shuafu are simply two personalities. This aunt of hers is Ming burnt to use a word that does not respect the elders. Yang Yingyu ceremoniously took a sip of red wine and softly smiled. Since Yonger also has no opinion, then come to my house tomorrow night to have a party. It's a deal. Hua Mo Yen floated up with a smile. Jiang Yao went up and took the red wine bottle in Su Yang's hand, helping him pour wine like a little wife. Her pretty and soulful dancing eyes turned around and said with a delicate smile, "Then can I invite Shuafu and Minner to come over as well? There are more people to liven things up." Song Shuyuan had thought of letting her own Minner get closer to Su Yang, so that she wouldn't mess up with him. Hearing this, she naturally favored it and smiled sweetly. "I think it's fine. Xiaoyang and Yao Yao's two children don't have a topic with us aunts, so why don't you just call my Minner and Shuafu over as well?" Hua Mo Yen and Lu Rumei of course wouldn't have a problem with it, and both nodded their heads in agreement. How could Su Yang not know what Aunt Song was thinking? He quietly glared at her before speaking. "Then I'll send a message to them later, so we'll all gather at Shishan Manor tomorrow night." Yang Yingyu lightly put down her red wine glass. "Why don't we have dinner at my house as well, and then party after dinner?" "Sure. I'll bring Shuafu over at that time." Hua Mo Yen had a look of anticipation on her face. Song Shuyuan and Lu Rumei were also quite interested, after all, although a few people were all noblewomen of the mansion, but their daily life was still too boring, and a rare entertainment party was naturally very attractive to them. Therefore, even Song Shuyuan, who was somewhat ambiguous with Su Yang, did not reject such a chance to relax. Chapter 159, Crossing the Cup of Wine. It didn't take long before the meals were served one after another. A few Auntie May were quite outgoing and good at regulating the atmosphere, and the atmosphere at the dinner table was very lively. "Come. Today is the first official meeting between me and Yingyu family's baby son. All of us aunts should have a drink with him to show our welcome." Hua Mo Yen stepped on her lotus steps and walked to Su Yang's side, smiling demurely. Jiang Yao's rippling eyes flashed a hint of cunning, coaxing, "Aunt Flower, how meaningless it is to just clink glasses and drink. I see that young people on the internet like to drink cross-cup wine, and whoever spills it has to be punished. Cup drinking is cup drinking. Your Auntie Hua is still young. She loves to play the young way of playing." After Hua Mo Yen finished speaking, she really pulled Su Yang up and wanted to drink cup wine with him. Su Yang was half a head taller than Hua Mo Yen. His eyes immediately scratched into her bustier dress, feeling the delicacy of Auntie Hua's enchanting little hands, and ghostlyly lifted the wine cup through her white jade arm and drank with her. Hua Mo Yen seemed to know that he was stealing glances, but intentionally pushed her heart upwards, and when the cross-cup wine was finished, she blinked her winking beautiful eyes and said towards the two girlfriends, "Rumei, Shuyuan, it's your turn." Song Shuyuan thought that she had already caught Su Yang's key points. This time she didn't dodge, immediately stepped on her high heels and stood up, winking provocatively and smiling at Su Yang. "This is still my first time to drink a cup of wine. Auntie is cheaper for you." "That's my honor." Su Yang smiled helplessly, took the red wine glass handed over by Jiang Yao, ringed Aunt Song's small rhinestone-nailed hands and drank it all together. Within the sight of his mother and father, he really couldn't afford to do anything out of the ordinary. Song Shuyuan rarely gained the upper hand, secretly proudly ruffled the hair at the temples. Fragrant snow-white arms also continued to provocatively stick on Su Yang's arm, giggling. This feeling is still quite novel. Su Yang just wanted to pretend to be a gentleman to take back the arm of the cup of wine. But the result was that Hua Fo Yen, who was standing next to him and had not yet left, suddenly laughed and made a bad move, as soon as he pushed Song Shuyuan into his arms, and suddenly the warmth and fragrance of soft jades embraced all over the arms. "Fo Yen, what are you doing?" Song Shuyuan was also taken aback, subconsciously holding Su Yang's waist. A touch of redness fluttered across her charming cheeks, and she pouted at her close friend in a delicate manner. "Giggle." Hua Mo Yen covered her mouth and laughed loudly. "Rumei and I have hugged Xiaoyang before. Isn't it seeming like you're isolating yourself if you don't hug one here? This is you taking advantage." Song Shuyuan pretended to be calm and gently broke away from Su Yang's embrace, but secretly pinched Su Yang in the process and smiled. "It seems to be the same thing." Su Yang rolled his eyes at her. This linen-rich woman wouldn't really think that he would be at a disadvantage like this, right? Yang Yingyu watched her son being molested by his friends, still calmly posturing, softly smiling lightly as she watched the fun. "The next one should be Rumei, right?" Lu Rumei smiled and rose with her wine glass. "Xiaoyang, you can take care of Aunt Lu. I didn't take care of you in Jinxiu before. Don't let Aunt Lu's wine spill." "Don't worry, Aunt Lu. It won't spill." Su Yang patted his heart and assured. Lu Rumei walked in front of him with a fragrant breeze, raised her slender snow-white arms and crossed with him, raising that flirtatious face. Su Yong obediently slightly lowered his head close. Charming fragrance drifted into the end of the nose. Even the red wine in the cup seems to be more sweet. At this moment, Hua Mo Yen and Song Shu Yuan both made a bad move at the same time, giggling and pushing Lu Rumei. Lu Rumei was tilting her head to drink red wine, and thin, long and white legs tilted, directly jumped in Su Yang's arms. Even the red wine was spilled on the collarbone all the way down. I knew that the two of you will definitely make bad. Lu Rumei, beautiful, pretty, and colorful with a smile, body next to Su Yang, picked up the handkerchief in his hand that had been prepared long ago and wanted to wipe the red wine on his body. Jiang Yao joyfully stopped it and said, Aunt Lu, according to the rules, you guys failed to drink the cross-cup wine. You have to be punished. Then what is our punishment? Lu Rumei picked up her long eyelashes, her beautiful eyes painted with light red eyeshadow, looking around. Hua Mo Yen pointed at the handkerchief with a promising face and said, Just punish you for letting Xiao Yang wipe your red wine. What about me? Su Yang asked in tears and laughter. Punish you for drinking the same glass of red wine as Rumei. Hua Mo Yen brought a glass of wine and said with a fluttering brow, I can do anything. Lu Rumei picked up the red wine glass in a good manner, slightly lifted her chin, tilting her face with that remedial makeup, and asked with a smile, Xiao Yang, do you drink first or me first? Ladies first. Su Yang looked at her beautiful red lips and said wisely, No way. Hua Mo Yen jumped out again. You have to split it into 4 sips. Rumei takes a sip, then Xiao Yang drinks it, then it goes to Rumei again, and finally Xiao Yang wraps it up. Okay. Rumei Lu took a sip and handed the cup to Su Yang. Her autumn watery charming eyes looked at him. Come on. Aunt Lu tasted it. It's not poisonous. Su Yang had to follow Hua Mo Yan's request, took a sip and gave it back to Lu Rumei. Then he came to wrap up the rest. Yang Yingyu's eyes flicked to her own son, and she helped him laugh. Is it now the turn to polish the red wine? That's right. It's time to polish the red wine. Song Shuyuan followed suit and even glanced at Su Yang gloatingly. Su Yang pretended to be serious as he took the handkerchief from Aunt Lu's hand and helped her carefully wipe the spilled red wine on her body under the gaze of her delicate eyes. Then he directly took off the long-sleeved shirt he was wearing and draped it over Aunt Lu's fragrant shoulders. Anyway, he still had a bottoming t-shirt. Thanks. Lu Rumei let out a delicate smile, her eyes looking at him hotly. Between the two of them, it seemed like there was suddenly some more unspoken and unknown feelings. Chapter 160, Private Dinner Party. When this gathering was over, after the guests and hosts had enjoyed themselves and went back to their respective homes, as soon as Su Yang entered the doorway of his house, he picked up Jiang Yao, who was still taking off her high heels, and rushed upstairs with her long black silk legs. Jiang Yao's beautiful face was on fire, gently pinched his waist, and pretended to yell, Help, someone is forcibly robbing the people's daughter. Yang Yingyu looked at their backs and guffawed. It seems that my 3 friends are quite to Yang's liking. At the same time, in another luxury villa in Magic City, Lu Rumei had already taken off the skirt stained with red wine, wearing only underwear to reveal her snow-white skin. 2 small hands holding Su Yang's shirt, was sitting on the sofa fidgeting. Rumei, what are you gawking at? Hua Mo Yen walked over with 2 tall glasses and a bottle of red wine. Also wearing only underwear, bare a pair of jade feet painted with golden quicksand nails. Lu Rumei lifted her slightly red and provocative face to look at her and said, Fo Yen, isn't it not good for me to seduce Xiao Yang like this? What's not good about it? Don't you like him? Hua Mo Yen laughed and poured her a glass of red wine. Good feelings, yes, but you're counting on him, Lu Rumei said with a twinkle in her eye as she straightened this shirt in her hand again. How is that counting? I'm just testing. Hua Mo Yen sat down beside her, stretching lazily and incomparably, her long snow-white legs resting on the coffee table, unusually tantalizing. You're just doing this to see if he can break you straight? Lu Rumei looked at her sideways, her tender as green onion fingers lifting up the hair at her ear temples. Hua Mo Yen nodded her white chin, reached out and took the shirt in her hand and brought it to her nose to smell it, thoughtfully. Obviously I hate these smelly men, which is as good as a woman's fragrance and softness, but I don't know if it's because I like Yingyu's reason, so it seems to be acceptable to Xiao Yang, and I don't have any aversion to his smell. Lu Rumei asked her curiously, Then what else do you plan to do next? Hua Mo Yen twisted her willow waist and wrapped her arms around her fragrant soft body, smiling wryly. Tomorrow night you find a chance to bring some of that thing of his out. If that thing can even be touched, then it's my turn to seduce him. Can't getting you, then I'm going to get her son. Lu Rumei laughed gaily. When the time comes, I'm going to let Xiao Yang pack a hard punch on you, so he can get his revenge back. Amoyan stroked down her warm and smooth jade back all the way down and laughed demonically. Good eye, you little burnt hoof, so quickly towards others. Tonight I'll take revenge on you first. Come on, who's afraid of who? Lu Rumei was a little tickled, and winkingly twisted her frosty body. The next day, July 15th, Su Yang was woken up by Jiang Yao. Today's time, basically, he still accompanied his mother and father to work at the company, and in the meantime, he perfected the operation plan of the one-card pass. Now he was considered to have completely moved into Yang Yingyu's Shishan Manor for permanent residence. The personal belongings of that villa before also let Betty send them to the manor, including those luxury cars in the garage. Time quickly came to 5 in the afternoon. Su Yang, his mom and sister Yao Yao got off work early and returned to Shimao Shishan Manor from Snow Mountain Group. Betty had also resumed her work over here, leading a group of young girls in maid uniforms who were preparing for the dinner and welcoming the guests now. There were also a few tall female chefs in the kitchen with their hair tied up and chef hats preparing dishes. Not long after, a luxury car parked at the entrance of the manor, and the guests began to arrive one after another. After both sides greeted each other, Yang Yingyu led her friends to go for a stroll, and Su Yang and Jiang Yao also led Hua Shuafu and Song Amin around. Then again, this is the first time I've been to Aunt Yu's house. Song Amin looked around curiously, shaking her two slender and sexy black silk legs, her red skirt fluttering. No way. Su Yang was a little curious. Logically speaking, regardless of their bosom friend relationship with Jiang Yao, just based on their family elder's relationship with their own mother superior, it shouldn't be their first time to come here. Hua Shuafu's cool and elegant face showed a smile. In the past, because of your matter, we and Yao Yao gatherings are outside, or in our home, for fear of disturbing Aunt Yu's tranquility not quite dare to come. Su Yang glanced at her clear face. Shuafu actually looked good when she smiled, as the corners of her mouth would drive that little red mole, making her look even more bright. Then Auntie Flower and Auntie Song, they haven't come either? Su Yang continued to ask. Jiang Yao held Su Yang's big hand and said with a delicate smile, they do come often. After all, they are all friends with your mom. They know each other better and can comfort Aunt Yu. Chapter 161. Thick-faced people. A few people were chatting idly and had already arrived at Jiang Yao's room. Wow, Yao Yao, your dressing room is also too big. A girl's attention was really different. Song Amin went straight to the bedroom's dressing room as soon as she entered. This dressing room of Jiang Yao's was indeed very large and luxurious, more than 100 square feet of space, with a row of makeup tables on one side, and various luxury brands of cosmetics, skincare products, perfumes, and so on the tabletop. At the same time, there is a whole row of jewelry display cabinets next to it. Through the glass you can see all kinds of customized jewelry placed inside that are shining by the light. And on the other side is used as a check room, placed hanging rows of various high heels, dresses, clothes, bags, and so on. And all kinds of decorative appliances are very high-end, like the faucet on the side of the sink. The switch are two bundles on the side of the crystal diamond column. Turning is the switch. Because there are more mirrors here, last night Su Yang didn't hold Jiang Yao in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror through her. Among the villas in the entire Magic City, Aunt Yu's set of manor can indeed be ranked first. Hua Shuafu was surveying everything around her with her back leaning against the dressing table, her small white crystalline arms propped up on the table, her neck slender and elegant, her skin glowing and moist like jade, just like a cold beauty. An official family like their flower family usually didn't live in a home that was too opulent. Although they had that capital to live, they just didn't have the need. Just like her aunt Hua Mo Yen, she lived in a single-family villa that the government had allocated to this Magic City elder. Of course, the small here was only relative to this manor. But in fact, it was also a very luxurious and high-grade villa. Jiang Yao's tall body leaned on Su Yang's body, smilingly said to them, in the past, I still felt that this place was too empty, except for the maids. There were only Aunt Yu and I living here. It's a bit of an ungathering of energy. But now that a Yang has moved here, it feels much better. Right, there are battlefields everywhere, can it be bad? Su Yang laughed in his heart, remembering the scenes where he would sometimes sneak out of the room late at night with Jiang Yao in his arms, going to other places to penetrate her. Even by karma. Yao Yao, what you have in this cabinet is also too powerful, right? Just at this moment, Song Amin, who was opening the cabinet to look at the clothes, delicately called out. Jiang Yao took a sideways glance and immediately exclaimed, Minner, What are you dead girl looking at? Su-yong also knew what Song Amin saw and gloated and laughed. Shuefu quickly hold her. Song Amin hurriedly begged for help. Hua Shuefu also followed suit, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yao's small waist to prevent her from running over, curiously blinking her clear eyes and smilingly asking, Minner, what in the world is that powerful thing ah? Song Amin took out a chest chain from the closet and compared it to her own body, looked at Jiang Yao with charming eyes and threw a flying kiss. Yao Yao, is this slender gold chain worn as underwear? It can't cover anything. Bah, what do you know about eroticism? Jiang Yao yelled justifiably. Song Amin took out another set of sexy lace strips, pursed her sexy lips and said with a smile, Yao Yao, you're such a big person. You're still wearing open pants ah? This is a battle robe, you girly girl can't use it yet. Jiang Yao finally broke free from Hua Shuefu's arm and lunged over to tear her mouth off with laughter and curses. She didn't mind letting her girlfriend see this, but she was still a bit shy about being teased by them like this. Hua Shuefu glanced sideways at Su-yong, who was watching the fun, and said with a smile, Su-yong, you and Yao Yao usually play so flowery ah? Hearing her tone laced with the flavor of a little woman, Su-yong raised his eyebrows and smiled. What? You want to try it too? Hua Shuefu's ears were red. Her bright and clear eyes gave him a glance, and said as if she was pouting, Yao Yao is still here. If you want to try it out, let's do it some other day. Wow, here is a big roast chicken, actually want to steal home? Jiang Yao suddenly embraced her from behind and said with a playful smile, That's right. I've never seen such a cheeky person. Song Amin also laughingly hugged Jiang Yao's small waist. Are you guys playing the sandwich game? Su-yong shook his head in amusement. After a few people were laughing and chatting for a while, the housekeeper Betty came up to report that the dinner party could start anytime. Only then did all of them walk hand in hand towards the dining room. On the large round table, there was already a sumptuous delicacies neatly placed, and the maids were shuttling between them, organizing a pair of tableware. Not long after Su-yong and the others were seated, Yang Yingyu also brought Huai Mo Yen and the others from the stairway. Everyone sat around the large round table, and the dinner party officially began. Chapter 162, Unable to Fight. Hua Foyan opened her charming eyes to her niece and said with a smile, Shuefu, today you have to drink more with your auntie Yu. Your auntie Yu didn't praise you much just now. Then I have to perform well. Otherwise, what if Auntie Jade doesn't praise me in the future? Hua Shuefu fell down and got up and walked over, personally pouring wine for Aunt Yu. This child of yours is also one I've watched grow up. With a good personality and a beautiful person. Aunt knows that. Yang Yingyu said with a smile, elegantly picked up the wine glass and clinked it with her and took a sip. Su-yong curiously smiled and asked, Mom, how did you praise Shuefu? Yang Yingyu gazed tenderly at her son, winked her phoenix eyes and said somewhat playfully, Skin drums are also big and good for breeding. Su-yong took a glance at Hua Shuefu's full moon-like skin drum and agreed, My mom is just discerning. All the women suddenly giggled. Hua Shuefu's face was red, but she was secretly pleased in her heart. Aunt Yu, people are also very good at giving birth. Song Amin got up and bent over the dining table, pouting her skin drum, pretending to be a shy little lady. Yang Yingyu looked at her delicate and unexplained appearance and said with a gentle smile, Minner is also very good. When I was a child, my home younger even grabbed Nai drink with you. Song Yi-min said with a delicate smile, In the future, I'll feed him. Song Shiyuan's face inexplicably reddened, spat at her daughter and said flirtatiously, Little girl child, quickly sit down. Su-yong derisively glanced at Aunt Song. Without mentioning this, he almost forgot. Hua Mo Yan's eyes became even more flirtatious as she looked at Su-yong and said, Xiaoyong, you probably don't know. You were only a few months old at that time. Once your Aunt Lu hugged you. You even peed in her arms. No way. Su-yong looked sideways at Lu Rumei on the other side with some surprise. Lu Rumei's face was slightly red, pouted and said, You were a little naughty boy when you were little. Su-yong smiled sarcastically, not knowing how to answer. Jiang Yao, who was sitting beside him, duly excused him and said proudly, People say that if you were naughty when you were young, you'll be smart and cheerful when you grow up, and our family's Ayang is the best. Hua Mo Yen said, Where's the best? We're all great. Jiang Yao held Su Yang's arm, lifted up her heart, smiling. All the women immediately giggled again. A dinner party slowly ended in a variety of laughter. After eating dinner, the crowd, also not in a hurry to swim, first went to the home's own garden to stroll around to eliminate food. It was almost past 8 o'clock in the evening before they went back to the house to change into their swimsuits. Hua Shuefu and Song Amin pulled Jiang Yao. The three girls went to Yao Yao's sister's boudoir to change. When Su Yang changed his swim trunks and came out, the three girls spent at least more than 10 minutes before they appeared in front of his eyes wearing sexy and charming bikinis. Great king! My concubine wants a hug. Jiang Yao, with her dainty jade feet bare, jumped into Su Yang's arms, her ing-ing eyes flashing, seductive. Su Yang held up his own daughter-in-law who was hanging on his body. His mouth could not help but sigh. Men must fall in love early, otherwise it will have to be like me, all 22 years old, surrounded by imperial beauty girls who are older than me. Walking a road are still to be hugged. Can't top it, Hey, you're still complaining. Hua Shuefu couldn't help but laugh, driving the red mole on her clear face, giving her a few more points of ebullience and flirtatiousness. Su Yang, you'll get beaten up for being so vanilla. Song Amin stroked the hair on her temples and bent her eyes to smile. Go for it, Yang. You have to push hard even if you can't top it. Jiang Yao's soft face came up and barfed a fragrant kiss. The four of them took the elevator down to the first floor, turned a corner, and saw a large rectangular pool of standard size. On the side of the pool, there was a luxurious and leisurely lounge chair with a table. Yang Yingyu and the girls were already sitting there in their swimsuits. The young maids were shuttling in and out under Betty's arrangement, delivering fruit plates and drinks for them. At the entrance and exit of the pool, there was a bar counter, and the door at the back of the room connected to the estate's wine cellar. If you still want to relax deeply, next door is a SPA room and a sweat steam room. Su Yang put down Jiang Yao, walked along the winding curvature of the bar, and greeted Mother Superior and the girls. The pool stereo was playing dynamic music. This swimsuit sensation party was considered to have officially started. Hua Fo Yen was sitting on the edge of the pool in her red bikini, her two white jade legs kicking at the water, making her jade feet, which were coated with golden quicksand nails, even more delicate. She drank a lot of wine tonight. Her face was flying red, and her snow-white body seemed to be smeared with a layer of pink. Looking up and winking, she smiled and said, Xiao Yang, playing with us old ants, will it make you feel that there is a generation gap, Auntie Flower, but there's no such thing, If it's not for the fear of disrespecting you guys, I want to call you sister. Su Yang's throat knots moved up and down, looking towards Auntie Flower's side profile sitting propped up on the edge of the pool, mature body, thin waist, long legs, under the sexy bikini's lining, revealing a very stirring curves, coupled with her bewitching ripe face. It was simply a born bewitching special thing. Then you can call me Sister Flower, I'm sure to pinch you. Hua Mo Yan's eyes dotted with tear moles looked at him charmingly. The corner of her mouth contained a teasing smile. Su Yang was a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 163. How much longer do you want to watch? Fo Yen, are you molesting my family's Younger again? Just at this time, Yang Yingyu walked in the same swimsuit as if nothing had happened and laughed as she defended her son. Yingyu, you're too protective of your son, aren't you? Hua Mo Yen smiled sweetly. Yang Yingyu smiled serenely and looked up to wink at her son. Younger, push your Auntie Hua into the water. Hua Mo Yen was about to make fun of Su Yang for not daring to. As a result, she saw Su Yang pouncing over with a bottomless face, hugging her with a splash and bringing them into the water together. Several women around also laughed and came over to watch the fun. Su Yang took Hua Mo Yan's elastic snow-white waist and emerged from the water, snickering, Auntie Hua, I'm sorry, let you reacquaint yourself with me in such a way. Hua Mo Yan's plump and delicate body was plastered against him, and she didn't push him away, holding one hand on his shoulder, while the other hand elegantly smoothed her bright hair behind her head, revealing that flawless face. Good awing you, you're also too indulgent in Xiao Yang's messing around I'm your friend ya. Hua Mo Yen looked with a pouty and unwarranted flirtation. Her teasing eyes pouted and smiled as she shouted towards Yang Yingyu. It can't be helped, Younger is my son, so I'll be happy to indulge him in messing around. Yang Yingyu pursed her lips in a smile. Hua Mo Yen sked twice, her warm red lips exhaling as she yelled, Shuyuan, Rumei, quickly dragging you down as well. Song Shuyuan and Lu Rumei hemmed and hawed, pulling one of Yang Yingyu's small hands and jumping down as well. Since they were having a party, it was time to have some relaxing and joyful fun. Hua Fo Yen teasingly glanced at Su Yang, quietly pinched him. Her body gently turned, broke away from his arm and swam over to splash around with them. Su Yang's body was numb, twisted and swam over to him. His hands turned like wind and fire wheels, helping his mother and father to splash them. Hua Moyen was splashed to the point of being powerless. She continued to shake people. Shuefu quickly come over to help Auntie. Auntie can't hold on much longer. Yang Yingyu hid behind her son and lightly laughed as she shouted, Yao Yao! Come over and help Yonger and I clean them up. We're coming. Jiang Yao's flowery face raised in a smile, pulling Hua Shuefu and Song Amin. She also jumped into the pool and joined the melee. The sound of frolicking laughter faintly emanated from the manor, breaking the quiet Shishan in the dead of night. The moonlight was like water, spilling down on the opulent villa castle. The moon was slightly full, like it was heralding something. Late at night, after the party was over, Hua Fian and the girls drank too much and didn't go back, staying in the manor's guest room. Song Shuyuan naturally even less polite. In the past, when she came to Magic City to party with Yang Yingyu and the girls, she would also often stay in Yang Yingyu's Shishan Manor. Only, tonight, she probably wanted to drink to make herself more courageous to face Su Yang. So she drank a little too much. When she was heading to the guest room, her brain was a little dizzy, her body fell down, and she happened to lean on Su Yang's arms, looking up to see Su Yang's snickering eyes, her ripe and charming cheeks. Suddenly steamed up a layer of red mist, and she simply directly pretended to be drunk and completely collapsed on his body. Aunt Song, are you all right? Su Yang asked out loud. But Song Shuyuan simply didn't want to respond, closed her eyes and pretended to be unconscious, so that she could avoid a lot of embarrassment. Anyway, in front of Yingyu, this little villain wouldn't dare to do anything to herself. Hua Moyen and Lu Rumei quietly glanced at each other. How was it that this big burnt chicken had gotten the jump on them? Shuyuan should be drunk. Yang, you send her back to the guest room. Yang Yingyu looked at Song Shuyuan, whose face was flushed as if she was drunk. But she didn't think about it that much, letting her son send Shuyuan back, while she herself was responsible for bringing Hua Moyen and the girls. Hua Shuefu and Song Amin were also taken by Jiang Yao to the guest room on another floor. Although this accident had disrupted Hua Moyen's plan, she knew that she couldn't be in a hurry, so she winked at Lu Rumei without moving and followed Yang Yingyu to the other guest rooms. Fortunately, Su Yang kept exercising during this period of time, and also had the little golden dragon Dan to warm up his physique, so it was easy to pick up the voluptuous Song Shuyuan. The guest rooms of Shishan Manor were even more luxurious than the presidential suites of star hotels. Su Yang put Aunt Song on the big luxurious bed. Seeing that she still had her eyes closed in a drunken state, he didn't take the opportunity to do anything. Although he wasn't a gentleman, he wasn't the kind of person to take advantage of people's danger. After swimming, Song Shuyuan only wore a bathrobe after bathing. Su Yang did not need to change her clothes, helped her take off her shoes, and then pulled the quilt over her body. After fixing all this, Su Yang stood up and came to the bedside. Looking at Aunt Song closed her drunken eyes in a deep sleep, but between the brows and eyes of the flirtation is more of a gentle flavor. Cannot help but look a little mesmerized. I do not know how long. Only then lost a smile and shook his head, was about to turn off the lights and turn around to leave. In the nest, but the voice of Song Shuyuan fainted anger. Hey little bad guy, you still want to see how long ah? Chapter 164. The Heart of the Mouth. Su Yang also did not expect that he was ready to go, but was Aunt Song's words were fixed in place. Watching her move her body to sit up, can only helplessly say, if I tell you that I was about to leave, but was called by you, do you believe me? Song Shuyuan hugged the quilt and hid in it, and gave him a blank look without any good humor. Even if you were about to leave, but you can't hide the fact that you've been staring at me for so long ah. This seems to be also ha. Su Yang did not feel embarrassed, but instead stared straight at her teasingly. Then if you say so, is it also proof that you have been pretending to be drunk all along? Aunt Song, you wouldn't just want me to carry you back to your room? Don't change the subject first, you answer me first. Why did you look at me for so long just now? Song Shuyuan's face was scarlet, but she still pursued the previous question. Su Yang didn't hide himself and smiled rightfully. Because Aunt Song is pretty, just like a sleeping beauty. Anyway, just look, you won't suffer. Hearing this, Song Shuyuan actually felt a little smug in her heart, only to quickly scold herself for having a fever. What's there to be smug about? This little villain is obviously salivating over herself. Aunt Song, now it's your turn to answer my question, right? Su Yang continued to stare at Song Shuyuan's ripe and seductive face. This linen-rich woman, even if she was wrapped in the quilt on her body, it was still hard to hide the full curves that belonged uniquely to a mature young woman, and those long and round legs were also covered by the bedding, outlining the lines that would make any man's heart thump. Anyway, I was drunk, and now I'm still drunk. Song Shuyuan naturally did not admit it. Her luscious little hand brushed the hair hanging down on the side of her ear, feeling that the roots of her ear were a little hot, and she turned her head sideways not to look at Suyang. Suyang heart a little funny. This woman or so mouth is not the heart? Looking at this bedding also can't cover the enchanting and colorful plump mature woman. Suyang thought or said, then I'll go back first. Since you're drunk, take a good rest. No way. I haven't finished asking. Song Shuyuan, however, called out to him again, her eyes somewhat mesmerized as she looked towards him. Then what else do you want to ask? Suyang calmly leaned against the edge of the bed and sat down. Song Shuyuan immediately shrunk her legs inward, glaring at him with a thinly veiled anger. Her cheeks were still a little hot and red. Just now, why did you touch my feet? My Aunt Song, that is for you to take off your shoes. Do I directly put your shoes also stuffed into the comforter? This is also too unhygienic. Suyang sidled his head to appreciate the unique flavor of the beautiful woman's thin anger and rage. Song Shuyuan heard him say the word unhygienic, and then thought back to once in linen dinner. Let him also stockings were said to be unhygienic words. Suddenly moist face peach red hot, annoyed and angry. Where am I unhygienic? I also have a slight cleanliness fetish, right? Suyang was a bit puzzled. I didn't say you're unhygienic, I'm saying that wearing slippers into the comforter is not good behavior. Song Shuyuan didn't know if she did drink a little too much tonight. A crazy idea suddenly grew in her heart, patted the seat next to her and said with a red face, sit over a little, I have something to ask you. Suyang moved over to the head of the bed and gave her a strange look. What words need to be so close to be able to say? Song Shuyuan was finding it increasingly difficult to suppress the intensification of her heart thumping after the wine. The characteristic fragrance of a young woman seemed to force its way out of her hot body, exuding a tantalizing aroma, and with her head bowed and bent at the knees, she asked him, did you mean what you said the other day? Which words are you referring to? Suyang had said too many words to her in linen, and really didn't know which one she was referring to. Are you still a man? How dare you not admit what you said? Song Shuyuan's face turned red, lifting her colorful little hands to slap him on his body. Suyang instantly cried and laughed. He really didn't expect her to have such a little girl's side, so he had to grab her fragrant and smooth little hand and said, although I don't know which words you're referring to, but I can tell you for sure that every word I said to you in linen didn't lie to you, including my identity, which I also explained to you in the beginning. Song Shuyuan heard this. The heart of this has a shameful joy. Found Suyang is grasping his own hand-child. A burst of strange tingling from the small hand running through the body. After the wine is already rosy faces fluttering on the abnormal redness, and hastily panicked to the voluptuous small hand pulled back. Suyang really didn't know what was suddenly wrong with this linen-rich woman, and could only say tentatively, Aunt Song, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room and go to sleep. Song Shuyuan's rosy lips opened slightly. Her eyes carried a bit of anger, and she stammered, You don't want to stay with me that much? Suyang pretended to exaggerate and joked, could it be that you still want me to warm the bed for you, Aunt Song? Song Shuyuan pooh-poohed, her red face swooning. Who wants you to warm the bed? I just can't sleep. I haven't seen you for so long. I want to chat with you. Okay. Suyang was vaguely feeling something. Simply also leaned his back on the head of the bed, testing Aunt Song's reaction. Sure enough, Aunt Song didn't push him away. She just moved inside and then turned her face away to not let him notice her flushed face. Chapter 165. Let your mom know won't beat you to death. Minner has been mentioning you to me these days. What kind of feeling do you really have for Minner? Song Shuyuan asked with some embarrassment. Minner, Suyang smelled the fragrance that constantly wafted from the body of the mature woman beside him, smiled and said, in fact, I'm more like treating Minner as a younger sister, even though she's still a year older than me. Sister? You're really taking advantage of my Minner. Song Shuyuan lifted her gorgeous little hand and slapped him again, not even noticing that there was a bit of petulance in her own tone. Suyang grabbed her hand, rolled over and pressed her down on the bed screen, and said with a bad smile, Aunt Song, it's late at night when a lonely man and a widow share a room. Are you really not afraid of what I'm going to do to you? What do you want? Song Shuyuan let out a low exclamation of shock, her ripe and charming face flushed scarlet. There was a tendency to become more and more aroused. A strange sensation traveled from her wrist all the way to her sensitive body, making her breath tremble a little with the rise and fall of her heart. What do you think I can do? Suyang looked with interest at the beautiful woman who was walloped by him on the bed screen. Her eyes were mesmerized, and there was a flirtatiousness at the corners of her eyes, and her white bathrobe was wrapped around the outside of her voluptuous and mature body. The neckline, however, has been a little loose, revealing a glossy, snow-white neck, and the gelatinous shoulders are also half exposed, with charming collarbones looming. Song Shuyuan's suppressed breathing was a bit disorganized. Her face turned even redder, and her mouth coped with, "I don't know what you're going to do. You let go of me first." At this time, her body exuded as when Lin first saw her. Completely different flavor, flirtatious and provocative eyes gaudy. Her ears were red, and her lips were tantalizing and wet. "Aunt Song, what do you think about me coming to be Min Er's stepfather?" Su Yang smiled and gazed into her eyes. "Don't talk nonsense. Let your mom know. She won't beat you to death." Song Shuyuan panicked and twisted her small waist to struggle. Her face flushed, her heart skipped a beat, and her body was burning with shame. "My mom loves me so much. She won't beat me." Su Yang directly pressed down, not letting her wriggle around. "Don't you mess around. I'm going to sleep. You go back." Song Shuyuan's body trembled, feeling extraordinarily sensitive, although there was still a quilt between the two of them, and she was still wearing a bathrobe, but ultimately, she was ripe for the ages. Her body was fragrant like nectar and appealing, and the dryness that leaped up in her body began to burn the soft and moist skin. "I said I want to go back before. You insisted that I stay. Now you want me to leave. How can it be so easy?" Su Yang good-naturedly pressed both of her wrists to the edge of the pillow. "Then what do you want before you leave?" Song Shuyuan felt like she was really bad. She was vegetable and wanted to play, and she started to wimp out again when she was dead. "How about this? I'll leave if you give me a kiss." Su Yang cheekily moved towards her eyes. "You didn't lie to me?" Song Shuyuan's eyes averted. The dyed red face was more of a color like a peach blossom with a warm fragrance that tempted people to salivate. "Aunt Song, when have I ever lied to you?" Su Yang looked at the somewhat silly linen rich woman and said with amusement, "Then close your eyes." How could Song Shuyuan have the nerve to let him look at her and kiss her? The young woman's shyness quietly crept into her cheeks. "No problem." Su Yang smiled and closed his eyes. Song Shuyuan stared at Su Yang's handsome face, so close that it felt like his breath was spraying on her face, and she didn't dare to delay. Otherwise, the first one who couldn't withstand the teasing would definitely be her. So she quickly raised her snow-white chin and came together to barf on Su Yang's face. "All right, you quickly go back." Song Shuyuan took a deep breath, allowing herself to slowly calm down and harmonize her heartbeat. "So fast? I didn't even feel it yet. It can't be that you counted it as a kiss when your nose touched my face." Su Yang opened his eyes and asked playfully. Seeing his nonsense, Song Shuyuan glared at him in exasperation. But her body, which felt as if it was going to drip water, could no longer be provoked. So she hurriedly raised her chin again and kissed him on the face in front of him, baring her lips. "That's good, right?" Song Shuyuan didn't even dare to look at him. Her heart was beating so hard that she sprouted a strange sentiment towards Su Yang. "All right, count you pass." Su Yang didn't back out, lightly smiled and let go of the hand that was holding down her wrist, so he sat up from the bed. Song Shuyuan hastily pulled up the quilt to cover her face, ultimately suppressing the madness in her body and not completely falling down. Su Yang looked at her hiding and not seeing anyone. He also knew that this linen-rich woman had received a big shock tonight, but he didn't tease her anymore and patted her leg through the quilt. "Aunt Song, then I'll go back first. You also have an early rest. Good night." Song Shuyuan stretched her ears and vaguely heard the door of the room creak open and then close again. Only then did she slowly pull the quilt down from her burning face. There was no longer Su Yang's figure in the room, and in the dead of night, one could only hear their own messy breathing. Song Shuyuan breathed a sigh of relief, but also some resentment, the mind wandering in a haphazard way, confused and do not know when to sleep. Chapter 166. So you also care about Xiaoyang Ah. And the same villa, another luxurious guest room. Hua Mo Yen was lying alone on Lu Rumei's bed, constantly picking up and checking her cell phone. "How is it, Fo Yen? Did Xiao Yang reply to my message?" Lu Rumei had just finished her bath and came out of the bathroom with a clean white towel around her, shaking her slender big white legs as she walked over. "Nope. This little guy actually ignored your message. Too damnable." Hua Mo Yen reached out and pulled her over, hugging her like a green vine on her fragrant soft body, pouting softly. Originally, she had wanted to stick to her plan tonight and have Lu Rumei find a chance to get that thing from him tonight to test it out. Who knows, a whole swimming bomb party is over, also did not find the opportunity. When he was about to go back to his room, he just wanted to pretend to be drunk. But he was cut off by Song Shuyuan's big roast chicken. So can only think of using an excuse to call him to the room. Then she hid in the cabinet, and then let Lu Rumei reverse push him. As a result, this little guy didn't even bother with them. Let's see. Lu Rumei obediently lay down as well, taking the cell phone from Hua Mo Yan's hand, only to see that the prestige window on it was a message she had sent to Su Yang. Xiao Yang, the light in my room seems to be broken. Can you come over and help me take a look? Hugs. The time the message was sent was already an hour ago, and there was still no movement up to this point. Xiao Yang is probably busy with something else and didn't see the message. Lu Rumei pursed her lips and smiled, not really angry. Busy with Yao Yao's little goblin Sahasha? Or being pestered by Shu Yuan's big burnt chicken didn't get out of it? It's been so long. Wow, is he so strong again? Hua Mo Yen marveled her face, her pretty little hands twirling around Lu Rumei's body through the light bath towel. Lu Rumei, dumbfounded, wrapped her arms around her wonderful body, pouted. This I don't know. You find him to try it is not clear? I want to try but also have to test first or else in the middle of the sudden antipathy, how hurt feelings Hua Mo Yen teasingly picked up her chin. Lu Rumei came to her white jade-like ear and said with a delicate smile, So you also care about Xiao Yang? It can't be helped, who let him be Yu's precious son. I wouldn't dare to hurt him, otherwise Yu wouldn't have to die with me. Hua Mo Yen said hopelessly. Then let's forget about it tonight, we'll find another opportunity next time. I'll just say the light to Xiao Yang here. No need for him to see the message later and come over again. Lu Rumei secretly snickered and said, pulling over the bedding to cover the two of them, picking up her cell phone to send a message to Su Yang. It'll have to be this way. Hua Mo Yen still a little less willingly muttered. Weixian is just abominable. Actually don't get a read alert. Otherwise where's the need for us to guess whether Xiao Yang has seen it or not? The next morning, July 16th, Su Yang slept until he naturally woke up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw someone hiding in the bedding. It didn't take long for Jiang Yao to gasp out from the futon. Yang, you're awake? Jiang Yao asked with a delicate smile towards him. Su Yang rubbed his own daughter-in-law's soft face that was flushed red from being smothered, and asked amusedly, Don't you have to work today? Why didn't you wake me up? Aha! Jiang Yao delicately and charmingly responded, leaning in his arms, continuing. Aunt Yu said that she's resting at home today and won't even go out. Good. Su Yang wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, glanced sideways at the time which was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and then remembered something and asked, Sister Yao Yao, Shuefu, have they all left? Shuefu, they are still sleeping, but a few ants should be up. Jiang Yao picked up her own cell phone and looked at it. Then let's get up too and see what my mom and the girls are doing. Su Yang pushed away the bedding and picked Jiang Yao up horizontally, heading towards the restroom. This daughter-in-law of his own family has some small cleanliness fetish. After waking up in the morning and washing up, it is necessary to take a shower. When the two changed their clothes and came down from upstairs, it was already almost 10 o'clock. Hua Fo Yen and Lu Rumei, as well as Song Shuyuan, had already gotten up and were eating breakfast with Yang Yingyu in the dining room. Good morning. Su Yang greeted them with a smile. When Yang Yingyu saw her son, she smiled lovingly. Her tone was soft and kissable. Come over and have breakfast. Let's have a good rest at home today. Song Shuyuan, on the other hand, was a little afraid to look at Su Yang. After waking up in the morning, she recalled what happened last night and almost didn't dare to imagine that she was actually so shameless. She was actually pestering Su Yang not to let him go back, and was finally walloped by him on the bed and kissed him twice before letting him go. Song Shuyuan think they are not crazy. This is Yingyu's son, Their age can be his mother. She could only make excuses, blaming last night's drunkenness and her wild drunkenness, and she definitely didn't have any thoughts about him in that area. Aunt Song didn't sleep well last night? Seems like the spirit is not too good. Su Yang sat down next to the mother and father, like a normal casual glance at her, and asked. Song Shuyuan, who was having random thoughts in her head, her ripe and charming face slightly reddened, panicked and coped. Quite good Maybe the reason why I got drunk last night. Su Yang almost didn't laugh out. Aunt Song is trying to categorize all the things that happened last night to her excuse of being drunk. Hua Mo Yen narrowed those narrow eyes and glanced at Song Shuyuan. The beauty mole at the corner of her eyes tugged, forming a hint of a teasing smile. Little Yang, after you sent Shuyuan back to your room last night, this auntie May didn't get drunk on you, did she? No, could it be that Aunt Song used to go crazy with alcohol when she drank? Su Yang asked with feigned curiosity while eating the breakfast brought by Betty. Drinking madness is not something I've ever seen her go mad, but Shu Yuan likes to sleep without clothes, saying that sleeping dishonestly will mess up her nightgown and it's not comfortable to wear on her body. The corner of Hua Mo Yan's mouth slightly curled up, smilingly said to Su Yang. Song Shuyuan's radiant face, which was already tinted with a layer of pink halo, instantly turned red as if it was going to drip blood, and angrily blanked Hua Mo Yan. Mo Yan, why do you say everything to Su Yang? We are Su Yang's elders. What are you afraid of? All of us here are our own people. I also like to sleep fruit sleep small fat times also do not wear, or else I feel bound, all uncomfortable. Flower foam Yen extremely charming smile, is not at all blush, not applied makeup beautiful face, through a trace of upright and elegant city long temperament, bias eyes of the beauty mole, so that she is looking at Su Yang, more a kind of moment in the teasing people's flavor. This in turn made Su Yang feel a little uncomfortable. If it was alone, it was quite ambiguous and provocative, but in front of his mom, he could only show an awkward smile. Okay. Fo Yen, you don't have a fever, quickly eat breakfast. Fortunately, Yang Yingyu had been paying attention to her son's expression and glared at Hua Mo Yen with an angry smile. Hua Mo Yen spat out her red tender tongue, but obediently did not say any more derisive words. Chapter 167. Enjoyment without worries. After several people had eaten breakfast, they came to the villa's tea room to drink tea and chat. Su Yang listened to them chatting about economy and policy, while Jiang Yao went to call Hua Shuefu and Song Amin to get up. In the city of Magic City, Yang Yingyu was definitely the deserved queen of Magic City. Because the industry group involved in Snow Mountain Group was too huge, and there were several listed companies under its name, but the head company, Snow Mountain Group, was not listed, so it did not have the responsibility to disclose the relevant data to the public. Therefore, the general public in the country could hardly pay attention to this economic queen who was a powerful force in the business world. For a figure like Yang Yingyu, who stood at the pinnacle of the business field, even the city's elder, Hua Mo Yen, was slightly inferior. After all, Yang Yingyu was a figure who truly held the power of speech in certain industries and fields, and was even involved in the process of industry planning as well as the formulation of regional and even national policies in the economic region. Moreover, Yang Yingyu focuses on the development of the industrial economy, but also the fundamentals of the country. Entity entrepreneurs, and the biggest difference between the internet business, that is, the entity is the real rich, the hands have all the real money piled up fixed assets, the latter can only be counted as Mr. Numbers, look at the scenery, the actual virtual awesome. And from the aspect of influence, industry is unrivaled because you can solve 100,000 people employment, that you are the provincial and municipal level guests, and you can solve the employment of millions of people, even the country will help you out. Therefore, the industry can make the whole country people live in abundance, enhance the national strength, and compete for the dominance of the direction of world development. This is also why it is said that industry can only prosper the country, especially in the development of cutting-edge science and technology. Over the years, the Snowy Mountain Group has also begun to focus on the outbreak of this field, and even beat foreign similar products back, seizing a large number of foreign markets. Su Yang also only roughly understood the scale of Mother Superior's industry after understanding Snow Mountain Group in depth during this period of time. In the past, although he knew that Lord Mother Superior owned half of Magic City's wealth, he never had any concept of it. But when he really saw the specific data and information, he was directly shocked and staggered. The mother of the Lord can actually create such a huge industrial group, is simply a living legend. This was also the reason why he would choose to establish the concept of a cartoon. It is really the layout of the mother of the Lord for so many years, it is simply difficult for him to catch up, just those research and development funds, as well as research and development accumulation, as well as the cumulative investment in this research and development system is already a mountain of silver sea. Therefore, Su Yang didn't have the idea of trying to catch up with Mother Superior, or trying to beat her to prove himself. That would be a very childish behavior. Instead, he was doing his best to help the Snow Mountain Group to develop better and push the Snow Mountain Group to take even a small step forward. This was already enough for Su Yang to be satisfied by it. There were still a lot of things he had to learn from his mother and father. After Hua Mo Yen discussed business with Yang Yingyu for a while, she turned back to look at Su Yang, who was listening at the side, and looked at him with a smile. Xiao Yang, I heard that you have now gone to work at Snow Mountain Group? Su Yang nodded with a smile. Yeah, it's been a week already. Lu Rumei's charming big eyes were also full of concern. So are you still used to working at Snow Mountain Group? Your mom's company can be too much bigger than Jinxiu. Su Yang's heart warmed up. He laughed. There was indeed some pressure in the beginning, but now I'm already used to it. Anyway, the company is my mom's, so I can live a good life even if I swing for the fences. The doting and happiness on Yang Yingyu's dignified goose face could not be hidden at all. Her smile was extraordinarily gentle as she said, "My home Yanger is the new owner of the Snow Mountain Group from the moment he was born. He should enjoy a lifetime of joy and worry." Hua Moyen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "Yingyu, you're really a spoiled child fanatic. Not afraid of spoiling him by spoiling him so much. I'm happy to spoil him." Yang Yingyu held her son's hand intimately. Her face full of mature flavor carried a bit of complacency and pride. "Also, who says my Yanger will be spoiled? Recently he came up with a one-card program, and he doesn't even know how amazing it is. A cartoon." Hua Moyen and Lu Rumei blinked their beautiful eyes, both somewhat curious. Even Song Shuyuan, who had been a little afraid to talk to Su Yang, couldn't help but look up at Su Yang and Yang Yingyu and ask, "What's a one-card pass?" Yang Yingyu sat up straight and poured a cup of hot tea for her son, smiling in an extraordinarily graceful manner. "It's better to let my Yanger introduce it to you." Su Yang took the cup of tea and took a sip to moisten his throat. His eyes swept over the three beautiful aunts, and only then did he explain the concept of one card to them in detail. And after Hua Moyen and the girls listened to Su Yang's explanation, they all looked at him with great surprise. They really didn't expect Su Yang to find a program that could help Snow Mountain Group. To know the current era, what kind of business model have almost been developed very comprehensive, to come up with a new and practical business program, how difficult. It was simply unimaginable that this program, which had a great deal of potential and was also in line with the development of Snowy Mountain Group, was actually spoken out of the mouth of this young man who was only 22 years old. Chapter 168. The Emperor of the Future Consumer Market. Awesome Xiao Yang, actually able to discover a direction that ordinary people can't discover. This one-card program is really suitable for the development of the Snowy Mountain Group. Lu Rumei's pair of beautiful eyes stared brightly at Su Yang and said in praise, "That's right, this program is indeed very good. If we really develop the one card, then not only half of the wealth of the entire Magic City will go to the Snow Mountain Group, but a large portion of it." Song Shuyuan held her ripe and charming face in her palms and also looked at Su Yang with some marvel. Hua Moyen instead asked thoughtfully, "Xiao Yang, is this one-card program of yours only implemented in Magic City? You have to know that a universal points card that can connect all industries and also do the job of tracking consumption behavior and then matching preferred goods for cash. Then, if it can be implemented nationwide, it can definitely realize leapfrog consumer development. Especially in the future, when consumers have a card in hand, the card's points as a common currency become the necessary offline consumption points card. Then, as long as it is associated with the retailer to attract consumers into the store to consume. In that case, the controller of the one card is equivalent to holding the voice of the nation's offline business, and whoever is disobedient will be removed from the one card's associated authorization. By then, any offline operator or retailer is equivalent to having his lifeblood held by Su Yang. Wouldn't Su Yang be the man of the hour in a whole new field? The ruling giant of the offline consumer market? Hua Moyen looked at Su Yang, vaguely already seeing the figure of the future consumer market emperor from him. Su Yang noticed a hint of submissiveness in Aunt Hua's eyes and tried to keep a smug look from spreading on his face, smiling slightly. The current plan is only on trial in Mordor, and will definitely be developed to the whole country in the future. Only that it will still be difficult to implement it in areas other than Mordor. He naturally understood the advantages of this one-card program of his, but at the same time the disadvantages were also obvious. That is, Mordor was his mother and father's home base, and there were Snow Mountain Group's industries that covered clothing, food, housing, and transportation, so it wasn't difficult to implement. But in other cities, Snow Mountain Group doesn't have that many closed-loop industries, so it's up to them to talk to the industries. Hua Moyen and Lu Rumei exchanged a meaningful glance. That's not necessarily the case. According to the power of the Su family, at least the entire South would have no problem implementing it. When Jiang Yao called Hua Shuefu and Song Amin down to finish their breakfast, everyone started to say goodbye and leave. Su Yang and Jiang Yao personally escorted them out. Song Shuyuan drove back to Linen with her daughter. Song Amin reluctantly hugged Jiang Yao. Her eyes also glanced towards Su Yang's side. "It's still fun in Magic City, with you guys around. When I return to Linen, I can only stay in the company. I don't have a friend to talk to." Su Yang laughed next to him. "What are the feelings? Linen over to Magic City on a 2-hour drive. Want to meet on vacation one day can come to play Jiang Yao also softly giggled. "That's right. Maybe one day when we are free, Yang and I will go to Linen to find you to play." "That's true." Song Amin's tantalizing lips smiled gently. Sitting in the driver's seat, Song Shuyuan was looking at them through the rearview mirror as they said goodbye. The mature woman's dress, perfectly revealing her exaggerated and tantalizing body lines. Suddenly seeing Su Yang walking this way, somehow her mood lightened up a lot. Su Yang looked at Song Shuyuan, who was leaning on the back of the chair with elegant and dignified posture. But her eyes kept peeking at the rearview mirror and felt a little funny. She came over and winked at her. "Aunt Song, I'll miss you." Song Shuyuan ripe charming face suddenly a red, plain face towards the sky but with a natural light moist is more seemingly radiant extraordinarily moving, lowered his voice. "What are you talking about? Minor is still over there." Su Yang grinned, glancing at her red moist lips. Remembered that last night her drunken soul-changing charm. Play taste. "Before leaving, Aunt Song no longer give me a kiss goodbye." Song Shuyuan instantly blushed and heartbeat. Sneak a glance at the daughter not far away, low anger. "You want to die? Last night's matter is not allowed to mention again." Fortunately, last night she still retained some sense, or else she seduced him like that again. Maybe with this little bad guy rolled in bed, in case the belly was made big by him, it would be really shameful to see people. Song Shuyuan's head soared. Her heart ran through such a thought. And she didn't dare to raise her head to look at Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang, however, took the opportunity to steal a kiss on her flirtatious face, then quickly backed up and waved his hand, saying with a light smile, "Bye, Aunt Song." Song Shuyuan saw her daughter looking over, and did not dare to get off the car to go after Su Yang. She could only bite her red lips and fiercely blanked him, but her heart was spreading a slightly sweet, faintly strange feeling. Chapter 169. Why don't I come to be your daughter-in-law? On the other side of the villa living room, Yang Yingyu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, tenderly looking out at her son giving Song Shuyuan and her mother and daughter a send-off. "Yingyu." Just now Xiao Yang lowered his head to the driver's seat to chat with Shuyuan about what? It feels quite intimate. Hua Mo Yen teasingly covered her mouth and laughed. This naturally graceful city elder, as long as she smiled, the beauty mole at the corner of her eyes would be set off by those long and charming eyes, and her smile and knit brows were all so flavorful. Yang Yingyu raised her willow eyebrows and blankly glanced at her, smiling calmly. "My Younger does everything right. What do you care what they are chatting about? You're really favoring this precious son of yours." Hua Mo Yen was a little envious and turned back to sit back on the sofa, crossing her legs. Yang Yingyu also withdrew her gaze outside and gave her a curious look. "Isn't today your sister-in-law's birthday? Shuefu has already rushed back. And you're still planning to die here at my place?" "My sister-in-law's birthday is not my old man. If I go home with Shuefu, I'm sure I'll be nagged by my old man again to persuade me to find a date. So I might as well come over to your side to clear the air." Hua Mo Yen sipped a mouthful of coffee, lethargically leaning on the sofa. Extraordinarily outstanding mature delicate curves, sexy and moving, long legs and thin waist. Every place is quite seductive. Yang Yingyu amusingly walked over and pinched her snowy tender arms that could squeeze out water laughed and said, "Your family hasn't given up on urging you to get married?" Hua Mo Yen blinked her eyes and smiled. "Yingyu, why don't I become your daughter-in-law? It's just right for Xiao Yang to help me give my family a hand." Yang Yingyu gave her a charming glance. "You're still thinking beautifully, with your vixen-like nature. I'm really afraid that you'll eat my family's Younger dry." "How can I? People will definitely spit him out after eating him. I'm just afraid that your home Younger won't be happy to be eaten by me." Hua Mo Yan's pretty and slender little hand pulled on Yang Yingyu's arm, said with a shy smile. Yang Yingyu held back her laughter and lightly hammered her. "Don't you only like women? That may or may not be true. Xiao Yang is your son." Hua Mo Yen unnaturally clamped her legs. Her eyes flickered, and her naturally bewitching face smeared a layer of redness. Yang Yingyu couldn't help but instigate, rubbing her waist and laughing. "If my Younger really likes you, then I really don't mind if you become my daughter-in-law." Hua Fo Yan's beautiful eyes with a tear mole slightly lit up, not knowing what she was pondering over. Starting from the next day, Su Yang followed Yang Yingyu to work in the company, and then he started to implement the supporting program related to the One Card. Previously, Su Yang had been thinking about how to make it easier for the One Card to open up the national market. And after yesterday, when Auntie Hua was chatting with her mother and father about the domestic economy, she inadvertently said, "Several bookstores have recently closed down in Magic City. This domestic book retail industry is still in the doldrums." But it made Su Yang's eyes light up. There is an industry in China that few people pay attention to, but it is very profitable. That is the physical bookstore. And when it comes to physical bookstores, then you have to mention Xinhua Bookstore. This Xinhua Bookstore is almost all over the country, especially in some small counties, will open stores. Don't look at it as just a county town of broken bookstore. In fact, it last year's revenue up to more than 14 billion, the average daily income of 400 million, the proper day into the money. And the most famous book published by Xinhua Bookstore, almost everyone in the country has read it, that is Xinhua Dictionary. This Xinhua Dictionary is almost a necessary Chinese dictionary for students, and it is also the memory of many people's youth. Over the years, many people have invested in the physical bookstore industry, but basically have entered a wave of closures. The main impact is naturally the influence of e-commerce, so that the book into the price massacre war. Several e-commerce platforms are waging a price war, plunder market share, the offline entity bookstore forced and profitable. The other reason is that with the development of the internet and cell phones, many people have stopped reading paper books, and all kinds of books can be found on the internet. However, Su Yang knew that paper reading still had a not-so-small group in the country, especially the student class and civil servants, because parents will be more agreeable to paper reading, and look at the cell phone is also afraid of children's myopia, and at the same time worry that the child is holding the cell phone to play other, affecting learning. And civil servants would be better to understand, just as the newspaper, if you work you are reading paper books or newspapers, the leadership to see will only think you are learning, but if you are holding a cell phone to see, you think you are playing with the phone, not doing your job. This is why the country for paper reading still retains a small market share. As for why Xinhua bookstores have stood for decades and still make money, the most crucial thing is naturally the textbook monopoly. That is, students' exercise books and small and medium-sized textbooks are uniformly issued by the state, and only sold exclusively in Xinhua Bookstore. In addition, because it is a state-owned enterprise, many schools have cooperated with Xinhua Bookstore in order to statistically teaching will be unified for students to purchase learning materials. These materials are naturally also Xinhua Bookstore to provide. Teachers require problem sets or teaching aids. Parents will basically buy in Xinhua Bookstore. Therefore, even if Xinhua Bookstore does not rely on the sale of other books, allowing consumers to enter the store free whoring reading, still has a very stable source of profit. This is the reason that the physical bookstores opened by other investors will never be able to compete with Xinhua Bookstore. The reason why Su Yang is interested in physical bookstores, naturally, is its influence on the youthful feelings of students. If Su Yang opened physical bookstores near every school in the country, and allowed students and parents or other consumer groups who bought books to apply for a card for points, then these students' one card might accompany them from youth to maturity, becoming a kind of memory of sentiment and of youth. In this way, it can indirectly influence their future consumption. They will be more inclined to choose the retail stores that have a card. This is because the card may have been used by them since they were young, and not only can the points in it replace cash spending, but it is also a subconscious habit of use. Especially if they have stories or relationships that happened when they were young and studying, then the card is really their love for their youth and they simply can't let go of it. Therefore, when anyone is making a decision, he or she cannot really think independently. Because people's thinking is affected by their own environment, atmosphere, experience, and external cues, you think you have considered the choice made. In fact, only some people want you to make this choice only. Just like why advertisements appear everywhere in everyone's life, it is to make you glance at them without thinking, even if you are very tired of the advertisements popping up when you are watching a drama. But it's that glance or boredom that keeps the advertised product in your memory. In this way, in the future, when you are shopping in the supermarket to buy this kind of product, often in the many brands just casually took this only let you recognize or have a memory of the brand. This is what Su Yang is trying to do through the physical bookstore supporting program, so that a card in advance into the memory of the teenage generation, which belongs to a kind of suggestive details in life, enough to influence their future consumption patterns. Of course, this kind of program on potential development may not have a very obvious promotion effect on the one card currently, but in the future it can definitely make the one card become a big killer. Chapter 170, Owing Too Much to My Son. Su Yang suddenly threw out this entity bookstore program, naturally also let Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao secretly eat a shock. They really did not expect Su Yang has been able to use the vision of predicting the future development to go ahead of the commercial layout. Jiang Yao gently flipped through the rough program in her hand that Su Yang had written only today and complimented with a sweet smile. So this is the supporting plan that you had whetted our appetites before, and it really surprised people. Yang Yingyu also pursed her moist red lips, very proud of him, and smiled. I did not expect. My home. Yang's ambition is quite big. A card has not yet been launched, has begun to layout, future offline retail consumption. Who will still be your opponent? Su Yang faced with an embarrassed look. It's just a little too defeatist, this entity bookstore program. The plan is to be in the one card issued. It is going to be laid in the country tens of thousands, at least not lower than the Xinhua bookstore. In that case, Mom, you give me that $30 billion of the project funds. it is estimated to be not enough to use, and at least 10 years or so before the cost can be recovered to produce benefits, so Mom, I want to increase the budget a bit more. This plan is undoubtedly a capital-intensive industry. To rely on its own profit accumulation and then slowly grow bigger will seriously drag down the progress. So the best plan is naturally for the national stores to synchronize with the one-card issuance, which will require the investment of even more huge capital. Yang Yingyu joyfully hugged her son. No problem. As long as there is any funding gap for this program, Mom will help you get it done. For her son's needs, she naturally met them unconditionally, and this was the first time her son had ever made a request to her, which made her even happier, making her feel that she could make her son rely on her and her needs, which was a kind of happiness that belonged only to mothers. As long as her own son could be happy, she would be able to fulfill anything he wanted. This was what a mother like her had to fulfill her responsibilities. She really owed her son for too many years. Su-yong looked at his happy mom and a smile appeared on his face as well. In fact, he himself had a $10 billion pocket money gold card from his mom in his hand before, not that he didn't want to take out his pocket money. Rather, he knew very well that being too independent and autonomous so that his mom didn't have to worry about him might make his mom feel proud. But it would also make her feel less joyful as a mother that she could satisfy what her son wanted from her. So, if Su-yong took care of everything by himself and didn't have to bother his mother, then I'm only afraid that his mother would still think that he didn't need her and would feel frustrated. Aunt Yu, I want a hug too. Jiang Yao stepped on her high-heeled shoes and clattered over, pouting her mouth towards Yang Yingyu. Yu, you're 4 years older than Yang you still love to pout like a little girl. Yang Yingyu's refreshingly fragrant fingertips poked her head, softly smiling as she also reached out to hold her in her arms.
江瑶看了玉仪一眼，眼波流转，娇笑起来。阿阳都从没把我当姐姐，他昨天晚还让我喊他，
Su Yang's face was hot, didn't let Jiang Yao finish her sentence, then directly covered her red lips. This pitiful Yao Yao sister actually dared to set off his old bottom in front of mother and father. Tonight must be hard to educate her before. Mom, we're going to call the management for a meeting first. You take your time to get busy. Su-yong said a word to his mother and father, then dragged Jiang Yao outside. Boing boing, auntie, you save me. Jiang Yao broke Su-yang's big hand and shouted in a muffled voice. Yang Yingyu looked at her own precious son dragging Jiang Yao away in amusement. A trace of envy inexplicably arose in her heart. She felt that after she had recognized her son, her mind had also become a little childish. It's also good to want to oink with Yang and joyfully splash and play. At this moment in Su Yang's office, Su Yang was twisting his own girlfriend's wrist backwards and pressing it behind her thin waist. Little Yao Yao, you actually dare to lift my old bottom to my mom. You've grown up. Ya, your majesty. My concubine is wrong. Jiang Yao lying on the sofa is flopping like a mermaid, her little legs bending up and down, stomping him with her heels. Hey, still dare to kick me, right? Obviously haven't realized the mistake. Where did I make a mistake? Isn't it the truth? Can't you tell your mom about your business? Of course I can talk to my mom about my business, but that kind of thing, is it something that can be talked about? You can't even tell me that. Su Yang grabbed her feet and scratched at the center of her feet. Ahahaha Yang. Stop, Jiang Yao Mei chirped. No, it's wrong yet? Wrong. The two of them fooled around on the sofa for a while. Only then did it subside with Jiang Yao losing big time and agreeing to a bunch of conditions from Su Yang. Chapter 171. It's time for young master to return to his ancestral land. Soon, Su Yang gathered the top management of the departments he managed and started to fully preside over the physical bookstore program. Wei Suzlin, one of the board secretaries of the mother and father, had also been transferred to work beside him as a secretary before, which of course included Wei Suzlin's own group of assistants also merged into Su Yang's department. Many people may think that business wars are all about cunning shareholding structures, exciting market confrontations, as well as surging supply and sales channels, and the involvement of intertwined forces. In reality, Su Yang just stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room, took a sip of his secretary Wei Suzlin's hand-ground coffee in his hand, and then pointed to the bustling city in front of him. To the more than 20 OL girls behind him who were all heard to be the schoolgirls of major business schools, the corners of his mouth revealed an evil smile. Very well, what you have to do from today onwards is to buy for me from the Magic City to the whole country. The stores near the schools that are suitable for operating physical bookstores are all bought down for me. Yes, young master. More than 20 smart and capable pretty girls bowed with sweet smiles to receive the order. This was money power. There's no such thing as a complicated business battle if you can't get money, then you can utilize your power. At least within the boundaries of the Magic City, Su Yang is not worried that he can't compete with Xinhua Bookstore. What textbook monopoly is there that can't be solved by anti-flower? After Su Yang had followed and learned from his mother and sister Yao Yao during this period of time, he understood that, as a leader, it was enough to grasp the general direction of development. There are very many smart and hardworking people in this world, but none of them are the key to success. It's just a precondition and won't guarantee success. So, as long as he finds the right direction, we'll use people and only do what the leader should do. Let the professionals do those technical or errand things. The cost of time is very expensive. There is no need to do everything personally, labor. Just like the ancient emperor, you do not need to know the art of war, and do not need to go to the battlefield to kill. As long as you know how to use people, know how to macro judgment is enough. As a businessman in the modern society, as long as you spend some money, there are countless talents to create what you have in mind for you, which is the key to managing a company. On the other hand, the Mingzhou post office. Chun Yong stood in front of the main gate and once again checked the letter that he had carried close to him. Raising his head, he took a distant look in the direction of Magic City, and then looked back in the direction of Lingnan. In the end, there was a sigh, and with that letter that might bring many variables to the future, he stepped into the post office. The little girl at the counter who handled the courier letter told Chun Yong that it would take about 2 days to arrive from Mingzhou to Lingnan Yangcheng, using the fastest EMS limited time delivery. Chun Yong filled out the address, watched the little girl put the letter into the bag, labeled with the delivery label, to confirm that there is no error before walking out of the post office. He had actually left a backup of this letter, and would resend it again later if there were any accidents. But under normal circumstances, where would there be so many accidents in reality? It was only following the young master's instructions back then to try to make it as foolproof as possible. It is estimated that after the Su family side receives this letter, they will soon come to Chunjia town as well, right? After all, the young master's bones were still buried in the back of Chun clan town. It was never the right place for the young master to stay. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, all of them emphasize returning to one's roots, and it was time for the young master to return to his ancestral land. Snow Mountain Group President Office. Su Yang naturally still didn't know what was happening in Mingzhou, 200 kilometers away. At this moment, he was fiddling with his mother and father's camera and a bunch of lenses. In just a little over a month's time, his identity and mentality had long been completely different. In the past, he was a Pashotaku who could only rent a narrow single apartment, so his entertainment could only be playing games. However, nowadays he couldn't take much interest in games anymore, so he wanted to cultivate some other hobbies. After all, life couldn't be all about work. One should enjoy a wonderful life while fulfilling some of what one once wanted. This is what a person should live, but also the true meaning of human birth in this world. Otherwise, from birth to death, in order to house and car, in order to support the family, in order to raise children, hard work for a lifetime, and then enter the coffin with fatigue. So what is the meaning of life? Enjoying life, feeling the different sensations and thrills that life brings to you, and cherishing the people who love you is what Su Yang is currently carrying out. Ah Yang, it seems that you are still very talented in photography. The viewpoints of these photos are all very well chosen. Jiang Yao's floating and convex body was sitting on Su Yang's lap, and was checking out the photos taken just now with him. Su Yang was also a bit happy. Then in the future, we can drag my mom along and go out to take photos together when we have time. He wanted to play with photography just to record his life with photos, and could recall the many happiness and beauty in the past through photos. Jiang Yao stared at Su Yang's well-defined face, her dainty little hand wrapped around his neck, and suggested with a delicate smile, "You and Aunt, you can wear those different styles of clothes to take art photos. If Aunt you wears court style, or Republic of China style clothes to take photos, it will surely look good." Su Yang still maintained his fitness workout with the foreign girl housekeeper Betty during this period of time. Not only did his muscles firm up, but also with a bit of healthy luster, his eyes also became deeper, and he looked all much more mature, a full sunny big handsome man. Therefore, he was also very satisfied with his current image. If he were to take those art photos with his mother and father, it would be very nice indeed. Then after we get off work, let's drag my mom to the bun to take pictures. Su Yang hugged Jiang Yao's fragrant body, somewhat impatient. "Yeah, we'll go and tell Aunt you later." Jiang Yao's beautiful eyes shone brightly, naturally supporting him unconditionally. Chapter 172 Tranquil Happiness. It wasn't long before the time to get off work arrived. Su Yang pulled Jiang Yao and went to look for Mother Superior. The Bund complex of the Magic City is located in the east of Huangpu District, on the west bank of the Huangpu River, in the riverside area from Yenin East Road to Waibeidu Bridge. It brought together many buildings with Republican characteristics, such as the Peace Hotel and the HSBC Bank building. The three of them, Soo-young, went to have dinner first, and then they went to buy clothes together to prepare for the photo shoot. Yang Ying-yu was in the presidential suite of the Peace Hotel, changing into a set of Republican clothes, and walked out a bit squirming. Younger, or else mom should change into a Cheongsam. Doesn't this look a bit pretentious? Yang Ying-yu was wearing a set of blue lapel jacket with a black long skirt, without embroidery, simple and elegant, stepping on a pair of black thin strap flat shoes. Her goose egg face was slightly red as she stood in front of Soo-young, asking shyly. Soo-young and Jiang Yao both gathered their gazes on the Mother Superior, flashing a hint of amazement. It had to be said, Yang Ying-yu was really beautiful to the point of not being able to tell her age at all, dressed as a schoolgirl in the Republican era. Her soft hair was still tied into two twisted braids hanging on both sides of her heart, showing her youthful elegance. Her eyebrows always coalesced with a distinctive dignity and nobleness, making her gorgeous features even more plump and charming. Mom, you don't know how beautiful you look in this. How can it be pretending to be young? With a hefty smile, Soo-young fiddled with his camera and took a sneak peek at his mother and father. Jiang Yao also giggled daintily and walked over, holding Yang Ying-yu's arm. Auntie you look so good in this style of dress. We stand together just like sister flowers. Yang Ying-yu saw her son taking pictures of her. Not too kindly stroked the twisted braid hanging in front of her shoulder, glanced at Jiang Yao, who was also dressed in a Republican schoolgirl outfit, pursed her luscious red lips and laughed. You guys are just good at coaxing me. This photo can't be shown to other people or else it's really a bit of a pull on the face. Soo-young took advantage of the fact that they were standing together and took a few more group photos of them. Although both women were wearing Republic of China schoolgirl clothes, it was obvious that Mother Superior had a marvelous figure that was hard for even Jiang Yao to match, with a pink face and bright eyes, thin eyebrows and wide forehead, precipitating a mature woman's unique, gentle, introverted, and outgoing charm. Ah Yang, quickly come over. You stand in the center. The three of us take a group photo. Jiang Yao softly and delicately smiled as she waved at him. Coming. Soo-young set up his camera and tried the angle, so he walked over and stood in the middle of them. Soo-young also changed into a black stand-up collar Republic of China student's Chinese mountain suit, the same style as what they wore as Mother Superior, and between his brows and eyes, he had a 5 or 6 point resemblance to Yang Ying-yu, showing off the Republic of China noble gentleman's demeanor. In addition to taking pictures at the Peace Hotel, Soo-young also dragged his mother to the Universal Building Complex, as well as near the Huangpu River to take a lot of pictures. Soo-young is still mainly responsible for shooting. The model is naturally the mother of the Lord and Yao Yao's sister. People are beautiful out of the photos are beautiful. After returning home, Soo-young cannot wait to remove the memory card into the computer. Wow! Auntie you quickly see. This photo are good looking oh. Jiang Yao looked at Soo-young opened the photos taken tonight, after the clear screen enlargement, immediately covered his mouth and exclaimed. Yang Ying-yu couldn't help but smile again and put her head together to look at the computer screen. At this time, the background on the photo is the Bun's Universal Architectural Complex, a man and a woman standing under the Republic of China building full of elements of the old times. The man's heroic posture, the woman's charm and dignity. Soo-young couldn't help but praise. Taking pictures of our mom is just great. Just any picture looks good. Aunt Yao Yang, you guys this really looks like classmates from the Republican era. Jiang Yao wrapped her fingers around the braid that hadn't been loosened and said sweetly. Yang Ying-yu also felt a serene happiness in her heart. Her eyes flickered, and she softly said to her son, Younger, send this photo to my cell phone. Mom wants to use it as a cell phone desktop. Okay. Soo-young used his computer to log into his wiki, and sent this photo to his mother's wiki. Ah Yang, I want to pick one for my cell phone desktop too. Jiang Yao shook Soo-young's arm with a smile. Why don't you guys sit and pick one? We've taken quite a lot of pictures tonight. Soo-young laughingly gave way his seat. Yang Ying-yu then got together with Jiang Yao and carefully selected the photos taken tonight. Auntie Yu, take a look at this photo of the three of them together. Isn't it quite suitable for getting a photo frame to hang up? Well, it's indeed very suitable. This single photo is suitable for the bedside. My son is so handsome. It's still Yang's photos that look good. Especially you, Auntie Yu, every photo feels different. I like my son's shooting style the most. They all look good nah. Soo-young looked at the two women very happily picking out the photos, shook his head with a light smile and didn't bother them, walking towards the bathroom, ready to take a bath first. Chapter 173 Top of the Pyramid. Late at night in Jiang Yao's boudoir, Soo-young hugged Jiang Yao, touched out a cigarette and put it to his mouth to light it up, swallowing the smoke to himself. He didn't have a big addiction to cigarettes, but he still wanted to smoke one occasionally, only that he usually seldom smoked in front of his mother and father. Ah Yang, are you going to visit Auntie Hua tomorrow to talk about the bookstore textbook Na? Jiang Yao lay in Su Yang's arms and opened her soft eyes to look at him. Yeah. Su Yang lightly laughed as he wrapped his own daughter-in-law's small waist and gave her a kiss on her fragrant soft red lips. Auntie Hua should be able to help our bookstore get permission to sell textbooks as well, right? Of course, no problem. Jiang Yao laughed delicately and uncontrollably. Ah Yang, this kind of thing is just a matter of words for Auntie Flora. That'll do. Usually when I see Auntie Hua acting like a big demon, it's really easy to overlook Her Majesty as the mayor of Magic City. Su Yang pinched her delicate and absolutely beautiful face and put down his heart. Jiang Yao winked and said to him, Ah Yang, have you heard of a limerick? It's called Lingnan a piece of Su. Desert a cloud, Shanghai 2 flowers, Jiangnan clan standing, Jinling after Qiao, Ba Shu Lu according to the land, San Jin San Qinshan family hegemony, Jing Chu Wu talking. Su Yang smelled his own girlfriend's body fragrance wafting from her body, pondered and shook his head. That's not true. In fact, this is the area run by the various local families back then, as well as their family descendants. Jiang Yao somewhat whined as she wrapped her arms around his neck and said in a delicate voice, And the 2 flowers in Shanghai, it's talking about your mom's representative Yang family and Auntie Hua's Hua family. These 2 families have always been family friends, with one family in charge of politics and one family in business. Therefore, the information contained within this limerick is a class and field that ordinary families have not been able to understand and dabble in for 10 generations. No wonder it is said that what height an individual can go to depends on his vision, while how much he can do at his height depends on the scope of power and depth of power he possesses behind him. Su Yang said with some sighs. This over snowy mountains and climbed the grassland is different. Jiang Yao puffed and laughed out, painted with yen red nail dainty little hand, cupped his face, said in a delicate voice. You can be even more different. You that have ridden a horse belongs to the top of the pyramid. Su Yang looked at the light smile that overflowed from Sister Yao Yao's flowing beautiful eyes. He couldn't help but kiss the corner of her eyes and laughed. Empress Yao, you know so much. It seems that I have underestimated you. Jiang Yao tilted her snow-white chin full of complacency and arrogantly said, Now you know the importance of Empress Yao, right? Su Yang touched Jiang Yao's rounded and straight black silk legs, looking at her seductive look. He truly felt how beautiful and touching his girlfriend was, making him mesmerized, and directly hugged her horizontally with one hand. The next day at noon, Su Yang accompanied his mother and father and Jiang Yao to have lunch. Then he went straight to the Royal Jade Garden in Pudong New area alone. This Royal Tsui Yuan is the Magic City government senior officials' residential area, occupies in the center of Pudong, not only adjacent to the whole Magic City's largest Century Park side. The area also has a lake rippling, creeks flowing, with a few points of quiet leisure garden flavor. Su Yang drove his own Porsche in the gate guard was stopped. Can only give Auntie Hua made a phone call. Not long after, inside immediately ran out of a female secretary look, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, giving a clean and sharp young woman to pick him up in. Su Yang still came here for the first time. The villa in the Royal Crest Garden was not very big, but the environment was very quiet. Following the female secretary to the innermost villa, getting off the car and walking through the flowery courtyard full of greenery, he finally met Auntie Hua who was waiting in the living room. Xiao Yang, if you don't come, I'll want to take a nap. Hua Mo Yen stood up with a graceful smile on her face. What was very different from the previous impression given to Su Yang was that Auntie Hua's dress at this time was on the side of introverted elegance, simple and dignified non-nude tailored suit, paired with elegant but not eye-catching clear and light makeup, letting her body naturally exude calmness and majesty. This was Auntie Flower's state when she was the mayor of Magic City, right? Sure enough, it was completely different from her private personality. Auntie Hua, I've disturbed your rest. Seeing that her secretary was here, Su Yang didn't act too recklessly and said apologetically. Hua Mo Yen waited for her secretary to make tea for Su Yang, then sent her away, pulling Su Yang to sit on the sofa, the corner of her eyes slightly raised, pulling up the tear mole of her eyes, with more than a hint of provocative, enchanting, flirtatious smile. Since you have said that you have disturbed me to take a rest, isn't it time for you to be punished for accompanying me to sleep together? Auntie Flower, I have something serious to talk to you about. Su Yang instantly cried and laughed. How did the city elder show her original form so quickly? I know. Hua Moyen had a winking smile at the corner of her mouth. Her originally serious temperament became lazy and casual. She yawned. Her tender hand kept patting her lips. I'm a little sleepy. Why don't you help me rub my shoulders? Otherwise I guess I'll doze off. All right. If Annie Hua doesn't mind, I'll give you a little press. Su Yang naturally had no reason to refuse. Hua Moyen obediently kicked off her slippers and ambled on the sofa, her bewitching face resting on the folded-up two arms, glancing at Su Yang prettily. Come on and press it. Chapter 174, the first time to see the flower foam colorful city long posture. Su Yang was a little amused. This highest power city chief of Magic City would actually have such a side. He could only move to the side of Hua Moyen's waist and put both hands on her shoulders to relax her. It had to be said that Auntie Hua was likewise a woman with an extremely mature and plentiful charm. Her hair was pulled back in a bun and coiled behind her head with a hairpin, and not a trace of messiness could be seen at all. The simple and dignified dress was still hard to hide her plump lines, especially the way she was lying on the sofa. I was really afraid that she would squeeze her clothes open. Compared to her niece Hua Shuefu, such a mature woman will obviously be more attractive to Su Yang. Long straight and plump legs, sultry lips, white and greasy snowy neck, slim waistline, wide sexy and exaggerated fall and fall. Every place does not reveal the seductive power of the fire. Auntie Hua, I talked to you before I came here about cooperating with the national distribution of the One Card. I have already registered a good chain of bookstore enterprises, but the sales of teaching materials have always been monopolized by Xinhua Bookstore. You should be able to help me out in this regard, right? Su Yang took the opportunity to bring up the main matter while pressing and rubbing Auntie Hua's soft shoulders. Aha! Hua Moyen squinted her narrow eyes enjoying his service and said without any concern. The monopoly of teaching materials, which is against the market operation, as long as it is well regulated and initially open to private capital for authorization, it's not that difficult to solve it. I'll convene a meeting with the people from the Rights Bureau tomorrow and ask them to issue an authorization license to you. Su Yang listened to Auntie Hua speak easily. Naturally, he also understood that this problem has been counted as solved. His own chain of bookstores will become the first private enterprise in China to get the authorization to sell teaching materials. And just when Su Yang was a bit excited, Hua Moyen's mature voice came over again. However, although this authorization license has the firm support of our Magic City government, other local governments' Rights Bureau may not approve of it, especially the Ministry of Rights above. Then is there no other solution? Su Yang smiled bitterly. He knew that wanting a nationwide textbook authorization wasn't a simple thing, or else he wouldn't have let Xinhua Bookstore monopolize it for decades. If it was really not possible, it would be enough to get the textbook sales authority in Magic City, and anyway, at most, he would give up this part of the profit, and the plan of the national bookstore chain would still be carried out. The solution is of course also there. Hua Fian languidly looked sideways at his worried face and couldn't help but eat and laugh. What solution? Su Yang hurriedly asked. This national textbook authorization is a lot of profit. Cannot give up, he naturally will not miss. This well. Amoyin gently narrowed the sultry eyes. Tone Emile, promising to wink. Xiaoyang, is not it time to press to the back of the waist? Su Yang immediately slid his big hand down and pressed against her warm jade back, pressing on her soft waist and back. Aunt Flora's body was of the type that was rich and plump, soft and delicate with soft elasticity. The palm of her hand pressed down to give a very comfortable feeling. Only then did Hua Moyen give a charming smile. The way to do this is not to tell you first, but when your national chain of bookstores opens, Auntie Hua guarantees that you will be able to obtain a national authorization license for the teaching materials. Really? Su Yang gave her a suspicious look. Hua Moyen felt the strange comfort coming from her waist and back, and gently threw him a bewitching blank stare. Auntie Hua can't lie to anyone but you, or else your mom won't be able to whip my skin drums into blossom na. Thank you, Auntie Flower. Auntie Flower is really a beautiful person with a more beautiful heart. Su Yang laughed sweetly, more vigorously rubbing Aunt Flora's voluptuous waist and back. Soft and fragrant skin through the shirt is very feel. You little guy, more and more pleasing to the eye. Hua Moyen's charming and mature face smiled even more charmingly, narrowing her eyes. Now that the business is done, isn't it time to let Auntie Hua have a good sleep? Of course. Su Yang smiled and was about to take his leave. Noi, still don't carry me upstairs to sleep. Hua Moyen, but her mouth was nuzzled and she ate and laughed. Su Yang looked at Aunt Hua still lying on the sofa and not moving, so he had to cheekily help her turn over. Then with one hand wrapped around her charming waist, one hand held her plump legs and held her up horizontally. Well, it's still quite strong, holding it very steadily. Hua Mo Yen lazily hung on him. Her demonic red lips whispered in his ear. Smelling the slightly mature body fragrance wafting from Auntie Hua's body, Su-yong felt a big headache and could only walk towards the stairs while asking, Auntie Hua, which one is your bedroom? Hua Mo Yen looked at Su-yong, who was stuck together with herself with interest, the corner of her mouth curled up. The one on the second floor that is the most inward. Su-yong suppressed his dissimilarity and hurriedly hugged Aunt Hua's warm and soft jade towards her bedroom. Chapter 175 Napping. Hua Mo Yan's room was not that big compared to Su Yang's bedroom in Shishan Manor, but it was very cozy and filled with a hint of tantalizing fragrance. Su-yong put Aunt Flora on the big bed in the bedroom, and there were really some mesmerizing thoughts in his head. Here, help me take off my socks. Hua Mo Yen lay propped up on the bed, picking up a long and slender leg and sending it to Su Yang's face. Su-yong had to grab her ankle and take off all the small white socks on her feet, revealing the tender white and slender feet. The golden quicksand manicure, golden and shiny like crystal honey. Xiaoyang, you shouldn't have taken a nap yet either, right? Why don't you rest here with me for a while? Hua Mo Yen looked at him with a smile, and her toes scratched on the bed sheet, leaving a shallow trace. Auntie Hua, don't tease me. Su-yong pretended to be silly and laughed, standing by the bedside admiring the sultry beauty of the elder city woman. His body also surged with some strange feelings. Hua Mo Yan's eyes hit a cunning light, and her smile became even more flirtatious. I'm serious? Auntie Hua's bed is very comfortable. Oh, Auntie Flower, this isn't too appropriate, right? Su-yong really had some heart thumping. After all, the breadth of this big bed was really charming. Hua Mo Yan's two plump legs were stuck together, looking at him with a rather deep meaning. I've invited you like this. If you reject it again, you can just want to see Auntie Hua lose face, so that's fine. Su-yong scratched his head and sat on the edge of the bed. Hua Mo Yen, however, hooked up a derisive smile, the mature demonic charm that flowed out of her bones, giggled. Xiaoyang, are you misunderstanding? I'm saying that the beds in my other rooms here are also very comfortable, so I'll let you take a lunch break next door, not letting you sleep on this bed of mine. When Su-yong heard this, even though the thickness of his face skin has risen quite a bit these days, he couldn't help but feel a redness on his face. Aren't we being a bit self-centered here? I'm sorry, Auntie Flora. Then I'll go to the next bedroom. Su-yong laughed mockingly and instantly gave up the wild thoughts in his head. And just as Su-yong had just gotten up and was about to go out, a fragrant and tender jade hand pulled his palm without warning. Turning back, he only saw Hua Mo Yan's enchanting and charming face smiling and laughing seductively. Auntie Hua is just messing with you. Just sleep here. Su-yong looked at her mature and beautiful smiling face and cried and laughed. Auntie Hua, don't tease me anymore. You don't believe me? The smile that Hua Mo Yen held at the corner of her mouth. She pulled Su-yong down on the bed with a hard pull, sidestepped to the side to make way, and said with a smile, if you don't lie down, Auntie Hua will have to press you down. Oh. Su-yong was really going to be played by this city elder, so he could only obediently lie down on the side of the big bed and close his eyes not seeing. Hua Mo Yen looked at him with amusement, pursing the corners of her lips, a flirtatious smile naturally spreading. Little Yong, are you very sleepy? Closing your eyes so quickly. Well, I am quite sleepy. Su-yong still closed his eyes, because he had to admit that lying on a bed with this mature beauty was indeed too much of a temptation for him, especially that extraordinarily tantalizing body fragrance wafting over from her plump body, which was still continuously drilling into his nasal cavity. The smile at the corner of Hua Mo Yan's mouth became even thicker, and she suddenly came over her demonic red lips and kissed him on his face. Su-yong opened his eyes in a flash. Still sleepy now? Hua Mo Yen looked at him with a smile, her small hand resting on his heart slowly drawing circles. Auntie Hua, didn't you just say downstairs that you wanted to sleep? Su-yong squeezed out a smile harder than a cry. It was hard for him to figure out Auntie Hua's intentions, but then he couldn't make a fool of himself anymore, or he would be caught as a child her again. Hamoyin she ate and laughed a little, changed a comfortable position, lazily lie back, squinted up his eyes to see him, then fast sleep. Su-yong blinked his eyes and looked at Auntie Hua, who was sharing the same bed with him, and was about to say something, but he saw that Auntie Hua had already closed her eyes. Well, just accompany Aunt Flora to take a vegetative nap and stop thinking nonsense. Su-yang's eyebrows were relieved, reached out and pulled the quilt over the two of them. Chapter 176. Jumping into the Yellow River cannot be washed. On the other hand, Mingzhou Chun Jia Town. Chun Yong used his cell phone to check the EMS letter he had sent. The courier had already been divided and practiced last night. It was sent from Mingzhou in the early hours of the morning and was on its way to be delivered. It was expected to reach Lingnan Yangcheng, which was more than 1,000 kilometers away. Tonight, the delivery will take place tomorrow morning. The time left for the young master is running out. When Suyang woke up from his nap, he realized that the time was already 3 in the afternoon. There was no Aunt Flora's silhouette beside the bed. Only the comforter still carried the scent of her body. Suyang climbed up from the bed and saw a note placed on the nightstand. Little guy, Auntie Hua's going to work. You can go back after you wake up. Remember to lock the door for me. This city grown-up person really doesn't see outsiders, also not afraid of him pickpocketing her things in her bedroom. Suyang shook his head in amusement, got up and went to the restroom to wash his face, then prepared to go downstairs. Since Auntie Hua trusted him like this, he really couldn't do something like rummaging around in her house while she wasn't there. And what made Suyang a little sweaty was that when he just walked downstairs, he just happened to see Hua Shuafu push the door in from outside. What a close call. If he woke up a little later and Shuafu saw him lying on her aunt's bed, then he really couldn't even jump into the Yellow River to wash it away. He really didn't do anything, he just slept with a vegetarian. Suyang, you're awake? Hua Shuafu was wearing a black inspector's uniform and valiantly greeted Suyang. Shuafu, how did you know I'm here? Suyang got some information from her words and asked towards her with some curiosity. I heard my aunt say that you were looking for her to talk about things at noon and were here for your lunch break. So I took advantage of my free time to come over to see if you were still here. Hua Shuefu's beautiful long black hair was draped behind her head, her clear face revealing a very charming smile. Her valiant and charming uniformed heroic posture and sexy and exquisite figure were wonderfully combined together, filling her with an unspeakable charm. So it's like this. Suyang secretly said that it was a good risk. Only then did he have the time to look up and down at the bright woman in uniform in front of him, and smiled. It's the first time I've seen Shuafu you wearing this outfit. It's very valiant. It's really worthy of being the head of the inspector group. His deepest impression of Hua Shuafu is that she has a clear and beautiful temperament that makes people forget what they have seen, and of course, her sultry character. But after wearing her uniform, Hua Shuafu was even more dynamic, with a unique tight-fitting charm that perfectly displayed her curvaceous figure. Hua Shuafu blinked her beautiful eyes and laughed lightly. I'll take that as you complimenting me. Suyang guffawed, looked at the time and said, if you're free, why don't we go out for a stroll, and then call up Yao Yao for a meal together in the evening? Hua Shuafu was delighted in her heart. It's okay, but I have to go upstairs to change clothes first. It's not convenient to go out in my work clothes. Okay, then I'll wait for you here. Suyang naturally understood and nodded in response. Hua Shuafu would sometimes come over to her aunt's side to stay, so she did keep quite a few clothes here. By the time she changed out of her work clothes from upstairs and came down, it had been about half an hour. Suyang could see that she was obviously well-dressed, wearing a mermaid skirt Chanel white printed long dress, with a pair of Dior fine high heels of the same color, the white bare feet with that attractive white manicure crisscrossing them. It was very attractive to the eyes. Shuafu, do you like white? Suyang did find this detail. Every time he saw her wearing private clothes, basically it was white. And the white color represents purity and gentleness. So women who like white usually have a gentle and considerate character, right? Hua Shuafu noticed his gaze. The beauty mole at the corner of her mouth with an ambiguous smile stepped on her high-heeled shoes and came in front of Suyang with a clatter. My mom said that it snowed in Mordor on the day I was born. That's why my name is Shuafu, and likewise, I've always been attracted to the color white since I was a child, as pure as snow. Suyang dryly coughed and busily averted his gaze that was staring at Shuafu's seductive curves and snowy white feet. It's quite good. I also quite like the white snow. Hua Shuafu ruffled the tips of her hair back a bit, revealing her clear face, and looked at him jokingly. Is it nigh by snow? Suyang laughed out loud. Shuafu, you do understand Shuezi. The two of them chatted as they left the door. Hua Shuafu didn't drive herself, but got into Suyang's Porsche. Suyang, I'm sitting in your co-pilot. Yao Yao won't be jealous, right? Hua Shuafu elegantly merged her beautiful calves. While fastening her seatbelt, her eyes looked at Suyang. She won't be jealous. She will only eat you. Suyang teased. It was true that low self-esteem and Porsche never appeared in one person. Maybe you won't speak, but Porsche will speak for you. The source of this confidence, naturally, was also not owning a Porsche, but the ability to acquire one. Then, in order to avoid me being eaten by Yao Yao, I can only sit in the passenger seat now and you at night. Hua Shuefu pursed her delicate red lips, tugging up the beauty mole at the corner of her mouth, and giggled. Shuefu, you, this clear and lovely look also drive like an old CG, the contrast is really big. Su Yang amusingly reached over and knocked her on the head. Hey! People are still 3 years older than you. You actually knocked your sister's head. Hua Shuefu covered her head and pouted. I even got sister Yao Yao so much that she would only oink. You're still a year younger than her. Su Yang laughed heatedly and started the car. Hua Shuefu snorted a laugh. You little brother is still quite capable, ah? Chapter 177, Watching a movie with Hua Shuefu. At this time it was the afternoon, the weather outside was also relatively hot, and there was not much of a place to hang out. Su Yang simply asked Hua Shuefu's opinion, and drove her to find a movie theater, ready to watch a movie. After watching it is also almost to the dinner time. Currently the movies released in the cinema are all summer vacation stalls, and the one with a better reputation is a movie called Silent Killing. This kind of suspense and crime type of movie should also fit Hua Shuefu's appetite, so Su Yang bought 2 tickets and drink popcorn, and took her into the screening hall together. For many people, the main thing about watching a movie in a movie theater is to feel the atmosphere, that is, to marvel at the plot or sigh with the audience. But at this point in time there weren't many people at all. Apart from Su Yang and Hua Shuefu, there was only a couple sitting at the side front, who were making love to each other. Not long after the movie started, Hua Shuefu came over and revealed a light smile. Su Yang, look at that couple actually making out. The movie theater has cameras. They really don't know how to be shy. When Su Yang heard her words, he looked over to the couple, and it was true that the couple actually hugged and nibbled on the light out and darkened. No wonder it is said that movie theater is the fastest dating place for couples to increase their emotions. Su Yang shook his head with some sighs and just wanted to spare some of the popcorn in his hand for Shuefu to eat. But he suddenly saw her clear and light face appear on the side of his face, and her delicate and soft red lips gently touched on his lips. And Flower Shuefu took advantage of the time he froze, has flown again, sat back, cover mouth laughing. So this is kissing, ah, also not much feeling well, also do not know why so many couples will be happy to do so. Su Yang said, what kind of kissing is this? You don't even touch your tongue. What kind of feeling can you have? Then don't you think it smells good? Hua Shuefu's small hand covered her mouth and also snickered. That light and elegant air was very attractive. Su Yang saw Hua Shuefu's clear face with a blush, but was also cheeky and flirted. Same as our Yao Yao, it does smell through. Is it fragrant through? Or want to penetrate? Hua Shuefu, however, snickered and picked up a sentence. Su Yang grinned. Is it possible that what I said was a double entendre? Hua Shuefu laughed again, biting the straw of her drink, smiling and not knowing what she was giggling about. After the movie was finished, it was almost 5 o'clock. Su Yang and Hua Shuefu left the movie theater and drove to Snow Mountain Mansion to pick up Jiang Yao to have dinner together. Because Su Yang's Porsche 911 only had 2 seats, and although the back also had a rear seat design, the space was very limited, so it was more convenient to have Xiao Qing drive the Rolls-Royce over. As soon as Jiang Yao got on the car, she hugged with Hua Shuefu. Her eyes full of teasing meaning playfully said, Fu, what did you and my family Ayang do all afternoon? Just watched a movie. What else could we do? Hua Shuefu smiled and winked at Su Yang, her slender body with thin waist and long legs, casting a hot sexy curve under the sunset light of the car window. Su Yang was dumbfounded, but it was still quite pleasing to the eyes to be able to appreciate 2 imperial sisters hugging each other like this. Whether it was from their beautiful looks or their very outstanding bodies, they all belonged to the very top tier of beauties. Moreover, the temperament of the 2 women was also completely different. Jiang Yao's soft face was also dainty under the setting sun. The 2 round black silk long legs could simply tug at Su Yang's heart, and Hua Shuefu's black shiny hair also emitted a satin-like luster under the setting sun. Especially the beauty mole at the corner of her mouth, under the backdrop of that clear face, also became more and more moving. Jiang Yao climbed up and held Su Yang's arm again, pretending to be a grudging little eyes. I don't believe it. Fufu, this little burnt chicken. Surely take advantage of my absence and steal home. Su Yang amusingly lowered his head and kissed her on her red lips. Can your imagination not be so rich? Jiang Yao then smiled like a flower. What are we going to eat for dinner? Of course it's to eat you. Hua Shuefu covered her mouth and laughed, her high heels swaying. Jiang Yao was holding her heart and muttered, It's good to eat me too. I'm happy to let my family Yang eat. Anyway, the position of Empress Yao's sister has been secured, and her own best friend will at most be a noble consort. Su Yang pinched sister Yao Yao's pretty face. Don't be skinny. Shuafu is still there. Jiang Yao almost laughed out loud, putting a pair of 3-inch black high heels on Su Yang's knee. Shapely and graceful, she laughed. Great king then tonight when Shuafu is not around. My concubine will please you properly. Hua Shuafu daintily glanced at Jiang Yao, who was still complacent and haughty. Her eyes turned around, her mouth holding a clear smile, and proposed, "Why don't we go out to the sea together some other day when we're free? Magic City doesn't have any fun places anymore." Can I? I'm also quite interested in going out to sea. Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly. He hadn't really gone out to sea much before, and the thought of yachts, bikinis, and beautiful women made him feel fresh. Jiang Yao also said adorably with a bright smile on her face, "I'll listen to my family's Ayang. Then it's a deal. When the time comes, we'll call Minner and we'll wear swimsuits together to swim at sea." Hua Shuefu laughed as she looked around. Chapter 178 Lingnan Pearl Su Qingfei. At 10 o'clock at night, in the bedroom of Shishan Manor, Su Yang and Jiang Yao sat on the bed after taking a bath. "Ayang, people are wearing high heels today, so tired, oh help me rub my feet." Jiang Yao again found an excuse and stuffed a pair of dainty feet into his arms. "Sister Yao Yao, can you change your excuse? You use this every time." Su Yang spat out a mouthful of words, holding her feet and pinching her toes that were coated with yen-red nails. Jiang Yao squinted her foxy eyes, humming along with his kneading motion, and didn't talk back. There was a ticking sound. A new message popped up on Su Yang's prestige. Sideways glancing at the cell phone screen. Hua Shuafu. Su Yang, Nj equals omega equals O. I just stuffed a small gift into your pocket, O. I wonder if you found it? Gift. Su Yang really didn't find it? Climbed up and went to the restroom to find the bamboo basket where he put his change of clothes. Peeled off a few sexy little fabrics on it and found his own clothes and rummaged through them. Sure enough, a ball of soft high silk appeared in his own hand. When was this stuffed into his pocket? Also not right, ah? Hua Shuefu wasn't wearing stockings either? Ah Yang, what gift did Shuefu give you? Jiang Yao snapped her slippers and walked over, holding his cell phone in her hand, obviously seeing the message on it as well. "Eh? Does this count as a gift?" Su Yang somewhat cried and laughed as he raised this black silk with warm fragrance in his hand. "Shuefu is also too stuffy to burn." Jiang Yao covered her mouth and laughed. And at this moment, Su Yang's cell phone rang with another prestige alert. "Hua Shuefu, have you found it yet? Omega, I heard Yao Yao say that you like high wire. This is what I took off when I changed today." Su Yang saw this message and took his phone and typed, "Shuefu, I realized I need to get to know you again. To burn you. Bahandak tenno. Hua Shuefu. I just want to be a little involved." Jiang Yao snatched the cell phone, directly pressed the voice to laugh and scold. "Little burn hoof? Big night so wave. Want to give you to shoot some live video, ah?" Hua Shuefu also laughed and sent a voice. "Yao Yao, if you are willing to send it, I will definitely bookmark it and watch it slowly." Jiang Yao winks back. "I'm afraid you won't be able to get up tomorrow. You two are still driving in front of me?" Su Yang couldn't bear it anymore and carried his own daughter-in-law's fragrant soft body on his shoulder. The morning of a new day, the strongest economic province in the Dragon Kingdom, Lingnan, Guangdong Province. In an independent luxury villa located on Ersha Island, the first rich district in the capital city of Yangcheng. A very voluptuous beauty was lying on the spacious and luxurious queen's bed and was waking up leisurely. Her tight and slender legs were twisting and stretching under the blanket. The name of the voluptuous beauty was Su Qingfei, the only golden young lady in the second generation of the Lingnan Su family. At the age of 36 this year, she is still unmarried. This is mainly because of her arrogant nature. She can't see any man under the sky. She thinks that no man can be worthy of her, and no man can conquer her, and she doesn't care to be subjugated to any man's ex. The normal situation is more often than not, a man will be able to get into a woman's life. The normal situation is more of a man into the Su family, become Su Qingfei under the skirt of the subject, but this kind of no-dignity turtle male is even more disgusting to her. So far, Su Qingfei has never considered the idea of finding a man to marry. Anyway, her family never rushed her. After all, the Lingnan Su family does not need to sacrifice their children's happiness for political marriages, unless it was the children themselves who were willing. Plus, back then, Su Qingfei was also the only youngest daughter of the Su family's head of the family, Su Shui Su Jianan, and had simply become the brightest pearl in the entire Lingnan right from birth. And at this time this self-proclaimed world no one can match her Empress Su Qingfei, slowly lifted the thin air-conditioned quilt, climbed out of bed, first went to the restroom to wash up, and then came to the rich and luxurious check room, picked a LV's black light thin gauze dress and changed up. Wearing a fine Bulgari sapphire necklace around her neck, the pendant hangs under her snow-white collarbone, above the E-level scenery. Su Qingfei picked up 2 more sapphire earrings of the same style and nailed them to her white and delicate ears in the mirror. Finally, it was paired with a Tiffany's diamond bracelet and ring, and a Cartier lady's gemstone watch, before stepping on her slippers and coming out of the room. Chapter 179 Princess Su Qing receiving a letter. Eldest Miss, breakfast is already prepared, and a letter delivered by the post just now has also been placed next to the dining table. The housekeeper smiled as she saw the graceful and elegant figure with a few enchanting touches walking down the stairs and reported, you go and get busy. Su Qingfei waved her hand lazily and came alone to sit down at the dining table. Lingnan people's breakfast basically could not be separated from morning tea and breakfast. Whether it was rich or commoners, they had already gotten used to this breakfast tradition that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Su Qingfei glanced at the letter that was contained in a courier file bag, but completely ignored it. She simply would not let this letter sent from nowhere affect her mood for breakfast. The slender, snow-white fingertips pinched up a teacup, and her rosy lips shallowly sipped a mouthful of this year's just-out black tea. Gently exhaling a mouthful of hot air, it was only then that she slowly and methodically lifted up the slender hand that wore an exotic color-flowing red diamond ring, picked up a pair of natural yellow pear with chopsticks, and picked up a shrimp dumpling and placed it into her sandalwood mouth. Although she was wearing quite a lot of jewelry on her body, these pearls and jewels could not hide her gorgeous face at all. Princess Su Qing sat elegantly, her pair of beautiful legs folded together. She ate her breakfast while looking down to check the cell phone placed on the desktop, from time to time lifting up the hair on her temples. That delicate snow-white ear was bright and colorful against the backdrop of the Bulgari sapphire ear studs. Another 2 months will come to the Mid-Autumn Festival again. Big brother, second brother, third brother, they have to be beaten by the old man's walking stick again. These several unproductive brother, so many years actually a son with a handle cannot be born. Su Qingfei looked at the prestige group. The 3 brothers were chatting about how to give the old master a Mid-Autumn Festival last night, and couldn't help but mock a laugh. Only, after laughing, those originally clear eyes were flooded with thick sadness. It's a pity, if fourth brother and Xiaobao hadn't met with the air crash back then, the 3rd generation of our Su family would at least have a single seedling with a handle. When I was young, several older brothers thought I was childish and didn't like to bring me to play. Only 4th brother was the closest in age to me and led me around every day, buying me all sorts of good food and drinks. The year little treasure was born, I was just in the 2nd year of junior high school. At that time I often skipped classes to go to Magic City to see my little nephew, the 4th sister-in-law, although she was very cold to the 4th brother. But she was quite gentle to me, at least she was willing to let me hug little treasure. Originally it was all agreed that after the little nephew was weaned, 4th brother would bring little treasure back to Lingnan, and save the old man and old lady from having to run to Magic City all the time. Everything was thought to develop according to the predetermined direction, but did not count on the accident. My little white and chubby nephew was lost like this. My 4th brother was also lost like this. I cried until my eyes were dry, and God still didn't show a miracle. If there hadn't been that accident, my little nephew would have been 22 years old this year, right? All grown up, able to bully girls, maybe even his aunt. Hee. I haven't tried being called an aunt by my nephew yet, and I wonder how different it would be from being called an aunt by that group of nieces? Su Qingfei thought of this dark and deep eyes smiled into a crescent moon. Waves of light flowed and looked around. Unfortunately, Su Qingfei returned to reality and sighed lightly. This can all only exist in fantasy. My little nephew left us forever. I also don't know if that woman from Mordor, has she come out from the hurt of that year? Because of that incident, our 2 families haven't contacted each other for 20 years. Back then, I was still young and uninformed, and I blamed her for quarreling with 4th brother before letting him take little treasure on that flight. And I also fought with her sister, scratching her face and injuring it. Now think about it, a lot of things are God's will, so some robberies have long been destined. The person you meet can't hide, the robberies you experience can't escape. It is the poor old man and old lady, white hair to send black hair, but also the 3rd generation of the family is the only one with the only seedling. I also don't know if there's something wrong with our family. I'm the only daughter in the 2nd generation, and Xiao Bao is the only male in the third generation. Su Qingfei shook her head, no longer thinking about it, drank the last mouthful of boat kanji, took a napkin and wiped her mouth, then prepared to go out. And just as she stood up, she turned back to look at the courier file bag on the desktop. Smoothly still grasp it in the hand, humming a little song, walked to the door in front of the shoe cabinet, in the dazzling array of high heels, picked a pair of LV fine-heeled high-heeled shoes to mention. Only then did she go out and get into the red Maserati parked in the yard. Su Qingfei threw the bag and high heels to the passenger seat, two small hands leaning on the steering wheel, is checking the courier bag, only to see that it was written on it that the sending address was Jiangnan Mingzhou. Sender Chen Yong? Phone number 18X times X times X times X times X. Chen Yong? Who is this? And still from Jiangnan Mingzhou. Although Su Qingfei was a bit puzzled, her hands didn't stop and directly tore open the seal of the document bag. Intending to casually look at it, she threw it away by hand. Chapter 180. My little nephew. He is still alive. On the streets of Yangqing in the summer heat, a customized red Maserati MC20, with a riotous roar, was on the road, racing all the way towards the county governor's office in Yangcheng. Su Qingfei, who was sitting on the driver's seat and was driving, her beautiful eyes contained tears. Her teeth were biting her lower lip and trembling, forcing herself not to cry out. That letter was surprisingly written by fourth brother. Back then, fourth brother and little treasure didn't get on that airplane. She also had to immediately tell this news to her several older brothers. The third generation of the Lingnan Su family, the only sole seedling with a handle, was still alive in this world. Su Qingfei's eyes that contained hot tears glanced every now and then at the photo of fourth brother and little treasure that was sent with the letter that was placed on top of the dashboard. My little nephew. He is still alive. Great! As Su Qingfei mumbled to herself, strings of teardrops clattered down onto her customized LV gown. More than 20 minutes later, the Maserati pulled up in front of the door of the county governor's office building. Su Qingfei kicked off the flat shoes she was wearing, took the passenger's high heels and changed into them, took the letter photo and her own bag with her, and pushed out the door. Da-da-da-da-da. Su Qingfei couldn't even remember how long it had been since she had run up in such a hurry. Those tantalizingly thin-heeled high heels clattered, and her skirt fluttered in a flamboyant manner. The office workers in the county governor and governor's office, who obviously all recognized this woman who was exquisite from head to toe, didn't stop them either. Su Qingfei pushed open the wooden door of the governor's secretary's office with one hand. Big brother. Something big has happened. Su Qingfei had just entered the door and eagerly yelled out towards the inside. Little sister, how big of a matter can make you anxious like this? A voice with a smile in its majesty rang out, and the country-faced middle-aged man seated inside the desk looked up at his own little sister and asked cheerfully. He was the representative figure of the Lingnan Su family, the elder brother Su Xingyi in the second generation, the current secretary of the Lingnan Guangdong province governor. A proper hand. He had just turned 50 this year and was at the peak of his career. For his own little sister said out of the big event is not the slightest bit thought. After all, this is the home base of the Lingnan Su family. Even if the King of Heaven comes here, all have to act in accordance with the rules of their Su family. Big brother, you read this letter first. Su Qingfei rushed over in a hurry and handed over the letter in her hand. Su Xingyi inadvertently realized that his little sister's eyelashes that were picked out of her eyes were slightly fluttering. Her eyes were still red. Obviously, she had just cried. Little sister, why are you crying? Who bullied you? There's actually someone in Lingnan who dares to bully our Su family? Tell Big brother. Big brother will kill him. Su Xingyi was instantly thumping with rage. Who didn't know that the Su family was the most united and protective? And now there was actually something or someone that made the pearl of the Su family cry. Who the hell was so bold? Su Qingfei panicked and wiped her eyes with her hand. Her small fist punched Su Xingyi. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and read the letter. Su Shangyi grinned in pain. This little sister had hit so hard, too abnormal. He didn't ask any more questions. It must be the letter that caused the matter. Directly took the letter and checked it, only to see that the very age-old yellow leather envelope, only a few big words were written. Little sister personally opened. Su Xingyi's eyebrows jumped when he saw the handwriting of these 4 words. A thought popped up steeply in his heart. Hurriedly, he pulled out a piece of yellowed letter paper from the envelope and carefully spread it out. Jean Xinyue. Did little sister miss fourth brother me? The address that this letter is sent to is still the villa that I gave you back then. I believe that you shouldn't take it and give it away, right? Haha. However, when you receive this letter, instead of me personally coming to you, it means that I might not be alive anymore. This letter was left in the hands of one of my close friends for him to send out after my son Su Yang's 22nd birthday. Back then, actually Yonger and I didn't take that flight. I was still young at the time, and in order to get angry with your fourth sister-in-law, I wanted to take Yonger into hiding so that she could suffer as well. I took Yonger through the security check, put my luggage on the plane, and took a bus to a small town in Mingzhou. I didn't expect that plane to actually have an air crash. Originally, I only wanted to anger your fourth wife for a period of time and then go back. In the end, I realized that your fourth wife really didn't have me in her heart, and her tears were only for Yonger. Maybe it's because of love that she hates me, or because she wants to get back at her. I made up my mind at that time to keep her in this kind of pain. So, I didn't go back to Lingnan either, or else she would have definitely known about the fact that Yonger and I were still alive. Simply just pretend that Yonger and I really died in that air crash. Just like a person who looks at his ex-girlfriend having a bad time and feels happy, deserved you to break up with me in the first place. Only in the heart but still love her. Know that she is in pain will also follow the heartache. In the subsequent years, I have been hesitant to do too much. But then I remembered that I had survived these years, and to go back like this would be tantamount to admitting that I was wrong, and that these years had been wasted. So, obsession is a terrible thing. Every time I felt the urge to go back, I resisted it for so many years. Then one day, I saw a news story, a girl waiting for the bus on the side of the road, playing with her cell phone. An air conditioning unit fell down from upstairs, hitting her on the spot. The person standing next to the girl, and another girl who had also come over to wait for the bus and had just taken a step next to her, were completely fine. From this news, it brought me back to the time when Yonger and I were lucky enough to avoid that plane crash. I knew that people can't be so lucky every time, accidents and tomorrow, who knows which one will come first. So, just to make sure, I've left 2 letters that are equivalent to last letters, and I've set a time to send them to you and Yonger's mom. If everything goes well, I'll tell Yonger everything after he finishes his college entrance exams, and bring him back to recognize his mother and the Su family. If something happens to me and I am no longer with you, someone will send the letter to you after Yonger graduates from college. By then, he'll have grown up and should be able to face these facts on his own. I'm sorry, little sister. Fourth brother is unfilial, so I'll leave mom and dad to you. Tell big brother, second brother and third brother that I'm sorry. Bring me a message to mom and dad. The grace of nurturing in this life can only be repaid in the next life. Failing to pour out filial piety will be renewed in the next life. After Su Shengyi finished reading this letter, even though he had witnessed countless great storms in this half-life, he couldn't help but tremble, and his mind went out of control on the spot, weeping. Fourth brother. This is the fourth brother's handwritten letter. The excitement and sadness in Su Shengyi's heart were all expressed on his face in a mixture of flavors. Princess Su Qing also couldn't help but shed tears once again, crystallized teardrops hanging on her luscious cheeks as she sobbed. Big brother, our little nephew is still alive. Chapter 181. Our Lingnan Su family has a descendant. And just then, 2 noisy voices came from the doorway. Little sister, what exactly happened? Calling us over to big brother's side in such a hurry. And threatening your brothers that they will disown us if we come late. Making such a big scene. The people who came were the second and third brothers that Su Qingfei had sent a message to inform on the way. Su Shengbua and Su Shengyun pushed the door in and froze when they saw the scene inside. How old are this big brother and little sister? Why are they both crying? And when Su Shengyi handed them that letter to read, the titular Lingnan military region's great general, Su Shengthin, and the weathered 8 Gui province's 1 continent's chief, Su Shengyun, were as crazy as they were jumping in place and dancing around with their hands. Big brother, little sister, fourth brother's son is still alive. Our Lingnan Su family has a descendant. Su Shengbua and Su Shengyun were so excited that they hugged their heads and cried, their hearts turning over in a huge wave of joy. No one knew better than them what would become of a large family if it did not have its own children and grandchildren to inherit. There was also no one who understood better than them how much pain and suffering they had endured after the death of their fourth brother and the only sibling of the family. Back then, the old master and the old lady were so grief-stricken and irritated that they almost followed along. Later, the old lady also built a temple for the fourth brother and Xiaobao, enshrining the tablets, and went to burn incense and worship the Buddha every day to bless and mourn them. Unexpectedly, this knot that has entangled Su family members for more than 20 years was opened half a corner today. The fourth brother may be out in an accident, but the letter can be sent over, indicating that Xiaobao is still alive. For a good half day, Su Xingyi as the big brother finally controlled his emotions first and spoke decisively. Immediately arrange for a military plane and a car. We're going to make a trip to Mingzhou, as well as contacting the sender of the letter to find out what more information there is. Big brother, aren't we going to tell this good news to our mom and old man? Su Qingfei sniffled. Her face completely blossomed with tears as she asked in a churlish manner. Not in a hurry first, let's go and find out all the specifics first, and then report to the two old men as is, or else I'm really worried that they'll have another heart attack. Su Shengyi wiped the tear stains at the corner of his eyes, restored his prudent mind and said, all right, we'll set off for Mingzhou right now. Everyone temporarily held down the excitement in their hearts, eager to welcome the return of the Su family's youngest fourth master. Meanwhile, on the other side, Snow Mountain Mansion. Today, Su Yang accompanied Mother Superior and Sister Yao Yao to work at the company as usual. Although he had played games with Sister Yao Yao all night last night, but Su Yang was still full of energy. Anyway, with the little golden dragon Dan toning his body, Su Yang wasn't afraid to stay up late, and after waking up, his waist wasn't sore and his legs weren't weak. Therefore, Su Yang, who had just had breakfast with his mother and father, was still checking the progress of the One Card and the national chain of bookstores as usual. Yesterday, Auntie Hua said that she would convene a meeting with people from the Rights Bureau today to help him get the authority to sell textbooks in the Magic City area. As for the other regions, since Auntie Hua said that it could definitely be solved later, so Su Yang didn't need to be in a hurry. Anyway, the department he was currently managing had already sent thousands of people to run all over the country, all frantically buying the most suitable stores, and with the renovation and all sorts of communication about goods, it would take at least a few months before they could officially open. Su Yang will not feel that he is encroaching on national resources or anything, after all, as an investor with goals, ideals, and ambitions. His tens of thousands of bookstores across the country this time would provide employment for over 100,000 people across the country. At the same time, it would also increase a large amount of tax revenue for the country, which was a mutually beneficial cooperation between the enterprise and the official government. This was much better than those enterprises that fudged for the sake of official support and national resources. Just like the domestic why is a business, like to the concept of high-tech rely on it, is not to get involved in order to be able to apply for more favorable resources. Therefore, Su Yang was completely considered to be doing business in a very proper manner. Sister Yao Yao, look, Shuafu sent me a message again. Su Yang picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, smilingly waving towards Jiang Yao, who had just walked over. Jiang Yao handed him a cup of coffee cupped in her hand and softly sat into his arms, a pair of long black silk legs elegantly folded together. Hua Shuafu. Su Yang, congratulations. I heard from my aunt that the authorization of your bookstore's textbook for the Magic City area has been approved. Su Yang typed a reply. Onajino, thank Auntie Hua for me. I'll treat her to dinner when I have time. Hua Shuafu. Omega Q, then I told you the good news in advance. How are you going to thank me? In return for your body. Su Yang simply handed over his cell phone to Sister Yao Yao, wrapped his arms around her fair and rounded shoulders, and bit on her rosy-faced imperial face. Jiang Yao smiled and pressed her voice. Shuafu, you're thinking pretty well. This is still a smothering fever. You're totally burning brightly. Hua Shuafu also sent a voice, giggling. Yao Yao, did you make me feel involved last night? Jiang Yao smiled triumphantly. Sorry, sister, I didn't let you have participation yet. Hua Shuafu grudgingly toned. Yao Yao, you've changed. You don't love me anymore after you have a man. Jiang Yao raised her soft eyes to look at Su Yang and smiled wryly. All right, you still have a participation, all right? Hua Shuafu. Wow, you guys play really flowery. Jiang Yao egged on. Yeah, do you want to play together? Play with your sister. Su Yang was a bit overwhelmed and took his cell phone back. If he let these two old CG chat like this, he would probably be crushed to death by the wheels of the car. Jiang Yao wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck and kissed him, giggling and winking. Ah Yang, you should just say one thing to Shuafu. Sweeping in the supermarket. Chapter 182. The motorcade arrived at Chunjia town. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the boundaries of Jiangnan Mingzhou, a fleet of all-black luxury Mercedes-Benz was slowly driving into Qinjia town. Yangcheng is more than 1,300 kilometers away from Mingzhou. Su Qingfei's siblings four with their entourage came directly by military plane, and then let this side of the Su family industry arrange for the fleet to come and transport them. The villagers in the town were looking at the convoy curiously, not knowing which boss would actually come to a town like theirs. Chun Yong had long been waiting in front of his house, and when he saw the convoy coming over, he hastily raised his arm and waved in greeting. In the middle of the convoy was a lengthened version of the Mercedes-Benz labeled Maybach, which stopped in front of Chun Yong. The window was slowly pressed down, revealing Su Qingfei's radiant face, as well as the three people sitting inside, Su Shengyi, Su Shanghua, and Su Shengyun. Fei Long, it's really you. After seeing Chun Yong, Su Qingfei called out his code name in one breath when he was working as a bodyguard for fourth brother back then. Chun Yong scratched the back of his head and greeted awkwardly. Fifth Miss, eldest young master, second young master, third young master, long time no see. Su Qingfei glared at him. Luckily you still remember us? Back when you brought fourth brother here to hide his identity and even helped him cover up. How come you didn't remember to give us a report? Chun Yong smiled sarcastically. I was fourth young master's trusted bodyguard back then. In the Su family's rules, the master's orders are higher than anyone else in the Su family. I can only listen to fourth young master. Su Shengyi waved his hand. His majestic voice resounded. Let's not talk about so much for now. Get on the car and take us to see fourth brother first. Chun Yong went down the slope, hurriedly pulling open the passenger door, and sat up. The lengthened version of the Mercedes-Benz standing label Maybach, under his command, slowly broke away from the driving team and drove towards the back of Chanjia Town's mountain. Only one sat in the entourage that they had brought over and followed in the car. The people in the other Mercedes-Benz cars carried down boxes of gifts from the cars and gave them to each of the surrounding villagers. This was something Su Shengyi had arranged in advance after calling Chun Yong to learn more on the way here. After all, the fourth brother and Xiaobao have been living over here for so many years. How could they not send a gift to the villagers as a token of appreciation? What's more, the fourth brother's grave will be moved back to his ancestral land in Lingnan later on. It is also considered to greet the villagers of Qinjia Town in advance, so as not to think that they are here to destroy the gravesite of the deceased and cause trouble. Naturally, the Su family would not be afraid of anything, but they were only worried that there would be repercussions when moving the graves, making it unlucky. Lingnan people pay attention to good intentions in everything. The first 15 days of the New Year festivals are to burn incense and worship the gods. Not to mention the Lingnan Su clan, a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, attaches even more importance to these old traditions. Therefore, for the big event of moving the fourth brother's grave back to the clan, naturally, he couldn't be careless. 30 minutes later, under the blazing sun, the four siblings, Su Shangyi, Su Shangbo, Su Shangyun, and Su Qingfei, stood dumbfounded in front of Su Shangtian's tombstone, the mixed feelings in their hearts completely displayed on their faces. Fourth brother, we came to see you. Su Qingfei was the first to be unable to hold herself together and gave a sad wail, directly kneeling down and crying bitterly. The three Su Shangyi brothers were blasted into their ears by their little sister's wailing and howling, and their hearts completely collapsed as their despondency and sadness tumbled within them. Fourth brother, Su Shanghua and Su Shangyun broke down like children, also sitting on their asses in front of Su Shangtian's tombstone, wailing and crying, tearing their hearts out. Only Su Shangyi, as the oldest brother of the few, was still calm, but the deep sorrow in the depths of his eyes, and the corners of his eyes that were already red and moist, were all indicating that he was just holding on strongly, suppressing that collapse within. As the saying goes, the eldest brother is the father, he is the oldest. When the old man is still alive, he has to assist his parents to take care of his younger siblings, and if the old man passes away, he has to take up the responsibility of the family. The memories of his youth kept flashing in his mind, like the walking lights of time. The old master said, "You four brothers, do you know why the name together is called righteousness? That's because when brothers are of one mind, their profits break the gold. For a family to flourish, there must be no disputes between brothers, or it will go down the drain. You brothers are like brothers and sisters, you have to work together to keep this family. In the future, you must understand each other, help each other, and you will surely achieve great things." Therefore, the Su family four brothers relationship since childhood is very good, trouble together to carry, have a good thing to share together. The past is no longer looking back. The sky in righteousness is no longer there. Chun Yong stood in the distant bamboo forest, looked at that several in Lingnan call the wind and rain of the top big shots, at the moment one by one as if stripped of that majestic, noble, rigorous coat, crying to break like. There was also a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fourth young master, after all, has left us forever. And just as Chun Yong stood there waiting for an unknown amount of time, he saw Su Shengyi waving his hand in his direction. Chun Yong hurriedly ran over. Chapter 183 Princess Su Qing's Mission. Where is fourth brother's son, little treasure? Su Shengyi stood in front of the tombstone, his mouth trembling as he asked in a hoarse voice. Eldest young master, little fourth master has already recognized his mother a month earlier, and now he is still in Magic City. Chun Yong respectfully returned. Su Qingfei hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face and eagerly said, Big brother, let's go and fetch little treasure back now. Right, big brother? Little treasure is our Su family's son and grandson. How can we let him stay with that Yang family woman? Su Shanghua also said with an agitated expression. Xiao Bao is the only male in 3 generations of our family. Lingnan is his home. Su Shangyun also stood up hastily, forgetting to pat the dust on his leather drum. Su Shangyi gazed at his fourth brother's tombstone, silently lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, lost in thought for a while before shaking his head. This matter is not urgent for the time being. Let's first report to the second old man about what's going on here, move the fourth brother's grave back to the ancestral land, and then go look for Xiaobao. Big brother, how can this not be urgent? We don't even know what's going on with little treasure right now. Su Qingfei furrowed her brows, her pearly face still anxious. Su Shengyi waved his hand and said, Since little treasure is by his real mom's side, he definitely won't let him be wronged. Moreover, little treasure is now first recognized with his real mom. With more than a month of bonding and getting along, his feelings are definitely deeper than ours. Do you guys think he will go back to Lingnan with us just because you say we are his uncle and his aunt? Or do you want to kidnap him directly? Can Xiao Bao not have bodyguards around him that the Yang family has arranged to protect him in the dark? And by doing so, how will little treasure view us? The 3 siblings, Su Qingfei, Su Shanghua, and Su Shangyun, understood their big brother's hardship after a little thought. That's right, to little treasure, they were strangers. How could they be compared to their own mother, who had already recognized them for over a month? Moreover, such a thing as directly tying someone up couldn't be done. After all, it would be too emotionally hurtful. If the Su family and Yang family completely fell out, little treasure, who was caught in the middle, would definitely be in a difficult situation. It would also affect little treasure's initial impression of them. Therefore, this matter really can't be rushed and has to be considered in the long run. Su Shangyun's face could not hide his disappointment. Big brother, then when can we go pick up little treasure? Su Shangyi exhaled a smoke ring and calmly said, When we move fourth brother's grave back to the ancestral land, we will start working on arranging this. Su Shengbin, who was the Grand General of Lingnan Military Region, took the initiative and said, Big brother, then why don't you let me go and pick up little treasure? If that woman from the Yang family refuses to let go of her, I'll lead the people to rob her. Su Shangyi listened to this bandit words of his second brother. His brows frowned and said in a deep voice, Don't fool around. Yang family is not something to be messed with in Magic City. In someone else's territory, you want to rob Xiaobao by force? Is it possible? Then, big brother, you personally come out? Su Shangthin asked with a disheveled face. Su Shangyi's face flickered. Looking towards Su Qingfei, whose face was completely blossomed from crying, her heart moved and spoke. Let little sister go. Women are more careful and softer than us men in the end. We 3 big men are used to acting as a bully in Lingnan. I guess it's easy to clash with that woman of the Yang family and turn over. It's still the most suitable for little sister. Su Qingfei was overjoyed, revealing a hint of a smile. Several brothers? You can rest assured that this task will be handed over to me. Su Shanghua and Su Shangyun opened their mouths. But in the end, they didn't try to fight for it anymore. After all, big brother had indeed thought it through, and this was already the most reasonable arrangement. Su Shangyi hammered out, All right, ask someone to send down the Yuanbao candle incense. First pay homage to fourth brother, and tonight, let the old man calculate an auspicious day to move fourth brother back to Lingnan and return to the ancestral land. After crying bitterly, several people's minds stabilized. After all, 21 years ago, they had already mourned for a long time over fourth brother and little treasure's air crash. Now, although fourth brother had still left them, they still had little treasure. At least the heavens had been merciful to them and hadn't really made the Su family extinct.